Family, the day I awakened my martial soul was absolutely explosive. In the Hall of the Pope, I awakened the long rainbow sword, created my own soul skill with a backhand move, and turned the floor into a sieve. When measuring soul power, I even cracked the crystal ball. All of this began 6 years ago when I was reborn as a baby and adopted by BB Dong. Now I'm going to hunt for soul rings. What happens next? Let me tell you, the day I awakened my martial soul was something else. In the Hall of the Pope, my chief master BB Dong was there, along with the two gatekeepers Dulouo and Douluo. With a flash of golden light, I suddenly had a long rainbow sword in my hand, and wow, I was so handsome that I wanted to bow to myself. I couldn't hold back the power within me, surged like a flood, and I executed a move called Rainbow Splashes. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of red sword energies shot out, turning the magnificent floor of the Hall of the Pope into a sieve. Douluo and Douluo, those old veterans, were wide-eyed, shouting about my self-created soul skill and how my talent is terrifying. What's that? Let me tell you, there's even more to come. When measuring soul power, the crystal ball in my hand shone like a little sun, and then it cracked right then and there. My master BB Dong appeared calm on the surface, announcing that I had innate full soul power. Once everyone left, she took the ball and banged it shattered into pieces. She muttered, "Is it over level 10? Incredible." But seriously, all of this started on that snowy day 6 years ago. That day, when I opened my eyes, I found myself transformed from a handsome guy on a trip in Blue Star into a naked baby, tossed in the snow outside Soul Master City. Family, who understands? This crossing script was way too hasty. Even more absurd was that I had a memory package called Rainbow Cat Blue Rabbit in my head, including the long rainbow sword technique and the flying rainbow heart technique, all bundled together. Just as I was about to freeze to death, a woman picked me up. Let me tell you, the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was my chief master, BB Dong. Wow, that beauty, that figure. If it were 2025, she would be the top influencer in the beauty industry, without needing any AI enhancement. She saw me, a little baby who wasn't crying or making any noise, blushing at her, and was immediately smitten, taking me back to the Hall of Spirits, naming me Jiang Ling, and accepting me as her disciple. For years passed just like that. I practiced swordsmanship every day in the courtyard, executing moves like Red Dragon Released, capable of smashing the rockery in the yard to pieces. My senior sister, Hulaina, just 2 years older than me, was already a little beauty. On the day of her martial soul awakening, I missed it because I was practicing swordsmanship, and she stormed over to confront me. "Little Jiang Ling, you didn't come when I awakened my martial soul. I'm a sweet talker." A few words, and I had her appeased, and I asked her if she awakened. She was so proud, puffing up her little chest and saying, "Demon Fox, innate soul power level 9. Then she summoned her martial soul, and a fluffy golden tail popped out behind her with a duong. I couldn't help myself and reached out to touch it. The feel was amazing. As a result, Hulaina immediately retracted her martial soul, her face turning as red as a monkey's, but while she stubbornly said, "Not enough soul power, can't keep it summoned." Sure, I believe you. Actually, my relationship with my senior sister is really good. Once, she was bullied by some elder's grandson, and without a second thought, I rushed up and beat that kid half to death. I ended up running to the punishment hall and got beaten up, lying in bed for several days. Since then, no one in the Hall of Spirits dared to mess with her, knowing she had a reckless little brother. Later, a big event happened in the Hall of Spirits. That old scumbag Pope Kiang Sunji, the bastard who bullied my master, went to hunt soul beasts and was beaten to death by Tang Hao. When I heard the news, I was practicing swordsmanship, and my heart was thrilled. My master's great revenge was finally avenged. A year later, with Qian Daolia's support, BB Dong became the new pope. I had grown to 6 years old and was finally waiting for my martial soul awakening day. That morning, Hulaina burst in my courtyard like a little cannonball, shouting, "Little Linger, hurry up. Teacher said your awakening will definitely be stronger than mine. I don't believe it." She ran too fast and bumped right into me. Let me tell you, my internal strength training these 4 years wasn't for nothing. My stance was solid. She, however, fell straight back. I was quick and caught her by the waist. Wow, because of the height difference, my face landed exactly where it shouldn't have. It was soft. She quickly pushed me away, her face turning red again, and stubbornly said, "It's really hot." But then she moved and cried out in pain while holding her waist. I'm straightforward, saying, "Huh?" I didn't use much strength. It was just normal training. When she heard training, her eyes widened and she grabbed my collar, looking down at me, demanding to know how I would compensate. I looked at her, quickly averted my gaze, and obediently surrendered. "Shopping. He'll accompany you for a day of shopping. Is that okay, senior sister?" Only then was she satisfied. Then came the explosive scene in the Hall of the Pope. I awakened the long rainbow sword, with innate soul power surpassing level 10. My master BB Dong was overjoyed, immediately deciding to take me to hunt for soul rings in a few days. I took the opportunity to speak, Teacher, could you give me some gold coins? I promised my senior sister to go shopping with her, but I don't have any money. My master laughed at that moment, and my senior sister, Hulaina, was probably cursing me in her heart, saying I was naive. Huh, teacher, you haven't seen your disciple eating tofu from your other disciple. Accompanying a woman shopping is exhausting. Hulaina found a pair of jade pendants in a store called Treasure Pavilion. The owner was boasting extravagantly, saying they were worn by immortal couples and could ensure they would never part. My senior sister's eyes lit up without blinking. She said, 300,000 gold soul coins, swipe the card, wrap it up. Wow, a rich lady right beside me. After shopping, she tossed one of the pendants to me, threatening me to not lose it or shed kill me. I saw it was a storage soul guide, how convenient, perfect for when I go to the Stark Doe Great Forest in a few days. I was still foolishly thanking her, completely unaware that it cost her 150,000. What a spendthrift. 5 days later, in the Stark Doe Great Forest, Douluo took me to find soul rings. My target was clear, a firebird. Douluo said the limit for the first soul ring was 400 years, 700 years was considered risky. I pointed at a bird whose flames were almost turning purple and said, Elder, this one. Douluo turned pale. No way. This one is at least 900 years. You'll explode. I directly channeled my soul power, red flames rising, confidently saying, Elder, don't worry, it's fire attribute, I'm sure of it. In fact, I was only 60% confident, but as a sword cultivator, I had to be fearless. 60% was enough. Douluo couldn't argue with me, sighed, and directly caught the 900-year firebird. The absorption process was exhilarating. Family, who understands? It felt like a volcanic eruption inside me, both hot and painful. I silently recited the sword techniques, enduring it all. The moment the soul ring attached to the long rainbow sword, Douluo was even more excited than I was. Back at the Hall of the Pope, when my master saw the faint purple patterns on my soul ring, her face turned pale, and she immediately wanted to punish me. I quickly stopped her and explained everything in detail. Only then did my master calm down, pulling me into her arms and letting me sit beside her on the Pope's throne. Let me tell you, with my 20-something soul sitting so close to a peerless beauty like BB Dong, my face was almost on fire. She asked me what my soul skill was, and I held back my embarrassment, explaining my first soul skill, shock 100 miles, which could double my speed and had a self-healing effect. My master patted my head and said, not bad, go to the academy and attend classes properly. Just having strength isn't enough. I looked at her back, and my goodness, that waist, that hip. What a sin. I quickly turned my head away, cursing myself for being such a lecher. That night, I had dinner at Hulaina's place, and my master left halfway through for some business. I noticed my senior sister looking a bit down, so I kept piling meat on her plate. She refused to eat, saying she was afraid of getting fat, so I pushed all the meat from her bowl into mine and polished it off in no time. She didn't know I directly used the bowl she had used. The next morning, I went to wake Hulaina up for school. I knocked on the door for a long time, but got no response. Then I remembered she had given me the key to the courtyard. Once inside, I still knocked on her door. Suddenly, from inside, I heard a groggy voice say, Teacher, I'm coming. Then, with a creak, the door opened. I was instantly stunned. A rush of heat surged up my nose. Goodness, my senior sister must have been half asleep, thinking it was my master, wearing only a thin nightgown, and it was semi-transparent. A sharp scream shattered the morning's tranquility. On the way to the academy, the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. She walked ahead, puffed up with anger, while I followed behind, covering my nose, afraid that my nosebleed would start again. Finally, I steeled my heart, caught up with her, and apologized, Senior sister, I'm really sorry about earlier. Her face turned as red as blood, and she completely ignored me. In a moment of impulse, I blurted out, how about this? When we grow up, I'll marry you. She abruptly stopped, turned around to glare at me, her cheeks turning even redder, and threw out, you think too highly of yourself, before quickly running away, leaving me alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. She must have been thinking, did this guy just confess to me? I was completely confused at that moment. Did she agree or not? Her face was so red, and she ran faster than a rabbit. I was anxious and quickly chased after her, shouting, hey, senior sister, wait for me. I don't know the way. I immediately used my lightness skill, and wow, this exceptional skill wasn't learned for nothing. Let me tell you, this Spirit Hall Academy, that the atmosphere is one of strict adherence to rules, with clear divisions among the novice, intermediate, and advanced levels. It is only the strong who dare to intimidate the weak. Yet, among peers, competition is fierce, as those who gain entry are all formidable individuals with at least 6 levels of innate soul power. Hulaina guided me to Class 1 for novices, her cheeks still flushed with color. Just as we settled in, a muscular man with fiery red hair approached, his gaze solely fixated on Hulaina, completely disregarding my presence. He exclaimed with a rather cheesy nana. Hulaina's brows furrowed, clearly anxious to prevent any misunderstanding, and promptly shot back, "Classmate Yin, we are not that familiar. Please call me by my full name." Then, another striking figure appeared, a silver-haired young man with the physique of a model, who intervened to ease the tension. Upon seeing him, Hulaina sweetly called out brother. It turned out this was her elder brother, Xiaoyu. Filled with pride, she introduced me, saying, "Brother, this is my junior brother Jiang Ling, a soul master of level 16. She then introduced her brother, who was at level 19. Upon hearing my name, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as he mentioned that he frequently heard Hulaina speak of me. Hulaina, flustered, stomped her foot and exclaimed, "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xiaoyu, a battle enthusiast, immediately suggested we spar sometime. I welcomed the idea, eager to challenge this legendary generation of golden souls. Yet, Yin, the red-haired man, was not to be outdone, as he strode up to me and declared, "I am Yin, a level 19 battle soul master, and I will not give up on Nana." This was truly a battleground of emotions. Just as Hulaina was about to react, I grasped her hand gently, interrupting her, and turned to Yin with a faint smile. At that moment, I felt like a born performer. I boldly asserted my claim. "Brother, you may be disappointed. I have already confessed my feelings, and Nana has agreed. If you persist, do not blame me for being unkind." Hulaina's mouth fell open in astonishment, likely pondering when I had become so eloquent. Xiaoyu was equally taken aback, glancing between me and his sister, as if wondering what monumental revelation he had missed. Yin, of course, was skeptical and turned to Hulaina for confirmation. I tightened my grip on her hand and spoke up, my voice soft yet audible to all. In this world, the truth is scarce. A girl's blush conveys more than lengthy dialogues. Do you not understand? Yin was left utterly deflated, retreating to his seat in a daze. Xiaoyu's gaze towards me shifted, as if calculating the weight of my audacious words. Once they departed, I quickly released Hulaina's hand, glancing at her lowered head and hastily explaining, "Senior sister, I sense you were annoyed with him. I merely wished to assist you." Alas, my words fell flat. Hulaina shot me a look of utter indifference, her previous blush evaporating instantly. She simply said, "I understand. Class is about to start, and thereafter..." She ignored me completely. My heart sank. I was unsure if my intentions were genuine or merely a reaction to my distaste for Yin. The entire day, Hulaina treated me as though I were invisible. After school, when her brother called for dinner, she dismissed him with a curt, "Not in the mood," and left. I forced a smile as I bid farewell to Xiaoyu and hurried after her. The young lady walked ahead while I trailed behind, attempting to engage her in conversation. "Senior sister, shall we dine out?" "Not in the mood." "Then how about I cook for you?" "You haven't tasted my culinary skills yet." "Not interested." Finally, mustering all my courage, I pushed my way into her residence and labored in the kitchen for a considerable time, eventually presenting her with a bowl of clear soup noodles. As she took small bites, I gathered my resolve and spoke. "Senior sister, the reason I said you were my girlfriend today was that I dislike seeing Yin pursue you. Watching him linger around you makes me uneasy." Without lifting her gaze, she asked, "Why do you feel uneasy?" In truth, she had already calmed down, but my earlier remark had unsettled her. In a moment of impulsiveness, I blurted out, "Because I like you." I certainly did not wish for him to hover around you. The moment those words left my lips, my face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. Hulaina looked up abruptly, and upon seeing my flustered demeanor, she burst into laughter, her embarrassment seemingly forgotten. "Xiaolingzi, how can you be so adorable?" she said, placing her bowl down, cupping my face in her hands, and pressed her lips, still slightly damp with noodle broth, against my forehead. I was left in a state of shock. She dashed back to her room like a little rabbit, leaving behind a parting remark, "I'm tired, going to sleep now." Washed the bowl and closed the door for me. I touched my forehead, grinning foolishly to myself. So this is what love feels like. Sweet to the point of being overwhelming. From that day forth, our relationship soared like a rocket. Hand-holding and embracing became commonplace, much to Yin's dismay. One day, just after class, he stormed over, challenging me before the entire class. Jiang Ling, I want to duel you. The loser must leave Nana. I squeezed Hulaina's hand to reassure her, signaling her not to worry. I regarded Yin as if he were foolish. Are you out of your mind? Nana is already my girlfriend. Why would I duel you? Just say whether you'll accept. He demanded. You can't even defeat me. You're unworthy of Nana. His arrogance only made me laugh. Huh, you call her Nana? Yet do you think you're worthy of that? Fine, I'll fight you, but the wager is not her. I admire her, and therefore, I respect her. Change the terms. Today, I would make him understand the lengths one would go to for love. To my surprise, he remained obstinate, insisting that if I fought him, he would avoid us if he lost. All right, let us get started. I had no intention of wasting words. Right here? He seemed taken aback. Hurry up. I'm going to rush to have lunch with Nana. I cast him a disdainful glance. Arrogant. Martial spirit manifestation. Yin erupted in fury, summoning his fiery spirit. Hulaina leaned in, whispering encouragement. Xiao Lingzi, do your best. There's a reward if you win. I shot a glance at the enraged Yin and quipped to Hulaina, you say that every time. When have you actually delivered? As she walked away, I turned to Yin and said, let us begin. Aren't you going to manifest your spirit? You're not worthy of that. You will pay for your arrogance. He unleashed his first soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. I immediately sensed the surge of soul power, nearing level 20. As he charged towards me, I steadied my stance, channeling my soul power into my palm, executing the palm technique Rizhao Jiuzhou from the long rainbow sword technique. The impact of our clash overturned the desks in the classroom. What was the outcome? Yin was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, while I remained unyielding. Hulaina rushed over, her expression one of shock. Xiao Lingzi, you've been hiding your strength. What level are you now? I just broke through a couple of days ago. I'm at level 18. My senior sister fell silent. She was only at level 20. Yin, having risen to his feet, supported his arm, looking defeated. I lost. I will honor my word. And with that, he left. Let me tell you, the news spread like wildfire, with tales more varied than a blind box. Whispers of a disciple of the Pope fighting for love. A single palm rendering a member of the Golden Generation incapacitated, and even more absurdly, claims that I had broken Yin's arm out of jealousy and threatened to keep attacking him every time we met. The speed at which gossip spread in this academy outpaced even soul-guiding devices. Hulaina was so flustered by these rumors that she hardly dared to step outside for days, burying her head under the blanket on my bed while she punched me playfully. Time raced forward as if on fast forward, and in a blink, 8 years had passed. 8 years later, I stood at level 40 atop a mountain, transformed into a tall and handsome young man. Beside me, Hulaina had blossomed into a breathtaking beauty, possessing an enchanting allure. I embraced her from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder. Senior sister, once I acquire my fourth soul ring, I will embark on a journey across the continent. Come with me. Of course, she replied without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, I felt invigorated and boasted to her. By the way, Shiji, I have recently mastered a remarkable skill. Would you care to experience it? Upon hearing this, she immediately seized my ear and exclaimed, are you seeking death? Those peculiar sword techniques of yours could overwhelm even a soul king. Do you dare to use them on me? No. I quickly pleaded for mercy. It's the sword mastery technique. I can fly. I summoned the Changhong sword, and with a thought, its blade expanded several times. I stepped onto it and extended my hand toward her. Let us go, my dear young lady. I shall take you to the skies. Thus, we soared above Wuhuan City, and the sensation was exhilarating. Initially, Hulaina felt a bit anxious, but soon she was completely immersed in the breathtaking scenery. I held her close, wishing we could fly indefinitely. However, Shiji, though reluctant to interrupt, informed me, we must descend. Our soul power is insufficient. Huh? Was the time so brief? She replied with a look of longing. My face darkened, for nothing is more lamentable for a man than being deemed inadequate or short-lived. Who among my kin understands this? I gritted my teeth and insisted, Shiji, it was not brief. I am merely a soul master. Carrying two people while flying consumes a great deal of energy. At dinner that evening, I recounted our training experiences to Master Bibi Dong. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively dismissed the idea. Linger may go, but Nana cannot accompany her. When you two are together, is it training or a honeymoon? In the end, the master established a military decree. I must venture out alone for 3 years. After 3 years, Nana must elevate her soul power to Soul King. While I must reach level 55, if we both succeed, she will personally preside over our wedding. This is not merely a trial. It is a veritable KPI for marriage. On the way back with Hulaina, we encouraged one another regarding this matter. The following day, the master summoned me alone to the papal hall. Linger, I have something to entrust to you. With a wave of her scepter, a soul bone radiating blue light floated before me. I was astonished. This was the wisdom skull. Nearly 60,000 years of spiritual essence. Instinctively, I exclaimed, Master, this should be given to Shiji. She needs it more. The master shook her head, stating that something else was prepared for Nana. This one was most suitable for me, compensating for my deficiencies in spiritual strength. Then, to my astonishment, the master instructed me to absorb it in the chamber behind her. Upon peering inside, I discovered a bed. It was her private bed, still carrying her fragrance. My mind buzzed, and I quickly sat cross-legged, silently chanting to avert impure thoughts. I absorbed the essence for a full 3 days. When I finally awakened, I found that the wisdom skull had been imbued with my Changhong true energy, taking on a crimson hue, perfectly attuned to me. Upon opening my eyes, I saw the master seated to my left, while Hulaina, unbeknownst to me, had fallen asleep against the bedpost on my right. As I stirred, the master sensed my awakening. She glanced at the still sleeping Hulaina and softly said, Let's step outside to talk. I carefully lifted Hulaina, gently laying her on the bed and covering her with a blanket before following the master outside. On the other side of the partition, the master had changed out of her papal robes, donning a white palace gown, exuding a gentle and serene demeanor, devoid of her previous regal authority. She seated herself and inquired, How much improvement did the soul bone bring you? And what is your soul skill? I replied, This soul bone has given me an explosive enhancement. My spiritual strength has surged over 100-fold. It feels as though the entire world has transformed into high definition within my mind. The soul skill is particularly exceptional. It is a pupil technique that I have named Pa Wang Ji Tong. Not only can it pierce through all fanciful illusions, but it can also unleash divine light, delivering both physical and spiritual strikes. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes lit up. Oh, it possesses physical attack capabilities? Fascinating. Now, demonstrate your new move and strike me with all your might. I wish to witness its power. At that moment, I was taken aback. After all, this was the papal master. How could I dare to attack? I stood frozen in place until the master urged me again, prompting me to timidly activate the Po Wang Ji Tong. 2 beams of red light shot forth. And guess what happened? The master merely raised her hand, and the red light was suspended in midair, immovable. She closed her eyes to sense it, then flicked her finger, shattering my attack effortlessly. Remarkable. Her strength was truly extraordinary. Yet, she appeared quite pleased, smiling as she said, Not bad. Both your spiritual and physical attacks are formidable. You should have no issue withstanding the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul beast. I felt a bit awkward at her words, as I had not mentioned this. The master saw through my thoughts and snorted, You dare to take a 900-year soul ring for your first, and your subsequent rings are all extreme. Surely, you wouldn't settle for 1,000-year for your fourth? I realized I was caught. She had me firmly in her grasp. Although she spoke harshly, her tone softened as she reassured me that with my enhanced spiritual strength, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring would pose little risk, encouraging me not to worry. My master, a tough exterior but a tender heart. She then inquired if the wisdom skull had any other effects. I responded, of course. My mind is now racing with clarity. Problems that once eluded my understanding during cultivation have suddenly become clear. The master nodded. stating she was weary and advised me to return to rest while letting Yuguan take me to obtain a soul ring the next day. As I prepared to leave, I glanced at her, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance. I stepped forward and embraced her, seated in her chair. She stiffened momentarily but soon relaxed, gently patting my back, saying, "Be cautious during your training. Do not trust others completely." I buried my face in her shoulder, murmuring that I simply could not bear to part from them. In that moment, I truly felt she was not merely the exalted Pope, but my most cherished teacher. After bidding farewell to the master, I stepped outside to find Shiji Hulaina dozing against the wall. Goodness, how long had she waited for me? My heart ached at the sight, and I immediately picked her up, carrying her back home. After settling her in bed, I gazed at her peaceful face, contemplating that she would surely be hungry when she awoke. I hurried into the kitchen to prepare a meal. I toiled until 8 o'clock in the evening. When Nana finally stirred, she sat up, still a bit dazed. As I brought out the dishes, her eyes lit up in surprise, and she rushed over, grasping my hand to ask if I was all right. Observing her anxious demeanor, I couldn't resist teasing her, adopting a sorrowful expression. Just as I was about to amuse her, I saw her nearly on the verge of tears. I quickly reassured her, "It's all right, it's all right." Realizing I was joking, she stomped on my foot in frustration, causing me to yelp in pain. I promptly pulled her to the dining table, pointing to the spread of food to coax her. Since the last time I had only managed to serve plain noodles, I had diligently honed my cooking skills. Nana's stomach audibly protested, and her face flushed as she eagerly picked up her chopsticks to dig in. Watching her devour the food was utterly adorable. As we dined, the atmosphere was just right when I suddenly announced, "Shiji, I will be heading to the Stardow Forest tomorrow." Her hand froze mid-bite. The air fell silent, as two typically loquacious individuals were rendered speechless at the prospect of parting. Observing Nana's focused efforts to pick grains of rice, an idea struck me, reminiscent of a humorous trope from my past life. When couples fall silent, one should simply kiss to remedy the situation. I consider that practice is the only true measure of truth. Without hesitation, I took action. I grasped her shoulder, causing her to drop her bowl in shock, resembling a startled rabbit. I paid no heed to her surprise and leaned in to kiss her. Initially, she struggled, but soon she began to respond. With the atmosphere charged, my courage surged, and I reached to unfasten her obstructive black clothing. And then, there was nothing more to follow. I found myself unceremoniously kicked out of the room. My dear friends, who understands the social embarrassment of such a moment? Standing outside the door, I slapped my own right hand, berating myself. Inside, Nana buried herself under the blankets, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg, likely regretting what had just transpired. The following morning, as I gathered for assembly, my teacher was absent, yet I sensed she was observing from a distance. However, Nana was also missing, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. Fearing that she was upset due to the events of the previous day, Elder Yuguan urged me to leave, but I hesitated, lingering for what felt like an eternity. Still no sign of her. With a sigh, I was about to depart when I heard Nana's melodious voice calling, "Xiao Lingzi, wait for me." Turning around, I saw her rushing towards me. The mutual rush of emotions was palpable. I immediately dashed to her, enveloping her in my embrace, and playfully remarked, "I thought you were angry and wouldn't come to see me off." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully hit me, declaring I was indeed angry. "You were too much yesterday." Yet, her sulking demeanor betrayed no real anger. Holding her tightly, I whispered in her ear, "Wait for me for 3 years, and in 3 years you shall be my wife." I planted a gentle kiss on her forehead and prepared to leave. "Take care on your journey," she shyly murmured. "At your command, my dear wife," I replied with utmost seriousness, then turned to follow Elder Yuguan out of Wuhan City. As we traveled, Elder Yuguan offered words of encouragement, suggesting that Nana would soon embark on her own training journey, and perhaps we might serendipitously meet again on the continent. My heart swelled with warmth and determination as we set our sights on the Stardow Forest, aiming to hunt the Chibi Quangshi. My first 3 soul rings served to augment my abilities, yet I lacked a proper offensive skill. The soul abilities of this creature typically consisted of expansive area attacks, perfectly aligning with my needs. However, such creatures were exceedingly rare. After meandering through the forest for over 10 days, we finally located one. Elder Yueguan ventured to scout ahead, and shortly after, there was a thunderous crash as a colossal lion descended from the sky, landing directly before me and enveloping me in a cloud of dust. After coughing for a prolonged moment, I glared at Elder Yueguan, asking, "Was that aimed at me?" He appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining that he had acted out of excitement, and that this lion was particularly impressive, approximately 11,000 years old. Upon hearing this, my irritation dissipated and I promptly engaged in the absorption process, which unfolded as my teacher had described, filled with awe but devoid of peril. The violent soul fluctuations of the 10,000-year soul ring, while intense, ultimately solidified my burgeoning mental strength. Once completed, I stood up, grinning at Elder Yueguan. "Elder, would you care to witness the might of my fourth soul skill?" As a title Douluo, he regarded my skill with indifference, wearing a look that suggested I could proceed at my leisure. "Be cautious, Elder. Fourth soul skill. Manhuang Tianwuzhui." I plunged my sword into the ground, and an incandescent red barrier enveloped Elder Yueguan in an instant. He paused in surprise, channeling his soul power to strike it. But the barrier merely shuddered. Although taken aback, he refrained from retaliating, eager to see what else I had in store. With a shout, I exclaimed, "Tianwuzhui!" In the next moment, a cascade of fiery meteors rained down upon him from the barrier above. At this point, Elder Yueguan could no longer remain passive and unleashed his sixth soul skill for defense. 5 minutes later, I observed my soul power dwindling and ceased my attack. He retracted his martial spirit, astonished, remarking, "This soul skill of yours is quite remarkable. Had you continued a moment longer, my defense would have shattered." Breathing heavily, I explained, "Elder, I am simply out of soul power. Otherwise, this skill has no time limitations. If I had sufficient soul power, I could unleash a continuous barrage of meteors." Elder Yueguan was thoroughly astounded, inquiring how such a skill could be so overwhelmingly powerful. I elucidated that this skill was not only capable of immobilizing foes, but also boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities, able to withstand the full force of a soul master 30 levels above me. The sole drawback was its immense consumption of soul power. In just 5 minutes, I had expended 2/3 of my total soul power, which was already 25 times that of an average soul zone. Upon hearing this, Elder Yueguan wore an expression that suggested he wished to reprimand me, accusing me of being boastful in a rather Versailles manner. I chuckled and added, "Elder, I've reached level 42. He was momentarily speechless, clearly taken aback, yet maintained his elder demeanor. Offer me a few compliments before suggesting we head to the nearby Wuhuan main hall for a rest. While he patted my shoulder, I sensed a fleeting golden light. Goodness, a tracking mark? Oh, teacher, you still do not trust me. Upon reaching the Wuhuan main hall, Elder Yueguan briefed Bishop Qiaomike, requesting him to discreetly assign protection for me while boasting that I could potentially be the next pope. Meanwhile, upon returning to my guest room, my first order of business was to expend my energy to erase the light mark from my shoulder. Apologies, dear teacher, but flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot become true warriors. I must venture forth alone. Elder Yueguan was preparing to relay the method of tracking the mark to Qiaomike when his expression shifted abruptly. The mark has vanished?" He exclaimed in alarm and rushed to my room. By the time he arrived, I had already taken flight on my sword, making a hasty escape. All that remained in the room was a letter addressed to my teacher, explaining that my actions were entirely my own decision, urging her not to blame the elder. Elder Yueguan, clutching the letter, hastened back to the Pope's palace that night, bearing a tale of unspoken hardship. How could a title Douluo lose track of a mere soul zone? Yet, upon reading my letter, in which I vowed to become stronger to protect her and my senior sister, her expression softened, and she sighed. Let him go. A fledgling under sheltered wings will never learn to soar. As for me, I soared towards the southeast, traveling relentlessly for 5 days without rest. When my soul power was depleted, I ran on foot until I could restore it and took to the skies once again, finally feeling I had evaded my pursuers. Exhausted, I leaned against a large tree to catch my breath and spotted a vast city ahead, preparing to enter and indulge in a hearty meal. Upon arriving at the city gates, I was struck by the sheer enormity of the metropolis. I tapped a young man in line ahead of me, inquiring about my location. He regarded me with the astonishment of someone encountering an extraterrestrial, finally responding that this was the capital of the Xingluo Empire. I was taken aback, realizing I had unwittingly flown from the Tiando Empire directly into the Xingluo Empire over the course of 5 days. This young man, named Bukue, nicknamed Liuzi, was quite astute and, noticing my unusual attire, eagerly offered to be my guide. Given my unfamiliarity with the area, I gladly hired him for 10 gold soul coins. Our first stop was undoubtedly the finest restaurant in the city. Liuzi led me to a grand establishment called the Xingluo Grand Hotel, a towering 5-story edifice that exuded opulence. He warned me that dining here was exorbitantly expensive, costing several thousand gold soul coins per meal. Unconcerned with the cost, I instructed him to arrange a private room and have all the signature dishes served. As we dined, I inquired about any recent significant events in the city. He lowered his voice and revealed that the Xingluo royal family was currently in turmoil. The second prince had been killed after failing in his bid for the throne, and the third prince, Dalu, had run away from home, whereabouts unknown. This unfortunate turn of events left the Zhu sisters of the Yuming spirit cat family in dire straits. The second prince's fiancée, the third miss of the Zhu family, was likely to be imprisoned for life. Meanwhile, the fourth miss, betrothed to Dalu, was also in a precarious situation, facing either elimination or confinement due to her depleted soul power. I couldn't help but gasp at the cruelty of the Xingluo Empire. After an evening of dining, I was well fed and satisfied, asking Liuzi to help me secure a room while also packing the remaining food for his sister. As night fell, I settled into my room to cultivate, when suddenly my heightened spiritual perception detected sounds of combat emanating from the southwest. I quickly leapt from my bed, approached the window, and activated my Po Wang Ji Tong. My vision pierced through layers of obstructions, locking onto a bamboo grove where 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Though it was evident one side was overpowering the other, a slightly older woman with short hair relentlessly pursued a younger girl with long black hair. Their martial spirit appeared to be a cat. A jolt of realization struck me. This was indeed the Zhu sisters from the Yuming spirit cat family that Liuzi had mentioned earlier. I immediately employed the turtle breath technique to conceal my presence and stealthily approached. I observed that the older Zhu Zhuyun possessed at least 35 levels of soul power, while the younger Zhu Zhiqing had yet to attain her second soul ring and borne numerous injuries. Yet her beautiful face remained cold, devoid of any hint of rage. Zhu Zhuyun, while launching her attack, coldly remarked, "Fourth sister, Dalu has already given up. Why do you persist? Today, your demise is inevitable." Zhu Zhiqing resolutely retorted, "He is he, and I am I. I refuse to become a sacrificial pawn for the family." I conceal myself in the shadows, torn with indecision. Should I intervene or remain passive? If I chose to save her, what if I were discovered by the formidable figures of the Xingluo Empire and accused of disrupting the royal selection? My journey would be abruptly curtailed. Yet, if I did nothing and witnessed such a tenacious girl perish before my eyes, I could not bear that burden either. As I hesitated, Zhu Zhiyun grew impatient and unleashed her ultimate move. Second soul skill, Spectral Claws. A myriad of claw shadows descended upon Zhu Zhiqing. She slowly closed her eyes, devoid of strength, having surrendered completely. At that moment, I thought this is the end. But lo and behold, just as calamity struck, a dramatic shift occurred. Boom! A 3-meter-long scarlet fire dragon, propelled as if by a rocket, surged forth, enveloped in terrifying heat, and struck Zhu Zhiyun, sending her flying, her garments ignited. I was utterly astonished. Who could be this formidable? The fiery-haired lady cried out, "Who dares to show themselves?" In response, the bamboo grove fell into a chilling silence. Zhu Zhiqing, expecting death with closed eyes, was suddenly roused by the heat wave. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a dashing figure clad in white, a luminous sword in his hand, gradually fading. I thought to myself, ah, the classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress unfolds. The young man turned, gazing at the still-stunned Zhu Zhuqing, and dramatically stated, "In the end, I could not bear to watch." Without hesitation, he swept her into a princess carry and, like a wisp of smoke, vanished into the bamboo grove, employing a technique that concealed their presence. Such professionalism was remarkable. In that instant, within a manor in Xinglua City, a middle-aged magnate abruptly opened his eyes, astonished. Whose presence was that just now? And why has it vanished? No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from his recliner. Meanwhile, my companion Jiang Ling cradled Zhu Zhuqing, deliberately circling the city several times, fully aware of the need for stealth. Slowly awakening, Zhu Zhuqing weakly inquired, "Who are you?" Jiang Ling, a rather conspicuous figure himself, replied, "A benevolent young man." Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to inquire further, the pain from her numerous wounds caused her to cry out, and she fainted. Jiang Ling, realizing the urgency, promptly decided to return to the hotel. Once in a room, Jiang Ling emptied the contents of his storage jade pendant. I must commend his celestial senior sister, Hu Liena, who was akin to a real-life doryman, providing clothing, money, healing potions, mana recovery elixirs, rations, everything one could imagine was at his disposal. However, a dilemma arose as he looked at the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, battered and bruised. The girl was clad in tight-fitting attire, practical for combat, but how could he apply medicine? With wounds scattered across her body, thigh, abdomen, chest, and back, removing her clothing was imperative for treatment. Observing the pained expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Jiang Ling steeled himself. No matter, saving her is paramount. Then, with a swift motion, he tore her pants and removed her top, leaving only her close-fitting garments. The abruptness of his actions caused Zhu Zhuqing to wince in pain. Jiang Ling himself was nearly overwhelmed, captivated by her striking figure, and quickly closed his eyes, muttering to himself to avert his gaze. Those who understand this duality of emotion know the struggle. He hastily covered her with a blanket and, in a frenzy for over half an hour, finally administered the medicine. The process, fraught with bodily contact, was a battle within himself. Ultimately, he fed her restorative elixirs, concluding the arduous yet tantalizing treatment. Meanwhile, the Zhu Zhuyan, having been struck away, did not return home, but instead, enduring her pain, rushed to the palace to inform her fiancé, Davis. Upon hearing that someone had rescued Zhu Zhuqing, Davis initially suspected Dai Mubai had not strayed far. Zhu Zhuyan vehemently refuted this, asserting that the rescuer was remarkably powerful, taking her down with a single move, and was a fire attribute expert. Davis, however, remained unconcerned, believing Zhu Zhuqing posed no threat. Yet Zhu Zhuyan, gritting her teeth, declared if she lives, I shall not find rest. That night, many were restless. Jiang Ling, seated upon a stool, could only envision Zhu Zhuqing's pale visage. The magnate from the manor searched in vain throughout the night, his mind rife with doubts. The couple in the palace pondered the situation as well. On the following day, Zhu Zhuqing awoke. As she opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented, she attempted to rise, only to be met with pain from her injuries, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. It was then she realized something was amiss. Where are my clothes? Upon lifting the blanket, she discovered she was clad only in her undergarments, with evident signs of treatment. Turning her head, she spotted Jiang Ling sleeping at the table, and tears streamed down her face. Jiang Ling, awakened by her distress, rushed over and explained, You were gravely injured. We could not treat you without removing your clothing. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing was not unreasonable, simply responding, I understand, thank you for saving me. Her voice, though tinged with a childlike quality, bore an icy resolve, accentuated by her figure, simply captivating. Jiang Ling sighed in relief, pleased that she was sensible. Just then, a rumbling from Zhu Zhuqing's stomach echoed. Her face flushed crimson. Jiang Ling perceptively remarked, Oh, I happen to be hungry as well. I shall fetch some food. With that, he discreetly exited. Once alone, Zhu Zhuqing struggled to rise, donning her tattered battle attire. When Jiang Ling returned with a carefully selected light meal, he was taken aback upon entering. I tell you, the sight was more revealing than if she had been entirely unclothed. The torn sections exposed her fair skin. A striking visual for the daylight. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing his gaze, quickly covered herself, exclaiming, "You turn around." Only then did Jiang Ling realize, hastily turning away, "My apologies. I forgot about the clothing situation." He then retrieved a set of his own garments from his jade pendant and placed them behind him. Once Zhu Zhuqing had changed, she quietly expressed her gratitude, her tone slightly softened. Jiang Ling offered to purchase her new clothing and indulge in a hearty meal outside. As Jiang Ling departed, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that a stranger would show her more kindness than her own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling's shopping experience was nothing short of a calamitous epic. When the salesgirl inquired, "Young master, are you buying clothes for your girlfriend?" Jiang Ling replied, No, for my sister." The salesgirl probed, "What size does your sister wear?" Jiang Ling, uncertain, responded, "I'm not quite sure. She's approximately 165 meters tall." Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the salesgirl's chest. Realization struck. "Oh, right. Her measurements are about 3 times yours." I nearly choked upon overhearing this, and the salesgirl's face darkened, struggling to suppress her ire for the sake of sales. Yet, Jiang Ling continued, "You two are of similar height, but her figure is cavia, her legs much longer." He gestured animatedly. His charm and good looks had evidently saved him thus far. Ultimately, he purchased a plethora of light-colored garments, including various sizes of undergarments, and departed amidst the salesgirl's resentful glare. After his shopping spree, he passed by a treasure trove, deciding to explore for any disguises. The search for the mask yielded no results. Instead, he stumbled upon a broken wooden plaque pulsating with spiritual energy. As he picked it up to examine it, a strikingly alluring young man in a blue robe also took notice, demanding that he relinquish the item. Of course, Jiang Ling refused, concocting a flimsy excuse about wanting to gift it to an elder. They exchanged subtle tests of resolve until the young man, introducing himself as Lan Xingchen, departed upon realizing he would not succeed. However, as soon as he exited, he ordered his subordinates to follow Jiang Ling. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper discovered the disguise mask, a high-quality piece capable of altering hair and eye color. When Jiang Ling tried it on, his handsome visage transformed into that of an ordinary passerby. The shopkeeper, pleased with his prompt purchase, offered the broken wooden plaque as a complimentary gift. Jiang Ling paid and hurried back to the hotel. Upon pushing open the door, he was surprised to find Zhu Zhuqing already in the midst of her training. This girl was truly a diligent one. He presented her with the clothes he had bought, but she hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed at his intention to step outside, and suggested he remain inside while she adjusted the curtains. Jiang Ling was taken aback and promptly turned away, sitting with his back to the bed. However, the rustling sounds of her changing clothes stirred his senses, and in desperation, he shut down his hearing. Inside the curtain, Zhu Zhuqing struggled for quite some time, ultimately realizing that the undergarments Jiang Ling had purchased were too small. She finally managed to squeeze into the largest pair. She then picked up a light green dress, a garment she hadn't worn since she was 6 years old. When she emerged from behind the curtain wearing the long skirt, she radiated elegance. She approached Jiang Ling and softly called out to him. As he opened his hearing, he turned to see her, his eyes lighting up with admiration as he complimented her beauty. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, and after a prolonged silence, finally introduced herself. "I am Zhu Zhuqing. May I ask your name?" "I am Jiang Ling, but I travel under the alias Jiang Luer." An awkward atmosphere enveloped them once more. Ultimately, Jiang Ling broke the silence, deciding to lay everything bare and urging her to leave this dreadful place. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing replied that escape was not an option for her. The fate of the defeated was to have their soul power stripped and be confined, as her family wielded immense power. "Where could I possibly flee?" she lamented. Jiang Ling was perplexed. If Dai Mubai could escape, why couldn't she? "I have compelling reasons to fight on." Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her gaze resolute. She began recounting the tragic saga of her family and the cruel royal alliances that had led to fratricidal strife. "My second sister died 5 years ago," she said, tears streaming down her face. She was a naive fool, believing that familial love could mend this wretched family, only to meet her demise at the hands of our father right before my eyes. Jiang Ling was taken aback. What a tragedy. His heart ached for her, and he gently enveloped her in an embrace. In that moment, I understood. Zhu Zhuqing continued, withdrawing from his embrace to change all of this. One must possess strength and power. For the sake of my sister, I must persevere, even at the cost of my life. Jiang Ling realized that this was an insurmountable challenge. He even hinted at having the support of the Wuhuan Temple, promising her a lifetime of safety and top-tier resources. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in refusal. She resolved to return, stating that there were healing soul masters within her family. Before departing, she pressed her silver bracelet into Jiang Ling's hand as a token of gratitude. Watching her retreating figure, he returned to his room only to find the battle-worn bodysuit and undergarments she had discarded on the bed. This girl had left in such haste that she forgot her belongings. Jiang Ling shook his head in disbelief and, after a moment's hesitation, folded the garments neatly and stored them in his jade pendant space. 3 days later, Zhu Zhuqing stood in the attic, lost in thought. Her third sister approached, mistakenly assuming she was pining for Daimu Bai. Just then, the guard reported that a young man named Jiang Luer claimed to be her friend. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened. How dare he come here? Without a second thought, she declared, I don't know him. Send him away. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, regret washed over her, and she decided to clarify things in person. Upon reaching the entrance, she witnessed a sight that plunged her into despair. She saw Jiang Ling, wearing an ordinary face, chatting amicably with her sister, Zhu Zhuyan, the very sister who would wish her harm. In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing felt utterly betrayed. After Zhu Zhuyan departed with a smile, she approached Jiang Ling, who appeared quite pleased. Why did you take so long? I've been waiting forever, he exclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was icy enough to freeze. I was afraid that coming out too soon would ruin your plans. Jiang Ling, taken aback, responded, Huh? What's wrong? What plans could I possibly have? Jiang Luer, Zhu Zhuqing dropped the honorific. Since you have chosen my sister's side, we should minimize our contact. Jiang Ling was left utterly bewildered. What was going on? When had he aligned with Zhu Zhuyan? Suddenly, realization dawned on him. You've been here for quite a while. Haven't you? He queried, a smirk playing on his lips. Did you see me talking to Zhu Zhuyan? Zhu Zhuqing, annoyed by his scrutiny, turned her face away and scoffed. Am I wrong? You seemed quite happy chatting with her. It must have been quite fruitful. Jiang Ling burst into laughter. Ha, Zhuqing. I never expected you to have such an adorable side. You've wronged me this time. I just arrived, and your sister showed up, probably knowing I was here to find you and trying to gauge who I am. I must admit, your sister Zhu Zhuyan has quite the cunning. She is skilled at maintaining a facade. Her emotions are well concealed, unlike you. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, her expression clearly indicating her displeasure. She seemed to be mentally noting down the slight. Grabbing his hand, she insisted, We shouldn't linger here. I'll escort you out of the city. You must leave quickly. If Zhu Zhuyan's attempts to recruit you fail, the next step will surely be assassination. At that moment, Jiang Ling halted, pulling her back. I've made up my mind. I'll stay and help you. The affairs of the empire are no concern of Jiang Ling, as I am now Jiang Luer, with a new face. Who would recognize me? Her footsteps faltered, and she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. You really don't need to take such a great risk for me. He patted his chest. What are you saying? I came out for the experience. If there is no danger, it's merely a vacation. She remained silent for a moment before softly saying, Thank you. Her voice was so gentle that it momentarily short-circuited his brain. To mask his embarrassment, he hastily changed the subject. By the way, how did you recognize me? My disguise should have been flawless. She pointed to the jade pendant at his waist. You changed everything except for this pendant. Moreover, you have a habit of subconsciously touching it. He picked up the pendant, his expression softening. It was indeed a lapse on his part. This pendant is quite important to you. I sent it? She inquired curiously. He smiled. Yes, it was given to me by the most important person in my life. She said if I lost it, I would be in deep trouble. Sister, I wonder how you're doing now. After clarifying the situation, they decided to stroll through the bustling streets, of Xingluo City together. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have shed a heavy burden. Her demeanor transformed as she wore a radiant smile that Jiang Ling had never seen before. Passing by a small stall, he spotted a light green hairpin that would suit her perfectly and purchased it for 5 gold soul coins. Approaching her, he found her transfixed by a stall selling candied figurines. "Do you like this?" he asked her. She nodded, her gaze dimming slightly. "Yes. My second sister used to buy them for me." Without hesitation, he instructed the vendor, "Give me 2. He then handed her the jade hairpin, saying, "This is a gift for you. I see your hair is always unkempt, and this color complements your dress perfectly." She took the hairpin, her face slightly flushed, and replied, "But I don't know how to style my hair." "Allow me," I said, turning her around. I must tell you, the moment I gathered her long hair, I was taken aback by the sight of her snow-white nape, visible even from her collar. I quickly averted my gaze, feeling guilty, and focused on arranging her hair. Just as I finished and was about to say it looked good, chaos erupted outside. A horse was rampaging wildly, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling shy for my hairstyling, was lost in thought and failed to notice the commotion. As the crowd surged, she stumbled and fell directly into my arms. Oh, how can I explain this? In the next instant, I felt something soft collide with me, and as she instinctively grabbed onto me, we both froze. Realizing what had happened, Zhu Zhuqing quickly sprang away from my embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and dared not look at me. My mind went blank, and I hurriedly suppressed the heat rising within me. The atmosphere was so awkward it felt suffocating. I cleared my throat and said, "I will check what is happening." With a swift movement, I darted through the crowd, effortlessly weaving my way to the frenzied horse. With a burst of soul power, I managed to halt the horse in its tracks, and I caught the girl who had fallen off, gently setting her down before slipping away, concealing my achievements. Just as I took a few steps, a group of soldiers rushed over to protect the girl, indicating her extraordinary status. However, upon returning to Zhu Zhuqing's side, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. There was a murderous intent aimed directly at me. I seized her hand and said, "Come with me." "What is wrong?" She sensed something amiss. My mind raced. That ominous intent was following us, and I couldn't let her get caught up in it. So I feigned urgency, saying, "Hey, Zhuqing, I think I lost my sachet, probably when I saved that girl. Could you go back and help me find it? I will wait for you here." She nodded, not suspicious, and turned back. Watching her walk away, my smile vanished in an instant. With a flash, I dashed towards the outskirts of the city. Knowing I had discovered them and still daring to follow, they were quite confident in themselves. I increased my speed to the maximum, plunging into the surrounding forest. Having followed for so long, it was time to reveal myself. I shouted into the empty woods behind me. A tall, robust man jumped down from a tree, wielding a large blade with a grin. "You've chosen a fine place, serene and picturesque, perfect for your burial ground. Zhu Zhuqing sent you, didn't she? I can think of no one else. How impatient she is." I sneered. The man was named Yang Jin, revealing his soul rings, a mix of yellow, purple, and black, 6 in total. A formidable soul emperor at level 68. I was undeterred, drawing my long rainbow sword, my own 4 soul rings glowing in response. He was astonished, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Your second ring is a millennium old, and your 4th is 10,000 years? There is nothing impossible in this world," I replied nonchalantly. He sneered. "What does it matter if your soul rings are impressive? You're merely a soul master. I take great pleasure in crushing geniuses." With that, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, sending a storm of blades raining down upon me, impossible to evade. With no choice, I braced myself. 7 Suns divine art, golden bell shield. I thrust my sword into the ground, and a massive crimson bell enveloped me instantly. A tremendous roar echoed as the blades collided with the bell, the dust clouding around me. I didn't remain idle. Amidst the smoke, I activated 3 buffs, enhancing my speed, strength, and defense. In an instant, I transformed into a fiery dragon, sword in hand, bursting forth from the dust, charging straight at Yang Jin. With a resounding crash, I sent him flying, crashing through several trees. Yet, I too bore the brunt of the encounter. My palms were bruised and painful, and I had sustained several cuts from the residual force of his fifth soul skill. Though they were superficial, they left me looking quite battered. I understood clearly that he was a powerhouse. Engaging him head-on would be suicidal. How could a mere soul master possess such strength? He bellowed as he emerged from the wreckage, swinging his blade wildly at me. My mental acuity was fully engaged. His every move appeared sluggish, reminiscent of a cartoon in my eyes. I danced through the onslaught of his strikes, his swordsmanship riddled with flaws. After countless exchanges, I had inflicted 3 sword wounds upon him, and he grew increasingly alarmed. Driven to desperation, he unleashed his 4th soul skill, knocking me back, then panted mockingly, "Kid, your swordplay is exquisite, your agility commendable, but do you truly believe you've escaped unscathed?" I was taken aback, glancing down to discover blood seeping from my arm, shoulder, and chest, places where his great blade had struck. His laughter echoed. "You may evade my blade, but you cannot escape the force of its swing. Your soul power is inferior to mine, your body is weaker than mine, and that is the reason for your inevitable defeat today." I realized this was akin to a real-life, continuous damage debuff. He began to gather his strength, his blade turning crimson, invoking his 6th soul skill. Mountain and river shattered. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, turning trees and stones to dust. I felt like a small boat adrift at sea, on the brink of destruction. Yet, surrender was not in my vocabulary. "You wish to witness my strongest strike? Very well. I unleash my entire soul power, my eyes transforming into a fierce crimson. Long rainbow, sword technique. Long rainbow, piercing the sun." This was the mightiest single-target attack I could muster, a fusion of 7 swords. His blade's force descended like a colossal hand, while my sword aura surged forth, aiming straight for his heart. With a thunderous impact, the pressure was so intense it made my bones creak. Yet I held my ground with my sword planted in the earth. I, Jiang Ling, kneel only to heaven, the earth, and my masters. I will not kneel before a soul emperor. Just when he thought victory was assured, my sword aura pierced through his blade force, striking through his chest. He looked down at the gaping wound in disbelief, collapsing onto his knees in shock. As the pressure dissipated, I coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dragging my injured body, I approached him, needing to deliver the final blow. Otherwise, I could not rest easy healing. Why was it that he could no longer maintain his martial spirit? I sneered. Why should there be so many reasons? Do you think everyone is as mediocre as you? His fury erupted, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Likely the first time in his life someone had spoken to him in such a manner. "In your next life, do not be so arrogant." I swung my sword down, putting an end to his suffering. After all was said and done, I felt my soul power wane, nearly losing my balance, quickly sitting down to recuperate. This battle had been brutal. Several bones were broken, yet thankfully, I had not revealed my trump cards, relying solely on my swordsmanship to prevail. I glanced at the setting sun, anxiety gripping my heart. Oh no, Zhu Qing must be worried sick. I hurriedly searched Yang Jin's belongings for valuables, disposed of his body, and rushed back to the city. Upon my return, I found Zhu Qing sitting alone, hugging her knees, her shoulders trembling. Surely, after failing to find the sachet, she realized she had been deceived and, unable to locate me, feared I was in danger. Seeing her like this filled me with pain and guilt. "Zhu Qing, what is wrong?" I approached and gently patted her shoulder. The moment I touched her, she abruptly looked up, her eyes reddened, and spewed a mouthful of blood before collapsing into my arms. Alarmed, I quickly checked her pulse. It was erratic and chaotic. She had succumbed to internal turmoil. Without a moment to lose, I scooped her up and sprinted towards the inn, tearing off my disguise as I rushed. Placing her gently upon the bed, I discerned a stagnation of vital energy within her, necessitating the expulsion of this internal malaise. To achieve this, it was essential to press upon her Tanzhong point located at her chest. Who among the family understands this? My mind was overwhelmed, a cacophony of thoughts bombarding me. Saving her was paramount, yet the position was... I hesitated. However, witnessing the anguish etched upon her brow, I steeled myself. Life is of utmost importance. A moment's delay could render me a beast. Gradually, I placed my hand upon her. At that moment, I felt more anxious than when confronting the Soul Emperor. I held my breath and concentrated, delicately channeling my internal energy into her. For an entire hour, my focus was unwavering. By the end, I was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, as if I had been in a fierce battle. Finally, I had pulled her back from the brink of death. I laid her flat and covered her with a blanket, utterly fatigued, and succumbed to sleep on a nearby chair. Unbeknownst to me, once I drifted into slumber, she opened her eyes, gazing at me with a complex expression, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Surely, she would come to know everything later. Upon awakening the next day, I noticed an additional blanket covering me. I smiled, and upon lifting my gaze, I found her seated cross-legged on the bed, in deep meditation. "Are you all right?" I inquired. "All healed," she replied, maintaining her frigid demeanor, a true master of emotional control. Still unconvinced, I insisted, "Let me examine you once more." She immediately tensed, exclaiming, "No need. I know my own body." Her reaction was clear. She likely wished to avoid further examination of her chest. Nonetheless, I remained resolute, asserting, "No, you were in grave danger yesterday," with no option left. She blushed and sat up straight, her eyes tightly shut. This time, I had the sense to position myself behind her, placing my hands upon her back to assist her with my internal energy. As the energy coursed through her, her body softened, and she could not suppress a soft gasp. We both froze, the air thick with tension. In that instant, a singular thought echoed in my mind. This is it. I have become a saint. Once the examination concluded, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. She could no longer contain herself, pivoting to grasp my hand tightly, leaning forward as her aura radiated assertiveness. "Yesterday, did you intentionally divert me? Are you in league with Zhu Zhuyan?" The posture she struck was reminiscent of a domineering queen playfully interrogating her young consort. I was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond, before finally suggesting, "Let us discuss this after we get off the bed." Instantly, she snapped back to reality, releasing my hand and standing, her gaze fixed on her toes. I recounted the events of the previous day in detail, producing Yang Jin's belongings. Upon hearing Yang Jin's name and seeing the items, she was rendered speechless, stammering, "Yang Jin, the 68th level Soul Emperor? You killed him?" After I confirmed, she stood in shock for a moment before suddenly throwing herself into my embrace, holding me tightly. I could feel her trembling, so I gently patted her back to comfort her. She revealed that Yang Jin was Zhu Zhiyun's most trusted aide, and her second sister's death was closely tied to him. All her former confidants had perished at his hands. Only then did I realize that I had avenged a great wrong on her behalf. Once her emotions stabilized, I inquired about the configuration of her adversaries. She informed me that Zhu Zhuyan was at level 35, accompanied by a soul saint and several soul kings, with even more soul masters in her ranks. She glanced at me, then at herself. Goodness, we were but two individuals, mere solitary commanders. I reassured her, "It's not a problem." Suddenly, she interrupted, "Wait. You mentioned that you killed Yang Jin. What level are you?" "I am at level 44. I gained 2 levels from defeating him," I replied honestly. She was utterly bewildered. A soul master had defeated a soul emperor while being over 20 levels lower. This was simply unfathomable. "Can you kill a soul saint?" she asked cautiously. I shrugged. "I cannot." "Do you think soul saints grow on trees?" Noticing her hesitation, I added with a smile, "Don't worry. If I can't defeat them, I can still find allies. You focus on your cultivation. The rest is up to me." Seeing her clumsy concern for me, I couldn't help but smile fondly. Meanwhile, miles away in Wuhuan City, within the papal palace, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne and calmly instructed Yue Guan. "Nana will be going out for training tomorrow. Arrange for a female soul Douluo to protect her discreetly. They must not intervene unless it is a matter of life and death." Just as she finished arranging the bodyguard for Nana, she abruptly turned to her subordinates, asking, "By the way, where is my precious disciple, Ling? Any news?" Her subordinate quickly replied that she had likely gone to the capital of the Xinglua Empire. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong dismissed them, sitting alone on her throne. feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. I could almost imagine her inner monologue. In this vast Wuhuan city, I am left as the solitary elder. Who understands the pain of this empty nest pope? Meanwhile, I had indeed arrived in the capital of Xinghua. After parting ways with Zhu Zhuqing, I donned a disguise and began to wander in the hidden corners. I felt as if someone had been observing me from the shadows, like an electronic ghost. Each time I scanned with my spiritual energy, they vanished without a trace. Initially, I suspected it was Yang Jin, the one sent by Zhu Zhuyun, but reconsidering, I realized that my conflict with Zhu Zhuyun had only just begun, and this presence had been following me for days. Thus, I narrowed my focus to the individual who had attempted to outbid me at the auction. What was his name? Lan Xingjian. Very well, if you enjoy playing stealth, then I shall turn the tables and not play your game any longer. I made a decisive choice to head straight to the Wuhuan sub-palace in Xinghua. Upon arrival, I wasted no time and slammed the papal order given to me by Bibi Dong onto the table. The emblem, adorned with swords, hammers, and dragons, radiated authority. I addressed the receptionist with a single command. Bring me the highest-ranking official here, the Platinum Bishop. Before long, an elderly man, slightly hunched, approached with trepidation. Greeting me as elder. I cut to the chase. You are the bishop, correct? Spare me the formalities. I need you to find me several soul masters above level 70. Preferably those with status in the Xinghua Empire, but not officially affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple. Understand? He appeared utterly perplexed, asking, Elder, what on earth are you planning? I succinctly replied, to establish authority. Seeing his confusion, I sensed the situation was ripe for my lesson. I queried, when I present the papal order here, aren't you required to report to His Holiness? He affirmed that he was obliged. I swiftly removed my disguise, revealing my true identity, and smiled at him, saying, Then please extend my regards to my master. In that instant, the old man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape as he stammered, You are the disciple of His Holiness. Ah, this was precisely the reaction I sought. I nonchalantly donned my mask again, waved goodbye, and left him bewildered. While I was busy recruiting, Zhu Zhuqing was not idle either. After returning home and showering, her third sister, Zhu Zhuting, arrived. Being astute, Zhu Zhuting immediately sensed something was amiss with Zhu Zhuqing and interrogated her. You didn't return last night? With whom? She cautioned her not to forget her engagement and to tread carefully to avoid jeopardizing herself. In response, Zhu Zhuqing boldly declared that she was no longer interested in romantic entanglements and only wished to grow stronger to defeat her elder sister, Zhu Zhuyan. Moreover, she had resolved to participate in the Xinghua ancient realm a month from now. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuting's face drained of color. Have you lost your mind? That place opens only once every 2 years. This year, it is likely restricted to Soul Kings and below. Your elder sister and Davis will undoubtedly be there. You, a mere 20-something soul master, will be going there just to be a target. However, Zhu Zhuqing was quite stubborn, insisting that this was her only opportunity. While the two were engaged in conversation, embracing and weeping profusely, I pushed the door open. What a predicament it was. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. Upon noticing my presence, her third sister hastily wiped her tears, casting a meaningful glance at me as she passed by. Whispering in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, Hua Yuan awaits you. Upon arriving at the garden, her third sister expounded on the perils and life-threatening nature of the Xinghua ancient realm, providing me with a comprehensive understanding akin to pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Then, guess what she urged me to do? Rather than accompany Zhu Zhuqing, she implored me to persuade her to abandon her quest, suggesting that it would be best to knock her unconscious and take her away from that cursed place. I outright refused. Her frustration escalated, her voice rising an octave. You refuse? Are you just going to watch her march to her doom? I sighed. Elder sister, you misunderstand. I mean to accompany her inside. How can I not know her temperament? If I forcibly take her away, she will never find happiness. So she is reckless? Very well. I shall indulge her in this folly. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, ultimately conceding to arrange for my entry. I was somewhat incensed. How could this girl conceal such a significant matter from me? I would see how she would be reprimanded upon my return. Early the next morning, my external assistants arrived. A soul saint brother named Nu Zhan, at level 78, with the martial soul of a violent ape king, appeared like an iron tower. The efficiency of the Mom Master Church is remarkable. They must have been aware of my identity and thus provided me with formidable support. This brother was particularly respectful, addressing me as young master, which left me feeling somewhat unaccustomed. I inquired if he had noticed anything unusual upon his arrival. He informed me that two groups were surveilling the hotel. One was a soul saint, and the other was particularly cautious, a stealth specialist who slipped away upon his arrival. I was quite clear in my mind. The soul saint belonged to Zhu Zhuyun, while the stealth specialist was from Lan Xingchen's faction. I issued a direct command. Uncle Nu, have that stealth specialist return. Can you ensure he remains? He affirmed that it was no problem. I added, as for the soul saint, do not eliminate him just yet. He has not departed, correct? Teach him a lesson to instill some caution. After these arrangements, I set off to find Zhu Zhuqing. As fate would have it, I encountered her elder sister, Zhu Zhuyun, right in the Zhu family courtyard. She attempted to assert her authority over me, suggesting, Jiang Ling, whatever Zhu Zhuqing offers you, I will double. I couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately sizing her up, my gaze lingering for a few moments on her prominent bosom, then feigning innocence as I sighed. My dear lady, you misunderstand. As the attendant of the fourth young lady, her compensation is beyond your means. To my amusement, her face turned an ashen shade of green with anger, pointing at me and accusing me of insulting the royal family. I shrugged. I said nothing. Must I be held accountable for your assumptions? After all, it was your actions that nearly cost our Zhu Qing her life. A little teasing to relieve my frustration is hardly excessive. Upon reaching Zhu Zhuqing's courtyard, I found her diligently practicing. Upon spotting me, she ceased her exercises, her tone tinged with slight reproach. You didn't come this morning. I've already absorbed my second soul ring. Hearing this, I realized this young lady is rather eager. I took a seat on a stone bench and teased her. Oh, how? This is a second soul skill. Shall we give it a try? To my surprise, she took me seriously and was eager to engage. I stood, placing my left hand behind my back. Very well. I shall allow you one hand and will not use my martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing's expression tightened. Evidently, she felt I was underestimating her. Without further ado, she unleashed her martial soul and attacked. Her speed was astonishing, leaving only after images in her wake. I closed my eyes and sidestepped, but then her nails suddenly elongated, ripping through my shirt. I gazed at my torn garment, amused. I let my guard down, failing to dodge. How to salvage my facade? Why? By attempting to maintain it once more. My left hand remained behind my back, while my right gestured invitingly. She pouted and charged again. A graceful high kick aimed straight for my face. I tilted my head slightly, capturing her ankle with my right hand. She was quick to respond, executing a backflip and attempting to kick me with her other leg, forcing me to release my grip. Her flexibility prompted me to exclaim, "What a wonderful waist." Her face flushed crimson, and she muttered an insult. Lech. I was momentarily stunned. I praised her flexibility, yet she scolded me? The mind of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. She paid no heed to my confusion, her assault intensifying like a little wildcat. Relentless in her attack, I realized she was attempting to compel me to use both hands. Seizing an opportunity, I grasped her wrist, and, as she attempted to change tactics, with a firm pull, I lifted her into the air. Just as she was about to fall, I could not bear to let her hit the ground. I swiftly extended my foot to cushion her fall. Quite soft and springy. Zhu Zhuqing's face resembled a ripe apple, and she hurriedly broke free from my grasp. Regaining her composure, I cleared my throat, adopting an air of expertise, a commendable strategy, but your eagerness to attack has left too many openings. Unsurprisingly, she was unconvinced, defiantly raising her head. It's not over yet. I haven't even used my soul skill. All right, let us continue. I chuckled. This headstrong girl is truly endearing. Her first soul skill, spectral thrust. Her speed surged, launching another assault. I effortlessly evaded with a light step. However, a smile curled at the corner of her mouth, and my heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. This was not her first soul skill. A flurry of claw shadows descended upon me, leaving no room to evade. Seven Suns Divine Art, Golden Bell Shield. I dared not be careless. I clasped my hands together, summoning a transparent bell-shaped energy shield that instantly enveloped me. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, witnessing my lack of avoidance. She attempted to forcibly retract her already released soul skill. Was this not absurd? Soul skills cannot simply be retracted at will. The moment she tried, a bitter taste filled her throat, and she suffered a backlash. Countless claw strikes rained upon my golden bell shield, akin to a mere tickle. As her soul skill concluded, I had just finished my technique when she rushed over. Her face pale, anxiously examining me. "Are you all right? You scare me," I thought. Seeing her concerned expression, I couldn't resist reaching out to poke her nose gently. Just as I was about to suggest that, as a sensitive attack-type soul master, she ought to learn some self-preservation skills like my golden bell shield, she suddenly swayed and collapsed into my arms. I quickly caught her. However, the positioning of my hands was somewhat awkward, resting right beside her chest. Without a moment to spare, I hurriedly carried her to the bed, using my true energy to regulate her breathing. Upon checking her pulse, I realized this foolish girl had interrupted her soul skill out of fear of injuring me, resulting in her current state. I felt a mix of guilt and tenderness. She truly was a girl with a tough exterior, yet a gentle heart. Zhu Zhuqing slept soundly until the afternoon. When she awoke, her eyes met mine as I dozed beside her bed. Our gazes locked, creating a moment imbued with subtle tension. I promptly straightened up, feigning to take her pulse. "You are fine now, just a bit weak. You should rest more," she softly acknowledged, her voice so gentle it seemed to flow like water. Observing her frail appearance, I remarked, "You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare something for you." Half an hour later, I entered with a bowl of steaming porridge, helping her to sit up. The warmth from my hand through her clothing made her cheeks flush. As she sipped delicately, I smiled and inquired if she wanted more, to which she shyly shook her head. The room fell silent once more. After a long pause, I finally spoke, my voice barely above a whisper. "Zhuqing, is there something you wish to say to me?" I wanted her to voice it herself. She hesitated for a moment, then comprehension dawned upon her. Her eyes filled with panic, and she nearly cried out, "You already know? Brother Jiang, it was not my intention to conceal the truth from you. The Xingluo ancient realm is a world unto itself, complex in nature, and has even witnessed the demise of a soul Douluo. Given your exceptional talents, you truly should not undertake such perilous risks on my behalf. However, I had not contemplated it deeply. I reasoned that I had set out primarily to gain experience. So why not venture into danger? Moreover, the Xingluo ancient realm is evidently no ordinary entity. Encountering it fortuitously allows me to assist you, which is, after all, a win-win situation." I crafted an excuse that was remarkably grandiose, but Zhu Zhuqing, being astute, saw right through it. Nevertheless, she chose not to expose me and simply consented. Before my departure, I affectionately tousled her hair and jested that I would be her teacher from the following day, instructing her in agility. However, the moment I stepped outside, I found myself utterly at a loss. Uncle Nu, my bodyguard of Soul Saint caliber, was stationed like a guardian deity at the entrance of the Zhu residence for the entire afternoon. Who could comprehend my predicament? A soul saint capable of being an ancestor of a top-tier family was reduced to guarding the door. If word got out, I would surely be ridiculed. I told him he need not be so vigilant, yet he insisted it was his duty to ensure my safety. What could I say? I simply urged him to join me for a meal. As soon as I left, Zhu Zhuqing's third sister entered the house. Zhuqing had already surmised that the news regarding the ancient realm had been disclosed to me by her sister. Her sister, having been rendered incapable of assisting Zhuqing, had no choice but to seek external help to ensure her return safely. The following day, Uncle Nu and I commenced rigorous training. I must tell you, for half a month, I was relentlessly subdued by him, aside from the first day when my 100,000-year spirit ring intimidated him. The remainder of the time was spent in military-style training. Striking him was futile. I inquired what I should do, and he simply replied that I should diligently cultivate and enhance my spirit power. At that moment, I felt utterly disheartened. To hear such empty platitudes. I turned away, unwilling to engage further. Soon, the day arrived for us to enter the ancient realm. From our side, 9 individuals ventured forth. I teamed up with Zhu Zhuqing, while the remaining 7 aligned with her sister, Zhu Zhuyan. The glares directed at me from those individuals were laden with hostility, as if they wished to see me dead. I, however, responded with a warm smile, maintaining a composed demeanor. Leading our group was Zhu Zhuqing's father, a formidable soul Douluo of level 89, exuding an aura of cold authority. Out of sheer curiosity, I stealthily activated my Puwang Jitong to take a glance, nearly being caught in the act, which sent a shiver down my spine. Upon reaching the palace's side hall, an elderly man emerged to address us, stating that the teleportation portal would remain active for a month, and that once inside, everyone would be randomly teleported. Whether one would land in a perilous situation or with advantageous equipment would depend solely on luck. After his speech, the eldest prince, Davis, the imposing figure associated with Zhu Zhuyan, gestured a throat-cutting sign toward me and uttered a menacing remark before stepping through the portal. I disregarded him, instead sending a message to Zhu Qing, meet at Dongming Mountain, before following suit. Let me tell you, my landing experience was nothing short of hellish. Upon regaining my balance, I was immediately confronted by a 3-meter-tall, saber-toothed tiger. After expending considerable effort to eliminate the beast, I prepared it for dinner. Glancing at the map, I realized that Dongming Mountain was exceedingly distant, and I worried about Zhu Qing's situation. The next day, I took to the skies on my sword, fully unleashing my mental prowess as I sped toward Dongming Mountain. While flying, I noticed a commotion below. 2 men and a woman were being pursued by a frost 3-headed serpent. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, but the woman recognized me and shouted that she knew Zhu Zhuqing's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, I immediately halted. The woman had teleported alongside Zhu Qing and informed me that Zhu Qing encountered Davis's henchmen upon landing and had since sustained injuries, fleeing toward the southeast direction of Liang Ravine. I felt a surge of urgency and, disregarding everything else, dispatched the 3-headed serpent with a couple of sword strikes to save them, then turned and flew toward Liang Ravine. My heart was heavy with frustration. The poor girl had the worst luck, encountering her enemies right away. I flew with all my might and finally reached Liang Ravine by noon. Upon arrival, I overheard 3 men boasting, claiming that Zhu Zhuqing was truly fierce, preferring to leap off a cliff rather than be captured. 2 of them spoke lewdly, their words reeking of vulgarity and fantasy. In that moment, my anger flared. Let me tell you, I have never been so enraged in my life. Stepping out from behind the tree, my face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The 2 men continued their banter, and without hesitation, I unleashed a blade of sword energy, cleaving the most foul-mouthed among them in half. The remaining 2 were rendered speechless, and as they attempted to retaliate, I found them no more formidable than paper. In a matter of moments, one lay dead while I incapacitated the other, leaving him crippled on the ground. I pointed my sword at him, demanding he lead me to the spot where Zhu Qing had jumped off the cliff. He attempted to negotiate, but I pierced his kneecap with my sword, and he immediately complied. Upon reaching the cliff's edge and gazing into the unfathomable abyss, a chill ran through me. I dispatched the last man, sparing him a gruesome fate for the sake of his relatively clean words, then kicked him off the cliff. In life, one must see the living. In death, one must see the corpse. Protecting myself with my spirit power, I leaped into the void without a second thought. The chasm below was akin to a vast furnace, with temperatures rising the deeper I descended. The man I had kicked down ignited spontaneously midway. Were it not for my cultivation of the supreme fire element, I surely would have perished as well. After what felt like an eternity, as my spirit power dwindled, I finally reached the ground. This accursed place suppressed mental power, forcing me to rely solely on my legs to navigate. As I called out Zhu Qing's name while advancing, I soon spotted a figure lying on the ground ahead. Rushing over, my heart skipped a beat. It was Zhu Zhuqing. She was still alive, but her clothing had been completely incinerated by the intense heat. I hurriedly retrieved clothes from my storage jade pendant to cover her, only to watch them turn to ash the moment they emerged. It dawned on me that only my spirit power-protected garments had survived, yet my spirit power was nearly depleted. Indeed, the very next moment, my own clothes disintegrated as well. What an embarrassing predicament. With a steely resolve, I approached to lift her, and upon making contact with her skin, I realized that the healing energy I had previously bestowed upon her had safeguarded her vital points. I swiftly picked her up and sought a way out, the absence of clothing making the situation rather awkward, compelling me to recite my mental techniques. Careful not to glance around. After what felt like an eternity, on the verge of dehydration, I finally sensed a decrease in temperature. I quickly donned some clothing and wrapped her in a black cloak. At that moment, she stirred awake, groggily calling for water. Fortune smiled upon us as I discovered a small lake nearby. I hurriedly fed her some water and, unable to resist the allure, jumped in myself. The sensation was nothing short of rejuvenating. I soon realized the lake possessed peculiar properties, not only cooling us, but also restoring spirit power. Without hesitation, I pulled Zhu Qing in as well. Her healing took precedence, and I set aside any concerns. Exhausted, we both fell asleep in the lake. When I next opened my eyes, I was awakened by Zhu Qing's piercing scream. Upon regaining consciousness and noticing our predicament, her face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, as she curled up in embarrassment. I quickly turned to put on my clothes. The scene was nothing short of a social catastrophe. Once she was also dressed, I explained the circumstances to her. After listening, she quietly inquired if I had seen everything. I stiffly nodded. She then asked if I had seen her. Well, you know. It took me a moment to comprehend what she meant, and I could only respond with a stiff nod again. Her next question nearly left me dumbfounded. She asked if I would dislike her. Internally, I thought, what is there to dislike? I blurted out, why would I dislike you? You're quite beautiful. Immediately, I wished I could slap myself. She buried her head lower, expressing that the legendary physique was inauspicious. Goodness, I thought. It is already the year 2025. How can such antiquated beliefs still persist? I hurriedly explained to her that those were mere rumors, gently patting her head, and said, once I help you defeat Zhu Zhuyuan, you shall accompany me. Though the girl felt a sense of joy, she seemed to hesitate due to concerns about my affections for others, thus refraining from a direct response. She diverted the conversation, stating that this place was peculiar and we should leave promptly. I replied, there is no rush. I sense great opportunities here. However, the predicament arose that soul power could only be restored in the lake. We exchanged glances, unable to simply soak together again. Ultimately, I felled a large tree, tossing it into the center of the lake to create a barrier, allowing each of us to cultivate back to back. Once our soul power was fully restored, we ventured deeper towards the cliff's base. The heat intensified, and I took her hand, channeling my soul power to shield her from the oppressive temperature. We arrived at the very spot where I had first discovered her. She recalled that before her leap, she had vaguely heard a roar from a certain direction ahead. That must be the source. We followed the sound and uncovered a deep well from which all the heat waves and roars emanated. Gazing at the well, I hesitated. This place was too sinister. Alone, I could manage, but with Zhu Qing, I was about to suggest we turn back when she interjected, since we are here, I shall accompany you through fire and water. Upon hearing her words, my heart stirred, and seeing her resolute gaze, all hesitation vanished. I laughed heartily, wrapped my arm around her waist, and leapt directly into the well. Inside the well was a world of exaggeration, boundless and bathed in fiery hues. With violent flames swirling all around, I conjured a protective shield to envelop us as we descended deeper. The well seemed bottomless, and the temperature escalated exponentially. Observing her face glistening with beads of sweat, I noted how they trickled down her neck, disappearing from sight. I told her that if we went any deeper, we would not merely be obscured from view, but would likely evaporate. The temperature in this cursed place was absurdly high. My throat felt parched, and my energy was rapidly depleting as I maintained the protective shield. I attempted to speak, opening my mouth, but uttering not a single word. After a long pause, I managed to say, I have water in my jade pendant. You should drink some. The water from the lake was truly remarkable, remaining cool even in such a place. Zhu Qing retrieved a water pouch, offering it to me before taking a sip herself. As we continued our descent, I lost track of time. My mind fixated solely on the thought, descend, descend, descend. Yet, my energy was waning, and I gritted my teeth telling her, "We have half an hour left. If we do not reach the bottom, we must turn back, or we will lack the strength to ascend." 15 minutes passed with nothing but red surroundings. After another 10 minutes, I could no longer hold on, sighing, "Zhu Qing, let us head back." The sense of unwillingness was overwhelming. Had she not been in my arms, I would have muttered a few curses. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Jiang, wait. There's something below." I quickly looked down, and to my astonishment, a dark spot was rapidly enlarging amidst the endless sea of flames. My mind buzzed, and I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Zhu Qing, close your eyes." In that instant, I activated my Pu Wang Ji Tong, transforming the glaring crimson world into pure darkness. We plummeted like free-falling objects, but fortunately, I managed to retract my weight, landing with a thud on solid ground not long after. This place was comfortable, neither hot nor dark, but instead infused with a refreshing moonlit ambience, accompanied by a gentle breeze. I shook her gently, saying, "You can open your eyes now." As we looked up, we were greeted by an enormous stone door adorned with the grand inscription, "Zhen Mo Jing." Seeing Montaking, the name alone suggested it was no Disney wonderland. I rummaged through my memory of the texts gleaned from the Wuhan Palace, but found nothing significant. I told Zhu Qing, "Stay close to me. Let us investigate." Upon reaching the door, I noticed it was covered in murals. As I gazed at them, a ripple of recognition surged through me. This was beyond my comprehension. The creatures depicted within were unknown to the Douluo Dalu. Zhu Qing, noticing my astonishment, inquired about my reaction. I stammered in excitement. "This is the divine beast Zhu Long. In our legends, when you close your eyes, it is dark. When you open them, it is bright, truly magnificent." I traced the contours of the mural portraying a creature with a human face and serpentine body, all crimson, clutching a flame in its mouth. If this indeed contained such a deity, I would not hesitate to make a swift exit. However, upon closer inspection, my smile faltered. In my excitement, I lifted Zhu Qing and twirled her around several times before setting her down, leaving her blushing profusely. "Huh, Zhu Qing," Wei struck gold. As she adjusted her clothing, she asked what I had comprehended. Grasping her hand, I pointed at the mural and explained, "Look, this depicts a story. The esteemed Zhu Long was gravely injured in battle and lost the innate fire essence it once held in its mouth. Subsequently, this fire essence gained sentience, wreaking havoc and causing chaos throughout the realm. Ultimately, it was two divine sisters, the water goddess of Xiaoxiang, who subdued it, imprisoning it within this well and setting up a grand array to purify it daily." I indicated the two breathtaking goddesses depicted in the mural, leaving Zhu Qing in awe. I understood clearly that this was no starry ancient realm. It was likely an alternate world that had inadvertently merged with Douluo Dalu. Of course, I could not disclose this. So I fabricated a tale about having encountered it in an ancient manuscript at the Wuhan Palace. Noticing her still icy demeanor, I could not contain myself any longer and placed my hand on her shoulder, saying, "Hey, we've uncovered such a monumental secret. Surely there are treasures within. Can't you muster any excitement? Come on, learn from me, haha." However, the girl remained unyielding, attempting to break free. As my grip slipped, my hand inadvertently descended, making a resounding clap. The sensation was quite something. She froze, her face flushed, staring at me with a look that said, "How dare you?" My mind was momentarily blank. It was a reflexive action, and I could only feign ignorance as I swiftly turned to search for the door mechanism. Zhu Qing, behind me, was likely cursing me under her breath, thinking, "Scoundrel, two-timing, dream on." I paid no heed to her thoughts and pressed on a protruding stone, causing a thunderous rumble as the massive stone door slowly creaked open. Once the door swung wide, we entered a vast hall. As we stepped inside, the entire chamber illuminated instantly. At the center stood a high platform, crowned with a blue canopy, beneath which lay a vibrant red flame, with a glowing green bamboo suspended above it. The entire floor was adorned with intricate array symbols. Sensing something was amiss with the array, I casually tossed a piece of clothing from my jade pendant into the air as a test. The moment the clothing reached mid-air, a multitude of water jets sprang from the ground, instantly transforming it into a porcupine. Cold sweat trickled down my back. The speed was such that I could not evade it. Just then, the flames beneath the canopy began to churn violently, morphing into a small, palm-sized red kitten, meowing excitedly at us. Could this be the innate fire essence? Zhu Qing was taken aback. I too was bewildered. How could such a small creature incite chaos across the world? The little cat, observing us, was ecstatic, jumping around within the canopy and pointing at the green bamboo above with its tiny paws, meowing even more. I tentatively asked, "Do you want me to help you retrieve that bamboo?" It nodded vigorously. However, entering would surely turn me into a pincushion. I simply shrugged my shoulders. Upon hearing this, the little kitten patted its tiny chest and instantly transformed back into a fireball, causing the flames to surge dramatically, destabilizing the entire array within the grand hall. I hastily tossed another piece of clothing into the fray, but this time, the water gun did not emerge. It was using its own power to suppress the formation. Just as I contemplated drawing my sword, I hesitated. What if this creature turned out to be a murderous fiend? That would put Zhu Qing in grave danger. Yet, relinquishing the endeavor left me unsatisfied. Just as I found myself in this dilemma, Zhu Qing took action, not wishing to become a burden to me. She executed a shadowy claw strike towards the bamboo. If she was going in, I had no reason to hesitate. I unleashed my most powerful move, the long rainbow piercing the sun directly at the bamboo. The two forces collided, resulting in a resounding crack as the bamboo snapped, extinguishing the formation on the ground. Almost simultaneously, the blue dome atop the platform shattered with a loud bang, and a red beam shot towards me. I barely had time to react before it landed in my arms, reverting back to its kitten form, nuzzling against me and making soft mewing sounds. I exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not an attack. Zhu Qing was equally startled. The speed at which it had acted prevented her from even stepping in front of me. I carefully cradled the little creature, noticing that its pupils were not the fierce crimson I had expected, but rather a pure, pale red. As I studied it, it reached out a tiny paw, attempting to touch my forehead. Instinctively, I recoiled, causing its ears to droop in a display of apparent disappointment. Can anyone comprehend the weight of such a scene? Beside me, Zhu Qing was utterly smitten, bursting into laughter as she reached out to scoop it up. In response, the little kitten extended its paw towards her, and she did not shy away, pressing her forehead against it. In an instant, she became petrified, her face flushed like an apple. I was taken aback as she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I said, "If you want to speak, I shall." I grasped its other paw and pressed it against my forehead. "Father, do you dislike me?" A soft, melodic voice resembling that of a little girl erupted in my mind. My goodness, I was utterly taken aback. This was akin to the latest model of a cybernetic surprise. Before I could regain my composure, the kitten's voice resonated in both our minds again. "It was you and Mother who saved me." We both froze, turning to face each other, nearly colliding noses. And in a moment of electric realization, we released our grips, causing the kitten to fall to the ground with a thud. Whoa, Mother doesn't want me anymore. Zhu Qing's heart ached for it, quickly lifting it up and distancing herself from me. This little creature eventually transformed into a delicate girl, and I pondered that calling her little kitten was inadequate, so I named her Jiang Ling, with the affectionate nickname Linger. To my astonishment, this little one became Zhu Qing's accessory, claiming that my embrace was too rigid while her mother-s was soft and fragrant. I was left in a state of disbelief. How could this little cotton-padded jacket be both breezy and heart-wrenching? With pressing matters at hand, I examined the green bamboo that had been severed, discovering it could be unscrewed, revealing a droplet of water resembling a tear within. Linger informed us that this object contained immense energy, a transformative substance for Zhu Qing. Yet for someone with a fire attribute like myself, consuming it would result in immediate demise. Zhu Qing, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted it. Just as she prepared to absorb its essence, Linger suddenly exclaimed her hunger, insisting on consuming my sword rather than any beast's milk. As I drew out the long rainbow sword, she darted inside it in an instant, vanishing entirely. Both Zhu Qing and I were left dumbfounded, only to hear Linger's voice emanating from within the sword. declaring that the environment inside was splendid and that she would reside there from now on. After which she fell silent. Upon inspecting my sword, I was taken aback to find it had undergone an epic transformation. Its blade flowed with lava and was entwined with flames. Its power dramatically increased. This was indeed a fortuitous acquisition of a sword spirit daughter. Once I had settled Ling, Zhu Zhuqing began to absorb the divine liquid. I must say, the scene was akin to a rocket launch. Her soul power surged from level 20, rapidly ascending to level 30. Upon regaining consciousness, her eyes sparkled with the depth of an ocean. She revealed that not only had her long-standing injuries healed, but her martial spirit had also evolved, significantly boosting her strength, allowing her to easily dominate her sister. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and suddenly, she threw herself into my embrace, burying her head on my shoulder while weeping. She expressed that she had entered this place with a fatalistic resolve, and it was I who had given her hope. Gently, I patted her back, wiping her tears away, and smiled, saying, "Smile, for your laughter is charming. Your brother Jiang will adore such a brave you." Then, let me tell you, the moment of sheer ecstasy arrived. She gazed at me, and suddenly her face broke into a radiant smile, a smile that was simply enchanting. Closing her eyes, she rose on her toes and kissed me. At that moment, my mind went blank with only one thought. Goodness, I was being kissed forcefully. Damn it, I had completely forgotten to reciprocate. By the time I regained my senses, she had already turned away, leaving me with a flushed nape. Frustration engulfed me as I begrudgingly soared into the air with her on my sword. Thankfully, with Ling in the sword, the journey back was much more manageable. When we finally returned to the ground, I cast one last glance at the well and told Zhu Zhuqing, "Let us find someone to inquire how many days we've been in here." She nodded obediently, seeming considerably gentler after absorbing the water's power. We followed the map towards the center of this world, passing by the lake where we had previously encountered each other candidly. To my astonishment, the entire lake had dried up, leaving nothing but a barren expanse. I surmised that we were likely responsible for this. After all, we had uprooted the Xiangfei bamboo from the formation, which acted as a main water source. Once its essence was depleted, the lake evaporated like a bathtub with the plug pulled. After trudging for another 2 days, we finally reached the center of this strange place, known as Yunqijidi. To my surprise, I spotted someone familiar. There stood Davis, that pretentious fellow, accompanied by his entourage and Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhiyun, blocking our path. Davis greeted us with a smug grin, saying, "Well, if at ISNT the little mouse who has been hiding for over 20 days finally decided to come out?" I couldn't help but chuckle, crossing my arms as I replied, "My friend, have you perhaps misjudged your own standing? With your strength, do you think I would hide? You're merely a grasshopper hopping by the roadside. I can't even be bothered to step on you." Immediately, a brazen lackey behind him leaped forward, pointing at me with indignation. "How dare you speak to the Grand Prince in such a manner?" Davis waved him off, feigning nonchalance. "Young man, do you know the price of your insolence?" His gaze dripped with malice, clearly perceiving me as Zhu Zhuqing's bodyguard, believing that I had offended his grand authority. I drew the long rainbow sword, declaring, "The price? I relish doing things that please me, such as right now, where I truly wish to beat you." As my words concluded, a fiery blade of energy shot forth. The eager lackey rushed forward, summoning a shield of some sort. Yet, it shattered effortlessly like paper. Sparks ignited upon contact with his arm, and he howled in agony as the flames consumed him, refusing to extinguish. Davis, unperturbed, unsheathed his blade, swiftly severing his companion's arm, then turned to me, shouting, "What a vile tactic!" I was left incredulous, exclaiming, "Hold on a second. His arm was severed by you. What does that have to do with me?" This enraged him further, inciting a mockery-laden laughter. "Fine, let me experience your prowess." He unleashed a wave of blinding light towards me. I activated a protective barrier, and the beam halted mere inches from me, remaining utterly still. Unfazed, he conjured some self-invented soul technique, compressing the light wave into a fine line. Upon my initial glance, I discerned something noteworthy. It bore semblance to a challenge. I decided to showcase my prowess with a couple of moves, growing weary of the frivolity, and promptly unleashed a long rainbow wave directly upon him. As my sword tip poised perilously close to his throat, his companion, Zhu Zhiyun, finally intervened, forcing me back with her spectral hundred claws technique. I reflected that, considering he was the Grand Prince of the Xinglua Empire, eliminating him would undoubtedly lead to complications. A lesson would suffice. I sheathed my sword and taunted them, remarking on their reliance on assistance when they could not prevail, an archetypal behavior of the weak. Davis's face flushed with rage, yet he recognized that in a true confrontation, he was no match for me. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood beside me, her gaze icy enough to freeze a soul, fixating intently on her sister. Zhu Zhiyun, your adversary is me. Upon realizing that I was maintaining order, Zhu Zhiyun conceded, aware that she could not gain the upper hand. I exchanged glances with Zhu Qing, her eyes brimming with resolve. I understood that she had awaited this moment for far too long, despite her lack of a soul ring putting her at a disadvantage. I could not deter her. All I could convey was a simple warning. Be cautious. To my surprise, Zhu Zhiyun, with her habitual insolence, mocked, "Oh, my dear sister. Reached level 30? How is that even possible?" Her complexion paled dramatically, her mouth agape in disbelief. I could tell she was panicking, stealthily signaling her two support teammates to attempt some underhanded tactics. Would I allow her to succeed? I brandished my sword, addressing them all. Heed my warning. This is a matter between sisters. Should anyone dare interfere, irrespective of your identity, you shall lie here today. A level 40 soul master, indignant, prepared to retort. But my sword swiftly redirected toward him. You may test that theory. He promptly retreated, silenced by fear. Davis, however, demonstrated wisdom and promptly declared his neutrality in the matter. Naturally, the rules of engagement are dictated by the strong. In this realm, I was the law. With her attempts to rally support thwarted, Zhu Zhiyun resorted to personal attacks, labeling Zhu Qing as pretentious, accusing her of being a vixen. Zhu Qing paid her no mind, gracefully employing her Lingbo Weibu technique, gliding like a specter. Initially, Zhu Qing dominated the encounter, leaving Zhu Zhiyun unable to lay a finger on her, while sustaining several lacerations herself. Realizing she could not win in close combat, Zhu Zhiyun unleashed her ultimate technique, a mental assault. My heart sank. Zhu Qing had been struck, her eyes momentarily losing focus. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhiyun launched a fierce barrage, inflicting multiple wounds upon Zhu Qing. Just as Zhu Zhiyun executed her lethal move, I tightened my grip on the sword, ready to intervene. Miraculously, Zhu Qing, relying on her instinct, evaded the fatal blow, suffering only a shoulder injury. Zhu Zhiyun, now desperate, unleashed another spectral hundred claws. Just as I prepared to act, an astonishing event unfolded. A purple golden bell shield emanated from Zhu Qing. Astonishingly, she had appropriated my technique and integrated it into her own arsenal. This revelation shattered Zhu Zhiyun's illusion, yet her attack struck the shield with considerable force. Although it did not completely absorb the impact, Zhu Qing only sustained minor injuries. Conversely, Zhu Zhiyun's energy reserves were entirely depleted, rendering her unable to stand, as she frantically exclaimed, "How could you possibly break free? You are only level 30. Zhu Qing calmly explained that Zhu Zhiyun's impatience and excessive energy expenditure had ultimately led to her downfall. In utter defeat, Zhu Zhiyun's face contorted with fear as she queried Zhu Qing if she intended to kill her. Zhu Qing revealed her claws, advancing step by step. Davis attempted to intervene, but I swiftly positioned my sword against his throat, coldly commanding him to halt or face dire consequences. Ultimately, Zhu Qing's claws hovered merely an inch from her sister's neck. In the end, her compassion prevailed. I recognized that beneath her icy exterior lay a tender heart. She emerged victorious, casting me a brief smile. But as she took a step forward, she suddenly faltered. I swiftly teleported to her side, catching her as she fainted. Cradling her, I directed my attention to the two support soul masters accompanying Davis. "You two, come here and tend to her injuries." To my dismay, they grimaced, revealing they were not of the healing type. Upon further inquiry, I learned that their team S healer had already perished. "Very well," cradling Zhu Qing. I addressed the group. This cannot conclude without reparation for the injuries inflicted upon my companion. Surrender all treasures you have acquired here as compensation. Davis, displaying remarkable diplomacy, restrained his outraged subordinates and promptly produced a fiery red stone, claiming it to be the legendary Eternal Fire Rock as a gesture of goodwill. His adept maneuver not only quelled my anger, but also endeared him to his allies, who were moved to tears, pledging their unwavering loyalty to him. Subsequently, he pulled me aside, beginning to weave grand ambitions, suggesting that he could dissolve the engagement between Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai, provided I awaited his ascension to the throne. I realized his intentions. He sought to ally with me. Accepting the Eternal Fire Rock, I noted the numerous cracks upon its surface, warning him against any treachery. Should he dare to lay a finger on Zhu Qing, he would learn the true meaning of peril. Ultimately, I extorted an additional 100,000 gold soul coins from him, which he readily agreed to, leaving me with the distinct impression that I had perhaps overstepped. With our negotiations concluded, I carried Zhu Qing away, finding a rocky alcove where I carved out a shelter with my sword, lining it with straw and garments for her rest. It was not until nightfall that she awoke, and we sat at the cave entrance, feasting on roasted venison. I recounted my dealings with Davis, to which she responded with a hint of melancholy, not due to the engagement, but rather a perplexity regarding why individuals expend themselves so tirelessly in the pursuit of power. Later, as we reclined upon the grass, gazing at the stars, she suddenly inquired if her reluctance to harm Zhu Zhuyun was a sign of cowardice. I reassured her, stating that such restraint was not weakness, but rather gentleness. There exists a saying, "The world may wound me with pain, yet I shall respond with song," aptly describing her disposition. In the midst of our conversation, I succumbed to slumber. Those who understand familial bonds will appreciate that, in my sleep, she stealthily removed my facial disguise and even bestowed a gentle kiss upon my forehead. Upon awakening the following morning, I noticed the mask lying on the ground and feigned ignorance, inquiring if anyone had visited us. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to an apple, as she awkwardly diverted the topic, claiming she needed to procure delicious flames for Linger. It then struck me to retrieve the Eternal Fire Rock given by Davis. Hastili Awakens Linger. Our daughter, still groggy from sleep, brightened upon seeing the stone and transformed into a streak of red light, consuming it entirely. She then informed us that she was poised for advancement and required a lengthy slumber. Upon awakening, she would converse with us properly. With that, she vanished back into the sword, leaving us in silence. In the ensuing days, Zhu Qing and I roamed the vicinity in search of treasures, occasionally encountering Davis and his companions. Upon seeing us again, Zhu Zhiyun appeared transformed, considerably more subdued. At times, they would spot us and abandon their recently acquired treasures, fleeing without a second thought, which left me perplexed. Was I truly that intimidating? Before long, the final day of this place's closure arrived. As we prepared to depart, I suddenly felt the ground trembling beneath my feet. Alarmed, I soared to the mountain's summit and was met with a staggering sight. A veritable gathering of creatures from the animal kingdom, their eyes aflame with fury, swarming toward us in a frenzy. A beast-tide, without hesitation, I leaped from the cliff, soaring on my sword, swiftly seizing Zhu Qing and racing toward the teleportation array. Upon arrival, we were met with astonishment. Davis and his group, a dozen souls, were frantically agitated, resembling ants on a hot pan. Upon spotting me, Davis exclaimed with relief, "Brother Jiang, the teleportation array has been sabotaged." My heart sank in dismay. I cursed under my breath. Approaching the array, I inspected it, while the framework appeared intact. It had been tampered with, rendering it inoperable. The beast-tide, coupled with the teleportation array being sabotaged. If this is merely coincidence, I would gladly reverse my name. It is evident that someone wishes to eliminate us all at once. I raised my gaze to the billowing dust in the distance and spoke solemnly. Within 5 minutes, the beast-tide will be upon us. A girl tasked with repairing the array on Davis's side, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "It will take at least 10 minutes to fix." This was a dire predicament. Without hesitation, Davis ordered everyone, except those assisting and repairing the array to prepare for battle. We must hold back the beast tide for 5 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in his team lost their composure and screamed, "What? How is that possible? With so many spirit beasts, we will be torn apart in an instant." "I refuse to go. I refuse." Let me tell you, I had just resolved to clarify everything with Zhu Zhuqing tonight. And guess what? As I approached her room, lo and behold, she was in conversation with her sister. My hand was raised, frozen in mid-air, like a gecko pressed against the door, eavesdropping. Her sister was earnestly advising Zhu Zhuqing not to hang herself on this crooked tree of mine. I thought to myself, this sister genuinely cares for her sister. But the next moment, she splashed dirty water on me. She claimed that I had just brought several beautiful women to the courtyard a few days ago, and we only emerged when the sun was high in the sky. I was utterly petrified. This rumor was utterly absurd, reaching unprecedented levels of ridiculousness. I cursed that fellow anger war in my heart 1,000 times. "You unreliable person, you will surely reap the consequences." Zhu Zhuqing was immediately agitated, asserting that I could not possibly be that kind of person. But her sister was relentless, raising the stakes by claiming there were witnesses and that she could call those women to confront me. I could sense Zhu Zhuqing's silence on the other end. My heart was in my throat. Then, in that fleeting moment, I heard the most profound declaration of love of my life. With the broken bamboo I gifted her in hand, Zhu Zhuqing spoke with unwavering conviction. For him, this period may merely be a dream, but for me, it is an eternity. Regardless of what kind of person he is, I love him. I was instantly overwhelmed. Truly, I nearly choked back tears. What was there to explain? What was there to hesitate over? If I allow such a girl to lose, I am nothing but a worthless fool. As her sister was just ushered out, I swiftly flashed into the room. Zhu Zhuqing, thinking her sister had returned, did not even turn around and declared, "Third sister, I have already made up my mind about him." I embraced her from behind and imitated her tone, whispering, "I have also made up my mind about you. To me, you are not a mere dream, but a lifetime." She turned around, her eyes widening in surprise and joy upon seeing my unmasked face. I gave her no chance to speak. Without further ado, I leaned down and kissed her. This time, I made sure to remember the crucial steps. Let me tell you, this is what is meant by actions speaking louder than words. After a while, she pushed me away, her face as red as a tomato, gasping for breath. I effortlessly swept her into my arms and tossed her on a bed. She seemed quite flustered, clutching her clothes and protesting, but I chuckled, nudging her forehead. "What are you thinking? Do you take me for a beast?" To which she began to dig up old grievances, biting her teeth and questioning me about those several women. Goodness, it seems this hurdle cannot be crossed. I decided to be mischievous, saying, "Fine, then I shall play the beast today." She was so frightened that she shouted, "No way, that could lead to pregnancy." I burst into laughter, pinching her nose. "Just kidding. I can wait until you're 16. Then I clarified the whole debacle with anger war, threatening her that if she ever brought it up again, I would truly devour her. To emphasize my point, I gently nibbled her ear. To my surprise, she melted into my embrace. It turned out this was her weak point. We frolicked on the bed for quite some time, eventually lying together in our clothes. I said to her, "Zhuqing, tomorrow we shall depart and traverse the continent." She hesitated, but I interrupted. "There are no ifs. Because you are Zhu Zhuqing, you must accompany me." The next day, before dawn, we enacted a modern version of elopement. We left notes for our families and fled on my sword. I tell you, my departure disrupted several plans. Zhu Zhuqing's father was still contemplating how she had leveled up 10 times. And that blue-haired rascal in the ancient realm was still plotting to snatch the wooden token from me. Unfortunately for them, I was off on a journey with a beautiful companion. Later, I learned that my mother was in an uproar. Zhu Douluo went to investigate in Luo, and upon his return reported that not only had I not repented, but I had also eloped with a girl from the Yuming spirit cat family. My mother was so furious that she nearly shattered her scepter, scolding me for being reckless, but ultimately did not send anyone to bring me back, perhaps owing to her tough exterior and soft heart. Thus began our year-long journey, not just a honeymoon, but a voyage across the continent. We savored the world delicacies and admired its breathtaking sights. By the end of that year, we had made a name for ourselves in the martial world, exclusively targeting evil spirit masters, earning the moniker of the unparalleled couple, champions of justice. One day, we arrived in a village within the Tiando Empire amidst the rain. We sought shelter with a family, and a lovely girl named Yaya opened the door, her bright eyes sparkling. She mentioned that her brother was also a spirit master and that she aspired to become one in the future. That night, as I held Zhu, listening to the sound of the rain outside, I felt an unparalleled tranquility. However, in the blink of an eye, as we ventured a short distance from the village the next morning, I turned back to see flames erupting from the village. My heart sank without a second thought. I unsheathed my longhong sword and rushed back with Zhu in my arms. The village had transformed into a hellish scene, the air thick with the stench of blood. 3 evil spirit masters were in the midst of refining the blood essence, and I was infuriated. With a swift series of movements, I dispatched one on the spot and incapacitated another. The leader, clad in black robes, was a spirit emperor and rather arrogant, claiming he would test the power of his blood orb on us. To my surprise, his technique had no effect on us whatsoever. He was left dumbfounded, shouting in disbelief. I scoffed, "A domain? You dare to claim such a thing?" I instructed Zhu to search the village for survivors while I dealt with this scoundrel. It was time to showcase my true prowess. My 5th spirit ring illuminated with a radiant light. Let me tell you, the scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. The sky transformed into a sea of flames as a colossal fiery longsword descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of judgment. The black-robed man was terrified, hastily consuming a potion, the scent of which was familiar to me, one from the ancient realm. Yet, no matter what he consumed, it was futile. With one swing of my sword, he was reduced to ashes. I picked up the blood orb from the ground, filled with the resentment and fear of the innocent, and felt an urge to crush it on the spot, but it was surprisingly resilient. I had no choice but to store it away for now. Rushing into the village, I found Zhu crouched on the ground, cradling Yaya, who had already passed. At that moment, a surge of fury erupted from the depths of my being. Zhu tearfully informed me that before her demise, Yaya had entrusted her with a string of beads to deliver to her brother. I clutched the rough wooden bracelet, my heart heavy with sorrow. After we buried Yaya, the Spirit Hall personnel finally arrived late. My anger surged. I swiftly seized a spirit master by the throat and slammed the Pope's order against their leader's face. "Are you here to hunt down bandits or to collect corpses?" The Old Hall master looked aggrieved, explaining that their delay was due to the Tiando Empire's army deliberately withholding passage, causing critical delays. This had happened several times. Hearing this only fueled my anger further. What was that Platinum Bishop Salas doing? I immediately issued a stern order. From now on, if any evil spirit master dares to cause chaos, anyone who obstructs will be mercilessly slain. On this day, the Tiando Empire was rotten to its core. I took Zhu by the hand and soared through the skies on my sword, with our destination set for Tiando City. I was eager to discover what kind of treacherous den this imperial capital truly was. Along the way, I entrusted a bottle of frenzied spring water and a letter to a passerby, asking them to deliver it to Cieu for my teacher, Salas, whom I did not fully trust. During our journey, we encountered 3 burly fellows at the Soul King level, who were surprisingly subdued by a petite enchantress, forced to repair a broken flute, which was utterly laughable. Eventually, we arrived at a bustling metropolis. After such a long journey, both of us were weary, and my soul power was nearly depleted. Grabbing Zhu hand, I rushed towards the liveliest street. "Come on, my dear, let me treat you to a feast." "Slow down." I had barely finished my sentence when we brushed past the 3 muscular men. Zhu face radiated joy, her expression filled with happiness as she gazed at me. However, I sensed something amiss and abruptly halted, uttering a word of caution. The 3 men also paused. One of them, named Gigi, whose physique resembled a small mountain, turned to his companions and asked, "Hey, did that kid call us?" Zhu smile faded as she inquired about my concern. Ignoring her, I released her hand and approached the trio. At that moment, my entire demeanor shifted. My voice dropped to an icy whisper. "I ask you, Where did you acquire that flute? Gigi exploded with rage, arrogantly retorting, "Who do you think you are to question me?" I disregarded him and advanced a few steps. Despite being half a head shorter, my presence undeniably overwhelming. I reiterated my question, "Where did you obtain that flute? Are you out of your mind?" "The flute is in my possession, obviously stolen." Another burly man grew impatient. I could not help but laugh. How could they stand against me? But the next moment, to my astonishment, soul rings began to cascade from the trio. White, yellow, purple, 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 each adorned with 5 rings of a soul king. The crowd scattered in fear. My pupils dilated as I lowered my voice, inquiring, "What of the flute's owner?" Gigi, still smirking, replied, "Of course, we killed them." Boom! In that instant, my mind exploded with fury. Rationality and planning vanished. With a single punch, I sent Gigi flying. I roared, "I will take you down. Who understands the irrationality of love?" With my martial spirit dormant, I charged in for a physical confrontation. Zhu Qing, ever supportive, activated her martial spirit and rushed to assist, blocking one of the assailants. She was merely at level 36, facing a soul king, yet fear was absent from her eyes. In a frenzy, I booted Gigi back to the ground, my right foot firmly planted on his face. My left hand seized the neck of another, named Mao Mao, lifting him effortlessly. The poor fellow was turning blue, on the verge of losing consciousness. Just then, a voice called out from behind me, a voice I would never forget, Shaolingzi. It carried a hint of reproach, but more prominently, an undeniable affection. I released my grip, and Mao Mao collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I paid him no mind as I turned slowly. "Sister." As I shouted those words, I teleported to her side, pouring all my strength into embracing her, truly wishing to meld her into my very being. Yet, Hulaina turned crimson under my grasp, patting me lightly. "Shaolingzi, please let go, I can't breathe." Zhu Qing watched this scene, her eyes dimming, her heart filled with a pang of sadness. I quickly loosened my hold, yet my arm remained around my sister's waist. He gazed ahead, longing to kiss her. Hulaina, startled, quickly backed away, scolding, "There are others here." It was only then that I realized I had momentarily forgotten Zhu Qing in my elation. Turning around, I saw her head bowed, gripping her own arms, lost in thought. My heart sank. A battlefield of emotions was upon us. "By the way, sister, how did your flute end up in their possession?" I hastily shifted the topic. My sister adored playing the flute, while I cherished the zither. These were our little quirks. Those 3? Hulaina winked at me with a flirtatious smile. They tried to lay hands on me, but their skills were lacking, and I had them under my thumb. The flute was damaged during a previous skirmish, and I asked them to get it repaired. She then turned to scold the trio. "You can't even handle a simple task without causing trouble? What are you thinking?" The one I had pummeled, Gigi, cried out in protest, "This is unjust, Miss Hu." We were minding our own business when this gentleman suddenly accosted us, fearing he might be your enemy. We lied and said you had been killed. Mao Mao, who had nearly been choked to death, chimed in, "Yes, yes. Who could have foreseen such chaos?" When he heard you were in danger, he became frantic. If you had arrived a second later, I would have been done for. Their display of camaraderie was amusing, and I could not help but think, life is but a stage, and they are all actors. Upon hearing this, Hulaina stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on my cheek as a reward. Though her words were haughty, her cheeks flushed like an apple. Zhu Qing, observing this, tightened her grip on her arms, quietly averting her gaze. The 2 burly men were left astonished. They had never seen their leader behave in such a manner. Suddenly, the most earnest of the trio, bouncing, spoke up, but I clearly saw the young master holding this lady's hand before he could finish. His companions swiftly subdued him, covering his mouth. "What are you all up to now?" Hulaina asked, her mood light. "Oh, it's nothing. My 3rd brother has a habit of rambling. He'll all be fine soon." Gigi laughed off the tension. Eventually, Hulaina dismissed them, and the trio fled faster than rabbits. I asked my sister what she had done to instill such fear in them. She mischievously inquired if I wished to find out, causing me to hastily wave my hands. I had no desire to experience her charms again. Then came a most awkward moment. Hulaina, with a serious tone, finally asked, "And who is this young lady?" I froze, uncertain how to respond. To speak the truth would hurt my sister, while a lie would betray Zhu Qing. I stammered, "Sister, this is Zhu Qing." She was rescued by me in Xinglong. Before I could finish, Zhu Qing interrupted me. She gracefully bowed to Hu Laina, saying, "Hello, Sister Hu. You must be Brother Jiang's fiancé. He saved my life, and I am on a journey to find my family in Tiando, so I decided to accompany him." I was taken aback, gazing at Zhu Qing, who did not meet my eyes. Hu Laina smiled, expressing her delight at meeting her. I quickly suggested we find a place to stay, as we were both starving. Hu Laina naturally linked her arm with mine, while Zhu Qing followed a step behind us, maintaining her distance. That evening, we dined together, securing 2 rooms, one for Zhu Qing. However, my sister insisted on sharing a room with me, leaving me puzzled about her newfound boldness. Once inside the room, Hu Laina, clad in a pink tank top and shorts, pranced around before me. Yet, my mind was preoccupied, and I could not entertain any thoughts, especially with Zhu Qing next door. My guilt was overwhelming. Later, as I lay on the bed, Hu Laina nestled in my embrace. Unable to contain myself, I posed a question. "Sister, I have a friend who is about to marry and loves his fiancée dearly. Yet he has developed feelings for another girl. What should he do?" Listening to my own words made me cringe. My friend's dilemma mirrored my own in 2025. I was trapped in a classic conundrum. Without hesitation, Hu Laina replied, "Your friend is quite despicable. He should cut ties immediately." I persisted. "But what if he were the fiancé? I would castrate him." I said, "Be quiet and go to sleep." Hu Laina immediately covered her head with a blanket. Unbeknownst to me, a single tear quietly slipped down her cheek. The following morning, calamity struck. Upon waking, I first noticed that my senior sister was absent, and when I knocked on Zhu Qing's door, I was met with an empty space. Only a letter remained on the desk. The letter conveyed that she believed herself to be the one who loved me the most, but upon meeting Hu Laina, she realized her mistake. Hu Laina's love for me was pure, and having monopolized my affections for 2 years, it was time to return me to my senior sister. She expressed her own feelings for me, wishing for my path to be filled with vibrant blossoms and bustling voices. Ultimately, she concluded that we both needed time, and she departed first. I sat there, paralyzed on the chair, realizing that it was my concealment from yesterday that drove her away. After a while, Hu Laina returned, bearing a plethora of new clothes. As I watched her busying about, guilt consumed me, and I embraced her from behind, softly murmuring, "I'm sorry." Hu Laina stiffened. In truth, she had long since uncovered the story of my foolish friend, shattering her last shred of hope. She too was conflicted, torn between wanting to chastise me for being a scoundrel and her reluctance to part with me. I turned her towards me and kissed her directly. Hu Laina was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her senses, she began to struggle violently. In the end, with no other option, she bit down on my lip. The sound echoed throughout the tavern. Because of that bite, I spent the next 3 days speaking with a lisp. On the flying sword, I held my senior sister and mumbled incoherently, "Shiji, Zanyo, a day of travel, we have arrived at Tiando City." My senior sister couldn't help but chuckle at my state. Embarrassed and angry, I slapped her backside with a loud crack. "You!" Her face flushed immediately. Another slap followed, and in the skies, I felt liberated. My senior sister could no longer contain herself and bit my arm in retaliation. We became a whirlwind of chaos in the air, causing the flying sword to sway precariously. In the midst of this, I took a moment to write a letter to my teacher, Bai Dong, informing her of the obstacles we faced in eliminating the evil soul masters and the inaction of that platinum bishop, Salas. Upon receiving my letter, my teacher, while suspecting Salas had his own agenda, issued a stringent order prioritizing the eradication of evil soul masters above all else. Finally, we arrived in Tiando City. This place, unlike Xingluo, exuded an air of opulent decadence. I discussed with my senior sister about finding a hotel to stay in before visiting the spirit hall the next day. To our astonishment, every street in Tiando City was lined with couples' hotels. Lavender, violet. After walking 800 meters, we encountered nothing but such establishments. My legs ached, and I suggested to my senior sister, "Let us just choose the next one. We can book 2 rooms if need be." Reluctantly, she agreed. The next hotel was named Jige, symbolizing eternal and regretless love. We steeled ourselves and entered. Upon stepping inside, we encountered a couple. The man looked at Hulaina, then at me, and before leaving, patted my shoulder, saying, "Brother, you are fortunate. Enjoy yourself." Hulaina nearly exploded, raising her foot to kick him, cursing, "Enjoy your sister." I held her back firmly. At the front desk, Hulaina angrily declared, "2 rooms." The attendant looked up, momentarily stunned. I cleared my throat to remind him. Coming to his senses, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Are you sure it's 2 rooms, not 1? Hulaina's face turned crimson. What nonsense. "It's 2 rooms. When registering our names, I stated Jiang Ling, and Hulaina declared Hulaina. Just as we were about to ascend the stairs, a man's voice called from behind, "Please open a room." The attendant inquired, "Name?" "You Xiaojiang." In that instant, my steps halted, and the smile vanished from my face as I turned sharply. "What was the matter? Let me tell you why I detest you Xiaojiang so much." He is a theoretical giant, but a practical dwarf, flaunting borrowed theories as if he were a master while being utterly incompetent. Most disgusting of all was that 2 years later, he dared to approach my teacher, Bai Dong, shamelessly demanding the secrets of dual spirits and even threatened her. A level 29 waste, who gave him the audacity. At that moment, murderous intent surged within me. That night, after my senior sister fell asleep, I stealthily slipped out to locate Yu Xiaojiang's room. Knocking on the door, a scruffy, middle-aged man answered. I smiled and asked, "Are you Master Yu Xiaojiang?" Thinking I was a fan, he responded amiably, "Yes, I am." "Good," I replied coldly, swiftly seizing his neck and pulling him into the room. Slamming the door shut behind us, he was left gasping for breath, his eyes rolling back, on the verge of unconsciousness. Yet I hesitated. Simply letting him die would be too easy. Instead, wouldn't it be more satisfying to crush his proud disciple before everyone at the Soul Master competition? I released him, throwing him to the ground and snatching the papal decree my teacher had once given him. Leaning close, I coldly advised, "I warn you, never enter Spirit City again, or I will take your head." As I reached the door, I turned back for a final jab, striking at his heart. "I've heard you have a famous saying. There are no useless spirits, only useless soul masters. That saying suits you quite well." With that, I left, feeling invigorated. Behind me, Yu Xiaojiang spat blood and fainted. The next day, I slept until noon, utterly exhausted. Upon awakening, I found my senior sister asleep at the edge of my bed, leaning against the headboard. She had come to wake me, but ended up dozing off while waiting. Glancing outside, I was startled to see the sun nearly overhead. I quickly threw off the blanket and began to wash up, clad only in my underwear. Hulaina's face turned a deep shade of red, torn between leaving and staying. 3 minutes later, we were ready to head out. Just as we reached the staircase, we encountered the same attendant from the day before. The way he looked at us was akin to gazing at a rare animal. My hair was still damp, and my senior sister's blush had yet to fade. As we walked away, I heard him mutter behind us, "These young people nowadays, booking 2 rooms to keep it discreet. Such a waste. But how outrageous, a night and half a day without even coming down for a meal." I tell you, hearing that nearly caused us to stumble down the stairs. Hulaina's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, her neck flushed, as she buried her head and rushed downstairs. I guess that if she lingered another second, she might physically transcend the attendant. I too felt an awkward tension, internally berating, "Brother, did you have your mouth blessed? Why say everything out loud?" I hurried after Hulaina. Upon arriving at the spirit hall, the atmosphere between us was palpable, silence enveloping us like the tranquil river cam at night. I clear my throat to break the tension. "Ahem, I'll go notify someone." Despite her extraordinary talents, she was still a young girl, shy and demure. With our presence, the guards dared not utter a word. Presenting the papal decree, we were granted passage, and a soul sage-level captain personally escorted us to the main hall. I remarked to Hulaina about the impressive nature of this Tiendo branch, noting that even the guards were of soul sage caliber. Hulaina shot me a glance, seated herself in a nearby chair, and with a smile retorted, "Of course. This is the Imperial Capital's branch. It must have some prestige. You've been in Spirit City for over a decade. How can you not know your own family's wealth?" I was taken aback by her question. Indeed, I had spent a great deal of time in the library, but I had only read about the chronicles of the continent and strange occurrences. I had no true interest in the power structures or distribution of strength. After all, my teacher would handle any catastrophes. All I needed to do was wield my sword, ensuring I could shatter myriad laws with a single strike, rendering all other issues trivial. As the conversation unfolded, an elderly man ambled into the room. This individual was Salus. His eyes were clouded, resembling two glass beads that had been left to gather dust for a decade. And he emanated an aura that suggested both strangers should keep their distance and acquaintances should take their leave. Upon spotting Hulaina, his gaze flickered with a touch of brightness, and he offered a greeting, which she reciprocated. Salus then turned his attention towards me, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, and remarked, "I presume this is His Holiness's second disciple, the young master of Jiang Ling." Puzzled, I was enlightened by Hulaina's discreet whisper. "I met him once a decade ago. You were being punished by the teacher that day and missed it." Suddenly, everything made sense. I internally rolled my eyes, thinking, "Old man, don't be too moved. The only thing she remembers is my punishment, and you were merely a backdrop." An afterthought. Setting aside my grievances, I addressed the matter at hand directly. "Bishop Salus, I have a singular inquiry. Are you aware that the Tiando Empire is obstructing our spirit hall's efforts to eradicate the evil soul masters?" He remained silent for a considerable time before responding calmly. "I am aware." My frustration flared. "Then why have you not reported this? Why has there been no action?" Just as he was about to explain, a woman's voice, as cold as ice, echoed from behind. It was my directive. Turning in surprise, I beheld a woman emerging from the shadows. Those who understand can attest to the magnitude of her presence. She stood a towering 2 meters tall, dressed in a golden gown with flowing golden hair. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, resembling something crafted by AI, yet her gaze was frigid enough to freeze. She exuded an air of nobility tinged with aloofness. At that moment, a thought struck me. This woman is so stunning, she could easily debut as a star. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my waist. It was Hulaina pinching me, her eyes warning me not to stare again. I quickly averted my gaze, silently reminding myself, beauty is a trap. Focus on the matter at hand. I steadied my demeanor to inquire calmly. Why? After all, she was the daughter of my teacher, Qian Renshua. Respect was due. Qian Renshua took her seat at the head of the table with the poise of a queen ascending her throne and replied coolly, "There is no reason. We have done our utmost. The Tiando Empire has brought this upon themselves. We are guiltless." My temper flared. Having the ability to prevent this yet remaining passive, what differentiates you from a murderer? Her eyes narrowed ominously. "Are you suggesting that I am a murderer?" "Indeed," I asserted firmly. Meanwhile, Salus had become invisible, his gaze directed inward, feigning ignorance. Qian Renshua sneered, "And why should I? I have been undercover here since I was 9, scheming for 13 years. Why should I complicate my own quest for power for a bunch of unrelated people?" Her words struck me mute. I instantly regretted my outburst. I had made a grave mistake. Here was someone who had struggled in the depths of danger for over a decade, while I had grown up in the protective confines of the spirit hall. Who was I to impose moral judgments upon her? Lowering my head, I sincerely apologized. "I am sorry. I lost my composure." My apology seemed to catch Qian Renshua off guard. Without further ado, I turned to Hulaina and declared, "Senior sister, we shall depart tomorrow to hunt down the evil soul masters. One's strength may be limited, but we shall do our best." Hulaina immediately grasped my hand and nodded affirmatively. As I prepared to leave, I glanced back at Qian Renshua and added, "By the way, a word of caution. Those who appear the least threatening are often the most lethal." This was my attempt at a divine perspective warning. That fellow Shui Peng should not be underestimated. To my astonishment, Qian Renshua thanked me and requested Hulaina stay behind for a brief conversation. Reluctantly, I stepped outside to wait. Before long, Hulaina emerged, casually linking her arm with mine. Grinning mischievously as if she had just stolen something, she agreed to resolve this issue. "So how will you thank me?" I was taken aback. How could there be such a disparity in social skills between us, both disciples of the same master? I was merely a tech enthusiast, while she was a social dynamo. I could only jest. Shall I carry you back to the hotel? She promptly released me, darting ahead a few paces, and turned back to make a face at me. You wish. Hey, am I unattractive? You think I look bad? I called out, laughing as I chased after her. We dashed through the streets of Tiando City like two children playing tag. Naturally, I triumphed in the end, and despite her attempts to cheat, she yielded and allowed me to carry her. As the sun set, I carried her slowly, relishing the moment. She nestled against my back, her breath tickling my neck. An exhilarating sensation. I felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, thinking how fortunate I was to have such a wonderful girl infatuated with me. Surely, I must have saved the galaxy in a past life. However, as I continued walking, she suddenly shifted her position on my back, and in an instant, my grip slipped. Initially supporting her thigh, my hand inadvertently landed with a resounding thud upon a rather sensitive area. Oh dear, I was momentarily paralyzed, and she froze as well. Her face buried in my hair and refusing to look up. The air was thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of my heart racing. The awkwardness was unbearable. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Qian Rinxue was preparing to leave when Salas entered holding a letter stating it was a command from the Pope. Upon reading it, her expression darkened. The letter contained an order for her to address the issue of the evil soul masters. Goodness, just as Hulaina had finished her plea, my teacher's command had arrived. Qian Rinxue trembled with rage, crumpling the letter into dust, and hissed through clenched teeth, "Is this how you treat your adopted disciple? For his sake, you send your own daughter into danger?" Her ire was not directed at me or Hulaina, but rather at Bibi Dong. The following morning, I rushed to Hulaina's room, informing her that our plans for shopping were canceled. She had just emerged from the bath, wrapped in a robe, her hair still dripping. I explained that I had recently slain an evil soul master and acquired a blood bead forged from human blood. It was heavy with resentment and required purification. And the only person I could think of to assist was Qian Rinxue. As I spoke, I naturally reached for a towel to help dry her hair. Unfortunately, my gaze inadvertently wandered into the gap of her robe, revealing a stunning expanse of pure white, and she was indeed unadorned. I quickly diverted my eyes, feeling a rush of warmth to my face. Oblivious to my discomfort, she stretched, causing the robe to tighten and accentuate her curves. At that moment, a singular thought raced through my mind, a fairy, enough testing my resolve. I took a deep breath and made a hasty retreat, exclaiming, "I must be off." She even planted a kiss on my cheek, leaving me feeling utterly overwhelmed. I made a brief stop at the spirit hall, but found nothing amiss. However, I confirmed with Salas that my teacher's orders had arrived the previous night, leaving me with a tumultuous mix of emotions. I donned a disguise and changed my attire before heading straight to the palace. I spent 40 gold soul coins to bribe the guards, and finally encountered Qian Rinxue, who was masquerading as Prince Xueqinghe. Upon entering her study, I closed the door and removed my mask. When she recognized me, her expression was one of annoyance. Did we not agree? Why are you here again? Feeling slightly embarrassed, I steeled myself and presented the blood bead. As soon as the seal was broken, the study transformed into a haunted realm, cold winds swirling ominously. Qian Rinxue's face paled as she grasped the bead, unable to suppress her curse. The evil soul masters deserved to be exterminated. Though she was driven by self-interest, she had not completely forsaken her conscience. Without hesitation, she commenced the purification process. Golden soul power surged into the blood bead, and her six-winged angel spirit flickered into view. However, before long, she began to falter, her complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat pouring down her face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I panicked. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I asked, "My spirit is of the fire attribute. If I transfer my soul power to you, can you utilize it?" I recall that the angel god possesses a fire attribute. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "It is worth a try." I immediately pressed my palm against her back, channeling my soul power into her. As soon as my energy permeated her, she let out a soft and delicate gasp. I exclaimed, "Sister, we are performing a serious and passionate drama here. Please do not suddenly take a different turn." She quickly regained her composure, her face flushing, and coldly admonished me, "Focus." I thought to myself that I had been quite focused all along. After more than half an hour, the blood bead was finally purified. Once Qianruan Xue withdrew her soul power, she slumped back, and I hurriedly supported her, ensuring she sat properly in the chair. Exhausted, she could hardly utter a word and closed her eyes to recover her soul power. I picked up the bead from the ground and burned it to ashes. Observing her pallid face, I sighed inwardly, realizing I owed her a favor. When she opened her eyes and found me staring at her, her expression turned hostile instantly. "What are you looking at?" she demanded. I quickly clarified, "Oh, nothing, just lost in thought." "Thank you, sister." I was unsure of what to call her, and the term sister slipped out. She appeared momentarily stunned. "What did you call me?" "Sister, of course. My teacher is your mother, so it is only natural," I replied with a smile, striving to appear innocent and harmless. She gazed at my smile, looking somewhat dazed, before turning her head away, though her tone remained icy. She uttered, "Do as you please." My heart leaped with joy, sensing that our relationship had drawn a step closer. Once she had recovered sufficiently, she transformed back into Xue Qinghe and insisted on personally escorting me out of the palace, claiming it was to maintain the pretense for outsiders. As we walked through the palace, I discreetly communicated with her, sharing everything I knew about the Xue Xing prince, the Xue Beng, and the poisoned Douluo, urging her to exercise caution. Before long, we reached the palace gates, and just as we were about to part ways, a middle-aged man in official attire hurriedly approached us. Appearing to be an ordinary passerby, he pretended to bow before us, but in an instant, as he lowered his head, a dagger slipped from his sleeve, aimed directly at Qianruan Xue's heart. We were both stunned. Who could have imagined that someone seemingly weak would dare to attempt an assassination at the palace gates? The strike was executed with alarming speed, undeniably professional. Qianruan Xue was already drained of soul power and could not evade. My mind blanked. As I saw the dagger poised to plunge, without a moment's thought, I enveloped my hand with soul power and lunged to grasp the blade. Strangely, when my soul power met the dagger, it felt as if it were made of paper, severed instantly. With the dagger barely 2 centimeters from Qianruan Xue's chest, I steeled my resolve and grasped the blade with my bare hand, preventing it from advancing any further. Blood streamed from my palm like a faucet turned on full blast. The assassin was taken aback, likely surprised by my tenacity. He attempted to retract the dagger, but I held it fast, unmoving. I declared, thinking of escaping, "Not a chance. This dagger is too sinister. I won't allow you to use it to harm others." With my free hand, I unleashed my soul power, directing it towards his neck. To my astonishment, the assassin was as slippery as an eel. He twisted his body to escape, leaving 5 bloody marks on his neck from my claw. He was indeed a ruthless individual. Abandoning the dagger without hesitation, he turned and fled. It was only then that the palace guards realized what was happening, shouting about an assassin and pursuing him. I was not in pursuit, primarily because I feared he had accomplices and that my departure might leave Qianruan Xue vulnerable. That would be a tremendous loss. "Are you all right?" I pulled the dagger from my palm, blood gushing forth. I quickly turned to ask Qianruan Xue. To my surprise, her normally frigid expression was filled with concern as she grasped my arm and dragged me back into the palace, murmuring, "You are the one in need of assistance. Hurry back and tend to your wounds." I had intended to play it cool, blocking her path and saying, "Sister, there is no need to panic. It's just a minor incident. Look at me. I have a healing ability." As I opened my palm, a small flame flickered to life, but the speed of healing was so slow it was nearly imperceptible. Anyone would understand how embarrassing that was. I wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The healing process was slower than my own metabolism. Qianruan Xue's face darkened, her brows furrowing as she simply said, "Go." Realizing my attempt to appear impressive had failed, I was reluctantly dragged back to the Crown Prince's residence. The elderly healing soul master tended to my hand, wrapping it up and advising me to refrain from exertion for the next few days. Once he departed, Qianruan Xue stood by the window in a daze, her aura chilling the room several degrees. I approached her and inquired what she was thinking. She suddenly turned, her gaze sharp as she asked, "With your strength, you could have easily eliminated him before he could strike. Why did you not do so?" astounded by her quick wit. I had no response. I couldn't just confess that I was tempted by her beauty, or rather, that I wanted to impress her. I scratched my head, handing her the strange dagger and saying, my mind went blank. My body acted on its own, with only one thought. I cannot let you be harmed. Moreover, it's all this cursed dagger's fault, akin to a soul-guided device, able to cut through soul defenses. Otherwise, my hand wouldn't be injured like this. Qian Ruinshu accepted the dagger, but her gaze was not on it. She lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. After a long pause, she softly said, thank you, Jiang Ling. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. What are you thanking me for? You are my sister. Besides, the assassin was originally targeting me. If I hadn't protected you, who would have? After lingering in the Crown Prince's residence for a while, realizing the day was growing late, I pondered that I had saved the damsel and suffered an injury. Surely, I should receive some benefit in return. I mustered the courage to say, Sister Xu, I'm heading back now. Could you give me a token or something? It would be more convenient for me to visit you in the future. Qian Ruinshu paused for a moment, then retrieved a golden medallion from her person and handed it to me, saying it was her personal token, granting me free access to the palace. What a delightful turn of events. I left with the medallion in hand, feeling quite pleased. Little did I know, as I departed, Qian Ruinshu was left muttering to herself, does he truly only see me as a sister? Meanwhile, I hurried back to the hotel, my heart racing with anxiety. Why? Because Hu Liana was waiting for me at the hotel. The thought of her jealousy made me fear that my freshly healed hand might soon suffer another injury. Upon opening the door, I found the living room eerily quiet. I called out to her a couple of times, but received no response. My heart sank. Could she have truly left in anger? I rushed towards her room, and upon pushing the door open, I saw her sitting alone by the window, sulking, next to a pot of bellflower that had been ruthlessly plucked, leaving only a few bare stems. Anyone who understands would agree that the impact of this scene was overwhelming. I stealthily approached her and naturally embraced her from behind, resting my head on her shoulder, just as I was about to say something. She shifted her head to avoid me and sarcastically remarked, oh, you're back quite early. Why didn't you stay with your Qian Ruinshu for dinner? Upon hearing her tone, I realized I was in trouble. Arguing with a jealous woman? That would be sheer folly. I glanced at her indignant profile and the pink blush on her ears, and without a second thought, I bit down on her ear. Her body stiffened at once. This is promising. I wasted no time, my hands and mouth never ceasing their movement. Within minutes, the little wildcat melted into my embrace. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, I swept her off her feet, carrying her towards the bed. Just as I was about to cross the threshold, she suddenly snapped back to reality, gripping my hand tightly. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, no, we can't. We must wait until the wedding day. I was taken aback, exclaiming, I'm in agony right now. She, having been worn down by my persistence, finally relented, her voice barely above a whisper, let us try a different approach, and I'll agree. My eyes lit up instantly. Really? She shyly buried her head in the quilt and nodded. The night wore on, and hunger gnawed at us like a relentless tide. I called for some food, only to find that the same waiter had returned upon opening the door. His gaze, filled with a complex mixture of emotions, darted from my disheveled appearance to the state of the room. As he handed me the meal, he placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and said, young man, I offer you this piece of advice. It's best to exercise moderation in such matters. Your endless nights could take a toll on your health. I was bewildered. Was there no one else in this hotel? Why did he always appear? The next morning, I awoke to find my senior sister, Hu Liana, peacefully resting on my arm, stirring feelings within me once more. However, the moment I shifted, she awoke, her cheeks flushing as she chided, Xiao Lingzi, don't even think about it. Rise and shine. I feigned discomfort, but she retorted, go brush your teeth first. She reminded me of my antics from the previous night. With an idea sparking in my mind, I leapt from the bed, scooped her up in a princess carry, and proclaimed, let us take a shower together. The bathroom door slammed shut, and the world outside faded away. When we finally emerged, it was nearly noon, and there stood that same waiter, eyeing me as if I were an exotic creature. Just as I took a few bites of my meal, he knocked again to deliver a letter. Curious, Hu Liana inquired about the sender. Upon opening it, I discovered it was from Bishop Salas, and my brow furrowed. It contained news about Yi Yu's brother. He had been located. Where, you ask? I took a deep breath and slowly articulated, the kingdom of Balak, Soto City, Shrek Academy. The mere mention of Shrek Academy sent a tremor through me. Was that not the home ground of Tang San? Moreover, his protective father, Tang Hao, would undoubtedly be lurking nearby. This was a predicament. I confided in Hulaina, sister. Once we arrive at Shrek, we must not reveal our identity as members of the Spirit Hall. There is a titled Douluo there who opposes us. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression turned serious, and she nodded in understanding. She asked, "Shall we set off now?" I gingerly touched my aching back, feeling slightly embarrassed as I replied, "Let us wait until tomorrow." Hulaina immediately understood. Her cheeks flushed, and she shot me a glare, muttering, "You rogue." That afternoon, I concocted an excuse and quietly slipped out to bid farewell to Qianren. I dared not let my sister know, otherwise she would surely drown me in a sea of jealousy. That night, I shamelessly climbed into Hulaina's bed, embracing the fragrant softness of my sister and drifting into a blissful slumber. The following day, outside the city of Tiando, I summoned my Changhong sword, wrapping my arm around Hulaina's slender waist as we soared towards Soto City. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Qianren seemed to sense something amiss, gazing towards our departing direction with a complicated expression. In a dark cave, a blue-haired youth listened to his subordinates' report, coldly instructing them to use disobedient Holy Spirit masters as cannon fodder to divert the attention of the Spirit Hall. He also mentioned a pair of individuals who claimed to be unmatched heroes, specifically hunting down their kind. The male in this duo bore a striking resemblance to the one who had previously purchased a crucial wooden plaque. Meanwhile, in Soto City, the bustling streets were captivated by the presence of two young women. One was Zhu Zhuqing, who had left before, accompanied by a veiled blue-haired girl named Yi Lingling. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, yet when Yi Lingling inquired about the jade hairpin adorning her head, a gentle smile crept on her lips as she softly replied. It was a gift from someone special. This smile, however, caused a chain reaction on the street, leading to a series of minor accidents. Yi Lingling quickly grasped the situation. It seemed Zhu Zhuqing had fallen in love. As they chatted, looking for a place to stay, they stumbled upon a hotel named the Rose Hotel. Zhu Zhuqing found the name peculiar, yet was drawn inside by Yi Lingling. Upon entering the lobby, the overly romantic decor made both of them frown. The waiter, appearing quite troubled, informed them that it was a couple's hotel and that only one room was left. Just as they were about to leave, a gentle male voice interrupted. "Could we please have 2 rooms?" Turning around, they recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu. The moment Zhu Zhuqing saw Tang San's standard smile, she recalled my words about such individuals often being hypocrites. However, thinking of me made her smile involuntarily. This scene left Tang San momentarily stunned, while Xiao Wu exploded, assuming Zhu Zhuqing was flirting with her brother, and began to shout. Yi Lingling immediately engaged in a quarrel with Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, her expression turning cold as she activated her spirit rings, appearing behind Xiao Wu like a phantom. Tang San, noticing the spirit rank of his opponent, quickly backed down and apologized. Zhu Zhuqing, uninterested in further conflict, took Yi Lingling and attempted to leave. However, before they could exit, 3 new figures entered. The leader, a blonde youth, was flanked by 2 beautiful women and arrogantly addressed the waiter. "This room should belong to me." Zhu Zhuqing halted, turning to see Dai Mubai. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, but she felt grateful that her path had crossed mine, rather than his. She had no feelings left for Dai Mubai, and urged Yi Lingling to leave in search of suitable accommodations. At that moment, I was soaring through the sky with Hulaina. I told her that after settling Yi Yu's brother, we would venture to the Sunset Forest, where I had arranged for a soul-level expert to assist us. Hulaina, intrigued, inquired about our purpose there. I painted a grand vision, "Sister, trust me. I have a way to evolve your martial soul into the 9-tailed celestial fox. Just think about how you will reward me later." Though she verbally expressed skepticism, her body betrayed her as she executed a complete spin around my waist, causing me to nearly lose my grip on the sword. Amid our playful banter, we arrived in Soto City. Learning from Zhu Zhuqing's experience, we chose a seemingly reputable hotel, the Lyson Hotel. The owner, a straightforward man, noted our timely arrival and revealed that only 2 rooms remained. As we ascended the stairs with our keys, Yi Lingling announced her intention to take a shower, while Zhu Zhuqing nodded and retreated to her room. Unbeknownst to her, fate's gears were already turning. Just then, 2 figures plummeted from the sky, revealing an exhausted Hulayina supporting a worn-out Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's pale face and weak posture suggested he was utterly drained, relying on Hulayina for support. They stumbled into the Lyson Hotel, where Hulayina called out to the owner, "Please, a room." The owner's gaze upon them was laden with understanding, as if he were about to offer them a remedy for their predicament, and he gravely advised, "My dear girl, we are fully booked. Look at your companion. He is in no condition for such activities. Moderation is key, or you may find yourselves in dire straits." Hulayina was instantly mortified, her face turning crimson as she sought to explain. However, seeing Jiang Ling's pale complexion only deepened her embarrassment. Coincidentally, this moment was witnessed by the newly emerged Yi Lingling, who, peering through her veil, mused, "Oh, this young man seems unfortunate, but his wife truly possesses an alluring charm." As these few individuals engaged in a comedic performance in the lobby, Zhu Zhuqing, who was in a room upstairs, suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety, as if an immense event was about to be missed. Her sixth sense was tingling. Without a moment to spare for a shower, she hastily donned her clothes and dashed outside. Just as she exited, she collided with Yi Lingling, and before she could utter another word, she declared, "I must go down," and rushed down the stairs like the wind. Alas, mere seconds separated her from the unfolding events. Who could understand the plight of family? This was akin to a real-life rendition of your name. At that moment, Hulayina had just assisted Jiang Ling in rounding a corner outside the hotel when Zhu Zhuqing burst forth, only to find the street vacant, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and his companion were unconcerned with such matters. Their primary objective was to locate the fabled Shrek Academy. What was the result? The navigation led them to a village. Yes, you heard correctly, a village with over 100 people queued at the entrance. As if preparing for a market day, Hulayina picked up a recruitment brochure from the ground, and, as they leaned in for a closer look, they were taken aback. The illustration depicted a green, monstrous visage, declaring that only monsters were accepted. This seemed reasonable enough. Yet the absurdity lay in the subsequent line. Graduation guarantees a title of Viscount in the Empire, officially recognized by the Wuhuan Hall. At that moment, they wondered if such bravado was not a tad too abstract. When had the Wuhuan Hall ever endorsed a village-run academy? Was this not a classic example of exploitation? Sure enough, nearby, someone was already arguing with the instructor over a non-refundable registration fee. Jiang Ling, disinterested in waiting in line, was here to find someone. This fellow was straightforward and bypassed pleasantries, directly unleashing his soul power and calling out to the crowd, "Is there a Zhang Yuhao? Your sister sent me to find you." The atmosphere fell silent, as over 100 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Hulayina face-bombed, feeling utterly embarrassed. You wouldn't believe it, but the earnest young man who had been demanding a refund was indeed Zhang Yuhao. Jiang Ling approached him, relayed the unfortunate news regarding his sister, and handed him a wooden bracelet. The young man immediately broke down, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair. Jiang Ling was a true friend, and without hesitation, he strode up to the elderly instructor who was collecting fees and reached for the money. The old man attempted to play coy, grasping Jiang Ling's arm, and with the imposing aura of a soul emperor, declared, "Academy rules state no refunds." What happened next? Jiang Ling swiftly turned his wrist, unleashing a surge of soul power, causing 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, to flare brilliantly, blinding everyone present. With a swift motion, he executed a chokehold, lifting the 6-ringed soul emperor effortlessly. His blade nearly pressed against the man's face. The scene left Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others in stunned silence, particularly Tang San, who murmured, "This soul ring configuration is not scientifically sound." Just then, A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, resembling an owl, appeared and intervened to save the instructor. This was Dean Flender. I must tell you, Jiang Ling's tongue was like a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of accusations upon Flender. He pointed an accusatory finger, exclaiming, "You of all people should understand the significance of 10 gold soul coins to an ordinary family. This represents a year's livelihood for those siblings. Just because you've endured rain does not grant you the right to tear apart someone else's umbrella. If you cannot clearly communicate the admission requirements, you're not only deceiving others, but also jeopardizing their futures. What kind of educator are you?" Each word struck at the heart. The students in line began to murmur, realizing the truth in his words. This place was indeed unreliable, and they quickly dispersed. Flender's face turned an ashen green with anger to salvage his dignity. He pointed at Dai Mubai and proclaimed, "You say we cannot teach? Look at him, 15 years old and already a 37th level soul master." Jiang Ling cast a glance at Dai Mubai, scoffing, "White Tiger Wuan and only a 37th level at 15? Is that remarkable? Just look at his unsteady gait and pallid complexion. He clearly embodies the essence of poor time management. Surely, the time spent training cannot exceed that of his time spent within a woman's womb." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu burst into laughter. Dai Mubai's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Flender was utterly incensed, roaring in fury as he activated his Wuan, causing 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, to explode forth, overwhelming the area with the pressure of a soul sage. A fierce battle was imminent. Flender launched a relentless assault, forcing Jiang Ling to retreat repeatedly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet this fellow was remarkably resilient, enduring the pressure before retaliating with a colossal descent of light in the form of a gigantic sword. The spectacle was akin to cinematic effects unleashed upon the world. Flender, though cornered, managed to withstand the blow. Jiang Ling recognized that this was insufficient. He hurled the sword skyward, merging with it to transform into a massive fiery tornado, charging forth with cataclysmic intent. This strike compelled Flender to reveal his trump card, as he roared and activated his 7th soul skill, Transcendent Wuhuan, morphing into a gigantic owl to meet the onslaught. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the entire village thrice. As the dust settled, everyone was left in awe. Jiang Ling's long rainbow sword was firmly positioned against Flender's throat. Arrogance requires capability, and I possess that capability. Jiang Ling sheathed his sword and approached the money box, extracting only 10 gold soul coins before carelessly tossing the entire box at Ning Rongrong's feet, stating, "Miss, please distribute this money among the villagers." After this, as Zhao Wujia rushed to intervene, Flender unexpectedly permitted their departure. Jiang Ling's sword on his sword, ascending with Hulaina and Zhang Yuhao. While airborne, Hulaina felt a dampness on her face. Upon inspection, it was blood. She gasped and looked up to see Jiang Ling with blood seeping from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, clearly suffering the backlash from forcibly executing a powerful move. "Senior sister, do not alert anyone. We must leave at once." The moment the long rainbow sword touched the ground, Jiang Ling coughed up blood and collapsed, unconscious. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Within a secluded chamber of the Wuhuan branch in Suatawa City, Jiang Ling lay in bed, pale and weak. Hulaina had remained vigilantly by his side for 7 days, personally feeding him porridge and medicine, her own appearance having grown haggard. The soul master treating him, Meng Yun, stated that while Jiang Ling's physical injuries had healed, he remained unresponsive, likely due to psychological trauma. Psychological trauma. Hulaina's mind raced with alarm. She immediately recalled the title Douluo hidden near Shrek Academy, who harbored enmity towards the Wuhuan Hall. Surely, that individual was behind this. If this place could not provide treatment, they would have to return to Wuhuan City. Hulaina's gaze hardened, and she promptly ordered Meng Yun, "Prepare a carriage, water, and food immediately. The sooner, the better." Meng Yun, upon hearing this, dashed out as if propelled by a rocket. I must tell you, at that moment, only my senior sister remained by Jiang Ling's side, and the atmosphere was palpable. She gazed at the foolish figure on the bed, her eyes reddened with tears, scolding him for his foolishness while blaming herself for not stopping him. Just then, there was a series of knocks at the door. My senior sister initially thought it was Meng Yun returning, but upon opening the door, she was surprised to find two individuals. One was Bishop Fu Fan from Suatawa City, and the other was a burly man with dark skin, as massive as a bear. Fu Fan quickly introduced him as a person sent by the Pope, named Nu Zhan. Upon hearing that he was sent by her teacher, my senior sister felt reassured, realizing that Jiang Ling's earlier plea for help had indeed borne fruit. However, Nu Zhan immediately inquired, "Where is young Master Jiang Ling?" Asking repeatedly. My senior sister found it odd. Why was this newcomer so concerned about Jiang Ling? Nu Zhan then explained that he had previously protected Jiang Ling in the Xingluo Empire. Upon learning that Jiang Ling was injured and unconscious, Nu Zhan grew frantic, insisting on seeking out the assailant. My senior sister quickly intervened, warning him not to confront a titled Dalu recklessly. She was relentless and inquired of Fu Fan, "Is there truly no remedy for mental trauma in the city?" And guess what? This brother Nu Zhan, he promptly produced a treasure from his pocket, a jade box, which upon opening, revealed a gentle yet powerful wave of spiritual energy, cradling a dragon-shaped blood ginseng within. My senior sister's eyes widened in astonishment as she snatched it up, her grip so tight that her knuckles turned white, proclaiming she would purchase it at any price. However, Nu Zhan informed her that this object was originally gifted to him by the young master Jiang Ling, thus it rightfully belonged to its original owner. My senior sister was so moved at that moment that she nearly bowed in gratitude. With this miraculous medicine in hand, there was no time to waste. They swiftly set about saving the person in need. As Jiang Ling absorbed the medicinal power, his complexion gradually regained its vitality, allowing my senior sister's anxious heart to finally settle. Then came the pivotal moment. Who can understand the family dynamics? Just after they had saved the individual, my senior sister began to interrogate. She pulled Nu Zhan down to sit, affectionately calling him Uncle Nu, and then pivoted the conversation. "Uncle, I have heard that my junior brother has a romantic interest in Xing Luo named Zhu Zhuqing. Is that correct?" Her approach was masterfully indirect, akin to a textbook case of subtle inquiry. Nu Zhan, this honest man, stammered, "Yes, I know." "Oh no, I don't." At the fierce glare from my senior sister, he immediately wilted and had no choice but to confess. My senior sister even added her own reasoning, asserting that Jiang Ling's future was at stake and the identity of his partner must be above reproach, not a villain. With such a weighty accusation, Nu Zhan dared not conceal the truth any longer. The following morning, Jiang Ling finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, the first thought that crossed his mind was an intense curse directed at Tang Hao, that schemer. It turned out his unconsciousness was not due to a backlash from a soul technique, but rather a mental bomb left behind by Tang Hao within his body. Had it not been for the protection of his soul bone, he would have met his demise. As he turned his head, he spotted my senior sister asleep at the bedside, and his heart ached. He quietly reached out to grasp her hand, inadvertently waking her. Upon seeing him awake, my senior sister was overwhelmed with excitement, enveloping him in a bear hug that nearly sent Jiang Ling back into unconsciousness. After indulging in a moment of affection, my senior sister stepped out to summon others, announcing that his friends had arrived. Jiang Ling was puzzled, wondering who it could be. To his surprise, Nu Zhan's imposing figure entered. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ling asked whether he could now defeat Douluo. As their conversation continued, Nu Zhan suddenly lowered his voice, wearing a proud expression, and informed Jiang Ling, "Little Ling, your senior sister inquired about you and Zhu Zhuqing yesterday, and I smoothed things over for you. I praised that girl to the heavens, claiming you would forsake food and sleep for her, that even with 8 beauties in your embrace, you would remain unperturbed, only marrying her." Jiang Ling, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his own blood. His expression was one of utter disbelief, realizing he was the one made a fool. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Nu Zhan, "Did it occur to you that my senior sister might be my fiancée?" Nu Zhan was instantly petrified, then in a flash vanished, fleeing faster than a rabbit. What a turn of events. This incident confirmed the old adage, with a general like Nu Zhan at my side, what do I have to fear about remaining single? Jiang Ling's heart was in turmoil. Before long, my senior sister returned with food. During the meal, Jiang Ling was as timid as a quail, afraid to breathe too loudly, lest my senior sister hold him accountable later. Yet, surprisingly, she did not mention the earlier conversation at all. Instead, she continually offered him food, radiating warmth and kindness. She even mentioned that Yi's brother had already returned, leaving a note stating that from now on, Jiang Ling's life belonged to him. Having just awakened, Jiang Ling was still weak. As he stood, his legs buckled, and he nearly fell forward. My senior sister, quick to react, caught him, her gaze a mix of concern and reproach. After the meal, seeing my senior sister's exhausted appearance, with dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Ling's heart ached, and he insisted she rest on the bed. I must say, his kiss on her forehead was executed with such finesse. Once my senior sister fell asleep, Jiang Ling took the dishes outside, only to encounter Nuzhan eavesdropping at the door. This fellow wore a look of admiration, expressing his desire to learn how to woo girls from Jiang Ling. He even remarked that while he remained steadfast at home, outside he was free to flirt. Jiang Ling's expression darkened as he pleaded with Nuzhan to cease his chatter and not to spread rumors. Thus, 5 days passed, and Jiang Ling's injuries improved. The trio set off in a carriage towards the sunset forest. Inside the carriage, Jiang Ling luxuriated, reclining on my senior sister's lap as if it were a heavenly pillow. He excitedly shared his new plan with her, intending to forge an invincible sword formation using a remarkable metal known as Gungjin and a dagger capable of slicing through soul energy. Naturally, he dared not disclose the true origin of this Gungjin, concocting a fanciful tale instead. My senior sister, seeing through his ruse, chose not to expose him. They continued their playful banter, Jiang Ling holding my senior sister's hand tightly, lost in their own world. As they journeyed towards the sunset forest on the other side, Yu Shaojiang returned to Shrek and summoned Tang Hao, embellishing tales to incite Tang how to eliminate Jiang Ling. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ling was currently reveling in his comfort. The carriage swayed gently as Nuzhan shouted from outside, "Little Ling, Nana, we are nearing the sunset forest. We will need to proceed on foot shortly." Jiang Ling was most reluctant. Who could understand the sheer pleasure of resting on his senior sister's lap, a T0 level experience? Now, coming to an end? Upon disembarking, I was left in a daze. My senior sister tugged at my hair, forcing me up from her lap, and I was utterly unwilling. As soon as I stepped out, I couldn't help but lament that there are always 24 hours in a day one wishes to avoid effort. If only some wealthy lady could see through my bravado and take me away for a leisurely life. To my astonishment, my senior sister shot me a disdainful glance, nearly sending me packing. We had arrived at the sunset forest, prepared to seek out the legendary poison master, Douluo. My senior sister, noticing my inadequate attire, expressed concern for my comfort, to which I reassured her, "Do not worry, I possess a fire attribute constitution, naturally warm." Conversely, my senior sister's delicate face had turned slightly pale from the cold. I promptly retrieved a coat from my spatial jade pendant and draped it around her shoulders. Is this not the epitome of boyfriend material? With Uncle Nu leading the way, we charged straight to the heart of the forest. Along the way, the oblivious soul beasts posed no threat. With just a glance from Nuzhan, they fled in haste without my needing to lift a finger, making it all too easy. However, midway through, Nuzhan suddenly hit the brakes, nearly causing me to collide with my senior sister. He pointed ahead, declaring, "Little Ling, there's a poison formation." Upon hearing this, I chuckled, replying, "Then it's settled. Douluo's lair must be inside." My senior sister's face turned pale as she grabbed my arm, urging me not to act impulsively. At such a moment, how could one display cowardice? I immediately enveloped my right hand with my true chi and boldly thrust it into the verdant poisonous mist. With a sizzling sound, the poison fog met my chi, evaporating as if it had encountered a hot iron. I turned back to my senior sister with a confident smile. "What do you think? Is your man reliable?" Grabbing her hand and summoning Nuzhan, we swaggered boldly into the depths of the mist. No sooner had we taken a couple of steps than an ancient voice boomed, as if emanating from a surround sound system. "Who dares to trespass in my domain?" In the next moment, a gaunt old man with green hair and eyes, resembling a slender bamboo stalk, floated before us. I recognized him immediately. This was Douluo. His face was so rigid that it seemed a smile would cause it to crumble. He approached with an air of authority, scanning us with a disdainful expression, as if to say, "What do you insignificant pests want?" Without wasting words, I got straight to the point. "Senior Douluo, I have come to propose a transaction. I know you are unwell, and I possess the means to heal you." His reaction was immediate and explosive, his tone chilling. Upon realizing the precarious situation, I promptly revealed the esteemed titles of my mentor, Bai Dong, and the papal decree. I declared, "We are from the Wuhan Temple. This is my senior sister, Hulaina, and my teacher is the Pope Bai Dong." This strategy proved effective, as the old man's eyelids twitched at once. However, skepticism lingered. He challenged me to articulate my claims or face a beating, regardless of my connection to the Pope. Dear friends, what followed was my moment of glory. Clear in my throat, I boldly divulged secrets about him that even his granddaughter was oblivious to. "Senior, do you experience a tingling sensation in your ribs whenever it rains? Do you find yourself in the dead of night, feeling sharp pains in your head and soles, as if needles are piercing you, causing your entire body to cramp?" With every word, I could see the color drain from Douluo's ghastly face. By the time I finished, his expression resembled that of a man who had seen a ghost, and the murderous intent in his eyes flared up instantaneously. Uncle Nu tightened his body, preparing for a confrontation, but I remained unperturbed, subtly squeezing my senior sister's hand and giving her a reassuring glance. It seemed the old man was taken aback by my display and hesitated to strike. After weighing his options, he realized that while it was easy to eliminate us, no one could cure his granddaughter's poison. Ultimately, he capitulated, inquiring about my conditions. I surmised he had already devised a plan for servitude to the Wuhan Temple. Instead, I simply stated, "Senior, your condition is quite straightforward. Allow me to enter your medicinal garden and gather some herbs." Douluo was momentarily flabbergasted, his expression clearly questioning my sanity. Once he confirmed I was not jesting, he exhaled in relief and agreed enthusiastically. "Deal." The old man led us to his precious domain, the Binghuoyang Yin, a perilous place indeed. I instructed my senior sister and Uncle Nu to wait outside while I entered alone. My senior sister, visibly anxious, bit my hand in concern, and it took considerable effort to soothe her. Upon entering the medicinal garden, I was awestruck by the abundance of celestial herbs scattered across the ground. Douluo, it seemed, had been guarding a treasure trove. Unceremoniously, I produced a divine item, the Bodhi transformation saliva, acquired from the ancient realm as part of our transaction, and began to treat him. Teasingly, I urged him to remove his garments, nearly provoking him to strike me. The treatment was nothing short of exhilarating. I utilized my innate fire to expel the toxins within him into his soul core. This not only cured his long-standing affliction, but also shattered the bottleneck he had faced for many years, allowing him to advance 2 levels instantaneously. As he sat cross-legged, undergoing his breakthrough, I commenced my herb gathering. I collected the Ba Jiao Xinbing Chao and Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu for my teacher, the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang for my senior sister's soul evolution, the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu for myself to enhance my Huang Jitong, and the Qi Rong Tong Tianju for Uncle Nu. Simply perfect. My collection was so thorough that I nearly uprooted the soil itself. When I finally paused, Douluo had completed his breakthrough. Awakening to the unprecedented strength coursing through him, he was overwhelmed with gratitude, vowing to owe me a tremendous favor, promising to respond to my summons without hesitation. This scene was witnessed by Uncle Nu, who must have been contemplating what on earth is going on with our young master. Does he charm everyone, young and old? With our objectives accomplished, we withdrew. That evening, as we camped in the forest, I presented the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang to my senior sister, playfully whispering, "Senior sister, do not forget your promise after your soul evolution succeeds." Her face flushed. She feigned forgetfulness, yet her expression betrayed her clear recollection. Next, I offered the Qi Rong Tong Tianju to Uncle Nu. His astonishment was palpable. He recognized it as a celestial treasure akin to Elder Yuguan's soul. Overwhelmed with excitement, he nearly knelt before me, proclaiming I would be his sole master henceforth, willing to brave any peril for me. Having settled Uncle Nu, we wasted no time, finding a spot to absorb the celestial herbs. I swiftly consumed the Wang Chuan Chiu Shui Lu. The sensation was akin to having a small sun nestled in my mind, with two waves of warmth surging towards my eyes, almost convincing me I was transforming into a scion. In a mere 2 hours, I was finished. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered my previously flawed Powang Ji Tong had transformed. My irises were now a fiery crimson, resembling two molten glass beads, with magma swirling within. Turning to glance at my senior sister, I was astounded by the commotion she was causing. Her enchanting fox spirit had fully manifested, a magnificent creature shedding golden fur. Its body transformed into a snow-white form. My heart raced. It had happened. I quickly called out to Uncle Nu, urging him to absorb his herb as well while I stood guard. Uncle Nu, a man of substance, nodded and settled down to meditate. I focused on my senior sister, witnessing a spectacle akin to a fantastical epic. The grand white fox floated gracefully into the air, tilting its head toward the moon above. Could this be the true essence of a soul? Uncle Nu, who had just completed his absorption, stood transfixed. I murmured to myself, no, this is the fox spirit venerating the moon. My mind raced with ancient texts declaring that the nine-tailed celestial fox could consume the moon's essence to condense a golden elixir. I swiftly soared upwards on my sword to take a closer look, and indeed, a golden elixir danced between her mouth and the moon, while the surrounding moonlight seemed to spiral madly toward her, casting our surroundings into darkness. This veneration continued until dawn. As the first light of morning broke, the white fox sprouted its ninth tail. Then, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. The colossal fox began to fade, morphing into a human silhouette. First, a smooth, jade-like foot emerged, leaving me stupefied. A foot? Where are the shoes? In the midst of my astonishment, a calf appeared. My mind raced. What about the clothing? Does the soul evolution not come with a starter kit? I turned swiftly to see Uncle Nu, equally dumbfounded. In a moment of impulse, I yanked off my black robe and threw it over his face, shouting, "Cover your head. Turn away." With that, I dashed forward, activating my fourth soul skill, the barbaric shield, which enveloped the area where my senior sister and I were descending in an opaque crimson dome. Inside the dome, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, I saw Hulaina gently descending from the air, her eyes still closed, clearly still in slumber. I pondered, should I turn away, to avoid witnessing her undraped form? Yet I worried she might fall. Besides, how could I not see what my future wife was up to? Justifiable reasoning. Resolutely, I soared toward her, catching her in my arms. The momentary visual impact was staggering, nothing compared to any soul skill. Holding her warm, soft form was exquisite, but the most striking detail was the 9 snow-white tails trailing behind her, each over a meter long and splendidly fluffy. Friends, who could withstand such a sight? It was as if I were cradling a living beast girl. In that instant, I felt my XP system rebooting. I stood there dazed, holding her for what felt like an eternity, before reluctantly retrieving an article of clothing to cover her. Then, an impulsive thought crossed my mind. Are those tails external soul bones? I must investigate. I reached out, gently pinching one. What are you doing? A voice tinged with both embarrassment and irritation suddenly emanated from my embrace. At that moment, my mind was still on the soul bone, and I instinctively replied, "Touch the tail." Only after I spoke did I realize, and I quickly looked down, exclaiming, "Shiji, you're awake." In my excitement, I tightened my embrace around her. "Xiao let me go." She struggled in my arms, her face reddening like an apple. I hurriedly released her, and she immediately insisted, "Turn around first. I need a change." Having already held her, what was there to be shy about? "No way. Turn around quickly. When we get home, I'll show you." She suddenly smiled sweetly, a hint of pink sparkling in her eyes. I was momentarily dazed, as if under a spell, and I blankly responded with an "oh" before truly turning away. By the time I regained my senses, she was already fully dressed. Regret washed over me. "Jiang Ling, your self-control is truly lacking. She explained that these 9 tails and that Golden Dan were products of martial soul evolution, similar to external soul bones, capable of enhancing all personal states and serving as weapons. As she spoke, one tail suddenly elongated and thickened, crashing down into the ground and creating a large pit. I was instantly enamored. The Golden Dan was even more impressive, said to be able to neutralize poisons and have life-restoring effects. While we were deep in conversation, she unexpectedly leaned over and planted a kiss on my lips, seriously saying, "Xiao thank you." I grasped her hand and smiled. What are we to each other? Come on, let us go. Uncle Nu is probably waiting anxiously. After exiting the barrier, I comforted Uncle Nu, who was on the verge of turning into a stone of longing for his wife, and the 3 of us boarded the carriage heading straight for Tiando City. As soon as I got on the carriage, I sprawled lazily across Nana's lap, playfully claiming that I had guarded her all night and thus deserved this. On the way, I mentioned going to Tiando City to deliver a fairy herb to Qianrenxue, and Nana's little face immediately tensed up as she cupped my face and playfully interrogated whether I had taken a liking to someone. I was left tongue-tied by her teasing and had to go through quite the explanation to appease this little vinegar jar. Then I remembered her previous promise to me, so I approached her with a cheeky grin, asking if, having succeeded in her martial soul evolution, she was ready to fulfill her promise. In the end, however, she did not let me have my way, and I received a sound beating instead. The husband's authority was truly lacking. With no other option, I took out another treasure, a Bodhi seed, and directly swallowed it to begin my cultivation, focusing on self-improvement. When I awoke from my training, the sky had darkened. Nana complained that we had passed a small town where she wanted to stop and stay to wash up, but I had delayed her. Upon hearing this, I seized the opportunity to assert, "Want to wash? Leave it to me." I led her to a secluded pond, applying my usual trick. With the activation of my 4th soul skill, an opaque red shield enveloped the pond, conveniently heating the water for a more comfortable experience. I then began to undress, preparing to wash with her. However, she blushed and adamantly refused, pushing me away, saying, "Either you wash first or I will. Now get out." What a joke. Having already descended, would I let her go first? While I was claiming I would help her scrub her back, I had already devised a plan in my heart. Once she pushed me out of the barrier, I turned around, stripped off my clothes, and unleashed my unique technique, the turtle breath technique. Holding my breath, I stealthily slipped into the pond. No matter how strong her spiritual power, she wouldn't be able to detect someone hiding in the water. Just as she began to relax and wash, I suddenly emerged from the water, lifting her above the surface and sincerely stating, "Shiji, I believe you could use a back scrubber." She blushed fiercely, pounding me in my embrace, shouting, "Xiao put me down." Ultimately, she could not withstand my persistence and, blushing, warned me. We agreed, only back scrubbing, no other mischief. I nodded vigorously, promising to be on my best behavior. But how could it truly be that simple? When emotions run deep, everything flows naturally. Just as I thought I was about to succeed, I suddenly felt a sharp pain on my tongue. I cried out in agony. She had bitten me. Serves me right. She glared at me, clearly infuriated. The next day, she began to give me the cold shoulder, ignoring me all day. I tried offering her fruits and massaging her shoulders, my lips nearly worn raw. But she stubbornly kept her eyes shut and refused to acknowledge me. With no other choice, I slinked outside to sit with Uncle Nu, hoping to glean some wisdom. When I asked him how to appease a wife, he proudly proclaimed that he never angered his wife. I truly could not continue the conversation. Just as I was feeling dejected, the carriage suddenly came to a jarring halt. Nana lost her balance and lurched forward. I quickly caught her, but my heart was devoid of any affection, instead filled with cold dread. A hoarse voice drifted in from outside. "This road ends here." I had dashed out of the carriage, and upon seeing the figure, my heart sank. That burly figure, that iconic hammer of the Haotian, it was Tang Hao. He was indeed alive. As 9 soul rings descended, the pressure rendered the 3 of us nearly unable to breathe. It was you that day at Shrek Academy. I gritted my teeth, buying time while my mind raced. But every thought led to a dead end. "Enough chatter," returned the Pope's order to me. Tang Hao extended his hand, his tone frigid. Upon hearing this, I instantly understood. It was that hypocrite you, Xiao Jiang. Without hesitation, I started to mock both you Xiao Jiang and Tang Hao. Tang Hao's murderous gaze intensified, nearly solidifying with rage. I realized that there was no way out of this situation today, and I quickly communicated with Uncle Nu. Uncle Nu, his target is me. You must take Shiji and flee, ensuring her safe return to Wuhuan City. But Tang Hao showed us no mercy, his figure flickering as the massive Haotian hammer swung towards us. Just as Nana and I prepared to confront him, a tremendous force pushed us apart. It was Uncle Nu. He stood in front of us, using all his strength to roar, true form of the Ape King. Xiao Ling, Nana, run. My mind buzzed at that moment. There was truly no choice. The opportunity was fleeting. I grabbed Nana, summoned the Chonghong sword, and fled without looking back. Tang Hao, one day I will kill you. I gritted my teeth, the taste of blood filling my mouth. A deafening crash echoed behind me. I knew Uncle Nu was in grave danger. But Tang Hao had no intention of letting us escape. Not long after, his hoarse voice rang out again from behind. I told you, you cannot leave. A colossal hammer descended from the sky. I hastily controlled the flying sword to dive, barely avoiding it, but still caught by the gust of wind. I fell to the ground alongside Nana. I used my body as a cushion for her, feeling a sharp pain in my throat as blood nearly spewed forth. Shiji, this time, we may not escape. I gazed at the slowly advancing Tang Hao, filled with regret. Nana said nothing, merely clutching my hand tightly. I took a deep breath, once more gripping the Chonghong sword, and pointed it at Tang Hao. Let us fight. We fought desperately, unleashing sword skills, nine-tails, and mesmerizing techniques, throwing all our trump cards into the fray. Nana's innate skill even momentarily stunned Tang Hao, and I seized the opportunity to strike him with my strongest blow. Capitalizing on that moment, I pulled Nana and we soared away on the sword. Behind us, the Haotian hammer flew towards us, unavoidable. I quickly embraced Nana, bracing to take the hit on my back. Just then, Ninetails suddenly lashed out behind Nana, forcefully deflecting the Haotian hammer. Using this momentum, we shot forward like arrows released from a bow, finally managing to create some distance. I finally sighed in relief, just as I was about to say, Nana, we are safe. The words caught in my throat. Something was amiss. Nana in my arms felt so limp. I quickly looked down into my shock. Her complexion was as pale as A4 paper, devoid of any color. Shiji, what is wrong with you? Panic seized me, true panic. She smiled weakly at me, a fragile grin that shattered my heart, saying, Xiao Lingzi, I'm fine, just a bit of internal shock. Let us go home. Go home. I told you. She was starting to bleed, like a cluster of small red flowers blooming on her white garment. My mind exploded with a sudden realization. How could it be possible that she remained unscathed after forcibly enduring Tang Hao's formidable Haotian hammer? She had activated her illusionary arts against herself, and with that hammer, her internal organs must have been shattered. It was only her sheer will, a fervent desire not to leave me, that kept her alive. Shiji, I cried out, descending madly with my flying sword, leaning her against a tree, frantically searching for healing elixirs within my jade pendant. Do not fear, Shiji. I will heal you. You'll be fine. My voice trembled. My hands quivered uncontrollably. Just as Xiao Ling opened her mouth, a spurt of blood erupted from her lips. Instinctively, I reached out to catch it. How could anyone understand the feeling of watching the one you cherish most wither away before your very eyes? It felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing around me. She grasped my hand, smiling as she said, Fool, the medicines in your jade pendant were all purchased by me. Do not seek remedies for wounds such as mine. Just stay with me and talk, will you? I gazed at her bloodied form, sweat beading on her forehead, yet she continued to smile at me. My heart ached to the point of suffocation. With a dreamy smile, she murmured, Had I known it would come to this, I would have truly become your wife that night. You have always been. Hulaina has always been the wife of Jiang Ling. I held her tightly in my arms, tears streaming down my face. Shiji, please do not leave me. I beg you. Fool, of course, I will not leave you. Do not cry. I have yet to see you weep. She attempted to raise a hand to wipe my tears, but it fell feebly midway. I quickly grasped her hand and pressed it against my face. She smiled gently, caressing my cheek, her voice as soft as the wind. I will transform into the winds and rains of this world, always by your side. No sooner had she spoken than her body began to turn transparent, dissolving into specks of white light. The Jiuwei Tianhu, upon death, leaves no corporeal remains, only spirit and soul to protect their beloved. Shiji, I reached out desperately, but grasped only emptiness. Jiang Ling, you worthless fool. I struck myself hard across the face. You swore to grow stronger to protect everything. And now look, you have not even the chance to fight for her. Just as Na was about to vanish completely, an unexpected event occurred. The jade pendant I had cast aside suddenly vibrated violently, and a beam of white light shot forth. It was a white flower resembling a peony, its petals adorned with streaks of crimson, connected to a pitch-black stone beneath. Shaangxi Duanchang Home. My mind snapped back to clarity. How could I have forgotten about this miraculous herb? Uncle Nu died, and now Shiji was on the brink of death, and I had completely overlooked this divine remedy. But what if Shiji had already consumed the Chiluoyu Jingxiang? Would taking this one lead to complications? Just as I reached out to grasp it, the flower soared towards Na of its own accord, the dark stone falling away. Remarkably, it recognized its master autonomously. The Shaangxi Duanchang Home plunged into Na's dissipating form. A miracle unfolded. Her transparent body began to solidify once more, the bloodstains vanishing, and her pallid face regained its rosy hue. I was overjoyed. Shiji was saved. Yet, another dilemma arose. Though her life was preserved, she remained unresponsive. As if in a deep slumber, I was utterly bewildered. We had brought her back, but not entirely? Without time for further contemplation, I scooped up Na and rushed towards Tiando City. Upon reaching the spirit hall in Tiando City, I immediately sought the finest healing spirit saint. After a thorough examination, he remarked, "Young master, the patient's physical condition is excellent, with abundant soul power and mental vitality. Then why is she not awakening?" I erupted with frustration. The subordinate could not provide an answer. Useless. I swept a teacup off the table in anger. Calming myself, I promptly wrote a letter to my teacher, Bibi Dong. Qian Rincha soon arrived, and upon hearing my account, she trembled with fury. Tang Hao, how shameless can he be to pursue the younger generation? My murderous intent surged, and through clenched teeth, I declared, "I will kill you, Xiaojiang and Tang San. If Tang Hao is so powerful, I shall ensure he experiences the agony of losing kin." Qian Rinxue quickly restrained me, cautioning that Tang Hao would be lying in wait at Shrek, urging me to return Shiji to Wuhuan City first. I had no choice but to force myself to calm down. 5 days later, my teacher sent 2 elders, Yu Guan and Gu Mei. Upon seeing Na's condition, they were equally enraged, with Yu Guan shattering a nearby table with a single strike. Without further ado, we set off. Icrede Nana in mi arms, soaring through the skies on my sword, with Yu Guan and Gu Mei trailing behind. I flew like a madman, sleepless and tirelessly consuming restorative herbs, racing towards Wuhuan City. Upon landing in the Pope's palace, my legs buckled, and I collapsed into unconsciousness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a long-absent room with my teacher, Bibi Dong, sitting beside my bed, a figure I had not seen in over 2 years. At that moment, I could no longer contain my emotions, embracing her tightly, burying my face in her shoulder as tears streamed down. "Teacher, I am sorry. I failed to protect Shiji." She gently patted my back, saying softly, "Do not blame yourself. No one could have anticipated the return of Tang Hao after all these years." I recounted everything that had transpired since Na's injury, including the miraculous recognition of the Shaangxi Duanchang Home. After a long silence, my teacher delivered news that chilled me to the bone. She revealed that the powers of Chiluoyu Jingxiang and Shaangxi Duanchang Home had clashed within Na's body, saving her life, but also creating a prison that confined her consciousness. This prison could not be breached by outsiders. Only Na herself could shatter it. I felt as though my world had shattered in that instant. In the ensuing days, I became consumed by madness, training fervently in the courtyard, my mind in turmoil. My teacher visited, cautioning that my anxiety rendered my practice futile. I fell to my knees, pleading, Teacher, please allow me to seek vengeance on Tang Hao. I must kill Tang San. I had previously knelt before the Pope's palace for an entire day and night without her consent, and she had confined me. My dear, it is not that I wish to prevent you, she said, weary. Yu Egwan and Guimei combined are no match for Tang Hao. I cannot allow you to take such risks. I do not seek to confront Tang Hao, I shouted through reddened eyes. I only need the two elders to draw his attention for a mere moment. Just a moment. I am confident I can slay Tang San. He has harmed my Shiji, and I will make him taste the pain of losing a loved one. Yet my teacher still refused, departing with a wave of her sleeve. With no other options, I spent my days in Nana's courtyard, keeping her company. I held her close, brushed her hair, and gently moved her limbs while recounting our past stories. Shiji, let me tell you a tale. Once, there was a junior brother who dedicated himself to mastering a technique called the White Blade Dream Slash, for there was a girl trapped in a dream. Only by mastering this technique could he shatter her dream and rescue her. Shiji, the junior brother in the story, could save others, but I cannot. I cannot even seek revenge for you. I pressed her hand against my cheek. Shiji, if you do not awaken soon, you will miss our wedding. Unbeknownst to me, my teacher stood outside the courtyard, listening to it all. The next day, Yu Egwan and Guimei came to find me, announcing Shaoling, His Holiness, the Pope has agreed to your departure. I was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. My teacher had softened her heart. Without delay, we departed Wuhuan City 3.5 hours later, heading straight for Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, I scanned the village with my spiritual power and sensed something amiss. There was only a soul saint and 2 soul emperors. Tang San and the others were nowhere to be found. Upon reflection, it was clear that they had ventured into Xingdou Dasanlin to procure a 3rd soul ring for Oscar. Thus, we promptly altered our course toward the forest. At that moment, within Xingdou Dasanlin, the members of Shrek were indeed present. A plump, red-haired fellow, Ma Hongjun, was vociferously complaining, his eyes fixated upon Ning Rongrong and another young maiden. Meanwhile, the old master Yu Shaojiang was adopting his characteristic demeanor, coldly reprimanding the others. They were fortunate to have located a millennium-old Fengwei Jigwanch, perfectly suited for Oscar. Flinders swiftly incapacitated the serpent and tossed it to Oscar, urging him to take action. Just then, a voice commanded them to halt. 5 figures emerged, 2 elders and 3 youngsters. Upon seeing them, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically. While Oscar and Ma Hongjun stood dumbfounded, for the 3 young maidens were stunningly beautiful. One of them was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, while another was Meng Aran, the granddaughter of the Dragon King and Snake Lady. It turned out that Zhuqing had reached level 40 and had coincidentally encountered Meng Aran, who was also in search of a soul ring, prompting them to join forces. Dragon King Meng Shu immediately revealed 8 soul rings, stating solemnly that the Fengwei Jigwanch had been discovered and injured by them first, requesting that the others show some consideration. Flinder, upon realizing they were facing a title de law, hesitated, intending to de-escalate the situation. However, the obstinate Yu Shaojiang interjected, asserting that all soul beasts within Xingdou Dasanlin were considered unowned, and whoever ultimately captured it would claim it as their own. His words revealed a mix of ignorance and arrogance. To everyone's surprise, the elder from the opposing side, the Dragon King, was displeased, and with a resounding display of his 8 soul rings, the pressure he exerted was akin to being subjected to 8-fold gravity, causing all of us to nearly collapse. Xiao Wu, in particular, was so frightened that she sought refuge behind Tang San, trembling uncontrollably. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Flinder was about to soften his stance when that pressure suddenly dissipated. To everyone's astonishment, the Dragon King's expression shifted as he felt the presence of someone formidable lurking in the shadows, someone even he could not discern. The old veteran's mind raced, and he quickly opted for diplomacy, suggesting that since everyone desired the serpent, it would be best to resolve the matter amicably, allowing the younger generation to settle it themselves. A representative from each side would compete for the Fengwei Jigwanch. Flinder was elated at this development and readily agreed, stating that Oscar, being a support type, lacked combat prowess and would need to be replaced. The Dragon King graciously consented, and the master then nominated Tang San. With unwavering confidence, Tang San stepped forward, declaring his name, Tang San, Wuhuanlan Yin Chao, a 29th level Battle Soul Master, showcasing a yellow and a purple soul ring. The young Lady Ming Iran, who had been fuming, was ready to take the stage, only to be halted by the Dragon King. He turned to a girl with long black hair and asked, Zhu Qing, would you be willing to assist your sister Iran in this contest? The sister nodded and gracefully stepped forward. At that moment, Tang San's expression darkened as he recognized her. He knew she was formidable. Meanwhile, Oscar remained blissfully unaware, cheering for Tang San. The most explosive moment ensued when Zhu Qing spoke, leaving everyone stunned. Zhu Qing, Wuhuan Yumingling Mao, was a 42nd level soul master with 4 soul rings descending in sequence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. For those who understand, a 12-year-old soul master. This was an undeniable testament to her genius, rubbing the very essence of the word talent into the faces of all present at Shrek. Tang San was momentarily petrified. Oscar's face fell like a bitter melon, and Dai Mubai exclaimed in disbelief, How is this possible? The master, too, was visibly agitated, accusing them of bullying. The Dragon King, with a cold chuckle, retorted, What is the matter? If you can change participants, so can I. The ages are comparable. It's quite fair. If you find it unacceptable, I can allow you to substitute again. With no options left, Flinder had to grit his teeth and call out, Mubai, you go. Dai Mubai hesitated, stepping forward to face Zhu Qing, intending to break the ice with some casual banter, but Zhu Qing coldly dismissed him with a single remark. If we are to fight, let's begin. If not, concede. Her decisiveness was striking. Dai Mubai clenched and unclenched his fists, ultimately deflating like a puncture balloon, mumbling 2 words, I concede. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. This turn of events left everyone speechless. The Dragon King wasted no time, swiftly seizing the serpent and departing with haste, clearly anxious about the unseen powerhouse lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Shrek was oppressive. Oscar began to question his existence, asking the dean, Are we truly a monster academy? Why do I feel so inadequate? Dai Mubai was lost in thought, ignoring anyone who addressed him, just as despair enveloped the group. The true storm was about to unfold. The enigmatic figure known as Jiang Ling issued a command. Attack. Instantly, both factions clashed. On one side, 2 titled Douluos teleported away to confront the hidden Tang Hao, engaging in a fierce battle. On the other side, Jiang Ling himself, a ghostly figure, plunged into the midst of the Shrek members. This man was a tactical genius. He unleashed waves of sword energy, targeting Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, forcing Flinder and Zhao Wuji to split up to assist. Meanwhile, he himself focused on Tang San. The speed was so swift that there was no time to react. Just as Tang San raised his hands to block with his Xianyu hands, a sharp sound echoed as his arms were shattered by the sword energy. Just as the blade was poised to pierce through him, a mysterious figure, cloaked in black, emerged from thin air, repelling Jiang Ling with a single palm and whisking away the barely conscious Tang San. The aura exuded by this individual unmistakably identified them as an evil soul master. Jiang Ling, having missed his strike, did not linger, swiftly capturing Xiao Wu, who was paralyzed in shock, and Yu Xiaojing, who had been inadvertently injured, and vanished into the skies with a flash. Flinder, infuriated, bellowed as he activated his Wuan and pursued, only to be met with Jiang Ling's retaliatory gaze technique, akin to unleashing a laser cannon, crashing down from above. Thus, within Shrek, Tang San was abducted by the evil soul master, while Xiao Wu and the master were seized by Jiang Ling, leaving the remaining members in a state of shock, akin to startled birds. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was engaged in a cataclysmic battle, and in the midst of it all, a 100,000-year Titan giant ape burst forth from the forest, colossal as a mountain. Seizing the moment while the Spirit Hall members were distracted, Tang Hao drove them back with a powerful strike, hastily retreating towards the academy. Turning back to Jiang Ling, he found a secluded cave, casting Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojing to the ground as he began to interrogate Yu Xiaojing. This was undoubtedly the most explosive revelation of 2025. Jiang Ling questioned. How can my teacher, Bibi Dong, be interested in a waste like you? Yu Xiaojiang, writhing in pain, trembled as he extracted a bead from his pocket. He stated, it is because of this. When given to a woman, as long as she possesses this bead, no matter how incompetent he is, he will appear perfect in her eyes. Incredible. This was the ultimate PUA artifact. He confessed that he had deceived Bibi Dong using this tactic, hoping to leverage her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall to promote his absurd theories. Even Lu Erlong had been ensnared this way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade, demanding to know if he had ever taken advantage of Bibi Dong with this. Yu Xiaojiang, terrified, stammered, no. This only generates affection. It cannot control thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling, disinterested in further dialogue, pressed his foot on Yu Xiaojiang's chest, inquiring whether Lu Erlong had also been won over in the same manner. Yu Xiaojiang nodded fervently. Jiang Ling was left speechless. With such an extraordinary artifact in hand, he had still managed to end up in this dismal state, truly a case of a rotten mud unable to prop itself up. After posing all his inquiries, Jiang Ling gazed at the deceitful man, who relied on underhanded tactics to elicit emotions, and calmly uttered, if that is the case, then you may as well perish. Before Yu Xiaojiang could plead for mercy, a burst of fire erupted from Jiang Ling's palm, and with a swift motion, he pressed it against Yu Xiaojiang's crown, instantly reducing him to ashes that scattered with the wind. Having dealt with Yu Xiaojiang, Jiang Ling turned his attention to the fainting corpse of Xiao Wu lying on the ground and scoffed. If you are awake, there is no need to pretend. As Xiao Wu realized her charade was futile, she abruptly lashed out, only to be seized by Jiang Ling, who lifted her effortlessly by the throat. Tossing her against the stone wall, Jiang Ling then settled down, delivering piercing words. You, 100,000-year-old soul beast, why have you strayed from the forest into the human realm? Do you genuinely believe your dear brother loves you? His father is the Hao Yian Dalu. Your identity has long been compromised. To keep you alive is merely to await the day he slays you to serve as a soul ring. Xiao Wu's defenses crumbled instantly, her complexion ashen. Yet her tongue remained obstinate, showcasing the tenacity of a love-stricken mind. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Ling felt a wave of disinterest and casually deceived her, saying, your brother has already been slain by me. With a thunderous reaction, Xiao Wu's eyes reddened instantaneously, her spirit power surging uncontrollably. Jiang Ling, quick-witted, struck her back with a palm, sealing her spirit power. After all, letting her go into a frenzy within the Stardow forest would surely attract the Titan giant ape. At that moment, his two elders, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, arrived, both visibly injured. They informed Jiang Ling that Tang San had been rescued by an evil spirit master, and Tang Hao had nearly thwarted their efforts. Contemplating the situation, Jiang Ling entrusted the unconscious Xiao Wu to the two elders, instructing them to return to the Wuhuan Palace first, as he had matters to attend to. He then retrieved a disguise mask from his robe and donned it, transforming his aura into that of an ordinary person. He announced his intention to visit Suatua City to locate someone. The two elders, unable to dissuade him, departed with Xiao Wu. Jiang Ling, operating with utmost efficiency, entered Suatua City and swiftly found the leader of the Beggar Guild, offering a few coins. Within half a day, he acquired the information regarding the hotel where Zhu Zhuqing and her companions were staying. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, he adjusted his attire and stepped inside, discreetly slipping a small pouch of gold soul coins to the front desk attendant, while lowering his voice to inquire, my good fellow, may I ask which room Zhu Zhuqing occupies? Upon receiving the pouch, the attendant's expression transformed faster than turning a page in a book. His professionalism immediately heightened as he promptly checked, Sir, she is in room Tianling 9. I requested the nearest available room. To which he replied that none were left except for one across the hall. Very well, I thought proximity would allow for closer observation. I instructed him to keep this confidential, yet he curiously inquired about my relationship with the young lady. What could I say? I simply declared that I was her fiancé and intended to surprise her. To my surprise, upon hearing this, The attendant understood immediately and handed me a small vial, winking as he claimed it was an old remedy from his hometown, which he had personally tested and guaranteed would be effective overnight. I found his eagerness amusing, contemplating how he seemed to understand the business too well. I merely wished for a discreet meeting, hoping to avoid raising suspicion from the formidable predecessors. Yet he had hastily expedited me to the next stage. Once inside the room, I settled into a chair by the window, awaiting Zhu Zhuqing's return. I had learned that she and her companions had departed in the morning and had yet to return. As I watched the sun dip lower in the sky, casting the horizon ablaze, my artistic sensibilities awakened, reminiscent of the time spent with Zhu Zhuqing beneath the fiery cliffs of the Liang Ravine, where the hues were similar, one warm, the other capable of scorching the living. Alas, it had nearly been 2 years since then. Amidst my wandering thoughts, I recalled my senior sister, who had shared a sunset with me in Tiando City not long ago. I had carried her through several streets, promising to accompany her shopping, only to have let her down once more. My debt of gratitude was indeed mounting. Lost in contemplation, a commotion arose from downstairs. A girl named Meng Yiran was pulling Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, expressing her reluctance to part ways as they were set to leave the following day and mentioning something about bringing along Lu Ergu to repay a life-saving debt. Upon hearing my name, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze momentarily flickered in disbelief. From my perch above, I was transfixed by her presence, unable to absorb a single word of their chatter, my eyes glued to her figure. After bidding farewell to the formidable duo, Zhu Zhuqing and her veiled companion, Ling ascended the stairs, gossiping about me as they approached. I overheard every word clearly. Once they vanished from sight, I closed the window, estimating the time before quietly slipping into her room. I entered, standing under the light, and gently called out, Zhuqing. She had been with her eyes closed, and upon hearing my voice, she initially thought it was an illusion. Slowly, she opened her eyes, first appearing dazed before her expression brightened in recognition. That moment was worth every hardship endured. I called her name again, and she rose, her smile radiant, yet her eyes glistening with tears. We stood there, separated by 3 meters in silence. Ultimately, I could no longer contain myself and stepped forward to envelop her in my embrace. Initially, she felt a bit stiff, but then she broke into tears, burying her face in my chest, her voice trembling as she said, "I thought you would never come looking for me." For those who understand familial bonds, my heart sank at that moment, shattered. What could I say? All I could muster was an apology, unable to express the depth of my remorse. I had brought her out of the Xinghua Empire, but had failed to care for her properly. She, however, was understanding, quickly freeing herself from my embrace, wiping her tears while forcing a smile, asking how I had found her and if my senior sister, Jia, was present. I dare not answer, lowering my head and kissing her, tasting the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. After the kiss, I led her to sit on the edge of the bed and shared with her the many tribulations that had transpired since her departure, including our encounter in the Stardow Forest. I urged her to return with me to the Wuhuan Palace, fearing for her safety, worried that she might encounter trouble because of me. Surprisingly, this stubborn girl did not refuse but merely requested that we go to Wuhuan City instead of the palace, expressing her fear of meeting my teacher, who had approved of my marriage to my senior sister. My heart soared with joy. Of course, that was permissible. As long as she was in Wuhuan City, I could protect her. She then mentioned a new friend she had made, Ling, the very companion she had been with earlier, whose martial soul was the 9-heart Sea Tang, and she wished to consult her regarding my senior sister's condition. I was taken aback. The 9-heart Sea Tang was a unique healing martial soul across the continent. Had my unfortunate fiancé's luck turned around during our time apart? This matter warranted exploration. I could not overlook a glimmer of hope. We quickly agreed to approach Ling the next day. With the arrangements settled, my heart felt lighter, and gazing upon her face so close, I suggested, "Let's rest for now." Her face flushed instantly, and she softly admonished, "No mischief." The following morning, a captivating scene unfolded. Although we had merely exchanged a kiss and embraced the previous night, the atmosphere had been charged with electricity. While I remained asleep, Zhu Zhuqing awakened and stealthily planted a kiss on my cheek before quietly rising to shower. However, her companion, Yi Lingling, a fervent cultivator, also rose early. After her training, she proceeded to seek out Zhu Zhuqing as usual, possessing a spare key. She pushed open the door with ease and made her way to the bedroom. Likely not her first time. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of a man lying on the bed, clothes strewn chaotically across the floor, clearly indicating a tumultuous night had transpired. She stood frozen, likely questioning whether she had entered the wrong room. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Zhu Zhuqing emerged, clad in a bathrobe. The two individuals exchanged wide-eyed glances, and in an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, extending down to her neck. She hurriedly gestured for silence and dragged her companion out of the living room, quickly shutting the bedroom door behind them. In the living room, Yi Lingling erupted in anger, pointing towards the bedroom and demanding to know what was happening. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling bashful, quietly admitted, "That was me." This only fueled Yi Lingling's irritation further. She questioned why Zhu Zhuqing had not revealed herself in the forest yesterday and insisted on sneaking into the room at night, thus branding her as a lustful scoundrel. Zhu Zhuqing, flustered and desperate, repeatedly insisted that it was not as Yi Lingling imagined, yet she struggled to provide details, unable to confess that they had merely shared a kiss and a touch. The very thought of articulating such a thing was more daunting than confronting a titan. After a prolonged struggle, she finally stammered, "In any case, it is not as you think." Seeing her friend in such a state, Yi Lingling donned an expression of understanding, as though she were pitying her friend who had fallen victim to a scoundrel, declaring her intention to help Zhu Zhuqing see the true nature of the man in question. This fierce woman, noticing Zhu Zhuqing clad in a bathrobe, insisted that she change clothes in the living room, indignantly stating, "Why is it acceptable for him, a man, to see you but not for me?" Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to comply, turning away to change, which only served to further infuriate Yi Lingling. Once she had changed, Zhu Zhuqing beseeched Yi Lingling for assistance with her ailment. Initially, Yi Lingling feigned reluctance, claiming she would not help, but eventually her heart softened. However, she adamantly demanded to know for whom she would be treating. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, and under Yi Lingling's persistent questioning, she ultimately revealed the truth. It was for Hulayina, Jiang Ling's senior sister, and his fiancée. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Yi Lingling's expression resembled that of a CPU overheating as she pointed at Zhu Zhuqing, left speechless. Finally, she managed to utter, "Wait, he asked you to save your rival, and you agreed? Zhu Zhuqing, are you out of your mind?" This scenario is more dramatic than a soap opera. In the end, Yi Lingling reluctantly agreed to help, but imposed a condition. Zhu Zhuqing must sleep with her that night to safeguard against any potential misdeeds from me. Zhu Zhuqing, with no other option, consented and later recounted the situation to me. Upon hearing this, I was incensed. "What gives? You're my girlfriend. How can you sleep with her instead of me?" Zhu Zhuqing regarded me with a smile reminiscent of a child as she replied, "Perhaps Lingling is just worried you might do something inappropriate." My irritation deepened. How could that be? I managed to hold back last night. Before I could finish, she playfully covered my mouth, giving me a reproachful look, and whispered, "No talking." Seeing her bashful demeanor ignited a playful desire within me. I leaned closer and said, "What about now? It's still afternoon." With that, I leaned in and kissed her, just as we were engrossed in this tender moment. A series of urgent knocks erupted at the door, reminiscent of an intruder caught in the act. The sudden commotion startled Zhu Zhuqing, whose face turned beet red as she hurriedly pushed me away and scrambled to gather her scattered clothing. Initially annoyed by the interruption, I found her frantic state utterly endearing. Noticing that I was still gazing at her fair skin, she threw my clothes at me, exclaiming in embarrassment and anger, "Put on your clothes." At that moment, I felt a surge of mischief and tossed the clothes back, reclining on the bed, covering myself with a blanket, leaving only my eyes exposed, and declared, "I'm not getting dressed." Had it not been for the fact that Yi Lingling was Zhu Zhuqing's close friend and I needed her assistance, I certainly would not have indulged her. Zhu Zhuqing, finding my childish behavior amusing yet exasperating, had no choice but to quickly dress herself, taking a deep breath to prepare for the impending confrontation. Before she left, she shot me a fierce glare, holding me accountable for the chaos. She opened the door slightly, slipped out, and promptly closed it behind her. Outside, Yi Lingling beheld Zhu Zhuqing's somewhat disheveled attire and flushed face, and it was clear to her what had transpired, likely cursing me internally 100 times over. "Where's that scoundrel?" Yi Lingling inquired. Zhu Zhuqing stammered, ultimately deciding to forego an explanation. With her face still aflame, she grasped Yi Lingling's wrist and said, "Lingling, let us head back." Ever since my arrival, the blush on her cheeks had not faded. "Let us go," Yi Lingling sighed. She recognized that Zhu Zhuqing had changed dramatically, bearing no resemblance to the person she had previously known. Unbeknownst to Yi Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing had only shown this side of herself to Jiang Ling. Following this incident, Yi Lingling kept Zhu Zhuqing close, insisting that they return to the room after dinner. "Miss Yi, we depart tomorrow morning," Jiang Ling reminded. "I know," Yi Lingling replied coldly, turning with Zhu Zhuqing and heading upstairs, offering no opportunity for the two men to converse. Yi Lingling's demeanor left Jiang Ling perplexed. What was the matter? Shouldn't she be angry with me? As the moonlight streamed through the window, Jiang Ling found himself unable to sleep, opting instead to sit cross-legged and practice his soul power. The elixir he had consumed had minimal effect on his soul power, which had only just reached level 53. "Ah, the elixir," Jiang Ling sighed, pulling out the jade box and turning it over in his hands. He felt as though he had forgotten something, only to recall that he had neglected the elixir due to the events with Hulayina. Whether at the Spirit Hall in Tiando City or when he encountered his teacher, the thought of the elixir had eluded him. The Bajiang Xianbing grass and the Liehua Xingjiao would be delivered to his teacher upon returning to the Spirit Hall. However, the Shui Xian Yujigu was precious and required him to personally deliver it to Shuejia. Moreover, he wished to express gratitude to the 6 offerings of the Spirit Hall, as their assistance had been crucial for his success on this journey. With a resolute decision, Jiang Ling considered taking a detour to Tiando City, reasoning that flying with his sword would not take much time. The next day, just outside Suotawa City, he remarked, "How do we proceed without even hiring a carriage?" "We shall walk," replied the somewhat fatigued Yi Lingling, glancing around the desolate landscape while mocking Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling observed Yi Lingling, who seemed as though she had consumed gunpowder early in the morning, but chose not to engage with her. "I am an adult and will not hold grudges." However, Jiang Ling was bewildered, recalling the original narrative that depicted Yi Lingling as a taciturn and mute girl. This was not the person he recognized. What Jiang Ling did not know was that Yi Lingling's fury stemmed from witnessing the lingering strawberry mark on Zhu Zhuqing's chest the day before. The awkward placement of it had caused her to blush throughout the night, resulting in a sleepless evening. "Changhong sword," Jiang Ling declared, taking the lead. Zhu Zhuqing, familiar with the process, positioned herself behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist, calling out to Yi Lingling, "Lingling, my brother's martial spirit can fly. You should hold on to me." "Ah, very well," Yi Lingling replied, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's affectionate embrace of Jiang Ling. She yearned to separate them, but what would follow? She certainly could not embrace Jiang Ling herself. Allowing Yi Lingling to hold onto that scoundrel was out of the question. Once Yi Lingling reached the sword, Jiang Ling instructed, "Hold on tight, we are taking off." Jiang Ling failed to notice Zhu Zhuqing's shift in how she referred to him. This had been a change she had contemplated for some time. Initially, it was acceptable to call him Brother Jiang, but as their relationship deepened, such a title felt distant. Especially after learning that Hulayina referred to Jiang Ling as Shaolingzi in an endearing manner, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of jealousy. Being younger than Jiang Ling, she could not call him Shaolingzi, nor did she wish to emulate Mangaran. She had intended to call him Ling Ge, but found herself unable to voice it, ultimately settling for Ling Erge. Jiang Ling remained oblivious to the tender heart of the girl behind him. As he focused intently on his sword control, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him, leading him to suspect that Yi Lingling harbored some hidden agenda. While Jiang Ling was aware of her interest in him, he found it peculiar that she seemed particularly attached to Zhu Qing, especially since he and Zhu Qing were in a romantic relationship. Just moments ago, Yi Lingling had appeared disheveled, a clear sign she had not slept well, and Jiang Ling recalled that she had spent the previous night with Zhu Qing, possessing the key to his room. The more he pondered, the darker his expression became. It was not vanity that led Jiang Ling to consider his own looks. With brows like distant mountains, a visage as refined as jade, and a demeanor as gentle as the breeze, he could easily charm his way into the role of a prince. Yet, Yi Lingling seemed to detest him. Could it be that she harbored a preference for women? The thought grew more plausible in his mind. They continued their journey on the sword until dusk fell, at which point they set up camp in the forest. As no towns were nearby, they lit a fire, sprinkled some insect-repellent powder, and prepared the provisions they had brought for dinner. Zhu Qing, have you eaten well? Let us return and rest, Yi Lingling inquired, glancing at Zhu Qing. At this, Jiang Ling felt a jolt of anxiety. It appeared that she was leaving no opportunity for solitude. He assisted Zhu Qing in pitching the tent, but Yi Lingling insisted on taking Zhu Qing away to gather firewood. How could he tolerate this immediate departure right after their meal? As he lifted his right foot, a sudden gust of wind blew through, sending a cloud of ash from the fire directly onto Yi Lingling's cheek, turning her into a comical sight. "Oh!" Yi Lingling exclaimed, touching her face and smudging it further. "Miss Yi, there's a stream over there. You should wash your face," Jiang Ling quickly suggested. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling sprang up and, taking a couple of steps, turned back to say, "Zhu Qing, come with me." Jiang Ling felt a wave of sweat at this, desperately signaling to Zhu Qing, "Sister Lingling, I need to use the restroom. You go ahead. I'll catch up with you shortly," Zhu Qing replied. "All right." Yi Lingling, unable to wait any longer, hurried off to cleanse her face. Before Zhu Qing could speak, Jiang Ling moved closer and said seriously, "Zhu Qing, I suspect Yi Lingling has feelings for girls, and she likes you." Chapter 92. Qian Rinxue Zhu Qing was taken aback by Jiang Ling's words. "Huh? Zhu Qing, haven't you noticed how clingy Yi Lingling is? She wants you by her side for everything. And with my looks, she ignores me and even shows signs of disdain. Does that reflect the normal reaction of a girl? Brother Ling, you've misunderstood. Sister Lingling is perfectly fine. She's just worried about me," Zhu Qing replied, suppressing a smile as she looked at Jiang Ling's earnest self-praise. "I'll check if Sister Lingling has finished washing her face," Zhu Qing said as she stood up to tidy her clothes. She quickly leaned down, pressing her lips against Jiang Ling's cheek. "I've troubled you these past few days," she said before hastily departing towards the stream. Jiang Ling touched his cheek where she had kissed him, muttering in resignation, "Is that meant to be consolation?" Since Zhu Qing believed Yi Lingling was innocent, he chose to trust her judgment. By the stream, Zhu Qing took a moment to calm herself after the surprise kiss, allowing the blush on her cheeks to fade before approaching Sister Lingling. The journey was indeed tedious and monotonous, yet thanks to the speed of their sword flight, they could significantly shorten this dull process. By the time Jiang Ling arrived in Tiando City, it was already afternoon. "Zhu Qing, Miss Yi, you two go find a place to stay and rest for the night. We shall depart tomorrow morning. I have some matters to attend to and will return later." Jiang Ling spoke gently to Zhu Qing. "Is it safe?" Zhu Qing asked with a hint of concern. "Rest assured, I am merely visiting a friend." Jiang Ling reassured her with a smile, patting her head. Yi Lingling frowned at this, yet she restrained her urge to swat Jiang Ling's hand away. After relaying his instructions, Jiang Ling turned to leave. "Stop staring. He has gone far. It's not like you want to see him again. He'll be back tonight." Yi Lingling waved her hand in front of Zhu Qing, who was lost in thought. Zhu Qing's face flushed as she replied, "Let us go find a place to stay. Come on, let us wash up and rest well for the night. I, as a healing soul master, am nearly worn out by you too," Jiang Ling said as he donned a disguise mask and headed toward the palace. Time was of the essence, and he did not wish to waste any. With a golden badge of Xue Qinghe in hand, he could easily gain access to the prince's residence. However, fate was not on his side. Qian Rinxue was not at the palace, leaving Jiang Ling with no choice but to exit and remove his disguise before heading to the spirit hall. "High Priest Salus, is Sister Xue here?" Jiang Ling inquired. having become quite familiar with the spirit hall in Tiando City. Young master, she is indeed here. Allow me to escort you, Salas replied. Please just call me Ling. Is there any news concerning New Jiang? Jiang Ling asked gravely. We have located him and returned him to the spirit city. I conveyed the message to you. Did you not receive it? Salas responded, puzzled. Found him? Jiang Ling's expression brightened. I haven't been at the spirit hall these past few days. How is New Jiang's condition? When we found him, his injuries were severe. An ordinary soul Douluo would have perished from such wounds. Yet New Jiang possessed a force sustaining his shattered body. After our utmost efforts to save him, we managed to preserve his life. However, restoring him to his former state is beyond our capabilities. He was sent to the spirit city 3 days ago, Salas explained. The force Salas mentioned was likely the effect of the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, known for its exceptional resilience. As long as he is alive, I shall ensure he fully recovers, Jiang Ling asserted earnestly. With that, Salas led Jiang Ling to the door of a room. Young Master Ling, Sister Shui is inside. I shall not intrude. She instructed you to enter directly. Does Sister Shui know I would come? Jiang Ling asked, surprised. I cannot say for certain. That was her instruction. Salas replied. Then I shall take my leave, Salas said with a bow. Safe travels, priest. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. He pushed open the intricately crafted, expensive door and entered. Upon entering, Jiang Ling beheld Qian Rinxue reclined in a rocking chair, half asleep. Her golden hair flowed loosely across her back. Her skin as pale as snow, tinged with a delicate blush. Her face framed by graceful features and slightly closed phoenix eyes, presenting an endearing sight. Qian Rinxue had always struck Jiang Ling as intelligent, graceful, and somewhat aloof. Witnessing this rare glimpse of her innocent side left him momentarily entranced. His arrival did not disturb her slumber. Jiang Ling contemplated waking her, but decided against it, choosing to wait a little longer. From his jade pendant, he retrieved a black cloak and gently draped it over her shoulders. He then quietly made his way to the balcony. The room, located on the highest floor of the spirit hall, offered a sweeping view of Tiando City. He could see the contours of the royal palace clearly. In that moment, Jiang Ling understood why Qian Rinxue would choose to rest in the spirit hall rather than remain in the prince's residence. Perhaps for her, the Tiando Palace was the place she most wished to escape. Jiang Ling stood on the balcony for over an hour, watching as the bright sun transitioned to the setting horizon. Lying on a chaise longue, Qian Rinxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly as her half-closed eyes gradually opened, revealing her drowsy gaze. Observing the dimly lit room, she couldn't help but sigh, realizing she had fallen asleep once again. She disdained sleeping during the day. Awakening at dusk and witnessing the encroaching darkness outside made her feel ensnared by loneliness, stirring an inexplicable wave of sorrow deep within her heart. Even someone as formidable as she could not conquer it, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming solitude. As Qian Rinxue sat up, her black robe slipped from her shoulders, leaving her momentarily stunned. Sister Shui, you are awake, Jiang Ling said upon noticing her consciousness return as he turned on the lights and approached her. The room, once shrouded in shadows, suddenly brightened, causing Qian Rinxue to squint slightly. Although Jiang Ling's figure appeared somewhat hazy in the light, she could distinctly see the smile playing at the corners of his mouth, which banished the solitude that had enveloped her. Ling, when did you arrive? Qian Rinxue inquired as her eyes adjusted to the light, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at having fallen asleep in front of man, hoping Jiang Ling had just arrived. I have not been here long. Upon seeing you resting, I chose not to disturb you, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. He understood that strong women often wish to conceal their vulnerabilities from others. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her expression softening, and silence descended upon the room once more. Sister Shui, thank you for persuading the sixth offering to assist. Without your help, my journey might have encountered numerous unforeseen complications. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude, shattering the silence that had lingered. It was nothing. Tang Hao is an enemy of the spirit hall, so it was only natural for the sixth offering to intervene. Qian Rinxue stated as she rose from the chaise longue and seated herself opposite Jiang Ling. The playful demeanor that had characterized her moments before vanished, replaced by an air of calm composure. Jiang Ling recognized that this was not an intentional facade on Qian Rushua's part, but rather a habit cultivated over years of concealing her true self as Xue Qinghe. Perhaps even Qian Rushua herself was unaware of this transformation. "By the way, Sister Xue, I have something to give you," Jiang Ling said. Reaching to his waist where a jade pendant hung, he produced a jade box, which he opened with a flick of his finger, revealing a pristine white flower resembling a pure lotus. "Sister Xue, this is Xue Xianyu Jigu, a celestial grade herb. Consuming it strengthens tendons and bones, harmonizing the 7 meridians and 8 channels, greatly benefiting your cultivation. When consuming, only the petals should be eaten, and the stamen should be sucked gently while channeling your soul power to absorb its essence in a calm state. Is this considered a reward for me?" Qian Rushu asked, gazing at the jade box in her hands. "No. This is a gift from me to my sister as a younger brother," Jiang Ling said earnestly. Qian Rushue had never lacked talent or cultivation resources. What she truly desired was emotional connection. Jiang Ling believed that if it were framed as a token of gratitude for her assistance, Qian Rushue would undoubtedly refuse to accept it, as her motivations had never been driven by the desire for rewards. Taken aback by his words, Qian Rushue's expression softened as a smile graced her lips. "Sister will accept it." This was the first instance of Qian Rushue responding to Jiang Ling's call of sister. Aside from her grandfather, he was the only one she considered a younger brother, albeit one who insisted on the title. In the north, there is a beauty unparalleled and independent. With a single glance, she captivates a city. With another, a nation. Qian Rushue's suddenly radiant smile enchanted Jiang Ling. "Is sister beautiful?" she inquired, observing Jiang Ling's captivated expression. "Very beautiful, indeed," Jiang Ling stammered, regaining his composure. "Sister Xue, I have lost my manners." Realizing the usually serious Qian Rushue possessed such a captivating charm, took him by surprise. "Sister Xue, it's getting late. I must take my leave. I will set off for the spirit hall tomorrow and will not bid you farewell," Jiang Ling remarked, glancing outside at the now pitch-black sky. "Why not rest here? Why must you go out to find another place to stay?" Qian Rushue questioned, surveying the modest accommodations. "Of course, I meant at the spirit hall," Jiang Ling clarified, and upon noticing her gesture, Qian Rushue gently waved her right hand, summoning a soft pulse of soul power to lightly tap Jiang Ling's forehead in playful admonishment. "I shall stay outside, as I have 2 friends accompanying me back to the spirit hall." "Ah, I see. Well then, be cautious on your journey," Qian Rushue replied with a nod. "Then, Sister Xue, I will take my leave," Jiang Ling said as he rose to depart. Qian Rushue watched as Jiang Ling's figure faded away, then lowered her gaze to the jade box in her hands. Rising from her seat, she retrieved her black robe, returned to her bed, and began to consume the petals of the Xue Xianyu Jigu one by one. Having left the spirit hall, Jiang Ling followed the connection he felt with Zhu Zhuqing, but the closer he got, the more peculiar his expression became. Could it be this coincidental? Jiang Ling arrived at his destination, staring incredulously at the hotel before him, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Zhug Hotel, the very establishment where I stayed with Hulaina during our time in Tiando." Baffled, he wondered why Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling had chosen a couple's hotel, and coincidentally, the same one as last time. Jiang Ling stepped inside, tapping the table before the sleeping attendant. "Excuse me, did 2 young ladies check into 2 rooms here? One named Yi Lingling and the other Zhu Zhuqing? Please wait a moment. Let me check. Yes, there are records for both. Your name is Jiang Luer, correct?" The attendant replied after glancing at the records. "Indeed," Jiang Ling confirmed, relieved that it was not the same absurd attendant from before. "The 2 ladies are in room Tianling 4. You can go find them. The key to the other room, Tianling 5, is with them," the attendant informed him. "Thank you," Jiang Ling said, turning to head upstairs. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhuqing, I have returned," Jiang Ling called out as he entered, reaching to pat Zhu Zhuqing's head. "Luter go. Let me take you to your room," Zhu Zhuqing said, seizing his hand and pulling him close. "Zhuqing, The key is right here, next door. You can go yourself, Yi Lingling interjected, pulling Zhu Zhuqing away and tossing the key to Jiang Ling with a cold expression. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Yi Lingling said to Zhu Zhuqing. Just as Jiang Ling's arm had begun to register Zhu Zhuqing's surprising softness, he found himself abruptly pulled away, leaving him speechless. I will endure, Jiang Ling thought, accepting the key and preparing to leave. Young master, it's really you. I almost thought I was mistaken. Haha, do you remember me? A voice called from behind Jiang Ling. He turned to see a familiar face, the very attendant who had previously incited Hulaina's fury. Young master, have you changed your partner? The attendant asked, eyeing the young ladies beside Jiang Ling. She doesn't seem as mature as the previous one, but still quite beautiful. And two of them at that. Young master, take care of yourself. Don't end up like last time, the attendant continued, oblivious to Jiang Ling's growing annoyance. Before Jiang Ling could respond, the attendant had unwittingly sent him to the gallows again. Scoundrel! Yi Lingling's face flushed crimson. With a loud slam, she slammed the door shut. Can they hear us? I was speaking very softly, the attendant remarked, bewildered. I'll give you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight immediately, Jiang Ling said, his expression darkening. Apologies. As Jiang Ling watched the attendant flee in haste, he rubbed his forehead, vowing never to enter the Jug Hotel again. He would rather freeze outside than set foot in that establishment once more. Yi Lingling was still visibly upset as she tried to persuade Zhu Zhuqing, who was lost in thought, contemplating whether Linger and Hulaina had indeed reached the final stage of their relationship. Chapter 94, Jiao, Xi and Haidang. With matters in Tiando concluded, Jiang Ling wasted no time and hurried to Wuhuan City. Upon entering Wuhuan City, the trio did not head directly to the Wuhuan Hall. Jiang Ling, under Zhu Zhuqing's name, first purchased a quaint courtyard adorned with lush bamboo groves. Miss Yi, I wish to speak privately with Zhuqing, Jiang Ling stated, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Lingling beside Zhu Zhuqing. Sis Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, tugging at Yi Lingling's sleeve to prevent her from objecting. Very well, Yi Lingling conceded, her heart softened by her friend's pleading gaze, as she turned and walked toward the bamboo grove. Zhuqing, for now, I must trouble you to stay here. I will promptly explain our situation to my teacher, Jiang Ling said softly, embracing the enchanting figure before him as soon as Yi Lingling departed. No, let's wait until Sister Who Awakens, Zhu Zhuqing replied, biting her lip and speaking earnestly. Her reluctance stemmed from a sense of guilt towards Hulaina, who was still injured. How could she stand by Jiang Ling's side under such circumstances? Additionally, she did not want to burden Jiang Ling, understanding her sentiments, remained silent, and simply tightened his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing. He too felt uncertain about his teacher, Bibi Dong, given her past of heartbreak, even though he was her disciple. Hulaina was equally part of the equation. This predicament was fundamentally his issue, and it was one that Bibi Dong deeply despised. He genuinely feared her wrath. As they made their way to the papal hall, Jiang Ling and Yi Lingling walked side by side. I cannot comprehend how some individuals can be so brazen, openly courting other young ladies despite having a betrothal. Such behavior is irresponsible, Yi Lingling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Though she was aware of Jiang Ling's esteemed position as Bibi Dong's disciple, it did not deter her from defending Zhu Zhuqing. In her view, leaving Zhu Zhuqing alone in the quaint courtyard without bringing her back to the Wuhuan Hall was a classic example of a heartless and irresponsible man. Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at Yi Lingling but chose not to respond. He felt it unworthy to stoop to the level of this young girl, and he was at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, Yi Lingling let out a soft huff and chose to remain quiet. She had no desire to assist him given his previous actions, yet she felt obligated to keep her promise to Zhu Zhuqing. Instead of visiting Bibi Dong first, Jiang Ling led Yi Lingling directly to Hulaina's residence. He held little hope for success, knowing that the numerous powerful healing soul masters of the Wuhuan Hall had been unable to help her. Yi Lingling, merely a soul Zun, seemed unlikely to succeed where others had failed. Jiang Ling's hopes rested solely on the miraculous capabilities of Jiao, Xi and Haidang. Upon entering the long-absent courtyard, Jiang Ling pushed the door open. Young master, you have returned, the servants exclaimed, surprise flickering across their faces as they hurriedly bowed. Indeed, Jiang Ling nodded. Miss Yi, this way please. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling opened the door to Hu Laiina's chamber. The angelic girl lay there, tranquil as ever. Yi Lingling, too, was momentarily entranced. Unlike the last time, when she had only seen Jiang Ling's back, she now beheld Hu Laiina's lovely visage. Such a stunning young woman was a rare sight, one that was hard to forget. In just a few months, life had proven to be unpredictable. Without waiting for Jiang Ling to speak, Yi Lingling gently brought her hands together, summoning a pink Jiao-Xian Haidang flower. The petals, a blend of white and pink, were strikingly vibrant and elegantly shaped. The flower's leaves and vines cascaded from her palms, swaying gently in the breeze like the flowing hair of a demure maiden. The Jiao-Xian Haidang radiated a faint fragrance as a beam of white light descended from above, taking the form of petals that gracefully enveloped Hu Laiina. Jiang Ling watched in awe, his expression shifting to one of hope. Perhaps this truly could work. It was the first time Jiang Ling witnessed Yi Lingling employ her martial spirit, and he felt an unparalleled vitality emanating from the flower. The white light enveloped Hu Laiina for a full quarter of an hour before Yi Lingling trembled, the Jiao-Xian Haidang dissipating as she struggled to remain upright. Miss Yi, Jiang Ling, who had been closely observing the healing process, quickly moved to support her, preventing her from falling. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. I am fine. Just let go of me, Yi Lingling replied, feeling an awkwardness from Jiang Ling's touch. She struggled against him, but her exhausted spirit and physical strength rendered her almost childlike in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson, though her veil concealed her embarrassment from Jiang Ling. Unaware of the turmoil in Yi Lingling's heart, Jiang Ling helped her to sit on the bed and anxiously asked, "Did it work? Will she recover?" There are two exceptionally pure and potent forces within her. They must be the essence of divine herbs. Either one would benefit her for life. But having both in her body at such close intervals complicates matters, Yi Lingling stated with a furrowed brow. Her martial spirit had endowed her with a profound understanding of pharmacology, and she was aware of the existence of divine herbs, though she had never encountered them herself. Miss Yi, do you have a solution? Jiang Ling asked, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. The high-level healing soul masters of the Wuhuan Hall had been unable to reach a conclusion after extensive treatment. While it took Yi Lingling only a brief moment to diagnose the situation. Yes, it can be treated, but it will take a considerable amount of time, Yi Lingling said weakly, having overexerted herself. The complete healing of Hu Laiina would require the delicate balancing of two disparate energies, allowing her body to absorb them gradually. The lengthy duration was a result of Yi Lingling's insufficient strength. Had she been a soul Dalu, or even a title Dalu, awakening Hu Laiina would have taken mere moments. Time is of no consequence, as long as she can be healed. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that healing was possible, his gaze shimmering with gratitude towards Yi Lingling. Observing Jiang Ling's uncharacteristic demeanor, Yi Lingling felt a flicker of surprise. He appeared far from the fickle-hearted person she had imagined. Prepare a room for me. I need to recover my soul power, Yi Lingling stated matter-of-factly. Of course, the guest room is next door. I will assist you, Jiang Ling replied, reaching out to support her. At that moment, Yi Lingling would have accepted any assistance from him without complaint. Please let the servants assist me, she said, slightly leaning back to evade Jiang Ling's outstretched hand. Very well, Jiang Ling retracted his hands, feeling no embarrassment. Chapter 95, The Silhouette. After seeing Yi Lingling off, Jiang Ling gazed at Hu Laiina lying on the bed. He crouched beside her, filled with joy as he spoke. Sister, you are saved. You will awaken soon. Do not fear. Gently placing his right hand on Hu Laiina's cheek, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister, I will go tell our teacher this good news. Wait for me. I will return shortly. With that, Jiang Ling turned and swiftly made his way toward the papal hall. Upon his arrival at the Wuhuan Hall, news of Jiang Ling's return reached Bibi Dong. Rather than being upset that he had not come to see her first, she felt a sense of relief. However, her brow furrowed upon hearing that he was accompanied by a female companion. Suppressing the urge to inquire about Jiang Ling's circumstances, she continued to attend to her affairs. As anticipated, there was no need for a summons. Within the hour, Jiang Ling would surely arrive. Teacher, teacher! Jiang Ling rushed into the papal hall, finding it empty. Without hesitation, he sprinted to the rear hall, where Bai Dong was indeed occupied with her duties. Teacher, Jiang Ling respectfully bowed and announced. Indeed, half an hour. Bai Dong seemed to be speaking to herself. What half an hour? Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback by Bai Dong's sudden remark. Nothing of consequence. Why the urgency in seeking me? Bai Dong inquired, lifting her gaze from her work. Teacher, senior sister is saved. Jiang Ling exclaimed with a smile directed at Bai Dong. What did you say? Bai Dong was momentarily stunned. Jiang Ling recounted the matter in detail, explaining about the Jiao Exine Haidang. Ah, Jiao Exine Haidang. How could I have forgotten? Bai Dong nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed true that Yi Lingling's soul power was still too low to come to Bai Dong's attention. However, Bai Dong was aware of Yi Lingling's mother, the previous owner of the Jiao Exine Haidang. Let's go see Nana, Bai Dong declared, rising from her seat. All right, Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. On their way, Jiang Ling inquired, Teacher, has that 10,000-year humanoid soul B-soul ring been absorbed? He was referring to Xiao Wu. Not yet. It requires more time for absorption, Bai Dong replied, shaking her head. Xiaoling, bringing back this 10,000-year soul beast has been a significant help to me. Upon receiving Bai Dong's praise, Jiang Ling shyly smiled. Teacher, is the delay in absorption due to the second martial soul's burden on your body? Jiang Ling probed. Bai Dong, slightly surprised by his question, nodded. Indeed, the resolution of the twin martial soul conflict would rely upon divine status. Jiang Ling mused about how far Bai Dong had progressed in her trials. Teacher, I possess 2 items that can refine the body and forge a golden physique, enhancing your constitution, the octagonal Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xingjiao Shu. I forgot to present them to you last time. Jiang Ling produced a golden box and handed it to Bai Dong. This is one of them, the octagonal Xianbing grass, the pinnacle of ice power. Teacher, allow me to assist you in consuming these 2 herbs, Jiang Ling proposed. Bai Dong opened the golden box, and an overwhelming chill emanated from within. Bai Dong's soul power surged to contain the coldness, yet she could still sense the temperature around her, within a 5-meter radius, plummeting. You should consume these yourself. I do not require them, Bai Dong said, closing the jade box and returning it to Jiang Ling. It was not that Bai Dong truly did not need them. She simply believed that Jiang Ling would benefit more from their use. Jiang Ling's martial spirit and physical qualities were inferior to those of a beast spirit master, and these herbs would significantly compensate for that shortcoming. Meanwhile, she could resolve the twin martial soul issue through the Luocha divine trial. Jiang Ling gazed at the golden box in his hand, momentarily lost in thought, his steps faltering as he fell behind Bai Dong. Observing her figure ahead, his eyes naturally settled upon her graceful silhouette. He quickly regained his composure and hurried to catch up. Teacher, I have already consumed one of the celestial herbs. I cannot use these 2 again. If you do not take them, they will go to waste, Jiang Ling explained as he reached Bai Dong's side. You truly consumed one? Bai Dong paused, turning to inquire. Indeed, I did, Jiang Ling affirmed with certainty. His earnest gaze indicated sincerity, not deception. Bai Dong nodded, then grasped Jiang Ling's wrist, sending a gentle wave of soul power coursing through him. There was indeed a surge of strength within him, balanced and serene, unlike the overwhelming energy experienced by Nana, primarily concentrated around his eyes. This should not conflict with the 2 celestial herbs, correct? Bai Dong inquired calmly. No conflict. Celestial herbs should not be consumed in excess. Only the octagonal Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xingjiao Shu can be taken together from the ice and fire duality spring, Jiang Ling replied defiantly. Bai Dong leaned closer, scrutinizing Jiang Ling's eyes, their faces merely 10 centimeters apart. Jiang Ling's gaze flickered. Bai Dong's lips curved into a slight smile as she said, You have lied. Do not assume that your teacher is unaware. I have perused the tomes in the library. Her voice was melodious. Bai Dong felt a sense of joy at Jiang Ling's determination to deceive her about consuming the herbs. The rarity of these herbs was comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul ring or soul bone. Jiang Ling would rather forego their benefits for herself, illuminating the path for someone on the brink of darkness. Perhaps the reason she had not succumbed to despair was due to the unwavering companionship of Na and Xiaoling. While lost in thought, Bai Dong unconsciously reached out to caress Jiang Ling's cheek. Jiang Ling swallowed nervously, feeling parched. Teacher's lips moved as if she were saying something, yet he felt deafened, unable to discern her words. Gazing at her enchanting features, he involuntarily recalled the previous moment. Could it be that let us go? Bai Dong said with a subtle smile, affectionately ruffling Jiang Ling's hair. As she moved, a faint fragrance wafted into Jiang Ling's senses, pulling him back from his stupor. Watching Bai Dong walk ahead, Jiang Ling murmured, "How is it that teacher's allure seems more potent than senior sister's?" He quickly shook his head, dismissing the irreverent thoughts from his mind. Following Bai Dong, he dare not glance at her silhouette again. Regaining his composure, Jiang Ling contemplated how to persuade Bai Dong to consume the celestial herbs. That was the priority. Soon, they arrived at Hu Laina's courtyard. Bai Dong approached Hu Laina, grasping her hand to assess the changes in her condition. The two forces have indeed diminished somewhat. Though only slightly, it likely correlates with the healer's strength, Bai Dong observed as she rose. "What, your friend? I wish to meet her." Bai Dong turned to Jiang Ling and inquired. "Oh, she's recovering her soul power in the adjacent room after exerting herself to heal senior sister," Jiang Ling replied. "If this treatment continues, how long will it take for my senior sister to awaken?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Ling asked. "Approximately 2 years," Bai Dong responded. "Very well, in that case, take good care of Na and do not neglect your training. In a few days, I shall evaluate the results of your endeavors. Also, treat the Jiao Xan Haidang Soul Master with utmost hospitality. Ensure she remains for Na's treatment, and do your utmost to fulfill her requests. I shall return to the academy now." Bai Dong instructed Jiang Ling before preparing to leave. "Wait, teacher," Jiang Ling called out as she reached the door. "Is there something else?" Bai Dong turned back, her expression questioning. Cough, that is, teacher, I have something to report." Jiang Ling coughed lightly, suggesting they move to his courtyard, as it was disruptive to senior sister's rest. "Very well," Bai Dong nodded, stepping outside. Although she found Jiang Ling's behavior somewhat peculiar, she paid it little mind. As Jiang Ling gazed at Bai Dong's departing figure, he quietly exhaled and hurried to catch up. He had devised a method to persuade Bai Dong to consume the octagonal xianbing grass and the lihua xingjiaoshu. Jiang Ling's room was kept tidy and clean, as it was regularly maintained by others. Upon entering, Bai Dong took a seat on a chair. Observing this, Jiang Ling thought to himself, "Teacher truly prefers to sit rather than stand." He casually closed the door and sat opposite Bai Dong. Bai Dong regarded her disciple with a hint of confusion, sensing something was slightly amiss with Jiang Ling's demeanor. "Teacher, do you know what would happen if the two celestial herbs, Bajiao Zuanbinko and Liehua Xingjiaoshu, were meat?" Jiang Ling asked, retrieving a golden and silver jade box from the jade pendant. "The clash of ice and fire, both being celestial herbs, would likely result in their powers neutralizing each other, I suppose." Bibi Dong, unsure of Jiang Ling's intentions, wondered if he still wished for her to consume them. Yet who could force her if she refused? Indeed, after their convergence, these two celestial herbs would restrain each other's essence, but within 10 breaths, their effects would completely dissipate. During this brief interval, it would be the optimal moment to consume them, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the jade box, and the cold and heat manifested for but a fleeting moment before settling into tranquility. The red glow and white mist intertwined, returning to calm. "Teacher, if you do not consume these two herbs, they will become useless," Jiang Ling urged, pushing the celestial herbs towards Bibi Dong eagerly. Bibi Dong sighed, observing Jiang Ling. Sometimes, her disciple was quite clever, yet at other times, adorably foolish. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback by Bibi Dong's sigh. Had something gone amiss? In an instant of distraction, Bibi Dong waved her right hand, and the two celestial herbs soared into the air, heading straight for Jiang Ling. "Oh no, I forgot. Teacher, she is a titled Douluo." Jiang Ling exclaimed in shock, his body wishing to flee, yet immobilized by a force of soul power. At that moment, all he could do was grit his teeth. "Open your mouth," Bibi Dong urged, furrowing her brow. Seeing Jiang Ling unresponsive, she reached for his mouth to pry it open. As he looked at her delicate hand near his lips, Jiang Ling bit down, licking Bibi Dong's smooth palm. Startled, Bibi Dong quickly withdrew her hand, her soul power momentarily faltering, causing the floating celestial herbs to fall. A flush crept on her cheeks. If Moon Guanyin had witnessed this, it would have left them astounded for a century. They had never seen the dignified and noble Bibi Dong blush. Bibi Dong could hardly believe Jiang Ling's audacity, gazing at him in disbelief. In 2 breaths, Jiang Ling's face was flushed yet remarkably composed. Seizing the moment while Bibi Dong was still in shock, he reached out and grabbed the descending celestial herbs, shoving them toward her slightly parted lips, which were agape in astonishment and anger. Bibi Dong instinctively attempted to shield her face, but Jiang Ling was quicker. Unfortunately, the physical prowess of a tidal doll was beyond Jiang Ling's capability to match. He was drawn forward until one knee pressed against the ground, his face buried in something soft. Fortunately, due to Jiang Ling's intervention, Bibi Dong's hand was delayed just enough, and in the final breath, Jiang Ling managed to force the celestial herbs into her mouth. The herbs melted upon contact, transforming into liquid that flowed down Bibi Dong's throat. Unconcerned, she gazed down at Jiang Ling, her mind blank. It appeared she had been licked and assaulted. "Ingrate!" Bibi Dong exclaimed in shame and fury. With a surge of soul power, Jiang Ling was thrown against the wall. Bibi Dong had intended to reprimand her rebellious disciple, but suddenly, her body was engulfed by alternating warmth and chill, the two forces clashing within her. Jiang Ling, rising from the ground, realized the effects of the 2 celestial herbs had taken hold. Ignoring the pain, he retrieved the yin-yang erki bottle and hurriedly instructed, "Teacher, absorb the effect from here. Do not resist with your soul power." The bottle contained the essence of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Bibi Dong understood this was not the time for reprimands. Without hesitation, she leapt into the bottle, as Jiang Ling had suggested. Watching her disappear, Jiang Ling rubbed his chest, though he sustained no injuries from her soul power's impact. Pain was inevitable. "It's over. Once the teacher finishes absorbing, I can only imagine how she will deal with me," Jiang Ling thought with a wry smile. He couldn't help but lick his lips. The lingering sweetness on his nose had yet to dissipate. It seemed, perhaps, rather pleasant. Jiang Ling was startled by his own thoughts. Quickly slapping his cheeks to regain focus, deterred from further contemplation, he settled beside the yin-yang erki bottle, awaiting Bibi Dong's emergence. Jiang Ling stared at the bottle, involuntarily recalling the earlier scene, the astonishing elasticity, the delightful aroma, and spent 3/4 of the 20 minutes lost in thought. Never mind, I might as well practice while I wait. As night fell, darkness enveloped the Wuhuan city, yet Jiang Ling's courtyard remained brightly lit. He had completed his cultivation, while Bibi Dong was still occupied with absorbing the 2 celestial herbs, as refining her golden body required considerable time. Simultaneously, Tang San, whose hands Jiang Ling had rendered useless, followed Liang Shan to a cave. "Do not speak recklessly. Just follow my lead, or else," Liang Shan's hoarse voice echoed outside the cave, warning the youth beside him. Chapter 97. Skin like beautiful porcelain. Liang Shan entered the cavern, turning several corners before opening the final door. Inside, the cave was devoid of darkness. A waterfall cascaded from an unknown source, splashing into a pool below. Silver moonlight streamed from above, illuminating the still waters and casting an air of chilling melancholy. In the center of the pool was a meditation platform, intricately carved with the heads of unknown, eerie beasts, exuding an unsettling aura. Sitting cross-legged atop, it was a remarkably handsome and otherworldly youth, Lan Xingchen. If Jiang Ling were to encounter Lan Xingchen again, he might not recognize him. The current Lan Xingchen radiated an unsettling aura, vastly different from the refined demeanor Jiang Ling had first observed in that dilapidated treasure hall. "My lord." Liang Shan knelt respectfully. "What is it?" The youth's eyes remained tightly closed, his voice icy. "Reporting to my lord, I was commanded to find Jiang Luer and seize the wooden token. I traced his whereabouts to Sitawa City, but regrettably, I arrived a step too late. By a stroke of fortune, I discovered Jiang Luer's true name is Jiang Ling, and he is the disciple of the current Pope, Bibi Dong," Liang Shan replied, lowering his head solemnly. "Bibi Dong's disciple? No wonder." Lan Xingchen opened his eyes slowly, his expression devoid of emotion. "And then?" he inquired. "I continue my pursuit, but regrettably, Jiang Ling has a soul Douluo expert by his side. I cannot find an opportunity to act." Then, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, suddenly appeared, inexplicably killing the soul Douluo expert and severely injuring Jiang Ling and Hulaina. Yet ultimately, he managed to escape. Fearing discovery by Tang Hao, I dared not approach too closely, and when I attempted to pursue Jiang Ling again, he had already entered the Tiando city, Liang Shan reported. "Oh, so you returned empty-handed?" Lan Xingchen's gaze locked onto Liang Shan, and a pressure characteristic of a soul suddenly enveloped him, forcing Liang Shan to kneel. "Reporting to my lord, although I did not capture Jiang Ling, I did bring back Tang Hao's son, Tang San," Liang Shan said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Having been ambushed by Tang Hao, Jiang Ling naturally harbored resentment. He took 2 titled Douluos to seek revenge, and I intervened just as Tang San was about to be killed by Jiang Ling. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we can forge an alliance with Tang Hao," Liang Shan proposed. As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive weight lifted, and Liang Shan exhaled with relief. Drenched in cold sweat, astonished by Lan Xingchen's rapid growth and strength. "Is it that boy outside? An alliance is hardly feasible." But the sudden reappearance of the long-missing Hao Tianhua suggests that a storm is brewing. "This may be our opportunity," Lan Xingchen remarked with a bloodthirsty smile. "Bring him in," he commanded. "Yes." Liang Shan respectfully retreated. "As I aspire to achieve the title of Lord, I find myself accompanied solely by the spirit saints and spirit emperors of Liang Shan, which seems somewhat insufficient. The long-vanished Hao Tianhua is also quite remarkable." Lan Xingchen gazed outward, as if peering through layers of rock to glimpse Tang San in a blue robe outside the cave. Tang San wrestled with inner turmoil. He had surmised that his savior was likely an evil soul master, and his instincts urged him to flee while the opportunity remained. Yet, looking at his own hands, he felt a pang of reluctance. "I cannot leave. I must stay here, heal my hands, and seek vengeance against him." Xiaowu remains in his grasp. A torrent of hatred flickered in Tang San's eyes as a figure flashed through his mind. "Come with me. My lord wishes to see you," Liang Shan said, nodding at the unyielding Tang San. "This place is fraught with traps. Should Tang San attempt to escape, he would meet certain death." Tang San obediently followed Liang Shan, though a chill ran through him. Liang Shan was injured, indicating that the lord he spoke of was a capricious individual. "My lord, I have brought him," Liang Shan knelt, simultaneously gesturing for Tang San to kneel as well. Ignoring Liang Shan's signal, Tang San bowed slightly towards the strikingly handsome youth before him, his hands still bound. "Ha! Indeed a unique character. However, to receive special treatment, one must demonstrate exceptional worth." Lan Xingchen laughed heartily at the seemingly ordinary youth. "What do you believe sets you apart? What merits a reconsideration?" Lan Xingchen's expression turned frigid, his voice icy. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. His life had been saved by another, and he had come to this place to heal his hands, being in a position of dependency. In Lan Xingchen's eyes, only the powerful, or those he deemed worthy, deserved to stand on equal footing with him, and it was evident that Tang San did not fit that criterion. Pride is commendable, yet lacking the corresponding strength will only lead to one's demise. "Liang Shan, take him away. He is yours now," Lan Xingchen instructed, closing his eyes to resume his meditation. Tang San was momentarily bewildered. He had assumed his capture meant he held some value. Yet now, without a single inquiry, he was dismissed for not kneeling. "Leave." Liang Shan's countenance darkened as he grasped Tang San's shoulder and dragged him away. As dawn broke, the sky gradually lightened. Jiang Ling, having guarded the yin-yang qi bottle throughout the night, finally witnessed a change. The bottle trembled violently. The master has finished absorbing it. Jiang Ling's face brightened, his fingertips radiating soul power, entwining around the yin-yang qi bottle, allowing Bai Bai Dong to emerge. A flash of white light revealed a figure of exquisite perfection. Her skin resembled fine porcelain, lips like cherry blossoms, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her graceful form radiating charm. For a moment, Jiang Ling was entranced, unable to suppress a gulp. Bai Bai Dong, having emerged from the yin-yang qi bottle, noticed Jiang Ling's state and struck out, sending him crashing outside, though he emerged unscathed. While she leaned against the wall, flustered, embarrassed by Jiang Ling's gaze, Bai Bai Dong was enveloped in a layer of cherry pink, her cheeks ablaze. She sought to retrieve a garment from her storage ring, only to find it had been destroyed by the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Jiang Ling, toss me a set of clothes, Bai Bai Dong commanded. Jiang Ling, who had been sent flying, contemplated fleeing. Yesterday, he had been uncertain, but now he was truly at risk. Hearing the master's voice, he rummaged through his jade pendant for a black dress he had bought for Zhu Qing and tossed it into the room before hastily retreating. Bai Bai Dong donned the dress and emerged into the courtyard, observing Jiang Ling's escape, her fury mounting, her clenched fist relaxed. Without further delay, she returned to her quarters to change clothes, as she was still in a state of undress. To be cautious, Jiang Ling slipped away to the back mountain of the Wuhuan Palace. Any encounter with the master could occur at any time, but now was not the moment. How to face the master now? He had not anticipated such absurdities arising from consuming a divine herb. Lying on the grass, Jiang Ling sighed. Chapter 98. The first encounter with Dalu. Why the sigh? Just as Jiang Ling was in distress, a calm voice resonated from behind him. Startled, Jiang Ling pushed off the ground and turned, spotting a figure merely 3 meters away, inwardly chiding himself for being careless. He regarded the newcomer warily. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, strikingly handsome, with a faint smile that emanated a tranquil and soothing aura. There is no need for alarm. I'm also a member of the Wuhuan Palace, an elder of the Elder Hall. My name is Lu Yun, the handsome man said with a smile. Lu Yun? Why have I never heard of you? Though puzzled, Jiang Ling relaxed his guard, recognizing that within the Wuhuan Palace, where Dalu and Bai Bai Dong held sway, it was improbable for anyone to come and go freely without being affiliated with the palace. Young Master Jiang Ling is not particularly concerned with the affairs of the palace. Naturally unaware, your senior sister, Hulaina, is surely informed, the man said gently. Jiang Ling's face momentarily flashed with embarrassment as he clasped his hands in respect, saying, Elder Lu Yun, I was being overly cautious. Shall we converse for a while? Lu Yun seated himself on the grass, patting the spot beside him to invite Jiang Ling to sit down. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement and joined him. What caused your sigh earlier? Lu Yun resumed his initial inquiry. It's nothing, merely some troubling thoughts, but I now know what to do, Jiang Ling replied. It was a jest. Matters concerning himself and the master were not to be divulged. Lu Yun nodded thoughtfully, understanding Jiang Ling's reluctance to elaborate. What do you think of the Wuhuan Palace at present? After a brief silence, Lu Yun spoke again. Jiang Ling glanced at Lu Yun, somewhat surprised, and said, The Wuhuan Palace aids the common folk in awakening their martial spirits, earning the admiration of the masses. Wuhuan City is revered as a sacred place among all soul masters, and title Douluos dominate over half the continent, firmly establishing the palace as the foremost power. These are the external perceptions. I am inquiring about your own beliefs. Lu Yun chuckled, clearly pleased by Jiang Ling's response. What do I believe? Behind the facade of the seemingly invincible Wuhuan Palace lies a fatal flaw, Jiang Ling declared, his words carrying weight. Lu Yun was taken aback, his voice growing solemn. What leads you to that conclusion? While the palace appears to be under the dominion of my master Bai Bai Dong, the Elder Hall and Douluo Hall predominantly revere the grand offering, Dalu. This, I am sure, is clearer to Elder Lu Yun than to me. A vast force requires but a singular voice to advance further, Jiang Ling implied. Are you suggesting that the grand offering should relinquish some power? Lu Yun inquired curiously. That is your interpretation. I make no such claims, Jiang Ling responded with a smile. Lu Yun could only chuckle in bemusement. You clearly imply that yet shy away from stating it outright. You, my friend, have lost some youthful naivete. You ponder too much. Caution and discretion will ensure longevity, he remarked, somewhat exasperated. What the next pope? Will it be you, or Hu Laina, or perhaps Qianren? With only the two of us present, feel free to speak. No one will know. Lu Yun ventured. Jiang Ling's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Are we really so familiar? However, speaking casually is not an issue, he mused. The position of the next pope will certainly not be mine. It is too arduous and troublesome. As for whether it will be my senior sister or Xuejia, I am unsure. Either of them would suffice. Jiang Ling reclined on the grass. While others strive relentlessly to ascend, you, on the other hand, seem to find it burdensome, Lu Yun remarked with a sigh. Each has their own aspirations. Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. By the way, are you quite familiar with Qianren? Lu Yun inquired seemingly casually. Sister Xue? Indeed, we are quite close. I regard her as my sister, Jiang Ling responded with a nod. Has she agreed to it? Lu Yun questioned. She has indeed, otherwise. Why would I call her Sister Xue? Jiang Ling replied, closing his eyes. However, I believe my senior sister has a greater chance of inheriting the position of Pope. Jiang Ling added. Oh, what makes you say that? Lu Yun asked. My senior sister is favored by our teacher, possesses remarkable talent, and only needs to accomplish a few tasks beneficial to the Spirit Hall, Jiang Ling stated as he sat up. That may not necessarily be the case. Qianren's talent is unquestionable, and as an undercover agent in the Tiando Empire, if her plans succeed, it would be a tremendous contribution to the Spirit Hall. Even if the Pope opposes her, it would be futile. After all, she cannot single-handedly control the Spirit Hall, Lu Yun retorted with a cold snort. Indeed, the Lu Yun before Jiang Ling was none other than the renowned Dalu, who was known as invincible in the heavens. Jiang Ling had his suspicions when Lu Yun mentioned Qianren, and now, with the casual mention of her undercover role, it was clear that his identity was far from that of an ordinary elder. Saralas acted in concert with Qianren, and while the Zhuguo was a confidant of Bibi Dong, knowing of such matters was somewhat justifiable. However, others should remain in ignorance. Furthermore, Lu Yun's demeanor towards Jiang Ling and Hu Laina was notably indifferent, suggesting that he was aligned with Dalu. Yet, when discussing Qianren, he displayed a certain fondness. And when Bibi Dong was mentioned, there was a hint of admiration but not an ounce of reverence. Only Dalu could exhibit such behavior within the Spirit Hall. Lu Yun snapped back to reality, playfully patting Jiang Ling's head, rebuking him with a smile. You rascal, attempting to pry words from an old man. Youngster Jiang Ling pays his respects to the esteemed elder. I hope for your forgiveness if I've been disrespectful, Jiang Ling said, rising with cupped hands. Jiang Ling harbored no significant animosity towards Dalu. When did you figure out my identity? Dalu nodded. When you mentioned Sister Xue, Jiang Ling replied. Recently, in my correspondence with Xue, she frequently mentions you, and she has never involved herself in matters at the Pope's palace. When she suddenly wrote to ask for my assistance for you, I became curious to meet you, Dalu said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I have learned of this from Sister Xue. Thank you for your help, esteemed elder. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude. Xue wouldn't have mentioned these matters to you. You must have deduced it on your own. You needn't be so formal in my presence, Dalu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ling. Indeed, Jiang Ling had initially assumed that a man over 100 years old would be a rigid elder. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find him youthful in spirit and rather unpretentious. If Dalu truly resembled an ordinary elder, his own teacher might not have survived to this day, and Sister Xue would not rely on him so heavily, Jiang Ling mused. Xue has had a tough time. Since she regards you as a brother, I ask you to treat her as you would your own sister and refrain from causing her harm. Chindeoliu's tone grew grave, a hint of threat lacing his words. Rest assured, esteemed elder, my sword practice is solely to protect those I cherish, both now and in the future. As long as I live, I will not allow. Jiang Ling's words were abruptly interrupted by Dalu. Jiang Ling, do not make promises lightly about things you cannot achieve. Jiang Ling was taken aback by the elder's words. Was he referring to his senior sister's injury? In youth, one often believes that nothing is unattainable. As time passes, one realizes that human power has its limits. I do not ask that you protect her for a lifetime. I merely wish for you to have the opportunity to accompany her more often. With that, Dalu made no further delay, patting Jiang Ling on the shoulder before turning to leave. Jin Yi, do you think that if I were to grant Bibi Dong the authority of the Douluo Hall's elders, it could further advance the Spirit Hall? Dalu suddenly posed. I do not know. I only know that the young lady will certainly not agree. An elder behind, Dalu replied. Indeed, Shuer would never consent. For her sake, I must retain this power, Dalu said with a smile. Chapter 99. Tenderness bestowed upon passers-by. A sharp blade directed at Jiang Ling. After Dalu departed, Jiang Ling remained in place for a considerable time. Recently, he had indeed become somewhat lax. Since leaving the Spirit Hall for his travels, his sword had taken on a different essence. The Jiang Ling of the past was purely innocent, and his sword was likewise unblemished, but it was a purity that had yet to be tempered by experience. His sword heart was akin to a blank canvas. 3 years of wandering through the tumultuous world, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, fear, the parting of life and death, had stained that canvas with myriad colors. Jiang Ling's swordsmanship had become increasingly exquisite, yet his sword heart had grown dimmer. Sitting cross-legged, the Changhong sword suddenly appeared. Floating before Jiang Ling was a sword. A sword has 2 edges. It can harm others as well as oneself. A sword is a symbol of kingship, yet also embodies solitude. Wielding a 3-foot azure blade, one is destined to roam the world freely. A common man, in a fit of rage, can spill blood within 5 paces. A mere disagreement can lead one to draw their sword, and drawing the sword means to kill. A swordsman is defined solely by the sword, the heart, and oneself. But what is my sword? Jiang Ling pondered. The Changhong sword seemed to resonate with its master's heart, beginning to tremble violently. In a daze, Jiang Ling envisioned his senior sister, Zhu Qing, his teacher, Sister Shui, and others. My sword is for protection of loved ones, family, and dear friends. Why do I wield this sword? It is in their defense that I raise my blade. Jiang Ling's voice resonated as he gripped the Changhong sword suspended in midair, swinging it forth. No sound of wind, no sound of thunder, nor the clang of weapons. Only the mighty sword energy surged like a vast river. Far away, it resembled a long rainbow soaring through the sky. Close by, it resembled layers of flames converging. The sword's name is Guardian. In that moment, Jiang Ling's sword heart was clear, and his sword intent soared to the heavens. With a single stroke, the world transformed. At the heights of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong watched the sword strike, her eyes filled with joy, but also profound astonishment, whispering, Shaoling. Soon after, a sense of determination seemed to dawn in her gaze. In the distance, Dalu observed the sword's radiance, his pupils contracting as he exclaimed, Domain. He has actually touched the threshold of a domain. As the master of the killing god domain, Dalu understood the significance of that sword and the difficulty of comprehending a domain on one's own. Even he, standing at the pinnacle of Douluo continent, had yet to attain such understanding. Truly a genius of unparalleled talent, Dalu sighed. Unbeknownst to Dalu, Jiang Ling's ability to grasp the sword path stemmed from a casual remark he had made. Will he pose a threat to the young lady? Should we consider this? Jin Yi voiced his concerns. He was loyal to the Spirit Hall, but even more so to the Qian family. Jin Yi, do not bring this matter up again. Do not even entertain the thought of taking action against the junior. Dalu reprimanded, his brow furrowed. Jiang Ling remained oblivious to the scrutiny of the powerful figures watching from the shadows. He was still immersed in contemplating his own sword path. Previously, Jiang Ling believed that the sword was merely a tool for offense, and that only by severing all ties and resolutely pursuing one's path could one wield the mightiest sword. Now, however, he understood that a swordsman must possess a conviction. To comprehend why they practice swordsmanship and for what purpose they wield the sword, that is the essence of true strength. It was not until the afternoon that Jiang Ling departed from that place, returning to Hulayina's quarters. "Let me out. I wish to see Jiang Ling." "Miss Yi, the young master is not here." As Jiang Ling approached the courtyard entrance, he heard a commotion within. "What is happening? How can you treat Miss Yi with such disrespect?" Jiang Ling entered the courtyard, reprimanding them. He saw several spirit hall guards present. "Jiang Ling, you finally decided to come out. Is this how you treat your guests? Not only have you sent someone to follow me, but you also prohibit me from leaving the spear hall." Yi Lingling exclaimed angrily upon seeing him. Jiang Ling's expression darkened at her words as he turned to the guards, speaking sternly. "What is going on here? Who permitted you to treat my esteemed guest in such a manner? Young master, please forgive us. We are under the orders of His Holiness to discreetly protect Miss Yi." The guards explained hurriedly as they noticed Jiang Ling's anger. "Humph, such sweet words, yet you are merely spying," Yi Lingling retorted coldly from the side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. Having finally found someone capable of treating his senior sister, it was only natural for his mentor to keep track of Yi Lingling's movements. It appeared that she intended to leave the Wuhan Palace, prompting the guards to intervene. "Regardless of your reasons, they do not justify your intrusion upon Miss Yi. Apologize to her and leave this place. She is entitled to absolute freedom here," Jiang Ling declared, fixing his gaze upon the guards. "Miss Yi, we sincerely apologize for our offense." Several guards exchanged glances and bowed in unison, offering their apologies. "You should leave at once. I do not wish to see you again," Yi Lingling insisted, her tone resolute. She bore no ill will towards the guards, understanding they were merely following orders. Her frustration was directed at Jiang Ling, who had been absent for so long, leaving her without any familiar company. Being barred from seeking Zhu Qing, she felt like a prisoner. "Hurry and go," Jiang Ling urged the hesitant guards. "But young master, the order from His Holiness. I will explain to my mentor myself." "Leave?" Jiang Ling retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Understood." The guards, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, quickly retreated. "Such pretentiousness. Why did you not act sooner?" Yi Lingling muttered disdainfully. Jiang Ling was at a loss for words, remarking on how the guards could be reasonable with her while turning hostile towards him. "Is there no sense of justice?" he lamented. "I had an unexpected matter arise and lost track of time. I apologize for this oversight," Jiang Ling said with sincerity. "Take this," he added, retrieving a token from his waist and handing it to Yi Lingling. "What is this?" she inquired as she accepted it. "It is the papal order. With this, you may come and go freely within the Wuhan Palace. Of course, there are certain areas you should avoid," Jiang Ling explained. Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback. Having been well-read since childhood, she understood the significance of the papal order and was somewhat surprised by Jiang Ling's generosity. "No, thank you. I have decided to leave," she replied, returning the token. Jiang Ling was taken aback, perplexed. "Why? You would have access to better training resources here. It would not hinder your cultivation." "It is not about cultivation. I simply do not wish to remain here. Your senior sister's ailment will take at least 2 years for me to heal with my current abilities, and I cannot stay here for that long. If you wish for me to continue treating her, you may come to Tiando, and I will do my utmost," Yi Lingling responded. Jiang Ling sighed. Taking his senior sister to Tiando for treatment would be perilous and could endanger Yi Lingling as well. The specter of Tang Hao loomed over Jiang Ling, as he had already attempted to capture Tang San and was now contemplating using Lan Yin as leverage against Tang Hao. However, the ordinary nature of the blue-silver grass made it impossible for him to locate where Lan Yin was buried. It seemed necessary to devise a plan to eliminate Tang Hao to prevent future complications. Yet, for now, retaining Yi Lingling was of utmost priority. "I am willing to offer this as a reward. I hope Miss Yi will choose to stay," Jiang Ling declared, producing a jade box. Opening it revealed an 8-petaled orchid, precisely the rare 8-petal xianlan. Though it pained him to part with it, he deemed it worth the sacrifice for his senior sister's sake. "This is the 8-petal xianlan," Yi Lingling exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Having recognized that Hulayina had consumed a rare herb, she could also identify the 8-petal xianlan. You are aware of its significance and must understand how beneficial it is for support-type soul masters. I sincerely hope you will remain to continue treating my senior sister." Jiang Ling implored as he extended the jade box towards her. Faced with such a precious offering, Yi Lingling found it impossible to remain unaffected. "You truly care for your senior sister. Considering this herb, you have already spent 3 precious herbs on her. Haven't you?" she remarked, feeling somewhat indignant on Zhu Qing's behalf. Jiang Ling frowned slightly, unsure of why Yi Lingling had suddenly brought this up. "If you wish for me to stay, then you must leave Zhu Qing," she continued. "That is impossible, Miss Yi. Although you are Zhu Qing's friend, your repeated attempts to sow discord between us are quite excessive. Do you truly believe I could be so easily bullied?" Jiang Ling admonished, frowning. Even a clay figure has its limits. Jiang Ling had lowered himself to such an extent. Yet Yi Lingling remained aggressive, making such an unreasonable demand. He turned away in frustration, needing to attend to Nu Zhan. Stung by Jiang Ling's rebuke, Yi Lingling stood momentarily stunned, and only after he had departed did she regain her composure, fuming. "Am I excessive? You, who straddle 2 boats, have the audacity to accuse me of being excessive." Seeing Jiang Ling's departing figure, she rose and pursued him, determined to confront him. Although Jiang Ling had left, the papal order remained in Yi Lingling's possession. No one dared to obstruct her path as she made her way. Jiang Ling had already learned from his mentor where Nu Zhan was recuperating. He had initially planned to arrive after Bibi Dong had absorbed the herb, but a series of unexpected events delayed his arrival. Adjusting his mindset, he quietly entered the room, finding Nu Zhan still unconscious. After inquiring with the soul master treating Nu Zhan, he learned the situation was dire and the treatment would require a significant amount of time. Yi Lingling arrived shortly after, having run to the location, her exertion leaving her breathless. Standing at the doorway, she gazed at the robust man on the sickbed and the despondent Jiang Ling seated beside him. She parted her lips to speak, but swallowed her words. She suddenly felt perplexed by Jiang Ling. Was he truly the person she believed him to be? Jiang Ling noticed Yi Lingling, but chose to ignore her. A white light, shaped like a petal, fell upon Nu Zhan, gradually merging with his body. 9 hearts Si-Tang. Yi Lingling stood at the doorway, her eyes half closed, cradling the Si-Tang flower in her hands. The healing process lasted a full 10 minutes, and, as the white light dissipated, Yi Lingling felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She quickly grasped the door frame, but, overwhelmed, collapsed. She had already treated Hu Laina once that morning, and her soul power had yet to fully recover. Now, treating Nu Zhan, who was nearly 50 levels stronger than her, was an arduous task, ultimately depleting her soul power to the point of fainting. Jiang Ling swiftly moved to catch her as she fell, his emotions becoming increasingly complex upon witnessing her unconscious state. "You say you can overlook the guards who confronted you, and you can extend your aid to a severely injured stranger. Yet why do you target me so?" Jiang Ling muttered to himself, filled with indignation. Indeed, he bestowed kindness upon the world, yet he received only harsh words in return. With Yi Lingling unconscious, Jiang Ling could not linger any longer. He carried her outside and addressed the soul master, treating Nu Zhan. "Old Fei, please do your utmost to treat Nu Zhan, and inform me immediately of any developments." "Rest assured, young master," Old Fei replied, setting down the medicinal herbs he held. Old Fei, whose real name was Fei Mingcong, was an elderly man, a soul sage known for his profound understanding of medicinal science, making him one of the most skilled healers within the Wuhan Palace. Jiang Ling nodded, carrying Yi Lingling as he turned to leave. As the sun set, he found himself in Hu Laina's courtyard. Jiang Ling was assisting her in exercising her muscles, focusing on her arms, fingers, and calves. Even soul masters experience degradation in bodily functions after prolonged bed rest. "Young master, Old Fei is here to see you," the maid Qing Er softly announced. Qing Er, a petite and delicate girl of about 12 or 13, was endearing in her demeanor. "Old Fei, has Uncle Nu's condition improved?" Jiang Ling pondered. "Take him to the living room. I will be there shortly," he instructed. "Yes," Qing Er replied with a curtsy before departing. "Fei Lao, is it that Uncle Nu's condition has improved, that you come to see me so late?" Jiang Ling inquired hastily. Indeed, there's been some improvement. Young master, please allow me to explain. What did you do when you visited Nuzhan today? Fei Ming-song asked, his emotions running high. I did nothing. Oh wait, my friend used her martial soul to treat Uncle Nu, Jiang Ling recalled, speaking quickly. Then, where's that person? I wish to meet her, Fei Ming-song responded joyfully. She has fainted from exhaustion and has yet to awaken. What has happened? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, noticing Fei Ming-song's agitation. The reason Nuzhan has not yet regained consciousness, aside from his grievous external injuries, is the severe trauma to his heart. Struck by a blunt object, his heart nearly shattered. After treatment with medicine and soul masters, his condition has merely stabilized. Yet his heart now flickers like a candle in the wind, barely maintaining its state. However, upon re-examination, I noted that Nuzhan's cardiac vitality has significantly improved. As if rejuvenated, though it is still far from normal. Yesterday's condition was worlds apart. Young master, if we can heal Nuzhan's heart injury, I am confident I can restore him to his former self, Fei Ming-song declared passionately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. The Jiao Haitang truly is a marvel among martial souls. I owe Yi Ling yet another debt of gratitude. Fei Lao, you should return now. I will take my friend to treat Uncle Nu once she awakens. Very well, I shall take my leave. I shall escort you. After seeing off Fei Ming-song, Jiang Ling lingered outside Yi Ling's room, pacing back and forth. How can I enter naturally? After all, I had just been harsh with her, he mused, feeling somewhat troubled. Good evening, young master. Just as Jiang Ling was uncertain how to step through the door, Qing Er lowered her head and spoke. What is it? Qing Er? Jiang Ling asked, noticing the food box she was holding. Young master, this is dinner for Miss Yi, Qing Er replied softly. Oh, let me take that. Jiang Ling's eyes brightened as he reached for the food box. No, it's unnecessary, young master. I can handle it, Qing Er quickly objected. I insist you should rest. Qing Er, Jiang Ling said, taking the box and heading towards Yi Ling's room. Ahem, knock knock, is Miss Yi awake? Jiang Ling coughed lightly before knocking on the door. Chapter 100. The weeping girl Yi Ling sat on her bed, hugging her knees, having awakened just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon waking, she gazed at the quiet, dim room, a wave of inexplicable sadness and loneliness enveloping her, stirring memories of her past that she wished to forget. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Jiao Haitang are both among the most powerful auxiliary martial souls on the continent, each with its unique strengths. Yet their fates diverged significantly. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower serves as a family heirloom martial soul, allowing direct descendants to awaken it, leading to the family's prosperity and its ranking as the second most powerful sect on the continent. In contrast, Jiao Haitang is passed down through a single lineage, and the cost of obtaining its miraculous healing abilities is that only 2 Jiao Haitang soul masters can exist at any given time. This means that those who awaken the Jiao Haitang become coveted targets among numerous soul master factions. After all, possessing the Jiao Haitang is akin to having an immortal talisman for survival. Yi Ling's mother, Ding Ling, was also a Jiao Haitang soul master, and she and her father, Yi Zue, shared a deep affection. Yi Zue was the scion of the Yi family, whose patriarch was a formidable soul master, yet he could not protect Ding Ling. When Yi Ling was merely 3 years old, one stormy night, Yi Zue and Ding Ling comforted their daughter, who was terrified by the thunder. That very night, over 20 masked assailants infiltrated the Yi residence, killing anyone in sight. The patriarch of the Yi family perished amidst the onslaught, and in a single night, the entire clan was annihilated. By the time the sun rose the next day, the Yi family estate had become a graveyard. Whether by design or mere oversight, Ding Ling and Yi Ling, who were hiding in a cellar, narrowly escaped. As Yi Ling followed her mother out of the cellar, the scene before her was indelibly etched in her memory. She watched her mother break down in tears, and she too wept, embracing her mother. Together, they spent 7 days burying their kin, her father and grandfather. However, The massacre of the Yi family did not significantly resonate across the continent. This was because the day prior to the Yi family's demise, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji, had tragically passed away, overshadowing the events of the Yi family. Once the Spirit Hall incident subsided, the tragedy of the Yi family became mere gossip, with compassionate souls lamenting the loss, while others mocked the Yi family for provoking the wrong people. In the days that followed, Jiang Ling sought refuge in various factions, only to be met with rejection or sudden withdrawal of offers. She and Jiang Ling lived in hiding, constantly on the run, but they were always discovered. When Jiang Ling was 4, their hiding place was found once more. Just as a blade was about to pierce Jiang Ling's body, they were saved by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and Jiang Ling subsequently joined their ranks. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Jiang Ling remained by Jiang Ling's side. When Jiang Ling turned 6, she awakened her martial soul, the Jiao Haitang. That night, Jiang Ling gazed at the begonia flower in her daughter's hands, her gaze distant and sorrowful, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Jiang Ling held Jiang Ling tightly through the night. At that time, Jiang Ling did not comprehend why her mother cried. By the time she was 7, her mother began to venture out frequently, her smiles becoming increasingly rare. Jiang Ling often witnessed her mother suffering from insomnia through the night. That same year, her mother sent her from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to the Tiando Royal Academy for her studies. When Jiang Ling was 8, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan informed her that her mother had been assassinated. By the time she rushed back to the clan, her mother had already been buried, and she had not even had the chance to see her one last time. From that moment on, she became increasingly taciturn, fearful of solitude, yet trapped in loneliness. Later, she met individuals like Du Guyan and Yu Feng, especially the cheerful Du Guyan, who shone like a sun. She subsequently encountered Zhu Zhuqing, who saved her. The moment she laid eyes on Zhu Zhuqing, she felt an inexplicable kinship, sensing that they were kindred spirits, both haunted by unspoken pasts. Mother on the bed, Jiang Ling buried her face deep in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Miss Yi, are you awake?" Jiang Ling's voice called out. "This is strange. She should have woken by now," Jiang Ling thought, puzzled by the silence within. "What is it?" Just as Jiang Ling prepared to leave, Jiang Ling's gentle voice emerged from the room. "I knew you hadn't eaten dinner yet, so I brought you some food," Jiang Ling stated from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling, who had initially intended to refuse, felt a wave of hunger wash over her. She touched her flat stomach, wiping away the tears in her eyes, and said, "Come in." "Creak, why is it so dark?" Jiang Ling pushed the door open and entered, turning on the light as he asked, puzzled. "Oh, I haven't had the chance," Jiang Ling replied softly, lifting the quilt and stepping down. Have you been crying?" Jiang Ling only then noticed her red eyes, suggesting she had just wept. "I have not." Jiang Ling turned her face away, speaking softly. "I apologize for this afternoon's incident. It was my fault," Jiang Ling said, assuming Jiang Ling was still upset with him. Just as Jiang Ling was about to continue speaking, a sudden rumbling sound interrupted. Taken aback by the noise, Jiang Ling paused momentarily, while Jiang Ling's face turned crimson, her exposed neck blushing pink. My apologies, Miss Yi. Please eat quickly." Upon observing Jiang Ling's flushed cheeks, Jiang Ling finally realized the situation. He promptly placed the food box on the table and opened it, methodically retrieving the delicacies within. "Let us dine first," he called out to Jiang Ling, who stood frozen in place. "Thank you," she replied, settling beside the dining table to indulge in her meal. Her demeanor was graceful, yet she did not eat slowly, as morsels of food were steadily fed into her cherry-like mouth. She was genuinely famished, having depleted her soul power and having run for quite some time. Jiang Ling watched her in silence, musing that she appeared quite gentle and serene, albeit somewhat frail. His gaze drifted downward, resting upon her chest. "Could you refrain from staring at me?" Jiang Ling shyly remarked. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have scolded Jiang Ling and sent him away, but at present, she was consuming the very meal he had brought her. Indeed, it seemed a misjudgment to consider Jiang Ling a man of integrity. He had a fiancée and a girlfriend who was her close friend, yet he still dared to act so lightly. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Yi Lingling inquired, setting down her utensils to look at Jiang Ling. Why are you suddenly upset? Jiang Ling felt a sense of helplessness at her gaze. Chapter 101. The Depths of Discontent, Difficult to Resolve. It is nothing of consequence. I merely wish to express my gratitude. The person you treated this afternoon is my dear friend, who sustained those injuries while trying to save me, Jiang Ling stated earnestly, clasping his hands in thanks. There is no need for thanks. I simply intervened because his injuries were severe. It has nothing to do with you, Yi Lingling replied, lowering her head to continue eating her rice. Noticing her apparent desire to dismiss him, Jiang Ling opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. She owed him nothing. It was he who was indebted to her. Regardless, Jiang Ling would forever remember the kindness of Yi Lingling. Please enjoy your meal, Yi Gunyang. I shall take my leave, he said as he rose from his seat. I would like to visit Qing Tsue Xiaoyuan tomorrow, Yi Lingling suddenly remarked, still looking down as Jiang Ling prepared to leave. Very well, I shall accompany you, Jiang Ling replied, nodding. I will have Qinger tidy up the food box. You should rest early, he added before exiting the room. Once Jiang Ling departed, Yi Lingling breathed a sigh of relief. Being watched while eating was indeed uncomfortable. After finishing her meal, she did not wait for Qinger to arrive, but took it upon herself to return the dishes to the box. Yi Gunyang, you need not bother. Qinger will handle it. Qinger, who had just entered, said as she promptly accepted the items from Yi Lingling's hands. It is quite all right. Yi Lingling smiled in response. By the way, Qinger, do you know who brought me back? She hesitated before asking. I'm not certain, but I heard from an elder in the courtyard that this afternoon, the young master carried back a girl. Qinger recalled after a moment of thought. Indeed, it was that fellow who carried me back. Yi Lingling's face flushed. She remembered that the distance was not short. Yi Gunyang, I shall take my leave now, Qinger said, bowing to Yi Lingling as she picked up the food box. Yi Lingling nodded. After Qinger departed, Yi Lingling made her way to the bathroom to shed her outer garments. She had run a considerable distance in the afternoon, perspiring profusely, and having been held for so long by that infuriating fellow, she needed a thorough wash. Though Yi Lingling's figure could not rival Zhu Zhuqing's remarkable allure, she was still slender and graceful, like a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, her waist easily encircled by a single hand. Testing the water temperature, her body outlined a beautiful silhouette as she stepped into the bath, shedding her close-fitting garments. In Qing Tsue Xiaoyuan, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone in the courtyard, taking a rare break from her training. The moonlight was delightful this evening, and as she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the luminous moon, her thoughts drifted to Jiang Ling. The following morning at the papal hall, Yuguan Gue Mei, please deliver this decree to Qian Dalu and request his presence to witness the ceremony in half a month. Bibi Dong instructed as her soul power gently descended before Yuguan Gue Mei. Understood, Your Holiness, Yuguan Gue Mei replied, accepting the document. May I inquire what ceremony we are to invite the Grand Priest to witness? Yuguan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, hesitating before asking. The elevation of Shaoling to the position of Holy Son, Bibi Dong replied with a confident smile, her demeanor calm. Upon hearing this, Yuguan Gue Mei's pupils constricted. Was it about to commence? We shall proceed at once, they replied in unison before exiting the papal hall. Jiang Ling was a man of his word. Having promised to take Yi Lingling to meet Zhu Zhuqing, he arrived early to knock on her door. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Gunyang, it is time to set off, Jiang Ling announced as he rapped on the door. I am coming. Yi Lingling, appearing somewhat fatigued, responded. Although she had napped briefly the previous afternoon, she still felt weary after her bath. It was no surprise, as auxiliary soul masters often possessed weaker physiques, only slightly surpassing ordinary individuals. She had been able to sleep, which was no issue, but this time was different. She had dreamt a spring dream, and to her astonishment, the object of her reverie was Jiang Ling, a notion that baffled her given her strong aversion to him. After waking in shock, she found it impossible to fall back asleep, grappling with disbelief over her dream and a sense of embarrassment regarding Zhu Zhuqing. Once, a stunning beauty had remarked that when one harbors deep-seated animosity, It is naturally difficult to sever ties. The same could be said for disdain. Did you not sleep well last night? Jiang Ling inquired, taken aback by Yi Lingling's panda-like eyes. Yi Lingling, somewhat averse to meeting Jiang Ling's gaze, nodded flusteredly. I shall first attend to your senior sister's treatment before seeking Zhu Qing, she said. Thank you for your efforts, Jiang Ling replied with a slight nod. Yi Lingling acknowledged him, lowering her head as she proceeded to Hu Laiina's room, with Jiang Ling following closely beside her. Once today's treatment was completed, Jiang Ling led Yi Lingling out of the Wuhuan Hall, with Jiang Ling accompanying her. No one dared to obstruct their passage. In Qingtsue Xiaoyuan, Yi Lingling opened the courtyard door and stepped inside. When she had departed last time, she had requested a key from Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, she softly called as she pushed open the door to Zhu Qing's bedroom. Lingling Jia, Zhu Qing, who had been meditating on her bed, slowly opened her eyes, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing her visitor. She quickly rose and approached Yi Lingling's side. It has been several days. Did you miss me? Yi Lingling teased, giving Zhu Qing a gentle embrace. Of course I did, Zhu Qing replied softly, although her gaze wandered, as if searching for someone. Yi Lingling noticed this, choosing not to mention Jiang Ling. After a long pause, Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red, and she asked, Where is Linger? Has he not come? Ah, you say you miss me, but it seems you're really longing for Jiang Ling, Yi Lingling said with a sigh as she released Zhu Qing and sat beside her. Not all, Zhu Qing retorted, her hands clenching the hem of her clothing as she turned her head away slightly. All right, Jiang Ling is here, but he want to fetch some supplies you might need. He knows your temperament. You're cold and prefer to stay indoors. So there are some things you might not think to buy, Yi Lingling explained, noticing Zhu Qing's shyness and opting not to tease her further. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Lingling froze. Why had she spoken kindly of him? Zhu Qing, delighted to hear Jiang Ling was present, failed to notice Yi Lingling's sudden shift in demeanor. In the Hall of Offerings, Bibi Dong was proposing Jiang Ling's elevation to Holy Son. What are the opinions of the esteemed members present? Bibi Dong's decree fluttered in Qian Dalu's hands. And you, Jin? Qian Dalu gazed at the elderly man beneath his left hand and inquired, I oppose. Jin interjected, his rigid visage revealing no trace of emotion. In his heart, he believed that the next successor to the papacy should be Qian Renshue. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. All of them had reached the rank of title Douluo and were not foolish. Since Qian Dalu had asked the question, it was evident he was inclined to agree with the matter at hand. Jiang Ling's talent was exceptional, and I have no justification to reject Bibi Dong's proposal. Qian Dalu clenched his fist, the decree transforming into a streak of light within his palm. Jin, seemingly anticipating this, showed no surprise, merely sighing internally. Chapter 102. The passage of time by the way, Lingling. Has Hu Laiina's injury healed? Zhu Qing asked, her voice tinged with concern. Yi Lingling shook her head with a bitter smile, responding, It won't improve anytime soon. With my current abilities, it will take at least 2 years to awaken her. However, I cannot stay here for that long. She was a member of a battle team at the Tiando Royal Academy, originally remaining in Suotawa City to await Dugu Yin and others. Training at the Suotawa Great Soul Arena to gain practical experience in preparation for the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in a year. Although she felt indifferent towards the competition, as a member of the team, she felt obligated to return for training, initially believing her trip to the Spirit Hall would be brief, only to find it to be quite the ordeal. Must you leave? Zhu Qing said softly after a moment of contemplation. She understood what this meant for Jiang Ling. Yi Lingling did not respond. Indeed, even without her as a support soul master, others would fill the gap. The Tiando Royal Academy, despite its somewhat archaic nature, had its share of exceptional talents. Her desire to leave stemmed from the loneliness she felt in the Spirit Hall, a place entirely foreign to her, compounded by the secretive surveillance by the Spirit Hall that had left her feeling perturbed. Now, Yi Lingling found herself wanting to stay, having realized her changing sentiments towards Jiang Ling, particularly after the unsettling dream she had experienced the previous night. Her intuition warned her that her decision to stay or leave would impact her entire life. Lingling, Although it may seem excessive, I still wish to request that you remain. Zhu Zhuqing said respectfully, bowing to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling was taken aback, aware of Zhu Zhuqing's stubborn nature. What is so admirable about him that you would go to such lengths? Yi Lingling exclaimed in frustration, particularly recalling her dream from the previous night. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred, sat across from Yi Lingling and hesitantly began, Lingling, I am from the Yuming spirit cat family of the Xingluo Empire. My family has long been entwined with the royal family, which has led us to be swept into the brutal struggles of the Xingluo royal court. They say that being born into royalty is the most challenging, but my family's plight is not much different. While other families may lose their futures, wealth, or face, my failures could cost me my life. Within my family, my elder sister constantly seeks to bring about my demise. She is 7 years my senior and possesses far greater soul power. My beloved second sister has passed away, and my third sister's soul power has been rendered ineffective. The prince I was betrothed to has fled. You may find it hard to believe, but my talent for cultivation is quite ordinary. I was a soul master without a second soul ring just 2 years ago. It was only after consuming a rare treasure that I underwent a transformation. A gift from Linger. From our very first meeting, Linger saved me. Zhu Zhuqing recounted their shared experiences, downplaying her own tragic past. Yet it was evident to Yi Lingling that Zhu Zhuqing had endured a harrowing childhood. Unable to resist, she moved beside Zhu Zhuqing, gently embracing her head against her abdomen. Her own prejudices against Jiang Ling began to dissolve. Linger is a person of deep feelings. I know well how much Hu's sister means to him. If Hu's sister does not awaken, Jiang Ling will never find happiness, and that is not something I desire. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing implored, so, Lingling, I beseech you to save her. I cannot repay your immense kindness. Not at all. Even without your previous assistance, I would help you simply for calling me Lingling. Yi Lingling replied, I had always thought Jiang Ling to be a sentimental person unworthy of you, which is why I opposed him. I wished for you to see his true nature, so you could move on, yet I did not anticipate that you two would endure so much together. I am truly sorry. No, it is my fault for not being clearer before. Lingling, will you stay? Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Yi Lingling, urgency in her gaze. Yes. Yi Lingling nodded, resigned. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, rising to plant a kiss on Yi Lingling's cheek. This moment was witnessed by Jiang Ling as he returned from shopping. Clang! The sound of a copper pot hitting the ground echoed. Linger, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing asked, her nose twitching at the delightful aroma. Cooking. This is called hot pot. You will know soon enough. Here, try this, Jiang Ling explained, offering Zhu Zhuqing a piece of fu ling cake that he had specifically instructed Qinger to prepare for her. Feeling self-conscious with Yi Lingling nearby, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed. Yet she opened her mouth to take a bite. Jiang Ling smiled softly, ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's hair. It will be ready shortly. I can see you haven't eaten breakfast and must be starving. Humph. Yi Lingling, clad in black, cast a cold glance at Jiang Ling and the two of them, her heart silently scoffing. I haven't had breakfast yet either. I spent the morning treating your sister. Why don't you show me the same concern? All right, it's ready to eat, Jiang Ling announced, seeing the broth bubbling. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing sat beside Jiang Ling, cherishing this moment as the happiest of her days. Although Yi Lingling initially intended to sulk, her empty stomach would not allow such defiance. Despite the sweetness of the dog food, it could not satiate her hunger. She reluctantly procured a stool and settled beside Zhu Zhuqing. How do we eat this? Do we drink the broth directly? Yi Lingling inquired, gazing at the boiling red broth. Miss Yi, you cannot drink this broth. It is extremely spicy, Jiang Ling replied, breaking into a sweat. You simply place the sliced beef and lamb rolls I prepared into the pot to cook briefly. As he spoke, he demonstrated feeding Zhu Zhuqing a piece. How does it taste? Jiang Ling asked, eager for her affirmation. The ingredients and seasonings of Douluo Dalu were plentiful, yet the cooking methods remained somewhat simplistic. This hot pot seasoning was crafted by Jiang Ling himself, and he anticipated his wife's approval. Delicious. So spicy. Zhu Zhuqing licked her slightly reddened lips, her eyes sparkling. Ah, that is wonderful. Let's dig in, Jiang Ling sighed in relief. Ah, Miss Yi, the vegetables need to be cooked for a while. They should not be eaten raw. The meal was delightful, with Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling's faces flushed from the spice, their lips a vibrant red. Jiang Ling could hardly resist the urge to steal a kiss. He sliced a large piece of beef into thin slices, but he could not hold off until the end, reluctantly cutting the remaining portion, his swordsmanship skills evident in his knife work. Chapter 103. Love never blows away. Jiang Ling lingered in the verdant courtyard until the afternoon. During this time, he took out the guqin from the jade pendant and played a piece for Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling. After the melody concluded, he gently caressed the ancient instrument, while the two women listened enraptured, though Jiang Ling felt a hint of melancholy. This melody is a piece that Jiang Ling and Hu Laina practiced together, and it is one of Jiang Ling's most proficient compositions. Before departing from the Wuhuan Palace, Jiang Ling often performed this piece alongside Hu Laina, awakening from the emotions conveyed by the music. Zhu Zhuqing observed Jiang Ling's somewhat melancholic expression and understood that he was reminiscing about Hu Laina. With delicate steps, she approached Jiang Ling, extending her hand to grasp his. Jiang Ling smiled gently, reciprocating her touch with his warm hand, while his right hand glided over the guqin, storing it within the jade pendant. He then encircled Zhu Zhuqing's waist with both arms, drawing her close, the fragrant warmth enveloping him as he inhaled the delicate scent of her hair. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, nestling into Jiang Ling's embrace. Yi Lingling, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, could not help but scoff at the sight of their intimacy before stepping outside, leaving the space to the blossoming couple. Naturally, Jiang Ling sensed Yi Lingling's departure, and upon glancing down, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing's flushed cheeks, prompting him to lean in and kiss her soft, dewy lips. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, pushing him away with all her might, but her efforts were in vain. As she attempted to muster her strength again, her hand unexpectedly brushed against a sensitive area. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing felt her strength drain away, collapsing softly into Jiang Ling's embrace, her lips parting involuntarily, surrendering to his advances. Inside the room, the scene of Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling entwined played repeatedly in Yi Lingling's mind, alongside the dream she had experienced. Her heart was a whirlwind of emotions, the bitterness and sweetness intertwining, yet her prejudice against Jiang Ling gradually faded. As the sun began its descent, Zhu Zhuqing stood at the entrance of the lush courtyard, facing Jiang Ling and Yi Lingling. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that her lips were slightly swollen and reddened. Zhuqing, we should take our leave for now. I will come by another day, Jiang Ling said with a gentle squeeze of her palm. You better not come back, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, stamping her foot in playful reproach, still feeling the numbness in her lips. Not only her lips, but also her chest felt discomfort, and she was still slightly sticky. Zhuqing, I will return often, Yi Lingling whispered, giving Zhu Zhuqing a light embrace. Goodbye, Lingling Jia. Zhu Zhuqing watched the two depart until they turned the corner and vanished from sight before returning to her room to freshen up. Sigh. I promised Zhuqing I would stay to treat your senior sister. It has nothing to do with you. I am merely doing this for Zhuqing's sake, Yi Lingling remarked as she followed Jiang Ling along the path back to the Wuhuan Palace, her hands folded gracefully in front of her. Jiang Ling paused, taken aback, realizing that his most troubling issue regarding the celestial herbs had been resolved simply by coming here to see Zhuqing. Suddenly halting in his tracks caused Yi Lingling to almost collide with him. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Ling interjected. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Miss Yi. Rest assured, the promised reward will remain unchanged. Who cares for your reward? Yi Lingling retorted, her mood darkening as she walked past him. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Ling was left perplexed. This woman had a small heart, yet a fiery temper. Like a firecracker, easily ignited, calm as a maiden, yet as lively as a frantic rabbit, was Jiang Ling's assessment of Yi Lingling's character. Hurry up. Don't you wish to treat your wounded friend? Yi Lingling turned back, urging him with a playful tone. Coming. Jiang Ling replied, his eyes lighting up, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. He added as an afterthought, Old Master Fei, have you taken a break? Jiang Ling and Yi Lingling entered the treatment area for New Zhan. Young master, your friend has awakened? Fei Mingsong inquired. It's quite late, yet you are still researching the herbs. Yi Lingling was taken aback at his words, pondering what he meant by awakened, and how Jiang Ling was spinning tales behind her back. Unaware of her thoughts, Jiang Ling pointed to her and replied, Old Master. This is my friend, Jiuxin Haidang Soul Master. Jiang Ling failed to notice that when he mentioned Jiuxin Haidang, Yi Lingling's expression was not one of pride, but rather a deep sense of melancholy. Jiuxin Haidang. No wonder it can revive a heart that was nearly still. Truly, it is the most extraordinary martial soul on the continent, Fei Mingsong exclaimed, looking at Yi Lingling with excitement. Let us begin the treatment, Yi Lingling said coolly, not wishing to linger on discussions about her martial soul. As the treatment commenced, Jiuxin Haidang opened the eyes of even the well-versed healing soul sage, and it was her first encounter with the Jiuxin Haidang Soul Master. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ling emerged, cradling the unconscious Yi Lingling in his arms. The disparity in soul power between Yi Lingling and Nu Zhan was too great. To produce a healing effect, Yi Lingling could not afford to hold back, and the result of her full effort was now evident. Yi Lingling was quite light. Jiang Ling estimated her weight to be around 80 to 90 pounds. The moon had risen, casting its silvery glow upon Yi Lingling, who was dressed in a black gown, her fair visage and exposed neck shimmering in the moonlight, draping her in an ethereal veil of luminescence. Autumn had arrived, bringing with it considerable temperature fluctuations, particularly on a breezy night like this, which could be quite chilly. Jiang Ling, as a battle soul master, felt no discomfort, but Yi Lingling was affected, especially while still unconscious. Her immunity diminished. Jiang Ling set Yi Lingling's feet on the ground, wrapping one arm around her waist to support her against him, while the other retrieved a coat to drape over her shoulders before lifting her once more. Unlike before, Yi Lingling's body felt somewhat rigid now, losing its earlier softness. Jiang Ling attributed this to the cold weather causing muscle contraction. In reality, Yi Lingling had awakened. Jiang Ling's movements had roused her from her stupor. Being held in his arms made Yi Lingling feel awkward, yet she dared not open her eyes. Unsure if she was afraid of facing the embarrassing situation or simply reluctant to part from Jiang Ling's comforting presence. Thankfully, the blush that colored her cheeks was well concealed beneath the moonlight. Before long, Jiang Ling arrived at the courtyard, pushing open the door to Yi Lingling's room, turning on the light and gently placing her on the bed. He then removed her shoes, tucked her in, and extinguished the light before stepping outside. Yi Lingling, what is wrong with you? She questioned herself, realizing Jiang Ling had left. She cupped her flushed cheeks in her hands, incredulous that she had allowed someone to carry her and remove her shoes. The following day dawned beautifully, commencing with morning training. Alas, fate had other plans. Jiang Ling had barely completed a set of sword techniques when he was summoned by the Pope. This caused his spirits to plummet, recalling that he had yet to resolve the issue of angering his teacher. Sai, did the teacher mention anything specific? Jiang Ling inquired of the Soul Master, delivering the message. I'm not aware, young master, the Soul Master replied respectfully. Very well, I shall prepare and come shortly. Jiang Ling wished to delay his visit. Young master, the Pope requests your immediate presence. Please do not make it difficult for me, the Soul Master implored, bowing lower. Let us go, Jiang Ling replied resignedly. Better to live than die. Linger pays her respects to the teacher. Upon entering the Pope's hall, Jiang Ling quickly bowed, lowering his head, not daring to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. Jiang Ling's reticence amused Bai Dong, yet she felt a tinge of embarrassment and annoyance at the thought that her disciple had seen her in such a vulnerable state. However, there were pressing matters at hand, and this issue would be set aside for the moment. Rise, Linger. I summoned you today to discuss an important matter. I intend to designate you as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. This decision has already been sanctioned by the Elder Hall, and the ceremony for your promotion will take place in half a month. Bai Dong stated with an air of nonchalance that resembled an announcement rather than a discussion with Jiang Ling. So, I have no choice but to accept, Jiang Ling replied, somewhat speechless, realizing he was the last to be informed of this development. What? Do you wish to refuse? Bai Dong shot a cold glance at him. No, how could I dare? Oh no, I am genuinely pleased, Jiang Ling said, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. Bai Bai Dong had always been strict with him, and having committed a transgression, Jiang Ling felt utterly subdued before her. He was like clay in her hands, molded as she wished. Bai Bai Dong commanded him to go east, and he would not venture west. She asked him to chase a dog, and he would never pursue a chicken. After all, becoming the Holy Son was merely a title, not the position of Pope. What surprised him was that Dalu would actually consent to this. Noticing Jiang Ling's awkward demeanor, Bai Bai Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. By the way, Master, I wish to use Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit, as a prize for the upcoming elite competition of advanced Soul Master academies across the continent. I aim to lure Tang Hao and his son out so that we may hunt them down within the Spirit Hall, Jiang Ling suddenly declared. Having been thwarted by Tang San, despite having rendered Tang Hao's hands useless, he understood that leaving such a threat unchecked was perilous. He had to avenge himself against Tang Hao. By using Xiao Wu as bait, he was not afraid that Tang San would remain hidden. If Tang San showed up, Tang Hao would not stand idly by either. Even if they chose not to come, who could wrest the championship from Jiang Ling's grasp? In the original text, Tang Hao managed to rescue Tang San merely by catching the Spirit Hall off guard. However, this time, Jiang Ling had woven a grand net, eagerly awaiting Tang Hao's entrapment. Does this soul beast have connections to Tang Hao and his son? Bai Bai Dong inquired. According to Linger, Tang Hao's son and this 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit are childhood friends, Jiang Ling replied. Quite the family tradition, Bai Bai Dong remarked, somewhat taken aback. The Tang family's ancestral teachings state that males marry soul beasts starting from 10,000 years, and females marry those who are merely a facade, striving for divinity. Jiang Ling thought to himself, what a jest. Alas, your Tang family shall meet its end at my blade. Very well, Bai Bai Dong said, after a moment of contemplation. Although I cannot act with full force, it would not be difficult to detain Tang Hao within the Spirit Hall, provided we are prepared. It merely requires delaying the absorption of this soul ring. Moreover, one crucial point remains. Those who harm my disciple must pay the price. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed through her eyes, sending a chill down Jiang Ling's spine. With formalities concluded, personal matters remained. Kneel, Bai Bai Dong instructed Jiang Ling coolly. Jiang Ling, somewhat bewildered by the abrupt shift, complied, realizing he had no choice but to obey his master. Bai Bai Dong waved her right hand, and a black dress flew towards Jiang Ling, the very garment he had given her 2 days prior. This dress does not seem to fit Nana's measurements, Bai Bai Dong observed, elegantly crossing her legs as she sat on the Pope's throne. It appears I may have purchased the wrong size, Jiang Ling said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You two have been together since childhood. How could you buy the wrong size? Bai Bai Dong retorted, her lips moving with a hint of disdain. In truth, this dress is not meant for my sister, but rather, it belongs to a young woman I encountered in the Xinglua Empire, Jiang Ling confessed, gritting his teeth. Is it that girl from the city? Bai Bai Dong asked casually. Yes, Jiang Ling's head snapped up. Master, please do not look at me like that. I did not send anyone to follow you. I merely arranged for someone to protect Yi Lingling. When you took her away yesterday, I was aware of it, Bai Bai Dong explained, her expression betraying disbelief and anger. Jiang Ling felt a bitter smile creep onto his face, realizing the hidden talents surrounding his master that even he had failed to notice with his current mental acuity. Master, this is my fault. Please do not hold it against Zhu Qing. Jiang Ling bowed respectfully, pleading, I shall not interfere in your personal affairs. But one thing is certain, do not cause Nana any distress. Bai Bai Dong's gaze softened. Of course, I would never bring sorrow to my sister, Jiang Ling reassured her, feeling relieved that Bai Bai Dong was not furious due to Zhu Qing's presence. Just as he began to rise, she commanded, kneel. Why did you think you could rise? Master, Jiang Ling protested as he sank back to his knees, feeling somewhat wronged. You are to kneel because you have disobeyed my orders and shown disrespect to me. Bai Bai Dong's tone softened slightly as she spoke the latter part. I have my methods to resolve the twin martial spirits. Why did you not heed my advice and consume those 2 celestial herbs yourself? Bai Bai Dong's voice grew stern. The celestial herbs would significantly enhance Bai Bai Dong's physique. Yet the better the effect, the more she regretted their potential. Jiang Ling's extraordinary talent soared above the rest, and Bai Bai Dong held great hopes for him, believing he could surpass her. If Master could truly resolve the issue of the twin martial spirits, why must she still endure pain? Had I not chanced upon it, you would likely never have mentioned it to me or my sister, Jiang Ling said gravely. From a moment Bai Bai Dong began to grant him soul rings for his second martial spirit, the immense pressure on her body began. Although she had managed to alleviate some of it through other means, including the trials of the Rakshasa, it was inevitable that she would endure some suffering. Perhaps only by inheriting divinity could this pain be alleviated. It is merely a trivial pain. It will not harm my essence. Bai Bai Dong stated as she stood and turned her back to him. She had not anticipated that Jiang Ling would discover this. Master may not care, but I do. I cannot bear to see you suffer, Jiang Ling insisted stubbornly. Chapter 106. Master, let the past be carried away by the wind. But I do not wish to. Bai Bai Dong's heart quivered at Jiang Ling's words, her lips pressing together. Her right hand, as white as jade, clenched slightly at her abdomen. Unfortunately, Bai Bai Dong's back was turned to Jiang Ling, and he failed to notice these subtle movements. Very well, the matter has transpired. I shall not pursue it further. However, let this be a lesson. Do not take matters into your own hands again. Bai Bai Dong turned to face him, her demeanor restored to its usual regal and serene composure. Rise, she said gently, her tone softening. Thank you, Master, Jiang Ling exclaimed with a wide smile, mentally vowing to himself that he would dare not repeat such actions. I am weary as well. You may return. Bai Bai Dong resumed her seat upon the Pope's throne. Gazing at Jiang Ling remained rooted in place, uncertain whether to disclose the matter of Yu Xiaojiang. In truth, keeping it to himself might be wise. Yu Xiaojiang was dead and would never appear before his master again. Why should he reopen this wound in her heart? Yet, his master deserved to know the truth that had been concealed from her, to understand that Yu Xiaojiang was not worthy of her regard. Perhaps it would bring her a moment of pain, but afterward, she would no longer need to worry about this useless individual. Linger, do you have something else to address? Bai Bai Dong observed his hesitation and gently inquired. Master, I have a matter I have yet to disclose to you, Jiang Ling said, tightening and then loosening his hands, his voice serious. Ultimately, he resolved to speak. Oh, what is it? Bai Bai Dong regarded him curiously, unaware of what could trouble her disciple so deeply. I killed Yu Xiaojiang. The words spoken by Jiang Ling were like a thunderclap in a serene landscape, plunging the entire Pope's palace into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. What did you say? Bibi Dong, regaining her composure, exclaimed with fury. The overwhelming aura belonging to the pinnacle of Douluo enveloped the Pope's palace, causing Jiang Ling to kneel on one knee, the floor around him fracturing as if in response to his presence. With a cough, blood surged from Jiang Ling's chest, staining the ground a vivid crimson. This sight roused Bibi Dong from her rage. She quickly tempered her aura, and as she gazed at the bloodied Jiang Ling, she hesitated before offering to assist him, opting instead for a cold demand. I require an explanation. Jiang Ling attempted to rise but faltered, his body weakening as he coughed again, ultimately settling back onto the ground. While I was training with my senior sister, I encountered Yu Xiaojiang in Tiando. I am aware of your connection with him, which prompted me to teach him a lesson. During this encounter, I discovered a token on him, the Pope's token. Although there are 6 such tokens, each possesses unique characteristics, and this one belongs to the Haotian sect. Jiang Ling explained as he produced the token. Bibi Dong's hand instinctively reached for the token, and upon examining it, she confirmed it was indeed the one from the Haotian sect. She then inquired, what does this have to do with his demise? The news of Yu Xiaojiang's death unsettled her, momentarily causing her to forget to question how Jiang Ling knew of her past with him. This was precisely what Jiang Ling desired, for he was at a loss on how to explain, given that few were privy to this matter. Yu Xiaojiang learned of my identity as her disciple. Being Tang San's mentor, he would certainly inform Tang how, who might then take action against my senior sister and me, all at Yu Xiaojiang's instigation. When I left the Wuhuan Palace, my true intention was to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang, Jiang Ling continued. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, lethargically returned to her throne, caught between her beloved disciple and a man she once cherished. Teacher, that value Jiang is unworthy of your affections. His pursuit of you was merely a means to exploit your status for his theories, seeking acceptance across the continent. Your feelings for him stem from this, Jiang Ling declared passionately. He then revealed a black-red orb, which contained a potent illusionary magic. When immersed in water, a woman who drank it would develop an affection for the man holding the orb. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, was taken aback, recognizing the orb as the same one Yu Xiaojing possessed, though it was entirely black at that time. Now, it bore a black-red hue, the black reminiscent of her own essence, while the red was foreign. With her current prowess, she discerned the orb's peculiar nature. After leaving Yu Xiaojing used this orb to enchant Lu Erlong, the red hue representing her essence, Jiang Ling added. Bibi Dong believed most of what Jiang Ling said. The illusions cast by the orb were clear to her. Back then, she had been weak and fell victim to its enchantment. But the memories from that time remained vivid in her mind. She had not anticipated that the 2 months of solace during her dark isolation were merely the result of his intricate scheming and despicable actions. She had willingly sacrificed everything to follow him, enduring humiliation to protect him from harm, only to discover such a man. With a slight exertion, Bibi Dong crushed the black-red orb into powder. In Tiando City, at Lamba Academy, a woman in her 30s donned a simple blue dress. Beneath the robe lay a figure of extraordinary allure, a physique unattainable by ordinary maidens. Yet her expression was slightly dazed, as if she were awakening from a trance. In the Pope's palace, Jiang Ling observed Bibi Dong, who reclined in her chair with closed eyes, struggling to rise, and he gradually exited the palace. Some women seek a shoulder to lean on in sorrow, while others require only a tranquil space for solitude, where they can weep in silence. Indubitably, Bibi Dong was of the latter kind. As Jiang Ling stepped out of the Pope's palace, 2 streams of tears cascaded down from her closed eyes. Though Jiang Ling's injuries were not trivial, they were not insurmountable. His initial intent was to provoke Bibi Dong's anger, diverting her attention towards Yu Xiaojing's demise and away from how he came to know of her past with him. Unfortunately, he had underestimated her feelings for Yu Xiaojing, a miscalculation that could have led to dire consequences had it been anyone else. Witnessing his teacher's profound anguish, Jiang Ling felt a pang of regret. Yet he stood firm in his decision. It was better for her to confront the truth about Yu Xiaojing than to live with a false memory. After all, enduring short-term pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. The morning had begun with his departure, yet upon his return, it was already afternoon. Ultimately, Jiang Ling could not walk back to his quarters unaided. He summoned a guard along the way to assist him. Yi Lingling, who had completed her treatment for Hu Laina in the morning, sat in her courtyard, waiting for Jiang Ling's arrival, feeling a tinge of disappointment at his absence. How peculiar. Why should I feel this way if Jiang Ling does not come? She startled herself with this thought and quickly rationalized. I must be feeling for Hu Laina, who is unconscious and injured, and as her fiancé, Jiang Ling should have visited her by now. Yet she failed to remember that she was hardly acquainted with Hu Laina. As Chapter 107 unfolded, while Yi Lingling was mired in her own thoughts, 2 figures appeared in the distance. Although she could not see them clearly, the silhouette of one was unmistakably Jiang Ling. She hurriedly adjusted her dress, unsure of why she felt compelled to do so. As Jiang Ling approached, Yi Lingling noticed something was amiss. What happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries? She asked, rushing forward, then feeling it inappropriate. She slowed her pace and approached Jiang Ling with a calm demeanor. Though her tone was even, her actions were swift. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the healing light of Jiao Exine Haidang descended upon Jiang Ling. As the turbulence within him subsided, the excruciating pain from his injuries gradually faded. Thank you, Miss Yi. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude, releasing the guard who had been supporting him. I am fine now. You should return, he instructed the guard. Your subordinate takes his leave. What transpired? Who dared to harm you at the Wuhuan Palace? How did you end up in such a state? Yi Lingling inquired, her brow furrowed. It's nothing. Just a minor injury during a spar, Jiang Ling replied with a smile, masking the truth. If you do not wish to speak of it, then so be it. Yi Lingling turned away in mild irritation, her flowing hair brushing against Jiang Ling's nose as she walked towards the courtyard. She was not naive. The severity of Jiang Ling's injuries was a clear indication that his assailant was far more powerful, and they had not held back. It was inconceivable that someone would resort to lethal force during a friendly match. "Miss Yi, please take this," Jiang Ling called out as he hurried after her, retrieving a box containing 8 petals of xianlan from his jade pendant. "What are you doing? I have yet to heal your senior sister." Yi Lingling turned to look at the flowers in Jiang Ling's hand, but did not accept them. "I trust you, and I believe you will stay." Jiang Ling grasped Yi Lingling's hand, placing the jade box containing the 8 petals of xianlan into her palm. At this moment, Jiang Ling's gesture carried a deeper significance. The quicker Yi Lingling's strength increased, the sooner her senior sister would awaken. As Yi Lingling gazed down at the jade box in her hand, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. "Do you know how to use this?" Jiang Ling teased, observing the formerly headstrong Yi Lingling displaying such a vulnerable demeanor. Of course, Yi Lingling, having recognized the herb, naturally knew how to utilize it. With a hint of pride, she replied, raising her head to see Jiang Ling's half-smiling expression. Suddenly realizing, she playfully scolded, "How dare you mock me? Do not presume your knowledge of the celestial herb exceeds mine. I have perused its illustrations, though I am not as fortunate as you to possess it." Speaking of this maid, Yi Lingling feel a twinge of envy. For Jiang Ling appeared to possess more than one celestial herb. "Well then, let us return to the room and consume it. We shall forego treating Uncle Nu today," Jiang Ling suggested with a smile. The heart injury of Uncle Nu had stabilized, and with only a few treatments remaining, recovery was imminent. Jiang Ling was in no rush. Instead, he aimed to enhance Yi Lingling's soul power to avoid carrying her back after each treatment. "All right," Yi Lingling replied obediently. With this celestial herb, perhaps she could cultivate to the rank of soul Douluo. Yet what would that matter? She was merely a healing soul master, unable to avenge the deep-seated enmity she harbored, even uncertain of her enemy's identity, leaving her in a moment of melancholy. "What troubles you?" Jiang Ling inquired, sensing her despondency. "It's nothing. Let us go inside." Yi Lingling forced a smile and turned to enter the courtyard, prompting Jiang Ling to follow. Observing Yi Lingling consume the 8-petal xianlan, Jiang Ling remained by her side for a while. Noticing no unusual reactions, he quietly exited the room. "Qing'er, you guard this place and allow no one to enter. Should anything arise, promptly inform me," Jiang Ling instructed Qing'er in the courtyard. "Yes, young master," she responded. Jiang Ling nodded and spent some time with his senior sister before returning to his own quarters. If possible, he hoped to personally eliminate Tang Hao within a year. Jiang Ling retrieved a piece of metal the size of a human head and a dagger, lost in thought. "Once Uncle Nu awakens, I shall entrust this task to him," he mused, waving his hand as the items vanished. Changhong's sword. Jiang Ling settled cross-legged, placing the sword before him, and closed his eyes to contemplate the true essence of the sword path. Since that enlightening moment on the back mountain, when he had cleaved the heavens with a single stroke, Jiang Ling had been unable to replicate such a formidable strike, no matter his efforts. In this meditative state, he remained until dusk. Afterward, he checked on Yi Lingling, estimating she would not finish absorbing the herb until noon the next day. In the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong had remained seated from day until deep into the night upon the grand and dignified Pope's throne, slowly opening her eyes. A certain emptiness lingered in her enchanting gaze, devoid of sorrow or pain. She was no longer the kind and fragile woman of over 20 years ago. That version of Bibi Dong had perished 24 years prior. Now, she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the master of Hulayina and Jiangling Shaoling. Bibi Dong's vacant eyes flickered with a hint of color as they fell upon the glaring bloodstain in the cracked floor. Even in the darkness, she discerned it clearly, and a wave of panic surged within her. In an instant, she vanished, reappearing at Jiang Ling's residence. Without hesitation, she entered his bedroom. Although the room was unlit, the moonlight poured through the window, dispelling the shadows. Bibi Dong gazed at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Ling, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She approached Jiang Ling's side, sitting beside him on the bed, lost in thought as she studied his face. Was it guilt? Unconsciously, Bibi Dong extended her left hand to caress Jiang Ling's cheek. Her hand was cold and soft, while Jiang Ling, possessing a natural affinity for fire, radiated warmth. The moment her hand touched him, Jiang Ling's body heat enveloped her palm, startling her awake. The sudden chill on her cheek roused Jiang Ling from his slumber. Noticing Bibi Dong's intention to leave as he stirred, he grasped her hand. "Teacher, is that you?" he asked, blinking sleep from his eyes as he beheld her graceful figure. With a wave of his free hand, the room was instantly illuminated. "It is I. I wish to see how your injuries were faring," Bibi Dong explained softly, halting her departure upon realizing Jiang Ling was awake. Bibi Dong gently tugged her hand free from Jiang Ling's grasp. He was no longer the infant she once held in her arms. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jiang Ling quickly released her hand, the remnants of sleep dissipating. "Teacher, please sit. I am fine now. Missy has treated me," Jiang Ling said, swiftly getting out of bed to assist Bibi Dong onto the mattress, pouring her a cup of hot tea. Chapter 108. Staying overnight, Jiang Ling noted that Bibi Dong was still dressed in the same regal Pope-esque attire from that morning, a splendid golden gown and the intricate nine-curved golden crown atop her head. She appeared somewhat haggard, clearly having spent the entire day in the hall of the Pope. Now, deep into the night, the tea had cooled, and Jiang Ling infused his soul power into the cup, warming the water gradually. "Teacher, please wait here for a moment," he said softly as he placed the hot tea in Bibi Dong's hands. She nodded gently, her thoughts swirling and uncertain of her next course of action. She simply acquiesced to Jiang Ling's request. As he departed, Bibi Dong cradled the cup, sipping the tea slowly. Soon after, Jiang Ling returned with a pot of lotus seed and longan porridge. To expedite the cooking, he had even utilized his Changhong True Qi. "Teacher, have something to eat. This lotus seed and longan porridge is nourishing and calming, and it tastes delightful," Jiang Ling said, smiling as he ladled the porridge into a bowl. Jiang Ling's assumption was correct. Bibi Dong had not eaten a morsel the entire day, and the first sip of water she had consumed was the earlier cup of tea. "Here, teacher," he offered, kneeling before Bibi Dong as he handed her the bowl while taking back the teacup. Strong-willed women often dislike being seen in tears. Yet, after shedding tears, they still require the comfort of loved ones to mend their wounded hearts. Bibi Dong gazed at the steaming porridge in her hands, her eyes growing misty, not sure if it was the steam that stirred her emotions. The teacher she had once trusted and respected turned out to be a beast, and the one she had cherished most was a despicable hypocrite. Thankfully, her disciple had not disappointed her. Bibi Dong took a spoonful of the porridge, tasting it while looking at Jiang Ling, managing a bittersweet smile as she murmured, "It's very sweet." Jiang Ling stared at Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback. She had always exuded an air of sternness. Even her smiles were merely slight changes in her expression. He had never witnessed such an unguarded and heartfelt smile from her before, nor had he heard her say something so almost playful as very sweet, leaving him momentarily dazed amidst the company of Hulayina and Zhu Zhuqing. "What is the matter?" Bibi Dong inquired, noticing Jiang Ling staring at her. Nothing. I just thought it might be a bit inconvenient for you to drink the porridge," Jiang Ling said, regaining his composure and gesturing toward the ornate purple gold crown atop her head. Bibi Dong acknowledged it was indeed somewhat heavy. Tilting her head slightly, she removed the crown, and her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back without restraint. Tossing the crown onto the bed, she intended to continue enjoying the porridge. "Wait a moment," Jiang Ling interjected. Moving closer to Bibi Dong, she instinctively cradled the porridge bowl to her chest to prevent any spills, unsure of Jiang Ling's intentions, but not stopping him. Jiang Ling retrieved a purple jade hairpin from his robe, gathering Bibi Dong's lustrous hair into an elegant bun and securing it with the pin. "There, that should do it," Jiang Ling observed with keen eyes, satisfied, and inquired, "May I continue?" Bibi Dong raised her head to gaze at Jiang Ling, her expression grave. Yet in Jiang Ling's eyes, she appeared adorably naive. Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Bibi Dong sat on the bed, sipping her kanji while Jiang Ling perched on a stool nearby, watching her. "Linger, you possess quite an array of feminine items," Bibi Dong remarked after swallowing her food. Jiang Ling, who was admiring the beauty before him, felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing her words, realizing she referred to the skirts and hairpins. I still need them, Bai Bai Dong said, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Ling's discomfort, as she handed the bowl to him softly. Oh, all right. Jiang Ling quickly accepted the bowl, grateful for her lack of probing. It appeared that Bai Bai Dong was genuinely hungry. Jiang Ling had prepared about 3 bowls of lotus seed and longan congee, all of which had been consumed. Master, should I prepare more? Jiang Ling asked, glancing at the empty pot. No need, I am full, Bai Bai Dong responded, subtly acknowledging that she had eaten a bit too much, her cheeks flushing slightly. Seeing that you are well, I can rest easy. I shall take my leave now, Bai Bai Dong stated as she rose, deftly placing the congee bowl on the table and tidying up the purple gold crown on the bed. Jiang Ling gazed out at the night sky, noting that it was well past midnight. He suggested, It's late. Master, why not stay here for the night? I can sleep in the outer room and prepare another bed. However, before Bai Bai Dong could respond, Jiang Ling interjected, No buts. You should rest. He lifted the bowl of congee, preparing to exit the room, but paused at the door to turn back and say, Master, no matter what happens, both my sister and I will stand by your side. You will never be alone. It's quite late. Do take a good rest, Jiang Ling added with a radiant smile that warmed Bai Bai Dong's weary heart. Indeed, I still have a disciple, Bai Bai Dong mused, smiling faintly at the closed door. Turning, she touched the corner of the bed, shedding her papal robes to reveal her undergarments before slipping beneath the covers. The bed still bore Jiang Ling's warmth, providing a comforting embrace against the coolness. Unlike her usual sleepless nights burdened by the responsibilities of her office, Bai Bai Dong soon drifted into slumber. The autumn winds howled outside, carrying away the last vestiges of summer warmth, enveloping the land in a chill, leaving only Bai Bai Dong's chamber untouched by the cold. At dawn, the brisk autumn breeze danced through the trees and cottages. Jiang Ling rose and ventured into the courtyard to practice his swordplay, surprised to sense his master's presence still lingering in the room. He had expected her to have risen early, but to his astonishment, she remained in bed, with closed eyes. He concentrated on Bai Bai Dong's breathing, realizing she was still deep in sleep, prompting a gentle smile. Casting a glance at the door, he made his way to the kitchen and soon stepped outside to commence his daily sword training. Half an hour later, Bai Bai Dong awoke, momentarily disoriented. Sitting up, she stretched, cast aside the covers, revealing her perfect figure. After donning her papal attire, she sat at the mirror to groom herself, smoothing her hair before drawing clean water to wash away the remnants of her makeup. Her fingers brushed against the purple gold crown of the Pope, hesitating momentarily before withdrawing her hand to pick up a nearby purple jade hairpin. As she prepared to leave, a note fluttered down as she opened the door. Bai Bai Dong reached out to catch the note. Master, breakfast is in the kitchen pot, hot and ready. Remember to eat once you rise. A faint smile graced Bai Bai Dong's lips as she tucked the note away and made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 109. I believe in the one behind me. When Jiang Ling returned from his sword training, the courtyard was completely empty. Entering the house, he found remnants of food left behind. Naturally, the esteemed Pope would not concern herself with such matters as servants would handle the cleanup. Jiang Ling noticed a half bowl of congee on the table, along with leftover sweet and sour ribs, pepper-salted eggplants, and a few bites taken from steam bun. He patted his stomach. Having skipped breakfast and trained throughout the morning, he felt quite hungry. Sitting down, he picked up chopsticks and began to eat. The dishes were merely cool, yet still quite flavorful, and Jiang Ling felt confident in his culinary skills. Nothing pierces the heart quite like my cooking. Before long, the table was cleared of food. He lifted Bai Bai Dong's half-eaten bowl of congee, channeling his soul power, and soon steam rose from it. Jiang Ling raised the bowl to his lips and drank it all. Operation Clean Plate starts with me, Jiang Ling said. Satisfied with his feat, he then rose to leave, intending to visit his sister. If he was not mistaken, Yi Lingling's 8-petal Xianlan should be nearing completion of its absorption. As Jiang Ling approached the entrance of Hu Lai Na's courtyard, he spotted a familiar figure hastily approaching. Yen, what did you return? Jiang Ling called out, stepping forward to greet the robust Yen with a smile. Jiang Ling's physique was average, whereas Yen was notably well-built. Like Jiang Ling and Hu Laina, Yin, along with Xiaoyu, had also ventured into the mainland for training. Yin, however, did not respond to Jiang Ling's greeting and continued walking towards the courtyard. "You cannot enter now," Jiang Ling interjected, concerned that any disturbance might harm Yi Lingling. At Jiang Ling's words, Yan's expression hardened as he swung a punch towards Jiang Ling. "Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Ling exclaimed, catching Yan's fist with a firm grip. Yet, Yan seemed unaffected, channeling his soul power to break free from Jiang Ling's hold, then retaliated with a series of fierce strikes aimed directly at Jiang Ling's vital points. Jiang Ling dodged several attacks, pushing Yin back with a palm strike, yet refrained from causing him harm. "If you continue this way, do not blame me for being impolite," he warned angrily. "Impolite? I am eager to see how you intend to be impolite," Yin replied with a cold smirk. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ling's expression darkened, anger bubbling within him. He had not anticipated that Yin would activate his martial spirit. With Yi Lingling still in the process of absorption, he needed to subdue Yin swiftly to prevent any further chaos. Rays of sunlight. Jiang Ling lunged forward, delivering a palm strike against Yin that dispersed his soul power without injuring him, firmly grasping Yan's shoulders. "Calm down," he commanded coldly. Yin struggled fiercely but found himself unable to escape, ultimately relenting, gritting his teeth as he glared at Jiang Ling in fury. "Why is Nana lying in bed, gravely injured while you remain unscathed?" Having just returned to the Wuhuan Palace, Yin had encountered Zhang Ping, a highly talented student from the academy, who informed him of Hu Laina's condition. Jiang Ling fell silent at Yan's interrogation, loosening his grip on Yan's shoulders. Seeing this, Yin seized the opportunity to break free from Jiang Ling's hold, but refrained from attacking again. Over the course of nearly 3 years, the gap between himself and Jiang Ling had only widened. "Answer me. Why are you unharmed while Nana suffers such severe injuries?" Yin pressed, his voice low and intense. Jiang Ling frowned, responding coldly, "I see no need to explain myself to you. Let me clarify. I am Nana's fiancé, and you should refer to her as Hu Laina." "You." Jiang Ling felt a surge of anger. Yan's immediate aggression warranted a response. He had shown restraint by not harming him thus far. "You lack the right to question me." "Yet I certainly do," Yin insisted. "Jiang Ling, I need an explanation." A silver figure appeared, hastening towards them. "Xiaoyu, you have returned as well," Jiang Ling remarked with a wry smile. As an elder brother, one should certainly be aware of how his younger sister was injured. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "Indeed, one should be aware." Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. There was nothing to conceal or fabricate. It was true that he had revealed his whereabouts in Tiando City. "I have brought trouble upon my senior sister," Jiang Ling stated calmly. After enduring heart-wrenching experiences, he was now able to speak with composure. Yet beneath that calm surface lay tumultuous waves of emotion. No sooner had Jiang Ling finished speaking than Xiaoyu's crescent blade was already aimed at him. Although Jiang Ling was a disciple of the Pope with a noble status, it would be excessively weak of him not to act while his sister lay unconscious. "Stop!" A female voice rang out. In an instant, Yi Lingling had positioned herself in front of Jiang Ling, gazing intently at the glimmering blade. "Who are you?" Xiaoyu asked coldly, eyeing the seemingly fragile girl before him. "You, Jiang Ling, are playing the game of hiding a beauty in a golden house. I am Yi Lingling, sent by your esteemed Pope to treat Hu Laina's injuries. Thank you, Miss Yi, for healing my sister. Please step aside, for I have accounts to settle with Jiang Ling." Xiaoyu replied, clearly skeptical that such a young girl was indeed sent by the Pope, yet he dared not offend her. "I don't know what transpired between you, but the Jiang Ling I know, the one standing behind me, has been meticulously caring for Hu Laina after her injury. I believe his involvement is not to blame," Yi Lingling stated firmly. "Yet he has confessed," Xiaoyu retorted. Yi Lingling, a bit anxious, turned to Jiang Ling, urging him to explain hastily. "Miss Yi, you need not involve yourself in this matter," Jiang Ling interjected. He felt indifferent towards Yin, but held guilt towards Xiaoyu, for Hu Laina was his only sister, and she had fallen unconscious while trying to save him. "You are driving me to madness," Yi Lingling exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "Miss Yi, please step aside." Yin spoke up this time, breaking the silence. Yi Lingling felt a bit flustered, her fists clenched tightly in her sleeves, her mind racing to find a way to prevent a conflict from arising. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she quickly retrieved something from her bosom. "What do you see here?" "The Pope's decree." Xiaoyu and Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you come to possess the Pope's decree?" "You should know that the bearer of the decree is an elder of the Spirit Hall." "Are you truly pointing your weapons at an elder?" Yi Lingling declared with authority. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances before reluctantly sheathing their weapons. "I will not permit anyone to fight here," Yi Lingling reiterated. Initially intending to say that no harm should come to Jiang Ling, she felt it might sound ambiguous. "Yes, elder," Yin and Xiaoyu replied begrudgingly, bowing in compliance. "Jiang Ling, come with me. Your assistance is required for the treatment." Yi Lingling turned to Jiang Ling, her voice tinged with anger, clearly displeased with his earlier silence. Chapter 110. "I am different from you. I am his elder brother-in-law." Jiang Ling, having no choice, followed her, while Yin and Xiaoyu, witnessing this, also wished to accompany them. "What are you doing?" Yi Lingling turned to glare at Yin and Xiaoyu coldly. "Elder Yi, I wish to visit Laina." "I am her brother," Xiaoyu explained. "And him?" Yi Lingling glanced at Yin, inquiring. "I am Laina's classmate," Yin replied, his expression serious. "Very well. You're not allowed to enter," Yi Lingling said icily. "On what grounds?" Yin retorted furiously, his anger flaring, though he refrained from acting against her due to her possession of the Pope's decree. "The patient requires rest. Unauthorized individuals must not disturb her," Yi Lingling stated, her tone rising. Jiang Ling noted that Yi Lingling was intentionally making things difficult for Yin to vent her anger on his behalf, and he chose not to intervene. While Jiang Ling felt he owed some people an explanation, Yin was not one of them. "You call me an unauthorized individual?" Yin scoffed in disbelief, his anger intensifying. "Stop!" Xiaoyu quickly intervened, but it was too late. "Ah!" Yi Lingling gasped as she was forced several steps back, only to realize a hand had wrapped around her waist, preventing her from falling. Jiang Ling set Yi Lingling down and in an instant stood before Yin, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. "You have gone too far, Yin," Jiang Ling said in a low voice, astonished that Yin would act so recklessly against Yi Lingling. Yin's mouth opened, but no words escaped. He clawed at Jiang Ling's hand in a futile attempt to break free. "Jiang Ling." Xiaoyu called out in alarm, surprised by Jiang Ling's speed and strength, which rendered Yin powerless. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Jiang Ling loosened his grip, causing Yin to drop to one knee, clutching his throat and coughing desperately. In that instant, the sensation of suffocation enveloped him, and he truly felt the specter of death looming. "If you have matters to discuss, come find me. I will oblige. Miss Yi is the only hope for my senior sister's recovery. Whoever dares to harm her, I shall kill," Jiang Ling declared, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Yin. Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a shiver run through him, harboring a flicker of resentment towards Yin. Just then, a female official approached from a distance, recognizing Jiang Ling as one of the Pope's attendants, possessing the strength of a soul Douluo. Bibi Dong, aware that Xiaoyu and Yan's return to the Spirit Hall would likely lead to a confrontation with Jiang Ling, had intended to meet them first, but she did not expect the three to encounter each other so swiftly. "We humbly obey the Pope's command," Xiaoyu said, bowing. He glanced back at the courtyard, sighing inwardly, knowing he would have to wait to visit his sister. He cast a glance at Yin, remarking, "Can you still walk?" "Cough, cough, cough, no problem," Yin rasped. Watching the two depart, Jiang Ling sighed and turned back to Yi Lingling, concern evident in his voice. "Are you hurt?" "No," Yi Lingling replied flatly. Is it just my imagination, or does Yi Lingling's tone seem somewhat off?" Jiang Ling pondered, momentarily taken aback. "Thank you." Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude with a nod. "You need not thank me. I merely fear you may be beaten half to death, wasting my soul power for treatment," Yi Lingling retorted, turning away with a cold smirk. Yet, that smile bore an element of petulance. After speaking, she walked toward the courtyard. Though Jiang Ling had saved her and taught Yin a lesson, Yi Lingling felt a sense of joy within her heart. However, Jiang Ling's subsequent words ignited a fury in her, making her feel as though she had rescued an ungrateful wretch. This guy is truly insufferable, despite all my assistance. He regards me solely as the last hope for Hu Laiina's recovery. Yi Lingling thought, her frustration mounting, her delicate fingers turning pale from the grip in her sleeves. Jiang Ling, observing Yi Lingling's renewed ire, found himself perplexed, but he chose not to dwell on it, having grown accustomed to her inexplicable bouts of anger. In the Pope's hall, Xiaoyu and Yin greeted the Pope. "We pay our respects to your holiness. Rise. You have met Jiang Ling and Laiina." Bibi Dong stated blandly. "In response to your holiness, I have met Jiang Ling, but not Laiina," Xiaoyu reported, appearing quite restrained, unable to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. It was understandable. Not everyone had the privilege of frequent encounters with Bibi Dong, and, as Laiina's brother, Xiaoyu had only met the Pope a handful of times. "Did you engage in combat?" Bibi Dong inquired. Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. To say they had not fought would be misleading, given that his crescent blade had nearly touched Jiang Ling's neck. Yet to claim they had fought would be inaccurate, as Jiang Ling had rendered Yin incapable of action. "Enough. Xiaoyu, I summoned you to clarify that Laiina's injuries are not significantly related to Jiang Ling. It was the work of Tang Hao, the nemesis of the Spirit Hall." Bai Dong observed Xiaoyu hesitating and chose not to pursue further inquiries, instead getting straight to the point. He did not believe that Xiaoyu and Yin possessed the strength to contend with Jiang Ling Tang Hao. "How can Douluo Tang Hao?" Yin and Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. "If that is the case, why did Jiang Ling admit that he is responsible for Na? Yin asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. Although he shared the same question, the Pope's response was beyond their capacity to question. He wished to dissuade his friend, but felt unable to voice his concerns within the Pope's chamber. Na was injured while trying to save Shaoling. His statement must stem from guilt and self-reproach towards Xiaoyu. Bai Dong did not blame Yin and turned to Xiaoyu, saying, "Enough. The matter has been laid bare before you. Do not stir further discord. Also, Yi Lingling, who resides in Nana's courtyard, is a soul master treating her. Do not offend her and maintain utmost respect. You may leave now." Bai Dong's tone was grave, carrying an air of command. "Understood, Your Holiness. We take our leave." Xiaoyu and Yin bowed and departed. Once outside the Pope's chamber, Xiaoyu and Yin exhaled in relief. The pressure from the Pope had been overwhelming. "Xiaoyu, let's hasten to visit Na," Yin proposed. "I can go, but you cannot. Have you forgotten what you have done?" Xiaoyu replied, glancing at Yin with exasperation. Yin's temperament mirrored that of his martial soul. Impulsive and easily irritated, yet fundamentally good-natured, albeit overly fond of Hu Laiina. Who could have anticipated that girl was indeed a guest of the Holy Pope? Yin lamented. "Moreover, you have angered Jiang Ling. He will not treat you as kindly as he does me. I shall go see them first. When their tempers have cooled, you can apologize," Xiaoyu said, patting Yin's shoulder as he prepared to leave. "Yin, heed my advice. While Jiang Ling is our classmate and friend, he is ultimately a disciple of the Pope, and may one day become the Pope himself. There are distinctions in status that must be observed." Xiaoyu paused in his steps. But did you not just intend to confront him?" Yin retorted, momentarily taken aback. "I am different from you. I am Jiang Ling's brother-in-law," Xiaoyu replied earnestly, then channeled his soul power and sped away. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling addressed Yi Lingling, "Miss Yi, I see your soul power has reached level 40. Once you stabilize it, I shall take you to obtain your fourth ring. Due to the unique nature of the Jiao Xin Hai Tang martial soul, the selection of soul beasts and their ages is more critical than the types of soul beasts themselves. It suffices to choose those with gentle temperaments. The limit for the fourth ring is 5,000 years, and since Yi Lingling has consumed an elixir, absorbing a 6,000-year soul beast should pose no issue. However, this is merely Jiang Ling's conjecture. The specific requirements ultimately depend on Yi Lingling's preferences regarding her fourth ring." He handed her a towel and inquired, "Do you have any specific requirements for your fourth ring?" Due to the elevation of her soul power, Yi Lingling extended the treatment duration. Having expended considerable physical energy, she was slightly breathless, her cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat glistened on her skin. Jiang Ling approached, catching a hint of a distinctive fragrance. One could say she was delicate and graceful, with a light sheen of perspiration. "I'm not too sure." The previous suggestions came from the Academy's instructors. You decide for me. Yi Lingling replied, shaking her head as she took the towel to wipe her face. Very well, I shall take charge, Jiang Ling nodded, already contemplating which type of soul beast to hunt. As he spoke, Jiang Ling noticed a few strands of Yi Lingling's hair sticking to her forehead and cheek due to the towel's movement, creating a somewhat disheveled appearance. Do not move, Jiang Ling gently instructed. What is it? Yi Lingling asked shyly, feeling the heat rise in her already flushed face, oblivious to anything amiss. Jiang Ling reached out, neatly tucking the stray strands behind her ear, his fingers inadvertently brushing against her cheek, causing her heart to skip a beat and her throat to tighten. There were a few strands on your face. It is fixed now, Jiang Ling remarked, carefully checking for any remaining stray hairs. The moment Jiang Ling withdrew his hand, Yi Lingling promptly lowered her head, her small hands folded over her abdomen, inadvertently revealing her flushed neck. She remained silent. Thank you, she murmured shyly after a brief pause, her voice barely audible. Young Master Xiaoyu has arrived, Qing Er announced just as Yi Lingling found herself at a loss. What does he want now? Is he here to trouble you again? She asked, her tone tinged with irritation. That is unlikely. He is the brother of my senior sister, here to visit her. Jiang Ling replied. That is acceptable. However, if he makes a move, you must not refrain from retaliating. If you become injured, I shall not treat you, Yi Lingling said, visibly relieved but still playfully threatening. Understood. After speaking, Yi Lingling regretted her overt display of concern. I will step out now, she stammered, avoiding Jiang Ling's gaze and hurriedly exiting the room. Jiang Ling watched her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, is she overly concerned about me? Jiang Ling, my sister's courtyard has become yours, has it? Even I, her brother, must announce my presence, Xiaoyu said, his expression darkening as he stood outside. My apologies. I merely wished to avoid disturbing my senior sister. At the time, you had not returned, and I momentarily forgot about you, Jiang Ling explained apologetically. In the future, when Xiaoyu arrives, he may enter without announcement, but do not allow that fellow Yin to come in, Jiang Ling instructed the woman beside him. Understood. Young master, Xiaoyu chuckled quietly, relieved that Yin had not accompanied him. Disregarding Jiang Ling, he stepped into the room. Jiang Ling chose not to follow, allowing the siblings some private time. Remaining in the courtyard, Jiang Ling approached a nearby swing, which he had crafted for Hulaina. At that time, when practicing swordplay, he had been perturbed by Hulaina's interruptions and had made such trinkets for her amusement. Occasionally, when he had upset Hulaina, these small tokens had been his means of seeking her forgiveness. Riding bamboo horses, circling the bed, playing with green plums, cohabiting in Chang'an, 2 children free of suspicion. Jiang Ling recited softly, reminiscing about the past, a smile blossoming on his face. After a while, Xiaoyu emerged and glanced at Jiang Ling on the swing. Shall we take a stroll? Let's go to the back mountain, Jiang Ling suggested as he rose. Following this, Xiaoyu retrieved an item from his storage soul tool and tossed it to Jiang Ling. It was a jar of wine. Jiang Ling caught it, uncorked it, and took a swig. You drink? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. He knew Jiang Ling abstained from alcohol and had only tossed it to him for mockery. Yet, Jiang Ling's actions astonished him. Previously, they had shared a drink once, and even Hulaina had sampled a little. Jiang Ling had barely sipped before becoming intoxicated, insisting on kissing Hulaina, and had it not been for her intervention, he would have faced her wrath. Since that incident, Jiang Ling had sworn off alcohol. During his years of training, he had only partaken once or twice. The occasions he referred to were those in Xingluo when he had drunk for Zhu Qing. But his tolerance for alcohol was indeed unimpressive. Xiaoyu chuckled and took a few hearty gulps from his own jar before falling silent for a moment and asking, How long until my sister awakens? It may take over a year, Jiang Ling replied softly, seated with the wine jar in hand, taking several more swigs until the jar was nearly half empty. The Holy Pope informed me that I had misjudged you. I acted impulsively this morning. Shi sat beside and remarked that he was not an unreasonable person. The fact that Hao Qianhua had intervened back then, allowing Jiang Ling and Hulaina to return alive, was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Moreover, Jiang Ling had avenged himself by eliminating the instigator and severely injuring Tang Hao's son, which diminished the resentment in Xiaoyu's heart significantly. I care not for your opinions. I merely blame myself for failing to protect my senior sister, Jiang Ling retorted, his face flushed and eyes slightly glazed, revealing that he was somewhat intoxicated. You, young man, I offered you comfort out of goodwill. Yet you still. Xiaoyu pointed at Jiang Ling, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Are you not afraid I might oppose Nana's marriage to you? Xiaoyu threatened. Oh, come now, can you truly best me? Besides, will my senior sister heed your words? Jiang Ling scoffed. Xiaoyu felt embarrassed by this response, and, glancing at Jiang Ling's drunken state, sighed, what am I even arguing with a drunkard for? You are the real drunkard. 5 minutes later, Xiaoyu was carrying Jiang Ling forward, having only departed the courtyard half an hour prior. You, of all people, cannot handle your liquor. Why pretend otherwise? Watching you drink so quickly, I genuinely thought your tolerance had improved after 3 years of training. Xiaoyu was tempted to abandon the fellow right there. Chapter 112. Bathing and changing clothes for free, originally intending to return Jiang Ling to his sister's courtyard. Xiaoyu reconsidered and brought him to his own home instead. Jiang Ling's courtyard was devoid of servants, and Xiaoyu, having tossed him onto the bed, planned to leave immediately. You can stay here, as fellow soul masters. The risk of dying from excessive drinking is minimal. Being drunk without care is simply your punishment for mocking me, Xiaoyu mused, folding his arms as he stood aside. With a light chuckle, he turned and exited, closing the door behind him. Upon leaving, Xiaoyu contemplated visiting his sister, but hesitated, fearing he might disturb her, and ultimately decided against entering. When Lingling had finished her bath and changed into fresh clothes, she noticed the absence of both Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu. Inquiring with Aunt Mei, she learned they had gone out. As the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, transforming from a golden hue to a fiery red, and eventually fading into the darkness of night, Lingling pondered, where has that fellow gone? Is he still providing treatment for that elder? With her luminous eyes gazing out the window, she murmured in frustration, could it be that they truly came to blows? Her delicate hands instinctively clenched her dress. After a moment's thought, Lingling decided to don her shoes and investigate the nearby courtyard, grabbing a lamp before leaving her room. The night was exceptionally dark, with the moon intermittently obscured by clouds, causing a flutter of anxiety within Lingling as she hurried towards Jiang Ling's courtyard. The courtyard lay shrouded in darkness, the door slightly ajar. Lingling hesitantly extended her hand, pushing the door open, which creaked ominously, sending a jolt to her heart. She quickly slipped inside, shutting the door behind her with a tremor in her fingertips, her body slightly shaking from trepidation. Without delay, she dashed straight into Jiang Ling's bedroom, flicking on the light. Her pale face betrayed her unease as her rapid breaths echoed in the room. Lingling harbored a fear of the dark, a sentiment Jiang Ling would likely dismiss as absurd. Yet the truth remained. She was indeed frightened, particularly of traversing dark paths alone. A fear rooted in her childhood experiences of burying family members alongside her mother for 7 consecutive days and nights. Having faced darkness, one typically emerges stronger or more fearful. Lingling clearly belonged to the latter, haunted by the shadows of her youth. As the room illuminated, Lingling gradually calmed her racing heart, only to notice the pervasive scent of alcohol, which made her frown and cover her nose. Navigating around the screen, she discovered Jiang Ling sprawled on the bed, uncovered and still wearing his shoes, igniting a flare of anger within her. I'll worry about you and come to check if you've returned. And here you are, thoroughly intoxicated, sleeping like a log. With tightly pursed lips, she glared at him, ready to turn away and fetch someone to look after Jiang Ling. Her hand hovered over the doorknob, but faltered as she lacked the courage to traverse the dark path again. Reluctantly, she turned back, sitting on a nearby stool, gradually acclimating to the stench of alcohol, her hand lowering from her face. At that moment, Jiang Ling's sleeping posture was quite ungraceful, lying askew on the bed. Most of the blanket pinned beneath him, his feet dangling off the edge, with one foot even touching the floor. After considerable hesitation, Lingling approached. Stealing glances at Jiang Ling's face, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. "You drunkard," she muttered, crouching down to assist him in removing his boots. Jiang Ling remained in deep slumber, his feet unyielding, making the task of removing his boots exceedingly challenging. After much effort, she finally managed to remove both shoes, disdainfully tossing them aside before placing Jiang Ling's legs onto the bed, allowing herself a sigh of relief. She brushed aside the hair that had fallen over her forehead, only to stiffen, inspecting her hands and bringing them to her nose, revealing a look of despair. "Yi Lingling, you fool." Frustration surged within her as she glared at Jiang Ling, rubbing her hand against his clothing, feeling somewhat improved. She gazed at Jiang Ling's handsome visage and smirked mischievously. "You are fortunate today, encountering me. Otherwise you would have spent the night freezing." Speaking to Jiang Ling, she edged closer to the bed, attempting to pull the blanket up over him. After a while, Yi Lingling felt warmth spreading through her body, her waist and legs growing weary. Yet she still struggled to cover him. After all, as a healing soul master, her physical strength was not vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. Though Jiang Ling appeared lean, his years of training had endowed him with a physique unmatched by most. "I refuse to yield," Yi Lingling declared. Her face flushed as she gritted her teeth. Removing her own shoes, she climbed onto the bed, thinking that while pulling from the outside was futile, perhaps it would yield results from within. Summoning all her strength, she found the blanket much easier to pull free. After a laborious effort, she finally yanked the blanket out, panting slightly as she sat unceremoniously at the far end of the bed. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she intended to cover Jiang Ling with the blanket, believing that would resolve everything. "Ayu," Yi Lingling exclaimed, startled as Jiang Ling suddenly opened his eyes and grasped her hand. "Hey, you little minx, what treachery is this?" Jiang Ling mumbled groggily, his eyes bleary as he stared at Yi Lingling. I'm merely helping you, covering you with a blanket out of pity. How can you be so ungrateful?" Yi Lingling retorted angrily. More lies. I am a god descended to earth. How would I fear mere cold? Clearly you, vixen, have sinister intentions against me. This blanket must be your magical artifact. Watch as I destroy it." Jiang Ling seized the blanket, flinging it aside, and yanked Yi Lingling towards him by her wrist. "Ouch, you brute!" Yi Lingling cried out, feeling as though her wrist was caught in a vice, pain radiating through her. This is but a taste of pain. The real terror lies ahead. This is the price for your treachery." Yi Lingling, feeling utterly helpless, realized Jiang Ling was still very much intoxicated. "Oh no, please," Yi Lingling gasped, hastily shutting her eyes. Just as she feared Jiang Ling would unleash his primal instinct upon her, everything suddenly went still. Yi Lingling cautiously opened her eyes, only to find Jiang Ling fast asleep once more. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, but her face soon flushed crimson. At that moment, Yi Lingling was completely pinned down, with Jiang Ling's cheek pressed against her neck, allowing her to clearly feel the warmth of his breath. Jiang Ling's breath tickled Yi Lingling's neck, making her feel an itch that compelled her to push him away. However, her left hand was firmly grasped by Jiang Ling, and her right hand was forcefully pinned beneath him, leaving her with no choice but to tilt her head to the side for some semblance of comfort. "No, I cannot allow this man to continue pressing down on me, regardless of whether I can endure the entire night. The thought of Jiang Ling awakening tomorrow fills me with mortification." Yi Lingling bit her lip, contemplating the weight of him on her, already feeling discomfort in her chest. She yearned to bite Jiang Ling awake, yet feared the sight of him upon waking, knowing she lacked the strength to resist. Wouldn't that be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den? Lost in her thoughts, she could not devise a plan for escape. "This scoundrel! I should never have sought you out." Her wrist ached, her chest throbbed, and her neck tingled. The prospect of enduring his weight through the night made her eyes turn red, tears welling up in a sense of injustice. Yet, no matter how wronged Yi Lingling felt, Jiang Ling remained oblivious. As nearly half an hour passed without a hint of Jiang Ling stirring, Yi Lingling managed to stifle her tears, her eyes slightly swollen. "I must save myself." Yi Lingling glared at the man sprawled across her, her teeth gritted. She desperately wriggled her body, slowly shifting to the side, even through their garments. The sensation of friction seeped into her consciousness. Yi Lingling pressed her lips tightly together, fighting against her embarrassment, refusing to pause for fear that she would lose the courage to move. Unfortunately, despite her resolute will, her strength waned, but the results were evident. Yi Lingling gasped for breath, her heart racing, though her chest remained still. The once modest curves of her bosom felt even flatter. As her breathing gradually steadied, Yi Lingling dared not move, acutely aware of a sensation stirring between her legs. She felt as though she might lose her mind. Encouraging herself repeatedly, she shut her eyes tightly, ignoring that sensation, and with a final push, managed to extricate herself from Jiang Ling's grasp. With great effort, she freed her nearly numb arm and swiftly sought to liberate her wrist from Jiang Ling's firm hold. Once entirely free, Yi Lingling leapt off the bed, not daring to pause for her shoes, unwilling to approach the bed again. At last I am free. Yi Lingling, still shaken, patted her flattened chest. Jiang Ling seemed uncomfortable due to her departure, turning over in his sleep, causing Yi Lingling to retreat a couple of steps in fright. Seeing he had not awakened, she finally relaxed, only to be struck by a sudden thirst. She poured herself a few sips of the now-cold tea, feeling slightly more alert. Realizing she could no longer linger, glancing at the quilt on the floor, she hesitated before picking it up, but dared not approach the bed. Tossing it from 2 meters away. Whatever it covers is a matter of luck, she thought to herself. She then picked up her shoes, preparing to leave, disregarding her fear of the dark. Water, I want water, Jiang Ling mumbled in his sleep. Yi Lingling's mouth twitched, her grip tightening into a fist as she turned away, declaring, I have no intention of tending to you. She lifted her leg, ready to exit the bedroom, preferring not to see him. My throat is so dry, so uncomfortable. I need water. Jiang Ling's voice rose slightly. Yi Lingling halted in her tracks, spinning around in anger. I'm truly frightened of you. She grabbed a nearby teapot, filling a cup to the brim. Here is your water. But let it be clear, if I provide you with this, you must not lay a finger on me. Yi Lingling held the cup with both hands, still hesitant to approach. All right, as long as you give me water, I will comply with your wishes, Jiang Ling replied. Seemingly hearing her words, his eyes still closed. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling sighed in relief and stepped forward. Come, drink. Jiang Ling, at the sound of her voice, lazily opened his eyes and propped himself up on his arms, parting his lips. Yi Lingling's expression darkened. She had not anticipated such a stark difference between a person who had been drinking and one who had not. Letting out a slight sigh, she knew it was unwise to speak with a drunkard. She lifted the cup to Jiang Ling's lips and gradually tilted it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In no time, the cup was empty. Cough, cough. Jiang Ling erupted into a fit of coughs. Yi Lingling was startled and hurriedly sat beside him, placing the cup aside and supporting Jiang Ling, patting his back in concern. How could you choke? I wasn't feeding you too quickly. Cough, cough, ha. I was just teasing you. My dear wife, you are so easily fooled. Jiang Ling laughed heartily. You. Yi Lingling rose in exasperation, glaring at Jiang Ling, who had even called her his wife without realizing it. I will ignore you. You can stay here by yourself. Yi Lingling huffed angrily, picking up the cup and turning to leave. Wife, don't go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have joked, Jiang Ling pleaded as he reached out to grab her, but only managed to clutch the fabric at her waist, pulling her back as her dress tore apart. Yi Lingling gasped, abruptly yanked back. The cup fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. My dear wife, I was wrong. Please don't leave. Sleep with me tonight, Jiang Ling implored, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not your wife. Yi Lingling felt a mix of shock and fear, her body flushing crimson, her cheeks resembling a boiled lobster as she struggled to pry Jiang Ling's fingers from her. You are my wife. Why won't you admit it? Jiang Ling insisted stubbornly. Jiang Ling, please wake up. I am Yi Lingling, not your wife, she attempted to declare, but her voice faltered, her body rendered immobile. Pressure points. You are indeed my wife. Let us retire together. Jiang Ling's fingers slipped from her shoulder as he embraced the soft form of Yi Lingling, foolishly grinning. He then laid her down on the bed. What is this? Such a bother, he remarked, glancing at the torn fabric in his hands. With a casual motion, He shredded it further, followed by her inner garments, leaving her utterly exposed. Lingling's eyes widened in horror as she witnessed the scene unfold, yet she remained voiceless and motionless. The fear in her heart eclipsed her embarrassment, a crystalline tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Hee, my dear wife, Jiang Ling chuckled, leaning down to meet her gaze, casually tearing off his own clothing. Embracing her, he began to kiss her haphazardly, biting at her. Lingling could only watch in humiliation as Jiang Ling acted without restraint, and to her dismay, she felt herself responding. However, due to his intoxication, Jiang Ling seemed lost, ultimately drifting into a deep slumber while holding the immobilized Lingling close. In the subsequent chapter, Lingling poured herself a cup of tea, declaring, "Here is your water. But let it be clear, if I provide you with this, you must not lay a finger on me." Lingling held the cup with both hands, still hesitant to approach. "All right, as long as you give me water, I will comply with your wishes," Jiang Ling responded, seemingly hearing her words, his eyes still closed. Lingling sighed in relief and stepped forward. "Come, drink." Without a moment's delay, he promptly contacted the brothers on the road, mobilizing all manner of hidden figures lurking in the shadows. Yet there was not a whisper of news until the deep of night. In the face of Su Zichuan's doubts, Guyu merely smiled faintly, fully understanding the sentiments of Mu Yun and Su Zichuan at this moment, reminiscent of his own skepticism and disbelief upon first hearing the news. Ao Tian pondered for a moment. Adhering to the principle of helping others to the end, he resolved to assist the two siblings in solidifying their foundation. After all, it ultimately came down to their inability to manage the Jiang family, and gaining strength for self-preservation was still a commendable endeavor. At the very least, Ao Tian did not wish to witness them, lacking in power, being relentlessly pursued by the Jiang family for a lifetime. Suddenly, Qin Fengzhan spoke coldly. "If you dare to pull the trigger, everyone will perish alongside you." Just then, Feng Jiping's vehicle arrived, parking beside Qin Fengzhan's car. He stepped down and, upon seeing the two locked in a standoff, chose to remain silent and merely stood aside. Tai Shun had no choice but to step forward. Venturing alone to the lush Changle Palace to negotiate with Qian Qing for the sake of protecting his homeland. Qian Qing devoured Tai Shun's huagu in one bite and continued to hunt down the fleeing Koitian. Regarding such a humanized emperor system, Lei Yu was quite satisfied. This upgrade finally allowed him to experience what it truly meant to possess the most formidable emperor system, with everyone merely a collection of data in his eyes. Filled with astonishment, Ao Tian immediately grasped Shui Er's arm, releasing a surge of true energy to establish a foundation for Shui Er. Ao Tian needed to have a comprehensive understanding of her condition. Otherwise, he could not predict the potential dangers. How could this be possible? First, they deceived the sealing emblem. And second, they led the prince to his death in the solitary city, remarked Ling Siwa, raising an eyebrow. Xiang Feng's words caused Xian Yuanyin Shan to halt momentarily. He slowly turned around, gazing at Xiang Feng with incredulity, utterly astonished that Xiang Feng would utter such words. "Eastern King, my subordinate was just about to report this matter. General Yang has gone to pursue the Western King's consort," Luo Dagong hurriedly stated. Esteemed one, did you seek me for something?" Zhang Liang did not wish to prolong matters. From Lu Dehua's tone, he sensed that this heavenly king seemed somewhat displeased, though he was unaware of the cause. Now, why was he so straightforward in seeking him out? Could it be that he wanted him to compose a song? The world was undergoing tumultuous changes, and the residents of Kitamundo went about their daily lives with diligence, for it was the twilight of the gods. 3,000 miles beyond Futu City loomed a towering mountain peak, eroded by wind and sand for ages, appearing to be on the brink of demise. Yet despite this, it stood proudly, an undeniable spectacle, albeit one seldom appreciated. Many tourists flocked to the Caribbean islands out of curiosity for pirates, bringing substantial economic benefits to the locals. A wife requested her husband to accompany her to the Flower Street to witness the auction of a courtesan's first night, a scenario far from the ordinary. Yin Er felt quite bashful, hiding in her room and reluctant to venture outside, while Jin Yang had already set off early with Duo. Mine Kuei wielded a broadsword, its blade gleaming coldly as he swiftly dispatched 6 or 7 soldiers from the green camp, with his 200 bodyguards surrounding him, fending off the Qing troops' assaults. Chapter 115. The Desire to Reach the Stars. Jiang Ling arrived at Xieyu's residence, kicking the door open. Knocking? I'm smashing the door. Xieyu, come out. Jiang Ling shouted. What madness is this so early in the morning? Xieyu, startled by the sudden commotion, saw that it was Jiang Ling and retorted angrily. He had just returned yesterday, had not eaten nor rested. After meeting the Pope and sharing a drink with Jiang Ling, he discussed Hu Laina's situation with Yan, remaining busy until late. This morning, he was sleeping soundly when confronted by Jiang Ling's door-smashing antics. Sleep? You must be joking. After drunkenly recalling the events of the previous night, Jiang Ling stepped forward, seizing Xieyu by the collar, demanding answers. What could possibly have happened? I carried you back to your home. Xieyu replied, brushing Jiang Ling's hand away. Glancing at Jiang Ling's appearance, he added, What is going on with you? Though Jiang Ling was not disheveled, his messy hair left much to be desired. Never mind that. What happened after you brought me back? Jiang Ling pressed again. After that, I left. What is the matter? Xieyu sensed Jiang Ling's unease and inquired. Jiang Ling's face nearly flushed with embarrassment at Xieyu's probing question. As memories of the previous night's events flooded his mind, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and asked, Did you mention my drunkenness to the people in the senior sister's courtyard? Did you arrange for anyone to look after me? No. After bringing you back, I feared disturbing Nana, so I left directly. Do you not know how you handle your liquor? I wouldn't dare arrange for anyone to attend to you, Xieyu replied, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Ling, recalling how he had drunkenly flirted with his sister. Why are you asking this? Did something happen last night? Xieyu queried, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Nothing. You're overthinking it, Jiang Ling said coldly, turning to leave. Hey, you broke my door. It needs fixing. Xieyu called after Jiang Ling, staring at the door panel lying on the ground. Yi Lingling trudged back to her residence, taking a moment to recuperate. Fortunately, she returned early, just as dawn approached, and no one witnessed her return. Once she regained some strength, she headed to the bathroom to wash away the traces left by Jiang Ling on her body. Initially harboring a slight fondness for Jiang Ling, her feelings were completely shattered by the events of the previous night, leaving her with only aversion and fear. Why won't it wash away? Why won't it wash away? Yi Lingling desperately scrubbed at the still visible bite marks on her chest, her skin reddening from the friction. Yet the marks remained glaringly apparent. Sitting in the bathtub, she hugged her knees and wept softly. Jiang Ling returned to his residence, washed up, and did not dare visit the senior sister's quarters. Instead, he opted to practice swordplay in the woods, only returning as the sun began to set. Hey, Qing Er, come here, Jiang Ling called softly from behind the doorframe, watching as Qing Er tidied up the courtyard. Young Masterling, are you calling me? What is it? Qing Er asked, puzzled by Jiang Ling's stealthy demeanor at the door. Sure. Jiang Ling quickly gestured for silence, beckoning her to approach. Young master, Qing Er whispered as she ran back, lowering her head. Qing Er, tell me, has Missy exhibited any peculiar behavior today? Jiang Ling inquired quietly. Missy? Peculiar? Well, she hasn't really gone out much. The food I brought her was barely touched, and she seems rather downcast. Oh, and she appears to have been in the bath all day. Every time I went, she was in the bathroom, Qing Er pondered, tapping her small head. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression darkened. In the bath all day? Does she detest me? He felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him. By the way, Qing Er, did Miss Yi treat the senior sister today? Jiang Ling suddenly remembered something important and asked hastily, fearing he might inadvertently blame the senior sister. Yes, but not as early as usual. It was in the afternoon, Qing Er replied promptly. Phew, that is good to hear, Jiang Ling sighed in relief. Qing Er, I might need to enter seclusion for a few days and be able to visit often. You must take good care of my senior sister and also look after Miss Yi. Understood? Jiang Ling instructed the adorable girl before him. Understood. Qing Er promises to complete the task, Qing Er said earnestly. All right, off you go. Jiang Ling cast a lingering glance at the room where Yi Lingling's light was now on, reflecting that it would be wise to lay low until her anger subsided, after which he might approach her to address the matter at hand. The following day, within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, while attending to her tasks, casually inquired about the matter at hand. "Teacher, I wish to leave for a while and venture into the Xingdou forest to capture a soul beast. Yilingling has reached level 40 and requires a suitable soul beast. With the 4th ring, it will also aid our healer sister," Jiang Ling stated. Bibi Dong raised her gaze to Jiang Ling, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "For such matters, it would suffice to arrange for a soul sage or a battle Douluo. The preparations for the Holy Sun ceremony are underway. You should remain here to prepare adequately." "No need, teacher. There is nothing to prepare for. I will capture the soul beast myself. By the way, I plan to take Xieyu with me. After all, he is also at level 50 now, and I can assist him in obtaining his 5th ring. It will serve as my own training," Jiang Ling quickly asserted. Are you concealing something from me? Why such eagerness to leave the spirit hall?" Bibi Dong observed with a furrowed brow, intrigued. There is nothing to hide. How could I possibly deceive my beloved Pope?" Jiang Ling responded somewhat awkwardly, moving closer to Bibi Dong and gently kneading her shoulders. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ling's touch, but soon relaxed, closing her eyes to enjoy the massage. "Very well. I shall not press further. I agree to your request, but you must return before the ceremony begins," Bibi Dong said with a hint of resignation, followed by a light-hearted warning. She was not concerned about Jiang Ling's capabilities. "Thank you, teacher. Rest assured, I will return on time," Jiang Ling exclaimed joyfully, embracing Bibi Dong in gratitude. Startled, Bibi Dong's pen slipped from her grasp. "Then I shall take my leave," Jiang Ling said as he distanced himself. Once he was far away, Bibi Dong shook her head, chuckling softly before resuming her work. Exiting the Pope's palace, Jiang Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him. He no longer needed to hide deliberately. He intended to depart for a while, allowing both of them some time to cool off. Jiang Ling was uncertain about how to face Yilingling, as this encounter had escalated beyond mere teasing. "Xieyu, I was just about to seek you out. Join me tomorrow on a trip to the Xingdou Great Forest," Jiang Ling stated upon encountering Xieyu on his way back. "I shall not go," Xieyu replied bluntly. "This is the order of the Pope. You must assist me in obtaining my 5th ring. Do you dare defy her command?" Jiang Ling threatened. "I wish to visit my sister. Will you accompany me?" Xieyu countered. I have matters to attend to. I cannot go for now. See you tomorrow." Jiang Ling quickly declined, turning to leave. Chapter 116. Nightblade Lion Tiger. That direction leads to the back mountain. "Are you going there for something?" Xieyu observed Jiang Ling's retreating figure with a peculiar expression before choosing to ignore him and visit his sister. Jiang Ling indeed headed to the back mountain, albeit without any particular purpose. He simply sought to avoid an awkward encounter. He had initially intended to visit Zhu Zhuqing, but refrained, as it felt inappropriate given their relationship. Thus, he opted to practice his swordsmanship in the serene surroundings. As he trained among the thick carpet of fallen leaves, they danced in the air, stirred by the blade's edge. The crisp autumn wind brushed through the trees, and the leaves rustled beneath his feet. The sun rose and set, and the day passed in quietude. The following morning, at the entrance of the spirit hall, Jiang Ling remarked, "Xieyu, you are late. We are ready to depart." He tossed the reins of the horse he held to Xieyu. The horse was no ordinary steed. It was a dragon-scale horse, entirely snow-white with scales, possessing a faint dragon bloodline. It was swift and remarkably resilient, far superior to the horses typically used by the military. "Departing? Are we not waiting for anyone?" Xieyu questioned, taking the reins, disregarding Jiang Ling's complaints. "Everyone is present. What are we waiting for?" Jiang Ling responded casually. "Brother, you must be mistaken. I am here to acquire my 5th ring. You do not intend to send me after a millennia-old soul beast, do you?" Xieyu expressed his dismay. It was understandable for Xieyu to be exasperated. A 10,000-year soul beast could contend with a soul king, and such creatures typically resided within the inner circles of the Xingdou Great Forest. Engaging in battle there, without a swift resolution, could easily attract other soul beasts, and at that point, they would be insufficient to fend off any threats. Little did he know that Jiang Ling possessed the strength to confront a soul sage. Do you doubt me? Let's make a wager. If I successfully help you capture a suitable soul ring, you will agree to one request of mine, Jiang Ling proposed, placing his hand on Xie Yu's shoulder. And if you fail? Xie Yu retorted with a skeptical glance. Then I shall agree to one of your requests, Jiang Ling replied. Deal, Xie Yu said eagerly, mounting his horse. I will accompany you for a few days of wasted time. He was intrigued by Jiang Ling's offer, as the identity of a pope's disciple held considerable weight, especially with his impending ascension to Holy Sun. Upon realizing the implications of Jiang Ling's potential elevation to Holy Sun, Xie Yu was momentarily taken aback. The announcement of a new Holy Sun would imply that Jiang Ling was poised to become the next pope. Xie Yu felt no regret over his sister's lost opportunity. Instead, he was genuinely happy for Jiang Ling, whose talents had previously overshadowed Huayi's. Their friendship was strong, and more importantly, Jiang Ling had affections for his sister, uniting them as a family. However, the news troubled Yan, who felt overwhelmed by the prospect of Jiang Ling's rising status as a pope's disciple and now as Holy Sun. He felt utterly powerless. With no chance to contend against Jiang Ling chuckled softly at Xie Yu's confident demeanor as he mounted his horse. While riding was not as glamorous as flying on a sword, it was less exhausting, and Jiang Ling was in no rush, enjoying the leisurely pace. The Spirit City was not far from the Xingdou Great Forest. Even when Jiang Ling deliberately slowed the horse's pace, they reached the vicinity of the forest by nightfall. I do not comprehend why you traveled so slowly. With the speed of the dragon-scale horse, we could have arrived in half a day. You have unnecessarily delayed our journey, Xie Yu remarked, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Perhaps I wish to savor the scenic beauty along the way. One should not become so fixated on their goals that they overlook the beauty of nature. Appreciating it is also a means of enhancing one's strength, Jiang Ling replied earnestly. Relishing the delay, we shall leave the dragon-scale horse here at the Spirit Branch Hall for the night and enter the forest tomorrow, Jiang Ling suggested. Xie Yu reluctantly agreed, realizing that entering the forest at such a late hour was impractical. The arrival of two esteemed individuals like Jiang Ling and Xie Yu caused quite a stir among the staff at the small branch hall, leaving them sleepless through the night. The following day, Jiang Ling dawdled until noon, only to be dragged into the Xingdou forest by Xie Yu. Jiang Ling, what is wrong with you? Xie Yu exclaimed in frustration. Finding a suitable soul beast was already a challenge, and Jiang Ling had wasted the entire morning. If not for Jiang Ling's status, Xie Yu might have resorted to physical persuasion, though he was uncertain of his chances. You were late yesterday. It is only natural that I'm still waking up today. Jiang Ling yawned, nonchalantly explaining himself. Whether it was Jiang Ling's misfortune or Xie Yu's good luck, upon entering the inner region of the Xingdou forest, they encountered a night-blade lion-tiger, aged 13,000 years, perfectly suited for Xie Yu. Hey, that one is mine. It's up to you now. Xie Yu nudged Jiang Ling playfully, stepping aside to lean against a tree. Aren't you going to make a move? Jiang Ling asked in astonishment at Xie Yu's behavior. I'm merely a soul master. Confronting it would be quite challenging. I shall remain here to assist you. Xie Yu waved his hand dismissively. Yet, despite his words, should Jiang Ling find himself in peril, Xie Yu would not hesitate to intervene. Before him stood a formidable creature, the fierce Yi Rinshi Hu, its eyes glinting with menace. Jiang Ling's expression darkened, not out of fear, but out of anger. Why had it arrived so soon? Could it not have delayed its demise by a couple of days? Since fate had brought them together, Jiang Ling would not hold back. He could not gamble with a friend's future. Should he miss this soul beast, he might never encounter another suitable one, leading to dire consequences. With a swift strike, he unleashed his fourth soul technique, Man Huang Zhao, followed by Jian Air Shi Air, which cleaved through clouds, and Jian Shi Qi, which resembled a long rainbow descending at sunset. His initial assault was a thunderous onslaught, yet the Man Huang Zhao, renowned for its offensive capabilities, was torn asunder before the Yi Rinshi Hu, as if it were mere paper. It was noteworthy that even a soul sage could not easily shatter such a shield. Nevertheless, his two sword strikes still found their mark. Jian Air Shi Air severed a massive chunk of flesh, while Jian Shiqi blinded one of the beast's eyes. With a roar, the Yiren Shi who, in pain, charged at Jiang Ling with reckless abandon, its massive paw aimed directly at him. Beside him, Xiaoyu tensed, gripping her moon blade firmly. Jiang Ling, instead of retreating, counterattacked, drawing the long rainbow sword that sliced through the air like a crescent moon, striking toward the Yiren Shi, whose paw. The beast seemed to sense the blade's lethal intent, retracting its paw slightly to reveal glistening black claws that shone faintly with an eerie light, resembling wrought iron. The clash of their forces sent shockwaves through the air. The reputation of Yiren was well-deserved. Its claws could withstand the long rainbow sword's brilliance. Jiang Ling mused that it was not the sword's edge that was lacking, but rather the beast's own inadequacy. The two forces separated, leaving Jiang Ling's hand tingling from the impact. "I shan't play with you any longer," he muttered, not caring whether the beast understood. He then raised his sword before his chest, pointing it toward the heavens. A streak of crimson light danced along the blade, culminating in a brilliant flash that shot skyward, manifesting Jiang Ling's fifth soul technique, Ren Mianji Guan. A massive crimson sword descended upon the Yiren Shi, which now bore only one eye, its expression shifting to one of sheer terror as it contemplated escape. Thinking of fleeing? Jiang Ling's left hand grasped the air, layers of man Huang Zhao enveloping him. He thought to himself, "I lack for nothing, especially not soul power." It seemed he truly lacked nothing. Shaking away stray thoughts, he glanced at the severely wounded Yiren Shi who below him. "What are you waiting for? Take it and leave this place to absorb elsewhere." Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, hastily dragging the soul beast away. She was genuinely astonished by Jiang Ling's prowess. Was that truly just your fifth soul technique? In truth, Jiang Ling had held back. Otherwise, that strike would have reduced the Yiren Shi to mere fragments. He followed closely behind Xiaoyu, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The noise from his earlier attack could easily attract other soul beasts. "Let us absorb here. I'll protect you," he said after sensing the area with his mental energy. Jiang Ling sat down, his demeanor serious. Xiaoyu nodded, wielding her moon blade to swiftly end the life of the Yiren Shi, a black soul ring rising slowly above it. She promptly seated herself in a meditative posture, 5 hearts facing the sky. Jiang Ling stood by, waiting quietly while contemplating his sword. Sword division, sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, and the path of the sword. The first level of swordsmanship relies merely on the advantages of wielding a sword. Those who only reach this level cannot even be deemed true sword users. The second level of sword energy signifies an entry into the path, a threshold where many falter. The third level, sword intent, brings clarity to the heart, allowing the sword intent to manifest. The fourth level, sword momentum, condenses sword intent into force, creating one's own domain. The fifth level, the path of the sword, is the legendary realm, perhaps where one becomes a sword immortal. Is there even immortality in Douluo? Jiang Ling pondered, shaking his head. He dismissed such lofty thoughts. Aiming too high would only lead to self-harm. He stood at the brink of sword intent, just a step away from condensing momentum and comprehending his own domain. As far as he knew, only the legendary Jian Dao Chan Xan from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had reached the realm of sword momentum. While Jiang Ling's thoughts drifted, Xiaoyu completed her absorption. He approached her, inquiring, "How are you? Are you all right? What could possibly happen to me?" She replied with a smile, playfully punching Jiang Ling. "I truly appreciate your help. This soul beast has granted me a highly suitable soul technique. My fifth soul technique is named Kill, enhancing my attack power by 300%. Xiaoyu's expression turned serious as she expressed her gratitude. "Even if you are so polite, I still expect you to honor our wager. Remember, you owe me one. Let's go. Now that you've absorbed, we need to find the next soul beast. We have other tasks to attend to," Jiang Ling said, shifting the conversation. "Is there something else?" Xiaoyu queried, intrigued. "Miss Yi has reached level 40 and requires a soul beast. We should capture one for her," Jiang Ling replied as he walked ahead. "Miss Yi is preoccupied with her healing and cannot accompany us," he added, seemingly anticipating Xiaoyu's next question. In truth, Jiang Ling was deceiving Xiaoyu. He was uncertain how to approach Yi Lingling and was unwilling to let anyone else hunt soul beasts for her. He intended to procure a rare beast for her, the seven-colored deer. In terms of ferocity, the seven-colored deer might not be particularly formidable, yet its rarity was unmatched. Its gentle temperament and healing abilities were perfectly suited to Yi Lingling's Jiuxin Haitang. Logically, such a defenseless soul beast should have long gone extinct. Surprisingly, they not only survived, but were also rumored to inhabit the Rainbow Spring within the inner circle of the Stardow Forest. After a half-hour trek, the duo finally arrived near the Rainbow Spring, surrounded by a grove of ginkgo trees, their golden leaves shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. What a veritable paradise, Xiaoyu remarked, slightly awestruck. Indeed, it is a pity that the one I share this beauty with is you, Jiang Ling quipped. Ugh, you, Xiaoyu began, but Jiang Ling interrupted by handing her tent, urging, set it up, but keep it at a distance to avoid disturbing the seven-colored deer. We shall wait here for 7 days. If we do not succeed, we will hunt for another soul beast. With Jiang Ling's ascension to the position of Holy Sun imminent, Bibi Dong had granted him only 10 days to venture out. If they failed within 7 days, it would signify that Jiang Ling was destined to miss out, and Yi Lingling would not be blessed either. Waiting for 70 days would yield the same result. The appearance of the seven-colored deer depended on fate. On the first day, nothing occurred, and Jiang Ling caught a few fish to roast for dinner. On the second day, still nothing transpired, but Xiaoyu managed to catch a wild boar, finishing every morsel. The third day brought 2 10,000-year-soul beasts that inadvertently wandered in, fought briefly, and then departed. On the fourth day, a peculiar creature appeared at the Rainbow Spring, one that bore horns resembling a deer, a tail like a donkey, hooves akin to a cow, and a face reminiscent of a horse. Yet overall, it resembled none of these animals. Jiang Ling's heart soared with joy as he beheld the seven-colored deer drinking from a spring. Having seen its likeness in the Soul Beast Compendium, Jiang Ling recognized that the age of the seven-colored deer could be determined by the length of its antlers. Fixing his gaze, he estimated this particular specimen to be around 5,000 to 6,000 years old, fitting the criteria perfectly. Xiaoyu, fixated on the soul beast, brandished her moonblade. I will handle this. You stay here and wait for me. Jiang Ling halted his pursuit, recognizing that although the strength of the elk was feeble, its reflexes and speed were astonishingly swift. A missed strike in the vast starry forest would render capture nearly impossible. The distance was too great, surpassing the range of his fourth soul skill. Thus, he resorted to using the concealment technique to gradually approach the creature. It must be noted that the elk exhibited remarkable vigilance, taking a few sips of water before scanning its surroundings. Jiang Ling continued to draw nearer. Suddenly, a crimson semicircular shield enveloped the vibrant elk, causing it to panic and charge wildly. Unfortunately, it was not a Nightblade lion tiger. Eventually, he succeeded in capturing it. Shiyue, relieved, emerged from the woods. Upon seeing the two approach, the elk displayed a hint of anthropomorphic pleading. Jiang Ling sighed inwardly, acknowledging its high intelligence. Nevertheless, he retrieved his Qinquan bag and enclosed the creature within. The Qinquan bag, akin to the Yinyang Qi bottle, was a storage soul guide capable of holding living beings, though Jiang Ling seldom utilized it, relying primarily on a jade pendant of limited space. This pendant was a gift from a girl with a smile akin to a small fox. Given on the day he awakened his martial soul, coupled with a memorable admonition, do not lose it, or I shall be furious. Chapter 118, Awakening on the Journey Back. Jiang Ling and Shiyue rode side by side on the dragon scale horse at a leisurely pace, as Jiang Ling had requested, claiming it was for the sake of ambience. Shiyue, upon returning to the Wuhuan Temple, please deliver the soul to Miss Yi, Jiang Ling said, clearing his throat. Though feeling slightly guilty, he maintained a facade of calmness. You can simply hand it over when you pass by her residence. Why trouble me? Shiyue frowned in confusion, sensing that Jiang Ling was deliberately evading the topic of his sister's courtyard. Upon our return, I must report our journey to the teacher. Would you prefer to be my teacher? I can handle delivering the soul beast, Jiang Ling countered. Give me the Qinquan bag, Shiyue said sternly. The overwhelming presence of the Pope was too much for him to bear. Remember to injure it before presenting it to Miss Yi. To ensure her safety, Jiang Ling instructed as he handed over the Chinquan bag. Despite the soul beast's lack of combat prowess, it was still not comparable to Yi Lingling, thus caution was warranted. I am aware of that, Shiyue replied as he accepted the Chinquan bag, then urged his horse onward towards Wuhan City, choosing to disregard Jiang Ling's further remarks. Hey, don't forget to return the Chinquan bag to me, Jiang Ling called out in pursuit. By the time they returned to the Wuhuan temple, evening had fallen. Shiyue headed towards Hulaina's courtyard, while Jiang Ling proceeded directly to the Pope's hall. Unfortunately, he found himself at a loss as Bibi Dong was not present. Strange. Where could the teacher be? Jiang Ling wondered aloud, glancing back at the hall. Perhaps the teacher had an urgent matter. I shall not dwell on it, he thought as he made his way to the place where Nu Zhan was recuperating. Old Fei, he greeted upon arrival. Ah, young master, your information travels swiftly. Nu Zhan has just awakened, and you're already aware, Fei Mingtsong responded cheerfully. Uncle Nu has awakened? Jiang Ling exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, did not Miss Yi inform you? Fei Mingtsong asked, observing Jiang Ling's apparent ignorance. No, I was out on business and have just returned, Jiang Ling replied with a wry smile. Oh, that explains why someone else has been accompanying Miss Yi for her treatments these past few days, Fei Mingtsong said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I shall go check on Uncle Nu, Jiang Ling declared, eager not to delay. Wait, Nu Zhan is currently absorbing the medicinal concoction I prepared and familiarizing himself with his body. He will need a bit more time, Fei Mingtsong interjected quickly. In truth, Nu Zhan's external injuries had nearly healed, and with the potion, he would regain 70% of his strength upon waking. The remaining 30% would recover within a year. Though Jiang Ling felt anxious, he refrained from rushing. Understanding the importance of Nu Zhan's recovery. Has Uncle Nu's heart injury healed? Jiang Ling inquired. It has recovered to 90%. After another treatment, he should be nearly restored. Thanks to Miss Yi and the miraculous Jiuxin Haitang, Fei Mingtsong remarked appreciatively. Miss Yi, Jiang Ling sighed inwardly, feeling increasingly indebted to her. He chose to remain silent, sitting quietly beside as he awaited Nu Zhan's awakening. By the way, I told Miss Yi that Nu Zhan might awaken today, and she mentioned she would treat him once more. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Fei Mingtsong mused, glancing towards the door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's heart tightened. Miss Yi is coming too. Should I leave? She is likely occupied with absorbing her fourth soul ring and may not be able to come today. He hesitated, reluctant to depart as Nu Zhan was on the verge of awakening. Indeed, as Jiang Ling suspected, Yi Lingling was currently engaged in absorbing her fourth soul ring. Although she had intended to delay until the following day, the spirit beast's insistence led to a hasty conclusion. Before Yi Lingling could intervene, Shiyue had struck the elk, ensuring that even without her assistance, the soul beast would not survive until the next day. Reluctantly, she postponed her visit by a day, arranging for Qing'er to inform old Fei that she could not come. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a wave of soul power surged from within the room. It's done, Jiang Ling exclaimed, springing to his feet and heading inside. Uncle Nu, he called out to Nu Zhan, who remained seated in the bathing tub. Xiaoling, I knew you would triumph over adversity. Nu Zhan's face brightened at the sight of Jiang Ling, his robust voice brimming with excitement, as though he were not the one who had been injured. How are you feeling, Uncle Nu? Is your body recovering? Jiang Ling asked with concern. Almost there, Nu Zhan replied lightly, donning his garments and patting his chest. The two then discussed the events following Tang Hao's attack on Nu Zhan. Upon learning that Hulaina was still unconscious, Nu Zhan smashed the table with a strike. Kid, I healed you, and yet you wish to destroy my home? Fei Mingtsong hurried in, his brows furrowing at the sight of the shattered wood. My apologies, old Fei. I lost control, Nu Zhan said sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Be careful, Fei Mingtsong advised, his expression softening. Once Fei Mingtsong exited the room, Nu Zhan's demeanor darkened once more. That Tang Hao truly misuses his status as a senior of the continent. I must avenge Nana, Nu Zhan declared fiercely. I shall seek the Pope to plead my case. He said, rising with determination. Plead for what? Jiang Ling interjected, sensing the situation becoming increasingly troubling. I was tasked by the Pope to protect you and Nana. My failure warrants punishment, Nu Zhan stated as he bowed toward the Pope's hall, his tone solemn. This matter is not your fault. No one could have predicted Tang Hao's actions, and the teacher will not hold you accountable, Jiang Ling reassured him. Noticing Nu Zhan's lingering guilt, Jiang Ling added, Uncle Nu, I have a task for you. If successful, we may have the chance to confront Tang Hao within a year. What is it? Nu Zhan asked eagerly, his interest piqued by the prospect of revenge. Jiang Ling produced a piece of gungjin the size of a human head, a large chunk of extraterrestrial meteorite iron, and a set of blueprints depicting 36 distinct swords, each annotated with detailed crafting techniques. The extraterrestrial meteorite iron had been acquired from Bibi Dong. Uncle Nu, once your injuries have healed, take these materials to Gongxin City and seek the finest blacksmith. See if they can forge these weapons, Jiang Ling instructed. He had already consulted the best blacksmith at the Wuhuan Temple, but to no avail. Nu Zhan examined the blueprints and the gungjin, his voice resolute. Understood, he affirmed, asking no questions regarding the purpose behind the endeavor. I shall depart promptly. These swords are exceedingly intricate, and if crafted, the time required will certainly be considerable. Nu Zhan collected his belongings and spoke in a low voice, then extended his hand towards Jiang Ling. What do you want? I have no money. The cost of crafting these items will undoubtedly be substantial, Nu Zhan remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he regarded Jiang Ling. His salary had already been entrusted to his wife. Setting aside the exceptional hardness of the fallen star iron, the gung metal he had just touched surpassed it 100-fold. And coupled with the complex blueprints, those skilled enough to forge such items would certainly demand a hefty fee. Nu Zhan's words were not lost on Jiang Ling. Here, there are 5 million Jinhun coins, Jiang Ling stated, producing a card. Very well, Nu Zhan replied as he took it. Xiaoling, you have yet to release your grip, Nu Zhan pointed out, observing Jiang Ling's firm hold on the card. Oh, is that so? I was lost in thought, Jiang Ling admitted, somewhat awkwardly loosening his grip. Jiang Ling's heart ached. Senior sister, I hope you won't hold this against me. This 5 million shall serve as your betrothal gift. Indeed, this card was acquired from Hulai Na. Chapter 119. Long live the pure love war god. Get out of my way, bull-headed man. Jiang Ling watched as Nu Zhan stored away the 5 million Jinhun coins. Letting out a sigh and deciding not to dwell on it, he softly remarked, in just 7 days, I shall be promoted to Saint's son. Uncle Nu, why not stay a few more days before heading to Gongxian City? Saint's son? Nu Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Having just regained consciousness after a lengthy period of unconsciousness, with many matters still shrouded in uncertainty, Nu Zhan pays his respects to the Saint's son. Coming back to his senses, Nu Zhan was about to bow to Jiang Ling. Oh, Uncle Nu, what are you doing? Whether as the Pope's disciple or as the Saint's son, I am still merely myself. We are friends, Jiang Ling quickly interjected, supporting Nu Zhan in a feigned display of displeasure. Very well, Xiao Ling, congratulations to you. A fleeting look of difficulty crossed Nu Zhan's face, which was soon replaced by relief. That's more like it, Jiang Ling smiled. Uncle Nu, it is truly wonderful to have you alive. Jiang Ling embraced Nu Zhan tightly, his eyes slightly reddening, though no one was there to witness it. Nu Zhan seemed momentarily puzzled. He did not comprehend the meaning of TM. Yet he could sense Jiang Ling's emotions and gently patted Jiang Ling's shoulder. It is getting late. I shall be on my way, Uncle Nu, Jiang Ling softly stated, releasing his grip and turning to leave, determined not to reveal his reddened eyes. Did the Saint's son just cry? Nu Zhan murmured as he observed Jiang Ling vanish into the distance. As Jiang Ling hurried towards his quarters, he fortuitously encountered Qing Er. Qing Er, why are you here instead of staying with senior sister? Jiang Ling inquired. Ah, young master, Qing Er exclaimed, finally recognizing Jiang Ling as she hurriedly bowed. Miss Yi instructed me to convey a message to Elder Fei, stating that she cannot attend tonight's treatment. How is Miss Yi faring? Jiang Ling queried, nodding in response. She is currently absorbing her spirit ring. When I left, she had yet to complete the process. Qing Er spoke, her face displaying an expression of envy. as although she too had awakened her martial soul, her innate talent was not remarkable. Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. Jiang Ling gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Yes, young master. Qing Er blushed, bowing as she spoke softly. Jiang Ling then wasted no time and soon arrived at his senior sister's residence. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open, having not seen her for several days. In the courtyard besides Qing Er, there was another maidservant, and then there was Aunt May. Upon entering, Jiang Ling noticed the other young maid had already fallen asleep, her head resting on a stone table. He approached and gently awakened her, saying, "Return to your room and sleep." This girl, like Qing Er, was young and possessed minimal spirit power, unable to withstand the autumn night's chill. "Young master, I apologize," the drowsy maid gasped, startled awake, scrambling to her feet. Unsure of what to say. "There is nothing to worry about. Go and rest in your room," Jiang Ling reassured her with a smile. Having spoken, Jiang Ling entered Hu Laina's room and lingered for a while before emerging, glancing toward Yi Lingling's room. Has she still not finished absorbing? It seems to be taking quite a while, he thought, a trace of concern crossing his features as he proceeded toward her door. Upon entering, he found Aunt May present as well. "Mississippi," Aunt May began, but Jiang Ling gestured for silence, observing Yi Lingling's calm and steady breathing. Devoid of any signs of distress, Jiang Ling felt relieved. Perhaps the seven-colored elk was a rare and extraordinary beast, making its spirit ring not so easily absorbed. "Aunt May, please go rest. I will keep watch here," Jiang Ling whispered. "Yes, young master," Aunt May replied immediately. She had served Hu Laina for many years and understood Jiang Ling's character well. He was approachable and rarely issued commands in a commanding tone. At this moment, his request indicated his desire for solitude, and she graciously withdrew after a courteous bow, with the door closing behind her. Only Jiang Ling and Yi Ling remained in the room. Jiang Ling sat on a stool, quietly observing Yi Ling as she sat cross-legged on the bed. While guarding her, he contemplated how to earn her forgiveness. After much internal conflict, he could not devise a suitable approach. Noticing nearby paper and ink, he decided that perhaps leaving a letter would suffice. "Miss Yi, I apologize. That night, I drank too much and lost my senses. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility." Jiang Ling wrote, but upon reviewing it, he felt it lacked sincerity. "I already have a girlfriend. Is this too callous? Moreover, she does not harbor feelings for me and might not expect me to take responsibility. But what if she becomes pregnant? I cannot abandon her. If I am unable to take responsibility and she marries another, I would be left in a most intolerable position. I am the pure love war god. Get out of my way, bull-headed man." With that thought, Jiang Ling promptly tore the paper and wrote anew, "Yi Ling, I wish to marry you." Yet, he felt as though he would be reprimanded for such a statement, especially since he had no emotional foundation with her. He ripped it up again. "Miss Yi, that night was my fault. You may punish me as you wish. What if she truly harmed him?" He tore it up again. "Miss Yi, I genuinely drank too much that night. I will comply with any compensation you request, whether it be cultivation resources or status. If she becomes pregnant, I will raise the child, or we can jointly care for it." Jiang Ling scrutinized his latest draft, feeling it resembled the melodrama of a wealthy heir's love affair with a common girl, lacking sincerity. He tore it up once more. Before long, he had exhausted his supply of paper. "Why did you grant me a face that could enchant the masses, yet not the emotional intelligence of a romantic sage?" Jiang Ling lamented, just as he sank deeper into despair. Yi Lingling's spirit ring absorption neared completion. Startled, Jiang Ling hurriedly gathered the discarded papers, preparing to exit. "Not ready yet. Perhaps I shall apologize another day." However, as he opened the door, a fierce autumn wind swept in, stirring up a flurry of dust, prompting him to shield his eyes with his right hand. Meanwhile, the papers he clutched in his left hand were swept away, one of which was caught in the breeze and blown into the room, landing beneath the dressing table. Unaware of this, Jiang Ling quickly closed the door behind him and headed toward his own quarters. Almost the instant Jiang Ling stepped out of the courtyard, Yi Ling awakened. "I never expected this spirit beast to suit me so well," she murmured to herself, then pulled out a fragrant pouch, a purple gold bag, which happened to be Jiang Ling's Chinquan bag. Do not think that I will forgive you so easily." She tightened her grip on the pouch, letting out a cold snort. Jiang Ling gazed at the pile of waste paper in his left hand, and a flame spontaneously erupted, incinerating it to ashes that danced away with the autumn breeze. He then pushed open the door, oblivious to the ethereal line of soul power that vanished without a trace as he entered. Chapter 120. Who slept in my bed unaware? Jiang Ling strolled past the courtyard and directly into his bedroom. He inhaled deeply, detecting a faint yet delightful fragrance lingering in the air. Had the teacher been here? A sudden realization struck him, and he rushed outside, scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Am I being overly sensitive? What could the teacher possibly want here? Jiang Ling shook his head in amusement and turned back into the room. Having been on the move all day, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and collapsed onto his bed. Just as he lay down, he suddenly sat up in shock, exclaiming, "Someone has indeed been here." It was no surprise that he was startled. His room, though not locked, rarely saw visitors, let alone someone lying on his bed. Doubtful yet curious, he sniffed the blanket, and a much more intense aroma than that in the air filled his nostrils. It was unmistakably the scent of his teacher. Had she slept here? Jiang Ling's gaze became momentarily vacant. Not far from Jiang Ling's courtyard, atop a massive rocky hill, Bai Dong stood tall and elegant, adorned only in an exquisitely soft lavender nightgown that was shorter in the front and longer in the back, revealing a pair of snow-white legs. The interplay of purple and white was both pure and wicked, mysterious and noble. However, a hint of helplessness flickered between her brows. She had returned much earlier than expected. Were there truly so many suitable soul beasts in the Douluo forest? Casting a glance at Jiang Ling's dimly lit bedroom, she floated away. Since Jiang Ling had left to hunt soul beasts, Bai Dong had been visiting his place to sleep every night. She harbored numerous thoughts that she had not shared with Jiang Ling or Hu Laina, burying them deep within her heart. Coupled with the overwhelming duties of the spirit hall, it was not uncommon for her to struggle with insomnia, despite her formidable strength. Recently, after spending a night at Jiang Ling's, she had thought she had come to terms with her feelings regarding Yu Gang. Believing that her suppressed emotions had eased and that her insomnia would fade, but she realized she was mistaken. Bai Dong scrutinized her room, which could only be described in 2 words: desolate. The solitude that permeated her space followed her even after she moved into a new room. On the day Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu departed the spirit hall for the Douluo forest, Bai Dong, after visiting Hu Laina, inadvertently wandered into Jiang Ling's room and slept soundly on his bed, forgetting her troubles and relaxing her mind. If Bai Dong's room was a cold color palette, then Jiang Ling's was a warm one. With her profound thoughts, staying in such a cold and desolate environment inevitably led to an imbalance, resulting in sleepless nights and profuse sweating. Thus, during Jiang Ling's absence, she decided to make this place her temporary residence, even setting up mechanisms at the courtyard gate to alert her if anyone entered, ensuring she would not be caught off guard by Jiang Ling's sudden return. Unfortunately, she overlooked the scent of her own body, which ultimately gave her away. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Jiang Ling awoke and stretched lazily, realizing once again the comfort of his bed, especially since it had been warmed by his teacher. The blanket was enveloped in by Dong's fragrance, allowing him to sleep deeply to the point of missing his usual sword practice. He also dreamt of a fierce battle that spanned a long duration, where the sword wielder and the staff bearer alternated in dominance, leaving both sides severely wounded. However, in this protracted struggle, the sword's sharpness held a natural advantage, often taking the offensive position, while the staff remained predominantly on the defensive. Ultimately, the dream ended as Jiang Ling awoke, a look of shame crossing his face as he softly muttered, "What a sin." After rising, Jiang Ling washed up and changed his clothes, bypassing Yi Lingling's residence before heading directly to the Pope's palace. "Teacher," Jiang Ling exclaimed upon seeing Bai Dong seated regally on the Pope's chair, his mind momentarily drifting back to the dream, and he quickly bowed in greeting. "Xiaoling, when did you arrive?" Bai Dong smiled gently, her voice soft. "Did you not know when I returned?" Jiang Ling thought to himself, but replied promptly, "I got back last night. everything went smoothly. Jiang Ling has also become a member of the Soul Sect, and I believe she will be here shortly. Though he was puzzled as to why his teacher had stayed at his place, he was wise enough not to inquire. Bai Dong nodded slightly, offering her quiet approval. Very well. Teacher, there's one more matter. New Zhan has awakened, and my disciple wishes for you not to punish him. Jiang Ling was acutely aware of his teacher's disposition, even though the one who acted was Tang Hao, whose strength far surpassed that of New Zhan. The latter could not escape the blame for negligence, especially since Hulai Na had nearly met her demise. I am aware of this matter. Before your arrival, New Zhan had already come to me. I did not punish him, but instructed him to seek you out for atonement, Bai Dong replied, rising as she walked out of the Pope's palace, with Jiang Ling following closely beside her. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Ling exclaimed happily, wrapping his arms around Bai Dong's arm as she reached his side. His boldness had gradually increased. One impudent child, Bai Dong chuckled softly, lightly tapping Jiang Ling's forehead in a playful manner. Your ceremony for becoming the Holy Son is only a few days away. For now, stay put at the Spirit Hall. This time, we have not invited anyone from outside the Spirit Hall, nor have we allowed the bishops from the main halls to return. However, the elders will be in attendance. While it may not be the grandest, it will certainly be of the highest standard. Bai Dong paused just outside the grand entrance of the Pope's palace, casting a gentle smile towards Jiang Ling as she spoke softly. Bai Dong refrained from inviting outsiders to the ceremony to protect Jiang Ling. He was indeed strong, yet still young, and the exalted position of the Spirit Hall made him a target for envious eyes. In a world as vast as this, there would always be a few reckless individuals who would disregard their own sect for a gamble. I shall heed your arrangements, teacher. A more radiant smile graced Bai Dong's lips. You are the most gifted individual I have encountered. Cultivate diligently, in my eyes. Becoming a titled Douluo will not be your final destination. At the very least, you should aim for a divine position. Jiang Ling initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but then his expression turned solemn. The embarrassment stemmed from Bai Dong's unprecedented praise, making him feel slightly shy. However, the weight of her expectations compelled him to take her words seriously. Jiang Ling was no longer the child he once was. As his horizons expanded, he felt increasingly insignificant. Becoming a deity was no simple feat. All he could do was practice his swordsmanship relentlessly, striving for the day when a single strike could upend the world. Jiang Ling spent a considerable time accompanying his teacher, engaging in various discussions and sharing a meal together. He noticed that his teacher had become more talkative and gentler in demeanor. Had she perhaps untangled some of her inner conflicts? Chapter 121. Live Well. After parting with Bai Dong, Jiang Ling headed straight for Xiaoyu, eager to retrieve his Qingquan bag, which remained with her. He felt compelled to do so promptly, as there was a chance he might not have the opportunity again. Having already suffered a loss of 500,000, he could not bear the thought of losing his Qingquan bag as well. Upon arriving at Xiaoyu's residence, he was met with the sound of raised voices inside. Xiaoyu, what did you say to Jiang Ling and that girl named Yi? Why won't Aunt May let me in to see Na? A gruff voice questioned Xiaoyu with evident dissatisfaction. Yen? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow at the doorway. I must express that I am utterly powerless in this matter, Yen. The individual in question has chosen not to forgive you. Moreover, I have already informed you that my sister's condition is quite stable, so there is no need for concern. Additionally, my sister is already betrothed to Jiang Ling. Should you continue to harass her, I cannot be responsible for the consequences should Jiang Ling decide to take matters into his own hands. I assure you, Jiang Ling possesses a formidable strength, one that is beyond your imagination, Xiaoyu firmly stated while resting a hand on Yan's shoulder. How strong can he be? Is it merely an additional soul ring beyond mine? I am nearing the completion of my soul power and will soon acquire a new soul ring, at which point I shall insist on a confrontation, Yin retorted stubbornly. He adhered to the principle that while he may lose a fight, he must never falter in spirit. Allow me to finish speaking, Xiaoyu continued, yet at that moment, Jiang Ling entered the room, glancing at Yin with an amused expression. I shall await your ascension to Soul King before we engage in competition. What brings you here? Xiaoyu inquired with a smile. recognizing that he needed to mediate the tension between the two, lest they escalate from verbal sparring to an actual conflict. I have come to retrieve the Chinquan bag, Jiang Ling stated straightforwardly, as their relationship did not necessitate any pretense. Initially, Jiang Ling intended to procure a celestial herb for Xieyu. However, he found nothing suitable. Like Jiang Ling, Xieyu wielded an offensive martial soul, and among the numerous celestial herbs, Jiang Ling had only consumed one for enhancing vision, intending to present a rare treasure in the future instead. As for the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, it was indeed on his person. Yet he could not possibly hand it over to someone who constantly opposed him without a cost. It would be far more prudent to offer it as a treat to his daughter, Zhu Ling. Did Missy not provide you with the Chinquan bag? I left it with her yesterday, intending for her to pass it to you when you visited Nana, Xieyu elucidated upon hearing Jiang Ling's request. With Missy? Jiang Ling's voice rose involuntarily. Is there a problem? Xieyu asked, noticing Jiang Ling's altered demeanor. No, not at all. I returned yesterday to find Miss Yi still absorbing her soul ring. This morning, my teacher summoned me, so I have yet to see her, Jiang Ling stammered, attempting to mask his surprise. Then I shall seek out Miss Yi, Jiang Ling declared, eager to depart. Wait, I shall accompany you. I wish to see my sister as well, Xieyu interjected. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of annoyance. He had merely intended to make an excuse to leave, not genuinely to go. I wish to join as well. Yin chimed in. You can forget about it. Jiang Ling shot Yin a glare. Xieyu. I suddenly recalled that my teacher assigned me another task, so I shall forego this outing. I will visit later this evening, Jiang Ling announced, bidding farewell as he exited, ignoring Xieyu's calls. This fellow certainly harbors secrets. Nana remains in slumber, and Jiang Ling would not so easily evade Mei, Yi, and Qing Er. It must be related to Yi Lingling. Xieyu pondered, his curiosity piqued, feeling compelled to uncover the truth. After parting from Xieyu, Jiang Ling took his leave from the Wuhuan Hall and made his way to the verdant courtyard, realizing it had been a week since he last saw Zhu Qing. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he chose not to knock, but stealthily entered. The afternoon sun had waned, and the chill of autumn began to settle in. Zhu Qing stood by the pond, her long, dark hair cascading like silk, having grown longer since he last saw her, clad in a fitted black training outfit. Her figure was strikingly outlined, with delicate shoulders and a slender waist. The generous curve of her hips reminded Jiang Ling of an old adage from his past life. A woman with ample bosom and round hips is destined for prosperity. Undoubtedly, Zhu Qing epitomized this notion of desirability. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Jiang Ling had initially intended to surprise Zhu Qing with an embrace, but found himself reconsidering upon noticing her thin attire. He retrieved a cloak and approached her quietly. The weather has turned chilly. Do not linger outside in such light clothing. Jiang Ling gently draped the cloak over her shoulders. Only then did Zhu Qing realize she had company. Upon recognizing Jiang Ling, her expression brightened, and she grasped the cloak, softly admitting, I was just practicing, and, feeling a bit fatigued, I sat here to watch the fish. When did you arrive? Zhu Qing asked, her gaze fixed on him. I have been here for a while. Admiring your silhouette, Jiang Ling replied, wrapping an arm around her waist as they stood side by side, a smile gracing his lips. Admiring my silhouette? Zhu Qing questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, I once heard it said that women with curvaceous figures are destined to bear many children, and I was contemplating how many you might bear for me, Jiang Ling teased, a playful smirk forming on his face. Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and she protested, You have such fanciful thoughts. I shall bear none. She attempted to escape his embrace, retreating toward her room. Jiang Ling, however, was not inclined to let her go so easily, tightening his hold and assuring her, all right, enough jesting. I have something important to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing ceased her struggle and nestled into his embrace, waiting for him to continue. In a few days, I shall ascend as the holy son of the Wuhuan Hall, and there will be a ceremony. I wish to take you with me to witness it. It may alleviate your boredom. As you have not ventured outside in quite some time, Jiang Ling proclaimed, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. There is nothing lacking here. I simply do not enjoy going out. Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks still aflame. Do you think that if I invite you to witness my ascension, it will be discovered by your teacher? Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced at the thought, her hands instinctively clutching the cloak tightly. Silly girl, my teacher is already aware. The last time we were here, one of her attendants witnessed us. Jiang Ling lightly tapped her forehead. What did your teacher say? Zhu Zhuqing's heart fluttered as she pressed on, ignoring Jiang Ling's playful gestures, eager to learn the archbishop's thoughts on her presence. Sighing, Jiang Ling's expression dimmed momentarily. What did the archbishop say? Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety heightened, her throat tightening as she sought reassurance. My teacher mentioned that she would not interfere with my decisions and that I should handle matters myself, Jiang Ling finally revealed, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's growing distress. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing froze, then playfully punched Jiang Ling's chest, though the gesture lacked force, more akin to a display of affection. You are insufferable. I will not speak to you again, she huffed, though her heart brimmed with joy. The archbishop's tacit approval of Jiang Ling's choices implied acceptance of her existence. Had the archbishop opposed her, she would have found herself in a most precarious position. To atone for my teasing, you must change into something more suitable. I shall take you out for a delightful outing, Jiang Ling urged gently. Now, it seems a bit late, Zhu Zhuqing observed, glancing at the sky, aware that nightfall approached swiftly. It is not too late. There's a city that truly comes alive at night. Let me take you there. Now hurry and change. Jiang Ling insisted, playfully swatting her backside to prompt her. Caught off guard by the playful gesture, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed bright red, and she quickly retreated to her room to change, her lips pressed together in a suppressed smile. Jiang Ling watched her with a delighted grin, raising his hand to admire the resilience of the fabric, muttering, "What remarkable elasticity." As Zhu Zhuqing emerged, dressed elegantly, Jiang Ling was undeniably captivated. Previously, her attire had been rather simple, often consisting of plain outfits or those gifted by Jiang Ling. However, at this moment, she adorned a long dress interwoven with moonlight white and delicate pink, its hem and cuffs embellished with silver thread. The cuffs, intricate and adorned with pale yellow floral patterns, complemented the pinkish-white sash that cinched her slender waist, creating a silhouette that was both enchanting and refined. A delicate pale, pink jade hairpin adorned her head, transforming her usual icy demeanor into that of an elegant lady, exuding a captivating charm. Her complexion was lightly dusted with powder, her fair skin as tender as a water lily, while her bright eyes sparkled like clear streams. Her crimson lips were alluring and luscious, leaving Jiang Ling utterly entranced. Shall we go? Zhu Zhuqing asked shyly, noticing Jiang Ling's dazed expression. Yet internally, she felt a surge of joy, affirming the saying that a woman beautifies herself for the one she cherishes. Oh, yes, let's go, Jiang Ling replied without a hint of embarrassment, taking her hand. Zhuqing, with this stunning outfit, I have a premonition that this evening will be anything but ordinary. Surely, many will come to approach you, and it seems I shall have to be your guardian for the night. He joked as they strolled through the streets of Wuhuan City. Only after we leave the city can we fly with our swords, Zhu Zhuqing replied. I don't care about them. I am wearing this for you, she said impulsively, her cheeks flushing crimson immediately after. Jiang Ling, surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's boldness, gently squeezed her small hand and assured her, I will ensure that our private world remains undisturbed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded shyly. By the way, will you be cold-dressed like this at night? After all, autumn has arrived, Jiang Ling inquired with concern. I will not be, as the dress is made of silk, and I am wearing undergarments, she replied, though she felt a bit bashful discussing her attire in public, despite their candidness with each other. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was subtly probing Yi Lingling to uncover what had transpired with Jiang Ling Missy. Have you and Jiang Ling had some disagreement? He inquired, observing her seated across from him in the courtyard. Is this what you call subtlety? You must be mistaken about the term, Yi Lingling retorted, her expression growing colder. Xiaoyu was taken aback, realizing there was indeed an issue. He pondered how to respond, and finally said, Jiang Ling has confided in me, explaining that he has been hesitant to visit here lately. He asked me to come and address this matter. His intention was to discern the situation through her agreement to resolve it. Yi Lingling's expression turned frostbitten as her fists clenched. Jiang Ling had shared this matter with someone else, and in detail, her mind was concocting various scenarios. "Get out!" she shouted, glaring at Xiaoyu, her anger palpable. Xiaoyu, momentarily stunned, had anticipated a negotiation, but it was evident that the discord between Jiang Ling and Yi Lingling was significant. He quickly added, "Miss Yi, please listen. Jiang Ling acknowledges his mistake. He is simply too embarrassed to confront you directly. He is willing to make amends, no matter the cost. Just please do not harbor resentment." Did he say that himself? Xiaoyu, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly affirmed, "Yes, he said it in those exact words." "Get lost." Yi Lingling's fury escalated as she hurled a teacup at him. "Miss Yi," Xiaoyu dodged and exclaimed. "Get out," she shouted again, preparing to throw another teapot. Xiaoyu swiftly exited the courtyard. "This is a disaster. Jiang Ling must have really upset her. I need him to come in person. I cannot let her take her anger out on Nana." Having dismissed Xiaoyu, Yi Lingling retreated to her room, slamming the door shut and collapsing on her bed, sobbing uncontrollably. "Jiang Ling, do you take me for a fool? Using money to humiliate me? I despise you. I loathe you." Meanwhile, high above, as Jiang Ling soared through the skies with Zhu Zhuqing, he suddenly sneezed. He created a protective barrier around them, ensuring that the winds generated by their flight did not touch Zhu Zhuqing. "Are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her concern evident. I'm fine. Hold on tight. We are almost there," Jiang Ling replied with a smile. He then gradually decreased the speed of their sword flight, descending gently. Yinyi City, a mid-sized city often associated with a lawless reputation, was in fact governed by exemplary security, surpassing even the imperial capitals of two nations. Directly managed by the Wuhuan Palace and situated close to Wuhuan City, it was overseen by a title Douluo, a privilege not granted to the Holy Spirit Hall. Within Wuhuan City, the majority of residents were sole masters, with few street vendors and entertainment venues. Conversely, Yinyi City was bustling with civilians, featuring vibrant street stalls, candied hawthorn, puppet shows, and various performances. It also boasted high-end treasure houses, trading posts, and auction houses, all controlled by the Wuhuan Palace, serving as a significant source of revenue. Few dared to cause trouble here, given the palace's formidable reputation, making it a favored trading spot for many soul masters. As Jiang Ling held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, he introduced her to the wonders of Yinyi City while walking towards the city gates. Yinyi City has many names: the city of entertainment, the city of trade, and so forth, Jiang Ling remarked softly. Then why is it called Yinyi City? Those activities you mentioned can also occur during the day, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. This is because there is an ancient tree within the city, only 10 meters high, yet so lush that it takes several people to embrace it. By day, it resembles an ordinary tree. However, at night, it transforms into a magnificent sight, glowing with a soft white light, earning it the name Jade Tree. This enchanting spectacle draws countless visitors, making the nights in Yinyi City far more vibrant than the days. Thus, the city is truly defined by its nights, built around the mysteries of the Jade Tree. Jiang Ling explained. "Jade Tree," Zhu Zhuqing murmured. "I know you wish to see it. Let us go together shortly." Jiang Ling smiled, observing her eager expression. "All right." Zhu Zhuqing responded with a shy smile, releasing Jiang Ling's hand to wrap her arms around his arm, daring not to meet his gaze. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he caught sight of her blushing neck. Before long, they entered the city. The bustling scene astonished Zhu Zhuqing, a reclusive girl, her mouth agape at the throngs of people. Unaccustomed to such crowds, she had only encountered high-end venues in Luo City, while here, street vendors and stalls were abundant. She recognized only the familiar candied hawthorn, while many other items were entirely new to her. Jiang Ling, having visited before, was unfazed and playfully twirled Zhu Zhuqing's hair. "Zhuqing, let us first have a meal. We will need our strength for exploring. It is still not the most lively time." All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Jiang Ling did not take Zhu Zhuqing to indulge in extravagant delicacies, deeming it too time-consuming. Instead, he led her to a modest noodle shop. The intention was not to fill their bellies, but merely to have a light snack, especially since they would likely purchase numerous snacks while enjoying their outing later. Zhu Zhuqing's striking beauty attracted the gaze of many upon their entrance to the noodle shop. However, as most patrons are commoners, they merely observed her exquisite attire and the refined demeanor she exuded, coupled with Jiang Ling's ethereal presence. Recognizing that such distinguished individuals were beyond their reach, they refrained from approaching her. "Esteemed guests, what would you like to order?" The owner hurriedly inquired, lowering his gaze. Unable to fathom how such celestial beings could be found dining in his establishment. "Do you have a private room?" Jiang Ling asked, glancing around and slightly furrowing his brow. As the patrons, though hesitant to approach, were nonetheless casting sidelong glances their way. Well, our humble establishment is rather limited. We do not have one." The owner replied awkwardly. "I hope you two are not here to cause a scene," he added. Jiang Ling initially intended for a brief meal before taking Zhu Zhuqing out to explore, but with so many eyes upon them, he felt it prudent to seek another venue. "Young master, there's a corner over there where you could sit," the owner suggested, having keenly understood the thoughts of the customers. That corner conveniently shielded them from the majority of prying eyes. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up at this suggestion. "Very well, owner. We shall have 2 bowls of noodles. Without spice." "Zhuqing, let us sit there." He took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her to the corner. The patrons were quick to silently chastise the owner for being ungracious, while those who could see the corner wore expressions of smug satisfaction, reveling in their perceived superiority. Such unfounded rivalry among them was perplexing. Yet, Jiang Ling's subsequent actions left those who could see the corner feeling as if they had just swallowed something bitter, rendering their bowls of noodles tasteless. "Zhuqing, you sit inside," Jiang Ling said, releasing her hand and indicating the seat. Instead of sitting beside her as expected, he positioned himself opposite her, effectively blocking her from view. "Anyone wishing to gaze upon my woman shall find no way." Zhu Zhuqing quickly grasped Jiang Ling's intent, stifling a laugh, surprised to discover his jealous side. The noodles were promptly served, 2 generous bowls. While the establishment's offerings might not be visually appealing, the quantity and flavor were commendable. Jiang Ling ate swiftly, despite his graceful demeanor. He consumed the noodles at an astonishing rate. By the time he finished, Zhu Zhuqing had barely touched a third of hers, her forehead glistening with delicate beads of sweat. "Are you all right? Is it too spicy?" Jiang Ling inquired, noticing her discomfort. "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing replied, nodding, her lips flushed. "Water, please." Jiang Ling hastily retrieved water for her, but upon tasting the broth himself, his face flushed crimson. "This is definitely spiced," he exclaimed. Just as he was about to call for the owner, Zhu Zhuqing intervened. "Let be. The place is too crowded. Perhaps the owner is simply overwhelmed. Let's go see the Yushu instead." She expressed a stronger desire to explore new wonders outside than to linger over noodles. "Very well, let us depart." Jiang Ling consented, charmed by Zhu Zhuqing's enthusiasm. "Owner, the payment is on the table," he called out. "Ah, very well." The owner cast a reluctant glance at the pair, truly captivated by Zhu Zhuqing's beauty, which could easily be described as breathtaking. It was not merely his lustful gaze, but rather the influx of diners drawn to her presence, many of whom had brought their stools outside just to catch a glimpse of her. As they strolled, Jiang Ling bought Zhu Zhuqing numerous trinkets and treats that girls adore: candied hawthorns, preserved fruits, milk tea, satisfying her small hunger. Zhu Zhuqing seemed liberated, wanting to linger at each stall, and after nearly an hour, they had yet to reach the Yushu. Jiang Ling felt a slight fatigue in his feet. "Linger, look over there. They're selling masks. Shall we take a look?" "All right," Jiang Ling replied. "Ah, young lady, would you like to buy a mask?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Jiang Ling observed the array of masks, some half masks, some full, some depicting demons and spirits, others embodying elegance and grace. To his astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing selected 2 half masks, one rugged and the other floral. Handing the floral mask to Jiang Ling with a mischievous smile, she said, "You wear this one." "As you wish, my lady." Jiang Ling relented, donning the feminine mask. Zhu Zhuqing also adorned her mask, instantly obscuring her exquisite features. This is better. It may prevent unnecessary attention, Jiang Ling mused. Throughout their journey, no disturbances arose, indicating the imposing presence of the Wuhuan temple in the vicinity. Yet, they encountered numerous men who, upon stealing a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, faced the wrath of their female companions. Many young women gazed at Jiang Ling, their male companions too intimidated to voice their displeasure. It seemed that only the officials were permitted to set fire, while the common folk were forbidden to light lamps. As a breeze swept by, Zhu Zhuqing involuntarily shivered. "Are you cold?" Jiang Ling chuckled, recalling her earlier claim that it was not chilly. He retrieved a red hooded cloak he had purchased earlier and carefully draped it over her. "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied joyfully. Her spirits evidently lifted as they enjoyed their outing, her previous shyness dissipating in the bustling surroundings. Jiang Ling, enchanted by her delightful demeanor, playfully pinched her delicate nose. With Zhu Zhuqing now cloaked, the attention on them diminished significantly. "Come, let us guess riddles." Guessing correctly yields a delightful prize. A call from a nearby stall piqued Zhu Zhuqing's interest. "Riddles? Linger, let us go over there," she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she grasped Jiang Ling's hand, leading him toward the riddle booth. "Zhuqing, slow down," Jiang Ling cautioned, one hand clasped around her delicate fingers while the other held her half-eaten candied hawthorn and trinkets, unable to store them in his inventory. At that moment, he resembled a beleaguered gentleman accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping spree. "Ah, dear young lady, would you like to guess some riddles?" The stall owner inquired with a smile directed at Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling. "Yes, yes." Zhu Zhuqing nodded eagerly. A little girl, sitting in the center of the water, dressed in pink, she releases a fragrant aroma. The stall owner added mysteriously, "Guess correctly, and a gift awaits you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing pondered over the 4 lines of the riddle. Although Jiang Ling could not see her expression, he could easily imagine her furrowed brow. He leaned in and quietly asked, "I already know the answer. Would you like me to tell you?" "No, I wish to solve it myself," she retorted immediately. After some contemplation, she still could not decipher it. She lightly shook Jiang Ling's arm, saying, "Linger, please give me a hint." Her tone was soft, a hint of shyness evident after previously rejecting his assistance. The girl does not necessarily refer to a person. It could be flowers or plants, Jiang Ling offered, unable to resist the allure of her charm, especially from an ice-cold beauty like Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, this girl is not the same as that girl. The stall owner chimed in. "Flowers or plants?" Zhu Zhuqing mused aloud. After a prolonged moment of silence, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment when she still could not arrive at the answer, though the mask concealed much of her face. "Linger, you should just tell me the answer," she whispered, leaning closer to Jiang Ling. "How is it, you little fool, unable to guess? I have changed my mind. If you kiss me, I shall assist you with your answer." Jiang Ling leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and whispered softly. The warm breath Jiang Ling exhaled brushed against Zhu Zhuqing's ear, causing her ears to redden visibly, and coupled with Jiang Ling's words, her shyness became almost unbearable. "So can you two guess?" The vendor, unable to bear the sight, interrupted as the young couple began whispering affectionately to each other. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Jiang Ling with pleading eyes, while Jiang Ling, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, feigned ignorance. In truth, if Zhu Zhuqing insisted a little longer, Jiang Ling would have relented. "Oomph, you are taking advantage of me," Zhu Zhuqing said in frustration, rising on her toes to meet Jiang Ling's lips. With a gentle bite of Jiang Ling's lower lip, she revealed her playful spirit. "Ouch, you!" Jiang Ling exclaimed, rubbing his lips, which bore no blood, but were marked with a few teeth impressions. "Gulang, you didn't specify how to kiss," Zhu Zhuqing teased with a sly smile. You. Jiang Ling shook his head with a chuckle and then addressed the vendor. "It is the lotus flower." Yes, indeed, it is the lotus flower," the vendor replied with a smile, turning to fetch a gift. "Lotus flower," Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, connecting it with the riddles, and suddenly realized the answer. "Miss, this is for you," the vendor said as he presented a green lotus lantern. The lantern, crafted from ordinary crystal, was not particularly valuable, Yet its exquisite workmanship made it a breathtaking sight, and Zhu Zhuqing found it utterly enchanting. Thank you. Jiang Ling nodded in gratitude to the vendor. No need for thanks. You two take care, and may you enjoy a long-lasting relationship and bear children soon. The vendor wished as he clasped his hands together. Thank you for your kind words, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Although Zhu Zhuqing felt shy upon hearing this, her heart brimmed with joy, surpassing even the delight of receiving the lotus lantern. Perhaps weary of the dazzling stalls, or perhaps the novelty had worn off, Zhu Zhuqing began to feel tired, so Jiang Ling led her to a tea house to watch a zixi performance. The zixi recounted a folk tale, detailing how the villain Zhou she deceived and then mistreated the common girl Song Yinzhan, and how Song Yinzhan's sworn sister Zhao Pan'er cleverly devised a plan to rescue her. To Jiang Ling, the story felt like a cliched blend of joy and sorrow. He was indifferent, merely seeking a moment of respite, while Zhu Zhuqing became engrossed in the performance. This Zhou, she truly is a beast in human guise. He was so considerate and gentle while courting, yet after marriage, he reveals his true nature. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Linger, will you be like this in the future? I've heard that once men obtain something, they no longer cherish it. Zhu Zhuqing quietly asked Jiang Ling. At that moment, Jiang Ling had been resting his head on the table, and Zhu Zhuqing's sudden inquiry caught him off guard. Am I under fire, even while lying down? He paused, then declared, As for others, I cannot say, but Jiang Ling, will certainly not. My love for you is everlasting. Jiang Ling sat up straight, speaking earnestly. Zhu Zhuqing giggled softly. I was just teasing you, silly. I merely think Zhao Pan'er resembles Ling Ling Jia, for she too opposed my affection for you. But I am not Song Yinzhan, nor are you Zhou Shi. However, Lin, I truly appreciate your answer. Tonight, you are permitted to be mischievous, Zhu Zhuqing said. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered. Zhu Zhuqing never doubted Jiang Ling's feelings for her. As she mentioned Yi Lingling, Jiang Ling felt a slight awkwardness creeping over him. What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing noticed Jiang Ling's silence and inquired. Oh, it's just that while you compare Yi Gunyang to Zhao Pan'er, I beg to differ. Zhao Pan'er is clever and astute, while Yi Gunyang can be a bit naive, Jiang Ling replied, hoping Zhu Zhuqing would not perceive anything amiss. After all, in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, Jiang Ling's relationship with Yi Lingling was not particularly favorable. You must not speak ill of Ling Ling Jia. You do not know, Zhu Zhuqing began. But her words trailed off. What is it? Nothing. The performance has ended. Linger, let us go see the jade tree, Zhu Zhuqing suggested as she looked at the dispersing crowd from the zixi. All right, after we view the jade tree, we will have nearly explored this place. Do not forget what you just agreed to. Jiang Ling stood up with a smile. I know. Let's hurry, Zhu Zhuqing urged, her face flushed. Chapter 125. Is this a breakthrough? The two strolled leisurely, having drawn closer to the jade tree. After leaving the tea house, they had scarcely walked half an hour before they caught sight of the luminous white glow emanating through the crowd. However, the throngs of people were indeed overwhelming. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a sea of humanity. With so many people, how can we possibly squeeze in? Zhu Zhuqing said, feeling a bit disheartened as she gazed at the crowd ahead. It's almost midnight, the most beautiful moment for the jade tree. It is only natural for there to be many people. Do not worry. Leave this to me, and I will ensure you have a close encounter with the jade tree. Jiang Ling reassured her, stroking her head gently. In truth, it would be quite simple for Jiang Ling to reach the front. All he needed to do was close his eyes, from a sword gesture with his fingers, summon the Changhong sword, and soar through the crowd with ease. Yet, the city of night was like other major cities, prohibiting flight. While Jiang Ling, due to his status, had no fear, he deemed it unnecessary to break such a rule. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the throng again, knowing that among them were undoubtedly soul masters. Not wanting to cause trouble for Jiang Ling, she softly suggested, why don't we wait a bit longer until there are fewer people before going in? No need. I told you I have a plan. I will make sure you see the most beautiful jade tree, Jiang Ling replied. Just as he finished speaking, a crimson hue flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes, as if magma were about to erupt. A mere glance at the crowd allowed him to gauge their strengths. Most were soul masters, predominantly in the 30s and 40s. With over 20 soul kings, 5 soul emperors, 4 soul saints, and 1 soul Douluo. As Jiang Ling's eyes returned to their normal color, he pulled Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace and placed her hood over her head. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ling's actions, but did not resist, instead softly inquiring. "You'll find out soon. For now, hold tightly to my waist and rest your head on my shoulder. Do not look around," Jiang Ling said with a relaxed smile. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and complied. Knowing the cloak would shield her face from view, Jiang Ling lifted Zhu Zhuqing slightly off the ground, supporting her with his hands. Zhu Zhuqing gasped softly, her long eyelashes fluttering. Jiang Ling pretended not to hear, declaring, "We are off," thanks to the ample coverage of the cloak. It appeared from the outside as though Jiang Ling was carrying a young maiden. Jiang Ling subtly released his Soul King aura as he made his way through the crowd, deliberately avoiding any formidable opponents he had observed earlier, those of Soul Sect and Soul Zun rank. Upon recognizing Jiang Ling as a Soul King, could only seethe silently with resentment. If glares could kill, Jiang Ling would surely have been reduced to a mere smear. Zhu Zhuqing understood why Jiang Ling was holding her this way. While outsiders could not discern her identity, she could see clearly through the cloak's gaps. Jiang Ling's actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Those outside gazed at him with hungry eyes, and facing such stares would surely sap her courage to step forward. The peculiar positioning, especially concerning her backside, made her feel even more bashful, her cheeks flushing like clouds at sunset, utterly adorable. Jiang Ling, however, paid no heed to the hostile glares. With a thick skin, he was determined to usher Zhu Zhuqing to the front. Who dared to obstruct him? Even though no one dared to obstruct Jiang Ling. The journey was far from short. Listening to Zhu Zhuqing's racing heartbeat led Jiang Ling into a spiral of fanciful thoughts, which he swiftly curtailed, much like cutting chives, severing each thought as it emerged, akin to wildfires that cannot be entirely extinguished, only to reignite with the spring breeze. Jiang Ling gradually succumbed to the sensations of his hands and the softness against his chest. Yet, all culminated in Jiang Ling stepping to the forefront. As Zhu Zhuqing departed from his embrace, gazing at the tranquil and gentle Yushu, Jiang Ling's restless heart began to settle, mirroring Zhu Zhuqing's own calmness. She had never encountered such a wondrous tree. No, it would be more accurate to say it resembled white jade. The luminous white radiance emanating from the Yushu was strikingly vivid, yet Zhu Zhuqing found it neither dazzling nor uncomfortable. Rather, it resonated with her on some profound level. With her hands clasped over her heart and her eyes gently closed, she appeared to transcend this realm. Gulan Zhuqing? Jiang Ling was startled by Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar demeanor. This was a moment of breakthrough. Jiang Ling was astonished. Could a mere glance at the Yushu facilitate such a transformation? Despite his surprise, he acted swiftly, employing the turtle breathing technique to mask Zhu Zhuqing's soul power fluctuations. It was not until half an hour had elapsed that Zhu Zhuqing gradually opened her eyes. At that moment, her soul power had impressively reached level 44, having surged 2 levels in merely 30 minutes, leaving Jiang Ling momentarily speechless. Such a pace of cultivation was extraordinary, almost as if she had activated a cheat code. Zhu Zhuqing was about to share my excitement with Jiang Ling, but he interrupted with, "Let us discuss this outside." Although the number of visitors had significantly dwindled, there were still around 100 people present. Zhu Zhuqing recognized that this location was not suitable for conversation, allowing Jiang Ling to take her hand and lead her to a more secluded area. "Ling Turga, I just broke through to 2 levels of soul power," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed joyfully, her cheeks radiant like the sun. "I noticed. Was it the Yushu that aided you?" Jiang Ling replied with a smile, pleased at the prospect of his beloved's enhanced strength. "I can't quite articulate the sensation. I just felt a strong affinity with the Yushu. Perhaps it is because of Xiang Fei Lei's connection with the tree." Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before speaking. "Indeed, it's possible. Here's an idea. Zhuqing, once we return, you should move here. I believe the Yushu can significantly aid you," Jiang Ling suggested, nodding in agreement. "I refuse," Zhu Zhuqing replied almost instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. Why not? There are many enjoyable activities here, plus the Yushu can enhance your strength, Jiang Ling queried, puzzled. I simply don't want to. Zhu Zhuqing turned away, clutching the silk dress tightly. A moment of silence ensued, and after a while, Zhu Zhuqing whispered, I want to be a little closer to you. Jiang Ling, perceptive as ever, caught her words and let out a helpless smile. You silly girl, do you not remember your pursuit of strength back then? Has that changed? Past is past. Present is present, Zhu Zhuqing asserted stubbornly. She harbored some selfishness. With her current cultivation speed, surpassing Jiang Ling was merely a matter of time. But she did not wish to eclipse him. Recently, she had devoted less time to soul power cultivation at the Qingsui courtyard and had begun focusing more on combat techniques. All right, I'll heed your wishes. Besides, we cannot ascertain if the Yushu has any detrimental effects or if it might lead to premature growth. I'll review some materials once we return, and when you reach a bottleneck in your training, we can come back together. Jiang Ling gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment under the dim light, the bold Zhu Zhuqing quickly pecked Jiang Ling's lips. Just as Jiang Ling was about to respond, he sensed an approach and swiftly pulled Zhu Zhuqing against the wall. Come, come, no one is here, a man beckoned softly, glancing into the shadowy alley, oblivious to the two hidden deeper within. I never expected you to have such peculiar tastes, but just so you know, it'll cost extra outside. A sultry voice echoed. Both Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, being soul masters, recognized the scene clearly. The woman was dressed provocatively, heavily made up, and exuded an unmistakably worldly charm. Rest assured, you won't miss out on anything, the man replied, reaching to unfasten the woman's clothing. Of course I like it. She giggled, but suddenly covered her face, pointing towards Jiang Ling's direction in alarm, exclaiming, Someone's here. With Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing's abilities, they should not have been detected. However, the urgency of the man and woman led to an unforeseen encounter. Before Jiang Ling could react, the man lunged forward eagerly. Embarrassed, Zhu Zhuqing quickly turned away, stepping on a branch that crackled underfoot. The middle-aged man, also a soul master, inquired in a low voice towards the depths of the alley. Who is there? This alley was a dead end, sealed at the top, resembling an abandoned warehouse, allowing only passage from the front. Even if Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, Jiang Ling intended to interrupt the amorous couple. He had no interest in witnessing their intimate encounter, especially with Zhuqing beside him. Let us go. Jiang Ling took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walked outward, ignoring the man. As they approached, the woman caught sight of Jiang Ling, her eyes sparkling, and she sensually licked her lips, letting her partially unveiled arms fall to expose more of her alluring figure, flashing a sultry smile at Jiang Ling, little brother. Come visit me at Linglong Tower. I'll treat you well, no charge, so you can indulge in the ultimate pleasures of life, the woman purred. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, easily discerning her innocence from her years in the trade. Though her voice was soft, all three could hear her clearly. The woman, a mere commoner, seemed unbothered by her male companion's displeasure, emboldened by her association with Linglong Tower. Jiang Ling remained unfazed, continuing to lead Zhu Zhuqing away, while her face turned cold, casting a disdainful glance at the woman. As the man watched Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing pass, particularly fixating on Jiang Ling's strikingly handsome visage, his already unattractive countenance grew darker. It was one thing to be handsome, but to have such a stunning girlfriend was infuriating, especially since he had paid for the woman's attention and she was so entranced. Wait, I command you to stop. The man, feeling insulted by Jiang Ling's indifference, angrily reached out for Zhu Zhuqing. He was perplexed by his own actions, as if his mind and body had disconnected. The man, a mere 20-something level soul master, stood no chance against Zhu Zhuqing. Just as she was about to retaliate, Jiang Ling had already made his move. Seizing the man's arm, Jiang Ling crushed it, eliciting a pained scream. After a brief reprimand, he released the man, stating, My friend, I meant no disturbance to your activities. However, this place was ours first, and you have intruded upon us. Let this matter end here. should you persist. I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Zhu Zhuqing, however, found the conversation increasingly unsettling. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at Jiang Ling's words. What did he mean by we were here first? While it was true, the implication felt ambiguous. Yes, it was my oversight to offend you, the man hastily apologized. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. Let us leave. Jiang Ling gently squeezed Zhu Zhuqing's hand. As they vanished from view, the man turned to the entranced woman, fuming with frustration, and abruptly yanked her clothing down, pinning her against the wall. The woman's head struck the wall with a moderate thud, and she winced in pain. Are you insane? What are you doing? What am I doing? I'll show you. Regardless, I have already paid, and even if you have the backing of Ling Longlu, I am unafraid, the man declared angrily, tearing off the last remnants of his undergarments. 3 minutes later, a woman appeared at the mouth of the alley, casting a glance at the darkened passage behind her, muttering under her breath, utterly useless. Discarding the crumpled paper she had just used to wipe herself, she swayed her hips as she strode away. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing were walking down the street, perhaps still reeling from the earlier scene, with Zhu Zhuqing keeping her head down. Zhuqing, let us rest over there for a while, Jiang Ling suggested, pointing to a secluded spot with ample light. All right, Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently. Even though it was already past midnight, there were still many people around. The two sat together in the shade of a tree by the roadside, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by nearby and the bustling crowd in the distance. Jiang Ling took out the hawthorn and raisins he had purchased earlier, along with some pastries, placing them before Zhu Zhuqing. Would you like to have some? He asked, lifting a hawthorn to her lips. Zhu Zhuqing leaned forward, nibbling the hawthorn. Next time, bring Lingli along as well, she murmured with her mouth full of fruit. Jiang Ling paused in the act of peeling a banana for her, smiling as he replied, Sure, I will invite you Gunyang next time. He gently wiped away the remnants of hawthorn from the corner of her mouth and handed her the peeled banana. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling fatigued, perhaps due to the late hour, began to show signs of drowsiness. Let's find a place to stay, Jiang Ling suggested, pressing his hand against his knee to rise, extending his hand toward Zhu Zhuqing. She murmured softly, grasping his hand for support as she stood, seeing Jiang Ling heading to find accommodation. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of shyness and a hint of anticipation. As Yuizhicheng, a city that encompasses tourism and commerce, is abundant in inns and hotels. It took Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing only a few hundred meters westward to arrive at a luxurious hotel. This one will do, Jiang Ling stated. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her cheeks flushing, clearly aware of the imminent events. Upon entering the lobby, they noticed a young couple ahead, appearing to be around 18 or 19. Hello, I would like to book 2 rooms, the young man spoke. I'm sorry, but we only have one luxurious couple's room available, the receptionist replied with a smile. Only one couple's room left? The young man seemed a bit shy, glancing at the girl beside him, who confidently said, That's fine, the bed is large enough. We can sleep separately. All right, let us proceed, the young man agreed, paying and taking the key as he and the girl walked inside. Jiang Ling, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Zhu Zhuqing, preparing to leave. Excuse me, are you two looking for a room? The receptionist called out to them. Yes, but aren't there no rooms available? Jiang Ling inquired. We still have one luxurious couple's room left. The receptionist smiled. Okay, we'll take that one. Great, here's the key, the cheerful receptionist replied, providing excellent service. As Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing reached the staircase, the receptionist's voice echoed behind them once more. Are you two staying? We still have a luxurious couple's room available. Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances. His eyes reflected a mix of exasperation and admiration for the receptionist's persistence. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was filled with embarrassment, wondering how such a hotel employee could exist. Chapter 127. The malevolent spirit reappears. The hotel was indeed luxurious, worthy of its couple-themed designation, featuring an enormous heart-shaped bed surrounded by sheer, pink curtains. The room's walls and furnishings varied in shades of pink. What caused both of them to blush was the shower area, separated by a transparent curtain that did not reach the floor, exposing the shape of the bathtub. The expansive bathtub was transparent, allowing Jiang Ling a clear view of Zhu Zhuqing's perfect form if she were to sit inside. The entire room exuded an atmosphere of suggestive opulence, causing even Jiang Ling to feel a stir within, his face flushing. Zhuqing, you go ahead and wash. I am feeling a bit warm and will step out to the balcony for some fresh air, Jiang Ling suggested, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's discomfort. He made his way toward the balcony, which, while still draped in curtains, was less intrusive than the room's design, providing adequate privacy and sound insulation. Though they had previously been intimate, the thought of watching the other bathe still stirred shyness. Akin to those who fear the darkness not for its absence of light, but for the unknown lurking within. Similarly, as Zhu Zhuqing bathed, Jiang Ling's presence nearby would inevitably lead her to speculate about his thoughts, causing her to feel bashful. As for bathing together, that would likely only happen in moments of deep emotional connection. As Zhu Zhuqing saw Jiang Ling head toward the balcony, a twinge of guilt washed over her. Yet she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, gradually relaxing her tense body. She removed her outerwear and hung it on a hook, then slipped off her long silk dress, leaving only her undergarments. She picked out a purple undergarment recommended by the shop assistant while purchasing the long dress, her cheeks warming as she clutched the purple fabric and stepped into the nearly transparent bathroom. The hotel's soundproofing was decent, but with the room's sheer pink curtains, it was unrealistic to expect complete privacy. Jiang Ling, initially unbothered, found himself distracted by the sounds of Zhu Zhuqing's splashing water. Torn between shutting out the noise and unwilling to miss it, feeling a peculiar mix of pleasure and discomfort. Reclining on a nearby wicker chair, Jiang Ling glanced upward and was taken aback. A couple on the balcony was embroiled in a quarrel. The woman was slender and graceful, while the man was rather unappealing, resembling a hefty pig. Unable to bear the sight, Jiang Ling opted to close his eyes and listen to Zhu Zhuqing's bathing instead. Linger, I'm done washing. Just as Jiang Ling was on the verge of dozing off, Zhu Zhuqing's voice startled him awake. She emerged in a bathrobe, moving toward the balcony. Jiang Ling watched as she pulled aside the curtains and turned to see her approaching figure, unable to suppress a critique about the couple's delay. As Zhu Zhuqing opened the curtains, she bumped into Jiang Ling, who stood there momentarily dazed, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. It was unclear whether the hotel designed the robes with such inadequacies or if it was simply a matter of her being different from most. Ling, you should wash now. I will stay out on the balcony for a bit, she suggested, pulling Jiang Ling from his daze. Faced with the clash of purple, pink, and cream colors, Jiang Ling found it difficult to resist. Hearing her intention to remain on the balcony, he quickly replied, "No need. Lie down on the bed instead. The balcony is a bit chilly, and it's transparent. What if someone were to peek at you?" After all, he had just indulged in a moment of peeping at Gu Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a predicament. "There is nothing to be troubled about. I am not afraid of you looking," Jiang Ling remarked playfully, sensing Zhu Zhuqing's discomfort. He effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, eliciting a surprised gasp from her as she hurriedly reached for her sleepwear. The garment was already short, and with her bending down, it offered even less coverage. As soon as Jiang Ling set Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, she quickly grabbed a nearby blanket to cover herself, leaving only her little head exposed. Jiang Ling smiled at the sight and said, "I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to look. I want to look at you," Zhu Zhuqing retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Jiang Ling chuckled at her adorableness before turning to head to the bathroom. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance before rolling over, turning her back to the bathroom. Too shy to look again. The sound of running water stirred her heart, but after a day of practice and a night of revelry, even the soul sect felt fatigued. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she gradually succumbed to sleep. Jiang Ling's shower was quick, taking only 10 minutes. A simple rinse sufficed. After drying off, he glanced at the sleepwear, which he preferred not to wear, finding sleeping in the nude far more comfortable. Joyfully, he bounded to the edge of the bed. "Xiao, Qingqing. I'm here," he called out in a playful tone, reminiscent of a wealthy young master teasing a young girl. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's lack of response, he climbed onto the bed, gazing at her small face and chuckling helplessly. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already drifted into a deep sleep, a sweet smile gracing her lips as if she were dreaming beautifully. Looking at her, Jiang Ling smiled fondly, gently adjusting her body into a more comfortable position and tucking her in snugly. Once these tasks were completed, he nestled into the covers, preparing to sleep. Just as he lay down, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively snuggled up to him, wrapping her arms around him while still in a deep slumber. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly, then closed his eyes to join her in slumber. Meanwhile, the battle between beauty and beast drew to a close. Sister, what a bountiful night. All the energy of a soul king. I envy you so much. A woman, flushed and languid, remarked. If Zhu Zhuqing were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this as the seductive woman who had tempted her man. The woman referred to as sister possessed a striking coldness, her body seeming delicate and boneless, particularly her waist, a lethal weapon for any man. The coldly beautiful woman discarded a man, who resembled a pig, onto the floor and, completely unclothed, trembled like a peeled jelly. She picked up a sheer garment from the ground and donned it without acknowledging the teasing from the flushed woman, striding directly toward the bathroom. Unperturbed, the flushed woman followed her into the bathroom and, watching the bathing woman, spoke with a hint of resignation. Sister, if you're going to catch prey, why flaunt it so openly at a hotel, especially on the balcony? What if someone discovers us? Do not forget, there is a titled Douluo stationed in Yui City. What is there to fear? With so many people coming and going in Yui City, a few missing individuals are inconsequential, as long as it doesn't escalate. Even if the spirit hall has its eyes everywhere, they won't capture me. The coldly beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with madness as she declared. We became evil soul masters for the sake of pleasure. Should I confine myself like you, only daring to roam in dark and damp alleys? The seductive woman, known as Luo Xan, felt a rush of anger at such derision and retorted coldly, I just don't want you to get caught and drag me down with you. Luo Xan, mind your own business. Do not forget I am your sister. Without me, you would have perished long ago. The coldly beautiful woman shot back, her gaze fixed on Luo Xan. She then rose from the bath, droplets cascading down her smooth skin, embodying grace and allure. Luo Hongyu, Luo Xan, the woman referred to earlier, stood as well, her anger rising at the sight of her bare sister. After a moment's tension, she sighed deeply, changing the subject. I've received word that Lan Xingqian has ascended to the rank of titled Douluo and is currently consolidating the remnants of the holy church that were eradicated by the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Luo Heng's expression stiffened, yet she still mocked. So what if he consolidates? Those weaklings cannot possibly counterattack the spirit hall. Even if he becomes a super Douluo, what can he change? Evil soul masters are nothing but shadows. Ironically, this woman, an evil soul master herself, showed no mercy in her disdain. Meanwhile, Luo Xan appeared unfazed, her voice still laced with allure. As she spoke, I do not know what Lan Xingqian intends, but I do know he has already sent someone to find us. If we do not comply, we will face endless pursuit and ultimately death. I would rather perish along with him. Luo Heng's eyes turned icy, her tone sharp. Luo Heng. Luo Xan raised her voice, her eyes filled with anger. Years of caution had molded her into a shrewd individual, but before her sister, she found her defenses continuously breached. Luo Xan took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will handle matters with Lan Xingqian. You just need to keep a low profile. Additionally, I have heard that Lan Xingqian has taken in a new subordinate named Tang Yin. Despite being merely a soul master, his status surpasses that of Liang Shan, who has followed him for years, which shows Lan Xingqian's regard for him. We will fall under his command, and Tang Yin may meet us soon. We should go together. Did you not hear me? I said I would rather perish than return. Whether it is Lan Xingqian or Tang Yin, I have no relations with you, Luo Xan. You follow your path, and I shall cross my bridge. If they want to kill me, then let them come. Luo Heng's words were as frigid as ice as she reached for the clothes on the floor, ready to dress. However, upon inspecting the sticky fabric, she frowned and discarded it. She picked up a nearby sleepwear, just barely covering her backside. And do not meddle in my affairs, she added, opening the door and glancing back at Luo XN before striding out in nothing but her sleepwear. Luo XN did not stop her, but sat in silence for a long time, a lingering worry etched on her features. Eventually, she sighed deeply, rose, and disposed of the body of the bloated man before leaving the room. This morning marked another day wasted in training. Uncertain whether the hotel bed was too soft or if Zhu Zhuqing's body was too soft, Jiang Ling did not awaken until noon. Blinking his sleepy eyes, he gradually became aware, turning to find Zhu Zhuqing sleeping peacefully on his arm, her warm body entangled around him like an octopus. The sleepwear, already ill-fitting, had lost its buttons overnight, revealing her purple undergarment, much to Jiang Ling's delight. He decided to turn and face Zhu Zhuqing, watching her slumbering form, a smile spreading across his face. Perhaps due to her sleeping position, Zhu Zhuqing's small mouth was slightly ajar, a glimmer of drool escaping, utterly adorable. If only he had a phone, he would have captured this moment, the aloof goddess sleeping and drooling. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze, or having slept long enough. Zhu Zhuqing soon awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she found Jiang Ling staring intently at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "What are you doing?" she asked shyly. "Nothing. Just thinking about someone who promised to do something mischievous but ended up falling asleep first. How should I punish her?" Xiao Qingqing. Jiang Ling inquired with utmost seriousness. She shouldn't be punished," Zhu Zhuqing softly replied, burrowing deeper into the quilt until only her head was visible. Jiang Ling, reluctant to let go of the little kitten, lifted the quilt and joined her, turning around to pin Zhu Zhuqing beneath him, the quilt cascading down to envelop them both. Zhu Zhuqing's figure was voluptuous, the kind that could serve as both a blanket above and a comforter beneath. The two engaged in playful antics for nearly an hour, with Zhu Zhuqing not only acting as a blanket but also a comforter, until their frolic concluded with her pleas for mercy. After they finished bathing and tidying up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Ling gazed at the sun, which hung high yet was not scorching, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Spring nights are fleeting, and the sun rises high. Henceforth, the monarch shall not hold court early." Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. Hearing this, she retorted, "You a monarch? More like a lecher." Xiao Qingqing, you are being naughty," Jiang Ling teased, feigning an exaggerated lustful demeanor as he reached towards her chest. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing gasped and released his hand, sprinting ahead. "Xiao Qingqing, don't run," Jiang Ling called after her. Zhu Zhuqing felt mortified, not expecting Jiang Ling to shout those words, and she could sense curious glances from others upon her. She pretended not to know him and continued forward. Jiang Ling smiled at her reaction and hastened to catch up. What is most amusing is to see the aloof girl or the slightly rogue girl blush to earn the trust of the capable and strategic girl, making her rely on you. The latter seemed unattainable for now, yet the former was still worth pursuing. Amidst their playful chase, Jiang Ling accidentally collided with a pair of balls, 2, to be precise. "Oh, my apologies. Are you all right?" He quickly apologized. His eyes fell upon the woman, revealing a hint of astonishment. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a refreshing beauty, her features captivating, her brows delicately painted, her lips alluringly red. Particularly striking was her waist, for if a woman's waist is a deadly blade, then hers was akin to Guan Yu's legendary green dragon crescent blade. However, her attire was exceedingly daring, with 80% of her skin exposed to the cool autumn air. "Have you seen enough?" The woman shot Jiang Ling a cold glance, her voice frigid. Jiang Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring him, she continued walking away. This woman, clad so provocatively, yet possessing such a frigid demeanor, left Jiang Ling perplexed, and he sensed that there was something amiss about her. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been a few paces ahead, noticed Jiang Ling's encounter and approached him briskly. Observing him still gazing at the woman's retreating figure, she felt a pang of jealousy and icily remarked, "She's already far away. Yet you still stare." Zhuqing, I just thought she was a bit special," Jiang Ling explained. "In your eyes, does beauty equate to special?" Zhu Zhuqing continued. "I'm hungry." Noticing Jiang Ling's silence, she reiterated, genuinely feeling a bit famished. Chapter 129. The anxiety of gain and lost Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's sudden shift in mood. It was akin to a couple bickering one moment, and the next, the wife requesting, "I'm hungry, go cook." Yet they were outside, and Jiang Ling could not cook. So he took Zhu Zhuqing's small hand and, with a sigh of resignation, said, "Let me take you to eat." This time, Jiang Ling had learned his lesson and sought a restaurant that appeared to offer private rooms. After finishing a meal that straddled the line between lunch and dinner, the pair decided not to linger in the city of night and departed, heading towards Wuhuan City. Xie was in a rather foul mood. Ever since he sensed Yi Lingling's animosity towards Jiang Ling, he had been worried that his sister would be implicated. Yet, he could not prevent Yi Lingling from treating Hulaina, as she was the only hope for Hulaina's recovery and was acting under the orders of the Pope, a command he dared not defy. Thus, he could only seek out Jiang Ling, intending to drag him to apologize to Yi Lingling. However, much to Xie Yu's frustration, Jiang Ling seemed to have vanished into thin air. He searched every conceivable location without success, ultimately learning from the gatekeeper that Jiang Ling had left the Wuhuan Palace. Xie Yu resolved to wait at the entrance, determined to take Jiang Ling back the moment he returned. In stark contrast to Xie Yu's agitation, Yi Lingling was enveloped in feelings of grievance and humiliation. When Jiang Ling presented her with the 8-petal immortal orchid, she had been overjoyed, and now she felt equally heartbroken. If it weren't for the preciousness of the 8-petal immortal orchid she had absorbed and her promise to Zhu Qing to heal Hulaina, her temperament would have driven her to sever ties with Jiang Ling, vowing never to interact with him again. Even now, she had resolved that when Jiang Ling came to find her to return the Pope's decree, she would clarify everything and then leave. She did not understand why she felt compelled to return the Pope's decree to Jiang Ling personally. Perhaps deep down, she still yearned for an explanation from him, though she was unwilling to admit it. Yi Lingling rose and sat before her vanity, today clad in a pristine white short jacket, paired with a coral red pleated skirt adorned with cloud patterns, exuding a youthful charm. Yet, the reflection in the mirror revealed a haggard visage. Ever since that night, Yi Lingling felt somewhat disoriented, grappling with guilt towards her friend and the shame of being a young woman. After waiting for quite some time, without Jiang Ling's appearance, she received news that he sought to dismiss her with money, transforming her shame and guilt into a seething anger, a feeling of being belittled. For nearly 10 consecutive days, she had been devoid of any peace of mind. Though she could not say she was completely without appetite, her meals were certainly tasteless. Her inherently delicate frame appeared even more fragile, and her vibrant beauty now bore a hint of fatigue. It could be said that her grace was marred by sorrow, her beauty tainted by illness, with tears shimmering in her eyes and a soft sigh escaping her lips. Yi Lingling let out a small sigh, rising to step into the courtyard to gaze at the setting sun, hoping to alleviate her troubled heart. Just as she stood, the sleeve of her garment swept a wooden comb from the vanity to the floor. Seeing this, she bent down to pick it up. Oh! As she grasped the wooden comb, she noticed a torn piece of paper beneath the vanity. Yi Lingling retrieved the paper, which boldly bore the words, "Yi Lingling, I want to marry you." Her hand trembled, and the paper slipped from her grasp, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, she regained her senses and hurriedly rushed out the door. Spotting Qing'er, who was tidying the courtyard, she asked, "Qing'er, have you seen anyone come in my room?" "Ah, Miss Yi, I haven't seen anyone," Qing'er replied softly. Yi Lingling's hopeful expression dimmed, but a flicker of light ignited in her eyes as she inquired, "Has Jiang Ling been here in the past few days?" "According to Miss Yi, I haven't seen him. The young master hasn't come for several days," Qing'er pondered before responding. Yi Lingling felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It was likely a prank by someone. She turned to head back to her room. "Miss Yi, Aunt May, what is it?" Yi Lingling turned at the call, finding Aunt May emerging from an unknown direction. "Miss Yi, are you looking for the young master?" Aunt May began. 2 days ago, when you absorbed the 4th spirit ring, it was the young master who protected you." With these words, Aunt May's statement pulled Yi Lingling from despair to elation. "It's nothing," she exclaimed hurriedly before dashing back in her room to retrieve the fallen paper, clutching it tightly. This was not a mere prank. Yi Lingling's eyes, which had previously appeared somewhat vacant, now sparkled with a hint of brightness, and her brows revealed a flicker of joy. However, after the initial delight, a sense of anxiety began to creep in. If he had penned those words, why had Xiaoyu uttered such statements? Moreover, even if Jiang Ling harbored feelings for her, should she truly choose him? After all, he was already betrothed and had Zhu Qing by his side. The rosy hue that had blossomed on Yi Lingling's delicate face began to fade. The joy had clouded her judgment, and once she regained her composure, the situation remained unresolved. Jiang Ling, you are so exasperating. Yi Lingling buried herself beneath the covers, murmuring softly. Jiang Ling escorted Zhu Qing back to Qingcue Xiaoyuan, lingering tenderly for a while before returning to the Wuhuan Palace. Jiang Ling, what are you doing here, Xiaoyu? Jiang Ling, upon stepping through the door, was startled by the sudden emergence of Xiaoyu. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me? What nonsense is this? I'm not a girl. Enough with the trivialities. Come with me. Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he seized Jiang Ling's arm, determined to pull him along. Clarify your intentions. What is the rush to find me? Jiang Ling was being half-dragged and half-pulled forward by Xiaoyu. What else? I ask you, have you offended Miss Yi? Xiaoyu inquired sternly. No. Where did you get such false information? Jiang Ling replied, maintaining his composure. As the ancient saying goes, one who harbors thunder in their chest, yet bears a calm visage, is worthy of being a general. Still pretending. I noticed something was amiss with you since returning from soul hunting. I initially thought you merely angered Miss Yi, but I never expected you to offend her so grievously. I intended to have Miss Yi set the price and offer compensation, merely hoping she could forgive you. Yet, upon mentioning your name, she promptly expelled me. Had I not discovered it early, how long did you intend to hide this from me? What if Miss Yi were to misdirect her anger toward Nana because of you? Even if Miss Yi is kind-hearted and does not take her anger out on Nana, will she wholeheartedly treat Nana? Or perhaps Miss Yi is benevolent and clear about grievances, yet will you not feel ashamed? Do not forget, Nana is your fiancée. Is there nothing that can temporarily quell your youthful temper and settle matters with a girl? This is the only chance to awaken Nana. After scolding Jiang Ling for an extended period, Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction. However, some of his statements were somewhat inaccurate. It was not he who offered compensation, but rather he intended for Jiang Ling to bear the cost. Chapter 130. Cherish the present. Xiaoyu. Jiang Ling's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. Me? What's wrong with me? Aren't you grateful? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, speaking coldly. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. You are indeed a great friend. Jiang Ling managed to break free from Xiaoyu's grasp, gritting his teeth. Although Xiaoyu had said a great deal, Jiang Ling did not take much to heart. Despite perceiving Yi Lingling's character as somewhat eccentric, he understood that she would not misdirect her anger toward her senior sister. A kind individual would not retaliate against others for their own suffering. As for shame, Jiang Ling certainly felt it and had contemplated apologizing, yet he was not prepared. After all, the matter was rather delicate. What truly caught Jiang Ling's attention was the revelation that Xiaoyu had sought out Yi Lingling and attempted to use money to gain her forgiveness. This notion was not only on his mind, but also weighed heavily on his heart, causing him considerable distress. Xiaoyu, the second pit of Douluo, the first pit being Rage War. Jiang Ling did not need to think twice to know that Yi Lingling would undoubtedly view him as an irresponsible and frivolous young master. Initially hesitant, Jiang Ling found himself freed from indecision. Xiaoyu had made a choice for him. If he did not explain the situation now, there would be no future to contemplate. Jiang Ling turned to find Yi Lingling, and Xiaoyu attempted to follow. Jiang Ling interjected, "What more do you want to do? I can manage on my own. Don't complicate matters for me." "What do you mean complicate? Am I not a master of mediation?" Xiaoyu retorted, displeased. "A master of mediation, is it? Then you go ahead. I shall not accompany you." Jiang Ling sidestepped, gesturing for Xiaoyu to proceed. "Jiang Ling, you." Xiaoyu pointed at Jiang Ling and, recalling how Yi Lingling had hastily sent him away yesterday, begrudgingly withdrew his hand. "If you choose not to go, you must promise me to eliminate Miss Ye's resentment." "Understood. You may return." Jiang Ling turned around and waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoyu stood in place for a long while, and only after Jiang Ling's figure had vanished did he sense something amiss. Musing, is it possible that I forgot to ask Jiang Ling how he offended Missy? Never mind. As long as her resentment is resolved, my sister's safety is sufficient. The reasons are of little consequence. Xie was not a particularly curious person. Resolving this thought, he turned and left. He had yet to have dinner. Jiang Ling initially hurried back to the courtyard, yet his pace slowed as he approached. He still did not know how to face Yi Lingling. He could not claim to dislike her. He certainly harbored feelings for her. It was precisely because of these feelings that he felt conflicted. Although Yi Lingling often displayed a bit of temper and sparred with him verbally, she had stood before him, a fragile, healing soul, to shield him from the Moonblade. She had shown concern when he was accidentally injured by his teacher, and her compassionate gaze, alongside her benevolent heart in treating Rage War, and their shared night of drunkenness. All these experiences had woven a bond between them that transcended mere friendship. Yet, his feelings for Yi Lingling were perhaps more rooted in gratitude and guilt than in affection. Was this truly fair to her? Moreover, this was solely Jiang Ling's perspective. He had no insight into Yi Lingling's thoughts. In his eyes, she might have come below them. Jiang Ling's reluctance to meet her stemmed from this uncertainty. Should Yi Lingling choose to leave, how could he retain her? And under what pretense? The end remained unchanged, even amidst a protracted journey and a slowing pace. There would come a day of arrival. As Jiang Ling stepped into the courtyard, the internal inquiries remained unanswered. Yet he knew he could no longer evade the situation and pushed the door open. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was Yi Lingling, lost in thought atop her bed. Even clad in a short jacket, she appeared significantly slimmer than before, and her cheeks bore the marks of weariness, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. In that moment, Jiang Ling, who had previously been hesitant, suddenly discerned the truth of his heart. He wished to keep this girl by his side. Some opportunities, once missed, could never be reclaimed. Some individuals, once lost, will be difficult to regain. The instant Jiang Ling laid eyes on Yi Lingling, he comprehended that if they were to miss each other this time, he would find it exceedingly difficult to enter her heart thereafter. Yi Lingling also noticed Jiang Ling's entrance and hastily concealed the paper behind her back, lowering her head without uttering a word. This scene, reminiscent of a bride adorned in a phoenix crown and cloud robes, contrasted sharply with Jiang Ling, who had just entered, akin to a groom stepping into the bridal chamber. Yi Lingling's reaction took Jiang Ling by surprise. He had anticipated her to cry, or at the very least offer him a frosty demeanor. However, to his astonishment, she merely cast him a glance before averting her gaze once more. Jiang Ling approached, his lips trembling slightly as he stammered, "May I sit here?" Yi Lingling did not respond, keeping her head down, so Jiang Ling interpreted her silence as acquiescence and settled beside her, a mere 30 centimeters away. With neither of them speaking, an awkward silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Ling felt compelled to break the silence, but just as he began to speak, Yi Lingling chimed in as well. "You go first." "No, you go first." Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Ling could not help but smile gently, softly encouraging, "Please." "You go ahead." Have you told Shiyue about that night?" The mention of that evening left Yi Lingling at a loss for words, her voice barely audible. "No, he must have inferred it himself. Rest assured, Miss Yi, he likely only guessed that I upset you." Unaware of the truth, Jiang Ling quickly replied. Yi Lingling nodded, a heavy weight lifting from her heart. Jiang Ling's silence confirmed that what Shiyue had said that day was fabrications, and Jiang Ling had not humiliated her with money. A flicker of joy surged within her, and her demeanor lightened considerably. "You were about to say something," Yi Lingling inquired softly. "I was hesitant on my way here, burdened by thoughts of the past and apprehensive about the future. I feared you would not forgive me, that we could never return to what we once were. And yet I worried that you would forgive me, and we would truly return to the past." After a long silence, Jiang Ling gazed at Yi Lingling and spoke gently. For a moment, Yi Lingling struggled to comprehend Jiang Ling's words, looking at him in confusion. "I no longer wish to be merely friends, yet I do not want to lose you. Yesterday is history, tomorrow a mystery, and today is a gift from the heavens. I wish to cherish you as one would treasure a precious gift." Jiang Ling concluded, resting his hand on Yi Lingling's shoulder before lowering his head to kiss her. When Jiang Ling's lips met hers, Yi Lingling finally understood. It seemed he was confessing his feelings. A rush of emotions flooded her heart. Sourness, sweetness, guilt, all mingling within her like a tumultuous blend of flavors. Her body seemingly forgot to resist, her lips parting slightly, surrendering to Jiang Ling's passionate exploration. In this moment, Jiang Ling experienced his first conscious kiss with Yi Lingling, as he had no recollection of that fateful night, only the harsh aftermath of waking up. Yi Lingling's lips felt cool, perhaps due to her insufficient hydration in recent days. The autumn chill had just begun to set in, the weather turning cooler, yet not excessively cold. Yi Lingling had donned a thin, cross-collared short jacket, not quite winter attire, making it somewhat difficult to remove. After some effort, Jiang Ling managed to unfasten it halfway, revealing her delicate shoulders. The tingling sensation of their lips and the sudden chill on her shoulders drew Yi Lingling back to reality, and she immediately blushed, realizing the intimacy of the moment. This was her first experience of such closeness, and the embarrassment washed over her. Unlike that night, when fear had overshadowed her shyness, her hands, which had been resting behind her back, gently pushed against Jiang Ling's chest, causing the paper she held to slip from her grasp, though she remained unaware. Her pretty face turned slightly away, wishing to escape Jiang Ling's lips, breathlessly murmuring, "No, please don't." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling halted his movements. He had no desire to force her, but still inquired, "Do you not like me?" Yi Lingling's heart was a whirlwind of confusion as she pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Did she like him? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. But could she utter it aloud? She had never loved anyone so fervently, intertwining her life with his, yet he was her sister's boyfriend. Jiang Ling noticed Yi Lingling bowing her head, adjusting the half-removed garment, her cascading hair obscuring her expression, leaving him unable to discern her feelings. Uncertain of Yi Lingling's silence, whether it meant affection or indifference, he was about to probe further when his peripheral vision caught sight of the fallen paper. He reached down to pick it up, just as Yi Lingling, startled by its presence, leaned forward to retrieve it. However, her legs, having grown numb from sitting too long, could not support her weight, and she gasped, nearly collapsing. "Are you all right?" Jiang Ling swiftly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently guiding her back to the side of the bed. "I'm fine. Just let go of me," Yi Lingling managed to say, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Ling released her, then bent down to retrieve the paper. Yi Lingling attempted to intervene, but Jiang Ling had already grasped it in his hand. Gazing at the 7 characters inscribed on the page, he was astonished. Hadn't he destroyed all of these? How was there still one remaining? Could it be fate? He had penned dozens of variations, yet only this one, "Yi Lingling, I wish to marry you," had been left behind. Jiang Ling marveled at the inexplicable nature of fate. At that moment, he understood that Yi Lingling must also harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, she would have discarded the paper rather than keep it. The kiss they had just shared had not angered her either. "Give it back," Yi Lingling cried, her cheeks deepening in color as she noticed Jiang Ling's intense gaze on the paper. Jiang Ling smiled, settling down beside her. As Yi Lingling shifted towards the head of the bed, Jiang Ling followed suit, inching closer to her. With each movement she made to distance herself, Jiang Ling remained steadfastly by her side. Soon, Yi Lingling found herself backed against the edge of the bed. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and irritation in her tone. "Promise me, can you?" Jiang Ling softly implored, holding up the paper. Yi Lingling stared at the elegant script on the page, momentarily lost in thought. "I'm sorry." Although she longed to comply, those were the words that slipped from her lips, unable to overcome the barriers within her heart. Jiang Ling's expression faltered, confusion etched across his face as he asked, "Why? Do not say that you do not like me. If you truly did not, you would have destroyed this paper instead of keeping it. If you did not like me, why did you not reject my kiss?" Jiang Ling's gaze bore into Yi Lingling's as he continued, adding weight to his words. "I just did reject you," Yi Lingling replied weakly. Jiang Ling yearned to pull her into his embrace, and give her a playful reprimand for misplacing her focus. Gu Fan, I'm simply not ready. After a moment, Yi Lingling finally yielded to Jiang Ling's earnest gaze, whispering her admission. Jiang Ling, momentarily perplexed, pondered her words. Ready for what? Yi Lingling, frustrated by his lack of understanding, retorted sharply, I simply am not ready, so you should leave now. I wish to sleep. She kicked off her embroidered shoes, reclining back, her legs curling up as she playfully used her small feet to nudge Jiang Ling away from the bed. There's a saying that one should never leave a thought half-formed. Yi Lingling not only left her words incomplete, but also inadvertently kicked Jiang Ling off the bed, an act he could not tolerate. Knowing that Yi Lingling harbored feelings for him, Jiang Ling shed his reservations and lunged toward her. Long Hong Jian, did you not just say you would not force anyone? Jiang Ling retorted, did I? Which ear did you hear that with? Is this coercion? This is merely playful banter. Pinned beneath him, Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback. How could he be so audacious? Just moments ago, when she had hesitated slightly, he had released her, yet now he was behaving so differently. Jiang Ling, what are you doing? Get off! Yi Lingling exclaimed, her voice a blend of indignation and surprise. You said you were unprepared, so I am helping you prepare, Jiang Ling replied, looking at her earnestly. Yi Lingling, feeling overwhelmed, attempted to protest, but her words were silenced by Jiang Ling's kiss. She pushed against him, but as a healer, she was no match for his strength. Never had Yi Lingling imagined Jiang Ling would assert himself so forcefully. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, believed that they both shared mutual feelings and, having already crossed that threshold once, the prospect of marriage was merely a matter of time. In fact, he approached Yi Lingling with even more boldness than he did with Zhu Zhuqing, his senior. In a relationship, if a disagreement arises, there is no kiss that cannot resolve it. If one kiss is insufficient, then another should suffice, and if that fails, many more are necessary. Jiang Ling firmly believed in this adage and was determined to put it into practice. Yi Lingling's resistance diminished alongside Jiang Ling's movements, eventually yielding to them. The cotton clothing proved to be a challenge to undo. It took a considerable time to unfasten the short jacket, only to discover that beneath her pleated skirt, Yi Lingling wore a pair of fitted trousers that were slightly shorter than the skirt. Indeed, given her sensitivity to the cold, it was only natural that she would not wear a skirt alone beneath her short jacket. Jiang Ling, feeling rather lethargic, summoned a flicker of flame from his fingertips. And with a mere touch, the garments adorning both of them were instantly reduced to nothingness. His mastery over this innate fire had reached a pinnacle, allowing him to remove their clothing without inflicting any harm upon their bodies. Jiang Ling then seized the side of the quilt, draping it over them both. Suddenly enveloped in darkness, Yi Lingling, still disoriented, began to regain her senses. Feeling Jiang Ling's heated body, she seemed to instinctively know what was about to transpire and desperately attempted to push him away, only to have her wrist firmly grasped and pinned to the side by Jiang Ling. Ah! Yi Lingling cried out in pain, her delicate brows furrowing in distress as she bit down on Jiang Ling's shoulder, as if hoping to alleviate her discomfort. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, not by the pain of her bite, he barely felt it, but by the overwhelming void in his mind. How could this be? It was not supposed to unfold this way. After a brief pause, Jiang Ling regained his composure, realizing the grave mistake he had made. As he attempted to rise, Yi Lingling's anguished cry caused him to hesitate. Don't move, it hurts, she sobbed. Chapter 132. The blooming of the Hai Tang flower under the oppressive force of the Long Hong sword's brilliance. The 9 hearts Hai Tang faded into obscurity. Ah! Yi Lingling exclaimed in pain, her beautiful brows knitting together as anguish crossed her features. She instinctively bit Jiang Ling's shoulder again, seeking relief from her suffering. Jiang Ling, still dazed, overlooked the pain in his shoulder, his mind a blank slate. What was happening? It was not supposed to be this way. He was aware he had made a grievous error. As he attempted to rise, Yi Lingling's cry startled him into stillness. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know, he stammered. Yi Lingling, still biting down on Jiang Ling's shoulder, finally released her grip, her shoulders trembling as she began to weep softly, resembling a branch of pear blossoms weeping in spring rain. With his innate eye technique and the aid of the Wangchuan Qiushui elixir, Jiang Ling could discern her features even in the darkness. A cascade of tears streamed down her face, and in that moment, he felt as though he had committed an unforgivable sin, a crime of the gravest nature. Her tears seemed to form a river, drowning him in guilt. Jiang Ling embraced Yi Lingling, turning her body from a supine position to lie on her side, cradling her in his arms. Her cheek pressed against his chest, and he felt the warmth of her tears, each drop striking his heart with pain. Perhaps exhausted from crying, Yi Lingling gradually drifted into slumber, while Jiang Ling remained acutely aware. He shifted slightly, and in her dreams, Yi Lingling's brow furrowed before relaxing once more. Seeing that she had not awakened, Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief, observing her puffy eyes and the clear trails of tears on her cheeks. He felt a pang of tenderness and guilt. He gently wiped away the remnants of her tears and quietly descended from the bed, carefully covering her with the quilt. He retrieved a jade pendant and donned a fresh set of clothing before stealthily exiting the room. Instead of returning to his own quarters, Jiang Ling settled on the steps outside. The night was tranquil, the only sounds being the distant chirps of insects, while the moonlight bathed him in its silvery glow. From the jade pendant, he produced a neatly folded bedsheet, its center stained with a striking crimson, evidence of the events from a few nights prior. Lost in thought, he pondered what had truly transpired that evening, especially since the final act had not been completed. The source of the bloodstain eluded him. A cool autumn breeze rustled his garments, scattering his convoluted thoughts. With a flick of his hand, the blood-stained sheet vanished. What was the point of dwelling on it? Yi Lingling was now his woman. He had unintentionally harmed her, indeed, twice, and thus he must devote himself to making amends and cherishing her. With this realization, Jiang Ling's spirits lifted, and he rose to return to Yi Lingling's room, only to pause at the doorway. Never mind. She must be exhausted after all that crying, he murmured to himself, fearful of disturbing her slumber, and turned back to his own chamber. Time flies, and a century can pass in the blink of an eye. How much more so a single night? Jiang Ling awoke early as usual, yet instead of practicing swordplay, he spent some time with his senior sister. Offered her a gentle massage to her arms, legs, shoulders, and feet. Having learned the art of massage specifically for Hulaina, he aimed to help her ease her body. Glancing out the window, he felt it was nearly time and made his way to the kitchen. After a while, he was greeted by Qing'e, who had just risen. "Young master, you have arrived," she exclaimed, her sleepy eyes widening as she recognized the handsome young man in the courtyard. Blushing, she hurried over to bow respectfully. "Good morning." "Qing'e," Jiang Ling replied with a smile, returning to his task of selecting red dates. Jiang Ling's charm and gentle demeanor endeared him to the maids, and any young girl who had come into contact with him felt a flutter in her heart, including Qing'e. Women in their 30s or 40s regarded him as a junior. Much like Aunt May. Seeing Jiang Ling's smile brightened Qing'e's mood, dispelling any remnants of sleepiness. "What are you selecting, young master? Allow me to assist," she offered, squatting beside him to observe. "All right," Jiang Ling replied thoughtfully, pushing the bag of red dates toward her. "From this pile, choose those that are a deep purplish red, with smooth skin, no wrinkles, and the stems should be free of holes or dark powder. They should also have a good bounce. I'll leave these to you while I prepare the rest." Qing'e listened, slightly bewildered by the criteria of color, skin, and stems. But Jiang Ling had already moved on to the kitchen. However, she had her own method, comparing the dates Jiang Ling had just described, retaining the similar ones and discarding the rest. In truth, all the dates in the bag were of the highest quality, yet among them a select few stood out, and those were what Jiang Ling sought, as they would yield the finest porridge. Returning to the kitchen, Jiang Ling also selected premium glutinous rice and yam. Noticing that Yi Lingling had lost considerable weight, he surmised that she had not been eating well recently. Her constitution was weak, compounded by the blood loss from the previous day, making red date and yam porridge the perfect remedy. Once Qing'e delivered the chosen red dates, Jiang Ling began cooking, bringing the pot to a boil over high heat before reducing it to a simmer. During this time, he prepared other dishes as well. Amidst the clattering of pots and pans in the kitchen, Yi Lingling stirred awake. The intense pain beneath her brought a sharp intake of breath, and her lovely brows knitted together. After a moment of confusion, she recalled the events of the previous night and hastily threw back the quilt, revealing a stark red stain on the bedsheet, reminiscent of a blooming flower. She felt utterly devastated, realizing she had been taken advantage of twice, and felt the urge to cry, but found no tears left, perhaps having exhausted them the day before. Lingling retrieved a cotton outfit, intending to dress and rise. But while the short jacket was manageable, the trousers posed a dilemma. Just as she felt lost in despair, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Ling, one hand carrying a tray and the other supporting a steaming earthen pot. Startled, Lingling quickly covered herself. Jiang Ling closed the door with his foot, placed the food on the table, and glanced at Lingling, saying with a smile, "You're awake. Just wait a moment, and we'll have our meal." He lifted the lid of the clay pot, ready to serve the congee. "What trick are you playing now? Do you still not think I've suffered enough?" Lingling responded, showing no gratitude. Her nose tinged with emotion. She grabbed the pillow behind her and hurled it toward Jiang Ling. Unfortunately, it fell to the ground about 2 or 3 meters away. Whether you believe it or not, I did not intend for either of those incidents to happen. But I will take responsibility. Jiang Ling approached with a bowl of congee, picked up the pillow, and placed it back behind Lingling, speaking earnestly. "Who asked you to take responsibility?" Lingling, still in a huff, attempted to throw the pillow again, only to have Jiang Ling grasp her wrist. "You." Just as Lingling started to protest, Jiang Ling kissed her softly on the lips. An unusual scene unfolded in the room. The woman sat on the bed while the man stood beside it, bending down to kiss her, one hand holding a steaming bowl of congee and the other firmly gripping her hands. Lingling was momentarily stunned before she bit Jiang Ling's lower lip. "Silly girl, you actually bit me," Jiang Ling exclaimed in pain. "Next time, I'll bite your tongue off," Lingling retorted with a cold smirk. Jiang Ling was taken aback and asked, "Will there be a next time?" Lingling's cheeks flushed as she realized her slip of the tongue and angrily said, "You big-headed ghost." She grabbed the pillow again, but the force of her action aggravated her wound. The pain was sharp, but more troubling was the wave of ailments that suddenly surged through her body, akin to a series of complications. Already weakened, Lingling had lost blood the previous night and had not eaten a single morsel all night. Her emotions fluctuated wildly. The playful scuffle with Jiang Ling left her dizzy, causing the pillow to slip from her hands. Her complexion turned pale as she slumped backward, lacking strength. Jiang Ling was startled and quickly supported her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. Seeing her poor condition, a look of guilt crossed his face. "Jiang Ling, you know Lingling is weak. Yet you tease her and provoke her anger. If it weren't for having to support her with one hand and hold the bowl with the other, he would have slapped himself." After a moment, Lingling slowly regained consciousness and some strength, but she still felt as fragile as a sickly flower. Upon realizing she was lying in Jiang Ling's embrace, she attempted to rise, but found herself devoid of energy. "You're awake," Jiang Ling said, looking at the now alert Lingling with delight. "Come eat something." He adjusted Lingling's position so she could rest against his chest, using his free hand to retrieve a spoon from the bowl, filling it halfway, blowing on it, and then offering it to her lips. Although some time had passed, Jiang Ling had kept the congee warm, still steaming. Lingling lowered her gaze to the spoonful of congee, pursing her lips and slightly turning her head away. "Lingling, if you're upset with me, don't punish your body. Once you recover, I'll let you hit and scold me without retaliating," Jiang Ling assured her. Upon hearing his words, whether swayed by Jiang Ling or driven by hunger, Lingling slightly parted her tightly closed lips. Jiang Ling quickly fed her the congee, spoonful by spoonful. Unfortunately, the bowl was not large, and Lingling could only manage half before feeling unable to continue. Jiang Ling did not press her, understanding that her prolonged weakness could not be remedied by a single meal. What Lingling faced was not an ailment that could be treated, but rather one that required nurturing. Jiang Ling finished the remaining half of the congee in one gulp, tossing the empty bowl onto the table with precision. "Rest well for a few days. I will take care of you, allowing you to experience the culinary prowess of Douluo's finest chef." I promise to feed you until you're plump and healthy, he said with a smile as he looked at the frail Yilingling. Perhaps having consumed some food, her spirit lifted slightly as she softly remarked, I don't want to get fat. After uttering this statement, Yilingling began to breathe heavily. Jiang Ling, intending to tease her, held back his words, supporting her shoulders and gently guiding her to lie back down on the bed. He whispered tenderly, I'll listen to you. I'll step out now. You rest well. Jiang Ling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear that had fallen onto her forehead. Upon hearing this, Yilingling closed her eyes. Jiang Ling smiled slightly at her reaction, turned around to tidy up the meal, and exited the room. No need to waste food. Let Qing'er and the others take care of it. Hearing the door close, Yilingling opened her eyes again. Not able to sleep due to her physical pain and a tumult of emotions that left her feeling lost and helpless. Jiang Ling returned after merely an hour, and Yilingling quickly pretended to be asleep. Observing her feigned slumber, Jiang Ling smiled and chose to remain, sitting nearby to practice. Given Yilingling's frail state and limited mobility, Jiang Ling's presence provided her with a semblance of security. Even if she was not tired, she could still doze off with her eyes closed, and thus Yilingling fell into a light slumber until close to noon, not waking naturally, but rather being roused by the urgent need to relieve herself. It seemed Jiang Ling had lost track of time, still engaged in his practice. Yilingling turned her head to glance at him, wanting to call out, but the words caught in her throat. Jiang Ling, she called out weakly. Ultimately, her biological needs triumphed over her shyness. What is it? Jiang Ling asked, hastily concluding his practice, when he noticed Yilingling struggling to articulate her thoughts. He glanced outside and suddenly realized, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare a meal. As Jiang Ling stood to leave, Yilingling panicked. Well, I do if you go, she quickly said in a hushed tone. I need to use the restroom. The moment she spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment, an embarrassment akin to being naked in front of Jiang Ling slapped his forehead. Realizing he had only considered Yilingling's meals and rest, forgetting that even her most basic needs were now a challenge. I'll carry you, he said, bending down to lift the covers. No, Yilingling protested shyly. There was no way she could agree to that. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Then what should we do? Should I call Qing'er from the courtyard? Jiang Ling suggested, hesitant to force the issue. No, if she comes, it would be a disaster. What do you propose we do then? Jiang Ling asked, feeling somewhat helpless. Cover your eyes and carry me. I'll guide you, Yilingling insisted urgently, feeling she could no longer hold on. There's no need to cover your eyes between us, Jiang Ling replied. I'll close my eyes and promise not to look. Just do it, Yilingling pleaded, on the verge of tears, her already dizzy head growing heavier. All right, I'll cover them. Don't be angry, Jiang Ling quickly agreed, taking out a black cloth to blindfold himself. With little strength left, Yilingling could only rely on Jiang Ling as assistance. At that moment, she wore only a thin garment. The covers were easy to lift, but carrying her proved challenging. Jiang Ling's hand brushed against her hip, eliciting an overwhelming sense of shame from Yilingling, leaving her too embarrassed to scold him. How do we proceed? Just go straight ahead, Yilingling replied softly. Turn left. Stop. With the doorknob almost within reach, she attempted to raise her arm to open it, but after much effort, she could only rest her hand on it, unable to push it down. I can't open the door. Once resilient, Yilingling, who often opposed him, unexpectedly burst into tears. Jiang Ling felt a pang of alarm and hurriedly reassured her, allow me to handle this. It will be fine. He gently placed Yilingling's delicate feet on the floor, swiftly opened the door with his free hand, and quickly carried her inside. This time, without waiting for her to speak, Jiang Ling embraced her from behind, assisting her with her legs. A gentle patter echoed within the room, and Yilingling felt as though her entire body was ablaze. If given a second chance, she would rather suffocate than endure this. Jiang Ling seemed to sense her feverish temperature and softly comforted her, Lingling. There is no need for you to feel shy before me. I will certainly marry you. We are already one. As Yilingling listened to Jiang Ling's words, she bit her lip in silence. Who said we are one? If it weren't for you, I would not be in this predicament. How hypocritical. The matter of visiting the restroom had occurred once again that night, but by then, Yi Lingling had regained some strength, managed to put on her dress, and was able to walk, albeit with Jiang Ling carrying her to the door. With the barrier of clothing and the door, Yi Lingling felt somewhat relieved, no longer as bashful as she had been at noon. In the following days, Jiang Ling prepared meals for her, crafting a variety of nutritious dishes, each distinct from the last, serving and feeding her personally. Yi Lingling's complexion notably improved, and her appetite increased significantly. Under Jiang Ling's meticulous care, the grievances in Yi Lingling's heart gradually dissipated. The mistake had been made, and she could only compel herself to forget Zhu Zhuqing in pursuit of inner peace. In fact, by the second day, Yi Lingling was barely able to get out of bed, though her walking posture was somewhat ungainly, and she could not stand for too long. It was on this day that she took advantage of Jiang Ling's absence to hide the blood-stained bedsheet. By the third day, her wounds had subsided, and her body was nearly functioning normally, though her complexion still appeared pale. On that day, Jiang Ling entered her room with a meal. "Lingling, it's time to eat," he announced. "You don't need to cook for me every day. I'm almost well enough. You should go attend to your own matters," Yi Lingling replied softly as she approached. Yet the joy radiating from her features unmistakably revealed her fondness for Jiang Ling's attentiveness. "How can that be? You have just begun to recover. I must ensure you reach a healthy weight of 120 pounds, Jiang Ling jested. "Get out of here, I don't want to be that heavy," Yi Lingling exclaimed, a vision of a chubby girl flashing through her mind, causing her to shiver in distaste. "What's wrong with gaining a bit of weight? I want to be able to drive a tank," Jiang Ling laughed, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind. Today, Yi Lingling wore a cloud-patterned skirt adorned with embroidered begonia flowers. Though her attire was somewhat thick, her waist remained delicate, and her beauty exuded a gentle elegance. Yet, Jiang Ling knew that this seemingly demure beauty was anything but. "Tank? What tank?" Yi Lingling asked, puzzled by Jiang Ling's words while busily arranging the food he had brought on the dining table. "Oh, nothing, Jiang Ling replied, suppressing a chuckle. "You sly one. I can tell you have no good intentions. Tell me, are you speaking ill of me?" Yi Lingling turned to glare at Jiang Ling, but then her expression softened into a smile. "Never mind. I'm in a good mood today. I won't hold it against you. Let us eat," she said, swatting Jiang Ling's hand away from her waist. "All right," Jiang Ling responded. "By the way, Lingling, tomorrow is my ceremony for taking over as the Holy Sun. I will go pick Zhuqing up from the Wuhuan Palace. You should come along," Jiang Ling suddenly announced. Yi Lingling paused mid-bite, slowing her chewing as silence enveloped her. "I will discuss our matters with Zhuqing. You need not worry," Jiang Ling reassured her, sensing her apprehension as he gently stroked her head. "No, I should do it myself," Yi Lingling insisted suddenly. "Lingling, I still wish to advise you. I have already decided. I owe Zhuqing an explanation and owe it to Miss Hu as well. I should clarify things with Zhuqing, regardless of whether she forgives me," Yi Lingling continued, casting a glare at Jiang Ling, adding, "This is all your fault." Jiang Ling awkwardly chuckled. Though Yi Lingling had accepted Jiang Ling, it did not mean she was devoid of anger or grievance. Why was it that others enjoyed sweet romances before marriage, culminating in a wedding night, while she had to endure the bitterness of unrequited love first, only to be forcefully thrust into intimacy, skipping over the romance and wedding altogether? "Young master, the Holy Pope wishes to see you." Just as Jiang Ling was lost in thought, trying to avoid his guilt, a voice called from outside. What could the Holy Pope want at this time? Yi Lingling suddenly asked. "Probably about tomorrow's ceremony. I must attend to it," Jiang Ling replied hurriedly, finishing his meal with a vague tone as he prepared to leave. "Oh, and Lingling, my teacher will likely keep me for a while, so you should go find Zhuqing and bring her here," Jiang Ling added as he turned to leave. "All right. I understand," Yi Lingling nodded. "Give me a kiss." Jiang Ling suddenly leaned in, his cheek close to hers. "My mouth is greasy. I want tea," Yi Lingling pouted, pushing his face away in distaste. "I don't mind," he replied. "I do mind." "Then I'll kiss you." Jiang Ling swiftly pressed his lips against Yi Lingling's, wiping away the grease from her lips in an instant. "I'm off," Jiang Ling declared, his footsteps swift as he vanished from the room, utilizing his extraordinary speed. By the time Ling Ling regained her composure, Jiang Ling had already disappeared, and she wiped her lips in annoyance, muttering, "That insufferable man." As Jiang Ling hurried along, he encountered Xiaoyu before reaching the Holy Pope's Hall. However, Xiaoyu appeared quite disheveled, his tailored garments torn in several places, and his once handsome face was now covered in grime. "What happened to you? Where have you been?" They both exclaimed simultaneously. "I've been at Senior Sister's courtyard." "By the way, what have you been up to these past few days? And what's with your outfit? Digging a tunnel?" Jiang Ling pointed at Xiaoyu's clothing, quipping first, "You are the one digging a tunnel. We've been working ourselves to the bone for your ceremony, while you've been at home enjoying yourself," Xiaoyu retorted, nearly ready to spit blood. "By the way, has Ling Ling forgiven you?" Xiaoyu asked, eager to get to the crux of the matter. "She has forgiven me," Jiang Ling affirmed. "Is that true? Truly?" Xiaoyu pressed. "Indeed," Jiang Ling replied. As Xiaoyu was about to speak again, Jiang Ling cut him off. "The teacher wishes to see me. I must leave." He bypassed Xiaoyu and headed toward the Holy Pope's Hall, unwilling to waste time. "Holy Pope, I have arrived," Jiang Ling announced upon entering the hall, bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong, who was facing away from him. "I called you here to give you something," Bibi Dong replied, turning to face Jiang Ling. Her expression softened as she waved her hand gently, sending a radiant golden sword soaring toward him. Jiang Ling reached out to catch it. The sword was surprisingly light, its slender blade gleaming brilliantly, almost blinding to behold. The hilt and sheath were embedded with 18 golden gems, exuding an air of unmatched opulence. In summary, this sword was the epitome of grandeur. "This is a sword crafted specifically for you, a symbol of your authority as the Holy Sun. Remember to wear it tomorrow," Bibi Dong said softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but think how unfortunate it was. If sold, it could fetch at least 10 million gold soul coins, yet would remain unsold. "Furthermore, this is for you as well." With a wave of her hand, a set of golden garments flew towards Jiang Ling. "This will be your attire for tomorrow," she announced. Jiang Ling received it and felt his face flush with embarrassment. Internally lamenting, "Is this truly formal wear? Teacher, do you perhaps misunderstand what constitutes formal attire?" He hesitantly remarked, "Teacher, might this be too ostentatious? Tomorrow marks your ascendance as the Holy Sun and your formal engagement with the power center of the Wuhuan Temple. So why be understated? Trust your teacher. Wear it as is," Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly. Chapter 135. Social Death. While Bibi Dong was indeed beautiful, Jiang Ling could hardly commend her taste in clothing. The golden sword was one thing, but the entire ensemble, tight-fitting golden battle attire paired with an audacious crimson cloak, was quite another. Jiang Ling's assessment was vulgar, utterly unbearable. He wondered who the fool was that designed such garments. "Teacher, I cannot wear this. Please allow me to change." Jiang Ling's gaze flickered, pleadingly fixed on Bibi Dong. "No, this was personally selected by me. You wouldn't want to disappoint my heartfelt intentions, would you?" Bibi Dong's expression turned displeased, her voice firm, though a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. Had it been 3 years prior, Jiang Ling would have reluctantly accepted, as Bibi Dong was his teacher. But now, Jiang Ling had evolved. He wished to tell Bibi Dong, "Teacher, times have changed." Securing the golden sword within his jade pendant, he clutched the golden attire tightly and silently approached his teacher. Bibi Dong remained composed, observing Jiang Ling's approach with curiosity, eager to see what antics he might attempt. As Jiang Ling drew within a foot of her, he halted, gazing down at Bibi Dong, a distance perfect for a kiss. Bibi Dong slightly raised her chin, looking at Jiang Ling, unperturbed by the upward angle. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her beautiful eyes, recalling the timid child who once stood before her. Now all grown up. "Teacher, if you insist on me wearing this outfit tomorrow, it would be tantamount to sending me to my doom." Jiang Ling tossed the attire aside and knelt, embracing Bibi Dong's legs in anguish. His voice, filled with despair, was heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy in all who heard it. Bibi Dong stared, momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Jiang Ling to confirm he was indeed her disciple and not an impostor. Yet, seeing him clinging to her legs, she regained her composure, her lips parting. "Crying will not change anything. You must wear the outfit." "Let go. I want to let go unless you agree," Jiang Ling retorted, tightening his grip, his arms digging into her thighs. Let go. Bibi Dong commanded again, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Ling's embrace around her legs was one thing, but his head resting so close was another matter entirely. The warmth of Jiang Ling's cheek radiated through her ornate gown, sending ripples of sensation through her mind. How about this? Word for me to see. If it truly does not suit you, I shall let you change. Bibi Dong relented, seeing Jiang Ling would not release her. Embracing her legs, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before deciding that showing it to one person was preferable to a multitude. Very well, he replied through gritted teeth. Then release me, Bibi Dong urged, seeing Jiang Ling still clinging to her. Oh, all right. Go change behind. I shall wait here. Bibi Dong strode toward the Pope's chair, her legs now free to move. Teacher, there won't be anyone else here, will there? Jiang Ling hesitated, still uncertain. There will not be, Bibi Dong replied coolly, feigning anger. Yet, in a place Jiang Ling could not see, her lips curled into a sly smile. Very well. I shall go in. Jiang Ling reluctantly shuffled toward the back room. Once Jiang Ling's figure vanished, the smile on Bibi Dong's lips was no longer concealed. Bibi Dong had previously consulted a doctor about her insomnia and night sweats, who attributed it to overexertion and excessive worry. The symptoms proved resistant to medication. Though hypnosis was suggested, it offered little in terms of comfort. Another remedy proposed was to set aside all matters and rest. But as the Pope, that was simply impossible. There was also a suggestion to think of joyful things and to laugh more sincerely. Bibi Dong was silent. She once knew how to do that, but now she found herself lost. With all methods deemed ineffective, she surrendered to despair. It was only when selecting formal attire for Jiang Ling that she stumbled upon a set of distinctly styled garments and envisioned Jiang Ling wearing them, causing her to chuckle aloud, much to the astonishment of the guards accompanying her. Recalling the doctor's diagnosis, Bibi Dong decided to give it a try. After all, Jiang Ling was at the Wu Huan Temple, and she could not occupy his quarters. Thus, after selecting the formal wear, she also retrieved the tight-fitting battle attire, hoping Jiang Ling would don it for her once. If that did not suffice, perhaps after the ceremony, she could arrange for Jiang Ling to spend some time away. Seated in the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. She found herself missing Jiang Ling's bed, which brought her such peace. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, struggling to change, would surely have felt a surge of anger had he understood Bibi Dong's thoughts. Merely a tool to please her, less important than a mere bed. Teacher. Jiang Ling softly emerged, calling out. He appeared grasping the crimson cloak, pulling it in front of himself in a futile attempt to shield his modesty. The attire was quite form-fitting, accentuating his physique, leading him to suspect it was indeed women-ass wear. Bibi Dong turned her head to glance at Jiang Ling. Disappointment washing over her, whether it was Jiang Ling's striking appearance or the outfit not being as humorous as she anticipated. She found Jiang Ling to be rather captivating. Why are you holding the cloak? Put it down so I can see. Bibi Dong insisted, refusing to relent. Teacher, this alone reveals the inadequacy of the outfit. I shall not relinquish the cloak. Jiang Ling's face blazed crimson. No, put down. After all the effort I put into this, I cannot leave empty-handed, especially since you clung to my legs, albeit in a childish manner. Very well, I shall let it go. Jiang Ling feigned a heroic resignation, tossing the cloak behind him, exposing himself fully to Bibi Dong's gaze. Bibi Dong stood frozen. The more embarrassed one feels, the more susceptible they are to shameful thoughts, and Jiang Ling was no exception. Observing his teacher, who stared at him in shock, he felt an uncontrollable urge to move, as if declaring war against Bibi Dong. Jiang Ling faced an immediate social demise. Bibi Dong, snapping back to reality, felt her cheeks flush, turning away to avoid looking at Jiang Ling. Striving to maintain her composure as she calmly said, "This outfit is indeed unsuitable for tomorrow. Quickly change back." Jiang Ling felt as if a great weight had been lifted and rushed back to the changing room, finally comprehending Yi Lingling's sentiments. As he returned to change, Bibi Dong hastily rose, pressing her chest and swiftly exiting the Pope's chamber. Once Jiang Ling emerged, the chamber was devoid of any presence, leaving him alone, the wind tousling his hair. Standing there for a long while, Jiang Ling sighed heavily and made his way back to his courtyard. Jiang Ling had scarcely arrived in the courtyard when Bai Dong's associate, a stern-faced woman, arrived soon after. She handed Jiang Ling a package and departed without uttering a single word. On the eve of the ceremony, Jiang Ling opened the package to reveal a stunning new outfit. A harmonious blend of white and gold adorned with fiery embroidery, emanating an air of opulence and intensity. The quality of this attire far surpassed that of the tight-fitting battlesuit he had worn earlier. How infuriating! My teacher is truly playing tricks on me. Upon seeing the garment, Jiang Ling immediately comprehended that the tight-fitting battlesuit had been a deliberate ploy by his teacher. But why? This conundrum baffled him, as his teacher was not one to indulge in such trivialities. Yi Lingling had departed from the Wuhuan Palace and paused at the entrance of the verdant courtyard, her hand hovering over the door several times before she ultimately refrained from pushing it open, her expression a mixture of hesitation and conflict. Inside the courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing sat with her hands cradling her face, staring blankly at the pond, resembling a breathtaking painting. The autumn breeze rustled through a nearby grove of bamboo, adding a layer of poetic ambience to the scene. She promised to take me to the ceremony. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the still courtyard door, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Her body softened, and she rested on the stone table, her ample bosom pressing against it, almost bursting forth. Suddenly, a joyful voice called out, "Ling Erge." Zhu Zhuqing's spirits lifted, and she hurried to the door. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. Ling Jia, what brings you here today? Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank slightly upon realizing the visitor was not Jiang Ling. But she still felt happiness at seeing Yi Lingling, though her gaze unconsciously darted behind her. What is the matter? Are you disappointed that it's not the person you were eagerly awaiting? Yi Lingling teased, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's expression. Not at all, Zhu Zhuqing replied bashfully, pulling Yi Lingling into the courtyard. After some idle chatter, Yi Lingling pondered how to broach the topic of her relationship with Jiang Ling. Yet every time the words formed on her lips, they seemed to vanish. Lingling Jia, why hasn't Ling Erge come? Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain her curiosity as Yi Lingling remained silent about Jiang Ling. Oh, that. He was supposed to come, but the Grand Pope called him away at the last minute, so I came to take you to the Wuhuan Palace instead. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Yi Lingling remembered the purpose of her visit, momentarily suppressing her apologies. Really? Then let us go quickly. Zhu Zhuqing stood up, joyfully grasping Yi Lingling's hand. Indeed, Yi Lingling thought to herself, love truly has the power to transform a person. As Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling made their way towards the Wuhuan Palace, two slender men lingered 100 meters behind them, their gazes fixated on Yi Lingling in particular. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly turned around, sensing something amiss, yet the street appeared normal, leaving her puzzled. What is wrong? Yi Lingling asked, her brow furrowed in concern. I feel as though someone is watching us. Perhaps it's just my imagination. Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. Let us continue on, Lingling Jia. Around the corner, one of the slender men remarked lecherously, what an impressive girl. She can sense us from such a distance. Her figure and face are both exquisite. If I could have just one night with her, I would die without regrets. His pale complexion and disheveled appearance suggested he was a man who indulged excessively. The last person who thought like that is now 6 feet under. The other slender man replied darkly. At such a time, you're still preoccupied with these thoughts? You should be focusing on how to report back to the family head. What is there to fear? We can wait for an opportunity to knock out and abduct Yi Lingling. I want her too. The lecherous man licked his lips. Fool! This is Wuhuan City. Do you think you could just grab anyone at will? The gloomy man retorted, barely able to contain his frustration with his partner. Had he not been weaker, he would have taught him a lesson. What do you propose we do then? If you hadn't sneaked home, we wouldn't have lost track of her. The lecherous man scoffed. I left after we had a discussion, and you agreed. You were the one who lingered in the pleasure districts, resulting in us losing her, the gloomy man replied, his face flushed. Take that up with the family head and see if he listens to your excuses, the lecherous man warned coldly. I advise you, We are all in this together. Any sign of discord, and I will deal with you first. You. Although Wuhan City was heavily fortified, they believed that if Yi Lingling were to be isolated, they could act swiftly for a chance to succeed. The lecherous man reassured his partner. There is still a glimmer of hope. The gloomy man, upon hearing this, fell silent. It was their only option, and he dared not contemplate what would happen if they failed. A shiver ran down his spine. These two were assigned by the Lan Dianba Long clan to protect Yi Lingling, though their true role was to monitor her. Watching over a support soul master was exceedingly straightforward for them, and as time passed, they inevitably grew complacent. The gloomy man had married in spring this year, and with the birth of his child just over a month ago, he sought to visit his son. He had asked the lecherous man to keep watch, and the latter had agreed readily. However, unbeknownst to him, a renowned courtesan had arrived at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, boasting a figure that was a perfect 36E. The lecherous man had no other hobbies but this, and by the time the gloomy man returned, he was nearly dead from indulgence with women. While Yi Lingling had naturally gone missing, after a lengthy investigation, they finally discovered some clues and had been in Wuhan City for nearly a week. Only realizing Yi Lingling's presence today, follow them and see where they are headed. Make sure not to get too close. That girl in black seems peculiar. The lecherous man instructed. The gloomy man, while frustrated, complied, having resolved to request a change of personnel from the family head once they brought Yi Lingling back. A quarter of an hour later, not only was the gloomy man perturbed, but the lecherous man's expression had also darkened. They had witnessed Yi Lingling and the girl in black entering the Wuhan palace. What do we do now? The distraught, gloomy man grasped the lecherous man by the throat, demanding answers. Wait until she comes out. The lecherous man pushed him away, his own countenance equally grim. Wait, we don't have that much time. Before long, the family head will learn of our failure, the gloomy man insisted. What can you do about it? Just storm in and take her. The lecherous man snapped impatiently. The gloomy man slumped down defeated. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing had entered the Wuhan palace. It was Zhu Zhuqing's first visit, not just to the Holy Hall or the main hall, but to the Wuhan palace in Wuhan City, where Jiang Ling had grown up. Zhu Zhuqing curiously surveyed her surroundings. Yi Lingling hesitated throughout the journey, still not daring to confess to Zhu Zhuqing, continuously implying that the moment was not right. However, Zhu Zhuqing, being astute, noticed Yi Lingling's repeated hesitations and quietly remarked, Lingling Jia, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Zhuqing, I indeed heard you mention. Yi Lingling bit her lip, preparing to spill everything. Yet, fate had other plans. Zhuqing, Yi Jia. Just then, the furious Zhan, who was searching for Jiang Ling, spotted one of the young master's confidants and the other his savior, and greeted them cheerfully. Yi Lingling regarded the newcomer with a silent sigh. Very well. I shall seek another opportunity to speak later. Greetings, esteemed elder. Zhu Zhuqing addressed Zhan with a respectful nod, her voice cool and composed. Though Zhu Zhuqing was not particularly familiar with Zhan, she had seen him a few times while accompanying Jiang Ling during their time in Luo. She had heard Jiang Ling refer to him as a master, but she had never witnessed Zhan in action. What truly lingered in her memory was Jiang Ling's encounter with 8 mature women within Luo, which she learned was orchestrated by Zhan. However, as a native of Jiang Ling, she later learned from Jiang Ling that nothing had transpired, and Zhu Zhuqing harbored no resentment in her heart, for she acknowledged her own faults at that time. If it were not for her, how could Linger have sought solace in drink? With this thought in mind, she suddenly felt an urge to meet Jiang Ling post-haste. I cannot accept such flattery, Miss Zhuqing. Nu Zhan quickly interjected, turning aside and waving his hand dismissively. What a jest! How could I be afforded such courtesy by the future Pope's consort? Zhu Zhuqing was eager to see Jiang Ling, yet Nu Zhan showed no intention of yielding. I am eternally grateful for Miss Ye's life-saving grace, Nu Zhan expressed, turning to Yi Lingling with a respectful bow. You are too modest. I contributed little, Yi Lingling replied, shaking her head. Miss Yi, you are being humble. From now on, I, Nu Zhan, shall heed your commands. His words were not solely due to Yi Lingling's rescue of him, but also for her salvation of Hu Laina. Do you two know each other? Nu Zhan asked, puzzled. as he had not anticipated their acquaintance. Indeed, I have known Sister Ling for quite some time, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. Predecessor, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Are you also seeking the young master? If so, shall we go together? I am headed there as well, Nu Zhan suggested suddenly. The two women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. For Zhu Zhuqing, the priority was to meet Jiang Ling as swiftly as possible. However, Nu Zhan soon regretted his words. The previously light-hearted atmosphere turned somber upon his arrival. Zhu Zhuqing donned a cold expression, unfamiliar to those around her, while Yi Lingling appeared pensive. Traveling alongside Nu Zhan, Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles, discomfort prickling at their backs. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and Nu Zhan gritted his teeth to endure. Indeed, my realm is still too low. Little Ling is adept at managing relationships with multiple women. Yet, is it not audacious of him to allow Miss Zhuqing to come to the Wuhuan Hall? Nu Zhan mused to himself, feeling a surge of admiration for Jiang Ling. Wait a moment. If Miss Zhuqing is here, does Little Ling not know? Oh no! Nu Zhan's heart raced. Miss Zhuqing, he suddenly called out. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall not accompany you, Nu Zhan stammered after a moment of hesitation. He had intended to inquire whether Jiang Ling was aware of Zhu Zhuqing's visit, but he could not find the appropriate tone for such a question. He feared that it might imply that their young master was apprehensive about her presence in the Wuhuan Hall, which would certainly raise Zhu Zhuqing's suspicions. He was no longer the same Nu Zhan as before. He had become as shrewd as his martial spirit. Very well, then, predecessor, you may attend to your business. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, offering no insistence. Nu Zhan acknowledged her words with a nod and retreated, waiting until he sensed Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling had distanced themselves before darting into the nearby woods, eager to inform Jiang Ling of the situation. In the courtyard, Jiang Ling stood before a mirror, trying on the elegant attire his teacher had provided. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by their attire. Jiang Ling gazed at his reflection and could not help but marvel. As he contemplated, he retrieved the golden sword from the jade pendant, scrutinizing it in the mirror once more. Why does it feel as though something is missing? Jiang Ling murmured to himself. Ling. Nu Zhan burst in without knocking. Uncle Nu, could you take a look and tell me if I am lacking something? Jiang Ling asked without turning, still focused on the mirror. Ling, something significant has occurred. Nu Zhan urgently interjected, ignoring Jiang Ling's question. Seeing Jiang Ling still gazing into the mirror, Nu Zhan grew anxious and quickly stepped in front of him. Uncle Nu, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Ling questioned, astonished by Nu Zhan's disheveled appearance, reminiscent of yellowing leaves. Never mind that. Let me explain. The girl Zhuqing from Xinglua has arrived. Nu Zhan hurriedly informed him. She has arrived? Jiang Ling's expression brightened as he prepared to turn and leave. Ling, wait. You knew Miss Zhuqing was coming? Nu Zhan exclaimed, astonished. Of course, I instructed Lingling to fetch her, Jiang Ling replied. Upon hearing this, Nu Zhan was momentarily speechless, then spoke in a serious tone. Ling, given my position, I should not say this, but since you do not regard me as a subordinate, I feel compelled to offer you a word of advice. Speak, Jiang Ling replied, noting the gravity in Nu Zhan's demeanor. It is well known that the Pope holds your sister in high regard. I had heard her name even before I met you. Her abilities are one thing, but the Pope's affection is another. You have a betrothal with Na, and she has suffered for you. Now you have brought Miss Zhuqing here. What do you think the Pope will think? You do not believe that just because you have become the saint's son, you can disregard the Pope's sentiments, do you? Nu Zhan urged. Had Jiang Ling not received his teacher's assurances, he might have found himself thoroughly conflicted. He was about to explain, but Nu Zhan interrupted Ling. Wait until you become the Pope before bringing Miss Zhuqing here. At that time, who would dare oppose you? If you find yourself truly stifled in the meantime, just leave it to me. I can find you several exceptional maidens, any type you desire. Get lost. Do you think I'm so desperate as to accept just anyone? Jiang Ling retorted angrily. Regardless, I believe your decision to bring Miss Zhuqing to the Wuhuan Hall is ill-considered, Nu Zhan insisted, his tone resolute. The teacher is already aware and has stated she will not interfere in my personal matters. Now you can rest assured, Jiang Ling replied curtly. Really? Nu Zhan exclaimed, relieved that his concerns had been unfounded. He then added, however, I still believe your actions regarding Miss Zhu Qing are somewhat unethical. This is akin to an unfaithful spouse during their wife's pregnancy. When comparing Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina, Nu Zhan leaned more towards Hulaina. Jiang Ling's expression darkened at the analogy. While it might resonate on a surface level, it was entirely inappropriate. What do you mean by comparing my situation to that of an unfaithful spouse? The former is merely a matter of physical desire, while mine is clearly one of affection, Jiang Ling retorted, suddenly recalling a novel he had read in his previous life in which the protagonist had over 30 women and numerous subordinates. Why was it that he, with merely 2, no, 3, was deemed unethical by his own close friends? Truly, excessive sentimentality draws attention, while a lack thereof leads to freedom. Jiang Ling's good mood was thoroughly dashed by Nu Zhan's comments, and he chose to ignore him as he made his way outside. Chapter 138. Night. Upon seeing the 2 adjacent courtyards come into view, Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts shifted unexpectedly. She suddenly felt compelled to visit Hulaina first. Miss, please hold on. May I inquire who you are? As Zhu Zhuqing stepped into the courtyard, she was halted by Aunt May. I am Zhu Zhuqing, she stammered, unsure how to introduce herself. A friend of Hulaina? She hesitated to say. This is Zhu Zhuqing, a friend of both Jiang Ling and Hulaina. Here to visit Hulaina, Yi Lingling explained. Aunt May's expression softened as she said, since she is a friend of Miss Yi, there is no issue. Please follow me. Aunt May maintained a distance of 7 paces from Zhu Zhuqing, a distance that allowed her to react swiftly if necessary. Although Zhu Zhuqing was brought by Yi Lingling, Aunt May dared not let her guard down. Who knew if someone might attempt to deceive Yi Lingling with the ulterior motive of harming Hulaina? Zhu Zhuqing noticed Aunt May's subtle actions, but said nothing, feeling no displeasure. Rather, she was filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, who was unversed in combat, remained oblivious to the tension in the air. By chance, the 3 women met in this unexpected manner. In a state of profound unconsciousness lay Hulaina, her serene visage adorned with a healthy glow, while Zhu Zhuqing observed her with a mixture of envy and guilt. The envy stemmed from her admiration of Hulaina's willingness to endure pain for the sake of Linger, while the guilt arose from her own presence at Jiang Ling's side during Hulaina's suffering, feeling as though she had taken advantage of the situation. Unbeknownst to Yi Lingling, who stood at the doorway, her thoughts remained distant and detached. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Ling sensed the presence of several individuals within the room, but chose to remain seated outside, patiently awaiting their emergence. Just then, Yi Lingling caught sight of Jiang Ling and stepped outside, though her demeanor was markedly despondent. Why didn't you wait for Zhu Qing? Jiang Ling inquired. I suddenly feel that loving someone is exhausting. You and Zhu Qing share a mutual affection, yet because of your senior sister's presence, Zhu Qing's love is fraught with struggle and turmoil. I do not know how she would react upon discovering our relationship. She is my only friend, and I do not wish to hurt her. I cannot comprehend your senior sister's character, but Zhu Qing has mentioned your childhood bond. She is undoubtedly one of the most devoted to you in this world, Yi Lingling said, sitting across from Jiang Ling, her words spilling forth, unfiltered by her own understanding. What are you saying? Jiang Ling found himself momentarily bewildered by the torrent of Yi Lingling's words. It's nothing, just a thought that perhaps my feelings for you aren't love, merely curiosity. What has transpired between us may simply be a series of unfortunate coincidences, Yi Lingling remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you feverish? Jiang Ling asked, placing his hand on her forehead. Jiang Ling, let's break up and revert to being ordinary friends, Yi Lingling retorted, brushing his hand away, her silence heavy with disappointment. Zhu Zhuqing's earlier gaze upon Hulaina lingered in Yi Lingling's mind, and she pondered whether Zhu Qing would have chosen to leave had she not been so deeply enamored with Jiang Ling. The more she tried to forget that glance, the clearer it became, amplifying her sense of guilt. Yi Lingling's words struck Jiang Ling like a bolt from the blue. My dear, what has happened? We have only just reconciled, he asked, bewildered. Is it that you cannot voice your feelings to Zhu Qing? I can speak to her if necessary, he suggested. Do not. Why can't you understand? Yi Lingling admonished softly. I understand that you wish to indulge without taking responsibility. Jiang Ling feigned sorrow. You, clearly, I'm the one at a loss. What do you mean by me not taking responsibility? Enjoying the situation without obligation? Yi Lingling retorted, incensed. If you feel at a loss, then I shall willingly take responsibility for you. Jiang Ling replied with a smile. I am being serious. Stop jesting, Yi Lingling exclaimed, realizing she had been ensnared by Jiang Ling's words. In a sudden movement, Jiang Ling cupped Yi Lingling's face and kissed her fervently, showing no regard for her feelings. Yi Lingling felt a sharp pain in her lips, but stifled her cries, fearing to disturb Zhu Zhuqing, resorting instead to striking Jiang Ling's arm in protest. It was only when she felt breathless that Jiang Ling finally released her, and she gasped for air, her face flushed with embarrassment. You rogue, scoundrel, shameless, Yi Lingling exclaimed, her cheeks burning. Will you continue to insult me? Jiang Ling feigned a threatening posture, pretending to lean in for another kiss. Yi Lingling, frightened, quickly covered her mouth. When you can sincerely state that you no longer care for me, I will let you go. Otherwise, I shall remain committed to you, Jiang Ling declared assertively. Now, place your hand on your heart and tell me the truth, he pressed. Jiang Ling, you are despicable, Yi Lingling replied angrily, shoving him away and retreating to her room. Jiang Ling sat in contemplation, weary from the emotional turmoil. He understood Yi Lingling's feelings all too well, yet he found himself in a predicament where every choice brought pain. Once the ceremony was concluded, he intended to seek out a task from his teacher, allowing him a brief respite, particularly as he felt constrained in his swordsmanship. With no opportunities for advancement within the spear hall, Brother Linger, a melodious voice jolted Jiang Ling from his reverie. Zhuqing, he instinctively opened his arms. However, Zhu Zhuqing halted before him, saying softly, let us maintain our ordinary friend's relationship here, just as you do with Lingling. Agreed, Jiang Ling acquiesced. Recognizing Zhuqing's intent was to protect her senior sister. Yet, as thoughts of Lingling crossed his mind, he felt a pang of guilt. Lingling was, after all, 16. That evening, Jiang Ling prepared dinner, and despite her anger, Lingling consumed a fair amount. After dinner, Jiang Ling did not linger long, for the next day was the ceremony, and a good night's rest was imperative. He did not assign Zhu Zhuqing a separate room. Instead, she shared with Yi Lingling. That night, Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing slept soundly, while Yi Lingling, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing, found slumber elusive. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, Jiang Ling's teacher, also struggled to find rest, her mind plagued by thoughts of Jiang Ling in form-fitting attire. At midnight, she decided to don her cloak and take a stroll. The moonlight, pure and serene, cast her silhouette long against the ground as she walked through the back garden, the flora bathed in the silvery glow, exuding an ethereal beauty. In this tranquil setting, Bibi Dong's inner turmoil began to dissipate, and she found herself gradually succumbing to sleep on a stone bench in the garden. In her dreams, she envisioned Jiang Ling marrying Hulaina and having a delightful child, living together in harmony as Jiang Ling became the master of the continent. A sudden shift in the dream revealed a breathtaking woman in her 20s, her skin as fair as snow, with a straight nose and delicate almond-shaped eyes. Yet her expression was one of deep resentment. If you do not love me, why must you bring me into this world? Bibi Dong awoke with a start, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Her insomnia was compounded by the lingering thoughts of Qian Renxue, a truth she found difficult to confront. Wiping away the sweat, she steadied her breathing before returning to her room. She had placed Qian Renxue in an emotional void, mistakenly believing that punishing her would also serve as a punishment for herself. The feeling she harbored for Qian Renxue flowed through time like the Milky Way, endlessly cascading away. Chapter 139. The holy sun as the autumn breeze whispered through the trees. Another night passed quietly, leaving only a few resilient leaves swaying on the branches. Within the spirit hall, the tranquil ponds mirrored the beauty of nature, resembling strings of green pearls. As dawn broke, Jiang Ling rose, recognizing that today marked a significant milestone in his life. What he had assumed would be a day for donning wedding attire turned into a moment of self-deprecation as he glanced at the formal garment in his hands. For Jiang Ling, this was akin to a maiden riding in a bridal sedan for the first time, yet he felt no anxiety, for he was bolstered by the formidable presence of his teacher. As Jiang Ling was preparing to change his attire before heading to the papal hall, a knock echoed through the air. Expecting it to be Nu Zhan, he casually called out to enter. To his surprise, 8 maidservants elegantly dressed filed in, bowing deeply as they greeted him. "We humbly pay our respects to the Holy Son. We are here at the command of His Holiness to assist you with your bath and attire." Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Given the nature of his current circumstances, how could his mentor not send someone to groom him, despite his belief that it was unnecessary? Under the skilled hands of these maidens, Jiang Ling transformed from his usual humble, gentle, and sunny demeanor into a striking figure, his brows sharp and defined, orange eyes shimmering with intensity. Clad in a golden and white robe adorned with fiery patterns, he resembled a sword unsheathed, exuding an aura of dominance and power. "Young master, it is done. His Holiness has instructed that you prepare to proceed to the papal hall immediately," the lead maidservant announced, her head bowed. "What about my hair? Are you not going to style it?" Jiang Ling asked in astonishment, pointing to his own orange-red locks, which were tied with a simple red ribbon. "We were instructed by His Holiness to do only this much." The maidservant's head lowered even further. "I understand. You may leave now." Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. He realized that his mentor would not have much to say to them and would not make things difficult for them. "Let's go, Genie. Ensure that Qian Jun and Jiang Mo are present. None shall be absent," Qian Dalu instructed Jin Yi, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. "Master, if we all attend, those below might perceive it as a sign of weakness towards Bai Dong, which could significantly affect you and the young lady." Genie's face displayed a hint of hesitation. "So be it. If I wish for the spirit hall to advance further, internal strife must be avoided." "But master," Jin Yi was about to protest. "Enough. I shall make my own judgments. Let us go. Attending the ceremony is paramount," Qian Dao Lu interjected dismissively. As Jiang Ling entered the papal hall, he found it eerily empty. He continued onward to the inner chamber, where Bai Dong sat cross-legged on the bed. Engaged in meditation, Jiang Ling, attempting to tread lightly to avoid disturbing her, soon realized that it was futile to conceal his presence from Bai Dong. "You have arrived," she said, her gentle eyes opening and a soft smile gracing her lips. "Teacher," Jiang Ling bowed respectfully. "Come with me," Bai Dong beckoned. "Sit down." She approached the mirror regarding Jiang Ling. At that moment, Jiang Ling comprehended why she had not permitted the maidservants to style his hair. It was she who intended to do so herself. "Sit," Bai Dong gently commanded, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "The hair crown is far more significant than the attire. Today, I shall personally adorn you with it." She deftly untied the ribbon from Jiang Ling's hair, taking up a nearby wooden comb to carefully style his locks, speaking softly. "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Ling felt a surge of joy, inhaling the fragrant aroma that enveloped Bai Dong, momentarily forgetting the previous day's mischief. With a smile, Bai Dong waved her hand, summoning a flawless jade crown, perfectly matching her own attire, to secure Jiang Ling's hair. The process of placing the crown took little time. "Let us go," Bai Dong said, taking Jiang Ling's hand. Upon exiting the inner chamber, Jiang Ling was taken aback. The once empty papal hall was now brimming with people. Had it not been for Bai Dong holding his hand, he might have stood frozen in place, for the assembly consisted entirely of title Douluo. Even with Yu Guangge Mei's formidable strength as a 95-ranked title Douluo, he merely stood amidst the crowd. At the forefront stood none other than Qian Dalu. "Young man, did you not claim you would not become the Pope? How is it that you have now taken on the role of the Holy Son?" Qian Dalu remarked with a smile, communicating telepathically. Jiang Ling, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile in silence, acutely aware of his mentor's animosity towards the Qian family. He knew that any attempt to respond telepathically would not go unnoticed by Bai Dong. Jiang Ling's elevation to the position of Holy Son brought immense joy to Yu Guangge Mei, her delight evident on her countenance. As they were aligned with Bai Dong, Jiang Ling's status as her disciples solidified their own positions. Bai Dong led Jiang Ling through the crowd toward the grand entrance of the papal hall, followed closely by the title Douluo, including Jin, while Dalu remained behind. Upon stepping through the grand doors, Jiang Ling was once again struck by the sight before him. At least 3,000 individuals stood orderly below the elevated platform. A glance around revealed that he recognized few among them. Coughing, Xiaoyu and Yin were also within the throng, gazing up at Jiang Ling on the platform, with Xiaoyu feeling a surge of emotion. Yin, however, scoffed in defiance, eager for another contest with Jiang Ling now that he had acquired his 5th spirit ring. Zhan too looked up with excitement. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing, not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, were situated on a distant platform. Introduced to this vantage point by Mei Yi. Do not be anxious. I am here. Bai Dong seemed to sense Jiang Ling's nerves, giving his hand a reassuring squeeze, communicating through thought. Jiang Ling felt warmth in his heart, gently squeezing her delicate hand in return to signal that he was untroubled. Bai Dong surveyed the crowd below, grasped Jiang Ling's wrist, and raised it high, proclaiming, from this day forth, Jiang Ling shall be the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Her voice resonated, imbued with soul power, echoing far and wide, lingering in the air. In response, the gathered crowd knelt, proclaiming in unison, we pay homage to the Holy Son. Their voices resonated like thunder across the square. The title Douluo behind Bai Dong and Jiang Ling also bowed in respect. Jiang Ling drew forth the golden sword bestowed upon him by his teacher, pointing it skyward as its sheath clattered against a nearby stone pillar. With a firm stomp of his right foot, he soared into the air, the golden sword radiating a crimson hue. Fire dance whirlwind, Jiang Ling chanted softly. A colossal fire dragon spiraled into the sky before bursting into a shower of fireworks that cascaded down. Suspended in midair, Jiang Ling raised the golden sword high, shouting, Spirit Hall! Spirit Hall! Spirit Hall! Spirit Hall! The crowd below echoed his fervent chant. He has been outfitted again, Yin grumbled. Huh, cheer up, Xiaoyu laughed, embracing Yin. Meanwhile, Zhan fervently shouted the name of the Spirit Hall. On the platform, Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the spirited Jiang Ling, momentarily entranced. Chapter 140. The old residents following the declaration of the Holy Son, Bai Dong showcased the formidable presence of the Spirit Hall, an event meticulously prepared over the past fortnight. The grandeur of the occasion was reminiscent of the day her teacher ascended to the papacy. With the 2 most significant rituals complete, the remaining proceedings would be little more than a banquet, where the bishops would seek favor with Jiang Ling, this new luminary. As the subsequent activities unfolded, both her teacher Bai Dong and Dalu departed, leaving only Yu Guan and Gue Mei among the title Douluo to oversee the remaining ceremonies. Jiang Ling, I've been searching for you everywhere. Why are you hiding here? Just as Jiang Ling was about to settle onto a slightly worn stone bench, adjusting his somewhat cumbersome robe in preparation for a brief respite, a voice, half scolding and half perturbed, reached him. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing entered a somewhat dilapidated garden, spotting Jiang Ling seated ahead. After the astonishing spectacle, Jiang Ling had spoken, and shortly thereafter, His Holiness had vanished, leaving Jiang Ling, the Holy Son, to inexplicably disappear as well. Together with Zhu Qing, they had searched tirelessly before finally discovering Jiang Ling in this garden. Zhu Qing and Ling Ling, how did you find your way here? Jiang Ling turned around, his face brightening with joy as he spoke. Congratulations, Ling Ge. Zhu Qing said softly as she swiftly approached Jiang Ling. She then elaborated, it was thanks to the Pope's decree from Ling Ling Jia. Otherwise, we would not have been able to navigate the Spirit Hall so freely. You have all worked hard, Jiang Ling said, affectionately ruffling Zhu Qing's long hair and turning to the side to address Yi Ling Humph. I thought you had forgotten us after becoming the Saint's son. You've chosen such a secluded place to hide, Yi Ling retorted with a cold huff, clearly still miffed about Jiang Ling's rudeness from the previous day. Jiang Ling's expression darkened. This silly girl, if it weren't for Zhu Qing's presence, he would have certainly reprimanded her on the spot. However, Zhu Qing's following words provided him with a slight comfort. Ling Ling Jia, there must be some reason for Jiang Ling's actions. Surely he didn't mean to be rude. Zhu Qing remarked with resignation, noting that the two often bickered upon meeting. Why you always side with him, Zhu Qing? I want to hear his reason for hiding away and not informing us beforehand, Jiang Ling said, her delicate brows furrowing as she pointed a finger at Jiang Ling. Her face flushed with indignation, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Jiang Ling found Jiang Ling's adorable demeanor amusing. Her attempts to provoke others only seemed to irritate her instead. The grand ceremony has concluded, and the feast will commence. If I remain there, I'm certain someone will come to curry favor with me for a drink, which I cannot partake in, as you both well know, Jiang Ling said, pausing briefly before glancing at Jiang Ling with a smirk. Ling Ling must be aware of this too. Jiang Ling's cheeks instantly turned a shade of cherry blossom pink. If her eyes could kill, Jiang Ling would have met his demise 1,000 times over. For he dared to tease her in front of Zhu Qing. Ling Jie likely doesn't know. I haven't mentioned it to her, Zhu Qing replied, unaware of the subtle tension between the two. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's response, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiang Ling's face, and he lightly cleared his throat before continuing. Rather than dodging the issue, it would be better to sneak out. There were too many people. I was afraid of being exposed. So I didn't manage to find you. My apologies. It's no trouble. Ling Jie and I have found you, after all. We even took a stroll around the Spear Hall, which was quite enjoyable. There were indeed too many people. I dislike it, but this place is rather nice, Zhu Qing said, taking Jiang Ling's hand and returning to the stone bench with a smile. Seeing Jiang Ling and Zhu Qing in such close proximity made Jiang Ling feel a twinge of jealousy. Yet she chose to remain silent and sat down across from them. Gu Fei, how could there be such a dilapidated courtyard amidst the splendor of the Spirit Hall? Jiang Ling inquired, looking around in confusion. This used to be my teacher's residence. After my teacher moved, it was left vacant. She forbade anyone from cleaning it. So everything remains as it was. Although my teacher did not order it to be sealed off, others in the Spirit Hall treat it as a forbidden area. Even my senior sister and I only sit in this garden. We do not disturb anything else, Jiang Ling explained. In truth, Jiang Ling had not mentioned that this courtyard held his teacher's most cherished memories of her youthful days, when she had yet to meet Yu Shaojiang and was still the innocent and carefree Bibi Dong. Oh no, if we trespass here, will the Pope become angry if he finds out? Zhu Qing's face turned pale as she voiced her concern, clearly anxious about Bibidong's perspective due to Jiang Ling's influence. Don't worry, my teacher is not that petty, Jiang Ling reassured her. He then stood up and moved another stone bench closer to his own, connecting their seating. He gently said to Zhu Qing, after working hard for half a day, I shall take a short rest. With that, he lay down, resting his head on Zhu Qing's ample thigh. He closed his eyes and added, Zhu Qing, wake me at the hour of you. I still need to visit the main hall to meet everyone. He intended to say this while keeping his eyes open, but the sight was too grand, obscuring his view of her face. If it were Ling Ling, he would surely see her clearly. All right, sleep well, Zhu Qing said softly. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she felt shy at such intimacy in front of her sister. Zhu Qing dared not look at Jiang Ling, lowering her head to smooth Jiang Ling's hair that rested on her thigh, ensuring it wouldn't become messy when he awoke. Jiang Ling, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger, not towards Zhu Qing, but directed at Jiang Ling. How could he be so close to Zhu Qing when he knew she was right beside them? Did he not care for her feelings at all? Her fists clenched in frustration. She was truly conflicted, wishing to step aside for Zhu Qing, yet feeling jealousy at their closeness. While Jiang Ling was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt something slip under her skirt. Glancing down, her face flushed not with embarrassment but with anger. Jiang Ling, that rascal, had removed his left shoe and was now sliding his foot under her skirt. Fuming, Jiang Ling was about to stand and confront him, but then she considered what she would say if Zhu Qing asked. With no outlet for her anger, Jiang Ling wrapped her hands around Jiang Ling's foot, which was resting on her abdomen, and seized a hairpin, jabbing it towards him with the blunt end. Jiang Ling's eyelids fluttered in surprise as he felt the sharp poke. This silly girl was truly ruthless. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Yu Guan and Gu Mei were frantically searching for Jiang Ling, nearly losing their minds. Other high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, such as Douluo and Soul Saint, all wished to meet the Saint's son. While one or two could be turned away, a multitude of titled Dalu was another matter entirely. This is outrageous. Jiang Ling has completely disregarded the rules. How can he simply vanish like this? Yin exclaimed, punching a wall in frustration. Regrettably, given his ties with Yu Guan and Jiang Ling, the task of finding him had been entrusted to them. Yin, I recall a place. Do you remember that location we stumbled into with Nana when we were young? Xiaoyu pondered aloud. You mean the Pope's former residence? How dare he? Yin responded in astonishment. What is there to fear? Let's not forget, Nana is someone who fears nothing, Xiaoyu replied with a wry smile. Yin fell silent for a moment before speaking. Should we search there or report to Elder Ju and Elder Gui? Let's take a look nearby. Considering it concerns the Pope, do you think the elders will intervene? We might even receive a scolding, Xiaoyu said with a yawn. Very well. I genuinely wish to smash Jiang Ling's head, Yin declared angrily. Even now, he had yet to see Hulayina. Observing his companion, who had witnessed Jiang Ling's fierce prowess, Xiaoyu felt compelled to dissuade him from his unrealistic thoughts, yet feared it might discourage him. The two arrived at the Pope's former residence and noticed signs of entry at the door. After hesitating for a moment, they ultimately decided to abandon their search. The Pope's authority was deeply ingrained in their minds. They opted to wait nearby, intending to report back once Jiang Ling emerged, thereby completing their task. An afternoon passed swiftly, and time seemed to fly while they were asleep. At the hour of Yu, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of two large, floating orbs that glimmered in the sunset, making him squint slightly. Once accustomed to the light, he gently extricated himself from Zhu Qing's embrace. Rising, he stretched his body slightly while observing Zhu Qing and Yu Ling, who were both peacefully asleep on the stone table. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking, in spring, one feels drowsy. In autumn, one is weary. And in summer, one drowses. But in winter, one sleeps soundly through March. If I were to wait for you to call me, it would likely be evening by the time you did. Let them sleep a little longer. It's not too cold yet. After the ceremony concludes, I shall come to fetch them, Jiang Ling murmured to himself, retrieving a black robe from his jade pendant and draping it over Zhu Qing. Once again approaching Yu Ling, he placed his hand on the jade pendant, momentarily stiffening. The garments prepared by his senior sister had been entirely consumed. Just as he contemplated waking them, he glanced down at the platinum-colored ceremonial robe adorning him and was taken aback. The ceremony was nearly concluded, rendering the attire unnecessary. Jiang Ling promptly unfastened the robe and draped it over Yu Ling before hastily making his way outside. Jiang Ling, a voice called out from behind. What a coincidence to run into you. Quickly lend me a piece of clothing. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Ling encountered Xiaoyu and Yin, who were delighted to see him. Presently, he was indeed in disarray. Xiaoyu remarked, What a coincidence. We've been waiting for you all afternoon. The ceremony of the Holy Sun is happening. Yet you are absent. What are you up to? Yin, not one to spare Jiang Ling, was swift to unleash a barrage of verbal jabs. Relax. It's not over yet. I'll return now. My absence doesn't count, Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the sky. Does anyone have an extra piece of clothing? Please lend me something. I don't have any. Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly. What about your clothes? Yin retorted. Let us not ask so many questions. If you don't have any, I'll go find something myself. If I delay any longer, the ceremony will indeed conclude, Jiang Ling stated impatiently. I have some. Here. Yin produced a fiery red outfit and tossed it to Jiang Ling. He quickly donned it, grimaced, and commented. The fabric is vastly inferior to the one I had on earlier. I suppose I must make do. It's a bit snug. Yin, you ought to lose some weight. Hearing this, Yin's forehead twitched with annoyance. Of course, the previous outfit was custom-made by the Pope for you, and this one is called stout. Give it back if you don't want to wear it. Yin immediately reached to snatch Jiang Ling's clothing, but Xiaoyu quickly intervened, saying, Enough, let us hurry. Time is of the essence. Let us go. We must attend to important matters. Teasing Yin, who was somewhat simple-minded, left Jiang Ling feeling considerably lighter. Upon entering the grand hall, Yu Guan and Gui Mei stood on either side of the high platform. Below, The crowd was not as dense as it had been in the morning. Those present were all at least Soul Sage level Soul Masters, along with some notable individuals, including teachers from the Wuhuan Temple Academy who had once taught Jiang Ling Old Ghost. Do you think those two boys have found the Holy Sun? Time is running short. Yuan communicated telepathically. If you ask me, who else can I inquire? Gue Mei replied. Just as Gue Mei finished transmitting, Jiang Ling and the others arrived late. The crowd within the hall quickly parted to allow them passage. As Jiang Ling approached the forefront, he nodded to Yuan and Gue Mei before turning to face the assembly. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. The crowd chorused in unison. There's no need for excessive formality, Jiang Ling called out loudly. Had it not been for the mandatory attendance at the conclusion of the ceremony, he truly would not have wished to be present. Fortunately, it was nearing its end. Holy Sun, I raise a toast to you. Just as Jiang Ling thought it was about to conclude, a gentle voice rang out. Jiang Ling's smile froze. He had escaped the first day, but could not avoid the 15th. Something interesting is about to unfold. Xiaoyu smirked at Yin. Following the sound, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon a female soul master, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. Despite her slight inebriation, she remained stunningly beautiful. With a light plum hue on her lips, a delicate shade of yellow on her forehead, and alluring eyebrows, shimmering under the light with a unique luster. Jiang Ling barely had time to appreciate her beauty. He intended to refuse her offer of wine, yet found it impossible to decline this particular woman, who was none other than Zhang Rui, the one who had taught him the knowledge of the continent when he first entered school. Teacher Zhang, I dare not accept such honor, Jiang Ling replied, pouring a full jade cup of wine and raising it in salute to the enchanting woman. One cup should pose no issue. Holy Sun, I also raise a toast to you. We have yet to share a drink, an elderly soul Douluo soul master exclaimed. Holy Sun, I too offer you a toast. The assembly echoed, lifting their cups in unison. In the former residence of Bai Bai Dong, the elegant figure of Bai Bai Dong floated gracefully into the garden, her gaze resting upon the two young women at the stone table. Her attention fell upon the Qinquan bag at Yi Lingling's waist, along with a white and gold ceremonial robe adorned with fiery patterns. A slight frown creased her brow. Without Bai Bai Dong making a move, a gust of wind unexpectedly arose, stirring Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing from their slumber. Yi Lingling slowly raised her head and opened her eyes, only to be startled by the sight of Bai Bai Dong standing before her. She quickly stood and bowed, saying, Yi Lingling pays her respects to the esteemed Pope. Jiang Ling's robe slipped from her shoulder, and Yi Lingling noticed it. Her heart jolting. Why is this foolish boy's robe here? Where is he? Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this, swiftly turned to look as well. She had previously seen Bai Bai Dong from afar that morning and would not forget her exquisite beauty and noble grace. She hurriedly bowed, saying, Zhu Zhuqing pays her respects to the esteemed Pope. Rise, Bai Bai Dong instructed, her gaze lingering on the two for a moment before she spoke in a calm tone. Thank you, esteemed Pope, the two women replied as they stood. Yi Lingling approached Zhu Zhuqing, signaling her to remain calm and not be anxious. Lingling, may I kindly ask you to step aside? I have some matters to discuss with this young lady Zhuqing, Bai Dong said softly. Esteemed Pope. Yi Lingling attempted to speak, but was pulled back by Zhu Zhuqing. Lingling, you should return. The Pope will not trouble me, Zhu Zhuqing whispered. But Zhuqing, I still want to say something, Yi Lingling protested. Lingling, please return for now. After a moment of silence, Yi Lingling suddenly knelt on one knee, holding forth a Pope's decree, saying, Esteemed Pope, it was my fault for intruding here. It has nothing to do with Zhuqing. I implore you not to hold it against her. Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in urgency. Bai Bai Dong regarded the Pope's decree in Yi Lingling's hand with heightened curiosity, noting the robe, the decree, and the Qinquan bag. It seemed Jiang Ling had concealed some matters from her. However, today she only wished to speak with Zhu Zhuqing. Lingling, you need not worry. I harbor no ill will towards this young lady, Bai Bai Dong assured, gently waving her hand, prompting Yi Lingling to rise. Then, Lingling takes her leave. Yi Lingling glanced at Zhu Zhuqing before respectfully departing from Bai Bai Dong. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingling turned to pick up the ceremonial robe and stowed it away, her face flushed crimson. Zhu Zhuqing noticed the robe as well, puzzled. But now is not the time for inquiries. As Yi Lingling exited Bai Dong's former residence, the autumn breeze brushed against her cheeks, alleviating the warmth she felt. I must find Jiang Ling and quickly inform him about the Pope seeking Zhuqing. Yi Lingling glanced back at the courtyard before hastily making her way out. I say, are you all right? Should we escort you home? Xiaoyu asked, observing Jiang Ling's unsteady steps and flushed countenance with concern. Yin stood beside him, unable to hide the smile on his face, revealing his current delight. Who would have thought Jiang Ling couldn't hold his liquor? Don't be absurd. I'm not drunk. This is barely any wine. I could handle 2 more barrels. Jiang Ling vigorously shook his head, feeling the ground beneath him twist and turn, yet stubbornly maintained his stance. Forget it. I'll take you home, Xiaoyu said resignedly, stepping forward to support Jiang Ling. After all, he was her brother-in-law. Don't touch me. I'm not drunk. I know how to get home. Jiang Ling staggered back a few steps. With a sudden shout, the Changhong sword materialized in his hand, and Jiang Ling pointed the sword in a circle, murmuring, west, west, west. Pausing, he pointed the sword towards the west and smiled brightly, saying there, I found it. Let us go. With a flash of red light, Jiang Ling soared into the air towards the west, gripping the sword hilt tightly. The flight was erratic, oscillating between heights, and on several occasions, it nearly caused Jiang Ling to plummet. This simply would not do. I must escort him back. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow upon witnessing this, and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Jiang Ling in such a state is indeed rather concerning. I believe it is unnecessary. Even if he were to spend the night outside, with his constitution, he would be none the worse for wear, Yin remarked indifferently. If the Holy Sun were to be found sleeping by the roadside, how embarrassing would that be? Enough of this chatter. Let us proceed, Xiaoyu urged, giving Yin a gentle pat, lacking the ability to fly. He had no choice but to channel his soul power throughout his body and dart in the direction Jiang Ling had departed. Yin, seeing this, had no option but to follow suit. A drunken individual possesses an exceedingly poor sense of direction. Jiang Ling, despite clearly flying westward, gradually veered off course. The alcohol he had strived to suppress surged forth, his stomach churning, his wrists weakened, and as his soul power dissipated, he plummeted straight down. With a splash, he fell directly into the pond. The icy water surged into his mouth and nostrils, and although Jiang Ling attempted to cough it out, he only inhaled more pond water. By this time, the sun had set, and the moon hung high, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the pond with a radiant shimmer. The surface glistened, causing Jiang Ling, who had just risen, to involuntarily shut his eyes. The autumn waters were already chilling to the bone. The damp clothes dispelled the heat from Jiang Ling's body, and the water he had inhaled revived him somewhat from his stupor. How'd I end up here? I distinctly remember flying west, Jiang Ling murmured, supporting his forehead with his hand. Gu Xian recalibrated his sense of direction and ascended into the air, darting towards the papal hall with the swiftness of a shooting star. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yin arrived at the courtyard. Aunt May, has Jiang Ling returned? Xiaoyu inquired, glancing at the woman in the yard. Not yet. Why do you ask? Aunt May replied, puzzled. Curse be it. I should have stopped him earlier, Xiaoyu lamented, smacking his forehead in regret. What shall we do now? Yin leaned against the doorframe, asking, what else can we do? Let us search the vicinity and see if he has fallen anywhere, Xiaoyu stated, his head throbbing. As Yi Lingling departed from Bai Dong's former residence, she made her way to the main hall in search of Jiang Ling. As a healing soul master, her speed was somewhat lacking, and by the time she arrived, the banquet had already dispersed. Yi Lingling was about to turn back to the courtyard to look for Jiang Ling when, near the papal hall, a figure suddenly descended, startling her into exclaiming, Jiang Ling, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you. Fortunately, thanks to the bright lights of the papal hall, she recognized Jiang Ling and exclaimed in delight. At this moment, Jiang Ling's clothes had long been dried by soul power, and aside from his slightly disheveled hair, he appeared to be none the worse for wear. However, as Yi Lingling drew closer, the joy on her face swiftly vanished, replaced by panic, as she stumbled backward, her voice trembling. You've been drinking again. She was struck by a foreboding sense of dread. Ling Ling, I haven't been drinking. I just tasted a little, Jiang Ling stammered, his face flushed and eyes slightly glazed, reaching out to embrace Yi Lingling. Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or the sight of his beloved, he was entranced. Not good, Yi Lingling gasped, akin to a startled rabbit, retreating in alarm. Yet, how could her speed possibly evade Jiang Ling? Ling, where are you going? It's getting late. We should rest, Jiang Ling called out, wrapping his arms around her slender waist in confusion. You, let go of me. Why do you always act like this? Yi Lingling exclaimed urgently, struggling fiercely. She let out a muffled sound, as if all her strength had been drained in an instant, for Jiang Ling had bitten down on her earlobe. Where's the bed? Jiang Ling asked, surveying the surroundings as if he had spotted something, grinning foolishly. Found you. He swept Yi Lingling into his arms and, with slightly unsteady steps, entered the papal hall, bypassing the solemn and sacred papal chair, heading toward the inner chamber. Lingling, let me help you take off your shoes, Jiang Ling said, placing Yi Lingling on the bed and pulling off the white ankle boots embroidered with begonia flowers. Perhaps due to excessive force, even her socks came off, exposing her delicate feet to the air. Get away from me, Jiang Ling. I warn you, if you dare to do that again, I will never forgive you. Yi Lingling hastily retreated, curling into a corner of the bed, her voice a threat, yet her trembling body betrayed her inner turmoil. Drunk, Jiang Ling paid no heed to Yi Lingling's threats. He reached out and firmly grasped her feet, pulling her closer, and he lunged forward. My dear, don't make a fuss. Let us rest, Jiang Ling said, securing her flailing hands as he gazed at her enchanting face, speaking softly. You detestable. Yi Lingling turned her head away, yet Jiang Ling found her lips. Initially resisting, Yi Lingling gradually ceased her struggles, resigning herself to the inevitable. After all, this was not their first encounter of such nature. Their garments dwindled, and their breaths grew heavier. Chapter 143. This young lady has been unfortunate to know you for 8 lifetimes. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, resembling a crystal orb, illuminating the world as clearly as day, accentuated by the twinkling stars, rendering the scene all the more pristine and devoid of dust. Under this moonlight, Xiaoyu and Yin searched for Jiang Ling discreetly. Meanwhile, within the inner chamber of the papal hall, the atmosphere was exceedingly intoxicating, oblivious to the fact that some individuals were nearly driven to madness in their search for him. In Bai Dong's former residence, do not be formal. Please. Take a seat, Bai Dong said gracefully as she settled onto a seemingly pristine stone bench. Thank you, Your Holiness. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude with a bow, refraining from using overly deferential phrases, for she had once sought Jiang Ling's counsel on how to conduct herself in the presence of the Pope. A smile graced Bai Dong's lips as she reassured, there is no need to be anxious. I merely wish to have a casual conversation with you. In truth, while Zhu Zhuqing maintained a semblance of composure, it did not escape Bai Dong's notice. Your talent is remarkable. At not yet 14, you have already attained the rank of Soul Sect, surpassing even Xiao Ling's innate gifts, Bai Dong remarked, observing Zhu Zhuqing closely, who had undergone a transformation after consuming Xiang Fei tears. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to call her true beauty ethereal. Zhuqing's original talent was merely average. Her current achievements are largely thanks to Holy Sun Ling. Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures play a part, but it also depends on the individual consuming them, Bai Dong replied, shaking her head slowly. Knowing that this girl was her disciple's beloved, how could she not investigate? Zhu Zhuqing's talent was commendable, but her diligence was undoubtedly exceptional. After reviewing Zhu Zhuqing's profile, she disregarded Nana's remarks, for she held a genuine fondness for Zhu Zhuqing. The two women conversed for quite some time, with Bai Dong inquiring and Zhu Zhuqing answering, discussing her experiences with Jiang Ling, events in Luo City, and more, with Bai Dong seeming to ask each question casually, without any ulterior motive. Yet, each inquiry served as a means for Bai Dong to glean insights about Zhu Zhuqing, especially regarding Jiang Ling, as it was imperative for her to ascertain whether Zhu Zhuqing harbored other intentions. This exchange continued for an entire hour. When I first heard of the relationship with Xiao Ling, I was extremely enraged by Dong suddenly stated. Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed abruptly. She understood that the most crucial point of the day had arrived, pressing her lips tightly together, attentively listening to Bai Dong's forthcoming words. In the presence of Nana, I should expel you and sever your bond, Bibi Dong said slowly. Your Holiness, I, Zhu Zhuqing, felt a surge of anxiety. Xiao Ling is a person deeply attached to his feelings. If I were to do this, he would surely despise me for a lifetime. In Bibi Dong's autumn-like eyes, it seemed as if countless stars were contained, serene and profound. That is not the case, Your Holiness. He once confided in me that you are the person he respects and loves the most. Zhu Zhuqing hastily clarified. Bibi Dong smiled leisurely, her delicate lips curving gently as she softly replied, perhaps. Nevertheless, I have resolved not to interfere in Xiao Ling's emotions, allowing him to handle it on his own. With but one stipulation, Nana must not suffer any grievances. Bibi Dong rose and declared. Furthermore, Zhuqing, you should reside in the Wuhuan temple from now on, rather than outside. Before her voice faded, Bibi Dong had already vanished. Once Bibi Dong departed, Zhu Zhuqing found herself drenched in sweat. Yet a trace of joy lingered at the corners of her mouth. They had conversed for so long, yet Bibi Dong had only intended to convey two messages. First, to subtly inform Zhu Zhuqing that even if she wished to enter, she must stand behind Hu Laina. Second, that Bibi Dong did not harbor any disdain for her, but rather a hint of affection. As for who is greater or lesser, Zhu Zhuqing did not concern herself with that. Her only interest lay in Jiang Ling. The joy she felt stemmed from the realization that Bibi Dong, as her teacher, held a significant place in Jiang Ling's heart. Thus, she had effectively gained the approval of Jiang Ling's elder. After taking a moment to rest and calm her emotions, Zhu Zhuqing departed, making her way to her residence. Although she was not well acquainted with the Wuhuan temple, she remembered the path clearly after walking it once. Bibi Dong did not leave. Instead, she observed Zhu Zhuqing depart from the shadows. A rather commendable girl. Bibi Dong lingered a moment longer, contemplating whether to return to her quarters or head to the Pope's hall. Ultimately, she decided to return to her residence and grant herself a brief respite, pondering whether to allow Xiao Ling to manage the affairs of the Wuhuan temple in the future. Stretching her lithe form, her exquisite silhouette was accentuated by her palace gown, presenting a perfect curve that appeared languid beneath the moonlight. In the Pope's hall that night, Jiang Ling wept for a prolonged period, while Yi Lingling also experienced several bouts of retching. The sounds persisted until the early morning, gradually fading into silence, merging with the thick darkness of the night. As the sun rose once more over the horizon, its fiery glow streamed through the window. Jiang Ling's robust biological clock ensured that, despite the excruciating headache from a hangover, he still awakened. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight to greet him was the adorable visage of Yi Lingling, her cheeks still flushed, perhaps a remnant of the rain's embrace. Jiang Ling scarcely had time to admire the sleeping beauty before his gaze fell upon the arrangement and decor of the room. This is the Pope's hall, the place where my teacher rests. Jiang Ling abruptly sat up, repeatedly surveying the room, his pupils widening involuntarily. Damn it! Jiang Ling cursed under his breath, hastily flipping out of bed. His steps were unsteady, and he stumbled before managing to stand upright, a sharp pain shooting through his waist. Jiang Ling could not help but smile ruefully. Even though he could not recall what had transpired yesterday, his body had already conveyed the information to him. This time was indeed different. Lingling might truly be pregnant. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. His teacher might arrive at any moment. He hastily nudged Yi Lingling, saying, Lingling, Lingling, wake up. Yi Lingling let out a soft murmur, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, she hurriedly pulled the covers to conceal her bare chest. You! Just as Yi Lingling was about to scold Jiang Ling, the intense pain beneath her made her exquisite features contort slightly. Last night, it seemed Jiang Ling had an inexhaustible reserve of energy, having exerted himself for an extended period. Although Yi Lingling's health had improved recently, she could hardly withstand such exertion. Lingling, you can scold or hit me later, but we must leave this place first. This is my teacher's workspace, Jiang Ling said with a wry smile. What? Yi Lingling's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed angrily. Jiang Ling, knowing you has truly been a stroke of bad luck for me. Turn around, she commanded. All right. With great effort, Yi Lingling donned a short jacket and cotton skirt, but she found it impossible to put on her undergarments and leggings. I'm ready, but I can't walk properly, Yi Lingling said, her face flushed. No worries, I'll carry you, Jiang Ling replied eagerly, lifting her without waiting for a protest, feeling as if he were a panicked ant on a hot stove. As he carried Yi Lingling, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon the disheveled bedclothes, causing his eyelids to twitch. Yi Lingling noticed as well and felt even more embarrassed. Burying her face deep into Jiang Ling's chest, Jiang Ling flicked his fingers, and all the items on the bed were absorbed into a jade pendant. It was better for his teacher not to think anything was missing. Chapter 144. Confession. Jiang Ling stealthily made his way back to his residence. In truth, there was no need for Jiang Ling to be this anxious, perhaps due to his promotion to Holy Son. Bibi Dong felt rather pleased and had enjoyed a rare sound sleep the previous night, remaining blissfully unaware until now. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing had not slept a wink. Upon returning to her residence, Zhu Zhuqing sensed something amiss. Not only was Jiang Ling absent, but Yi Lingling was also nowhere to be found. After inquiring with Aunt May, she claimed not to have seen either of them. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly recalled that Yi Lingling had been acting strangely in recent days, often appearing as if burdened by worries. Whenever Zhu Zhuqing asked her, Yi Lingling would adopt a hesitant demeanor, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. Additionally, she remembered last night, Yi Lingling had held Jiang Ling's formal attire. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of unease, murmuring, "No way. How could Lingling and Jiang Ling? That's impossible." She vigorously shook her head, as if trying to dispel the unrealistic thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, the more she attempted to suppress her conjectures, the more vivid the images of Jiang Ling and Yi Lingling together surfaced in her mind. The autumn wind breezed through the room, causing the wind chimes hanging by the bedside to collide, producing a delicate, clear sound that echoed like water striking cold ice, mirroring the tumultuous stirrings in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. The sweet, melodious chimes rang at varying tempos, captivating the soul. Zhu Zhuqing felt overwhelmed by the sound, her frustration mounting as she reached out to grasp the wind chimes, exclaiming for them to cease. With a crash, the chimes fell to the floor, silencing the room, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to gradually calm her mind. Tomorrow, everything will be clear. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing sat in silence throughout the night, eventually succumbing to slumber at her desk. Not all were able to find rest, including Xie Yu and Yin, who searched until the early hours without locating Jiang Ling. Little did they know, Jiang Ling had returned to the Pope's Hall. Even if they had suspected, they would not dare enter the private quarters. In the latter half of the night, Xie Yu intended to continue searching, only to be halted by Yin beside him. Let it go for tonight. We have thoroughly searched everywhere. Continuing will be futile. Tomorrow, when he sobers up, he will surely return. We can check then. There is no danger within the Wuhuan Temple. Xie Yu understood that Jiang Ling would not encounter any issues. Rather, he was concerned about others, especially given Jiang Ling's serious problems when intoxicated. Yet, without any leads, he felt helpless and could only silently pray that nothing went amiss. Jiang Ling, we cannot return directly to the courtyard. Zhuqing is certainly there, Yi Lingling whispered, biting her lip. Then let us return to my room, Jiang Ling suggested after a moment of contemplation. All right, Yi Lingling replied softly. Lingling, this cannot continue. It is unfair to you and deceives Zhuqing. I will explain everything to her. I will make the decision you cannot, Jiang Ling said as he sought a secluded path. Do not tell her. Just give me a bit more time, Yi Lingling implored, tightening her embrace around Jiang Ling's neck. Jiang Ling remained silent, having already made up his mind. Although Yi Lingling appeared resolute, her heart was frail. If Jiang Ling did not assist her in making this decision, she would likely never find the courage to speak up. Soon, Jiang Ling retreated to his own courtyard, feeling a weight lift from his heart. After gently placing Yi Lingling on his bed, he stretched his weary body. Carrying her for just a short distance had already taken its toll, and the symptoms of a hangover began to resurface. Ling, I need to take a bath. Would you like to join me? Jiang Ling asked, looking down at her. No, Ling exclaimed, pulling the blanket over her flushed face. In truth, she longed to wash. The discomfort of the dried substances on her skin was unbearable. Yet, the thought of bathing with Jiang Ling filled her with trepidation due to the pain she had experienced the previous night. Rest assured, I won't touch you. I am merely concerned for your well-being, Jiang Ling said with a wry smile, realizing that even if Ling were unclothed, he would not have such thoughts. I'm fine. I want to wash. You should go alone. Ling's clear voice emerged from beneath the blanket. Very well. I shall bathe alone. After all, we're like an old married couple now. Why be so shy? Jiang Ling muttered with a hint of exasperation. Who is an old married couple with you? Ling retorted, lifting the blanket to reveal her charming face, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. Jiang Ling chuckled at her response. Her anger indicated she was not genuinely upset. He playfully pinched her delicate nose before turning towards the bathroom. At that moment, Jiang Ling had dressed himself neatly, and a warm shower had washed away the lingering scent of alcohol. He inhaled deeply, dispelling his hesitation, and pushed the door open. The sound of the door startled Zhu Zhuqing, who had been dozing with her head resting on her arms at the table. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, her expression brightened, but it quickly turned solemn as she asked, Ling, where is Ling? Her gaze was filled with unvoiced concern. Initially comforted by Zhu Zhuqing's smile, Jiang Ling's mood darkened upon hearing her question. His previously relaxed hands clenched tightly, and his expression became awkward. After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Ling finally met Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal gaze and spoke hoarsely. You guessed it. I suspected as much. I would like to hear it from your own lips. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, lowering her eyes. Jiang Ling approached Zhu Zhuqing from behind, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, encouraging her to lean against him. In the past, Zhu Zhuqing would grasp his hands, but now she remained still, seemingly awaiting his words. That night, the evil moon, who is my senior sister's brother, returned. We drank on the mountainside, and I got a bit too intoxicated, Jiang Ling explained after a brief silence. That night, I cannot recall what happened, but when I awoke in the morning, we found ourselves together. I had sealed Ling's acupoints, he added, feeling somewhat guilty. And what about last night? Zhu Zhuqing pressed further. After the ceremony concluded, I could not escape the alcohol and drank too much. I must have encountered Ling near the papal hall, Jiang Ling continued, feeling a pang of sympathy for Ling. Jiang Ling, promise me you won't drink again, Zhu Zhuqing urged, standing up and meeting his gaze. She struggled to articulate her feelings, ultimately expressing, I don't even know how to face her. I swear, I will never touch alcohol again, Jiang Ling promised earnestly. You said the same thing last time, Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Linger, where's Ling now? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, shifting the topic. In my courtyard, Jiang Ling replied. I will go see her. You stay here, Zhu Zhuqing insisted, turning to leave. I should accompany you. Jiang Ling quickly followed, fearing a confrontation between the two women. What do you intend to do? After what you did, Ling certainly does not wish to see you. Even I do not know how to face her, Zhu Zhuqing admonished, her brows knitting in anger. This was her first time expressing ire towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback from Zhu Zhuqing's tone. It seemed she was not angry with Ling, but rather felt guilt. Linger, it is not appropriate for you to go now. I will keep Ling company. Wait for me here. I will inform you of any news. Zhu Zhuqing reassured him, noticing his stunned silence and fearing her words had been too harsh. Oh, all right. I will wait here, Jiang Ling replied, regaining his composure. As long as they do not argue, it will be fine. Once Zhu Zhuqing departed, Jiang Ling moved to the courtyard, settling onto a swing that had not been used in quite some time. His spirits soared like the sun, rising anew. Both women harbored feelings of guilt toward one another. Although Zhu Zhuqing seemed to believe he had harmed Ling, the outcome was the same. Conflicts would likely be avoided, allowing Jiang Ling to relax, for he truly did not know how to handle the situation otherwise. Hopefully, Ling will not be too foolish. With a creak, the door to Jiang Ling's bedroom swung open. Yi Lingling, still lying on the bed, assumed it was Jiang Ling returning to urge her to bathe. Jiang Ling, go away. I said I will not wash, she called out. Lingling, it is I, Zhu Zhuqing, came the gentle voice of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing? Yi Lingling turned her head abruptly to see the figure clad in flowing garments, her beauty like snow, none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Startled, Yi Lingling's face turned pale, and she attempted to sit up, but the pain beneath her made her furrow her brows and bite her lip tightly. Seeing Yi Lingling's distress, Zhu Zhuqing's heart ached with compassion and guilt. Lingling, do not move. Just lie still, she said as she hurried forward to press Yi Lingling back down gently. Lingling, Jiang Ling has already told me everything, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's already pale face lost even more color, and she mentally cursed Jiang Ling 100 times. Zhuqing, I was just about to apologize to Yi Lingling, she began, but Zhu Zhuqing interrupted her. Lingling, I am sorry. I should not have mentioned his name, Zhu Zhuqing said quickly, noticing Yi Lingling's face had paled further, thinking she had upset her again. Oh, no, it's fine, Yi Lingling replied, sensing something was off, yet unable to articulate it. Lingling, I know my request is unreasonable, and I understand that Jiang Ling has treated you poorly. However, I still wish to ask for your forgiveness on his behalf, Zhu Zhuqing said earnestly. Yi Lingling was taken aback, her expression somewhat peculiar. Did Zhu Zhuqing mean Jiang Ling? Was she seeking forgiveness on his behalf? Seeing Yi Lingling remain silent for a long time, Zhu Zhuqing grew disheartened, her expression dimming as she said, Lingling, if you must harbor hatred, direct it toward me. I forgot to mention that after he drinks, his personality changes. I hope you do not blame him. It is fine. Zhuqing, I have forgiven him. Do not be sad, Yi Lingling replied, gently taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand in hers. Lingling, I am sorry. One is the person I admire, and the other is my dearest friend. I do not wish to lose either of you, Zhu Zhuqing confessed, her voice thick with emotion as she embraced Yi Lingling, fearing she might lose her. At that moment, Yi Lingling felt a wave of discomfort and embarrassment, inwardly chastising Jiang Ling. She could not fathom how he had deceived Zhu Zhuqing. He truly was not a good person, skillfully charming and misleading women. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, now swinging joyfully, suddenly sneezed. How strange. Could I be catching a cold? Jiang Ling pondered in confusion. Gu Xian Lingling, there is a faint scent of wine about you. Will you not wash it away? Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she resat herself, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yi Lingling's face flushed a deep crimson as she responded in a voice barely above a whisper. Very well, Lingling, I shall have him apologize to you in person. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated momentarily before speaking. No need. I do not wish to see him now, Yi Lingling retorted, her lovely countenance tinged with genuine ire. For if it were not for Jiang Ling, she would not find herself in such a predicament. All right, let us not mention him. Do not be upset, Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing said, her heart racing as she sought to comfort her friend. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shifted the conversation to various other topics, and after a while, she glanced out the window and said, Lingling, you should rest. I will bring you some food shortly. Zhuqing, Yi Lingling called out as Zhu Zhuqing rose. Would you assist me to the bathroom? Her voice dwindled to a near inaudible murmur, her face growing increasingly flushed. She felt utterly unwell. If it were Jiang Ling, she could endure it, but since it was Zhuqing, she felt no inclination to bear it any longer, especially since they had shared a bed before. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied without suspicion. She bent down to help Yi Lingling from the bed and guided her toward the bathroom. Zhu Zhuqing initially assumed that Yi Lingling was simply fatigued and unable to bathe, but upon observing her gait, she quickly realized the true nature of the situation. Her face turned crimson with embarrassment, and in her heart, she could not help but curse Jiang Ling. Yet, curiosity and confusion stirred within her. Would such an act truly be painful? Yi Lingling merely requested Zhu Zhuqing to assist her into the bathroom and prepare the water. She sat on the edge of the bathtub, laboriously attempting to remove the scant cotton dress that clung to her, revealing numerous bruises and crimson marks upon her skin. Yi Lingling furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth as she lifted her leg to place it in the water. Merely submerging herself in the liquid took several exhausting minutes. As the sun rose and set, the days grew shorter and the nights longer, with Zhu Qing donning a cotton coat and Ling Ling opting for winter attire. Over a month had passed since Jiang Ling assumed the title of Holy Sun. The angry battle had long since departed for Gongxin City, taking with it Jiang Ling's 500,000. Throughout this month, aside from honing his swordsmanship and comprehending the essence of the sword, Jiang Ling dedicated time to assisting his teacher, Bai Dong, in managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Although he did not intend to take over the Spirit Hall, he was more than willing to alleviate some of his teacher's burdens. Recently, the suppressed evil soul masters had stirred again in the extreme north, where the Spirit Hall's control was tenuous at best. Bai Dong had initially planned to dispatch a soul Douluo to investigate, but Jiang Ling volunteered for the task. Teacher, my swordsmanship has encountered a bottleneck. I wish to venture out for 3 months and shall return before the new year. My sword embodies the essence of fire, and perhaps under the extreme cold of the northern region, I may achieve a breakthrough. I shall undertake the reconnaissance mission in the extreme north. Jiang Ling spoke softly, gazing at his stunningly beautiful teacher, who seemed to cleanse the world of its dust. No, the extreme north is fraught with uncertainties, and we lack sufficient title de law to accompany you, Bai Dong replied after a moment of contemplation. Do not worry, the extreme north is sparsely populated. I will act discreetly and cause no trouble, Jiang Ling assured, moving beside Bai Dong, resting a hand on her delicate shoulder and gently kneading it in a bid for her favor. Bai Dong closed her eyes slightly, enjoying the massage, and remarked, I shall arrange for a soul de law to accompany you. That should suffice. Teacher, if you refuse again, I will not go, Bai Dong stated. I shall comply. Chapter 146. The pursuit at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. 2 riders stood, seemingly awaiting someone. Both appeared youthful. One possessed short silver-gray hair with slightly reddish tips, while the other had long orange-red hair tied back. Both had sharp brows and starry eyes, tall and clad in fitted attire, revealing themselves to be Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu. Do not look so glum. The extreme north is magnificent. It is perpetually blanketed in snow, resembling a world of silver. Imagine standing amidst the falling hexagonal snowflakes, feeling as though the heavens and earth are boundless, and no force can restrain your freedom, Jiang Ling exclaimed. One arm draped around Xiaoyu's neck while the other hand gestured towards the sky, his tone slightly beguiling. Freedom, you say? I doubt it. The journey will undoubtedly be arduous, Xiaoyu replied, maintaining a stoic expression as she pushed Jiang Ling's arm away. Let's not delay any further. Are we not to depart? She inquired, ignoring Jiang Ling's teasing. We await someone. My teacher insists on sending a soul Douluo with me. What could they possibly be? Such poor work ethic, Jiang Ling retorted. Just as his words fell, a hoarse voice called out, Holy Sun, I have arrived. A figure appeared 3 meters before Jiang Ling. A woman of stunning beauty and cold demeanor, her pallor reminiscent of ancient ice, emanating an aura of chilling frost. The sudden appearance startled Xiaoyu, who instinctively summoned her moonblade. Jiang Ling, too, was taken aback, not by her beauty, but by her ability to approach without his awareness. Despite his spirit power being nearly on par with a title de law. Who are you? Jiang Ling questioned. I am your subordinate. The woman answered, devoid of flattery or deference, her tone robotic. If you had arrived long ago, why not reveal yourself? Jiang Ling pressed. You did not summon me. You replied matter-of-factly. Such a reasonable argument, Jiang Ling thought, marveling at the hidden talents within his teacher's ranks. How will you proceed? Jiang Ling asked. I will follow discreetly, Yu stated. Good, Xiaoyu. Let us set off, Jiang Ling said as he mounted his steed, beckoning Xiaoyu to follow. Internally, Jiang Ling felt grateful for having Xiaoyu accompany him. Otherwise, he feared he would be stifled by the silence on the journey. At a height within the Spirit Hall, Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling gazed toward the entrance, knowing that Jiang Ling was beyond their view, though they had already bid farewell the previous night. The reluctance to part lingered. Lingling, let us return. The wind outside is fierce, Zhu Zhuqing gently suggested. Being a battle soul master and having consumed Xiangfei tears, her vision surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, allowing her to see Jiang Ling, who had mounted the Longlin horse and exited the spear hall. "Let's go." Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. Once Yu Yi faded from view, the unyielding Jiang Ling extended his spirit power in search of her presence. Yu Yi seemed to sense Jiang Ling's movements, adopting a focused demeanor. Although the Holy Sun held high status, she had no intention of ingratiating herself. Unfortunately for her, Jiang Ling's meticulous search led him to discover her location. Were it not for his prior knowledge of her proximity, he would never have noticed her unless she exhibited any intent to harm. Jiang Ling retrieved a gold soul coin and tossed it in Yu Yi's direction. "What are you doing? Is money just for burning?" Xie remarked upon witnessing Jiang Ling's actions. "It is nothing, but prepare yourself. We may have to fight soon," Jiang Ling cautioned. He has even discerned the subtle intentions. So how could he possibly overlook those two little shrimp? A fight? What fight? Xie was utterly perplexed. Someone was tailing them, a soul emperor and a soul king. Jiang Ling wasted no time in revealing this fact. Such audacity, daring to lay hands on the people of the Wuhuan temple. However, Xie remained unfazed, coldly retorting, "Is that esteemed soul Douluo not intervening?" Jiang Ling shook his head, replying, "She likely will only act if we find ourselves in peril." With a smirk, Xie responded, "Perfect, we can have a proper brawl then. The Soul Emperor is yours, and the Soul King is mine." Since his breakthrough to Soul King, he had yet to engage in battle with a peer, and he was not about to let this opportunity slip away, for he too was a fervent warrior. "I no longer have the desire to fight. Why don't you take them both?" Jiang Ling jested. "Humph." Xie snorted coldly, tightening the reins and galloping ahead of Jiang Ling. In the shadows, Yu Yi observed the golden soul coin in his hand, remaining as calm as a still pond before stowing it away in his pocket. The Longlin horse moved swiftly, and soon they had left the city, proceeding northward for another 20 li. During this time, Jiang Ling deliberately reduced their speed, fearing they might lose their pursuers. "Gentlemen, having followed us for so long, why not step out for a chat?" Jiang Ling called out, turning his horse to a halt. "What is the matter? Are you afraid to show yourselves? If you don't, I want to slow down and wait for you." Jiang Ling shouted again, directing his words towards the hidden figures. "What should we do? It seems these two possess some skill. Should we engage?" A brooding man asked. "Engage? After following for so long, we have yet to see their elder. Even if these two youngsters have some prowess, how formidable could they truly be? We have already delayed too long. Our master must have received word by now. If we do not act soon, we may never have the chance." The pale-faced man spoke with a fierce determination. The two had arrived in Wuhuan City over a month ago, seeking to capture Yi Lingling. Their frustration mounted as Yi Lingling had not even set foot outside the Wuhuan temple, and even the girl who accompanied her had not shown her face. After a month of inactivity, they decided to capture a disciple from the Wuhuan temple to gather information about Yi Lingling. Yet, disciples of the Wuhuan temple always traveled in groups of 3 or 5 and rarely ventured outside the city, leaving the two with little hope of seizing them quickly. Had it not been for the chance encounter with Jiang Ling and Xie Yu leaving the city today, they would have considered fleeing to escape the pursuit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Seeing that there was still no movement, Jiang Ling shook his head. If they did not reveal themselves, he could not simply walk away. He intended to dismount and drag them out. Just as Jiang Ling and Xie Yu dismounted, the two lean middle-aged men appeared, yet they showed no intention of speaking, summoning their martial souls and charging forward. To Jiang Ling's surprise, both were wielding weapon martial souls. The Soul Emperor brandished a broad sword nearly as large as a door, contrasting sharply with his gaunt physique, while the Soul King wielded a silver spear. "You're in charge of the one with the spear. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Ling inquired, crossing his arms and glancing at Xie Yu. "No problem," Xie Yu replied, eyeing the Soul King and estimating his soul power to be around 57 or 58 levels. Despite a gap of 5 or 6 levels in soul power, he was unconcerned, responding solemnly, "All right, then I shall take on the one with the broadsword." Jiang Ling extended his arm, and the Changhong sword appeared, twirling gracefully as he spoke. "Jiang Ling, remember, the opponent is a high-level Soul Emperor. Do not underestimate him. Be cautious." Xie Yu cautioned, seeing Jiang Ling's confidence. "Rest assured," Jiang Ling declared. And before he finished speaking, he lunged forward, striking down with his sword. The clash of their blades was akin to a meteor shower, sparks flying in every direction. My friend claims you are a soul emperor, quite impressive, but you hardly look the part. More like a glutton, Jiang Ling taunted. Whether I am impressive or not, you will find out soon enough, the lean man retorted, sending Jiang Ling flying with a fierce swing of his broadsword, which then carved a deep trench into the ground. As Jiang Ling engaged, Xiaoyu clashed with the spear-wielding man, the silver spear darting like a dragon, while Xiaoyu's moon blade shimmered with cold light. For a moment, the 52-level Xiaoyu was evenly matched against the 58-level spear-wielding soul master. Hey, Xiaoyu, are you done over there? Jiang Ling shouted, dodging a blow from the broadsword wielder as he glanced at the fierce battle beside him. Not so fast. Give me a moment, Xiaoyu bellowed, repelling the spear master as he began to unleash his soul skills. All right, I'll just entertain this old fellow for a while to warm up, Jiang Ling replied, pointing the tip of his sword, causing the air to tremble slightly with a resonant hum, precisely striking the blade. The man appeared to struggle to maintain his grip on the sword, which slammed into his chest with the force of a door. Hearing Jiang Ling's derisive words, he felt a rush of anger, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You young rascal, such audacity, prepare to experience my technique. The broadsword man growled darkly, invoking his sixth soul skill, sweep across the army. A massive blue crescent sword energy erupted, crackling with a thunderous presence, slicing towards Jiang Ling, sending dust flying and reducing nearby stones and trees to dust. Jiang Ling, undeterred, wielded his sword before him, twisting his right hand, causing countless illusory long rainbow swords to materialize behind him, radiating blinding red light that forced the broadsword man to shut his eyes. 16 rainbow illusions go. Countless illusory swords aimed at the colossal crescent sword energy. The fierce crescent energy clashed with the relentless illusory blades, and as the last of the rainbow swords shot forth, the crescent energy dissipated into the ether. The broadsword man's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had misjudged his opponents, and a sense of retreat began to take root in his heart. Xiaoyu, have you finished yet? Jiang Ling called out once more. I still need a bit more time, came Xiaoyu's reply. Still not done? Oh, Xiaoyu, you really need to enhance your training. I won't wait for you. I'm going to end this fight now, Jiang Ling remarked, raising an eyebrow. Hearing this, the broadsword man felt a surge of panic, his swordplay faltering as he desperately swung his blade, attempting to invoke his sixth soul skill once more to force Jiang Ling back and escape. However, Jiang Ling had no intention of granting him that opportunity. 22. Piercing the clouds and breaking the mist. This strike was executed with astonishing speed, arriving almost instantaneously behind the broadsword man. The man glanced down at his chest, where a bloom of crimson blossomed, expanding rapidly. It was as if he had lost all vitality, his gaze vacant as the massive sword slipped from his grasp and vanished before it could hit the ground, causing him to collapse with a thud. 22. Piercing the heart. Having defeated a top-tier soul sage half a year prior, it was now effortless for Jiang Ling to dispatch a soul emperor lacking optimal soul ring configurations. On the other side, the battle waged on, but the scales began to tip in favor of Xiaoyu. This advantage stemmed from the benefits of being a disciple of a prestigious sect, the superior training environment, the selection of soul rings, combat techniques, and foundational skills greatly surpassed those of common soul masters. The Soul King, whose soul ring configurations mirrored those of the defeated Soul Emperor, relied solely on his higher soul power to withstand Xiaoyu's relentless assault. As the Spear Master felt the weight of impending defeat, the instinct for survival ignited a fierce resurgence of power within him, momentarily pushing back against Xiaoyu's moonblade. Desperation breeds resilience. Jiang Ling did not intervene, merely spectating from the sidelines, which provided Xiaoyu with a valuable combat experience. As Xiaoyu countered the opponent's moves and engaged in several exchanges, he seized the opportunity to unleash his spirit skill. A sharp crescent blade severed the right arm of the man wielding a spear. A defeated warrior still meets his end. Ultimately, he shall fall. Tell me, why have you been following us? Xiaoyu pressed, the crescent blade poised at the man's throat. I ask you, will you spare me? The man, having lost an arm, appeared considerably pale and weakly inquired. You have no standing to negotiate with me, Xiaoyu retorted, raising his hand, which caused a crimson line to appear on the man's neck. No, I will speak. I will speak. At that moment, Jiang Ling approached and inquired, what is your name? I am Lu Wenin, a vassal of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. The Lan Dianba Wang Long family? Jiang Ling's expression shifted, as he held no fondness for this family due to his past encounters with Yu Shaojiang. Why have you been pursuing us? We merely wish to capture a couple of ordinary Spirit Hall disciples to inquire about a girl named Yi Lingling. We did not intend to engage you. Lu Wenin, enduring the pain of his severed limb, managed to respond. Lingling? Why are you inquiring about her? Jiang Ling's gaze turned icy as he demanded an answer. We are under the orders of our family head to secretly protect Yi Lingling. We lost track of her a few days ago, and, upon learning she was here, resorted to this desperate measure. Lu Wenin gambled, hoping that Yi Lingling was friends with the two before him. However, Jiang Ling was not inclined to play games. He firmly grasped the man's remaining arm and coldly stated, I demand the truth. I am the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and I can easily uncover information about your relatives and friends in this world. You wouldn't want anything to happen to them, would you? Lu Wenin's complexion turned ashen. Speak, Jiang Ling commanded. It is surveillance. Our family head ordered us to monitor Yi Lingling. After uttering these words, it seemed to drain him of all courage. Why monitor her? Jiang Ling pressed further. I do not know. We are simply tasked with observing her and reporting her status periodically. I have shared all I know. Please, spare me. Jiang Ling slowly shook his head. If the target had been himself, perhaps he would have shown mercy, but their target was a defenseless Yi Lingling, which Jiang Ling could not tolerate. He struck a palm against Lu Wenin's chest, shattering his heart vein. Chapter 148. And in Xiaoyu showed no surprise at this turn of events. Compassion must be measured by circumstance. The world is perilous, and human hearts are inscrutable. If they were to release him now, the repercussions of betrayal in the future would be a burden they would have to bear. This lesson had become clear to him over 3 years of training. What are your thoughts on his words? Xiaoyu sheathed his crescent blade and inquired. I will relay this to my teacher and ask for assistance in investigating the role of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. Jiang Ling replied softly. What about Miss Yi? Should we inform her of this? Xiaoyu hastily asked, as Yi Lingling was now the lifeline of his sister. It is better not to avoid causing her unnecessary worry. In the Spirit Hall, Lingling's safety is assured. We can resolve these concerns discreetly, Jiang Ling contemplated, feeling an uneasy sense that something was amiss. Despite knowing Yi Lingling for a considerable time, he had never heard her mention her parents or family. Let us continue our journey. We must return before the year's end, and time is of the essence. Jiang Ling smiled as he patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and turned toward the Long Linma. Reluctantly, Xiaoyu followed suit. In the shadows, Yi had observed their battle, recognizing that the Pope's disciple possessed extraordinary strength, though her combat style did not appeal to her. To her, Jiang Ling's playfulness with the Soul Emperor was unwise. However, she would not correct Jiang Ling. Her task was merely to ensure his safety along the way. As she saw the two mount their horses and proceed, Yi too did not linger, quietly following from the shadows. Xiaoyu, after such a lengthy struggle, you have only just subdued that Soul King. What does that indicate? You still need to train, Jiang Ling teased as he galloped beside Xiaoyu, seeking to inject some levity into their otherwise tedious journey. I haven't even used my full strength. If I did, he wouldn't have been able to withstand a single strike, Xiaoyu retorted defiantly. He indeed possessed such capability. His most formidable attack, the self-created spirit skill, Yuan Yu, had considerable side effects, leaving him drained after a single release. If it failed, he would become an easy target. When the opportunity arises, I would be keen to experience your Yuan Yu. Jiang Ling, aware of what Xiaoyu referred to, smiled broadly and urged his horse to quicken its pace. Indeed, after becoming accustomed to sword riding, he found horseback riding to be a refreshing change. Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu, accompanied by the unseen Yi since their departure from the Spirit Hall, journeyed northward. Initially, they encountered bustling cities. But soon they only saw small towns and then merely villages. As night approached, they had traveled nearly an entire day without encountering another soul. They built a fire and set up camp. Jiang Ling handed Xiaoyu a prepared meal and sat on the ground. I am beginning to doubt whether anyone truly resides in this extreme northern land, Xiaoyu lamented, gnawing on his dried meat. Of course there are people. No matter how harsh the environment, there will always be those stubborn souls unwilling to abandon the land that nurtures them. Moreover, such extreme weather likely harbors treasures. The spirit beasts of the extreme north attract ice-type spirit masters, so the flow of people should not be sparse. In this light, the extreme north may indeed be a paradise, Jiang Ling reassured, as he felt responsible for bringing him along. Then why have we seen so few people on our journey? Xiaoyu shot Jiang Ling a skeptical glance. Well, perhaps once we enter the borders of the extreme north, there will be more people, Jiang Ling awkwardly explained. By the way, Jiang Ling, do you know anything about Yui? Xiaoyu, not genuinely complaining, merely shifted the topic. Yui? I have not heard much. But I know my teacher has a killer squad called Yacha. I suspect Yui is a member of that team, Jiang Ling remarked, glancing toward a certain area where Yui was located. Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiry, as he was aware of this covert team. The world is divided into light and dark. Some matters, unfit for the light, must be handled in secrecy, and Yacha was such a team. As they drew closer to the north, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and the landscape transformed into a white expanse. Gazing northward, they could still see towering snow-capped mountains. It is said that one cannot reach the mountains on foot, and after traveling most of the day, Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu had not yet arrived at the snow-capped peaks. However, they spotted a tall flag fluttering in the distance amidst the rapidly falling snow, inscribed with the 4 characters, Yujian Kujan, an inn. This inn in the extreme north was vastly different from the hotels in the capital. Constructed from Qian wood into a 2-story building that appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet could accommodate dozens of guests. The building was accompanied by 2 courtyards for storage and stabling horses. Lacking the grandeur of a hotel, it offered only practicality and simplicity. Furthermore, while Qian wood is unsuitable for building houses, it was perfectly suited for the harsh northern climate. It looks like a black shop, Xiaoyu remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the inn. Indeed, a shop emerging so abruptly raises suspicions in anyone's heart, regardless of the establishment's dubious reputation. I am merely grateful to finally enjoy a restful sleep and a hearty meal. If their intentions truly lean towards malice, I shall have no choice but to wield my sword to discern right from wrong. Jiang Ling stretched his weary limbs after a prolonged ride, his joints cracking audibly. Let's proceed, he declared, tightening the reins and galloping towards the inn, with Xiaoyu closely following. The closer they approached, the more Jiang Ling sensed something amiss. A faint scent of blood permeated the air. What? Xiaoyu asked, taken aback. Despite the frigid atmosphere, Jiang Ling discerned the unmistakable metallic tang. His eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as he surveyed the inn's interior, muttering, "It truly is a den of iniquity." Xiaoyu, hurry up, Jiang Ling shouted, leaping into the air and soaring forward on his sword. Xiaoyu, lacking Jiang Ling's acute senses, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, yet felt an inexplicable urgency, spurring his steed to quicken its pace. Inside the inn, a fierce battle raged on. The establishment was crowded, with approximately 30 individuals present, most of whom appeared to be anything but patrons. Roughly 20 burly men, clad in coarse cotton garments, were all soul masters of varying abilities. Their white soul rings scattered in abundance, with the most formidable among them being a soul emperor, accompanied by 2 soul kings. At that moment, apart from the 3 of them, the remaining assailants were besieging 6 women adorned in blue dresses. Among these women, 2 appeared to be in their 30s. Though not extraordinary in appearance, they were remarkably well-preserved, exuding a lingering charm. The other 4 were much younger, resembling maidens. The 2 middle-aged women were encircled by 7 soul rings, revealing them as 2 soul saints, while among the remaining 4 women, 1 was a soul sect member and 3 were soul venerates, all boasting optimal soul ring configurations. Each of the six possessed considerable soul power, yet the circumstances were dire. Chapter 149. The martial spirits were commendable, but the individuals were lacking. The six women staggered, with the three soul venerates barely able to maintain their footing. The two soul saints and the soul sect girl shielded the other three, united against the onslaught. Their bodies bore numerous wounds. One soul saint had even been stabbed in the abdomen, a deep crimson gash marking her flesh. For those of lower rank or possessing less effective soul techniques, their offensive capabilities paled in comparison to wielding a hefty machete or a long spear. Brother, we have struck gold this time. It has been ages since we encountered such enchanting women. Judging by their attire, they are certainly of noble lineage, and they must possess a plethora of valuable possessions, remarked one onlooker, his gaze fixated on the soul sect girl, his eyes gleaming with lewd intent. The other two, however, disregarded the lustful comments of their companion. Truly remarkable. These soul saints possess resilience even after consuming our concocted sedatives, noted the second-in-command, observing the skirmish. They must be instructors from an academy, lacking streetwise experience, easily succumbing to our drug. The higher their soul power, the more potent the effects. The more they exert their abilities, the quicker the drug takes hold. Soon, they shall be at our mercy. Let's wait a moment longer to see if the two soul saints have any tricks left, the third-in-command stated coldly, indifferent to the fate of his fallen subordinates. Another bandit collapsed, and one of the soul saints sustained yet another wound, while the soul sect girl was struck by a spear, piercing her shoulder. The third-in-command's eyelid twitched. Had it not been for the presence of the elder brother, he would have slain one of his men on the spot. Elders, I believe the two soul saints have reached their limits. Let the third brother finish this battle, he implored, bowing respectfully to his companions. Be cautious, the elder brother cautioned, yet his tone lacked genuine concern. Understood, the third-in-command replied, raising his gaze towards the women, licking his lips in a rather lascivious manner. He summoned his martial spirit, a sleek iron rod, and unleashed a formidable strike towards the two soul saints. At present, the two soul saints struggled to maintain their martial spirit status. How could they withstand the full force of a soul king's blow? They were sent crashing into the wall, collapsing helplessly, entirely devoid of combat capability. Third brother is mighty. Third brother is mighty. The onlookers cheered, their voices resounding with enthusiasm, feeding the third-in-command's ego. He then turned his attention to the soul sect girl, whose pale face betrayed her injury, her eyes narrowing like a predator stalking its prey. Look at those enticing lips. It would be a waste not to hear a tune from them, he leered, reaching to loosen his belt, while the surrounding individuals appeared unfazed. The other two commanders merely cast him a glance before moving towards the two soul saints. Bingya! The two beautiful women in the corner cried out in despair, struggling to rise, yet their bodies felt as though they were falling apart, each movement igniting excruciating pain. Elder sister, the three captives cried in unison. Meanwhile, the girl named Binger, though pallid, remained steadfast, retreating unsteadily. The third-in-command finally unfastened his belt, his gaze brimming with desire as it fell upon the girl. Even thieves have their code. Murder should be swift and clean, devoid of depravity. Jiang Ling's voice sliced through the air, dripping with disdain and contempt. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared before the girl. Jiang Ling's sudden emergence silenced the inn, the two injured women perceiving hope in the arrival of a savior, only to be disheartened by Jiang Ling's youthfulness. The two commanders halted, their brows furrowing in confusion, unable to fathom how he had arrived so silently. Bingya, gazing at the youth who had appeared before her, felt her strength drain away, her dagger slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. She collapsed, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. No matter how composed she tried to be, she was merely 16 and terrified, had Jiang Ling not intervened. That dagger would have brought her life to a tragic end. The third-in-command was equally astonished, taken aback by Jiang Ling's silent approach, anger bubbling within him at the disruption of his vile intentions. He summoned his iron rod once more, furious. With a surge of soul power, he unleashed his fifth soul technique, a blinding silver light erupting as he swung the rod down like a colossal peak. Only appearance. Jiang Ling scoffed, drawing the Changhong sword, its crimson glow intensifying as he thrust upward, precisely striking the rod and dispersing its momentum into nothingness. With a flick of his wrist, a scarlet blade of light shot forth, instantaneously piercing through the third-in-command's chest. A swift execution. Your martial spirit is commendable, yet the individual leaves much to be desired. Jiang Ling remarked coldly, observing the lifeless body on the ground. Who are you? The elder brother questioned, his expression darkening as he spoke, yet he dared not act. Having witnessed the youth's effortless display of power, he could not gauge his true strength. Having survived in this harsh northern land for years based on his ability to read people, understanding who to offend and who to avoid. Are you unscathed? Jiang Ling turned to assist the girl, speaking softly, ignoring the elder brother's inquiry. I am well, thank you. I implore you, noble sir, to save my sisters and teachers. The girl replied, recovering from her stupor, her voice weak and pallid. Jiang Ling remained silent, his gaze fixed on the crimson wound on the girl's shoulder. Raising his left hand, a plume of violet flame surged forth, enveloping her injury. Tendrils of the purple fire penetrated her shoulder for healing. Though the speed of recovery was regrettably slow, a tingling sensation coursed through her shoulder, prompting a soft sound of acknowledgement from a girl. After 2 minutes, Jiang Ling's face flushed slightly, inwardly cursing the ineffectiveness of this skill. Retracting his hand, he cleared his throat and said, "The bleeding has stopped. Apply this vial of medicine." "Thank you." The girl, without further contemplation, accepted the vial with gratitude. "Please, noble benefactor, save my teachers and sisters. Am willing to serve you in any capacity to repay your immense kindness." Enduring the pain, she attempted to bow to Jiang Ling, but was gently supported by him. Jiang Ling was also at a loss for words. He wished to act immediately, yet the positions of the girls were too dispersed. If he struck now, he could only rescue a portion, either 2 soul saints or 3 girls. He was waiting for Xie to arrive. "Young hero, do not concern yourself with us. Just take Bing Er away and return her to the Tianshui Academy. They will surely reward you handsomely," a middle-aged woman insisted, misjudging Jiang Ling's capabilities, believing he could not defeat so many foes. "Teacher." The girl named Bing Er could no longer contain herself, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried out. At that moment, the door swung open, and Xie stepped into the inn. Chapter 150. Martial Soul Fusion. Earth Dog Xie surveyed the chaotic scene within the inn, her gaze sharpening. Blood was splattered everywhere, with scattered limbs strewn about. The structure, made of scorched wood, exuded a nauseating odor as the temperature soared. The occupants of the inn turned their attention to Xie, uncertain of her origins. Having learned from Jiang Ling's earlier encounter, the chief and second-in-command did not underestimate Xie due to her youth. They signaled for the second-in-command to restrain the 2 incapacitated soul saints, with 5 hostages in their grasp. If the 2 newcomers were there to rescue them, he could leverage this to his advantage. If not, there was still room for negotiation. Should a fight ensue, he was not afraid, for his caution did not indicate a lack of strength. The chief narrowed his eyes, adopting a stance ready to strike, contemplating his next move. "Who are you?" the chief inquired, his tone low and menacing. Xie merely cast him a sidelong glance before shifting her gaze away. Spotting her, Jiang Ling smiled and reassured the girl. "Do not worry. Your teacher and sisters will be fine." He turned to Xie, his lips barely moving as he transmitted his thoughts. "Xie, attack those 20 men, and ensure that the 3 girls remain unharmed. I shall engage the remaining 2. Xie subtly nodded, though she was unaware of the identities of these women. The brutish bandits surrounding them exuded a menacing aura, clearly not virtuous individuals. "You young brats are far too arrogant." The chief, having been disregarded twice, could not help but display a sinister expression, seizing the middle-aged woman beside him. "Teacher," the girl gasped, her face paling as she covered her mouth in shock. "Attack." Xie moved swiftly, launching 2 crescent blades, her first and third soul rings igniting as she plunged into the fray like a tiger among sheep. The weapons of the bandits shattered upon contact with the crescent blades, and within moments, nearly a third of the 20 men had been felled by Xiaoyu, who then reached the three-girl side. The remaining men, filled with dread, found themselves utterly outmatched, retreating in fear. As Xiaoyu prepared for another strike, the bandits scattered like frightened birds. Jiang Ling, too, surged forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he dashed towards the bandit leader. The Changhong sword flew from his hand, forcing the second-in-command back, while Jiang Ling maneuvered to the chief's side, twisting his wrist and causing the lifted female soul saint to plummet to the ground. The chief reacted swiftly, unleashing a left hook aimed at Jiang Ling's heart. They exchanged several blows, Jiang Ling firmly gripping the chief's limbs. The chief's expression hardened as he prepared to match soul powers with Jiang Ling. But Jiang Ling had no desire to engage in a protracted battle, especially with a Soul King nearby who would soon regain consciousness. With a surge of soul power coalescing within him, Jiang Ling unleashed a sudden blast, sending the chief crashing against the wall. Brother! The second-in-command broke free from the Changhong sword and hastily rushed to support the chief, his eyes filled with fury upon witnessing his sibling's injury. The chief, using the momentum to rise, felt his blood surge and glared at Jiang Ling, muttering, "How is this possible? You are merely a soul king. How can you possess such overwhelming soul power? There is nothing impossible. In a contest of soul power, I have yet to lose against my peers," Jiang Ling replied, his right hand reaching out to grasp the Changhong sword. "Teacher, being heir." The Soul Zone girl rushed over upon seeing her teacher saved, throwing herself into the embrace of the middle-aged woman, her eyes still filled with fear and concern. Guli, Vice Dean, Teacher Ru Shuang, eldest sister. The three Soul Zone girls saved by Xiaoyu also approached. Though uninjured, they appeared dazed, their faces pale, especially after witnessing the gruesome scene of dismembered bodies. Shuewu, Hairo, Ruo Shui, I am relieved to see you safe, the woman addressed as Vice Dean remarked, her eyes glistening with tears as she surveyed the girl's well-being. Xiaoyu joined Jiang Ling, standing guard against the two bandit leaders, wary of any desperate actions from them. The chief and second-in-command exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they beheld the 6 rescued girls. The previously advantageous situation had been disrupted by these two youths. "You scoundrels!" The second-in-command was about to lash out in anger, but was restrained by the chief. "Brother," he shouted, but the chief remained unresponsive, focused solely on Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu. "This time, we brothers have suffered a setback. The enmity is now established. We shall meet again under different circumstances," the chief declared, preparing to depart. He was not truly afraid of Jiang Ling. He merely felt that the two were somewhat ominous, appearing youthful yet merciless in their actions. Most importantly, the effects of the sedative would wear off in an hour, and if they did not leave now, they would soon face the wrath of 2 enraged soul saints. "Wait, you claim enmity has been established, so we are now enemies. Do you truly believe I would allow you to depart?" Jiang Ling interjected suddenly, raising his left hand to conjure a crimson barrier that enveloped the entire inn. The chief noticed Jiang Ling's movement, his expression darkening as he croaked ominously, "You truly believe you can thwart me? Do not let your arrogance be your downfall." As his words fell, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, slowly descended, forming an optimal configuration. The chief stepped forward, and with that single step, a suffocating pressure filled the air, akin to being trapped in a summer storm, rendering it difficult to breathe. Even the flickering oil lamps within the inn began to dim, as if they might extinguish at any moment. While Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu were unperturbed, the 6 girls, nearly depleted of soul power, struggled to withstand the oppressive force. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, pointing his sword at the chief as 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, descended in a configuration never before witnessed, countering the chief's pressure. Calmly, he proclaimed, "As I said, you shall not leave today." The individuals from Tian Shui Academy sheltered behind Jiang Ling, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of this striking youth and his soul rings. The 3 Soul Zone girls could not help but cover their slightly parted mouths in disbelief, shocked that someone had transcended the limits of soul ring absorption. Though they had witnessed it numerous times, Xiaoyu could not help but utter a curse under her breath. Truly absurd. The leader momentarily lost his focus, but quickly regained his composure, his expression as cold as ice. This was not a moment for astonishment. Jiang Ling's attitude made it clear that this battle was inevitable. Since it could not be avoided, a swift resolution was necessary. Second brother, soul fusion, the leader suddenly declared, tossing an unknown object into his mouth. Yes, elder brother. The two clasped hands, and the earth wolf soul manifested a swirl of earthy yellow mist. As the mist dissipated, their figures vanished, leaving behind a colossal wolf, entirely covered in earthy hues interspersed with striking black stripes. Though it appeared somewhat comical, resembling a muddy dog, the sharp, pristine white teeth within its elongated jaws exuded an air of ferocity. Youngster, with no path to heaven and no door to hell, since you seek your own demise. My brother, and I shall grant your wish. The giant wolf proclaimed, roaring at the crowd. Chapter 151. It turns out to be what Xiaoyu wore a grave expression, tightly gripping the moon blade in her hand. Being capable of soul fusion with her sister, she understood all too well that this technique was far more complex than mere addition. Moreover, the one performing it was a soul emperor. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. Even a bandit robbing a dilapidated and could execute soul fusion. Had it become so trivial? Xiaoyu, the shield has been lifted. Take them away, Jiang Ling declared, his sword held across his chest, the blade igniting with innate fire as he cast a glance at Xiaoyu. The power of this enormous earth wolf was at least on par with the soul sage, and Xiaoyu posed little threat. Facing such a formidable opponent required his utmost effort, leaving no energy to concern himself with Xiaoyu and the others. At this point, it is sufficient. We can save them, but there is no need to place ourselves in danger. With our strength, leaving will be effortless, Jiang Ling conveyed swiftly. Rest assured, I am mindful. A mere muddy dog cannot stir up any trouble, Jiang Ling responded telepathically. Before Xiaoyu could relay further thoughts, the earth wolf had no intention of granting opportunities. Striking down with a claw. Be careful. Jiang Ling flipped his left hand, a gentle wave of soul power blowing towards the crowd, pushing them out of harm's way. Seven Suns' divine art, golden bell shield. With the golden bell shield providing a moment's respite, Jiang Ling evaded the wolf's claw and remarked to Xiaoyu, take them away. Do not linger here and hinder me. Seeing Jiang Ling was resolute in his determination to save these people, Xiaoyu bit her lip in frustration and shouted to the crowd. Follow me. Young hero, be cautious. A girl named Binger exclaimed, concern evident in her eyes. Having been saved by him, she felt they should face danger together. But with her teacher and sisters beside her, all lacking combat capability, remaining would only hinder him. Though she felt guilty, reason dictated that this was not the time for recklessness. She engraved the appearance of the two brothers in her mind, whispering to herself, benefactor, I, Shui Binger, vow that if you encounter misfortune, I shall make them pay. Shui Binger struggled to rise, assisting her teacher nearby. Weisstein, big sister Ruoshui cannot move. Her injuries are too severe, a girl named Ruoshui sobbed. Ruoshui was indeed the soul sage who had suffered abdominal injuries, although she had received hemostatic medicine. She had lost too much blood and had fallen unconscious. Xiaoyu, noticing the unconscious Ruoshui, bypassed the girl named Ruoshui and lifted her, urging, do not delay. We must leave quickly. Once they exited the inn, Jiang Ling sighed in relief. He had been tirelessly preventing the earth wolf from attacking the crowd of Tian Shui, and it had been quite exhausting. Gazing at the snarling earth wolf, he raised his voice slightly. Muddy dog, let's enjoy a proper game. It is a wolf, not a dog. You scoundrel. I will tear you apart. The earth wolf roared, unleashing a barrage of claw strikes. Jiang Ling dodged where possible, and where he could not. He cleaved through with his sword, displaying no signs of pressure, taunting, not bad. Is that what you call a dog claw? Bring it on. You bastard. Ah. The earth wolf's eyes turned crimson, its breath heavy, charging at Jiang Ling recklessly. Jiang Ling sensed something amiss. There was an underlying strangeness to this beast. He furrowed his brow and murmured, indeed, there is something wrong. These attacks are unorthodox. From the very first clash, He detected that the soul fusion of these two individuals was unlike anything he had encountered before. Missing multiple attacks only fueled their rage, seemingly retaining bestial instincts. Jiang Ling's provocation had fully awakened the beast within, leaving him to ponder whether the giant wolf was under the control of the Soul Emperor and Soul King, or if the two had succumbed to their primal nature. Xiaoyu guided the group for several miles before stopping. Esteemed guests, I shall escort you no further. Here are some superior healing potions. I must go retrieve my friend. We shall part ways here. Until we meet again, Xiaoyu announced, placing Ruoshui down and handing out several potion vials to the group. Young hero, wait. The effects of the sedative in our bodies will soon wear off. Once I recover my soul power, I will accompany you, Vice Dean Jiang Ling interjected. Thank you for your kind offer, but once you recover, please take them away swiftly. Those two cannot harm my friend, Xiaoyu declined, turning to leave. Though Xiaoyu's tone was curt, the Tian Shui group bore no resentment. Their lives had been saved by her, so what right did they have to be upset? Xiaoyu's words stemmed not from doubt in Jiang Ling's capabilities, but from trust in Yu Yi's judgment. No matter how cold and indifferent the character of Yasha may be, protecting Jiang Ling was a direct order from the Pope, one they could not defy. Xiaoyu, what you said earlier, will that young hero truly be safe? Shui Binger hurried after her, inquiring. Xiao Ruoshui followed, closely behind. Xiaoyu's name had been spoken by the one who had rescued her in the inn. It is true, Xiaoyu replied, reluctant to waste time on such inquiries. Yet seeing Shui Binger's beauty and genuine concern softened her resolve. After a brief pause, she added, his name is Jiang Ling, Jiang from Jiang Shui, and Ling from Lingmu. The composed and reserved Shui Binger could not help but feel a tinge of annoyance at such a peculiar introduction, but nonetheless expressed her gratitude. Xiaoyu nodded, preparing to depart. Xiaoyu, I am Qiu Ruoshui. Thank you for saving me. May we meet again, Qiu Ruoshui stammered. Having deliberated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to speak, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Until we meet again, Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, turning to leave. Qiu Ruoshui felt a pang of disappointment at Xiaoyu's lack of regard for her words. Beside her, Shui Binger couldn't help but chuckle, comforting her sister with a gentle embrace. By the way, your face is flushed. It seems like you have a fever. This medicine can treat colds. Take it. Just as Qiu Ruoshui was feeling dejected, Xiaoyu returned, placing a porcelain vial in her hand and then swiftly darting towards the inn. Qiu Ruoshui stared at the vial in her hand, momentarily dazed, her face growing even warmer as she murmured, so, he is just a blockhead. Big sister, why are you staring at me? Qiu Ruoshui turned to see Shui Binger looking at her intently, feeling somewhat guilty. It's nothing. You mentioned you had a fever, so I wanted to see how serious it was. Having escaped a life-and-death crisis, her mood lightened, and she couldn't resist teasing. Big sister, you're mocking me again. Qiu Ruoshui's embarrassment deepened as she playfully reached for Shui Binger. In the midst of their playful scuffle, Shui Binger inadvertently tugged at the wound on her shoulder, causing her to gasp in shock. Elder sister, I'm fine. Chapter 152. Avalanche at the inn. Jiang Ling narrowly evaded the sharp fangs of the earth wolf, only to be struck by its claw, crashing through the wall and tumbling into the courtyard. The Changhong sword carved a long trench into the ground, finally halting the backward momentum of his body. The earth wolf, having lost its human rationality, was no longer under the control of its soul master, abandoning the master's varied combat styles in exchange for a more formidable power. Jiang Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the now fully revealed beastly aspect of the earth wolf. The innate fire swirling around the Changhong sword intensified, flowing like molten lava. The temperature surged sharply, causing the ice and snow to melt into water, which evaporated rapidly. You're a beast, huh? You are far easier to deal with than a soul master, Jiang Ling declared, with violence against violence. If you revel in brutality, I shall deliver the utmost ferocity. The Changhong sword stood before him, vibrating fiercely, its crimson blade casting a fiery glow around Jiang Ling. The azure blade measured no more than 3 feet, yet its sword aura was immeasurable, shooting straight into the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Even the bloodthirsty eyes of the earth wolf revealed a glimmer of fear, yearning to escape. Yet it was ensnared by the sword aura, which left deep gashes upon its body, capable of slicing through gold and jade. Fire dance whirlwind. Jiang Ling grasped the Changhong sword and soared into the sky, uttering a soft chant. From a distance, Xie, returning to the inn with the others from Tianshui, caught sight of a radiant crimson glow rising from the inn. Though he did not approach closely, the pervasive sword aura sent chills down his spine. He witnessed the sky being torn asunder by the red light, which morphed into a colossal vortex, cascading down from the heavens. When everything settled, no trace of the inn remained, save for a deep pit surrounded by desolation. Even the two dragon-scaled horses had vanished without a trace. Stunned, Xie stood frozen, the astonishment lingering in his eyes. Nearby, snow slid from the branches above, landing upon his head, yet he remained oblivious. Not only Xie, but also Yu Yi, who had been covertly protecting Jiang Ling, stared wide-eyed, murmuring, "Is this truly an attack unleashed by a soul king? Jiang Ling, are you unharmed? Was that attack genuinely your doing?" Xie hastened to Jiang Ling's side, bombarding him with questions. Yet, Jiang Ling stood in silence, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Jiang Ling? Xie, perceiving his silence, feared he was injured and reached out to push him. "Do not disturb him. He is in enlightenment," Yu Yi interjected coldly, having appeared out of nowhere, her hand firmly on Xieyu's shoulder. Enlightenment? A day later, Xieyue and Jiang Ling continued their journey northward. The previous day's singular sword strike had invoked a phenomenon that obliterated the inn and their mounts. Yet they had fortunately reached the extreme northern territory. Drawing closer to their destination, Jiang Ling, having reached another moment of enlightenment, touched upon the enigmatic realm, yet remained unable to master it. He surmised that his prowess was still insufficient for control. Thus, he resolved to methodically cultivate, believing that upon achieving the rank of sole emperor, mastery of the realm would naturally follow. Their expedition had already accomplished one of its objectives, easing Jiang Ling's heart. Thankfully, the extreme north was free from snowfall. Otherwise, they would have faced months of perilous blizzards capable of burying them. Without their mounts, Jiang Ling refrained from using his sword, as the landscape was obscured in a vast white expanse. Ascending into the air could easily lead to disorientation, while the frigid winds and dense snowflakes required considerable soul power to withstand. In a place where misfortune could strike at any moment, every ounce of soul power was of paramount importance. To avoid becoming separated from Jiang Ling, Yu Yi chose to accompany him on the journey. As they ventured further north, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Jiang Ling frequently encountered soul beasts encased in ice, and even humans were not exempt. The trio donned new attire, with the exception of their eyes, which remained exposed as they wrapped themselves tightly against the cold. This was not merely to fend off the biting winds laden with frost and snow, but also to conceal their identities. Strangely, as they approached the extreme north, the number of soul masters began to increase. Occasionally, they glimpsed the smoke rising from local homes, adding splashes of color to the otherwise pristine white landscape. Prompting smiles from Jiang Ling and Xie, it signified the possibility of a warm meal, a restful sleep, and perhaps even a hot bath. Jiang Ling, we are merely 300 miles from Hanshuang City. If we continue along this path, we will encounter the Tongtian River, which we must cross. Otherwise, we will have to take a detour, extending our journey by at least 200 miles, Xie stated, studying the map intently for a long while before speaking. How wide is the Tongtian River? Jiang Ling inquired. At least 100 zhang, Xie replied. No worries, short distance flight on the sword is not easily disorienting. We shall proceed straight, Jiang Ling reassured, his expression relaxing. Yu Yi stood silently beside them, listening to their discussion. If not for her conspicuous presence, she seemed as though she could meld into the swirling winds and snow, a testament to her skills as an assassin. Then let us continue on, Xie declared, stowing the map. Jiang Ling nodded, but suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble. Initially faint, the tremors grew increasingly intense. Jiang Ling's expression shifted, and he spoke in a grave tone, an avalanche. The Changhong sword appeared at his feet as he swiftly lifted Xieyu, while Yu Yi leaped lightly, positioning herself behind Jiang Ling as the sword rose sharply. In an instant, the ground where they had just stood was engulfed by a surge of frost and snow, erasing all traces of their presence. Had Jiang Ling hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have been buried beneath the avalanche. He suddenly recalled the ice sculptures they had encountered along the way, likely victims of the very avalanche that now threatened them. Before such a natural disaster, even soul masters appeared shockingly insignificant. Xieyu's complexion paled as he spoke, still haunted by the near miss. Jiang Ling gazed downward at the snow, which swirled like a white dragon, roaring past and consuming everything in its path, leaving him in somber silence. Jiang Ling ascended on his sword, moving cautiously forward until the avalanche gradually subsided, finally descending to safety. The group from Tianshui Academy, also en route to Hanshuang City, fortuitously escaped the avalanche, otherwise suffering dire consequences. A few days prior, after the members of Tianshui Academy had regained their strength, Shui Binger, despite Xieyu's assurances, still felt a twinge of concern. She implored her teacher, Yulin Ling, to check on the inn, allowing some time for Ru Shuang to recuperate. Grateful for Jiang Ling's rescue, Yulin Ling did not hesitate, leaving Xiu Ruoshui, Shui Wu, and the others to care for Ru Shuang while she accompanied Shui Binger to the inn. Upon seeing the inn reduced to rubble and the large pit left behind, Shui Binger stood in stunned silence, her mind blank. What on earth happened? It was evident that even her teacher could not have caused such devastation with a single attack. Binger, do not worry. Perhaps a formidable expert intervened after we departed. Yulin Ling comforted, understanding her kind-hearted disciple's thoughts. Though she too felt a sense of loss, she offered words of solace. It was this delay that allowed the Tianshui group to perfectly evade the avalanche. Chapter 153. Hanshuang City, the subsequent journey was free from further unexpected disasters. And after 3 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Hanshuang City. Jiang Ling's first impression of Hanshuang City was one of height, as it nearly rivaled the mountains, and his second impression was one of grandeur. It was an imposing city. If Xingluo City and Tiando City were likened to charming young gentlemen of the world, then Hanshuang City stood as a seasoned general, weathered yet still magnificent in stature. The city is vast, rivaling even the capitals of the two great empires. It rises abruptly between two mountain ranges, reaching skyward and seamlessly connecting these previously unlinked peaks. To the north of Hanshuang City lies the territory of the Soul Beasts. In the extreme northern realms, the Soul Beasts are not only fewer in number compared to the Xingdo Great Forest, but also possess formidable strength. However, they are the coveted source of soul rings for water and ice attribute soul masters. To venture here, one must pass through Hanshuang City. Attempting to reach the extreme north without traversing Hanshuang City would necessitate scaling the mountains on either side, a feat nearly impossible without the strength of a soul sage. Standing beneath Hanshuang City, Jiang Ling gazes up at this ancient fortress, its weathered walls, and the powerful characters spelling out Hanshuang City. A surge of ambition wells up within him, evoking a line from a poem he often heard in his previous life. The cold mountains stand aloof, piercing the clouds. A lifetime of wildness, sword in hand, beneath the night sky. Beside him, Yo Yi and Xie Yue exchange puzzled glances, though they do not comprehend Jiang Ling's words. They sense an air of sophistication in his utterance. Upon entering the city, Yo vanishes from sight, and though Jiang Ling feels a tinge of regret, he refrains from stopping her. What shall we do next? Xie Yue inquires, revealing his limited knowledge of Hanshuang City and the extreme north. We should first visit the Wuhuan Temple to ascertain the recent movements of the evil soul masters and to gather intelligence on the situation in Hanshuang City, Jiang Ling replies. Noticing a group of individuals in unfamiliar attire passing by on the street, causing him to furrow his brow. Prior to their journey, Jiang Ling had requested information about Hanshuang City and the extreme north from his teacher, but Bibi Dong had only provided him with details regarding the elder stationed at the Wuhuan Temple, leaving him to uncover the rest through his own efforts. the members of the Wuhuan Temple would heed his command. The entrance to the Wuhuan Temple, unlike the opulence Jiang Ling was accustomed to, exudes a sense of antiquity. Halt! A guard commands, crossing a spear to block their path. Summon your captain. We are sent by the higher-ups. Jiang Ling states calmly. The guards exchange glances, sensing Jiang Ling's distinguished demeanor and concluding he is not lying. After a moment of hesitation, one replies, "Please wait." Soon after, a robust man with a bushy beard, resembling a bandit more than a guard captain, approaches, munching on a chicken leg. To Jiang Ling's surprise, this disheveled figure possesses the strength of a soul sage, a rank sufficient to lead a Wuhuan temple branch, yet he serves as a mere guard captain. You claim to be sent by the higher-ups. Do you have any proof? The burly man inquires bluntly. Jiang Ling retrieves the papal token, presenting it before the man. Take me to see Elder Bailey Bing. What do you want? The man responds, extending his oil-stained hand toward the token. Jiang Ling swiftly retracts his hand and admonishes, "Your hands are unclean. I prefer to keep this." The guard, unfazed by the reprimand, awkwardly withdraws his hand. As a guard captain, you do not recognize the papal token? Jiang Ling exclaims in astonishment. Ultimately, Jiang Ling refrains from handing over the token, deeming the captain too unkempt. Embarrassed by Jiang Ling's scolding, the captain leads Jiang Ling and Xie Yue to find Bailey Bing. Elder Guchen, someone wishes to see you. The captain announces, not leading them to the grand hall, but to a courtyard where a middle-aged man is arranging tea utensils. The man's appearance differs from Jiang Ling's expectations. He is dressed like a scholar, with a pale complexion and a somewhat frail demeanor. "I am Jiang Ling," Jiang Ling declares, raising the papal token. "Bailey Bing, greetings." "Holy Son," the middle-aged man responds, rising slightly and then returning to his seat. He instructs the captain, "Xiaotia, you may leave now." "Xiaotia?" Xie Yue's eyes widen in surprise. Jiang Ling, however, is more preoccupied with Bailey Bing's demeanor. Although the title of Holy Son is not significantly higher than that of an elder, Bailey Bing's coldness is striking. Did not the teacher arrange this meeting? Bailey Bing, Wuhuan Bingdiao, a level 92 titled Dalu known as Cold Ice, has been stationed in Hanchuang City for 5 years, Jiang Ling states, seated across from Bailey Bing. You are quite well informed. Holy Son, it seems you have done your homework before arriving, Bailey Bing remarks with a smile, pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Ling. I have not been informed of much. My teacher merely advised me that all members of the Wuhuan Temple in Hanchuang City would obey my commands, Jiang Ling states directly, though his gaze remains unwavering on Bailey Bing. Of course, I have received the command from the Papal Lord and will comply, Bailey Bing replies naturally, showing no signs of resentment over the delegation of power. Jiang Ling raises an eyebrow, uncertain of Bailey Bing's true intentions. Might I trouble Elder Bailey to enlighten me on the situation within Hanchuang City and the turmoil instigated by the evil soul masters? Well, Holy Son, first, please sample the tea I brewed myself. After your arduous journey, you must be both tired and hungry. Let us discuss official matters later. First, let us dine and rest. I will make arrangements, Bailey Bing suggests, his earlier awkwardness vanishing as he warmly invites them. Jiang Ling is momentarily taken aback by Bailey Bing's sudden enthusiasm, and by the time he regains his composure, the elder has vanished without a trace. Jiang Ling's brow furrows deeply. Bailey Bing's reluctance to discuss the situation in Hanchuang City contradicts his earlier claim of being reluctant to yield power to Jiang Ling. Xie Yue, what is your impression of Bailey Bing? Jiang Ling asks, turning to his companion. His words and actions lack coherence, and his behavior is peculiar. He is difficult to read. Xie Yue responds, shaking his head. It appears our journey to the extreme north will not be smooth. Jiang Ling sighs, gazing at the fragrant tea in his cup. Meanwhile, Xiaotia, where is Achu? Bailey Bing, having exited the courtyard, hurriedly inquires of the burly man. Elder, Achu seems to have gone to gather this month's provisions, claiming there are esteemed guests arriving and that we must prepare properly for them. Xiao Jie scratches his head. The esteemed guests have already arrived. Quickly find that girl and bring her back. Hurry. Bailey Bing urges. Yes, Elder, I will go at once. Chapter 154. The hall is desolate. Xie Yue, do you not sense that the Wuhuan subtemple here is particularly, desolate? Jiang Ling remarks, fingers brushing against the dusty walls of the conference hall, his expression revealing his unease. Since Bailey Bing's departure, not a single person has come to attend to them. Jiang Ling finishes his tea and decides to wander around the Wuhuan Temple in Hanchuang City. The more he explores, the more he feels something is amiss. Throughout their journey, they have yet to encounter another soul. It seems as if this place has not seen visitors in ages. Not only here, but many areas along our path are dilapidated, some even crushed by the wind and snow, showing no signs of repair. Were it not for the plaque of our Wuhuan Temple hanging outside, I would surely mistake this for an ordinary abandoned residence. Xie sighs. He cannot fathom how a Wuhuan sub-temple with a title Douluo could be so desolate. Do not dwell on it. Bailey Bing cannot evade the truth forever. Soon enough, it will become clear. Jiang Ling reassures him, patting Xie on the shoulder. Indeed, Xie nods, his expression shifting as he glances at Jiang Ling's recently retracted hand. If I'm not mistaken, your hand just touched the wall, did not? As Jiang Ling pondered how to navigate the situation, a sudden call echoed from outside, which sounded like a celestial melody to him. Holy Son! Although the voice was calling out, the footsteps were hastening towards the grand hall, clearly aware of the presence of the two individuals. Someone is looking for us. Let's go out, Jiang Ling said, clearing his throat. Without waiting for Xie to respond, he stepped outside the grand hall. Upon exiting, Jiang Ling encountered the one who had called for him, a woman in her 20s. Her features were soft and gentle. While she did not strike one as breathtaking at first glance, her charm grew upon closer inspection, particularly accentuated by her jewel-like eyes, which sparkled alluringly in the pure white world around them. Her complexion was not exactly fair, yet not dark either, radiating a warm and healthy glow. Are you the Holy Son, Jiang Ling? I am Bailey Chuan, and Bailey Bing is my teacher. It's nearly noon, and I've come to invite you for a meal, the young woman said, hastily approaching Jiang Ling and bowing in greeting. Thank you, Miss Bailey, Jiang Ling replied, nodding and introducing the still serious Xie beside him. This is Xie. Hello. Bailey Chuan greeted Xie with a bright smile. Observing her radiant demeanor, Jiang Ling mused to himself that she was indeed a spirited young woman, full of vitality. Although not a child, her exuberance was unmistakable. Faced with such a cheerful greeting, Xie felt compelled to respond, managing a somewhat stiff smile. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Miss Bailey, please lead the way. After our journey, I must admit I am rather hungry. No need for formality, Holy Son. You may call me Bailey Chuan or Xiao Chuan, she replied respectfully. Considering you are a few years my senior, I shall refer to you as Chuan Jie. You may simply call me Jiang Ling or Xiao Ling, Jiang Ling suggested gently. Really? The Holy Son won't mind? Bailey Chuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Not at all, Jiang Ling replied with a mild smile. That is wonderful. I was worried about being difficult to approach. I even went to buy a lot of fine wine and dishes, spending all my living expenses for next month. Fearing I might not host well, Bailey Chuan exclaimed, relief washing over her as she placed a hand on Jiang Ling's shoulder, her face showing mock pain at her own predicament. Jiang Ling and Xie exchanged glances, both taken aback by the disparity in Bailey Chuan's demeanor. Realizing their expressions, Bailey Chuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she withdrew her hand from Jiang Ling's shoulder, mumbling, I'm just naturally this way. It was the Holy Son who said he wouldn't mind. In this northernmost land, being a disciple of the highest authority in the local Wuhan branch, Bailey Chuan's status was akin to that of a regional governor. Thus, it was unsurprising that she found it challenging to maintain a respectful demeanor towards someone younger than herself. I harbor no grievances. I merely feel that Chuan Jie is quite genuine, unlike most women, correct, Xie? Jiang Ling remarked, regaining his composure. Unlike most women, Xie echoed. Thank you for the compliments, both of you, Bailey Chuan grinned, revealing her adorable canine teeth. Jiang Ling and Xie exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging her amiable nature. Chuan Jie, could you enlighten us on why the Wuhan temple here is so desolate, and what the situation in Hanchuang City is like? Jiang Ling inquired as they proceeded to the dining area. Bailey Chuan, unlike Bailey Bing, was forthright in her response. The extreme north is not comparable to the central capitals. The harsh environment and scarce resources make it challenging, and its great distance from Wuhan City complicates management. As such, there are very few disciples stationed here, all of whom were newly recruited. Currently, there are only 3 people in the Hanshuang City branch: my teacher, Xiao Dai, and myself. Only 3? Jiang Ling's expression stiffened. Indeed, there were originally more, but due to insufficient funding, I had to let them go. Xiao Dai was also about to leave, but having been saved by my teacher, she voluntarily chose to remain without compensation. Bai Li Chuan admitted quietly, reflecting on the dire state of their branch. But there are 2 guards at the entrance, aren't there? Jiang Ling suddenly recalled the 2 individuals at the door. They are merely there to maintain appearances, knowing you would arrive. In the central cities, even in the capitals of the 2 great empires, the Wuhan Temple is a symbolic establishment with unparalleled strength, and the highest authority is merely a platinum bishop, a sole Douluo. Yet in Hanshuang City, the one in charge of the Wuhan Temple is a titled Dalu. How could it be managed in such a manner? Jiang Ling's voice grew solemn, laced with indignation. In the central Wuhan City, it was regarded as a holy place by all soul masters. With the backing of Wuhan City, the branches in various capitals were revered. However, Hanshuang City was different. The influence of the Wuhan Temple was minimal among local soul masters, and there were 2 prominent families whose power overshadowed theirs. Although Bai Li Chuan's teacher was a titled Dalu, he was merely a strong dragon crossing the river, unable to suppress the local snakes. Bai Li Chuan witnessed Jiang Ling's growing anger and offered a bitter smile in explanation. What do you mean? Do these 2 families also have titled Daluos? Jiang Ling's expression shifted slightly with concern. The implication that local snakes could rival a strong dragon only suggested one conclusion. These local powers were indeed titled Daluos or possessed comparable strength. Yes, the 2 families are the Zhao family and the Lu family. The Lu family has a titled Dalu whose strength surpasses my teacher's, while the Zhao family is slightly weaker. Possessing only an 89th rank soul Dalu, Bai Li Chuan confirmed with a nod. Are these 2 families conspiring to exclude our Wuhan Temple? Jiang Ling's gaze darkened. Not exactly. The Lu family's power is too overwhelming, and the Zhao family, fearing annexation, has chosen to cooperate with us, Bai Li Chuan replied after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling halted, turning his attention to Bai Li Chuan. If the 2 families were indeed conspiring against the Wuhan Temple, Jiang Ling would begrudgingly accept it. However, now, with a local power on their side, and the situation managed so poorly, it was hard to accept. Bai Li Chuan felt a twinge of guilt under Jiang Ling's scrutiny. Despite Jiang Ling's generally gentle demeanor, the aura of someone accustomed to positions of power was unmistakable. His smile was like a refreshing spring breeze, yet a serious expression indicated genuine displeasure. Chapter 155. The clouds gathered from all directions when we first arrived in Hanshuang City. My teacher had a match with Lu Qing, and he lost. Bai Li Chuan finally divulged under Jiang Ling's steady gaze. Before she could continue, Jiang Ling interjected, "No need to elaborate, I understand. Your teacher has given up, hasn't he?" Huh? Bai Li Chuan was puzzled by Jiang Ling's choice of words. It's nothing. Do you know about Lu Qing's specific strength? Jiang Ling took a deep breath and inquired. I asked afterwards, but my teacher did not disclose it, Bai Li Chuan replied. Jiang Ling remained noncommittal. To defeat Bai Li Bing, and given the way it was phrased, it sounded like a thorough defeat. So Lu Qing must possess a strength of at least 95. The Douluo continent was truly a place of hidden talents, if one were to rely solely on the few titled Daluos visible on the surface. They would likely be overwhelmed within this vast continent. And what are the recent activities of the evil soul masters? Jiang Ling continued walking. The information about the evil soul masters was leaked to us by the Zhao family. Afterward, I conducted my own investigations, and indeed, there were traces of their activities. The Holy Emperor had previously issued an order that all matters concerning evil soul masters must be reported, so we dared not conceal anything. We reported promptly upon discovery. Originally, Bai Li Chuan thought that with her teacher being a titled Daw and possessing great strength, the Holy Emperor would not send anyone, expecting them to resolve the issue themselves. To her surprise, not only did he send someone, but it was also the Holy Son. Have you investigated? What about Bai Li Bing? Jiang Ling pressed on, unaware of her inner thoughts. My teacher entrusted all affairs of the Wu Hun Temple to me, Bai Li Chuan replied, no longer hiding anything as she continued. Ah, quite the abandonment, isn't it? Jiang Ling scoffed coldly. In the recollections of Jiang Ling, it is indeed the case that this frigid northern land was requested by Bai Li Bing, as the spirit hall had yet to indulge itself to the extent of dispatching a title Douluo to such a desolate place. Observing Jiang Ling's expression, Bai Li Chuan could only silently pray for her teacher. May you find favor, master. Although the spirit hall in Hanshuang City appeared desolate and dilapidated, it remained a labyrinth of winding paths, albeit with the halls and pavilions along the way shrouded in darkness. Only upon reaching a courtyard at the northernmost point did the atmosphere shift, revealing a semblance of warmth and life that dispelled the previous sense of desolation. The heavens and the earth encompass the 5 elements, with the northern direction representing water, and in this extreme north, the water element is particularly pronounced. Despite residing in such a frigid region, Bai Li Bing had established her abode in the north, maintaining her dedication to cultivation without faltering. Teacher, Jiang Ling has arrived, Bai Li Chuan called out cheerfully, hastening to open the door, her demeanor refreshingly unpretentious, which left a favorable impression on Jiang Ling. You should address him as the Holy Son. Bai Li Bing, reclining in a chaise lounge, sat up, feigning irritation. The chaise was positioned at the entrance of the living room, an ideal spot for observing the snowfall, even if the persistent heavy snow might grow tiresome. What do you mean? It is Jiang Ling's younger brother who permits me to address him thus, Bai Li Chuan pouted, her tone infused with playful affection. Of course, a spoiled woman is often the luckiest, Bai Li Bing remarked, casting an apologetic glance at Jiang Ling. It is of no concern. I find Bai Li Chuan to be quite genuine, Jiang Ling replied, his tone unassuming, leaving unspoken sentiments that he trusted Bai Li Bing would understand. At this, Bai Li Bing looked helplessly at the woman behind her, while Bai Li Chuan playfully stuck out her tongue, her gaze flitting about, deliberately avoiding Bai Li Bing's eyes. Holy Son, I understand. Shortly, I will compile some information regarding Hanshuang City and the matter of the evil soul masters for you, which Bai Li Chuan will deliver. For now, let us dine. Bai Li Bing offered a respectful nod to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling acknowledged her with a nod and entered. Taking a seat and glancing at the standing figures of Xie Yu and Bai Li Chuan, softly urging, what are you standing there for? Sit down. Thank you, Jiang Ling. Bai Li Chuan beamed, taking a seat beside him, indifferent to Bai Li Bing's darkening expression. Seeing Bai Li Chuan seated, Xie Yu also took a seat on the other side, as they had been on the road for days, subsisting on cold, hard rations. The meal before them, though not a feast, was a notable luxury in such an extreme northern region. Jiang Ling was particularly intrigued to observe that Bai Li Bing refrained from drinking, while Bai Li Chuan, the young lady, exhibited impressive drinking prowess. Thus ensued an unusual scene where the 2 individuals of the highest status consumed only vegetables, while their companions exchanged cups in merriment. Just as Bai Li Chuan and Xie Yu were immersed in their revelry, a plump man with a fair complexion entered. Who is this? Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled, recalling Bai Li Chuan mentioning that there were only 3 official personnel here, all of whom he had already met. Holy Son, this is Sun Dai, the one who greeted you this morning. Fearing he might startle you, I had him cut his hair and shave, Bai Li Bing explained, setting down her tea. At this revelation, not only was Jiang Ling astonished, but even Xie Yu, who was drinking, stared in disbelief, oblivious to the clink of cups exchanged with Bai Li Chuan. I have never heard that shaving could lighten one's complexion. I would believe he had transformed into a different person, Jiang Ling mused. Since he is here, let's all sit together, he said with a warm smile. Sundi, however, appeared flustered, casting a nervous glance at Bai Li Bing as if seeking her approval. This surprised Jiang Ling, for despite being a soul saint, he should not exhibit such apprehension in response to his words. Receiving a nod from Bai Li Bing, Sun Dai cautiously took a seat beside Bai Li Chuan, eyeing the food on the table with evident longing. Thus, the personnel of the Hanshuang City Spirit Hall were assembled. Apart from the 2 outsiders, Jiang Ling and Xie Yu, the remaining 3 presented a curious dynamic. The individual with the most masculine name was a woman, while the two with the most feminine names were men. Meanwhile, at the Liu family, a distinguished guest was being received. This guest, although of Soul Sect rank, was accompanied by a bodyguard of titled Douluo strength. What captured attention were his hands, which, despite dining, remained clad in pitch-black gloves. Opposite him sat an individual unknown to Jiang Ling, yet familiar to Bai Bing as Lu Qing, the one who had defeated her. This scene inevitably sparked speculation regarding the youth's identity, able to engage with a Soul Sect member on equal footing. In another corner, the Zhao family was in deliberation. Head of the family, the Liu family has been acting frequently of late, seemingly intent on unifying all of Han Shuang City. We must prepare accordingly. A robust man in his 40s, his brow furrowed, spoke slowly. I am already aware. Once all had departed, the man rose and slowly made his way to the back courtyard. Elsewhere, at a theater, an audience member was leisurely watching the performers on stage. A handsome young man clad in blue attire, appearing even more beautiful than the women. If a man with a penchant for such beauty were to witness this, he would surely be captivated. 100 miles south of Han Shuang City, several women wrapped in voluminous cloaks were still on their journey. In a brothel, a stocky man with a mohawk and red hair was laboriously toiling away. In a tavern, a man around 50, sturdy with a hawkish nose and wearing black-rimmed crystal glasses that lent him a cunning air, was eavesdropping for information. Accompanied by a gray-clad youth with notably alluring peach blossom eyes, handsome features, and an inquisitive gaze surveying the surroundings. In a fleeting moment, the atmosphere in Han Shuang City was charged with activity from all directions. Chapter 156. The Poison of Desire. As night fell, Jiang Ling and Xie settled into their newly cleaned quarters, diligently perusing the documents provided by Bai Chuan. After a while, Jiang Ling set down the materials with a sigh, remarking, "The Liu family has indeed established itself as the dominant force in Han Shuang City. However, to fully encompass this vast territory, they still fall short. Observing their actions over the past few years, their approach, whether in suppressing Bai Bing or the Zhao family, has been measured, indicating a strategy of gradual encroachment. Yet, their recent shift in demeanor has been stark, clinging tightly to the Zhao family without fear of them aligning completely with our spirit hall, coinciding perfectly with the sudden arrival of the evil soul masters in Han Shuang City. Are you suggesting that the Liu family is in collusion with the evil soul masters?" Xie frowned. "That seems improbable. No matter how remote the extreme north, the infamy of the evil soul masters is widespread. If the truth were to surface, the repercussions would be beyond their capacity to bear. If the Liu family were entrapped in such a quagmire, their family's very survival would be at stake, which could be understood. However, as the foremost family in Han Shuang City, with formidable strength, there is no need for them to risk their reputation by collaborating with the notorious evil soul masters. No, such a possibility certainly exists. Look at this." Jiang Ling tossed a book from his left side to Xie, which chronicled Lu Qing's life from childhood to his ascendancy as the head of the family. "This is impressive. They've even documented his biography," Xie remarked, somewhat speechless, gazing at the cover inscribed with the title The Biography of Lu Qing. This was undoubtedly not compiled by Bai Bing. I suspect it was predominantly authored by the Zhao family. Nevertheless, it should all be factual. Bai Bing would not dare to mislead me with fabrications, Jiang Ling whispered. Subsequently, the room fell into silence. Only the howling winds and snow outside could be heard. Jiang Ling made no attempt to hurry, instead picking up a nearby book titled Chronicles of Han Shuang City, quietly waiting for Xie to finish reviewing the text. Lu Qing, born of a concubine's lineage, originally lacked the opportunity to inherit his family's legacy. However, he was unwilling to settle for the life of a debauched scion. He aspired to rise above his station. While one might poetically refer to this as lofty ambition, it could equally be perceived as boundless ambition. Beneath this ambition lay a series of unfortunate events where those with the status and strength to inherit the family headship either vanished or met untimely ends. While the Liu family remained oblivious to the true nature of these occurrences, it became evident that Lu Qing was the sole heir capable of continuing the family's illustrious legacy. Xie remarked upon this matter. Jiang Ling, upon hearing these words, was reminded of the enchanting woman from Tiando City. The difference between them was stark. Qianren Shui acted out of her own volition, while Lu Qing was bound by circumstances beyond his control. Ambition is akin to desire, burgeoning gradually. For no one is born a tiger ready to conquer vast territories. Lu Qing's childhood was fraught with hardship, suffering ostracism from his siblings. At that time, his only thoughts revolve around satisfying his basic needs and avoiding bullying, with no notion that he would one day assume the mantle of family patriarch. However, upon awakening his martial soul and demonstrating remarkable talent for cultivation, he began to stand out among a select few, gradually gaining recognition and the strength to vie for power. This led to the emergence of thoughts such as, if he can occupy the position of family head, why cannot I? Once a thought takes root, the possibility of action follows, and with action comes the potential for success. Desire can be likened to a boulder cascading down a mountain. Once it commences, it becomes impossible to halt. With the ambition to command vast territories, Lu Qing's current desire was to seize control of the entire Han Shuang city. The Xiaowen sure could assist him, and he had no reason to decline such help. Yet, these individuals were often arrogant and prone to gamble recklessly, risking everything with a single loss. Jiang Ling narrowed his keen eyes and remarked with a cold smile, "Desire is permissible, yet one must not forsake fundamental morals." A concerning number of individuals, including soul masters, had mysteriously disappeared, with speculation pointing to the Shaowen Shi as the culprit. However, from Jiang Ling's perspective, the Lu family appeared to have played a far greater role in these events than the Shaowen Shi. The uproar surrounding these incidents was substantial. If a Shaowen Shi had not been apprehended, it was hard to believe that no one was shielding the malevolent spirits. Alternatively, those publicly pursuing Shi might very well be the actual Shaowen Shi themselves. Xie Yu, illuminated by the light, gazed at Jiang Ling, momentarily lost in thought, only to realize she could not fathom his depths. Previously, she had perceived him as a sword-obsessed individual, lacking in political acumen. Now, however, she witnessed his astute analysis of human nature, revealing a profound understanding of the game of power. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "And what of you? Now that you have ascended to the position of Holy Son, is your next goal to become the Pope?" "Impossible. One cannot become Pope in this lifetime. I already regret becoming the Holy Son," Jiang Ling responded, seemingly recalling the fear instilled by his teacher, shuddering at the thought. Xie Yu, observing his reaction, slapped her forehead in realization. She had indeed misjudged. Jiang Ling remained unchanged. As night fell, Xie Yu retreated to her chamber, while Jiang Ling approached the window, opening it to gaze outside. Contrary to expectations, the cold wind and swirling snow failed to invade the room, as if an invisible barrier obstructed the elements. Bathed in the moon's glow, the outside world appeared even brighter than within Jiang Ling's quarters, yet the chill was bone-deep. Even the beauty of the snow could grow tiresome. Much like Jiang Ling, after merely a month, he could not claim to abhor it, yet neither could he profess to cherish it. Some, however, could gaze at it for decades without weariness, such as assassins, whose victims' blood splattered upon the snow would leave no trace, every remnant vanishing with the descending flakes. Even a corpse would be obscured in mere moments by the relentless snowfall. An hour prior, a group of masked individuals had ambushed a team of soul masters yet to enter the city, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers, rendering them too fearful to resist. The slain soul master lay in the snow, soon to be enveloped by the white expanse. As dawn broke, Jiang Ling, having spent consecutive nights away from his bed, lingered in slumber until the sun rose high in the sky, finally dressing and washing up. The martial soul hall, in its disarray, lacked maidservants to attend to his needs. Yet the extreme north was never short of water. "Jiang Ling, good morning. I had thought the Holy Sun would be industrious. Yet here you are, lazing about." Bai Li Chuan, who was exercising in the courtyard, greeted him with playful mockery. Jiang Ling felt somewhat overwhelmed by Bai Li Chuan's brotherly address and was about to respond when Xie Yu emerged, looking somewhat worse for wear. She had indulged in considerable drink the previous night, and after being dragged into reviewing documents by Jiang Ling, her spirits were understandably low. Perfect timing, you're both awake. Let's go out for a meal. I shall treat you. Bai Chuan exclaimed upon seeing Xiaoyu as well. Going out to eat? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. How could you expect this lady to cook? Bai Chuan retorted dramatically, pouting. Jiang Ling's expression stiffened at her antics. This woman displayed an excessive range of emotions. Whoever married her would undoubtedly find themselves thoroughly dominated. He rubbed his cheeks to soften the rigidity of his face and, gazing at the expectant Xiaoyu, resignedly said, "Very well, let us dine out." "Yay!" Bai Chuan exclaimed, swiftly moving to Jiang Ling's side and grasping his wrist in excitement. "Let us hurry. I am nearly starving." "Wait, shouldn't we invite Bai Zhang Lao and his son Dai?" Jiang Ling asked hurriedly as Bai Chuan dragged him away. "My teacher won't join us. He is content with his tea. Little Dai is still asleep, but I shall bring her something later. Now let's make haste." Bai Chuan insisted, pulling Jiang Ling along with increasing urgency. "Jiang Ling, I must tell you, this establishment truly serves the finest cuisine in Hanshuang City, bar none," Bai Chuan eagerly proclaimed, gesturing towards the four-story restaurant before them, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Bai Chuan, it's merely a simple breakfast. There is no need for such extravagance. That wonton stall we passed earlier looked quite good," Jiang Ling explained, still adjusting to Bai Chuan's fervor. "Moreover, we have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here." "Absolutely not. You have traveled a great distance, and my teacher has instructed me to treat you well. Should you refuse, I will certainly incur his wrath," Bai Chuan pleaded, wrapping her arms around his. To an unsuspecting onlooker, this scene might suggest that Jiang Ling was burdened by the affections of the seemingly delicate girl. "Very well, let us enter," Jiang Ling conceded, discreetly extracting his arm from her soft embrace. Though it was comfortable, he had resolved to maintain his distance from Bai Chuan, finding women far more complex than he had anticipated. "Good day, esteemed guests. What would you like to order?" A server greeted them as they entered the hall. I shall have something simple. Please bring us one of everything delicious you have and prepare a private room," Jiang Ling began, only to be interrupted by Bai Chuan. "Absolutely. A big order." The server's eyes sparkled at the prospect. "Wait, Bai Chuan, we still have other matters to attend to," Jiang Ling softly interjected. "Oh, it will be quick. Jiang Ling, please, or I won't know how to explain myself to my teacher," Bai Chuan pleaded, clasping her hands and looking imploringly at him. "Fine," Jiang Ling relented, a hint of resignation in his tone. The trio entered the arranged private room, and after a short wait, the dishes began to arrive one by one. Bai Chuan displayed a rather carefree demeanor while dining, even more so than Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu, a quality he had already observed the day before. "Come, let us drink." Bai Chuan handed the wine jug to Xiaoyu, well aware that Jiang Ling abstained from alcohol. "Not today. I have matters to attend to later," Xiaoyu declined. "Oh, come now, just a few sips," Bai Chuan urged, gesturing encouragingly. "I'd rather not." Xiaoyu shook her head. "Sigh. You are all so stubborn." "Fine, I shall drink alone," Bai Chuan remarked, somewhat exasperated. It must be said that Bai Chuan's consumption of alcohol was hardly distinguishable from drinking plain water, a fact that made Jiang Ling feel a touch envious. As the sun began its descent, their bellies full, most of the food having been consumed by Bai Chuan, Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu had hardly touched their plates. Jiang Ling glanced out the window, furrowing his brow. "Is it about time to leave? We've eaten enough." "Yes, indeed," Bai Chuan replied, draining the last drop of wine and wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Excuse me, esteemed guests, the total comes to 100 gold soul coins. Who shall settle the bill?" The attendant, bowing slightly, inquired, his gaze lingering on Xiaoyu and Jiang Ling. Startled, Jiang Ling turned to Bai Chuan, his expression darkening. He saw Bai Chuan with her head bowed, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, her foot clad in embroidered shoes, quietly tapping the table without making a sound, resembling a child caught in mischief. At that moment, Jiang Ling understood the situation all too well. It was not fear of reprimand from their teacher that troubled her, but rather the embarrassment of having indulged in a free meal and drink. With a stern expression, Jiang Ling produced a pouch of gold soul coins and tossed it to the attendant. "Let us go," he said, turning on his heel and ignoring Beilichuan. Shiyue followed suit. Seeing this, Beilichuan hurriedly trailed behind them. Jiang Ling strode down the street, genuinely angered. Perhaps out of guilt, Beilichuan lagged behind by several paces, trailing them at a distance. I haven't had a good meal in ages, and since today is my birthday, I wanted to treat you both. I never expected it to cost so much. Beilichuan said, rushing a few steps to catch up, her voice laced with guilt. Unmoved, Jiang Ling bypassed her, continuing forward. He had come to realize that this woman was not only whimsical, but also quite adept at spinning tales. I know I was wrong. I can repay you later. Please don't be so angry, Beilichuan persisted, keeping close behind him. Jiang Ling halted abruptly, causing Beilichuan to bump into him. She rubbed her forehead in discomfort as he turned to face her, his brows knitted together. This isn't merely about the 100 gold soul coins. Knowing we had business to attend to, you still chose to waste our time with your antics. Once our matters are resolved, I will treat you to 3 days and nights of feasting at the tavern. Really? Beilichuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. You. How infuriating. I see my words have fallen on deaf ears. Jiang Ling snapped, sweeping his sleeve as he turned away, dismissing her entirely. Please don't be upset. Wandering the streets serves little purpose. If we are to investigate, we must engage with the upper echelons, Beilichuan insisted, grasping Jiang Ling's arm. There's a gathering tonight. Young people of status from Hanzhuang City will be attending, including the son of Lu Qing, and I am among the invited. You've known about this gathering for some time. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Jiang Ling asked, momentarily taken aback. I had no idea you were in such a hurry. I only arrived yesterday, and was unaware you would begin your inquiries today, Beilichuan retorted, feigning innocence. However, you must not lie to us again, Jiang Ling said, clearing his throat and glancing at Shiyue. Then, I need to repay those 100 gold soul coins? Beilichuan inquired. Not at all. I'm not in need of such trivial sums. By the way, did you say today is your birthday? Is that true? Do not lie. Jiang Ling reiterated sternly. That was a fib, Beilichuan admitted, her previous bravado deflating. Very well, Jiang Ling replied, pointing at her, his patience wearing thin. Having initially felt guilty for misjudging her, he now found any lingering sympathy had vanished. Jiang Ling shook off Beilichuan's grasp and headed directly toward the Wuhuan temple. Hey, you can consider this an early birthday celebration, Beilichuan called after him. Where are you going now? She shouted as Jiang Ling remained silent. Home. But the Wuhuan temple is to the north, and you are walking south. I'm just dizzy from your antics. Jiang Ling retorted, glancing back at Beilichuan, who was suppressing laughter. Since there's a gathering of the elite tonight, we can postpone our shopping excursion, Jiang Ling decided, leading the three of them back to the Wuhuan temple. Near the entrance, he suddenly remembered, Sister Chuan, did you forget to pack food for Sun Dai? Ah, it seems I did forget. I've eaten most of it. So it wouldn't be easy to pack up now, Beilichuan admitted without a hint of shame. Then go buy 2 more portions, Jiang Ling sighed, feeling drained. Sure, but I have no money, Beilichuan pouted, displaying her delicate hands. Here, as Jiang Ling watched Beilichuan's retreating figure, he remarked, almost to Shiyue, but also to himself. With this matter concluded, it is time for a change at the Wuhuan temple in Hanzhuang City. That evening, the trio attended the banquet hosted at the Lu residence. Along the way, both Jiang Ling and Shiyue remained taciturn, while Beilichuan chattered incessantly. As they neared the Lu residence, Beilichuan suddenly asked, Jiang Ling, how old are you this year? And what is your soul power level? Jiang Ling paused, vaguely responding, almost 18, Soul King, without disclosing his precise power level. Beilichuan was taken aback, then remarked enviously, You are truly impressive. She was not lying. At 28, she was merely a soul emperor at level 62. Jiang Ling, however, merely smiled at her praise, no longer believing her words, suspecting her of harboring ulterior motives. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Beilichuan produced an invitation. The family did not send anyone to guide them, and Beilichuan led Jiang Ling and Shiyue inside, clearly familiar with the place. Although it was a gathering for the younger generation, figures like Beilichuan Bing and Lu Qing would not be present. However, many individuals in their 40s and 50s would attend, making it a significant event. With half an hour until the gathering commenced, Belituan, due to her status, was entitled to a guest room for rest, yet she was not one to idle. Moreover, Jiang Ling was not merely there to feast, so they headed directly to the grand hall of the banquet. The hall, named Fengxue, was said to have been named by Lu Qing himself. However, Jiang Ling observed that the calligraphy, though strong, was hardly commendable, lacking elegance despite its power. Upon entering the grand hall, they found it already bustling with a diverse crowd. Men and women mingled, with some women holding braziers, which Jiang Ling found acceptable. But he wondered about the purpose of a folding fan amidst the heavy snowfall. Groups of 3 or 4 clustered together, engaging in lively conversation, creating an invisible barrier between themselves and the rest of the attendees. Jiang Ling found himself in a similar position. Most of the people present were closely associated with the Lu family, while the remainder were opportunists. Jiang Ling recognized a member of the Li family on the eastern side, a vassal of the Zhao family, who, for reasons unknown, had also appeared that day. Given the current circumstances, he doubted any Zhao family members would attend. Belituan quietly explained the situation to Jiang Ling, showcasing her ability to discern the social dynamics despite her playful nature. What does it matter? The Zhao and Lu families are at odds. The Zhao family's businesses and influence have been severely suppressed, so their vassals will surely seek new patrons, Jiang Ling commented nonchalantly. Chuaner, someone called. As Jiang Ling was observing his surroundings, a sudden voice pierced through the air ahead. He beheld a young gentleman clad in pristine white attire, an ornate folding fan gripped in his hand, approaching amidst a throng of admirers. This individual was Lu Tian, the youngest son of Lu Qing, who, at the age of 30, had already attained the remarkable rank of 64th level Soul Emperor. However, he was merely a buffoon, incapable of besting me. Bai Li Chuan furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomer and whispered an explanation. Chuaner, the gathering won't commence for a while yet. Why did you not remain in the guest room, leaving me to come here for naught? Lu Tian's eyes narrowed into slits, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Lu Tian, does it concern you where I choose to linger? Bai Li Chuan retorted coldly, instinctively drawing closer to Jiang Ling, entwining her arms around his. Unaware of Bai Li Chuan's intention to use her as a shield, Jiang Ling attempted to withdraw his arm, only to find himself firmly held, his round form slightly squished. Xiaoyu observed with a frown, feeling compelled to remind Jiang Ling that he was already betrothed. With a sharp clap, Lu Tian snapped his fan shut, his gaze deepening. Though a smile adorned his face, his tone was icy. I am Lu Tian. Judging by your appearance, you are not from these parts, are you? What difference does it make whether I'm a local or not? Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. You may not be aware, but this extreme northern land is beset by fierce snowstorms. A moment's inattention can lead to one being lost in the overwhelming snow, never to awaken again. Thus, I would advise you to remain vigilant, stay within Hanshuang City, avoid forbidden places, and refrain from provoking unworthy individuals, lest you lose your life. Lu Tian's smile remained, as if Jiang Ling were an old friend long lost. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your kind warning. I am most grateful, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Despite the outward cordiality, none present were naive. They could detect the underlying tension. As the two exchanged barbs, the entire wind and snow hall fell into a hush. All eyes drawn to the unfolding drama, for Lu Tian and Bai Li Chuan were the highest status present. The locals were well aware of Lu Tian's infatuation with the esteemed Bai Li lady. In an instant, Xiaoyu was overlooked by all. Within the hall, numerous young ladies from prominent families congregated, for this gathering attracted many of Hanshuang City's most talented youths. For these women, aside from cultivating their own soul power, securing a suitable partner was equally paramount. After all, who among them did not harbor romantic aspirations? It was no surprise that the most discussed gentlemen were the two currently clashing in the hall, Jiang Ling and Lu Tian, captivating the attention of the event. The tension of two men vying for the affection of one woman was a timeless tale. The distinguished young women whispered amongst themselves, offering their insights on the two young talents. The locals praised Lu Tian's illustrious lineage, while older women lauded his formidable strength and maturity. In contrast, the younger maidens leaned towards the unfamiliar yet dashing Jiang Ling, remarking on his refreshing demeanor and noble visage, devoid of the harshness typical of long-term residents of Hanshuang City. At that moment, a round-faced girl shyly spoke up, "I think that silver-haired gentleman is rather better." The others turned abruptly to gaze at her, flushing her cheeks like the setting sun, prompting them to follow her gaze, their eyes sparkling with interest. Akin to wolves eyeing their prey, Bai Li Chuan had claimed the orange-haired youth. They dared not vie with someone who had a title Douluo as a mentor. However, the silver-haired youth was another matter entirely, and the women quickly grasped the implications for the upcoming gathering. Xiaoyu, who had been casually observing the scene, suddenly felt a chill wash over him. He surveyed the area, but found nothing amiss, leaving him puzzled as he glanced towards the group of whispering ladies. A few noble women, noticing Xiaoyu's gaze, exchanged meaningful looks with him, deepening his confusion regarding the situation. As the ladies continued their hushed exchanges, the tension between Jiang Ling and Lu Tian reached a boiling point. Although Jiang Ling had been thrust into this predicament by Bai Li Chuan, he was ultimately on the same side and had no qualms about delivering a sharp rebuttal to Lu Tian's provocation. Even if Lu Tian did not instigate conflict, Jiang Ling would find a pretext to do so, for he lacked the luxury of time to investigate the Lu family thoroughly. The quickest way to reveal their true nature was to provoke them into action against him, thus facilitating his entry into the fray. Chapter 159. You are playing with fire. His objective was to obstruct their path, forcing them to eliminate him. Antagonizing Lu Tian was merely the beginning, with Yu Yi covertly protecting him. Jiang Ling felt secure unless Lu Qing himself intervened. Furthermore, in Hanshuang City, Lu Qing's actions could not escape Bai Li Bing's notice. While others might be unaware of the Spirit Hall's might, Lu Qing, having traversed the continent, understood that the Spirit Hall possessed the power to obliterate the entire Hanshuang City, unlike the Sea God Island. Thus, for the Lu family to eliminate Jiang Ling without provoking the Spirit Hall, they could neither act directly nor allow their involvement to be discovered. The optimal course of action would be to employ a soul master to assassinate him, whether genuine or a ruse orchestrated by the Lu family. Jiang Ling would achieve his aim. Moreover, Lu Qing's tacit approval of his son's pursuit of Bai Li Chuan hinted at a desire to forge an alliance with Bai Li Bing and the Spirit Hall. Regrettably, Lu Tian was too dim-witted to perceive his father's true intentions. Hearing that Brother Lu is remarkably powerful, having achieved the rank of 6-ring Soul Emperor at such a young age, I, Jiang, would like to experience your esteemed skills, Jiang Ling remarked with a composed smile. Bai Li Chuan exclaimed, Jiang Ling, you... She had originally intended to use Jiang Ling to vex the persistent Lu Tian, never considering allowing him to engage in combat. For despite Lu Tian being a fool, he was still a 6-ring Soul Emperor. However, before Bai Li Chuan could finish her thought, Jiang Ling's actions left her momentarily speechless. He withdrew his arm from her embrace, suddenly wrapping his arms around her waist, drawing her close. With his other hand, he gently pressed his fingers against her lips, whispering, Do not worry, Chuaner, your man will not lose. His voice, though soft, was unmistakably clear to Lu Tian. Having been repeatedly ensnared by Bai Li Chuan, Jiang Ling felt it was time to show her that he was not one to be trifled with. It was worth noting that a 28-year-old woman, regardless of her quirky character, was fully developed, and while her figure might have been concealed beneath a voluminous robe, being enveloped in his embrace revealed her true form. Bai Li Chuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Although she had often teased Jiang Ling and acted coyly, she had never anticipated him to adopt such a bold demeanor. If Jiang Ling were truly a lecherous man, he would never dare to behave in such a manner around her. Yet, ultimately, one who constantly played with fire must be prepared to be burned. Bai Li Chuan hastily extricated herself from Jiang Ling's embrace, her face aglow with embarrassment. She retreated behind him, her hands fidgeting between clenching tightly and grasping the hem of her clothing, unsure of where to place her delicate fingers. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's expression darkened considerably. Having known Bai Li Chuan for several years, he had never witnessed or exhibited such behavior. Initially, he presumed Jiang Ling to be merely a convenient shield. Now, it appeared that their connection was genuine. Lu Tian had long regarded Bai Li Chuan as his personal possession, a cherished treasure. Now, Witnessing another man embrace her ignited a surge of anger within him, directed not only at Jiang Ling, but also at Bai Lichuan. Lu Tian's hands clenched tightly, a chilling aura emanating from him, his face betraying a ruthless intent. Since you seek death, then come forth and attack. With that, a snow domain lion's spirit manifested. 6 orbs of yellow, purple, and black descending slowly around him. How can one engage in combat within the hall, disturbing other guests? Let's proceed outside, where the heavy snow falls like you mentioned. Any traces of our skirmish will be swiftly erased by the snow, sparing the others from being affected. Jiang Ling smiled slightly, showing no concern for the murderous intent emanating from Lu Tian. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the exit of the hall. Lu Tian, suppressing the murderous rage within, followed him outside. The others gradually exited the hall, gathering at the entrance. At this moment, Bai Lichuan also regained his composure, dispelling his earlier distractions and feeling a tinge of worry. After all, he was the one who instigated this situation. Jiang Ling held a distinguished status, and if he were to be harmed, it would not only be he who would suffer, but even his master might not withstand the wrath. Seeing Xie Yu beside him, unperturbed and even seated, Bai Lichuan could not help but feel infuriated, admonishing, "The Holy Sun is about to be seriously beaten, and you remain utterly unconcerned?" He reached out to pull Xie Yu, hoping to intervene in the conflict or perhaps substitute her in the fray. "Alas, no," protested Xie Yu, who was being dragged along with a helpless expression. The astonishing sword strike from the inn had completely captivated him. He was not worried in the slightest, not even if Lu Tian were a soul saint. Outside the hall, Jiang Ling had already summoned the Changhong sword. The hexagonal snowflakes falling down were vaporized before they could touch the sword. Compared to Lu Tian, who was enveloped by the martial soul, the snow domain lion, Jiang Ling wielded his sword with extraordinary grace and vigor. Those women who once praised Lu Tian due to his status could no longer utter falsehoods. They gazed at Jiang Ling with eyes full of admiration. A martial soul? Perhaps fire attribute. If we were inside the hall, your chances would be slightly better, but in this icy realm, my martial soul shall only grow stronger while yours will be restrained by the environment. Lu Tian disdainfully remarked before his expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, "Prepare to perish." 6th soul skill, Absolute Lion. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Lu Tian sent a flurry of snow flying as he charged towards Jiang Ling. His body began to transform, crystalline armor gradually adhering to him. By the time he reached Jiang Ling, the armor was fully formed, and he unleashed a punch, declaring, "I shall utterly crush you with absolute dominance." Jiang Ling's gaze sharpened, and with a fierce sword aura, he positioned his sword for defense, his entire being moved with the sword, redirecting Lu Tian's punch to the side and retaliating with a flying kick aimed at the armor created by Lu Tian's 6th soul skill, but remained unyielding, forcing him to retreat. From the very first clash, Jiang Ling understood why Bai Lichuan referred to Lu Tian as a buffoon. He possessed soul power but lacked any fighting experience. His 6th soul skill provided an overall enhancement, allowing him to prevail against those with lower soul power. But in Jiang Ling's eyes, Lu Tian's every movement was riddled with flaws. He was even less of a threat than when feeding moves to Zhu Qing, leaving Jiang Ling quite disappointed. "You dare to underestimate me?" Lu Tian roared upon witnessing Jiang Ling's dismissive shake of his head. With little desire to prolong the encounter, Jiang Ling nonetheless did not hold back. The Changhong sword blazed with crimson light as he initiated the 3rd form of the Changhong sword technique, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a mighty river, enveloping the entire sword in a fiery aura resembling a coiling dragon. Sword 3, Red Dragon emerges. A 5-zhang-long red dragon spiraled forth, racing towards Lu Tian. Jiang Ling could not help but reminisce. He recalled a decade ago when he first learned this technique. The dragon was only 2 or 3 meters long, faint and weak, capable of merely shattering stones. No. Jiang Ling was jolted back to reality by Lu Tian's terrified cries, witnessing Lu Tian flee in fear from the massive dragon. However, his speed was no match for the dragon, and in an instant, Lu Tian was engulfed by the sword energy, crashing through 3 walls in quick succession. Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful presence surged forth, sending Jiang Ling staggering back several steps as the massive red dragon disintegrated into nothingness. Young man, sparring is one thing, but using lethal force is excessive. A tall man appeared as the debris and snow settled. His rugged features, bushy eyebrows, and thick lips evoked the name Zhang Fei in Jiang Ling's mind. However, he recognized this man as Lu Tian's current patriarch, Lu Qing. At this moment, Lu Qing held the unconscious Lu Tian in one hand while the other remained poised as if he had just crushed the dragon. Though Lu Tian appeared pitiful, he was not severely injured. Had it not been for his lack of combat experience, which left him terrified and unable to maintain his 6th soul skill, the damage would have been minimal at most. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon Jiang Ling. The imposing aura gained from his long-standing position held little effect on Jiang Ling youngster. Your strike was rather heavy for a mere spar, Lu Qing remarked, somewhat surprised that Jiang Ling remained unfazed in his presence. Yet he still spoke sternly. The young master initiated with his 6th soul skill. If I were to hold back, it would likely be I who lay on the ground. Moreover, I have indeed restrained myself. I haven't even used my soul skills. Everyone present can attest to this, and I now suspect the young master may have acted with malice. Attempting to frame me, Jiang Ling replied, feigning anger. Lu Qing's abrupt arrival left the crowd in the hall momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, whispers began to circulate. Some women who favored Jiang Ling defended him, while others seeking to curry favor with the Lu family naturally sided with Lu Qing, accusing Jiang Ling of being too heavy-handed. Sharp-tongued, Lu Qing scoffed, his voice resonating in everyone's hearts. The previously noisy Fengxue hall fell silent in an instant. Lu Qing extended his right hand forward, disregarding decorum, and brazenly attempted to strike Jiang Ling. His reckless and ruthless demeanor showed he cared little for others' opinions. Having injured his own son, he would act first and ask questions later. Patriarch Lu, please show mercy, Bai Li Chuan shouted as he rushed from the crowd, trying to intervene in front of Jiang Ling, only to be brushed aside by Lu Qing's wave of his sleeve. Seeing this, Jiang Ling felt somewhat speechless. Was the Lu family truly so reckless? They did not even inquire about his identity before launching an attack. There was no point in overthinking. He needed to face this challenge. Jiang Ling firmly grasped the Changhong sword, positioning it across his chest. Just then the wind shifted. The immense suction force emanating from Lu Qing's palm suddenly dissipated. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Ling's lips as he released his martial soul. Lu Qing, why do you attack a member of the martial soul hall without cause? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared, addressing Lu Qing with a clear voice. Brother Bai Li, is this your new disciple? Lu Qing did not respond to Bai Li Bing's inquiry, but countered with a question. I do not possess the qualifications or status, Bai Li Bing replied calmly, unperturbed by Lu Qing's evasive response. What? Lu Qing was taken aback. Bai Li Bing, a martial soul hall elder, was not even qualified to take this young man as a disciple. Bai Li Bing's lips moved as he began to transmit sound, while Lu Qing's complexion shifted between shades of black and white. After a long pause, Lu Qing slowly spoke. I understand the situation. It was Lu Tian who instigated trouble and disrupted everyone's enjoyment. I apologize for this. Although Lu Qing made no gestures of contrition, his face tense and his tone rigid. The crowd within the hall was taken aback by his words. However, in truth, only Lu Qing, Bai Li Bing, and Jiang Ling were aware that this apology was directed at Jiang Ling. As the head of a family and a titled Dalu, Lu Qing could not genuinely apologize to Jiang Ling face to face. To go so far was already unprecedented. Jiang Ling did not press him further and simply replied, Thank you, Patriarch Lu, for your keen insight. On the side, Bai Li Bing promptly interjected, Please continue your gathering, esteemed guests. We 2 old fellows shall refrain from intruding upon the youthful merriment, right, Lu Xiong? Lu Qing, his expression somewhat unnatural, nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Bai Li Xiong. Without further ado, he hastily departed with the unconscious Lu Tian in tow. Since assuming the role of family head, he had not faced such a setback before. Master. As Lu Qing left, Bailey Chuan approached, his head bowed in a display of reluctance. Xie Yue also approached, and Jiang Ling patted his shoulder to indicate that he was unscathed. You troublesome girl, you've caused trouble for the Holy Sun again, Bailey being reprimanded. Having surmised the events upon seeing Lu Tian, observing that the matter was resolved without dire consequences, Bailey Chuan's spirits lifted, and she playfully pulled on Bailey Bing's arm, saying, "What does it have to do with me?" It was Jiang Ling's younger brother who chose to fight that detestable Lu Tian. You, Bailey Bing feigned to strike, causing Bailey Chuan to hastily release his arm and hide behind Jiang Ling, stealing glances at his teacher. All right, Elder Bailey, Chuan Jie is not mistaken. It was indeed I who instigated the trouble, Jiang Ling remarked, bemused by the childlike antics of these two, who collectively boasted a century of age. Did you hear that? Old man, I did not deceive you, Bailey Chuan chimed in, standing on her toes and resting her chin on Jiang Ling's shoulder, casting a reproachful glance at Bailey Bing. Bailey Chuan leaned against Jiang Ling's back, and although he felt a stir of emotions, he discreetly took a small step forward. Bailey Bing, uninterested in his whimsical disciple, turned to Jiang Ling and softly remarked, "Holy Son, I find it inappropriate to linger at this gathering of youth, so I shall take my leave." Elder Bailey, travel safely, Jiang Ling replied with a respectful nod, with Xie Yue also bowing in agreement. Take care, Master, Bailey Chuan added with a playful smile. Bailey Bing acknowledged the two with a nod, but his expression darkened again as he glanced at Bailey Chuan before departing with a wave of his sleeve. With the exit of Lu Qing and Bailey Bing, the Fengshuodian soon returned to its previous atmosphere, with groups engaged in animated discussions. However, unlike before, many young women gravitated towards Xie Yue, expressing their affections with glances and whispers. The harshness of the extreme north seemed to have softened the refinement traditionally found in the Central Plains, leading to an unabashed expression of admiration, which rendered Xie Yue quite embarrassed throughout the gathering. Given the recent developments, the attendees were acutely aware of Jiang Ling's esteemed status. Thus, when he initiated conversations, there was little reason for anyone to decline. In the span of 2 hours, Jiang Ling was able to glean extensive information from the assembled crowd. A few individuals, undeterred by Bailey Chuan's fierce gaze, approached Jiang Ling for casual conversation about names, ages, and interests. Chuan Jie, are you well acquainted with the Lu family? Why not accompany me for a stroll? Jiang Ling inquired, approaching the somewhat sullen Bailey Chuan, who was currently standing on the balcony, reaching out to catch the snowflakes falling outside. What is so great about going out? Isn't it better to chat with those young ladies? You seemed quite merry just a moment ago, Bailey Chuan retorted, turning her head away with a hint of bitterness. I was merely gathering intelligence. Jiang Ling began to explain, but quickly shifted the tone of the conversation, teasing, Chuan Jie, you wouldn't have truly developed feelings for me, would you? I must preemptively inform you that I am already betrothed. Even if you do harbor affections, you could only aspire to be a concubine. Who will be interested in you? I could be your mother, given the age difference, Bailey Chuan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the mention of concubines. Jiang Ling's expression darkened at her words. She possessed the looks and figure, but her attitude was entirely unbecoming. Where exactly am I lacking? He thought, wishing he could show her otherwise. Just tell me if you are going or not. If you refuse, I shall go alone, Jiang Ling stated coldly. Oof. Bailey Chuan huffed, plopping down on the balcony. Swinging her feet in the air, arms crossed defiantly. Jiang Ling felt a pang of frustration. He truly wanted to tell her, you are 28, not 8. He decided to ignore her antics and gracefully leapt down from the balcony. You, hey, if you leave me behind, I'll perish. You were just charming those girls, weren't you? Bailey Chuan shouted in indignation, promptly following suit. As Jiang Ling observed the approaching Bailey Chuan, he fought the urge to laugh, knowing that laughter would only provoke her further. I'm not worried you'll get lost or become a mere snack for the Lu family. I merely promised your master to ensure your safety, Bailey Chuan declared, hands clasped behind her back, following Jiang Ling's lead with an inflated sense of pride. In uttering that sentence, she felt a twinge of insecurity, recalling how Jiang Ling had just vanquished Lu Tian. However, upon reconsideration, she thought, he is just a weakling like Lu Tian. I could handle him too, and regained her confidence, puffing out her chest, which drew attention to her figure. Then I am grateful for your assistance, Chuan Jia, Jiang Ling replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Where are you headed exactly? Bailey Chuan inquired after aimlessly wandering for a while. Although Jiang Ling suggested that she lead the way for a casual stroll, she had consistently followed his lead instead. Chuan Jia, let us not speak. Just pretend we are aimlessly wandering, as if we are a couple. Maintain a natural expression so that no one suspects anything. Jiang Ling whispered as he took her hand. Upon leaving the Fengshui Dian, Jiang Ling heightened his spiritual awareness to its maximum capacity, hoping to uncover any hidden secrets within the vast Lu family estate. With Bailey Chuan by his side, he felt reassured that they could concoct an explanation if discovered. Bailey Chuan, upon hearing his instructions, was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood what to do. She turned around to embrace Jiang Ling's arm, gazing at him with an innocent expression before casting her gaze around the surroundings. Her acting was so convincing that Jiang Ling nearly believed it was genuine. 100 gold soul coins. Bailey Chuan's lips barely moved as a mischievous voice echoed in Jiang Ling's mind. Deal. Though Jiang Ling was nearly bankrupt, he could still manage a few hundred gold soul coins. Local tycoon, Bailey Chuan thought to herself, feeling slightly resentful about her diminished funds. In the basement of Lu Qing's chamber, Lu Qing sat confidently in a stone chair, casting a sinister glance at the ordinary-looking youth before him. The most notable feature was the iron-like gloves adorning his hands. Are you insane? Jiang Ling is the holy son of the Wuhuan Temple. If he dies here, the entire Hanshuang city will face dire consequences. Even if I were to seize Hanshuang city, what would that accomplish? Lu Qing asserted. Why not simply act as an evil soul master? You could do the dirty work while I take the blame. The existence of evil soul masters in Hanshuang city has likely reached Wuhuan city by now. Jiang Ling's arrival is probably related to this matter. If we capture him and pin the blame on the evil soul masters, Wuhuan Temple will not retaliate against Hanshuang city, the youth replied dispassionately. I must correct you. I do not wish for him to die, but rather for him to wish he were dead, the youth stated flatly, yet the underlying animosity was palpable, his calm demeanor betraying the essence of someone far older than his years. Why would I agree to such a perilous arrangement that could lead to our ruin? This matter is not included in our contract, Lu Qing countered. Have you not recently captured a soul master with a top-tier ice phoenix? I can assist you in extracting her martial soul's essence, enabling your martial soul to evolve further and break free from its limitations. This could elevate your soul power by at least 2 levels. Do you honestly believe you could enhance your strength further in your lifetime? The youth maintained his icy tone. Lu Qing fell into silence. At 74 years of age, he had attained the esteemed title of 95th level Douluo, a peak reached only due to exceptional circumstances in his youth. And further advancement seemed as arduous as scaling the heavens. Why should I trust you? He inquired, lightly tapping the stone chair with his right hand, the crisp sound resonating in the dim chamber for an extended moment. After a lengthy pause, he continued, choose a time, and I can extract a portion for you. After you consume it, you may decide whether or not to believe me. Fine, he acquiesced after a considerable silence. It was only then that a faint, cold smile appeared on the youth's face. What do you intend to do? That is not for you to inquire. I am still capable of making a person disappear quietly in this frost city. Confidence is a commendable trait, but do not let it veer into arrogance. A year ago, I defeated a high-ranking soul saint head-on. I do not wish to encounter failure. Thank you for the reminder. The sharp, cold glint in his eyes deepened. Underestimating him could easily lead to alarming consequences. I am curious, what deep enmity do you harbor against that saint? Lu Qing inquired with a smile. When you decide to absorb the essence of the ice phoenix, inform me, the youth replied, seemingly ignoring his question, instinctively touching his now cold hands before turning to leave. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. His imposing figure surged like a dark wind towards the youth. Reacting swiftly, the youth unleashed his soul power, conjuring numerous vines to form a defensive barrier. Is that the blue-silver grass martial soul? Lu Qing frowned, then unleashed his soul power. shattering the blue silver grass and sending the youth flying. Yet Iching did not relent. He found it hard to believe that the youth was truly as feeble as he appeared. The youth regained his footing, a faint purple hue flickering in his eyes. With a swift motion of his right hand, a pitch-black hammer suddenly enlarged, crashing down. The Haotian hammer, a dual martial soul. Liu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. 30 years prior, when the Haotian sect had not yet closed its doors, he had encountered a disciple of the sect during his travels across the continent. That encounter had been perilous, driven to the brink by a rare treasure. Barely escaping with his life, yet unable to avenge that great grievance. With a thunderous impact, the youth's hammer struck Qing, the sheer force merely causing the cloak behind him to billow without inflicting any harm. The youth swiftly retreated, questioning, "Is this how you treat your partner? Since you are partners, it is only fair to know each other well. You know me intimately, yet I know nothing about you, not even your name. Does that seem equitable?" Liu Qing replied with a smile, unfazed by the hammer strike. "My name is Tang Yin," the youth stated before turning to depart. Liu Qing observed the retreating figure of Tang Yin, unable to suppress a smile as he murmured, "Once invincible, even the Haotian sect has disciples who become evil soul masters." His smile grew into a wild laugh. He seemed to forget that he too was collaborating with an evil soul master, merely a matter of degrees apart. Chapter 162. The wolves of the extreme north, capturing Bing Air Tang Yin, exited the chamber, where Liang Shan awaited silently, following him quietly as they left the Dirjia through a back door. On the street, Liang Shan spoke. "Your actions have surpassed the tasks assigned by the master. The master has stated that this person is to be dealt with by him personally." Tang Yin remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. "I will report this matter to the master," Liang Shan added. Tang Yin finally halted, replying coolly, "Do as you wish, but remember, your task is merely to protect me, not to interfere with my authority." Just moments ago, the confrontation between Jiang Ling and Erkan had caught Qing's attention. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Yin had witnessed the individual who had cast him into hell. He had sought Liang Shan, who had just become a soul Dalu, to take action, only to be met with refusal, thus forcing Tang Yin into collaboration with Qing. The Ice Phoenix soul master captured by Qing is only at the soul zone level. Her martial soul cannot assist Qing in evolving his martial soul, let alone elevate his soul power by 2 levels, Liang Shan warned sternly. If Qing discovers you've deceived him, not only will the mission fail, but your life may also be at risk. I cannot concern myself with that. I must ensure he regrets all his actions," Tang Yin said, unable to maintain a neutral expression, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Liang Shan, his voice icy as a winter's night. Seeing Tang Yin's demeanor, Liang Shan fell silent. He had said all he needed to, and whether Tang Yin chose to heed his words was his own affair. He merely needed to fulfill his own responsibilities. Once he released his pent-up emotions, Tang Yin regained his composure, taking a deep breath as snowflakes accompanied by frigid air filled his lungs. The two continued onward, gradually disappearing from the street. Jiang Ling and Bai Lichuan roamed Dirjia aimlessly, both searching for anomalies and memorizing the layout of the estate. With their formidable spiritual power, they had managed to avoid detection for quite some time. "Hey, over there? Something's odd," Jiang Ling said, turning northward to observe a room resembling a storeroom with its doors firmly shut, which inexplicably obstructed his spiritual probing. "What is it?" Bai Lichuan inquired, noticing Jiang Ling's sudenal. Jiang Ling raised a hand to silence Bai Lichuan, then directly activated his Powang Druton. As the faint red hue flickered in his eyes, it abruptly vanished. "Jiang Shengzi, Bai Li Jinu, what are you doing here?" A deep voice resonated from behind them. It was Liu Qing, the head of the family. "What a coincidence. These gatherings are rather dull. My sister Chuan said the scenery of the Deer family estate is the finest in Frost City, so I brought her out for a stroll. Today's view certainly lives up to its reputation," Jiang Ling praised, surveying the surroundings. Internally, he sighed with relief, grateful to have noticed Liting's arrival in time to dispel his Powang Druton, lest he inadvertently reveal himself. Indeed, these gatherings lose their charm over the years. It is better to take a walk and enjoy the scenery, Bai Lichuan quickly concurred. However, The rigidity of the woman's body conveyed her tension to Jiang Ling. Liu Qing's calm demeanor focused on the hand Jiang Ling had wrapped around by Li Chuan's waist as he stated solemnly. The dear family has many places suitable for leisure, primarily in the larger gardens to the south. This area is designated for raising soul beasts and is off-limits for visitors. Thus, I suggest the two of you explore elsewhere. Head of the family. Just as Qing finished speaking, the guard station nearby noticed the irregularities and hurried over, respectfully bowing. Liu Qing nodded, gesturing for the guards to step back. Ah, I see. It seems I have erred in my understanding of the rules. Sister Chuan, and I shall take our leave, Jiang Ling chuckled, offering an apologetic nod before pulling by Li Chuan southward. Liu Qing watched their departing figures, his brow subtly furrowing as he mused. Could Jiang Ling be targeting the Deer family? He then turned and entered the storeroom. As the door opened, a beautiful beam of moonlight illuminated the previously dark storeroom, dispersing the heavy shadows. The room was empty except for a figure slumped in the corner, seemingly still in a state of unconsciousness. Liu Qing gazed at the figure, a flicker of eagerness crossing his eyes, for this represented an opportunity for him to advance his soul power. Liu Qing recalled Jiang Ling from earlier. Although he felt he had not revealed any signs of suspicion, logically the spirit hall should not suspect him. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he commanded, "Bring her to Zhishuiju and detain her." Zhishuiju, adjacent to his residence Donghuiju, made it impossible for anyone to stealthily rescue someone from under his watchful gaze. Indeed, the master of the house. As for using this as bait to encircle and annihilate Jiang Ling, Liu Qing would never entertain such thoughts. He may appear rugged, yet he possesses a delicate mind. What he desires is for Jiang Ling's disappearance to bear no relation to him, devoid of even a hint of suspicion. Thus, any action within the Liu family is absolutely off-limits. Upon returning to Feng's Weidian, Jiang Ling found the banquet nearing its conclusion. While Xue was rendered dazed by the numerous ladies who had indulged him, cradling in his arms a remarkably charming young woman. This scene stirred a sense of indignation within Jiang Ling, who had engaged in brawls and battles of wits with Liu Qing for the sake of investigation, only to find Xue treating the gathering as a mere festivity. "Miss, I must take Xue away now. You may continue your conversation another day," Jiang Ling gently remarked, placing a hand on the young woman's shoulder. "No, I shall take care of Xue tonight," the girl giggled, having partaken in her share of spirits. It seemed that Xue's allure vastly overshadowed that of another. Bailey Chuan witnessed this and burst into laughter, mocking Jiang Ling. "You handle this." Jiang Ling shot a glare at Bailey Chuan and snorted coldly. Fortunately, Xue retained a glimmer of clarity, managing to extricate himself from the girl's embrace, yet still required Jiang Ling's assistance to return to Wuhuandian. After safely depositing Xue in his chamber, Jiang Ling stealthily exited Wuhuandian, seeking a secluded spot to change attire and don a disguise mask before heading once more towards the Liu family estate. Today, he was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within that storeroom, fearing that any delay might alert Liu Qing to his intentions. Having visited once before, he navigated with ease, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the storeroom. As he approached, he sensed something amiss. The barrier obstructing his spiritual perception had vanished. Avoiding the watchful guards, Jiang Ling entered the storeroom. Although shrouded in darkness, it posed no challenge for him, as it felt no different from daylight. "Liu Qing, you are indeed cautious. I underestimated you," Jiang Ling murmured, surveying the empty storeroom. Just as he was about to depart to investigate elsewhere, his gaze was drawn to a corner, and he hastened over to pick up a porcelain vial. Could it be her? Jiang Ling pondered, recognizing the vial in his possession, one that had once belonged to him, to be precise, as he had entrusted it to a girl named Shui Bing in the Varian he had reduced to ruins with a single strike. Chapter 163. The difficulty of rescue. Jiang Ling tucked the vial into his jade pendant and swiftly exited the storeroom, retrieving a pitch-black short sword from within. "Where have you relocated the girl from the storeroom?" he demanded, holding a guard hostage with the blade pressed against his throat, speaking in a hushed tone. Utilizing his soul power, he cast a soundproof barrier, rendering the guard's cries futile. "Please don't kill me." I was just reassigned here. I truly don't know where the girl you speak of is gone, the guard stammered, his face pale with fear, particularly at the chilling sensation against his throat, causing him to collapse to the ground in terror. Jiang Ling's expression darkened. Then where did the previous guards go? Zishuiju. The guard quivered. Where is Zishuiju? To the east. Please don't kill me. The guard pleaded, cradling his head. Listen, if you dare reveal that you've seen me tonight, I will ensure your demise. Jiang Ling warned coldly. I swear, I won't say a word. The guard rushed to assure him, trembling in fear. He was merely a first-ring soul master, and his foray into hunting and selling furs had already instilled in him a profound fear of death. He had secured this guard position through a friend, and in just a few days, he found himself confronted by Jiang Ling. Get some rest, Jiang Ling said, flipping the short sword and striking the guard with a precise blow, rendering him unconscious. Without further delay, he concealed himself and headed eastward. It must be said, the Lu family was indeed vast, with guards numbering beyond count. After a considerable delay, Jiang Ling finally spotted the sign of Zishuju. The characters of Zishuju bore the same style as those of Feng's Weidian, likely crafted by Lu Qing himself. Truly, one who is unaware of their poor penmanship. Jiang Ling exhaled softly as he gazed at the small courtyard ahead, activating his breathing technique to its utmost. Just as he took a step forward, a hand suddenly grasped his shoulder. Startled, he spun around, his short sword whirling in a defensive arc toward the figure behind him. It's me. Yoi released Jiang Ling, stepping back to evade the blade. Yoi, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jiang Ling felt relief wash over him. He had been so focused on Zishuju that he hadn't even noticed Yoi's proximity. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me, Yoi urged, slipping away into the shadows. Hey, Jiang Ling hesitated, glancing around. He wished to rescue Shui Binger, yet Yoi's sudden appearance suggested urgency. Weighing his options, he decided to follow, knowing he had already uncovered the location of Shui Binger as confinement and could afford a moment's pause. Speak, what is the matter? Jiang Ling inquired as he trailed Yoi through the Lu estate, arriving at a dim alleyway where he addressed her. You cannot go to Zishuiju to rescue anyone, Yoi stated directly. Why not? Because Lu Qing resides next door in Donghuju, and your attempt to rescue someone will certainly be discovered, she replied, her voice devoid of emotion. Jiang Ling found himself momentarily speechless at Yoi's response, yet a flicker of relief emerged within him. The power of the breathing technique had obscured his judgment, leading him to believe he could infiltrate anywhere. However, if he drew too close and employed even a modicum of soul power, he would still be detected by the titled Douluo in an instant. You have been monitoring Lu Qing all along? Jiang Ling suddenly queried. No, I was assigned by the Holy Emperor to protect you in secret. Upon your arrival at the Lu estate, it was only natural for me to investigate, Yoi clarified. So, during the banquet, when Bailey Chuan and I visited the storeroom, you were nearby as well? Indeed. Did Lu Qing not notice you? Jiang Ling pressed, a new plan forming in his mind. If feasible, he could exploit Lu Qing's lack of strong spiritual power, remaining beyond 100 meters to avoid detection. Yoi furrowed her brow, sensing the undercurrents of a scheme. What do you intend to do? If you were discovered by Lu Qing, would you manage to escape? Jiang Ling countered, avoiding her question. There is no if. Yoi's gaze turned icy. Suddenly, her expression softened slightly as she whispered, You wish for me to deliberately expose myself to divert Lu Qing? Yes, of course. If you cannot evade Lu Qing, this plan will be rendered futile, Jiang Ling affirmed with a nod. We assassins excel in stealth and speed. I have a 70% certainty of escaping. However, I do not deem this method viable. Aside from Lu Qing, there are 2 other soul Douluo and 9 soul saints. Even if I draw Lu Qing away, you still cannot rescue that girl, Yoi replied coldly. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. The largest fish has already been dealt with. Why fear these smaller ones? Moreover, we have Bailey Bing, a title Douluo. I will not face any peril. Jiang Ling said with a calm smile. If Bailey Bing intervenes, Lu Qing will become aware that the Wuhuan Temple is targeting him. If he becomes desperate, none of us will stand a chance against him. The best course of action is to have the Holy Emperor dispatch more aid while we remain dormant, Yoi countered. Her insight sharp and uncompromising. It is unreasonable. The time consumed in this back and forth is excessive, and countless individuals may suffer as a result. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Grant me a little more time to devise a foolproof strategy. Jiang Ling's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Why? You remained silent for a moment before inquiring. What do you mean? Why save this stranger? You reiterated. Lu Qing had transferred Shui Binger from the storeroom to his residence, indicating her significant importance to him. Perhaps she is vital evidence of Lu Qing's collusion with the evil soul master, Jiang Ling explained. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's reasoning, remained noncommittal. She found Jiang Ling's demeanor insincere. His explanations were perpetually reasonable, yet not everything in life aligns with reason. Take the guard they had just captured as an example. He could have easily been dispatched to eliminate future threats, yet he was inexplicably spared. What are you doing? He abruptly seized Jiang Ling's outstretched right hand, questioning him. Do not move. Upon seeing the purity in Jiang Ling's eyes, Yi gradually released her grip. Jiang Ling's right hand formed a fist, with only the index and middle fingers touching her smooth forehead. This is the turtle breathing technique. It requires the cessation of soul power while in operation, allowing you to better conceal your presence. Jiang Ling spoke softly. Yi curiously experienced the technique, her expression unchanged, yet her dim eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to express gratitude, but was at a loss for words. Ultimately, she clasped her fists and vanished into the darkness once more. Jiang Ling sighed and gazed at the night sky, which was beginning to brighten. He resolved to sit aside and ponder. Without advanced combat capabilities, he could not take down Lu Qing. Even if he were to uncover evidence, he would still be unable to eliminate him. Jiang Ling felt a throbbing headache. Chapter 164. Seeking to collaborate amidst danger as dawn approached. Jiang Ling gradually rose, shaking off the 3-foot-thick layer of snow and ice from his body, and made his way toward the Wuhuan temple. Throughout the day, Jiang Ling remained indoors, locking himself in his room, poring over the extensive records of the two powerful families in an attempt to unearth methods to undermine the Lu family. 3/4 of the documents pertained to the Lu family, while the remaining quarter consisted of materials on the Zhao family collected by Li Bing, as a titled Dalu who had spent many years in the extreme north. Basic information was still accessible. As the day drew to a close, Jiang Ling gently closed the final volume on the Lu family, having found nothing of value. His gaze shifted to a smaller stack of books nearby, the Zhao family records. Initially, Jiang Ling had not considered the Zhao family significant. After all, it was a family without a title de law. How much influence could they possibly exert in this struggle? He extended his hand, summoning the books about the Zhao family to his side. After all, they were an ancient family that had contended with the Lu family for countless years. Perhaps they possessed some hidden depth. Time slipped away gradually, and soon it was deep into the night. The darkness deepened, and the wind and snow grew fiercer. Yet Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with intensity. Zhao Wanchuan, Jiang Ling whispered. Zhao Wanchuan? Who is that? Many in Hanshuang City might not recognize the name, not even by Li Chuan or Lu Tian. Perhaps only the older generation would understand what those three characters represented. No one remains eternally youthful, yet there will always be the young. 70 years ago, the most powerful family in Hanshuang City was not the Lu family, but the Zhao family. There are no timeless fairy tales. The Lu family was not always strong, nor was the Zhao family perpetually weak. Zhao Wanchuan, the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jiping's elder uncle, had become a title de law at the age of 62, overshadowing the Lu family at that time, establishing the Zhao family as the undisputed first family in Hanshuang City. 20 years ago, the over 100-year-old Zhao Wan Chuan suddenly vanished, disrupting the Zhao family's dominance in Hanshuang City. Thankfully, the Lu family lacked a title Douluo, bringing about a semblance of balance. Zhao Jiping succeeded Zhao Wanchuan as the family head, while Lu Qing claimed the position of head of the Lu family. Zhao Jiping, with limited talent, remained stuck at level 89 for many years, whereas Lu Qing surged forth, achieving the rank of Super Douluo. Gradually, people forgot the once glorious Zhao family, only remembering the formidable Lu family. What reignited Jiang Ling's hope was Zhao Wanquan. According to the records, Zhao Wanquan was missing, not deceased. The descriptions of his disappearance were vague, leading Jiang Ling to ponder whether he might still be alive. Once this thought took root, it rapidly flourished within Jiang Ling's mind. He began to speculate about recent events within the Zhao family and their responses. The Zhao family members had gathered, relinquishing most of their businesses in Hanshuang City, only maintaining the Zhao family estate. From Bai Li Bing's reports, there have been recent assassinations targeting the Zhao family. If the Lu family was a ravenous tiger seeking to devour the Zhao family whole, the Wuhuan temple acted as a myriad of silkworms, gradually consuming the Zhao family's mulberry leaves. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The Wuhuan temple, having helped them through a crisis, would not allow the Zhao family to disembark immediately. At this juncture, the Zhao family should realize they are deeply ensnared in a quagmire. It is time to make a decision, to be swallowed by the Lu family or devoured by the Wuhuan temple. Yet, they still hesitated. Did the Zhao family hope for a comeback? Relying on whom? Zhao Jiping? Impossible. It could only be Zhao Wanquan. Jiang Ling called softly, raising his gaze. Since teaching her the turtle breathing technique yesterday, he could no longer pinpoint her location, but he knew she was nearby. Yu silently emerged, approaching Jiang Ling without making a sound. Keep an eye on the Lu family. It would be best if you could locate the recently missing individuals and ascertain where they're being held. When the time comes to act, this information will be crucial. Jiang Ling instructed in a hushed tone. Understood. Yu clasped her fists and prepared to depart. Wait. Yu halted, looking back at Jiang Ling, awaiting his next words. Be cautious. If the situation becomes untenable, prioritize your own safety. Do not let yourself perish. Jiang Ling expressed his concern, acutely aware of the peril she faced under the watchful eye of a level 95 title Dalu. Yu, however, appeared astonished. She suddenly felt that Jiang Ling did not resemble the disciple of the Pope, nor did he embody the characteristics of a power holder, as those in authority typically prioritize the mission over the individuals executing it. With hands stained by countless lives and a heart hardened like stone, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Yet, her years as an assassin compelled her to respond coldly. Yasha does not accept failure. With that, Yu turned and departed, leaving Jiang Ling momentarily stunned. Having discovered a method, the next step was to verify its feasibility. After resting for half the night, as the first light of dawn appeared, Jiang Ling rapped on Bai Li Bing's door. Elder Bai Li, accompany me to the Zhao family. We must go stealthily. The fewer who know, the better. We must evade the Lu family scrutiny, Jiang Ling stated straightforwardly. Bai Li Bing paused for a moment before responding. I will make the arrangements. He was not entirely aware of Jiang Ling's intentions. After all, Jiang Ling had only been in Hanshuang City for 3 days. What could be accomplished in 3 days? Enough time to eat 9 meals? Zhao family, residents of Zhao Jiping. The visit from Hanbing Mian truly illuminates my humble abode. Zhao Jiping, dressed in casual home attire, greeted Bai Li Bing with a smile. Although Zhao Jiping was slightly older than Bai Li Bing, strength held precedence in the Douluo continent, and the strong were respected first. Jiang Ling meticulously observed Zhao Jiping. Unlike the imposing stature of Lu Qing or the refined demeanor of Bai Li Bing, Zhao Jiping appeared simply emaciated, though his complexion was robust. Yet, the lingering fatigue etched across his features suggested that he had been experiencing considerable distress lately. Brother Zhao, you are too kind. Today, I am not here to seek you out. It is my family's holy son who wishes to meet you. Bai Li Bing replied with a nod. Odison? Zhao Jiping glanced at the dignified Jiang Ling beside him. Greetings, Master Zhao. I have come today to discuss matters with you. Shall we not step inside for a chat? Jiang Ling said with an indifferent tone. Holy son, please. Zhao Jiping gestured with his hand, speaking in a deep voice. Once the three were seated, Jiang Ling wasted no time and spoke directly. Master Zhao, we are here today to discuss a collaboration. Zhao Jiping, puzzled by Jiang Ling's words, inquired. Collaboration? Indeed, collaboration. The Wuhuan Temple has discovered a connection between the Lu family and the evil spirit masters. The recent disappearances of people and spirit masters, both within and outside the city, are linked to the Lu family. I wish to eradicate the Lu family and seek your cooperation, Jiang Ling continued, pausing briefly before adding, moreover, your Zhao family has been under significant pressure from Lu Qing. If this drags on, your entire family may face annihilation. This matter is advantageous for you. Jiang Ling's words caused Zhao Jiping's expression to shift slightly, and even Bai Li Bing appeared somewhat uneasy. When did we discover that the Lu family colluded with evil spirit masters? Chapter 165. The other side of the mountain. Zhao Jiping was not surprised by the Lu family's involvement with evil spirit masters. He had vaguely suspected it through his family's intelligence network, but pretended to be unaware. If he acknowledged it, the Zhao family would only meet a swifter demise. He had subtly implied this to Bai Li Bing through the materials he provided, yet Bai Li Bing had not bothered to examine them. Zhao Jiping's change in expression was not due to fear, but rather excitement. Yes, excitement, for the Lu family could finally be eradicated. May I ask, Holy Son, how many people have you brought to Hanzhuang City? Zhao Jiping hastily inquired. 2. Jiang Ling's response caused Zhao Jiping's face to stiffen. Only 2. What is the strength of the other person? Zhao Jiping pressed on, unwilling to relent. The strength of a spirit king. Zhao Jiping's expression darkened. He had just glimpsed hope, only to watch it slip away before his eyes. The sudden rise and fall left him feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Yet he remembered his position as the head of the family and forced a smile, saying, Holy Son, you are not jesting with me, are you? How can we possibly contend with Lu Qing, a 95th level title Douluo, with just our strength? With just your strength, we cannot prevail. But should we include Old Master Zhao, it would be a different story. Jiang Ling's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Jiping, intent on capturing every subtle expression. Surely, Odisson, you jest. I am merely a spirit Douluo. How could I possibly be a match for Lu Qing? Zhao Jiping's unnatural expression flickered before he slowly replied. Bai Li Bing observed the two, bewildered by their cryptic exchange. Jiang Ling noticed the shift in Zhao Jiping's emotions and thought to himself, as expected, and spoke softly. I am referring to Zhao Wanchuan, Old Master Zhao. Zhao Jiping's previously composed expression transformed dramatically as he looked at Jiang Ling in disbelief. Bai Li Bing was equally perplexed. Isn't that person already deceased? You are mistaken, Elder Bai Li. Old Master Zhao is merely missing. Death implies a finality. Missing can encompass many scenarios: reclusive living, closed-door training, or travel, Jiang Ling said with a relaxed smile. Zhao Wanchuan is indeed alive. Jiang Ling secretly felt relieved. Indeed, my uncle is still alive. He stepped down from the position of family head 20 years ago due to a resurgence of old injuries, coupled with his advancing age. And he has been said to be missing for recuperation. I never expected that after all these years, someone would still remember him. Zhao Jiping sighed slowly. 20 years ago, Old Master Zhao was already a 95th level title Douluo, even with his injuries and age. He should still be able to handle Lu Qing with Elder Bai Li's assistance. Of course, if the Zhao family is unwilling to act, I will not force you. I can simply arrange for others to eliminate the Lu family. But can the Zhao family afford to wait? Jiang Ling half threatened, believing Zhao Jiping wished to take advantage of the situation. You misunderstand, Holy Son. Even if it were only Lu Qing, I would proactively contact the Wuhuan Temple to deal with him, regardless of your involvement. However, Lu Qing has allies. Zhao Jiping sighed in resignation. Zhao Jiping's revelation sent ripples through Jiang Ling's demeanor. Allies? I believe both of you are aware that members of my Zhao family have been assassinated one after another. This is not the doing of the Lu family, but rather the work of Baiming Lingyuan, Zhao Jiping lamented. Baiming Lingyuan? Where did he come from? Jiang Ling's brow furrowed deeply. He knew Baiming Shui and glanced at Bai Li Bing, his eyes filled with inquiry. Baiming Lingyuan is an assassin active in the extreme north, killing for money. However, I recall him being merely a spirit Douluo, Bai Li Bing explained. Your Excellency, what you said is correct. However, he has now successfully ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Bai Mingling Yuan's father was killed by my uncle, which is why he has come to exact revenge on my family. His goals align closely with those of Lu Qing, making their relationship rather ambiguous. Zhao Jiping continued. He has threatened me that if I dare to side with the Wuhuan temple, he will unleash a massacre upon my family. Although my uncle is still alive, he cannot contend against two titled Douluos. There was one thing Zhao Jiping did not mention. His uncle had long suffered from ailments and had little time left. Any further actions might be his last. What if I were to help you eliminate Bai Mingling Yuan? Jiang Ling countered. Bai Mingling Yuan, as an assassin, is highly experienced. If he intends to rely on Elder Bai Li and my uncle to set an ambush, it is likely to be ineffective. Moreover, Lu Qing is lurking in the shadows. Striking without killing is counterproductive, Zhao Jiping warned, believing Jiang Ling was contemplating a trap. I have said it before. We at the Wuhuan Temple will eliminate this individual on our own, Jiang Ling reiterated. Elder Bai Li Bing's expression turned astonished as he interjected. Before Zhao Jiping could respond, a robust voice echoed from outside. If the Holy Sun can eliminate that scoundrel Bai Mingling Yuan, I will do everything in my power to combat Lu Qing. The three inside turned to see an elderly man with white hair and a commanding presence entering the room. Uncle, Zhao Jiping quickly rose. Seeing this, the old man's expression softened. Senior Zhao Wanchuan, Jiang Ling bowed respectfully. Holy Sun, I keep my word. If you eliminate Bai Mingling Yuan, I will risk my life to drag that young scion of the Lu family down to hell with me. Zhao Wanchuan spoke slowly. Jiang Ling nodded silently in acknowledgement, then looked at Bai Li Bing and said, Elder Bai Li, we should take our leave. Zhao Jiping watched the two depart and turned back to his uncle with concern. Uncle, your health. At that moment, Zhao Wanchuan appeared somewhat drained, waving his hand to indicate he was fine. I'm nearing my end. If I can die fighting to protect the family, then it is a worthy demise. Uncle, Zhao Jiping's voice trembled with unshed tears. After leaving the Zhao family, Jiang Ling sent Bai Li Bing back to the Wuhuan Temple. While he strolled through the streets of Hanzhuang City, he finally understood the saying, behind the mountain is another mountain. Behind one problem lies another. Passing by a theater, Jiang Ling looked up in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against entering. Lu family, Jishui residents, I hope you're not deceiving me, Lu Qing said, looking at the boy before him with an ambiguous smile. Tang Yin remained unusually aloof. Once you absorb some of the Ice Phoenix's martial soul essence, you should hand Jiang Ling over to me as soon as possible. If it proves useful, I will naturally fulfill my promise. Now let us begin, Lu Qing urged. Tang Yin did not respond and stepped into the room. Inside, a girl who had appeared listless suddenly stood up, watching the newcomer with vigilance. The girl's long, water-blue hair was somewhat disheveled, and although her face was dirty, her exquisite features were still discernible. It was none other than Shui Binger. Who are you? Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, Shui Binger forced herself to remain calm and asked coldly, will you release your martial soul yourself? Or shall I assist you in awakening it? Tang Yin disregarded Shui Binger's inquiry. To him, the identity and name of the person before him held no significance, for it was only a matter of time before she would meet her demise. Observing the situation, Shui Binger covertly summoned her soul power. Despite being gravely injured and having gone 2 days without sustenance, her remaining soul energy was scant. Yet, she was not one to surrender easily. As long as she drew breath, she would resist to the bitter end. Chapter 166. Tormented to the brink of death, both were members of the soul sect. Had Shui Binger not been injured, she would have possessed the strength to contend with Tang Yin. However, as Tang Yin's soul power struck her, the malevolent soul master employed sinister and unparalleled techniques. While hidden weapons targeted the physical form, this evil soul master's methods penetrated the very essence of the soul, even allowing the extraction of the original power of martial souls. Utilizing external forces to manifest another's martial soul was a simple feat for him, as his soul energy infiltrated several of Shui Binger's vital points. A piercing and mournful phoenix cry resonated through the heavens. While Lu Qing sealed off the entire Jishui residence, preventing any sound from escaping. Once Tang Yin withdrew his soul power, Shui Binger collapsed weakly onto the floor. Above her, a majestic ice phoenix of shimmering azure circled gracefully. The temperature in the room plummeted further, and Lu Qing gazed at the ice phoenix with unabashed greed. His martial soul was the snowy domain lion, formidable yet inferior to the majestic phoenix. Tang Yin's lips moved slightly, muttering incantations as his eyes turned pitch black. He unleashed two streams of dark energy that ensnared the circling ice phoenix. You are an evil soul master, Shui Binger exclaimed in horror, yearning to resist, but finding her body devoid of strength. Tang Yin frowned discreetly. He disliked being called an evil soul master. He then silently recited a mantra, beginning to extract the essence of the ice phoenix. Clang! Up! It was both the cry of the phoenix and the agonized scream of Shui Binger. She was the ice phoenix, and the ice phoenix was her. Shui Binger felt as if countless ants were gnawing at her bones, penetrating her very marrow. This sensation was beyond words to describe. Her once exquisite and beautiful visage contorted in agony, her lips bleeding, and the strength that had seemingly left her returned in waves of torment. Her body boiled and seethed, her soul energy turbulent, causing her blood to reverse course, bringing unbearable pain akin to suffocation. Her fingers clawed desperately at the unforgiving floor, yet the hard surface betrayed her attempts, shattering her elegant nails and drawing blood. Shui Binger cursed her inability to succumb to unconsciousness. Fortunately, as only a portion of the martial soul's essence was extracted, the duration was not prolonged. Once Tang Yin withdrew his soul power, she relinquished her grip, letting out a heart-wrenching cry before collapsing to the ground, utterly drained. Tang Yin paid no heed to the fallen Shui Binger. He reached out to catch the thumb-sized azure ice orb he had extracted, turning to approach Lu Qing. This is a portion extracted. You may absorb it now to see if it benefits your martial soul. Tang Yin offered the ice orb to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, having been impatient, accepted it eagerly. He was unconcerned about Tang Yin's intentions, especially since a soul Douluo was stationed outside to guard against any treachery. Should Tang Yin dare to play tricks, he would swiftly meet his end. Upon swallowing the azure ice orb, Lu Qing did not require meditation to absorb it. The essence of the ice phoenix swiftly merged with his lion martial soul. After a moment, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting blue glimmer passing through. And he frowned. Why is it so little? He indeed sensed a change in his martial soul. Yet the orb's power was limited, far from achieving a qualitative transformation. I have stated, this is merely a down payment. Should the essence of the martial soul be fully extracted, this individual will perish. Once you deliver Jiang Ling to me, I shall grant you the entirety of the ice phoenix's power within her. Tang Yin replied unhurriedly. Can her power truly assist in the evolution of my martial soul? Lu Qing questioned, still harboring doubt. You may choose not to believe me. Tang Yin's expression turned cold, his voice frigid. Haha, I was merely jesting, my esteemed partner. Lu Qing laughed heartily, his gaze drifting back to Shui Binger, who lay on the ground, her blood pooling like a meandering river. Whether in admiration or mockery, he remarked, your methods as an evil soul master are indeed remarkable. I am but an old man, humbled in comparison. Tang Yin remained silent, turning to leave. I hope you will fulfill your promise promptly, allowing us to complete this transaction. Lu Qing watched Tang Yin depart, suppressing his smile with a cold snort. He glanced at the nearly unconscious Shui Binger before stepping out of Ji Shui's residence. Shortly thereafter, 3 maidservants entered. The matter was far from over. She cannot be allowed to die so easily. At Donghu residence, in Lu Qing's chamber, Lin Yuan, my brother, I implore you for assistance. A new holy son has arrived from the Martial Soul Hall in Hanshuang City. I wish for you to ensure that this remains undiscovered by others, Lu Qing said, gesturing to the tall, silver-haired, middle-aged man before him. Brother, you need not be so formal. My life was saved by you. My ascendance to title Douluo is also due to your efforts. Command me without hesitation. There is no need for such pleasantries. Bei Ming Lin Yuan replied with a stern countenance. Bei Ming Lin Yuan's father was a bandit and assassin, slain by Zhao Wanchuan. It was Lu Qing who discreetly concealed him, allowing him to leave the Lu family after achieving mastery, inheriting his father's legacy. The Zhao family believed the two were mere collaborators, unaware of their deeper connection. My foolish brother shall not be so presumptuous. However, this individual holds a significant identity, and it is imperative that no word escapes, Lu Qing said, handing a portrait to Bei Ming Lin Yuan. The image depicted Jiang Ling's likeness. Bei Ming Lin Yuan glanced at the portrait, then tucked it away, respectfully cupping his fist in salute to Lu Qing before exiting. Years ago, he had casually saved and sheltered this person, never expecting them to grow so powerful, even capable of annihilating the Zhao family. Ah, Zhao family. This is what you call reaping what you sow. A smile graced Lu Qing's lips as he pondered silently. After passing the theater, Jiang Ling hurried back to the martial soul hall. That aura felt strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before, yet the number of titled Douluo was exceedingly rare. How could he possibly recall? Suppressing the turmoil within, he contemplated how to deal with Bei Ming Lin Yuan, but found himself at a loss. The vendetta of his father's death could not be resolved with mere words, and the frustration that had been bottled up surged within him, leaving Jiang Ling feeling agitated. Choosing instead to summon the Changhong sword, he began practicing his sword techniques. In an instant, the courtyard was devoid of snow. The crimson sword light lingering in the sky, refusing to dissipate. He practiced for 2 hours, the forms of his sword play becoming distorted, yet he remained oblivious. It was only when Bai Li Chuan and Xie Yu interrupted that Jiang Ling snapped back to reality. A rueful smile gracing his lips as he recalled his teacher's words. To command your sword, your heart must be as tranquil as the depths of the sea. Attempting to quell your agitation through sword practice will only exacerbate it. Sometimes, it is better not to practice at all. What troubles you? Bai Li Chuan inquired, observing Jiang Ling's unusual demeanor. Nothing, just a bit fatigued. I shall rest for a moment. You may continue with your tasks, Jiang Ling replied softly, patting Bai Li Chuan's shoulder before nodding at Xie Yu. He sheathed his sword and retreated to his room to meditate. He sat until deep into the night. When Yu brought news, Odisson, the room remained dimly lit, yet both were not ordinary soul masters, possessing the ability to see in the dark with ease. You found out so quickly? Jiang Ling gazed at Yu, astonished by the sudden appearance of such swift information. Yu shook his head, saying not yet. But we have leads. However, the specific location of confinement remains undiscovered. Chapter 167. Encountering an old friend in captivity, then why have you come see me? Jiang Ling arched an eyebrow, puzzled. Based on his understanding, Yu would not appear without clear evidence. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's question, Yu opened his mouth to respond, yet hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Yu finally spoke, expressing her hope for Jiang Ling to remain calm and not act impulsively. What is there to act impulsively about here? Jiang Ling replied, momentarily taken aback. Did he mean that he was being impulsive? Was it possible that Xie Yu had been gravely injured? Yet, he had only seen him today. Unaware of Jiang Ling's thoughts, Yu continued, while investigating the Lu family. I saw Lu Qing take people into Jishuiju, where they stayed for about an hour. After they left, 3 maids entered to serve, taking advantage of their unawareness. I stealthily slipped into the room and encountered the young lady from Tian Shui Academy. Yu paused briefly, her voice slightly faltering. And then, what transpired next? Jiang Ling, who had been listening intently, suddenly found her voice cut off and asked in confusion. I observed her in a state of torment, her body exceedingly frail, almost on the brink of death. It appeared to be the handiwork of an evil spirit master. Yu hesitated before saying, these beasts, and those vile, evil spirit masters. Jiang Ling's eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity, laced with hatred. His hands clenched tightly, his body tense, but after a while he slumped down, realizing that it was not yet the time to confront them. Yu, continue your investigation into the Lu family, but please ensure your safety, Jiang Ling said, his expression dark and somber. Yu was taken aback and blurted out, what about the young lady from Tian Shui Academy? To her, Jiang Ling had risked himself to save her just days prior, so surely he must harbor feelings for her and would be furious upon hearing this news, willing to go to any lengths to rescue her. In response to Yi's inquiry, Jiang Ling did not ponder much and replied, "As we delve deeper into this matter, it is not yet the time for confrontation given our current strength. Naturally, we must rescue her, but for now we must bide our time. Without this northern underworld Lin Yuan, I would have already flipped the table." Yi, filled with confusion, respectfully bowed and concealed her presence as she departed. Jiang Ling rose, gazing out at the swirling snow, and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom, sighing softly. "It seems that my arrival has unknowingly altered the fates of many. I have only met Shui Binger once. Thus, there cannot be any genuine feelings. I merely feel a sense of pity for her, having witnessed the dreadful methods of many evil spirit masters, each more chilling than the last. What a girl plagued by misfortune." However, Shui Binger's situation prompted him to make a decision regarding the issue he had been hesitating over all day. The following day, Jiang Ling stepped into the theater. Though it was called a theater, it occupied a considerable area, complete with large and small stages. If truth be told, Jiang Ling also had a fondness for plays when he had leisure time. It was said that a beautiful guest had been staying at the opera house for several days, and he was tempted to go in and take a look. Don't even think about it. That person has taken over the entire theater. You must understand that regardless of the venue, whether bustling or desolate, the price for exclusivity is exorbitantly high. Jiang Ling observed two individuals passing by him and turned left into the opera house, precisely the place they mentioned. "Young master, this place has already been booked by someone. We kindly ask you to visit another day." Two guards at the entrance blocked Jiang Ling, noting his luxurious attire, yet refraining from offending him too much, gently advising him. "Let him in," came a rather neutral voice. The two guards exchanged glances and gestured for him to enter, saying, "Please come in." "Thank you," Jiang Ling replied with a smile. As he entered the theater, the performance had already commenced, with a few actors in costumes on stage. The area beneath the stage was empty, save for one person sitting in the center, a table laden with seeds and pastries before them. Jiang Ling walked straight over and sat beside this person. "Would you care for a bite?" The individual turned, nudging the food towards Jiang Ling. Upon seeing a face that was both masculine and feminine, stunningly beautiful, Jiang Ling's heart momentarily halted, his shock evident in his eyes, which he could hardly conceal. After a while, he managed to smile and said, "Then I shall thank you, Brother Lan." Indeed, Jiang Ling recognized him, Lan Xingchen, a name that had lingered in his memory since his first travels across the continent. 3 years ago, upon their first meeting, Jiang Ling found him inscrutable. He had been handsome then, but still discernibly male or female. Yet now, he was an enigma. When I arrived, I was wondering which esteemed senior it might be, only to find it was an old acquaintance from 3 years ago. "Brother Lan, your progress and strength is astonishing, truly unprecedented. You've ascended to a titled rank in just 3 years," Jiang Ling remarked, glancing at the stage with a casual tone. "Just clever tricks." Lan Xingchen smiled lightly. "Clever tricks? Is it truly just clever tricks?" Jiang Ling's smile faded slightly, as he began to form a conjecture about Lan Xingchen's identity. "Jiang Luo?" Lan Xingchen seemed to recall something and turned his head to ask, his gaze teasing. "Yes, Jiang Luo is also my name. I have another name, Jiang Ling, which I believe you are familiar with," Jiang Ling replied. "I still prefer the name Jiang Luo. It holds a more poetic essence," Lan Xingchen said, popping a piece of pastry into his mouth. "Do you know why I love these short plays? They showcase only the most brilliant parts, usually lacking beginnings and ends, devoid of excessive grievances and disappointments." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, they are indeed brilliant. Though not complete, they represent the most captivating segments. I, too, wish to live like a short play." Lan Xingchen's eyes brightened. Jiang Ling fell silent, thinking of the vile acts committed by the evil spirit masters during his 3 years of trials on the continent, preparing to rise and leave, only to find himself unable to move. "Initially, I merely intended to reclaim the wooden token from you, but then, well, it was about half a year ago, I found myself increasingly intrigued by you," Lan Xingchen suddenly stated. "What?" Jiang Ling's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he He managed to utter, "I have no interest in men. Though you are more beautiful than a woman, you are ultimately still a man." Lan Xingqian was equally taken aback, and once he regained his composure, he shot Jiang Ling a cold glance with his dark eyes and retorted, "Neither do I." After calming himself, Lan Xingqian continued, "Half a year ago, someone under my command named Tang San joined me. The recent events in Hanshuang City were orchestrated by him. Tang San has become an evil spirit master." Jiang Ling's heart trembled. Then he added, "Are you attempting to control Hanshuang City?" "What I, Lan Xingqian, disdain. The Spirit Hall also disdains. This is merely a test of Tang San. His talent and cunning are top tier, exactly what I require. To be frank, I don't particularly like this person." "Then why have you brought me here today? To kill me?" Jiang Ling asked calmly. "When one is the knife and the other the fish, I find myself surprisingly tranquil." "Of course not. I just mentioned that I'm very interested in you." Lan Xingqian replied with a smile. "So, you wish for me to become an evil spirit master as well? Have you lost your mind, or have I lost mine? If you claim to be so interested in me, you should know that I kill every evil spirit master I encounter," Jiang Ling retorted coldly. "Or do you intend to threaten me with my life? Your assumption underestimates me and belittles my identity." Lan Xingqian sighed softly at his words. "Evil spirit masters can be categorized, you know." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling scoffed. "Evil spirit masters can be categorized? If there are a few good people among robbers and bandits, I might believe it, but I have no faith in evil spirit masters whatsoever." Lan Xingqian noted Jiang Ling's fleeting smirk, but offered no explanation, stating flatly, "I have been monitoring the happenings in Hanshuang City. You have indeed surprised me. However, within 3 or 4 days, I have uncovered the ins and outs of the situation, even digging up that old coot from the Zhao family. It is a pity you only brought a soul Douluo. You cannot turn the tide. Do you know that I brought a soul master?" Jiang Ling's gaze turned cold as he incredulously inquired. "It is worth noting that the existence of you went unnoticed even by the seasoned Douluo, by Li Bing. I specialize in mental strength. Your guardian may be well hidden, yet he cannot escape my perception," Lan Xingqian explained with a smile. Observing Jiang Ling's subsequent silence, Lan Xingqian, unfazed, continued, "I can assist you. This matter was initiated by your side, and now you speak of helping me?" Jiang Ling found himself amused by Lan Xingqian's words. "Originally, this was meant to test Tang San. I have witnessed his abilities, yet he has defied my orders. Moreover, I harbor a strong aversion to Lu Qing. Some individuals are only worthy of servitude, and the most crucial quality of a servant is obedience." Lan Xingqian seemed particularly fond of snacks, reaching for another piece. "To label a 95th level titled Douluo as a servant, you must be the first to do so," Jiang Ling remarked coldly, finding Lan Xingqian's arrogance astonishing. "A mediocre talent is merely a mediocre talent. So, shall I assist you?" Lan Xingqian replied with a smile. "I do not engage in transactions with evil soul masters. A mere Lu family can be easily eradicated by our spirit hall." Upon hearing this, Lan Xingqian chuckled lightly. "Yet how long will it take for your people to arrive? By then, the matter of Hanshuang City will have already been settled." Jiang Ling remained silent, and Lan Xingqian added, "Let us arrange a meeting with Baiming Lingyuan at a convenient time." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling produced a wooden tablet from his jade pendant and gently placed it on the table. "I dislike being indebted to others, but we remain adversaries. I believe you will become my friend," Lan Xingqian confidently asserted. "By the way, are you not curious about the secret of this wooden tablet?" Jiang Ling remained silent, his gaze fixed upon him. "This tablet is a fragment of a signpost, consisting of 4 pieces. It is said to be linked to a deity, carrying a divine legacy." Lan Xingqian spoke to himself, declaring that power and wealth pale in comparison to strength and longevity, for power is merely a tool to achieve these ends. At this moment, the performance concluded, and the actors exited the stage as a new group stepped forth. "Well, the idle chatter has come to an end. You may take your leave." Lan Xingqian waved his hand. In an instant, Jiang Ling felt the restraints binding him dissipate and, without further ado, rose to depart. "By the way, Tang San will stop at nothing to deal with you. I will not intervene in this matter," Lan Xingqian remarked, his gaze still fixed on the stage. Are you not afraid that the person you hold dear may perish at my hands? Jiang Ling questioned. What I value is you. Should you eliminate Tang San, it would prove that my judgment of you was not mistaken. I possess no remarkable abilities, merely an obsession with fine swords, and I am rather lecherous. Lan Xingchen stated with utmost seriousness. With a cold snort, Jiang Ling could not help but voice the lingering curiosity. How old are you this year? Although I may appear youthful, I am already 30. Does that satisfy you? Lan Xingchen turned to Jiang Ling with a smile that was not quite a smile. While Jiang Ling's face remained stoic, he felt a sense of relief within. If Lan Xingchen were indeed his peer, he would truly be a prodigy. Yet, it also sent a shiver down his spine. 30 years of title. How much innocent blood has been spilled beneath that title? 3 minutes later, Jiang Ling left the theater and instructed by Li Bing to relay a message to Zhao Jiping, arranging to meet Baiming Lingyuan that very night at midnight, with a location of his choosing. Once the message was dispatched, Jiang Ling sat alone in the courtyard, allowing the snowflakes to fall upon him, his heart still wrestling with turmoil. Having witnessed the horrors wrought by evil soul masters, he was uncertain whether his collaboration with them was right or wrong. A wave of inexplicable dread washing over him. With a gentle sigh, the Changhong sword appeared in his hand, soothing his inner turmoil. What has been troubling you these past few days? A sweet yet curious voice emerged from behind Jiang Ling, accompanied by an umbrella that shielded him from the falling snow. It's nothing, Jiang Ling replied softly, glancing at Bai Li Chuan beside him. Sister Chuan, may I ask you something? If one is forced into collaboration with a villain, does that constitute wrongdoing? If the actions taken are not malicious, it should not count, Bai Li Chuan pondered before responding. What if it is a truly heinous villain? Well, it still wouldn't count, Bai Li Chuan replied with certainty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was not entirely unsightly. Bai Li Chuan's answer offered him a modicum of comfort. He only mentioned a villain, refraining from specifying the evil soul masters, for he understood that, regardless of the circumstances, collaborating with them would be met with disdain. Thank you, Sister Chuan. I shall return to my room now, Jiang Ling expressed as he embraced Bai Li Chuan. Exhaling a breath of anxiety, he resolved not to dwell further on what had been done, instead focusing on devising a plan for how to retaliate after Baiming Lingyuan's demise. Within Hanzhuang City, 5 young women clad in blue skirts walked down the street, their expressions somber. One of the younger women gazed ahead, her initially sorrowful eyes suddenly brightening. Brother Xieyu, a clear and melodious call startled those nearby and prompted the silver-haired man ahead to turn around. You are Qiu Shui? Xieyu asked, studying the lovely girl before him and pondering for a moment. What has happened to you all? Xieyu inquired, observing the disheveled state of the 5 women with curiosity. This is a lengthy tale, and we certainly did not expect to encounter acquaintances as soon as we entered the city. Yu Linling managed a forced smile as she spoke. Since you have nowhere to go for the time being, why not rest at my place? After a moment's thought, Xieyu turned to the 2 soul saints, Yu Linling and Ru Shuang, and inquired. He was aware that Jiang Ling was plotting to eradicate the Lu family. Yet the strength of this Spirit Hall branch was disappointingly weak. If these 2 soul saints could assist, it would be a significant boon. That sounds wonderful. Without waiting for Yu Linling's response, Qiu Ruoshui exclaimed joyfully. Ruoshui. Ru Shuang gently tugged at the girl, reproaching her. Teacher Ru Shuang. Qiu Ruoshui realized she had been overly forward and felt her cheeks flush. In that case, we are most grateful to you, young hero Xieyu. Yu Linling expressed after a moment of contemplation. You are too kind, the elder replied. On their way back to the Spirit Hall, Xieyu asked, Where's Miss Bing'er? Upon hearing this, the 5 women all displayed expressions of sorrow, and Xieyu, realizing he had misspoken, quickly apologized and fell silent. Leading the way, Xieyu did not reveal his identity, nor did the Tian Shui group inquire. They merely assumed he was also staying at the inn, only to be taken aback upon seeing the Spirit Hall's signboard. The Spirit Hall in Hanzhuang City was sparsely populated, and no one obstructed their passage, allowing Xieyu to lead the group directly to Jiang Ling's door. Please wait a moment. Chapter 169, A Night of Wind and Snow, Murder in 10 Miles. Without knocking, Xieyu pushed the door open. Jiang Ling, I encountered individuals from Tian Shui Academy on the street, and have brought them here. Those two soul saints may be able to assist us. The mention of Tian Shui Academy made Jiang Ling think of the report from you regarding Shui Bing Air's situation. They had acted simultaneously. Why was she the only one captured? Let's go out and see, Jiang Ling said, tossing aside the map and rising to his feet. Everyone, it has been a long time. Given the storm outside, why not converse indoors? Jiang Ling smiled at the group. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Yu Linling's eyes revealed disbelief, followed by a sense of relief. She had forgotten to inquire about Jiang Ling's well-being when she first met Xiaoyu, and now witnessing him in person brought her immense joy. After all, she had seen the devastation of the inn firsthand. Thank you, young Master Jiang. I also wish to express my gratitude for your timely assistance that day, for without it, we would likely. Yu Linling bowed gracefully in thanks. The seniors being overly modest, it is merely a matter of duty. Do not call me senior, as your age is not significantly greater than that of my disciples. If you do not mind, you may address me and Ru Shuang as aunt. As for Jiang Ling, I shall not stand on ceremony. Ru Shuang, Aunt Yu. You may call me Jiang Ling or Xiao Ling. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, the girl Shui Wu and Xiu Rua Shui appeared somewhat melancholic, reminiscing about the day they were rescued, when Xiu Rua Shui's evident feelings for Xiaoyu had drawn the laughter of the others. Yet Xiu Rua Shui, unwilling to be outdone, revealed that her elder sister, Shui Bing Er, still possessed the medicine vial Jiang Ling had given her. The young women, who had recently endured a life-threatening ordeal, found themselves discussing Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu, the two men, more than anything else. On the fourth day after the incident at the inn, Jiang Ling, feeling somewhat audacious, inquired whether Aunt Yu and the others had encountered any further trouble since their separation, and also noted the absence of Miss Bing Er. Observing the five of them, their clothing tattered, and their faces marked by the hardships of travel, Jiang Ling was puzzled by their slow arrival. Aunt Yu, her expression sorrowful, explained that while she and Ru Shuang had sustained injuries, they had successfully protected their disciples. However, after the avalanche, the path was completely buried, and Bing Er had unfortunately fallen into a snow cave. Despite their prolonged search, the snow cave was intricate and filled with sharp ice formations, yielding no results. Was it truly a lack of results? It was simply a reluctance to acknowledge the truth. Those sharp ice spikes would instill fear in anyone. No, it was not the elder sister who fell. It was I who should have fallen. She sacrificed herself to save me. Xiu Rua Shui murmured, covering her face in tears. Ru Linling sighed softly, while Ru Shuang gently embraced Xiu Rua Shui. Jiang Ling was taken aback by this revelation. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to share with them the information he had gathered, as he required their strength and wished to spare them further tears. Aunt Yu, do not grieve excessively. I discovered the whereabouts of Miss Bing Er a couple of days ago. She is merely in someone else's hands, and I shall swiftly initiate a rescue. Jiang Ling placed the porcelain vial he had found on the table. This is my sister's vial. Brother Jiang, my sister is indeed alive. Xiu Rua Shui exclaimed, seizing the vial and gazing at Jiang Ling with glimmering eyes, her voice trembling. Although Jiang Ling wished to clarify that the vial belonged to him, it seemed rather inappropriate at that moment. Xiaoling, is this true? Ru Linling asked. Indeed, we must act without delay. Let us go rescue her. A girl with short gray-blue hair exclaimed urgently. Shui Wu, Ru Linling admonished lightly, already suspecting that those who had taken Bing Er were no weaklings. Bing Er is in the hands of the Lu family, a well-established clan in Hanshuang City, and Aunt Yu should be aware of their strength. Jiang Ling explained. Ru Linling's face turned pale upon hearing this. The Lu family. However, rest assured, I have already made arrangements. Barring any unforeseen events, we shall strike against the Lu family tomorrow. Jiang Ling stated solemnly. The Lu family has colluded with evil soul masters, capturing and murdering innocent soul masters, a crime that cannot go unpunished. At this point, Jiang Ling felt a twinge of discomfort within. Did he not also count as one who colluded with evil soul masters? Ru Linling's heart raced. To annihilate a family with the title Douluo? She recalled that upon arriving in this extreme northern land, the dean had inadvertently mentioned that the position of the Holy Son of the Wuhuan Palace, vacant for many years, had finally been filled. Could it be this very youth before her? Ling then felt a sense of relief, rising to formally bow to Jiang Ling, saying, "I am grateful for your righteous intervention. As for tomorrow's endeavor, both Ru Shuang and I shall be at your disposal and lend our modest assistance." "I will go too," Qiu Ruo Shui said urgently. Ru Shuang pulled her back, admonishing, "Do not create chaos. They are evil soul masters and the foremost family in Hanshuang City, far more ruthless than mere bandits. Rest assured, we have allies for the assault on the Lu family, and there will be no mishaps," Jiang Ling reassured them. "You need not worry. I will definitely rescue your elder sister." Jiang Ling instructed by Li Chuan and Xiaoyu to ensure the safety of the Tian Shui Academy members, and soon receive a message from Zhao Jiping that Bei Ming Ling Yuan had agreed to meet just 10 miles west of the city. At midnight, in the extreme north, the sky appeared devoid of clouds, and the moonlight was exceptionally beautiful. The sight of snow at night was even more enchanting than during the day. The 10-mile slope west of the city was merely an upward path leading into the mountains, and if luck favored them, they might even encounter a few soul beasts. Upon arrival, Jiang Ling found the place deserted. However, he was not surprised, for assassins are notoriously cautious. This was precisely why he had chosen such a location. Perhaps his adversary was already present, lurking in the shadows to assess for ambushes. Jiang Ling felt no concern that Lu Qing would appear, as he had arranged for Bai Li Bing to keep him occupied. Until matters escalated, Lu Qing would not dare disregard the Wuhuan Palace's reputation. It turned out that it was not Zhao Ji Ping seeking me, but the Holy Son of the Wuhuan Palace who wished to meet me, arriving alone. Did he believe that his status would render him immune from assassination? A voice coldly spoke from behind. Jiang Ling's suspicions were confirmed. His adversary had been covertly observing for ambushes. Upon agreeing to Jiang Ling's proposal, he had arrived at the 10-mile slope, firmly believing that only through caution could one endure. Instead of Zhao Jiping, he encountered Jiang Ling, which delighted him, for he possessed a portrait of Jiang Ling. I have never believed otherwise. In fact, I think this status makes many people desire my death, and you are certainly one of them, Jiang Ling replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Bei Ming Ling Yuan appeared slightly astonished at how Jiang Ling had come to this knowledge, yet he remained unperturbed, having already scanned the surroundings for ambushes. Even Bai Li Bing could not have eluded his scrutiny. "I generally do not engage in idle chatter, but I can make an exception for you. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Bei Ming Ling Yuan asked, a hint of a smirk on his lips. "I wish for you to temporarily vacate Hanshuang City. The terms are yours to dictate. Is this feasible?" Jiang Ling stated earnestly. "Impossible. Is there no room for negotiation?" "There is. What do you desire?" "Your head." The moment the words left his lips, Bei Ming Ling Yuan struck. Jiang Ling could only smile helplessly, though his gaze was icy. Chapter 170. The Annihilation of the Lu Family. The full-force strike of a tidal Douluo could indeed be described as thunderous. Jiang Ling made no move, calmly observing the approach of Bei Ming Ling Yuan. Bei Ming Ling Yuan was perplexed by Jiang Ling's demeanor. He had killed many. Witnessing various expressions before death, unwillingness, anger, fear, astonishment, and confusion. Yet he had never encountered someone who faced death with such tranquility. However, he did not dwell on it, for he witnessed his hand pierce Jiang Ling's heart. No one could survive such an injury. Yet, an inexplicable sensation of heartache surged through him, as if something was draining from his body. Jiang Ling gazed at Bei Ming Ling Yuan, who stood frozen, his right hand just 3 feet away yet unable to advance. With a soft sound, a hand as white as jade emerged from Bei Ming Ling Yuan's chest, untouched by blood. In fact, it was as if all the blood had been absorbed by that hand. The intense pain jolted Bei Ming Ling Yuan from his stupor. He slowly lowered his gaze to see the delicate fingers protruding from his chest, disbelief etched on his face. He had distinctly checked for ambushes in this Hanshuang city. Who possessed such peculiar abilities? Bei Ming Ling Yuan looked up at Jiang Ling, his right hand still raised, yearning to take one final step in his last moments. Blue Xing Chun frowned, his soul power surging forth, instantly draining all the blood from Bei Ming Ling Yuan's body, causing him to wither rapidly. The wind and snow continued, and a bright moon hung high in the night sky. Jiang Ling gazed at the previously arrogant Feng Hao Douluo, who now lay lifeless, his heart shaken by the overwhelming power of Lan Xingchen and the sinister manner in which he dispatched his foes. The blood of Feng Hao Douluo was indeed remarkable. "Luer, I have fulfilled my promise to you," Lan Xingchen said, casting a smile at Jiang Ling that rivaled the beauty of any exquisite woman. "I have never asked you to do anything," Jiang Ling retorted coldly, avoiding her gaze. He began to suspect that as Lan Xingchen's strength grew, she might increasingly resemble a woman, much like Dongfang Bubi. "I have dealt with this individual. I shall await the spectacle tomorrow," Lan Xingchen remarked, unfazed, as she knelt to rummage through Bei Ming Lin Yuan's valuable possessions. Jiang Ling, observing her actions, felt a mix of exasperation and restraint, choosing not to voice his thoughts. "What is this?" Lan Xingchen exclaimed, pulling out a painting. "Could it be the portrait of this fellow's little lover?" She unfurled the scroll, her curiosity piqued. At first, Jiang Ling paid little mind, but as the painting unfurled, his expression changed, and he reached out to seize it, yet he was no match for Lan Xingchen. "Ha! It seems you have become a thorn in the side of certain individuals. I must admit, the likeness is quite remarkable. I'll keep it as a memento," she said with a gentle smile, tucking the scroll away. "What could a grown man like you possibly want with that?" Jiang Ling asked, a shiver of distaste running through him. "That is none of your concern," Lan Xingchen replied, collecting all of Bei Ming Lin Yuan's belongings, including a piece of his skull and a fragment of his right arm. "The body is yours. I shall take my leave now." "Wait. Leave me something that can prove his identity," Jiang Ling interrupted. "Isn't the body here? Do you think I can bring such a corpse back?" Jiang Ling remarked, glancing at the withered corpse, unmistakably the work of an evil soul master, with a look of helplessness. In the end, Lan Xingchen reluctantly left behind a jade pendant, along with a token representing Lu Qing, indicating that Lu Qing and Bei Ming Lin Yuan were not merely in a cooperative relationship. However, Jiang Ling chose not to delve deeper into the matter of the deceased, deeming it meaningless. As Jiang Ling watched Lan Xingchen gradually recede, he conjured a flame in his right hand and cast it upon Bei Ming Lin Yuan's body, which instantly turned to ashes. The east wind howled, mingling with the falling snow, as if the world had never known this person. As dawn broke, the streets were sparsely populated, while the Zhao family was in a flurry of activity. Old Master Zhao Wanchuan clutched a jade pendant, with the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jiping, standing by his side, surrounded by a multitude of soul masters, each boasting power exceeding that of a soul king. At the Wuhuan Temple, Bai Li Bing was taken aback by the sudden emergence of Yu Yi, who had lurked in the shadows for so long without detection. "Elder Bai Li, you will team up with Zhao Wanchuan to jointly eliminate Lu Qing. Yu Yi, take 2 teachers from Tianshui Academy, along with Xieyu Bai Li Chuan and Sun Dai, to raid the dungeon and rescue the captured soul masters," Jiang Ling instructed calmly. "And you? Aren't you coming with us?" Xieyu inquired, puzzled. "I have other matters to attend to." "Proceed. The Zhao family should have gathered their forces by now," Jiang Ling replied with a smile, feeling that the end was near. However, Yu Yi understood that Jiang Ling intended to head to Jishueju. "Xiao Ling, Bing Ea," Yu Lin Ling murmured softly. "Aunt Yu, rest assured, I will ensure her safe return," Jiang Ling assured her, prompting Yu Lin Ling to nod in agreement. Once everyone had dispersed, Yu Yi, who had lagged behind, spoke up. "I will go to Jishueju. You take the others to the dungeon." "No, apart from Lu Qing, the Lu family has 2 additional soul Douluo. The soul masters imprisoned in the dungeon are vital evidence of the Lu family's collusion with the evil soul masters. We need to be absolutely certain. I cannot rest easy without a soul Douluo overseeing the rescue." Jiang Ling firmly rejected her suggestion. "Then let those 2 soul saints from Tianshui Academy accompany you," Yu Yi proposed. "I can utilize the turtle breathing technique to infiltrate Jishueju. They cannot. Do not worry. I will wait until Bai Li Bing and Zhao Wanchuan engage Lu Qing before I act." taking advantage of the chaos to rescue her. "Be careful," Yui said, recognizing Jiang Ling's resolve and ceasing her persuasion before swiftly pursuing Xie and the others. A quarter of an hour later, the Lu family estate erupted in a thunderous clash, with three powerful soul energies colliding. Jiang Ling looked up at the Lu estate, exhaled softly, concealed his presence, and made his way toward Ji Shueju. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Lu family, and Jiang Ling took the opportunity to resolve a few matters along his path. Meanwhile, at Donghuju, a seemingly ordinary youth observed the fierce battle between the three title Douluos from a distance, his expression darkening. Beside him stood an expressionless man clad in black. Today, Lu Qing had summoned him, claiming that Jiang Ling would be captured, and Tang Yin was eager to avenge his grievances. However, upon arriving at Donghuju, he had not yet encountered Lu Qing, but was instead met with a fierce confrontation, which filled him with rage, for it signified the failure of his mission. He could not comprehend how another title Douluo had emerged from Han Shuangcheng. Though aged and nearing his end, he believed that with Bai Li Bing's assistance, Lu Qing could not withstand the onslaught, unless Bei Ming Lin Yuan appeared. However, since the Zhao family dared to act, it was likely that Bei Ming Lin Yuan was in grave danger. "A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. We should leave," Liang Shan murmured from behind. "Go," Tang Yin exclaimed bitterly, understanding that once Lu Qing was defeated, he would have no chance to escape. "Bai Li, what is the meaning of this? Are you seeking to annihilate my Lu family?" Lu Qing's face was grim as he confronted Bai Li Bing, who hovered in the air. His immense lion-like martial soul radiated an imposing aura. "You Lu family colluded with evil soul masters, and your crimes warrant severe punishment. Today marks your demise." Zhao Wanchuan interjected coldly, channeling his soul power to attack. Chapter 171. The sword of soul slaying shines across the horizon. The Zhao family had suffered numerous losses, and as the elder of the family, Zhao Wanchuan could not contain his fury. With his life nearing its end, he executed his attacks with ruthless precision, each move a trade of life for life. Memories of 80 years ago surged within him. "In my youth, I too roamed the mountains sword in hand. You old fool, you truly can endure," Lu Qing retorted, eyeing his tattered garments with rage as he charged forward. Both Zhao Wanchuan and Lu Qing were Super Douluo at level 95, unleashing their true power in this clash. Despite Zhao Wanchuan's advanced age, he seemed revitalized, not yielding to Lu Qing in prowess. Bai Li Bing, at level 92, refrained from intervening directly, knowing that if he entered the fray, he would likely be the first to suffer injury. Instead, he hovered above, using long-range soul techniques to disrupt Lu Qing. In the Lu family dungeon, Yu observed the Soul Douluo before her gaze focused. As an assassin, she was at a disadvantage in direct combat, yet there was no alternative. The Lu family's forces were already resorting to eliminating witnesses. If she delayed any longer, not a single soul master would be saved. "Deal with the others. This one is mine," Yu commanded coldly. Just as Tang Yin and Liang Shan were about to depart, they encountered Zhao Jiping, who was leading a group to capture the Lu family members. Upon their first clash, Zhao Jiping, noticing Liang Shan enveloped in a bloody aura, exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you an evil soul master?" One was Zhao Jiping, who had been a Soul Douluo for many years at level 89, and the other was Liang Shan, who had just recently attained the rank of Soul Douluo. The outcome was predictable. Liang Shan was utterly overwhelmed. "I will hold him off. You find an opportunity to escape," Liang Shan said with an impassive expression. "You two will not escape. Stay here," Zhao Jiping shouted, activating his 8th soul ring to unleash his strongest attack. Liang Shan remained unperturbed, activating his 8th ring as well to shield Tang Yin behind him. On a distant viewing platform, a stunning figure, as ethereal as a celestial being, reclines with closed eyes upon a chaise lounge, while a voluptuous woman beside her tenderly massages her shoulders. With a soft exclamation, she remarks, "Those two have gone as well. Truly a splendid drama unfolds. I hope they emerge unscathed. Why can I no longer sense Jiang Luer?" Suddenly, Lan Xingchen interjects, "Luoxin, where's your sister, Luo Heng?" I recall instructing both of you to come here. Master, I have yet to establish contact with my sister. I will reach out to her as soon as possible. Luoxin replies, his heart tightening, though his expression remains composed. Lan Xingqian, however, says nothing further, merely offering a knowing smile. Observing this, Luoxin feels a pang of anxiety. In Jishuiju, Jiang Ling arrives without incident, yet his countenance darkens upon seeing the chaos outside. Astonishingly, a soul Douluo stands guard here. At that moment, the soul Douluo, Liu Lei, paces anxiously before the entrance of Jishuiju, his gaze fixed on the cacophony of sound erupting from distance. He has dispatched subordinates to investigate the commotion, but none have returned. A prior order from the family head weighs heavily on him, even if the sky were to fall. He must not leave this post, ensuring the safety of the girl within. With one soul Douluo, 2 soul saints, and 7 soul emperors stationed, Jiang Ling feels confident, yet knows he is not audacious enough to attempt a rescue from such formidable adversaries. I must take a gamble, he murmurs, glancing at his disguised mask and a badge. Second Elder, something is amiss, Jiang Ling exclaims, rushing toward the entrance of Jishuiju, panic apparent on his face. What is wrong? What has happened? Liu Lei, already fraught with worry, snaps back. Second Elder, the Wuhuan Temple has allied with the Zhao family and breached our defenses. The family head is overwhelmed and sent me to inform you to hurry and assist. Jiang Ling feigns shock, collapsing onto the ground in a display of panic. Impossible. Zhao Jiping is merely a title de law, and the Wuhuan Temple only has by Li Bing at level 92. How could they possibly pose a threat to my elder brother? Liu Lei questions, incredulity etched across his face. It is absolutely true. The one from the Zhao family is not Zhao Jiping, but a frail old man with white hair. I have not witnessed such power. He is even stronger than Bai Li Bing. An old man? Could it be? Liu Lei, Inaste, prepares to support Liu Qing. You all stay here. Not a fly must enter. And you, he commands a few soul saints, then turns to Jiang Ling, lead the way. You shall accompany me. Second Elder, the family head instructed me to find the young master and quickly hide him. Jiang Ling interjects hastily. Liu Tian, being Liu Qing's only son, is treasured dearly. Thus, Liu Lei reluctantly acquiesces. Although he harbors doubts about Jiang Ling, he dismisses them. For this frightened lad is merely a great soul master amidst the vast Liu family. Without further delay, Liu Lei darts toward the center of the conflict. Jiang Ling discreetly glances into Jishuiju, lamenting internally that Liu Lei, this brash man, has come alone. Why are you still here? Go. A few soul saints bark. I'm leaving, Jiang Ling mutters, bending slightly. There are still 2 soul saints and 7 soul emperors. Jiang Ling removes his disguise and exchanges his Liu family attire for his usual garments. Concealing himself behind a rockery, he retrieves the badge, which, while perhaps insufficient to deceive Liu Lei, should suffice against the soul saints. Raising the badge, he addresses the 2 soul saints with cold authority. I am ordered to evacuate the individuals inside. Step aside. The 2 soul saints exchange glances, sensing the situation is far from simple. Yet the badge seems authentic. My lord, we are commanded to guard this area. No one may enter. If you wish to take someone, please wait for the second elder's return. One of the soul saints respectfully replies. Is it a command from the family head? Do you dare obstruct me? Jiang Ling's expression darkens as he steps forward, determined to breach the entrance. My lord, please do not make things difficult for us. Both soul saints extend their arms to block Jiang Ling's path. Arrogant. Jiang Ling unleashes his spirit power, preparing to retaliate. However, from the corner of his eye, he spots a familiar figure emerging from Jishuiju. It is the woman who had accompanied Liu Tian at the banquet. Jiang Ling disperses his spirit power and calmly states, I was never here, before turning to leave. His words momentarily stun the 2 soul saints. My lord, it is you. The woman recognizes Jiang Ling, bewilderment in her voice. Before she can finish, a flurry of sword light erupts, and a long rainbow sword appears, cleaving through the air and unleashing countless invisible fissures within a yard's reach. instantly reducing the two unprepared soul saints to mere remnants. Jiang Ling's ability to eliminate two soul saints in an instant is sheer fortune. Who would expect one wielding a badge of the family head to suddenly strike? However, the exertion from unleashing such a formidable sword technique leaves him momentarily drained. Ah! The woman screams in horror at the gruesome scene. Nearby, several soul emperors react swiftly, activating their martial spirits to subdue. Jiang Ling reinforcements begin to arrive, totaling an overwhelming 15, the weakest among them being a soul zone. Is Shui Binger truly so vital to Liu Qing? With their home on the brink of destruction, they still leave such a force guarding this place. Jiang Ling steadies his turbulent spirit power, gripping his long sword tightly. In a one-on-one confrontation, Jiang Ling remains unafraid. However, facing 15 opponents is an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, the highest-ranking individuals present are merely soul emperors. Jiang Ling maintains his composure, defending without attacking, skillfully evading their various martial spirits. Yet, prolonged defense invites inevitable defeat. As Jiang Ling repels a soul emperor wielding a wolf-headed mace, he is struck from behind by two beast spirit masters, the force causing him to stumble forward. Desperately, he unleashes a series of sword strikes, forcing back two soul kings, and through sheer luck, manages to break free from the encirclement. With a long rainbow sword braced against the ground, blood seeps from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ling's expression darkens. He possesses the means to eliminate these adversaries, whether through his fifth spirit skill, Daybreak Light, or Fire Dance Whirlwind, both capable of clearing the field. Yet, the fear of attracting Liu Lei, who had just departed, holds him back. However, with no alternative left, he realizes he must unleash his full strength. Otherwise, he cannot swiftly eradicate these foes. I shall repeat myself. Today, the Liu family will be destroyed. It is still not too late to flee. Training is arduous. Do not allow this crumbling edifice to bury you, Jiang Ling declares, slowly rising with his sword held at an angle, his voice resonating with authority. His proclamation, combined with the tumultuous battle cries from outside, sends ripples of unease through the crowd. They remain unaware of the true nature of the chaos unfolding beyond their sight. Do not be deceived. The family head's spirit power is unparalleled, and no one in Hanzhuang City can rival him. How could the Liu family possibly fall? Follow me to subdue this scoundrel, and we shall present him to the family head. One soul emperor bellows, attempting to rally the wavering spirits. At that moment, a voice cries out from the crowd, "Kill him!" And in an instant, they surge forward. Jiang Ling's expression turns grim, and he sighs inwardly as his fifth spirit ring ignites, transforming the sky above him. A colossal sword materializes, descending toward the throng below. That is the direction of Ji Shui Ju. Liu Lei, the second elder of the Liu family, hastening to support Liu Qing, gazes up at the bizarre spectacle above. Ji Shui Ju, frozen in shock. Suddenly, he recalls the individual who had reported the family head was in danger. Despite the initial panic, that person had spoken with clarity and composure. Ordinary soul zones do not possess such fortitude when confronting him. Fool! Liu Lei growls in fury, pivoting to soar back toward Ji Shui Ju. Meanwhile, as Liu Qing engaged fiercely in combat with Zhao Wanchuan, his gaze shifted towards Ji Shui Ju, his pupils suddenly contracting. Ever since he absorbed a portion of the Ice Phoenix's martial soul essence, he had come to regard Shui Binger as more significant than the Liu family itself. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted Liu Lei with the task of guarding Ji Shui Ju, nor would he have urged Baiming Lingyuan to swiftly deal with Jiang Ling. The Liu family could be obliterated, as long as he survived and further absorbed the Phoenix's martial soul essence to enhance his power. He could rebuild the Liu family. Liu Qing's eyes turned crimson as he let out a long howl towards the heavens. 9 soul rings emitted blinding light, and with a single strike, he sent Zhao Wanchuan flying, causing him to stagger and crash through several walls, spewing blood and temporarily losing his combat capability. Ba Bing also suddenly surged upwards by 3 meters, narrowly avoiding Liu Qing's attack. Liu Qing did not seize the opportunity to severely injure Zhao Wanchuan. for he too was grievously wounded. The combination of his ninth soul skill and the bloodburst curse had brought him to a state of weakness. Suppressing the side effects of the bloodburst curse, he aimed to flee towards Shui-Ju, intent on escaping with Shui Binger. Where do you think you're going? Li Bing's martial soul transformed into wings behind him, propelling him to Lu Qing's front as he spoke sternly. He had witnessed the situation at Shui-Ju and was aware that Jiang Ling was there. Anxiety surged within him, and he could not allow Lu Qing to return. "Get out of my way!" Lu Qing roared, his martial soul resembling a lion's roar as he threw a punch at Li Bing. The shadow of his fist expanding like a mountain, seemingly capable of tearing the sky apart. Li Bing, however, remained undaunted. He had discerned Lu Qing's significant injuries. Although the punch appeared formidable, it was merely a facade of strength. Until now, Zhao Wanchuan had been engaged in a fierce duel, and Li Bing had remained unscathed, his soul power still at its peak. Seventh soul skill, Ice Sculpture True Form. Take advantage of his weakness. Jiang Ling glanced at the sprawled soul masters before him. Ultimately, he chose to hold back, merely inflicting heavy injuries on those present without delivering a fatal blow. He did not linger any longer and turned to enter the room in search of Shui Bing. Shui-Ju was not small, but Jiang Ling's mental prowess was formidable. Following his senses, he made his way directly to the place where Shui Binger was being watched over. He shattered the door, and the scene inside became clear. A young girl lay on the bed, her breath faint, while in the corner, two maids huddled in fear. Jiang Ling ignored the servants and approached the bedside, gazing at Shui Binger, whose complexion was pale and haggard, her eyes dazed as they met his. "Binger, I have come to rescue you. Benefactor, you must leave quickly. It is an evil soul master." Shui Binger was jolted back to reality by Jiang Ling's voice. Realizing this was not a dream, a fleeting moment of joy was quickly replaced by profound fear. The excruciating pain in her fingers continued to remind her of the cruel methods employed by the evil soul master, and she dreaded that the one who had saved her and her mentor might also suffer such torment. "Do not worry, the people outside have been dealt with. Are you able to walk?" Jiang Ling gently inquired, his hand resting on her delicate wrist, his brow furrowed deeply. He had heard from you, that Shui Binger had endured torment, but he had not anticipated it to be this severe. Her life seemed as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Observing her external injuries, aside from the gunshot wound on her shoulder that Jiang Ling was aware of, her body was wrapped in bandages at several locations, likely from the injuries sustained when she fell into the snow pit, including her hands, which were tightly bound in gauze. Shui Binger attempted to muster the strength to stand, but Jiang Ling extended his hand to support her back, helping her sit up. "Do not force yourself. I will carry you." "Benefactor, I can manage," Shui Binger insisted, unwilling to become a burden, stubbornly attempting to rise, yet she could not find the strength. "Time is of the essence. I will carry you." Jiang Ling observed the blood-soaked jacket he wore, stained with both his and the enemy's blood. He swiftly tore it off and discarded it aside, revealing a pristine white shirt beneath. He lifted Shui Binger onto his back, seized the bedsheet, and, with a surge of soul power, tore it in half, securely binding Shui Binger to his body with a firm knot at his chest. Shui Binger was not of frail stature, yet when carried by Jiang Ling, she felt as light as a feather, stirring a sense of compassion within him. "Binger, hold on. Your teacher and sisters are waiting for you," Jiang Ling urged, desperate to give her a reason to persevere. Bound securely to Jiang Ling's back, despite the layer of clothing between them, Shui Binger still felt the warmth of his back, and though initially embarrassed, the mention of her teacher and sisters ignited a flicker of hope within her. Chapter 173. The Exceptional Grace of Shui Binger. This journey to the extreme north truly felt like a dream. They had originally come here to assist Shui Wu in acquiring her fourth soul ring. The combined martial soul technique between herself and Shui Wu was immensely powerful, and Shui Wu's supportive abilities were exceptionally strong. Even if they could not secure the championship in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, they could still achieve a commendable ranking to enhance their team's strength. They had ventured to this extreme north to select suitable soul rings for Shui Wu. However, they first encountered a black market and were ambushed by mountain bandits. In an effort to save Ruo Shui, she had fallen into a snow pit, narrowly avoiding sharp ice spikes that could pierce her at any moment. She had exhausted all the medicinal powders Jiang Ling had provided for treating her external wounds, just managing to stem the bleeding. After encountering a merchant convoy escorted by soul masters, they were again attacked by an unidentified force. Shui Binger, as thoughts wandered, faces flashing through her mind. There was the dean, teacher Ru Shuang, Shui Wu, Ruo Shui, Hai Ro, and even that tormentor, the evil soul master, along with Jiang Ling who had carried her. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, disrupting her chaotic thoughts and awakening her. She saw Jiang Ling had already exited Jishueju. "Are you cold?" Jiang Ling asked with concern, sensing the shivers emanating from her body. A wave of warm soul power enveloped the two of them. "I am not cold," Shui Binger replied, forcing a smile. "Then let us go." The long rainbow sword shot forth, and Jiang Ling leaped onto its blade, preparing to soar towards the spirit hall. "You brat! Leave her behind!" A furious roar echoed, and a thunderous flash erupted above Jiang Ling's head. A paw print resembling a lion's descended with ruthless intent, shrouding the sky in darkness. Jiang Ling's expression darkened. He knew that this strike would undoubtedly attract Lu Lei, but he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. With the long rainbow sword beneath him, he had no choice but to summon the golden sword crafted for him by Bibi Dong upon his succession as the Holy Sun. Although this sword lacked other uses, it was sufficiently sturdy, having survived the fiery dance whirlwind without melting or shattering. Fiery dance whirlwind. The golden sword unleashed its fiery might. A blazing red arc slicing through the sky and shattering the thunderous shadows above. Jiang Ling dared not delay, soaring into the heavens on his sword, heading towards the distance. Yet Lu Lei continued to pursue relentlessly, his wings woven from thunderstorm, keeping pace with Jiang Ling. Lu Lei was a hopeful candidate from the Lu family to become the next title Douluo. Upon awakening his martial soul, it had undergone a mutation, transforming from the ice lion into a thunder lion adorned with lightning. His fortune was extraordinary, having acquired an external soul bone, the wings of thunder, granting him the ability to fly, a power Lu Qing did not possess. "Kid, put down the girl on your back, and I will spare your life," Lu Lei shouted. Realizing Jiang Ling's speed was remarkable, even his thunder wings struggled to keep up. He recalled Lu Qing's instructions from a few days prior, emphasizing that this girl must not be lost. "Dream on. If you want her, catch up to me first." Jiang Ling's cold voice resounded, his soul power surging as the long rainbow sword accelerated further. Shui Binger was firmly secured to his back, unable to turn around, but she sensed from his voice that the enemy was perilously close. In a gentle tone, she implored, "Benefactor, please set me down. You should leave first. They still have use for me and will not kill me. Afterward, we could devise a plan for my rescue. There is no need to speak further. I could never abandon you to fend for yourself. If fate demands otherwise, we shall simply face the battle," Jiang Ling replied, his gaze cold and his tone calm. Though Shui Binger wished to say more, she noticed Jiang Ling had ceased to engage with her. Instead of resentment, she felt a twinge of guilt and an almost imperceptible joy. The guilt stemmed from the belief that she was a burden to him. Yet what could the source of her joy be? Lu Lei, witnessing Jiang Ling's resolute determination to save her, found himself at a loss for how to sway him, while also worrying about his elder brother, Lu Qing. With a sudden resolve, he unleashed his seventh soul skill, Thunder Lion Manifestation, a lion enveloped in crackling lightning. With wings of thunder sprouting from its back, appeared, its speed surging as it rapidly closed the distance to Jiang Ling. At this moment, the battle between Bai Li Bing and Lu Qing had entirely reversed. Previously, Bai Li Bing desperately sought to prevent Lu Qing from returning to Jishueju. Yet now, it was Lu Qing who fiercely obstructed Bai Li Bing's departure. The recent clash between Jiang Ling and Lu Lei had not escaped their notice. Bai Li Bing recognized Lu Lei and, due to their acquaintance, felt a surge of concern. The demise of the Lu family could be tolerated, but the Son of Heaven must not perish. Lu Qing, If the Son of Heaven survives, your family can endure and continue. But should he fall, not only will you face a gruesome end, but none of your kin shall escape alive, Ba Li Bing declared, urgency blazing in her eyes. Huh? Did you not come here today to eradicate my Lu family? Family legacy? Colluding with evil soul masters, killing the soul masters of Han Shuang City. Do you truly believe Han Shuang City will still harbor the Lu family? You are the architects of this calamity, and I demand your lives in return. With Jiang Ling dead, neither will you, Ba Li Bing, survive, nor your disciple, nor that little chubby one. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qing laughed maniacally, paying no heed to Ba Li Bing's threats. You seek death. Ba Li Bing's eyes glimmered with icy, murderous intent. She knew that without resolving Lu Qing, she could not come to Jiang Ling's aid. In the dungeon, Yu, battered and bruised, led the rescued soul masters, including Xie Yu and Yulin Ling. Out of the confines, in the cramped quarters of the dungeon, her assassination skills proved futile, forcing her to engage in a direct confrontation, narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, she managed to hold on until others dispatched the enemy and freed the trapped soul masters. Together with Yulin Ling and Ru Shuang, they successfully eliminated a long-standing Douluo of the Lu family. As they emerged from the dungeon, a tempest of lightning erupted in the direction of Zhishui Ju, causing Yu to feel a surge of anxiety. She attempted to move closer to investigate, but was hindered by her injuries and leaned against the wall to steady herself. Gritting her teeth, she commanded Xie Yu and the others, Yulin Ling, Ru Shuang, come with me to support the Son of Heaven. Xie Yu, lead these individuals to safety. Understood. Though Xie Yu harbored concerns, he recognized that his strength as a Soul King would be futile in the current situation, intensifying his desire to grow stronger. The battle between Zhao Jiping and Liangshan Tang Yin continued, with Liangshan in a dire state, drenched in blood, his right arm severed. If given 3 more minutes, Zhao Jiping could prevail over both adversaries. Surely the master of the Zhao family recognizes that lightning, just now, that crimson glow belongs to the Son of Heaven. If something goes awry, the Zhao family will undoubtedly face repercussions. Are you certain you wish to squander more time here with us? Tang Yi mocked. Zhao Jiping's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a brief hesitation, he pursued the direction Jiang Ling and Lu Lei had taken. Clad in black robes, Liangshan coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Jiping knew that striking him again would be futile. Tang Yin's complexion paled as he hoisted Liangshan and made for the exit of the Lu estate. Ba Li Bing, you attend to your matters. Leave this Lu brat to me. Just as Ba Li Bing fought with all her might, Zhao Wanchuan emerged from the ruins, his face pale as paper, yet his status as a title duo remained undeniable. Chapter 174. The pursuit of thunder and fire. Zhao Wanchuan tore apart his tattered garments, revealing a frail physique. Old man Zhao. Ba Li Bing stared at the elderly figure, momentarily taken aback, as anyone could see he was nearing his limit. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and leave. Do you doubt my ability to handle this fiend? With half his body buried in the earth, Zhao Wanchuan faced death with surprising calmness, jesting. Thank you, senior. Ba Li Bing clasped her hands in gratitude and immediately took flight, her wings unfurling as she pursued the direction Jiang Ling had vanished. Ba Li Bing, I will slay Lu Qing. I hope you can advise that young child not to make a move against my Zhao family. Once I am gone, no one will pose a threat to you, allowing your family to live a peaceful and ordinary life. Ba Li Bing soared into the sky, but these words remained clear in her ears. Old fool, you're a dead man, yet still seek to thwart my plans. Lu Qing nearly lost his sanity. No longer did he hope for survival. He simply yearned to kill, to eradicate everyone before him. This was not only a result of his volatile temperament, but also the aftereffects of the blood curse. What a brute who relies solely on brawn and lacks wisdom. From a distant high platform, Lan Xingchen scoffed. Next to him, Luo Xn, unable to discern the situation within the Lu family, heard her master occasionally muttering sarcastically and dared not inquire or respond, silently massaging his shoulders. She had navigated the tumultuous world and was keenly aware of the importance of timing. Seemingly understanding the events of the day, Lan Xingchen ceased to observe. instead extending his hand to pull Luo Xian closer, resting on her soft, curvaceous form, as he had no qualms regarding feminine allure. Jiang Ling continued to soar on his sword. However, his speed paled in comparison to Lu Lei, who had transformed into his martial spirit. Returning to the martial spirit hall was now futile, so Jiang Ling pressed onward, flying northward. The further north he traveled, the harsher the wind and snow became, obscuring his vision. In this increasingly treacherous environment, Jiang Ling found an advantage. The two pursued each other relentlessly, losing track of time. Jiang Ling, unable to match Lu Lei's speed, could only engage him briefly, using the momentum of their encounters to escape anew. Boom! Another clash of thunder echoed, and the dense snowfall was violently disturbed, a small snow mountain flattened by the explosive force. Jiang Ling pivoted, utilizing the blast's tremendous momentum to retreat with lightning speed. Lu Lei roared, "You little rascal, once I capture you, I will grind you to dust." His anger was palpable. Despite his formidable strength, he could not subdue Jiang Ling after a few exchanges, and the time for his martial spirit's manifestation was drawing to a close. Had this been in the past, Jiang Ling would have retorted fiercely. However, now he remained silent, fearing that speaking would unleash the blood he struggled to suppress. Shui Binger, behind him, was already in tears. Was it guilt? Yet she refrained from interrupting Jiang Ling, always the composed and steady girl, understanding that her words would only disrupt him. She pressed her cheek against Jiang Ling's back, her unbidden tears soaking his shirt. Jiang Ling, oblivious to the dampness of his attire, felt his gaze grow brighter. After a prolonged wait, the opportunity for escape finally arrived. He tore apart the sheets that bound them together. The fabric transformed into a rope. Shui Binge suddenly felt weichtless, separated from the once warm body. Did this moment truly arrive? Why did disappointment linger? They had merely crossed paths. Jiang Ling had gone to such lengths, showing unparalleled kindness. And what right did she have to feel disheartened? Or could it be that she did not regard him solely as her benefactor? Shui Binger chose not to dwell on those thoughts, for as Jiang Ling severed the bonds, he reached out and embraced her. "What is it?" Jiang Ling gazed at the seemingly troubled Shui Binger in his arms, perplexed. "No, it's nothing," Shui Binger murmured faintly, her cheeks betraying a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Ling, unable to hear her words over the howling wind and snow, felt the weight of exhaustion bearing down on him. With his soul power significantly depleted, he too was nearing his limits. Having executed formidable sword techniques and carried Shui Binger through the tempest for an extended period, even with his robust soul energy, he found himself straining. He had long since retracted the soul power shield meant to protect against the elements, now solely focused on shielding Shui Binger from the harsh weather while braving himself. At last, they had arrived. "Miss Binger, we're saved," Jiang Ling said, his gaze softening as he looked towards the distant snow-capped mountain. Shui Binger, not fully understanding his words, felt her heart lift at the sight of Jiang Ling's relaxed demeanor, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Ling adjusted his hold on her, shifting to a one-armed embrace, allowing her feet to rest on the blade of his sword, yet all his strength remained concentrated around his left arm, encircling her waist. The golden sword, a symbol of his status as the Holy Sun, reappeared in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his dispersed soul power once more, channeling it into the fire dance whirlwind, which surged forth like a comet, crashing against the mountainside. Behind them, Lu Lei was taken aback, his heart racing. To be fair, even he could not withstand such a strike. Yet, why was Jiang Ling attacking the mountain? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. An avalanche. Jiang Ling turned to Lu Lei, a cold smile playing on his lips. Though he did not utter a word, Lu Lei clearly read the silent message. "See you again." With the speed of lightning wings increasing, Jiang Ling directed his sword downwards, plunging towards the impending avalanche. Lu Lei abruptly halted, genuinely startled, thinking Jiang Ling had lost his mind. At that moment, his martial soul had already dissipated, and the frantic flight had drained much of his soul power, making him reconsider his approach. Yet, the sting of recent mockery lingered, leaving him unwilling to retreat. That brat had unleashed such formidable soul techniques and had been flying on his sword for so long. His soul power must be almost exhausted. We are now locked in a deadly confrontation, and the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly not let me go. After all, he was the holy son of the Spirit Hall, and his possessions must be numerous, perhaps even containing soul bones. If I kill him, I can conceal my identity thereafter, Lu Lei contemplated, unwittingly transforming from an ally to a predator. Miss Binger, take a deep breath. As they neared the avalanche-covered snow, Jiang Ling reminded the delicate figure in his arms. In the snow, there were only two adversities to conquer, the low temperature and the lack of oxygen. With him present, the cold was no threat. So all he needed to do was maintain his breath long enough to evade Lu Lei. Upon entering the snow, Jiang Ling ceased to reserve his soul power in order to protect Shui Binger. He aimed for a direction and struck the hilt of the Changhong sword with his right palm, which instantly blazed forth like a shooting star. Carving a path through the snow, Jiang Ling, cradling Shui Binger, swiftly followed suit with his lightness technique. Above the snow, Lu Lei hovered, his lightning wings flapping slowly as he scanned the desolate white landscape, trying to utilize his spiritual perception. However, he found it impossible to extend beyond 3 zhang into the snow. As time passed, Shui Binger's complexion shifted from pale to a shade of bluish-purple, waves of suffocation washing over her, her gaze turning increasingly unfocused. Jiang Ling, noticing her dire condition, felt a pang of regret. He bent down to kiss her, transferring the oxygen he had inhaled before entering the snow. His breath-holding technique was proficient, allowing him to remain without air for a brief period. Shui Binger felt her parched lips enveloped by a soft, warm, and moist kiss. With the influx of oxygen, she gradually regained her senses, their eyes meeting. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet this was not the time for explanations. Shui Binger, however, grew flustered, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. Too shy to react fully, the sensation of suffocation returned. Seeing this, Jiang Ling had no choice but to burst forth from the snow, gasping for air. Miss Binger, take a deep breath, he urged urgently, before retreating back into the snow. No sooner had he submerged than the previous location erupted violently, snow scattering in all directions. Almost immediately, the crackling of thunder resonated, and Lu Lei appeared, his lightning wings shimmering with electric light. Come out! Come out! Show yourself! Lu Lei, incensed by Jiang Ling's evasion, unleashed his soul techniques recklessly, creating countless craters in the snow. Yet, he dared not plunge into the depths of the snow to pursue, as fear of the unknown gripped him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, having moved away, glanced at Shui Binger, whose complexion was growing increasingly bluish. He resorted to the same method once more, transferring breath to her repeatedly. Once, twice, thrice, Jiang Ling lost count of how many times he had shared his breath with Shui Binger, only aware that his lips had grown numb and the night had descended. The sky was devoid of a moon, as if fate itself was granting Jiang Ling an opportunity to escape. The continuous exertion and heightened concentration took a toll on Lu Lei, the soul Douluo, who found himself at his wit's end. Realizing this approach was futile, he decided to remain nearby to recuperate and try again the next day. After all, the area was completely sealed off by the avalanche. Leaving would require Jiang Ling to fly, and he could not escape Lu Lei's watchful eye. Jiang Ling, whose spiritual power surpassed Lu Lei's, detected his departure and burst forth from the snow, soaring in the opposite direction. At that moment, his soul power was nearly depleted, just enough to maintain Shui Binger's warmth and shield her from the biting cold. Otherwise, with so many wounds, the frost would spell certain death for her. Miss Binger, hang in there a little longer. Don't sleep. Shui Binger felt her eyelids grow heavy, her body already frail from exertion, yearning for a deep slumber. Yet upon hearing Jiang Ling's call, she mustered her strength, struggling to keep her eyes open, murmuring dreamily, I'm not asleep. Though Jiang Ling's soul power was exhausted, his physique, honed through years of martial training, allowed him to navigate the snow with remarkable agility. Soon, he discovered a cave. Overjoyed, he quickened his pace and entered, where the world fell into silence. The howling wind ceased, and the biting frost no longer stung his face. He retrieved several moonlight stones, scattering them around the cave's perimeter, illuminating the once dark cavern. Miss Binga? Miss Binga? Jiang Ling called out, but upon receiving no response, a wave of panic washed over him. He quickly checked, relieved to find she had merely fainted. Inside the cave, there was some dry grass, which Jiang Ling gathered to create a makeshift bed for Shui Binger. Laying her down gently, he then removed his shirt to cover her. Jiang Ling had discarded his outer robe, stained with blood, earlier, leaving him bare-chested. Shui Binger, having been cared for by the servants of the Lu family at Jishui residence, was not afraid of the cold. However, dressed only in a nightgown. Without Jiang Ling's soul power, she would succumb to the cold within an hour. Jiang Ling struggled to summon the Changhong sword, which, though dim, still radiated heat. He placed it beside Shui Binger to ward off the chill. Then he moved to the cave entrance, using stones to block the final opening to the cold wind. Afterward, he sat beside the Changhong sword, focusing on replenishing his soul power. Meanwhile, the battle against the Lu family had reached its conclusion, with the entire family captured and Lu Qing and Zhao Wanchuan perishing together. However, curiously, the key figures were all absent. Jiang Ling, the mastermind, was missing, as was the head of the Zhao family and elder by leave from the spirit hall. Consequently, what should have been an immediate inquiry into the Lu family's affairs was inexplicably postponed. At this moment, Bailey Bing, Zhao Jiping, Yi Yulinling, and Ru Shuang gazed with grim expressions at the vast expanse of white that surrounded them, devoid of any trace to guide their search. The relentless snowfall, particularly fierce in the extreme north, rendered the task of obtaining soul rings nearly impossible during such tempestuous weather. It was customary to hunt on clear days, for venturing out in a snowstorm could easily lead one astray in this desolate world. We should return and discuss how to locate the Holy Sun, Bailey Bing stated solemnly, as he held the highest authority amongst them and was thus the one to take charge. The thick, feather-like snow continued to fall like a storm throughout the night, obscuring visibility entirely. In just a single night, the traces of Jiang Ling and Lu Lei's pursuit were completely erased, returning everything to a state of tranquility. When Lu Lei awoke, he stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to discern the cardinal directions or even recall from where he had come the previous day. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he pondered where to search for Jiang Ling. In the cave, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes. His soul power had replenished, and the anxious turmoil within him had subsided. Upon turning to glance at Shui Binger, he noticed she was already awake, gazing at him with a look of bewilderment. When Shui Binger saw Jiang Ling looking her way, a flustered expression crossed her face, a fleeting blush appearing before she joyfully exclaimed, "Benefactor, you are awake. Please, do not call me benefactor. Just refer to me as Jiang Ling," he replied with a light chuckle. "The heavy snow has concealed all traces, and Lu Lei will not find us for a while. We can take this opportunity to rest." However, Shui Binger did not catch the latter part of Jiang Ling's words. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, hesitantly saying, Jiang Dage, your clothes." She handed him his shirt. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Ling's face as he remembered he was still bare-chested. He quickly took the shirt and put it on. "Oh, by the way, Shui Binger, you must be hungry. Let us eat something." The sensation of hunger struck him. He realized he had not eaten for a day. He retrieved some dried meat he had brought from Wu Huansheng and offered a piece to Shui Binger. "This is really tough," Jiang Ling remarked as he bit into the dried meat. "Just call me Binger, Jiang Dage," she replied softly, accepting the piece of meat. As she took a bite, Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at her struggle with the tough food. He stood up, took the piece of meat from her, and approached the stone door he had piled up. Taking advantage of a gap, he waved his right hand, and snowflakes danced like a white ribbon in the air. With his left hand, he pulled out a pot from his jade pendant, tossing it onto the ground, allowing the melting snow to fill it. Shui Binger widened her eyes, perplexed as to why a soul master would carry a pot. After boiling the dried meat again with some seasoning, the flavor was surprisingly pleasant, perhaps due to her hunger. Shui Binger's appetite astonished Jiang Ling. "Binger, I will check outside to see if there is any chance of escape." Jiang Ling stood up, took a few steps toward the exit, but then hesitated and returned. He conjured a sword talisman, placing it in Shui Bing'er's hand. If anything happens, crush it, and I will return immediately. Shui Bing'er nodded lightly. You need not worry about me, Jiang Dage. I will take care of myself. Your sword, she suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the Chong Hong sword that was propped against the wall. I will use this, Jiang Ling replied, lifting the golden sword. Now that they were in the extreme north, the sun was entirely obscured by the storm, making it impossible to discern directions. The surroundings bore no distinguishing features. Leaving the Chong Hong sword behind would allow him to return based on his instincts. Before Shui Bing'er could say more, Jiang Ling had already concealed his presence and departed, camouflaging the entrance of the cave. As long as he did not break the stones, it would appear undisturbed from the outside. Tightly gripping the resplendent golden sword, Jiang Ling left the Chong Hong sword in the cave. Besides guiding him back, it held a deeper significance, although there were branches nearby for kindling. Ordinary flames could not dispel the chilling cold. To keep the cave warm, the Chong Hong sword was indispensable. Outside, the tempest raged on. The faint footprints Jiang Ling left while searching for clues were soon covered by the falling snow, thus alleviating his concerns about Lu Lei discovering any signs. After a prolonged search, Jiang Ling found that, just as Lu Lei had suspected, an avalanche had completely blocked the path. The only way to leave was to use his sword. During his search, he even spotted Lu Lei still searching for him and Shui Bing'er, leaving him speechless. Truly relentless, he thought to himself, yet he felt no apprehension. The snow valley was not small, and without a clear sense of direction. It would take Lu Lei several days to uncover the cave's location. Seeing no possibility of escape, Jiang Ling decided against lingering. He evaded Lu Lei and concealed his presence as he made his way back to the cave. Inside the cave, silence reigned once more after Jiang Ling's departure. Shui Bing'er couldn't help but recall the kiss they had shared beneath the snow, causing her cheeks to flush. What am I thinking? This is a matter of life and death. She chided herself softly, as if awakening from a dream. However, despite her own admonitions, her thoughts wandered uncontrollably. She felt the need to occupy herself with something to distract her mind. Her gaze fell upon the Chong Hong sword. Is this his martial soul? She pondered. She was perplexed as to why a martial soul could remain detached from its master for so long without dissipating. Unable to resist, she approached the sword, using the wall for support. Though weak, Shui Bing managed to sit up and walk a short distance. Standing beside the Chong Hong sword, she noted that while it was not particularly beautiful, it radiated a soft red glow, appearing exquisite against the backdrop of snow and ice. Unable to resist, she extended her delicate wrist to touch it. Upon contacting the hilt, a warm sensation enveloped her, comforting yet not overpowering, much like the cave itself. In that moment, she understood Jiang Ling's intention in leaving the sword behind. It was meant for her sake. As Shui Bing'er lost herself in thought, Jiang Ling returned, moving the stone that blocked the entrance and finding her standing beside the Chong Hong sword. You're gravely injured. Try not to move around too much. Rest is essential, Jiang Ling said, his brow furrowing slightly as he approached to support her unsteady form, guiding her back to the makeshift bed of dried grass. When Shui Bing'er saw Jiang Ling return, joy mixed with surprise filled her heart, and she barely registered his mildly reproachful tone as she leaned on his arm for support. I just checked the surroundings. The avalanche from yesterday saved us, but also trapped us. Lu Lei is still searching for us, but he won't find this place anytime soon. Over the next couple of days, I will devise a way to divert him. You need not worry. Jiang Ling explained the situation outside, reassuring her. I will trust your judgment, Shui Bing'er replied, her confidence in Jiang Ling unwavering. After facing numerous life-threatening situations, she had grown more indifferent to their predicament. Most importantly, she believed wholeheartedly in Jiang Ling's abilities. It seemed there was nothing he could not resolve. Seeing Shui Bing'er's unwavering faith in him, Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly. He himself felt somewhat at a loss. Oh, by the way, I have some ointments for treating wounds. You should apply them, he said, retrieving several bottles of medicinal powder. He then discreetly moved to the side, lying down to rest. Jiang Ling couldn't help but admire his own composure. Truly, he was a man of virtue, though he was genuinely tired after 2 days and nights without sleep. Shui Bing'er glanced at the bottles of medicine on the ground and then at her own bandaged hands, feeling bewildered. Her injuries had yet to heal, her fingers gunshot wound, and the cuts from the ice spikes still throbbed painfully. Jiang Ling set down the medicine and stepped aside, seemingly indifferent to whether he had the ability to assist with the application of the ointment. A flicker of annoyance crossed his mind, yet the modesty of a young girl restrained her from mustering the courage to ask Jiang Ling for help. There she sat, lost in contemplation of the medicine bottle, eventually curling up and drifting into a gentle slumber. Outside the cave, the sky gradually darkened and night fell once more. Jiang Ling awoke from his dreams, stretched his limbs, and momentarily forgot that another person occupied the cave. When he finally realized, he inadvertently roused Shui Bing'er from her slumber. "Ah, my apologies for waking you," Jiang Ling said, a tinge of guilt in his voice. "It's quite all right, Brother Jiang. I had nothing to occupy my time and had already slept enough." Shui Bing'er replied with a sweet smile. "Have you not used the healing medicine?" Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon the 3 untouched bottles, and he asked with curiosity. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's question, Shui Bing'er lowered her head, remaining silent. "This place is rather rudimentary, and if the wounds are left untreated, they could become infected, which would be quite troublesome," Jiang Ling advised. Feeling the pressure from Jiang Ling's insistence, Shui Bing'er, her cheeks flushed, extended her hands, wrapped like Zongzi, and shyly admitted, I cannot apply it myself. How could I have forgotten this?" Jiang Ling sighed, resting his hand on his forehead. "Brother Jiang, please help me," Shui Bing'er stated boldly, her earlier hesitation dissipating. "Brother Jiang has saved my life multiple times, and yet here I am, grappling with such trivial matters, contemplating passing the burden onto my savior. How could I do such a thing?" Shui Bing'er thought to herself, her heart heavy with gratitude. Jiang Ling was taken aback by Shui Bing'er's audacity, momentarily thinking he had misheard her. "Brother Jiang, please assist me," Shui Bing'er reiterated, meeting his gaze with newfound determination. Seeing her courage, Jiang Ling set aside his pretense and replied, "I beg your pardon," as he stepped forward. Chapter 177. Tender healing in the cave. The most severe injury on Shui Bing'er's body was a long gash under her ribcage. Had she not reacted swiftly at the time, the ice shard would have pierced her body directly. Additionally, she bore wounds on her shoulder, arms, abdomen, back, thighs, and chest of varying depths. Ironically, her fingers, though the most painful, posed the least threat to her life. "I shall first tend to the wounds on your hands," Jiang Ling said softly as he crouched down to begin unwrapping the bandages from Shui Bing'er's hands. As the bandages were removed, Shui Bing'er furrowed her delicate brows, letting out a low, pained groan that hinted at her discomfort, provoking contemplation. Jiang Ling's expression darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it!" At that moment, the unevenly applied medicinal powder on Shui Bing'er's fingers, now mixed with dried blood, had darkened to a deep crimson. The remnants of shattered nails remained embedded in the flesh, uncleaned. How could this girl endure such pain with such tranquility? Jiang Ling felt a surge of admiration and pity, instinctively asking, "Does it still hurt?" Shui Bing'er was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ling's sudden concern, her heart bittersweet. The past few days had been a nightmare for her. She had faced despair without shedding tears and had remained stoic in the presence of evil soul masters. Yet, Jiang Ling's simple inquiry made her eyes well up with unshed tears, as if she yearned to pour out all her suffering. Yet amid that bitterness, a glimmer of sweetness emerged, for even now, lost in the snowy valley, the future was uncertain. "It doesn't hurt." Shui Bing'er tilted her head slightly to prevent the tears from spilling over, transforming her myriad thoughts into that gentle response. Unaware of Shui Bing'er's emotional turmoil, Jiang Ling busied himself with a cloth and retrieved medicinal liquid from his jade pendant, carefully wiping away the blood and remnants of medicine around the wounds. "I need to clean the nail fragments. It may be painful, so bear with me," Jiang Ling warned. "All right." As he delicately extracted the fragments, Jiang Ling felt the beads of sweat form on his forehead, a struggle akin to battling a soul saint. Throughout the ordeal, Shui Binger remained silent, suppressing her cries to avoid disturbing Jiang Ling. Once the last finger was cleaned, Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, unmasked by the lingering scent of blood. Shui Binger, with her now clean hand, gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Ling's forehead. Surprised, Jiang Ling looked up to find Shui Binger blushing, retracting her arm in shyness, uncertain of what to say, and ultimately turning her face away to avoid eye contact. What a gentle girl, Jiang Ling marveled. Despite his own intense discomfort, she still thought of him. Clearing his throat, he said, "Well, I will wash the wound again before applying the ointment." At that moment, her fingers were bloodied anew, the crimson stain stark against her porcelain skin. After applying the medicine, Jiang Ling, though not particularly skilled at bandaging, managed to wrap her fingers much better than before, though he still felt dissatisfied and contemplated learning proper techniques upon returning. Having already studied cooking, massage, and medicine, nursing skills would not be a bad addition. Shui Binger watched as Jiang Ling turned her small hands over. Aware he was preoccupied with the bandaging, yet she felt a twinge of discomfort, not from pain, but from shyness. She softly inquired, "Brother Jiang, is it done?" "Oh, yes, it's done," Jiang Ling replied, startled, and quickly nodded. "Let us treat the other wounds." At the mention of treating her other wounds, Shui Binger's eyelashes fluttered, and a blush crept up her neck. Unlike her fingers, the injuries elsewhere were impeded by her clothing. Nevertheless, she murmured in agreement. Jiang Ling wisely refrained from asking further, fearing it would embarrass her, and reached to untie her garment. With her undergarment as a barrier, unbuttoning her clothing revealed little, which relieved Jiang Ling. He walked behind Shui Binger, captivated by her alluring silhouette, his breath quickening as he slowly removed her top and prepared to dress her wounds. Upon seeing the several intersecting wounds on her back, some still oozing blood, Jiang Ling's earlier thoughts of admiration were extinguished. "Binger, we must remove the undergarment to clean the wounds beneath," he stated, noting her long, water-blue hair cascading down, obscuring her expression, though her reddened body betrayed her shyness. In response to Jiang Ling's words, even with some mental preparation, Shui Binger could not help but shudder, softly acknowledging with a slight nod. Jiang Ling hesitated no longer and began to unfasten her undergarment. His fingers occasionally brushed against her skin, and he distinctly felt her body tense, revealing that her earlier boldness had been a facade, masking her underlying fear. Once he undid the final button, Jiang Ling gingerly removed the undergarment from Shui Binger's form. But despite his caution, it had adhered to her wounds, eliciting several sharp intakes of breath from her. Yet, her embarrassment overshadowed the pain. Standing before a man with her upper body exposed was something Shui Binger had never anticipated. Her skin flushed a delicate pink, and her body trembled slightly. Jiang Ling gently moved Shui Binger's hair aside, fully exposing her back, and began to clean the wounds. After applying the ointment, he laid her recently removed top on the ground and positioned the bandaging cloth over the wounds. He placed her undergarment over her chest, steadying her shoulder as he softly instructed, "We cannot bandage your back just yet. After we clean the wounds on your chest and abdomen, I will help you lie down." Shui Binger tightly shut her eyes, afraid to open them, yet she gradually lay back, following Jiang Ling's guidance. Jiang Ling, upon witnessing the situation, offered a faint smile and began to tend to the wounds. The injuries on the abdomen, under the ribs, and on the shoulder were swiftly cleaned and treated with medicinal powder. However, the wound on the chest posed a challenge for Jiang Ling. He cleared his throat, as if to remind Shui Binger, inhaled deeply, and lowered his hand to adjust her undergarment. Shui Binger froze momentarily, her lips pressed tightly together, instinctively wanting to cover her chest before kicking Jiang Ling away. Yet, she could not bring herself to do so. She turned her head aside, her eyes squeezed shut even tighter. Jiang Ling understood her embarrassment and forced himself not to gaze upon the ample expanse of her fair skin, which was accentuated by a tantalizing curve that could drive any man to madness. He merely wished to expedite the treatment of her wound and conclude this suffocatingly intimate healing process. However, the more urgency he felt, the slower he became, and mistakes were increasingly likely. After much effort, he finally finished applying the medicine, but his sweat trickled down his cheek, landing on Shui Binger's delicate bosom. The sound was not loud, yet it was crisp. Jiang Ling distinctly noted that Shui Binger's body quivered slightly. He could not help but stammer an explanation. Binga. This is sweat, not saliva. Shui Binger's cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of red upon hearing his words, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Fool. I certainly know it is sweat. Why must you state the obvious? Brother Jiang, I understand. Please just bandage me quickly, Shui Binger implored softly, her tone tinged with a hint of desperation. Do you truly believe me? If not, open your eyes and see for yourself. My forehead is still drenched in sweat. Jiang Ling, lacking emotional intelligence, pressed on, fearing that if this were misconstrued as saliva, his entire reputation would be ruined. I believe you. The words were nearly squeezed out from between Shui Binger's clenched teeth. Chapter 178. A retreat and a battle for survival. Shui Binger resolutely kept her eyes shut, leaving Jiang Ling with no choice but to proceed with the bandaging. He gently helped her sit up, fastening her undergarment and dressing her in a shirt. At this moment, the tension in Shui Binger's heart eased slightly, and she dared to open her beautiful eyes, though she still did not look at Jiang Ling, merely lowering her head. The wound on my leg remains untreated. Given the earlier incident, Jiang Ling had lost all hope that Shui Binger would allow him to treat her leg. Merely asking out of courtesy, Shui Binger remained silent, blushing as she bent her knee and lifted her skirt with her wrist, revealing a long wound above her left knee and another on the outer side of her right leg. This latter wound was even more elongated and curved, its end currently concealed. The previous bandaging had only covered half of it. Jiang Ling focused intently on the task at hand, avoiding glancing at the pale blue undergarment that was barely visible. After treating the left leg, he evenly applied the medicinal powder, meticulously wrapping the wound before addressing the final injury on her right leg. Binger, perhaps you could lift your skirt a little higher. This wound isn't fully exposed. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, reminding her that the wound had not been properly bandaged and was showing signs of infection. Brother Jiang, let us just leave it at this for now. I can take care of it myself once my hands are better. Shui Binger spoke softly, her voice strained. She truly found it difficult to overcome the mental hurdle associated with this wound, as it extended to her hip, requiring her to remove her undergarment for treatment. No, it's already showing signs of infection. If we do not address it now, it could worsen, and under these circumstances, your health is already compromised. If infection sets in, it could be life-threatening. Jiang Ling firmly rejected her suggestion, reaching out to pull her skirt up slightly. No, please don't. Realizing Jiang Ling's intent, Shui Binger quickly raised her head, extending her wrist to block him, though it was too late. Jiang Ling then understood why she had resisted treatment for the wound on her leg despite having already addressed her chest. Clearing his throat, he suggested, I still believe it's best to treat this. Shui Binger bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she closed her beautiful eyes and slowly turned around, lying down with her flushed cheeks buried in her arms, murmuring a few tremulous words. Brother Jiang, this is troublesome. Jiang Ling felt somewhat uneasy. After all, her undergarment was quite revealing. With a resigned shake of his head, he lifted the fallen hem of her skirt and carefully removed the pale blue garment, revealing the wound that extended from her outer thigh to above her hip. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. It was no wonder Shui Binger favored sitting or lying on one side. Treating the wound on her leg was manageable. But when it came to her hip, it inevitably led to an awkward and intimate situation. After nearly an hour of painstaking effort, Jiang Ling finally treated all of Shui Binger's wounds. Observing the pitch-black night outside, he recognized the significant stress Shui Binger had endured during the treatment and chose not to disturb her further. Considering she had lost quite a bit of blood, he thought it prudent to fetch some snow, melt it into water, and prepare some dried meat. At this moment, Shui Binger felt considerably more at ease, no longer experiencing the subtle pain from before, aware that it was a testament to Jiang Ling's efforts. However, her mood remained subdued. Having been kissed earlier and now exposed entirely, she felt conflicted. You should eat a little to replenish your strength. It will aid in your recovery, Jiang Ling said, bringing over the cooked meat, cut into small pieces. Shui Binger lifted her head, gazing at Jiang Ling's warm smile, and the earlier intimate treatment resurfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Hurriedly, she lowered her head, focusing on the food, extending her hands to accept it. Allow me to feed you. It will be somewhat inconvenient for you to do it yourself. Jiang Ling picked up a piece of meat and held it to Shui Binger's lips. Although she found it somewhat suggestive, she glanced at her hands and recalled how she had eaten messily the previous day, now feeling exposed. She unconsciously equated the meat with Jiang Ling, swallowing it whole. Jiang Ling had witnessed Shui Binger's graceful demeanor while eating the previous day. Though she appeared somewhat awkward now, due to her hands being unfit for the task, it was nothing compared to her current ravenous consumption. Watching Shui Binger's cheeks puff up adorably from the food, Jiang Ling felt playful and, before she could swallow, placed another piece of meat by her lips. Shui Binger, not thinking too deeply, swallowed it down, her eyes carrying a hint of defiance, lightly snorting through her nose, as if to say that the bashful person from earlier was now as easily devoured as the meat. Jiang Ling could not help but chuckle, offering yet another piece. The girl's petite mouth could hardly accommodate so much food. By the time Shui Binger attempted to swallow the third piece, her cheeks were bulging, rendering her unable to gulp it down. Shui Binger shot an annoyed glance at Jiang Ling, her beautiful eyes seemingly conveying the message. This is all your fault. In that moment, both of them forgot their perilous circumstances, and Shui Binger momentarily disregarded the fact that Jiang Ling was her benefactor, viewing him simply as a dear friend. She wanted to spit it out, but the education she had received since childhood forbade such behavior. She feared expelling it would leave Jiang Ling with a poor impression of her. Yet, she found herself in a predicament, unable to swallow. Noticing that Shui Binger's face was turning red, Jiang Ling ceased his playful teasing, retrieving a water pouch and offering it to her. Shui Binger eagerly accepted, taking a few sips to wash down the food and regain her ability to breathe freely. However, glancing at Jiang Ling, she felt a surge of indignation. Gritting her teeth and slapping the water pouch against his chest, forgetting her own injuries in the process. Ouch! Shui Binger cried out in pain, dropping the pouch, instinctively retracting her hands. Yet her momentum could not be halted, causing her face to move perilously close to Jiang Ling's chest. Jiang Ling reacted swiftly, his free hand reaching out to steady her shoulder. Just as he was about to make contact, he suddenly remembered the severity of her shoulder wound and halted. In a moment of panic, he pressed his hand against his chest instead. This abrupt gesture caused Shui Binger to flush, and she quickly straightened her posture. Cough! Your wound hasn't healed. Be careful, Jiang Ling remarked, retracting his hand that had inadvertently taken liberties, clearing his throat softly. You still dare to speak? If it weren't for your teasing, I wouldn't have even heard your words, she retorted, her playful demeanor vanishing, her delicate brows knitting in mild reproach. Unlike Jiang Ling, Shui Binger enjoyed the warmth of a cozy cave, had access to cooked meat, and could indulge in playful banter. Lu Lei, on the other hand, faced a much grimmer reality. He had managed to find a meager snow cave, just sufficient to shield himself in a raging blizzard, and food was scarce. After an arduous search, he had found a soul beast, which in such an environment made it nearly impossible to start a fire, leaving him starved enough to consume it raw. You little rascal, now that I've found you, I'll ensure your bones are ground to dust to quell my wrath. Lu Lei muttered bitterly, taking a mouthful of snow to quench his thirst, draping the fur of the soul beast over himself to ward off the cold. Chapter 179. The food supply is running low. 5 days passed, and Shui Binger's external injuries began to heal, allowing her to walk normally once more. Binger, I shall venture outside to see if I might hunt a few soul beasts for a change in our diet, Jiang Ling said, his gaze penetrating as he peered through the crevices of the stone. Perhaps it would be best not to, Shui Binger urged, rising quickly, her eyes filled with concern. Just yesterday, Lu Lei had discovered their hiding place, but thanks to Jiang Ling's teachings on concealing one's presence, they had remained undetected within the cave. However, with Jiang Ling planning to go outside, she couldn't help but worry about what might happen should he encounter Lu Lei. If it were possible, Jiang Ling would prefer to remain indoors. Unfortunately, their food supplies were dwindling, and his excuse of wanting a change in diet was merely a pretense to shield Shui Binger from worry. "Do not fret. I shall exercise caution," he reassured her, patting her arm with a smile. "Then take the Changhong sword with you. My soul power has replenished somewhat, allowing me to withstand the cold," Shui Binger insisted, darting to retrieve the sword and offering it to Jiang Ling. "Leave the Changhong sword here. I can manage with the golden sword, which is equally potent." "I shall return swiftly," Jiang Ling declined, waving his hand as he stepped out of the cave, sealing it behind him with a stone. Shui Binger took a few steps toward the entrance, peering through the crevice as Jiang Ling departed, her worry palpable as she clutched the Changhong sword tightly. Jiang Ling found Lu Lei's relentless pursuit quite perplexing. Did he harbor such a deep-seated grudge? Upon seeing Lu Lei from a distance yesterday, Jiang Ling was taken aback, not by the fact that Lu Lei had tracked him down, but by his disheveled appearance, tattered clothing, and the remnants of blood on his face and garments, a stark contrast to the formidable figure he once was as a soul Douluo. Yet, seeing the fur of a soul beast draped over Lu Lei reminded Jiang Ling of how to address their food dilemma. The remaining rations they had would sustain them for only 2 days at their current consumption rate. Jiang Ling had resolved that if he could not find a soul beast today, he would willingly expose himself to seek an opportunity to eliminate Lu Lei. It was not in his nature to sit idly by. While his strength was at its peak, he intended to seize a chance at survival. Another reason for his decision was to conserve food for Shui Binger. If he succeeded, she could await his return. If he failed, she would still have a few extra days to survive. Lu Lei seemed resolute in his determination to confront Jiang Ling, and he could not rely on the hope that Lu Lei would retreat. Ultimately, they would have to confront each other decisively. Jiang Ling scoured the valley for quite some time, uncertain whether the avalanche had frightened away the local soul beasts or if they were simply scarce in this extreme northern region. Regardless of the reason, it seemed that his efforts to resolve their food shortage would be in vain. It was not until nightfall that Jiang Ling returned to the cave, only to find Shui Binger pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing him, her face brightened, and she rushed to grasp his arm, inquiring, "Jiang, are you unharmed?" She radiated the demeanor of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. "I am fine, though I did not manage to locate any soul beasts," Jiang Ling replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "That is of no consequence. This is sufficient for now," Shui Binger reassured him. "Indeed, I shall prepare dinner," Jiang Ling said, forcing a cheerful demeanor to avoid affecting Shui Binger's spirits. "All right," Shui Binger chirped, settling onto the stone slab strewn with dry grass, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Jiang Ling bustle about, feeling a sense of comfort. Unbeknownst to her, this strong-willed girl had found a day when she willingly relied on another. In the past few days, she had undergone another round of treatment, but Jiang Ling had refrained from tending to her wounds on her chest and buttocks, as they were not severe. Jiang Ling's medicine was quite effective. While her shoulder and rib wounds required more time to heal, the other injuries had nearly mended. New nails had even begun to sprout. At the very least, she no longer required Jiang Ling to feed her. "Jiang, why aren't you eating?" Shui Binger asked, noticing him sitting nearby, preparing to meditate. "Oh, I have grown weary of this dried meat. From Wuhan City to Hanshuang City, I have been consuming this all along, and I cannot bear it any longer. I shall wait until I am truly hungry before eating again," Jiang Ling replied, opening his eyes and offering a nonchalant explanation. Although Shui Binger felt puzzled, she did not question him further. After she finished her meal, Jiang Ling withdrew from his meditation, contemplating for a while before softly addressing her. "But I have decided to draw Lu Lei away tomorrow. Continuing like this is not a viable solution. I worry that something may happen in Hanshuang City. Once I have shaken off Lu Lei, I will return for you." He endeavored to keep his tone neutral, concealing any hints of his true intentions. Shui Binger's heart skipped a beat at his words. As a sensitive and observant young woman, especially one as composed as she was, She began to connect the dots regarding Jiang Ling's unusual behavior throughout the day. Is it that our food supply is insufficient? Shui Binger inquired softly, fixing her gaze on Jiang Ling's eyes. Jiang Ling's expression stiffened momentarily, his eyes flickering as he hesitated to respond. Before he could speak, Shui Binger interjected, "Do not lie. I can discern when you're not truthful." This tone, these words, felt strikingly familiar. Upon realizing she had guessed correctly, Jiang Ling helplessly shrugged. "Indeed, the supplies are rather limited. We can reduce our rations. Currently, we eat 2 meals a day. We can switch to 1 meal a day and consume less. If we remain hidden, no one will find us," Shui Binger proposed, rising to stand beside Jiang Ling, her voice resolute. "Even if I do not eat, I would rather starve than let you go out." The memory of Lu Lei's ferocity loomed large in Jiang Ling's mind. Although he was strong, he was ultimately still merely a soul king. "Are you truly willing to place our lives in the hands of another?" "I do not operate that way," Jiang Ling chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Survival could only be fought for through one's own strength. While he still possessed power, he must take risks. To entrust their fate to someone else was the behavior of the weak. Jiang Ling's gaze bored down upon Shui Binger as he added, "Moreover, without you as a burden, I may very well be capable of defeating him." Shui Binger was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as the words burden echoed in her ears. Jiang Ling's icy gaze from moments ago lingered in her mind, leaving her feeling as though he had become a stranger. She instinctively stepped backward, collapsing onto the straw-covered stone slab, tears brimming in her eyes. Had she misjudged him? Jiang Ling's lies were easily unmasked, yet his performance was impeccable. Despite the numerous plot holes, a single glance or 2 words could shatter Shui Binger's emotional defenses. "I'm sorry, Bing. I knew you would not agree, but I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. By doing so, I shall leave, and you will not be overly saddened or worried." Jiang Ling sighed deeply, realizing that he had little confidence in shaking off Lei, whose speed was truly astonishing. Shui Binger lay weeping on the stone slab, eventually succumbing to sleep. Observing this, Jiang Ling gently lifted her and placed her upon the bed. He drew the Changhong sword and embedded it into a stone pillar in the shadows, driving the hilt deep within. He then picked up a small stone from the ground to seal the mouth of the pillar. 3 water bags filled to the brim were set beside her bed, along with the last remnants of dried meat. Chapter 180. The game of minds Jiang Ling practiced throughout the night, his soul power brimming. As dawn approached, he had one more task to accomplish before departing. "What are you going to do?" As Jiang Ling approached Shui Binger, she awoke and hurriedly propped herself up. Jiang Ling's gaze deepened as he hesitated for a moment before sealing her acupoints and laying her flat upon the stone slab. Silently uttering a word of apology in his heart, he began to remove her clothing under her indignant gaze. He stripped away her upper garments and skirt, storing them within his jade pendant. At this moment, Shui Binger was left clad only in a light blue undergarment, her skin exposed to the air, a stark contrast to her usual modesty even during healing. Bound by the acupoint, Shui Binger was unable to move or speak. Yet her fiery gaze and flushed complexion spoke volumes of her anger and humiliation, mingled with a creeping fear. "My true nature will soon be revealed," she thought to herself, a bitter smile forming within. Jiang Ling dared not linger, swiftly exiting the cave and reinforcing the entrance with a disguise. He retrieved a piece of timber, tall enough for a person, which he had specially sought out the previous day. Whether it would deceive Lei depended on her. Jiang Ling draped Shui Binger's garments over the wooden figure and muttered, "You old scoundrel, today I shall entertain you well." With that, he hoisted the wood and executed his lightness skill, moving swiftly away, far enough from the cave to no longer conceal his soul power. Lei, gnawing on raw meat, suddenly brightened at the sight of him, and with a flash of his thunderous wings, he vanished from his spot. At that moment, Jiang Ling infused his feet with soul power, propelling himself forward at great speed. A web of lightning whips suddenly descended upon him. 5th soul skill, Thunder Drive. Jiang Ling unleashed his sword, now radiating a crimson hue, and 9 streams of sword energy tore through the lightning net, though his forward momentum faltered. "Why aren't you dodging anymore, little rascal?" Lei hovered in midair, eyeing Jiang Ling below, his gaze landing on the figure cradled in Jiang Ling's arms. Sensing something was amiss. "Even if I don't dodge, can you truly kill me?" Jiang Ling maintained his composure, shielding Shui Binger behind him, and with his right hand, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy aimed directly at Lei's head. Unabashed, "I shall take both of your heads today to relieve my torment of the past few days." Lei did not dwell on it, since both were present. He would eliminate them together. True form of the Thunder Lion, he aimed to obliterate this arrogant son of the Spirit Hall with absolute force. Naturally, Jiang Ling would not engage Lei in his prime state. He slashed his sword to create a snow cave and dove back beneath the snow. "You scoundrel!" Lei, enraged by Jiang Ling's tactics, felt a surge of anger. However, days of consuming raw meat had dulled his cautious nature. Now, he simply wished to kill this pair of scoundrels and fled into the cave. Within the snow cave, Jiang Ling, relying on his breath-holding technique and superior mental fortitude compared to Lei, managed to hold his own. He could only delay until Lei's martial soul form ended. Beneath the snow, Jiang Ling gripped his golden sword tightly, having retrieved Shui Binger's wooden substitute back into his jade pendant. Inside the cave, scoundrel rogue. As soon as Shui Binger's acupoint was released, she seized a nearby stone and hurled it. Sitting on the stone bed, her shoulders trembled as she choked back sobs. This weeping continued until hunger stirred within her, slowly bringing her back to reality. Wiping her tears, she prepared to leave the stone bed in search of food. She was not one to be easily defeated. As her delicate feet touched the ground, she accidentally kicked something. Picking it up and gazing closely, she discovered food and water. A wave of deep confusion washed over her. Why had he left provisions for her if he considered her a burden, a weakling meant to fend for herself? Was it to soothe his own conscience? As twilight descended, Jiang Ling was covered in wounds, each cut sizzling and faintly flickering with blue arcs of electricity. Having lost too much blood and with the cold of the snow beneath him, even his lips had turned a deep purple. Yet, his gaze remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Lei was relentless in his pursuit, making escape impossible. Fortunately, within the snow, Lei's thunderous wings could not be deployed, or Jiang Ling would have already met a dire fate. At this moment, Lei was also in poor condition, numerous sword wounds littering his body, inflicted by Jiang Ling during moments he had exposed himself for air. Yet he gritted his teeth, determined to end Jiang Ling's life and escape this cursed place. He had had enough. Now it was a matter of who could endure longer. Inside the cave, 2 days had passed since Jiang Ling's departure, and the food and water remained untouched. Shui Binger appeared haggard, curled up on the stone bed, staring blankly at the provisions at her feet, lost in thought, realizing she must have overlooked something crucial. Her gaze fell upon her own body, her clothing, her warmth. A flicker of realization sparked in Shui Binger's stunned eyes. The wind and snow outside continued to swirl, yet the cave's temperature had remained constant. Stumbling to her feet, she touched the spot where the Changhong sword had been lodged, beginning to search everywhere, as if to prove Jiang Ling had not abandoned her. Where could it be? Where? Shui Binger meticulously scoured the cave, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, she caught sight of a faint, delicate red glow emanating from a stone pillar. Staggering towards it, heedless of her freshly grown nails, she pried the stone loose, and a blinding red light shone forth, illuminating her tear-streaked face. Ignoring her bloodied hands, she retrieved the Changhong sword and held it close. "I must find him. He is surely battling Lei right now, and he needs this sword." Shui Binger whispered to the sword in her grasp, "You will guide me to him, won't you?" The crimson light of the Changhong sword flickered, and Shui Binger, overwhelmed with joy, stifled a gasp. Her gaze shifted to the dried meat beside the bed. She gathered a handful, stained with her blood, and stuffed it into her mouth, then seized a water bag to wash it down, disregarding the pain from the coarse food and the coughing fit from drinking too hastily. Clutching the Changhong sword, she broke through the cave's entrance and ventured into the relentless snow, heading towards Jiang Ling. As night faded into day, Jiang Ling was unaware of how much time had elapsed, knowing only that dawn had broken 3 times. At this point, he was utterly exhausted. "I've got you." A hand, resembling a lion's claw, broke through the snow wall, aiming for Jiang Ling's shoulder. Should grasp him. He would not only be restrained, but would also suffer a grievous injury. Jiang Ling forced every last ounce of his soul power. Sunshine over the 9 provinces. The 2 palms clashed, and Jiang Ling was sent flying from the snow, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chapter 181. Surviving the aftermath, Lei was not faring any better. Jiang Ling's palm strike had shaken his insides, causing him to spit out blood. At this moment, his soul power was nearly depleted, unable to unleash any soul skills, barely maintaining the state of his martial soul. However, his injuries were considerably lighter than Jiang Ling's. "You little rascal is finally coming to an end," he muttered. "But where is that girl?" Lu Lei's right hand crackled with electric light, his expression grotesque and inhuman. Was he already frozen to death? "Ha! He died by your hand. Ultimately, you cannot save her. You need not speak. I will search for her slowly. That girl, as beautiful as a flower. Even in death, I would not despise. If I tire of her, she can serve as sustenance. Oh, by the way, you're also my food." Jiang Ling merely regarded him with a cold stare, dragging his battered body backward. "I shall not waste words with a corpse like you. Let me see how many soul bones you possess and what valuable items you have." Lu Lei's eyes glimmered with avarice, his pace quickening as he approached Jiang Ling. As Jiang Ling continued to drag his grievously injured body backward, he silently counted. 2. Lu Lei was already less than 10 meters away from Jiang Ling. 1. Lu Lei stepped into thin air, plummeting directly into a snow pit, where Jiang Ling's golden sword lay horizontally. Lu Lei was struck with terror, reaching out to grasp the snow wall, but it was too loose to hold on to. His soul power spent. He could not utilize the wings of thunder. "Ah!" The scream abruptly ceased as Jiang Ling relaxed, lying flat in the snow and bursting into hearty laughter. Once he regained a modicum of strength, Jiang Ling extended his right hand, retrieving the golden sword and pulling Lu Lei out, stripping him of the thunderous soul bone and securing it within his jade pendant, then thoroughly pillaging all of Lu Lei's valuables. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Jiang Ling to stumble. He quickly planted his sword into the ground for support, straining to focus his scattered vision as he slowly made his way toward the cavern. Jiang Ling was unaware of how far he had traveled or how long he had been moving. He felt no sensation in his body. The massive blood loss also heralded the loss of warmth. His numerous wounds had turned black from the frost. With a soft thud, he collapsed into the snow, the falling flakes gradually covering his knees, chest, and face. Before long, the crunching sound of footsteps approached, and a young girl clad only in a thin garment appeared, cradling a crimson sword. Unfortunately, in this desolate place, not even a soul beast could be found, let alone a person. Such a beautiful scene remained unseen. Shui Binger passed by the snow that concealed Jiang Ling, but just a few steps away, a sharp pain struck her chest. She turned back, staring at the undistinguished patch of snow. Pristine and immaculate, something beneath the snow seemed to beckon her, provoking tears to well up unbidden. Her feet moved of their own accord, rushing toward the snow, desperately digging, the snow flying beneath her fingers, mingling with her tears and blood. Suddenly, she unearthed a corner of fabric, clearing away the surrounding snow to reveal a frozen, purplish hand. "Giangde!" Shui Binger cried out in despair, unearthing Jiang Ling's face and striving to pull him free. Her trembling right hand sought to test his breath. A shudder coursed through her heart. Gone? Why did it come to this? Holding Jiang Ling's face in her arms, Shui Binger murmured in a daze. The memory of Jiang Ling sharing his breath with her beneath the snow flooded her mind. She seemed to grasp at a final straw. Laying Jiang Ling flat and taking a deep breath, kissing him gently, transferring her breath to him in a slow, repetitive motion, too frightened to pause. Cough. Jiang Ling let out a low cough, awakening indeed. "Jiang Dage, you finally woke up? I thought." Shui Binger held Jiang Ling close, tears falling upon his face. Her voice gradually fading. Jiang Ling's head felt heavy. He could only hear the sound of weeping, his head nestled in warmth. The faint scent of her lingering even against the biting cold. "Binger, why did you come out?" Jiang Ling whispered. I came out to find you. You must never leave me behind again, Shui Binger replied, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, her voice choked with emotion. A smile graced Jiang Ling's lips as he beheld Shui Binger's smooth shoulder, seemingly inspired by a thought. He maneuvered his unresponsive hand to the jade pendant. Revialing Shui Binger es attire. Jiang Ling soon succumbed to unconsciousness again. Diangde, Diangde. Shui Binger gasped as Jiang Ling fainted once more, hastily checking for his breath. Relieved to find he still lived. Jiang Dage, I will take you home. Shui Binger wrapped her clothing around Jiang Ling, enduring the pain in her shoulder as she lifted him onto her back. The Changhong sword, abandoned in the snow, trembled slightly before rising and following Shui Binger. Through the connection established by the sword talisman Jiang Ling had given her, the Changhong sword guided Shui Binger back to the cave as dusk fell. Shui Binger placed Jiang Ling upon the stone bed, her heart sinking at the sight of his various wounds, all blackened from frost, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Recalling how Jiang Ling had healed her, she resolved to disinfect first. Shui Binger retrieved Jiang Ling's jade pendant and extracted an object emanating with the glow of lightning, a soul bone. Not this one, she said, placing it aside before taking out a set of women's undergarments, stained with blood and somewhat torn. Blushing with embarrassment, she wondered why he had such items. Irritated, she tossed them aside. Continuing her search, she unearthed several items. A box of celestial herbs, a few gold soul coin cards, and precious metals, along with a bedsheet. Unable to resist, Shui Binger unfolded the sheet, revealing a crimson stain at its center. Though she had never experienced it herself, being 16, she was not ignorant of its implications. A wave of frustration washed over her as she spat out a curse before angrily discarding it. Fortunately, she soon found the necessary items without encountering anything further that was unsightly. She retrieved a medicine box and, shaking off her distractions, carefully removed Jiang Ling's tattered clothing, some of which clung to his wounds, causing her heart to ache. With wounds covering his entire body, Shui Binger only left him with a pair of small pants. Last time, you saw me naked. Now it's even. Shui Binger's cheeks flushed red. Though shy, she did not delay, taking out cotton cloth and medicinal powder to begin cleaning around the wounds. Jiang Ling's injuries were not like Shui Binger's, which had been caused by ice shards. Instead, they were violently torn, jagged, and difficult to clean. The entire process of treating Jiang Ling made her heart clench painfully. After an hour, she finally finished applying the medicine, though her bandaging skills left much to be desired, and Jiang Ling looked nearly mummified. Shui Binger's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. She then cut some dried meat into minced bits and placed them into a pot, adding water. Previously, Jiang Ling had used soul power to heat food, but she could not do so. First, her soul power had not yet recovered, and even when it did, it would only cool down the food instead of heating it. You'll help me, right? Shui Binger's gaze fell upon the Changhong sword as she retrieved it, smiling as she tapped the blade. The sword silently gave a thumbs up, proving itself a true warrior, brave enough to face the fierce warrior Chai'er saw. Assuredly, it would not disappoint once married into a family. Sheng Hegi, with a serious expression, shook his head at Yumimi. Although Yumimi did not understand, the situation in the Baiju Star was clearly not as she had imagined. In an instant, Yumimi found herself momentarily bewildered, but she also understood the need to assess the situation, swallowing her words just in time. At that moment, the last soul of the human emperor scattered across heaven and earth, transforming into a phoenix that soared toward the mortal realm. Simultaneously, chaotic energies stirred, and a crow and a mosquito surged forth, trailing closely behind the phoenix, vanishing from sight. Li Wudao leisurely extracted a fully enclosed metallic injection gun from the empty ring, its chamber filled with a swirling blue liquid. It seems that those of profound knowledge and high status can weave their fabrications without the need for any substantiation, expressing their thoughts freely, unrestrained. How absurd! This contraption is utterly ineffective. Erzi, did you not claim that this device was a treasure for tomb raiding? In a moment of exasperation, Chui Yufeng could only wield his sword, scattering the nails across the vicinity. Yet, The sheer number rendered this method futile. Soon, the wind calmed and the skies cleared, revealing a youth with a countenance as exquisite as jade, eyebrows like swords, and a demeanor spirited and poised. Feng Yaotian, who had come to the back mountain for solace and contemplation. What a pity, just a fraction short. The tone of Gu Chuanxia was sincere. As the wounds upon his body swiftly faded into nothingness, dissipating into the breeze, he merely brushed aside Sheng Jintian's fingers, and shortly thereafter, Jin Yi's storage bag began to tremble once more. Frowning, she opened her eyes and glanced around, realizing that Sheng Jintian had vanished without her notice. While she lay beneath the covers in the room, a blanket draped over her. You managed to intercept that strike. How did you achieve such a feat? The sword saint of the Douluo family could hardly believe that while he was distanced by the Douluo sword demon, another emerging talent had countered what he deemed an insurmountable technique with a single sword move. After all, in a contest of spear techniques, he could hardly match the precision of others adept at computers, despite his own skills and marksmanship. Are you conversing with Wu Xing? Song Gaian observed Su Jieyu discreetly retrieving his phone. To be able to take advantage of long outing was indeed impressive. Passing students cast envious glances at Chun Yi, boldly indulging in the illicit. Zhang San harbored a deep disdain for such unforeseen alterations. He had originally intended to allow a 3-year buffer, yet now, barely halfway through the year, significant upheaval had arisen, diverting most of his energy towards the construction in Shandong and Hebei. Upon entering the grand gates of the Fengquan family, Gao Xing's expression shifted to one of solemnity. As a representative of the indolent, knowing how to cook does not imply one must do so, even if one does. It is merely for personal comfort. The impatient Bian Bian had already given up on his own brother, Bian Yuanhang. Those of a higher caliber often observe others with peripheral vision, seldom turning their gaze directly. Typically, this would not matter, but under such circumstances, it could easily become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Faced with such adversaries, how could they not be afraid? This terrifying sensation rekindled memories of the dread they felt under Yun Tao's dominance. Zhou Yu was stopped by Song Yu, who peppered him with questions. While only Song Zhen gazed curiously after Zhu Jun, unable to tear his eyes away for a long time. The onlookers witnessed his hand gestures as he played the qin, entirely lacking in grace or aesthetic harmony. She suddenly looked up, only to see a massive black serpent, as thick as a jar's mouth and over 10 zhang long, writhing in the air. Yin Yueshang regarded this with bewilderment. Even if you were released, would you truly be driven to madness? Suddenly feeling a chill on her face, she touched it with her jade hand, looking down to see her pale skin stained crimson with a drop of blood. Unbeknownst to her, many had already vanished from the larger, circular platform at the highest point. Lu Chen's notion of annihilation was not referring to the flying sword he had named, but rather to the literal interpretation of the term. Following this, San Shui withdrew his hand, revealing a coin resting on the back of it, showing its patterned side. Looking at Qin Yang, his eyes ablaze with fervor, he retrieved a volume of techniques from his storage ring and cast it forth, allowing these individuals to practice freely as he ventured into the depths of the base to hone his alchemical skills. However, Qi Huan had employed it within a magical array designed for absolute survival. Absolute survival, a paragon among 8th-tier magic, drastically enhanced the rate of magical recovery for the cross/array, effectively compensating for the deficiencies of that spell. As a result, Shang Fengnian, in the intangible realm, experienced the terrifying essence of the Song of the Desert. Once Mo Tian's voice successfully resonated within the water tank, the surging waves gradually calmed and ultimately vanished. Even the deep-colored seawater, typically tumultuous in stormy weather, transformed into a transparent hue. The striking fish-tailed merman finally graced the sight of the crowd. Undoubtedly, your generosity in sharing experiences daily also harbors an intention to win over Yi Tianming. However, the rationale he provided seemed quite reasonable to Yi Tianming. Weighing the options, Yi Tianming ultimately chose to accept, for one should not refuse free knowledge. Several individuals awaited the elevator outside its doors, while Li Yeqing and Feng Tang found themselves unable to maintain their stance within the confines of the elevator. This was an elder whom he respected, and thus he could not disregard his words. After all, the two were present, and neither could escape for the time being. Liang Yin, with his head down, did not respond or look up upon hearing the words, merely shaking his head. Chapter 182. Healing anomalies in the heavens signify the presence of treasures. Zhu Qing. Let us hasten the restoration of our soul power, and afterward, we shall return to investigate. Jiang Ling spoke. All right. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing obediently sat cross-legged, beginning to restore her soul power. Jiang Ling also settled into a cross-legged position, his soul power having returned to only 50%. After a while, both Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes locking. You have noticed as well. Here, the soul power cannot be restored. Jiang Ling sighed. However, Jiang Ling observed that his Changhong true energy was recovering exceptionally quickly in this place. Zhu Qing, only. Zhu Zhuqing followed Jiang Ling's gaze towards the lake, her cheeks flushing once more. It was one thing to have lapsed into a faint earlier, but now that she had awakened, how could she face Jiang Ling candidly? I have a solution. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Ling was naturally aware of Zhu Zhuqing's reservations. He searched the surroundings for a robust tree. With a flick of his right hand, the Changhong sword abruptly appeared. The blade fell, severing the tree into two halves. Up, Jiang Ling grasped one of the stout sections and cast it into the middle of the lake. This should suffice, Zhu Qing. You remain inside while I stay outside. Jiang Ling instructed, his tone slightly hesitant. Though still somewhat awkward, it was the only way. The two shed their garments, seated with their backs against a tree trunk, distant from one another. Zhu Zhuqing compelled herself into a meditative state. On a crimson, ancient road, two silhouettes traversed alone. Come, Zhu Qing, give me your hand. There is still a long way ahead. Conserve your soul power, and I will help you counteract this heat. Jiang Ling extended his hand toward Zhu Zhuqing. Get your soul power. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, clad merely in a black robe, her long hair tied back. As they advanced, the temperature escalated, reaching a point where one must utilize soul power for protection. It is of no consequence. My level is higher than yours, and I possess far more soul power. Jiang Ling shook his head. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, placing her delicate hand in Jiang Ling's. Let us proceed. A gentle force enveloped Zhu Zhuqing entirely, shielding her from the terrifying external temperature. For Jiang Ling, this soul power was merely a drop in the ocean. Were it not for the peculiarity of this place, preventing the recovery of soul power, he would have long since taken Zhu Zhuqing into the skies on his sword. After an indeterminate period, Zhu Qing, look there. It was precisely there that I discovered you. Jiang Ling pointed ahead and remarked, since we have arrived here, I believe our goal is not far off. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the place. It was where she had been forced to leap off the cliff by 3 individuals. During her descent, her clothing had suffered damage, and each time she felt herself on the verge of fainting from the heat, a surge of power coursed through her. Upon reaching the bottom of the cliff, she had walked a short distance before collapsing from exhaustion. Had it not been for Brother Zhang's search for me, I fear I would have become just another pile of bones in this place. Zhu Zhuqing pondered. Zhuqing? Zhuqing? What are you thinking about? Let's go, Jiang Ling said, waving his hand before her eyes. Oh, Brother Jiang, the place I jumped from is just ahead. I faintly heard some roar from there. Zhu Zhuqing replied, regaining her focus. Roar? That must be the place. Let us hurry, Jiang Ling urged as he pulled Zhu Zhuqing forward. Guided by Zhu Zhuqing, Jiang Ling soon discerned the roar, which did not resemble that of any animal or living creature. The two followed the sound until they stood beside a deep well. The well was not large, merely 2 meters in diameter, and peering down revealed nothing but endless red, accompanied by waves of heat and disquieting roars. Roar! It seems we have found it, Jiang Ling remarked. He hesitated. It was evident that this was no benign place. If he were alone, he would dare to take the risk. Yet with Zhu Zhuqing beside him, should he lose her soul power infused with Changhong's true energy, she would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Let's return, Jiang Ling said calmly. Why? Are you worried about me? Zhu Zhuqing, being astute, certainly understood. She remained motionless, her tone resolute. Having come this far, I shall accompany you through fire and brimstone. Good, Zhuqing. Let us descend, Jiang Ling said, seeing the determination in her eyes. With a smile, he wrapped an arm around her waist and leaped down. Within the well, Jiang Ling unleashed the power of Qian Jinzui, seeking to reach the bottom swiftly. In this unknown territory, every moment counted, and conserving soul power was paramount. The space within the well was not as constricted as its mouth suggested. It expanded infinitely before them, engulfed in a fiery red. In this world of crimson, dark currents swirled, and at times, ferocious flames surged forth from all directions. These flames harbored terrifying temperatures, and contact with them would spell disaster, even for a soul king. Jiang Ling formed a protective barrier of Changhong's true energy to shield against the fiery currents. In this treacherous realm, encountering other beings was unsurprising. The environment was so perilous that even soul beasts of 100,000 years would struggle to survive here. The descent within the well seemed endless, and even under the protection of Changhong's true energy, Jiang Ling could faintly sense the external temperature rising exponentially. Observing Zhu Zhuqing, who bit her lip, her cheeks glistening with sweat that trickled down her neck, Jiang Ling further intensified the barrier. At the depths of the well, any misstep could lead to their demise. He wished to speak, but found his throat parched, rendering him unable to articulate a word. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed. Zhuqing, the water is in my jade pendant. Please take a sip. The lake's spring water was indeed miraculous, remaining cool and unchanging. The two examined the lake, but found nothing amiss. Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a water pouch and held it to Jiang Ling's lips, signaling him to drink. Startled, he accepted without refusal, as one hand maintained the energy shield while the other embraced her, making it quite inconvenient. After Jiang Ling drank, Zhu Zhuqing took a few sips herself. Time passed, and Jiang Ling began to feel numb as he mechanically continued the descent with Qian Jinzui. His complexion grew graver as the consumption of his true energy and soul power became substantial. In another half hour, if we have not reached the bottom, we shall turn back, Jiang Ling said firmly to Zhu Zhuqing, needing to retain enough strength to ascend. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ling's gaze remained fixed on the unending crimson, his eyelid twitching slightly. Another 10 minutes passed. Zhuqing, let us return, Jiang Ling said, frustration evident in his tone. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Wait, brother Jiang. It seems there is a change below, Zhuqing exclaimed. As her words fell, Jiang Ling glanced downward, noticing a dark shape gradually enlarging. Zhuqing, close your eyes, Jiang Ling shouted. Almost simultaneously, his pupils filled with a crimson hue. The broken illusion I activated. The two plunged into darkness, the red hue abruptly shifting to black. Had Jiang Ling not warned her, Zhu Zhuqing might have faced imminent blindness. Releasing Qian Jinzui, they soon landed on solid ground. The surface was no longer scorching or shrouded in darkness. Instead, a gentle moonlight illuminated the area, and a cool breeze wafted through. Zhuqing, you may open your eyes, Jiang Ling said, giving her waist a gentle shake. As they gazed ahead, an enormous stone door loomed before them, with 3 ancient characters inscribed above, Zhen Mo Jing. Zhu Zhuqing softly recited. Chapter 183. Departure. Jiang Ling chose not to knock, but instead waited until nightfall to stealthily enter Zhu Zhuqing's room. Approaching the door, he was about to push it open when he overheard voices within. It was Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, are you still thinking about that Jiang Luo? Jiang Ling hesitated, his hand poised to knock, then slowly lowered it, remaining at the door's threshold. Indeed, I've been thinking about him. However, I know what I must do now, Zhu Zhuqing replied after concluding her soul power training, stretching her body. Zhu Zhuqing's candid response left Zhu Zhuqing momentarily at a loss, for her sister had always been shy when it came to matters of the heart. If you miss him, go find him. What good is it to stay cooped up in your room training? Though Zhu Zhuqing's behavior seemed somewhat unusual, she had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. He has a fiancé, as you know, and I do not wish to put him in a difficult position. Besides, he has likely already left. Liking someone does not necessarily mean one must be together, Zhu Zhuqing said quietly after a lengthy pause. His talent for cultivation is remarkable. I can sense it. He will undoubtedly become an extraordinary person, one with many adversaries. I hope that one day I possess the strength to stand by his side and assist him rather than always being the one in need of protection. Zhu Zhuqing took out the Shangfei bamboo and began to wipe it carefully. It was a gift from Jiang Ling. You must understand, Zhuqing, that a sensible girl often goes unnoticed, while a charming girl is indulged. I have not seen his fiancée, but I am confident in your beauty. If you take the initiative, you will undoubtedly have a chance, Zhu Zhuqing said, sitting opposite her sister with a mix of exasperation and encouragement. Sister, what are you saying? How can you encourage your sister to snatch someone else's man? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, flustered and at a loss for words. Moreover, he would not even like me. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat speechless, lamenting her sister's stubbornness. You may hold on to this memory forever, but he may not remember you in the future. Just a few days ago, I received news that several beautiful women entered Jiang Ling's courtyard, and they only emerged when the sun was high. Can you guess what they were doing inside? That day was precisely the day Zhu Zhuqing had gone to find him. This individual is clearly of a flirtatious nature. It is better to forget him. While you yearn for him, he revels in nightly festivities, finding joy beyond measure, and is reluctant even to seek you out. Outside, Jiang Ling silently cursed. Anger. You have truly led me to my demise. Zhu Zhuting initially intended to encourage Zhu Zhuqing to pursue her own happiness. Yet now Zhu Zhuqing remains impervious to reason, and must tarnish Jiang Ling's image in her heart, if only to forget him. He has already investigated the matter. It was Jiang Ling's steward who acted without his knowledge, and he had even rejected the idea. However, Zhu Zhuqing is unaware, and this presents the perfect opportunity to make a point. This is inconceivable. Despite his flirtations, he would never stoop to such actions. Zhu Zhuqing immediately denied. If you do not believe me, though few witnessed it, there were indeed several, including those women. I can have them confirm it to you directly. Zhuqing, forget him. He may have shown some affection for you, but for him, Gujing may merely be a fleeting episode, a dream. Zhu Zhuting observed the somewhat disheartened Zhu Zhuqing and, despite feeling compassion, steeled himself to speak. To sever what should not be severed only brings chaos. Longing has historically brought torment, and in the midnight hours, tears have flowed abundantly. She has witnessed many suffer from unrequited love, and she does not wish for her sister to fall into the same plight. For him, this period may have been a mere dream, yet for me, it has been a lifetime. Regardless of Jiang Ling's character, my affections belong solely to him. I, Zhu Zhuqing, am devoted to Jiang Ling. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her Xiangfei bamboo, her tone resolute. I understand, third sister, that you mean well, but I will never forget him. Please do not counsel me further. It is late, and I must rest. You should return home now. Zhu Zhuqing rose, assisting Zhu Zhuting to her feet and gently ushering her towards the door. Outside, Jiang Ling, witnessing this, leapt onto the rooftop. Zhuqing, sighed Zhu Zhuting, gazing at the firmly closed door. This lad is not particularly handsome. How can he possess such allure? Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the door for a long while. Her eyes slightly reddened, and self-mockingly remarked, "The tears I have shed during this time could rival those of the past decade." She walked slowly towards the bed. Creak. The door swung open once more. Third sister, I have made my decision. I am resolute in my feelings for him, so please do not counsel me again. Zhu Zhuqing stated helplessly. I too have made my decision. To me, you are not a fleeting dream, but a lifetime. A voice familiar to Zhu Zhuqing echoed. Turning in disbelief, she beheld Jiang Ling, who had suddenly appeared behind her. This time, Jiang Ling did not wait for Zhu Zhuqing to approach. He swiftly moved to stand before her, removing his disguise. Jiang Ling did not grant her the opportunity to speak, kissing her instead. No amount of words or explanations could compare to action. He had heard all of Zhu Zhuqing's sentiments, and he had no reason to allow this girl to suffer. This time, he did not forget to use his tongue. A young man, when kissing, possesses hands more precise than a navigation map, and Jiang Ling proved this to be true. After what felt like an eternity, Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmed, struggling to free herself from Jiang Ling's lips, gasping for air, her face flushed and her body drenched in sweat. Jiang Ling scooped Zhu Zhuqing into his arms and carried her towards the bed. "No!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in a panic, clutching her disheveled clothing tightly. "What are you thinking? I merely wished to rest on the bed for a while. Did you truly think I was so desperate?" Jiang Ling, unable to free his hands, gently nudged Zhu Zhuqing's small head with his own. "Third sister mentioned that several women visited your courtyard a few days ago and left quite late." Zhu Zhuqing emphasized the word several with great weight. The corners of Jiang Ling's eyes twitched slightly. This matter was unavoidable, and anger had certainly failed to handle it discreetly, making it widely known. "Then today, I shall indulge in my baser instincts," Jiang Ling said with a mischievous grin. Zhu Zhuqing gasped in shock. "No. That could lead to pregnancy." Jiang Ling laid Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, using his right hand to playfully scratch her nose, chuckling, "I was merely teasing. We must wait until you're 16. Furthermore, those women were requested by anger. I had no knowledge of it, nor did I engage with them. Henceforth, do not use this as a jest against me, or I may truly devour you." Jiang Ling playfully nibbled on Zhu Zhuqing's earlobe. With her sensitive spot targeted, Zhu Zhuqing's body softened as she fell back onto the bed. Jiang Ling, losing the support of Zhu Zhuqing, found himself atop her. "So this is your weakness. I shall remember it." Zhu Zhuqing huffed, loosening her fingers around Jiang Ling's waist. The two engaged in playful banter for quite some time, eventually lying side by side on the bed. "Zhuqing, tomorrow we shall embark on a journey across the continent together. But no buts allowed. Since you are Zhu Zhuqing, you must accompany me." In the extreme north, Jiang Ling felt an ominous premonition, hastily checking his waist and searching through the other parts of his clothing. Lost. Jiang Ling was momentarily dazed, set aside the significance of the jade pendant itself. The contents within were worth a fortune. Celestial herbs, the yin-yang qi vial, and the thunderwing soul bone. He wished to search for it, yet he could not discern the direction, and his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I am truly bankrupt. In the heart of the extreme north, a palace constructed from solid ice rose majestically. As the Ice Bear King limped inside, "Xiao Bai, did you engage in battle with that snow demon again? Did you lose?" As the White Bear King entered the great hall, a strikingly cold voice echoed. A creature, approximately 1.5 meters in length, the ice-green Emperor Scorpion, displayed its dual-colored body of ice and emerald. Its most prominent feature was its pincers, which were covered with hexagonal protrusions resembling diamonds, glistening with a mirror-like sheen. Though its form was small, its presence was far more formidable than that of the towering White Bear King beside it. "He sought me out. Had it not been for my companion, I would not have lost to him," the creature known as Xiao Bai grumbled. "A companion? A human, who silently appeared behind me and distracted me, allowing that scoundrel Tai to strike me. Shall I assist you in taking revenge?" The ice-green Emperor Scorpion's yellow eyes flickered with a glint of murderous intent. "No need. Mother has mediated," and this time he did not use lethal force. Xiao Bai quickly waved his forepaw. "Ice Ant, how's my mother faring?" Xiao Bai gazed deep into the palace, concern evident in his eyes. Shui Air's yin-yang complementary soul core failed, resulting in severe damage to her essence, preventing her from attempting to break through the 70,000-year threshold and celestial might. "She is currently recuperating," the Ice Emperor replied with a heavy tone of sorrow. With her essence harmed, there was little he could do. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai lowered his massive head, a jade pendant slipping from his palm and landing before the Ice Emperor. "What is this?" "A storage soul guide. Where did you acquire it?" the Ice Emperor inquired, using its 1-meter-long pincers to pick it up. "I found it during my battle with the Titan Snow Demon." "In the snow?" Xiao Bai explained, watching as the object he once held slipped into the Ice Ant's grasp. The Ice Emperor fell silent. It was common for soul masters to hunt in the extreme north, and many had perished here, making the discovery of human belongings entirely normal. The Ice Emperor infused his soul power, causing the contents of the jade pendant to spill out. The healing porcelain vases, cloth, and cotton, along with jade and golden boxes. A golden longsword, scattered gold and silver soul coins, several cards, and an exceptionally unique jade bottle were all present. The Ice Emperor's gaze fell upon a jade box covered in frost, which he picked up. Four-leaf ice crystal flower. Though the intelligence of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion was remarkably high, being a beast, it displayed little emotion. Yet, the excitement in its voice unmistakably revealed the elation of this apex soul beast. The four-leaf ice crystal flower, a celestial herb of frost attribute, may not significantly enhance strength or soul power, but it was an unparalleled remedy for mending the origin and repairing a frost attribute body. Xiaobai, you have accomplished a great feat. The Ice Emperor closed the jade box and, with a tone tinged with joy, patted the white bear king, then turned to enter the inner hall. What brings such joy? Before the Ice Emperor could step inside, a figure emerged from within. The individual appeared human, with long, pure white hair cascading down to the floor and ethereal blue eyes that seemed to see through the world. Her slender figure was flawless, and although her white gown bore no embellishments, it exuded an air of purity and beauty. Meticulously poised, she resembled a winter plum blossom, standing apart from the crowd, proud against the frost. This woman was not human, but a being formed from the purest ice elemental energy of the extreme north, having gained her own thoughts and wisdom after countless years of nurturing. She was the sovereign of soul beasts in the extreme north, the Snow Empress. At this moment, however, the Snow Empress's aura was slightly weak, though this was relative. Compared to Jiang Ling, she was infinitely stronger, yet weaker than the Ice Emperor at her side, and even fell short compared to Xiao by beside her. Mother, the white bear king lowered its limbs, attempting to nuzzle the Snow Empress with its large head, displaying deep reliance. The Snow Empress floated in midair, reaching out to stroke the white bear before her. Although the Ice Emperor showed no discernible emotion, the anthropomorphic quality of its eyes revealed its considerable displeasure at the scene. You are severely injured. What are you doing out here instead of healing? The Ice Emperor's icy voice interrupted them. Such injuries cannot be healed through mere resting. The Snow Empress descended, standing before the Ice Emperor, sensing something. What brings such joy? Xiao Heir, your injuries have hope for healing, the Ice Emperor replied, raising the jade box. There's indeed a four-leaf ice crystal flower here. With this, you will no longer need to seal your origin with a snow lotus. The four-leaf ice crystal flower? The Snow Empress was clearly taken aback, accepting the jade box, her expression shifting from joy to a hint of gloom. It is useless. The damage from this breakthrough is far too severe. My 700,000 years of cultivation nearly dissipated. Although the four-leaf ice crystal flower is the best remedy for mending frost attribute origins, it is insufficient for my injuries. Hearing this, the Ice Emperor's heart sank, glancing at the pile of items, and stated solemnly, "Let us see if there is another." Such items are rare and often unattainable. How could there be two at once? Don't waste your efforts, Ice Heir, the Snow Empress replied, mindful of the Ice Emperor's thoughts and feelings. The Ice Emperor remained silent, rummaging through the assorted boxes. Coxcomb, Phoenix, sunflowers, snow-colored swan kisses, fragrant Chihuahua celestial products, but found no more four-leaf ice crystal flowers. His gaze fell upon an exquisite jade bottle. Upon opening it, a subtle feeling of alternating cold and heat emanated, revealing the essence of the ice and fire duality, ice spring water. Xiao Heir, look at this. The Ice Emperor observed the liquid within the bottle, half red and half white, and felt an inexplicable threat, though she was unfamiliar with it. She recognized it was no ordinary substance. The yin-yang duality bottle slowly levitated into the Snow Empress's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. As the embodiment of ice elements, she could naturally perceive the extreme icy attribute contained in the white spring water occupying half of the bottle. The Snow Empress extended her flawless right hand, drawing forth a segment of the ice spring that separated from the fire spring, landing in her palm. She gradually closed her eyes, the ice spring in her hand gently swirling. The Ice Emperor, feeling anxious, observed alongside Xiao Bai, who looked at the Snow Empress with unadulterated joy. After a considerable time, the Snow Empress slowly opened her eyes, tilting her right hand, allowing the spring water to fall onto the ice slab, leaving only a damp spot. If Jiang Ling were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The reality was that the liquid spilled on the ground was not ice spring water, but ordinary spring water extracted by the Snow Empress from the ice element. Is there an effect? The Ice Emperor inquired as the Snow Empress regained consciousness. The Snow Empress nodded gently, yes. With the 4-leaf ice crystal flower and sufficient quantities of this unknown spring water, there may be a chance to restore my peak condition. But the Ice Emperor, sensing hesitation, pressed, what is it? Is there another issue? Merely relying on this spring water will surely be insufficient. The Ice Emperor stood there, momentarily stunned, before calling out Xiao Bai. Here, Ice Ant. The hefty white bear quickly approached. When did you pick up this jade pendant, and from where? This was picked up during the battle with the Titan Snow Demon King yesterday at Snow Eagle Ridge, Xiao Bai replied earnestly. Xiao Bai, you will accompany me. We are heading to Snow Eagle Ridge, the Ice Emperor commanded. Xiao Bai sneaked a glance at the Snow Empress, and upon seeing no objection, nodded in agreement. Watching the two depart, the Snow Empress let out a soft sigh. She did not intervene, knowing it would be futile. The Ice Emperor was stubborn, once determined. She would pursue it with unwavering resolve, and would not rest until she had seen it through. However, she held little hope, knowing that finding these items was already a monumental stroke of luck, and she could not wish for more. The near-death experience of pushing against the 700,000-year bottleneck had opened her eyes to many truths. Snow Eagle Ridge is where I found it. Xiao Bai pointed to a patch of snow, speaking earnestly. Was there anything unusual during your battle with the Titan Snow Demon King? The Ice Emperor surveyed the surroundings and inquired. Unusual? Not that I recall. Xiao Bai scratched his head, uncertain. Was there anything you weren't aware of? The Ice Emperor, recalling Xiao Bai's simple-mindedness, changed her line of questioning. Describe the details of that day to me. Oh, all right, one like this. The Ice Emperor patiently listened to Xiao Bai recount the cause and process of the battle with the Titan Snow Demon King. Xiao Bai articulated even the smallest details with clarity. Then, suddenly, a person appeared behind me, and I instinctively swiped back with my paw, but he was quite nimble. My paw missed him and merely sent him flying with the wind, allowing him to escape. Wait, you said you sent that human flying? Yes, Xiao Bai said, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Ice Ant, why do you care about that human instead of my injury? Aren't you usually disdainful of humans, considering them insignificant and despicable? The Ice Emperor was unaware of the large creature's thoughts and continued to inquire. Where exactly did you send him flying? Location? Xiao Bai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Right where I found the jade pendant. I understand. We shall return. The Ice Emperor's mind was already formulating a plan. Since they could not find that spring water here, they would seek out the person who possessed it. Based on Xiao Bai's description, the jade pendant was likely left behind by this individual. As long as this person had not exited the extreme north, they would not escape her grasp. Shortly after the Ice Emperor returned to the Ice Palace, a directive was sent throughout the extreme north to all soul beasts with a modicum of intelligence. Seek a human and capture them alive. On the other side, Jiang Ling remained oblivious to the fact that he had been wanted by all the soul beasts from the extreme north. He was still pinching his nose while consuming the pungent rhinoceros meat, suddenly feeling a nostalgic longing for the taste of well-cured dried meat. As he chewed on the meat, he occasionally glanced at Shui Binga, hoping for her to awaken. He had already minced the roasted meat and mixed it with hot water to feed Shui Bing. Interestingly, throughout her unconsciousness, she had been calling out Jiang Ling's name. It wasn't until dusk approached that Shui Binger finally stirred from her slumber. Upon waking, she felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach and a bitter taste in her mouth. Binger, you are awake, Jiang Ling said, quickly rushing over at the sound. Brother Jiang? Shui Binger looked at Jiang Ling, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, she suddenly embraced him, her voice trembling with tears. Brother Jiang, I thought I would never see you again. I had such a long, long dream. It's all right, it's all right. We will walk out of here alive. Jiang Ling gently patted her back, softly reassuring her. Despite his calm demeanor, he was still just a 16-year-old girl, teetering on the edge of life and death. and she was bound to break down eventually. Just at that tender moment, Shui Binger's stomach growled. Instantly, a battleground of emotions was overtaken by shyness, while fear was vanquished. I will get you something to eat. Jiang Ling stifled a laugh, ruffling Shui Binger's hair. This might not taste very good, he added, handing her the roasted meat. I used up all the seasonings. I only managed to cook it. Shui Binger took a piece, put it in her mouth, and with a barely noticeable frown, looked at Jiang Ling with a smile. Her bright eyes curved into crescent moons as she cheerfully exclaimed, "It's delicious." "Is it?" Jiang Ling was taken aback, took a bite himself, and fought the urge to spit it out. "You must be hungry to think it tastes good. Everything you make is delicious." Shui Binger replied in a voice only she could hear, taking another bite of the roasted meat. The next day, with Shui Binger awake, Jiang Ling would not linger in one place for too long. Whether it was finding a way out or searching for food, they needed to move. The large chunk of rhinoceros meat could last them at most a week, so it was better to act sooner rather than later. "Binger, we are setting off," Jiang Ling said, lifting the already packed food. With the storage device gone, he could only carry it in his hands. "Okay, Brother Jiang," Shui Binger replied with a smile, her complexion having improved after a night's rest. "Brother Jiang, what is that?" Shui Binger asked, looking at the items Jiang Ling was holding. "Oh, this? The storage soul guide is full, and I couldn't fit any more food," Jiang Ling explained. He did not want Shui Binger to know that he had lost the jade pendant. But unbeknownst to him, Shui Binger had used that jade pendant and was aware of how much space it had left. Shui Binger's gaze fell upon Jiang Ling's waist, which was empty, causing her heart to flutter. "Brother Jiang, may I see your jade pendant?" she asked, her voice trembling without her even realizing it. "What do you want to see it for?" "Let us hurry," Jiang Ling said with a smile, reaching out to take Shui Binger's hand. However, this time, Shui Binger did not submit, as she usually did. She evaded Jiang Ling's grasp and, with tears in her eyes, questioned the jade pendant. "Did you lose it because of me?" Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned by Shui Binger's agitation. He stepped forward to ruffle her hair and said sternly, "What are you thinking? The jade pendant is lost, but it has nothing to do with you. It was my own carelessness. There was nothing precious inside, just some daily necessities. Don't dwell on it." Upon hearing this, Shui Binger cried even harder, tightly hugging Jiang Ling, her heart bleeding. It was nothing precious, just a piece of soul bone that could fly, along with several exquisitely packaged boxes, a magnificent golden longsword, and those golden soul coins. And all of this was because of her burden. Chapter 186. A final letter. Jiang Ling was unaware that Shui Binger had seen the contents of his jade pendant space. He simply set down the rhinoceros meat and gently patted her back, softly comforting the sobbing Shui Binger. "It's just a storage soul guide. If it's lost, then it's lost. I think the seasonings in the pendant were more important. Now we can only eat bland, tasteless meat." Jiang Ling supported Shui Binger's shoulder and cracked a light-hearted joke while wiping away her tears, lightly brushing his finger across her delicate nose. "Once we get out, I will take you to eat the best food in Hanchuang City. Let us go." Jiang Ling took the initiative to grasp Shui Binger's hand. The area of the extreme north was indeed vast, but the number of soul beasts was quite limited, so they had to plan ahead. "Brother Jiang," Shui Binger managed a forced smile, yet behind that smile lay a hidden determination. Jiang Ling thought today would be just another ordinary day without encountering any soul beasts. But to his surprise, they had not been walking long when they came across a pack of soul beasts. What is happening today? Is there a surge of soul beasts? Jiang Ling, riding his sword, felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the densely packed soul beasts. When he was looking for them, not one showed its face, but now that he wasn't searching, they all appeared. Shui Binger, relieved to be away from danger, felt a pang of sorrow as she watched Jiang Ling protect her. She longed to stay with him forever, but alas, that was not meant to be. It had to come to an end. Shui Binger buried her face in Jiang Ling's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. As Jiang Ling vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, he paused at the sight of Shui Binger in his embrace, feeling the warmth against his chest. He sensed that Shui Binger was acting unusually today. Could she still be troubled by the loss of the jade pendant? But time did not allow him to ponder, as several flying soul beasts appeared ahead. The sky darkened, and today Jiang Ling had done only one thing: flee for his life. Soul beasts were everywhere, and it was only recently that he had managed to shake them off and find a place to rest. It seems we cannot wander aimlessly. We must find a hiding place for now. However, the chaos among the soul beasts could work to our advantage. Once our food runs out, we can hunt directly without worrying about going hungry. Once the snow and wind cease, we can return home. Jiang Ling gazed at the swirling frost and snow outside, seemingly comforting Shui Binger while also offering himself a glimmer of hope, forcing a smile. Everyone knew that if the soul beasts were not in chaos, they would only face the threat of hunger. But now, it was a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, Shui Binger sat with her knees hugged closely, her gaze directed outside the cave, yet most of her attention was focused on Jiang Ling. After a long while, she lowered her head and softly said, "Brother Jiang, I need to go to the restroom." Okay, don't wander too far," Jiang Ling nodded, not suspecting anything. When he displayed no suspicion, Shui Binger felt a mix of relief and a tinge of sadness. Why was she feeling sad? Hadn't she already been a burden? Today, that ancient ice sculpture soul beast claw had nearly reached Brother Jiang's shoulder. If it weren't for her, he would never have had to struggle so much. Without her, Brother Jiang would surely leave this dreadful place effortlessly. Once outside the cave, the cold wind blew again, adding to her solitude. Unable to resist, Shui Binger turned back to look at Jiang Ling, then steeled her courage and dashed into his embrace, rising onto her toes to press her lips against his. Even daring to extend her delicate tongue, Jiang Ling was taken aback, though he and Shui Binger had spent so much time together and shared intimate moments. This was the first time he had encountered such an assertive Shui Binger. Moreover, it felt as though he had been kissed forcefully. Not one to shy away from a confrontation, Jiang Ling instinctively reached for her waist, but Shui Binger slipped away, retreating with flushed cheeks. She was unaware of how she could be so audacious. Merely the thought that this parting might be the last in this lifetime compelled her to indulge herself just once. "I will step out first," Shui Binger said, wiping her mouth and lowering her head as she fled outside. Jiang Ling felt somewhat awkward, watching Shui Binger escape in haste. And after a moment, he sighed, "What is this all about?" As Shui Binger left the cave, her garments rustled in the biting cold wind. Yet her body remained ablaze with warmth, momentarily oblivious to the chill. Standing in the snow for a while, she sought to calm her tumultuous heart before slowly tearing a piece of cloth from her skirt. Despite her reluctance, this final decision was resolute. Biting her middle finger, she gently inscribed on the fabric. Once the last character was completed, she could not help but grasp the cloth tightly to her lips, stifling her sobs, though tears had already begun to fall upon the snow. Placing the fabric on the snow, she retrieved the sword talisman Jiang Ling had given her and laid it atop the cloth. Glancing once more in Jiang Ling's direction, she hesitated no longer and ventured forth into the thick night. Inside the cave, Jiang Ling felt an inexplicable unease, sensing through his spiritual energy that the sword talisman had not strayed far. However, she had been gone for too long, and he could not shake off his worry. Yet, a girl going to the restroom was not something he could follow closely. After waiting patiently for a moment, he could no longer endure. Bursting from the cave and following the talisman's location, what he found were the discarded sword talisman and the blood-stained piece of cloth. "Bing'e, Miss Bing'e," Jiang Ling shouted into the surroundings, unafraid of attracting the attention of the spirit beasts. After calling out a dozen times without response, he sank to the ground in despair, his gaze falling upon the cloth in his hands. Hurriedly, he opened it to read, "Brother Jiang, I have left. You must take care of yourself. There is something I did not tell you. My martial spirit has encountered a problem, and I can no longer manifest it. With my current state, I would only be a burden to you. You cannot escape the extreme north with me. Please do not seek me out. Conserve your strength." Although these past 2 weeks in the snow have been arduous, they have also been the most unforgettable moments of my life. I'm truly sorry for the precious treasures you have lost because of me. You may think I am unaware of the contents within the jade pendant, but I opened its space while treating your wounds. Thank you for not blaming me, yet I cannot forgive myself. After you leave, please convey my regards to my teacher and companions. Tell them not to grieve for me, as I was happy until my departure. In that cramped cave, I sincerely wish to spend my life with you. If there's a next life, I will never forget you." The cloth slipped from his fingers as Jiang Ling murmured, "Why, after enduring so many trials and tribulations, must one still give up? Bingye, Miss Bingye, Bingye." Jiang Ling grasped the cloth from the ground, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose a direction and dashed forth. To abandon hope is to fail, but to try is to have chance. The spirit beasts were currently in turmoil, and he had to find her immediately. The harsh weather of the extreme north would not allow her to endure for long. Jiang Ling's expression darkened as the Changhong sword nearly grazed the snow beneath him. Chapter 187. Weakling cold, penetrating to the bone, as if it sought to freeze the very blood within. Shui Binger curled up in the snow, her consciousness beginning to blur. In a daze, she seemed to feel the earth tremble. Inside the ice palace, the Ice Emperor inquired of the returning great white bear, "Did you capture that human?" "No, but I found another human," Xiaobai replied, scratching its head with its right paw and extending its left. A figure of a woman slid down, uncertain of whether this would be useful to her mother. The Ice Emperor flipped the girl over with its pincers, observing her exquisite visage. With her strength, she could easily discern the deficiency in this girl's martial spirit. "This is the same condition as Schwer," the Ice Emperor muttered. "Few humans entered the extreme north during a blizzard. This girl might be a companion of that individual. Perhaps she knows where he currently is." The Ice Emperor extracted the invasive cold energy from Shui Binger's body and infused her with a trace of soul power. Soon, Shui Binger gradually awakened. As she opened her eyes, she realized that she, whom she thought was destined to perish, was still alive, gazing at the stunning blue ice wall above her, feeling as though it were all unreal. Suddenly, a massive white bear head came into view. Shui Binger was startled and sat up, retreating as she noticed the Ice Emperor beside her. "Is this the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the White Bear King?" Shui Binger was overwhelmed with astonishment. Students from their Tian Shui Academy often ventured here to hunt for soul rings. So how could they not be aware of the formidable spirit beasts of the extreme north? In the extreme north, there are three great overlords: the Ice Goddess, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and the Titan Snow Demon King. Their status is akin to that of the kings in the Douluo forest. In this frigid environment, they are nearly invincible. Spirit beasts are scarce in the extreme north, and those that survive in such extreme conditions are all exceptionally powerful. Fighting in the extreme north grants them a geographical advantage and an overall strength. Even the Douluo forest pales in comparison. The Ice Emperor regarded Shui Binger with disdain at her astonishment, for humans are indeed insignificant and feeble. It inquired from a position of superiority, "Is there not another companion with you?" Shui Binger's heart tightened. They were searching for Brother Jiang, and the worry made her forget her current fear. "I am asking you a question." The Ice Emperor pressed, drawing closer to Shui Binger. "No, I am alone." Shui Binger replied. "Just you? Do you think I am easily deceived? I shall grant you another chance. Where is your companion?" The Ice Emperor's pincers pressed against Shui Binger's cheek and pierced the hard ground. "If you do not speak the truth, the next strike will shatter your chest." Shui Binger turned pale, but remained defiant. "It is just me. If you wish to kill me, then do it." The Ice Emperor had little fear of obstinate individuals, raising its pincers to strike. "Even if you do not reveal it, my subordinates will find him, but you will not see him again." Realizing that the beast tide was instigated by this Ice Emperor Scorpion, Shui Binger's heart jolted, yet she still tightly shut her eyes, believing that Brother Jiang's strength would surely allow him to evade danger. Seeing the individual before it so stubborn, the Ice Emperor ceased its chatter and prepared to kill her. Bingye. At the sound of that name, both parties trembled. One could say it was a person and a scorpion. Schwerer, the Ice Emperor called out as the Snow Emperor emerged. Shui Binger stared at the sudden appearance of the figure, or perhaps it was more accurate to say a humanoid spirit beast, and was momentarily stunned. She was simply too beautiful, ethereal, and noble. The Snow Emperor nodded to the Ice Emperor, then turned to Shui Binger, gently speaking. I seek your friend, not with malicious intent. I simply wish to ask him for a favor. If you refuse to speak, I shall not kill you. But your friend may face some difficulties. With a light flick, a jade pendant flew toward Shui Binger. Shui Binger gazed at the jade pendant in her hand, astonished. It is the pendant you stole. My mother did not steal it. I found it, the Snow Emperor replied before Xiao Bai, standing beside, chimed in with a deep voice. Shui Binger looked incredulously at the towering white bear and then at the Snow Woman, whose size was indistinguishable from a normal human. Can you now reveal where he is? The Snow Emperor inquired again, its tone more haughty than that of the Ice Emperor, lacking some coldness. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger instinctively tightened her grip on the jade pendant, remaining silent. Noticing her reaction, the Ice Emperor frowned, ready to erupt, but the Snow Emperor gestured for restraint. Xiao Bai, take her down. All right, Mother, the Great White Bear responded cheerfully. I will personally retrieve this person. The Ice Emperor spoke, yet inwardly cursed the incompetence of his subordinates, the soul beasts. The Snow Empress gazed at the departing Ice Emperor, holding the Yin Yang Qi bottle in her hand, its contents of ice spring completely absorbed. She couldn't help but sigh with regret, pondering if there was still a chance for recovery. Jiang Ling was unaware of how long he had been traveling. Was it 100 miles or 1,000? Along the way, he encountered several waves of soul beasts, but fortunately, none were particularly strong. Given his foul mood, they all met their end under his sword. As Jiang Ling halted his sword flight, he found himself at the edge of a precipice. He took out Shui Binger's farewell letter, his heart aching, no matter how much Jiang Ling wished to deny it. The grim reality was that Shui Binger was unlikely to survive. Even if he hadn't encountered any soul beasts, the cold would have surely claimed her life. Jiang Ling stood at the cliff's edge for an indeterminate time, and when he regained his senses, he had become a snowman. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Finally found you. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to even capture a Soul King. Jiang Ling turned around, recognizing the Ice Emperor, the Bing by Di Huang Xie. You are the Ice Emperor? Jiang Ling asked, noting the Ice by Xie clan's ability to speak. The Changhong sword appeared in a flash, vibrating with excitement. What good is your excitement upon encountering such a top-tier powerhouse? Do you wish to be killed instantly? The Ice Emperor remarked with intrigue. Is my reputation so great that so many are aware of it? Beneath the Ice Emperor's not-so-massive form lay an overwhelming power that ranked among the top 5 Jiang Ling had ever encountered. I apologize for intruding upon your residence. I shall take my leave. Jiang Ling bowed deeply, a smile on his face, preparing to flee. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. He could always return to reclaim his territory after attaining a title. The Ice Emperor looked disdainfully at Jiang Ling's lack of resolve and coldly stated, I told you. I came specifically to find you. Do you not understand? The Ice Emperor's words echoed ominously, effectively sealing Jiang Ling in place with a death sentence. I truly did not expect that girl would refuse to divulge her whereabouts even in the face of death. The one she chose to protect with her life is a spineless individual such as you. If you were not useful, I would have killed you on the spot. The girl you speak of, does she have long water blue hair? Jiang Ling's expression tightened upon hearing this. Yes. Jiang Ling's Changhong sword ignited with flames as he thrust it toward the Bing by Di Huang Xie. Fire Dance Whirlwind. Eternal, frozen domain. Within 3 feet of the Ice Emperor, Jiang Ling was completely encased in ice. Even the Changhong sword and its swirling flames froze. Oomph. The Ice Emperor scoffed. Lowly chastising, weakling. Chapter 188. Reunion in the Ice Palace. Jiang Ling, now encased in ice, was tossed into the Grand Hall by the Ice Emperor. The sound of ice colliding with the floor echoing sharply. Schwer, I brought the person, the Ice Emperor announced as she walked toward the back hall. Schwer is the Snow Empress? Jiang Ling's eyes flickered within his icy prison. Although he was immobilized, his mind remained alert. Jiang Ling was uncertain of the Ice Lord's intentions in capturing him. But since he had not been killed immediately, there remained a glimmer of hope. Moreover, judging by the tone of the little scorpion, she seemed to know the whereabouts of Binger, which was a pleasant surprise. Before Jiang Ling could contemplate further, a figure emerged from the back hall, accompanied by the Bing by Di Huang Xie. Upon seeing the Snow Empress's appearance, Jiang Ling's breath caught momentarily. She was a beauty rivaling his own master. Not only was her appearance stunning, but she also emanated a chilling aura that was pure and sanctified. Unlike the Ice Emperor's disdainful coldness, Jiang Ling could not gaze for long, for the Ice Emperor had already sent him flying against the ice wall, causing the ice to shatter and Jiang Ling to tumble out. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I will gouge your eyes out," the Ice Emperor hissed, her sharp voice laced with anger. Jiang Ling felt a bit dazed, recalling his previous life. The Ice Emperor indeed had feelings for the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress was truly a singular beauty of the extreme north, admired not only by the Ice Emperor, but also revered and loved by the Titan Snow Demon King, who had boldly expressed his affections only to be soundly beaten by the Snow Empress, leaving him shattered all over except for his head, which took thousands of years to recover. Jiang Ling shuddered at the thought, nearly deceived by the Snow Empress's exquisite appearance, forgetting that she was a soul beast over 700,000 years old, the sovereign of all soul beasts in the extreme north. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look. The Ice Emperor was quite pleased with Jiang Ling's reaction, softly humming in satisfaction. The Snow Empress wasted no time, waving her hand as the yin yang qi bottle floated in the air. "Do you still possess the spring water within?" she inquired, her voice clear and melodic. "This is..." Jiang Ling's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he understood. It seemed the jade pendant must have been picked up by that white bear, which was likely the Snow Empress's son. Yes. Jiang Ling was unsure why the Snow Empress inquired about the ice and fire duality spring water, but he knew that such an answer was undoubtedly correct. Only those of value could survive. "How much do you have?" The Snow Empress's tone shifted, revealing a hint of urgency. "I have as much as you need. Are you trying to deceive me? How could such a precious resource be so abundant?" Her sky-blue eyes narrowed suspiciously. "I would never dare deceive you. To be honest, there's a spring called the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, and this bottle contains merely a tiny fraction." Jiang Ling offered a wry smile as he explained. "Then where is the Ice and Fire Duality Eye now?" Before the Snow Empress could speak, the Ice Emperor pressed for an answer. Jiang Ling, however, remained silent, unwilling to reveal all his cards from the outset. While he was uncertain of the true value of the ice spring water, the Ice Emperor's demeanor indicated its significance. Perhaps it served as his protective talisman. "Are you going to answer me?" the Ice Emperor demanded, her tone sharp. "I want to know where the water blue-haired girl is," Jiang Ling replied, clenching and then relaxing his right hand as he slowly inquired. "Now it is our turn to ask questions. You do not have the right to inquire." The Ice Emperor retorted, her anger flaring at Jiang Ling's implied threat. With a swift motion, her pincers unleashed a wave of energy that froze the very air around them. "Shangong Swat!" Jiang Ling raised his sword to block, but was struck back, his body unable to withstand the force. The long sword embedded itself into the floor, carving a deep trench as he steadied himself, but his right hand, gripping the sword, was already bloodied. Beside him, the Snow Empress bore a look of astonishment. She was aware of how much power Bang'er had exerted, and the fact that this Soul King was able to withstand it was quite remarkable. "You see, I have no intention of coercing you. I am genuinely concerned for my companion. Besides, we all know that if I reveal everything, can I walk out of this extreme north alive?" Jiang Ling suppressed the blood rising in his throat, speaking solemnly. "I promise you, if you tell me the location of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, I will escort you out of the extreme north," the Snow Empress assured him. "You could trust my guarantee, can't you?" "The promise of the sovereign of the extreme north, I naturally trust. However, I am not one to place my life in the hands of others." Though his words were eloquent, it was clear to everyone present that Jiang Ling did not trust the Snow Empress. "I could take your life right now," the Ice Emperor warned, her voice harsh, revealing no concealment of her murderous intent. Under the Ice Emperor's oppressive aura, Jiang Ling bent slightly, the clang of his long sword embedding deep into the floor, supporting him from collapsing. Yet, he remained tight-lipped, showing no signs of yielding. Seeing this, the Snow Empress's brows knit together slightly, before she waved her hand to halt the Ice Emperor. "Enough, Bing'er. I hope you will not go back on your word." The Ice Emperor glanced at Jiang Ling, speaking softly. Then, her lips moved, but no sound escaped. Moments later, accompanied by a slight tremor of the floor, a massive ice bear entered. Unmistakably the Ice Bear King, Xiao Bai, who had battled the Titan Snow Demon King that day. Xiao Bai stood in the Grand Hall, gazing at Shui Di. At her gesture, he slowly opened his right palm and placed Shui Bing'er on the floor. Bing'er? Bing'er? Jiang Ling rushed forward and embraced her, gently calling her name. Jiang da Jie. Shui Bing'er replied Triamili, gradually awakening. Jiang Ling's face transformed from a blur to clarity, and without hesitation, he held her tightly, exclaiming, Jiang da Jie. She believed she had transcended death, yet when the bone-chilling cold enveloped her body, her heart remained filled with unwillingness. Jiang de Gu. Have you also been captured by them? Shui Bing'er, leaving Jiang Ling's embrace, looked at the people in the hall and choked out her words. Rest assured, we will return alive, Jiang Ling reassured her, taking her delicate hand. By the way, Jiang de Gu, the jade pendant. Shui Bing'er Zudnirigkeit. Retrieving the human-faced pendant from her bosom and handing it to Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. The jade pendant should have been in Shui's possession. Nevertheless, he accepted it, feeling a surge of energy within, noting that apart from the missing four-leaf ice crystal flower and the yin-yang vial, everything else was intact. He was well aware of the efficacy of the four-leaf ice crystal flower. Four-leaf ice crystal flower, the water from the ice-fire duality eye. Jiang Ling pondered deeply, striving to discern the relationship between the two. Shui Di appeared to have endured a calamity of 70,000 years, sustaining grave injuries that affected her very essence, rendering her incapable of recovery. Following that, she used the 10,000-year snow lotus to seal her essence and began her transformation into a human. Yet her misfortune struck when she was abducted during her embryonic phase. Could it be that she had just faced the calamity and was now seeking a remedy? I have brought the person you see before you, along with the jade pendant you lost. I never intended to harm you. Can you now reveal the location of the ice-fire duality eye? Shui's ethereal voice interrupted Jiang Ling's thoughts. Chapter 189, Negotiation. What? Do you intend to go back on your word? The Ice Emperor, seeing Jiang Ling's silence, assumed he was having second thoughts and spoke coldly. Jiang Ling shielded Shui Bing'er behind him and replied in a deep tone, I would never dare to do such a thing. However, the location of the ice-fire duality lies far within the territory of the Tiando Empire, specifically in the secluded abode of a titled Douluo. Though your powers are formidable, penetrating human territory may prove quite perilous. This is our affair. You need only disclose the whereabouts of the ice-fire duality. The Ice Emperor retorted coldly. I may not possess great talents, but I share an old acquaintance with this titled Douluo, allowing me free access to his sanctuary, as Shui Di appears to be indistinguishable from humans. I can escort her to a place where healing at the ice-fire duality is far superior to merely absorbing energy from the spring, Jiang Ling explained, half in jest, half in earnest. Young man, do not speak carelessly. Who told you that Shui was injured? The Ice Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly as he questioned. Just a guess. If she were uninjured, how could my jade pendant be missing not only the yin-yang vial, but also the four-leaf ice crystal flower? Jiang Ling raised the jade pendant, his tone slightly irked. The Ice Emperor was momentarily taken aback, while Shui Di appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was one thing to take a trinket from a young one, but to have it pointed out was somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. Why should I trust you? Judging by your strength and talent, you must belong to one of the top human factions. If your intention is to lure me out to the extreme north and set a trap in the human world, what then? Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seemed Shui Di indeed bore injuries. With Shui Di's capabilities, it should not be challenging for her to manipulate me. I would never gamble with my life. Jiang da Jie. No. Shui Bing'er interjected in alarm, grasping Jiang Ling's arm with urgency. Why would you place yourself in danger? I have already promised to spare you. Yet Shui Di maintained her composure and inquired, Spare? If you were truly so benevolent, you would not have unified the extreme north. While I may think this way, I cannot express it openly. My actions stem from gratitude for your life-saving grace. Had it not been for you, Binger and I might have become mere bones in this desolate land. Moreover, I hope Shuadi will aid in healing Binger. You should have noticed that Binger's martial soul has encountered issues. The four-leaf ice crystal flower was meant for her. Yet now, Jiang Ling pulled Shui Binger closer, recalling the sealed letter wherein she had mentioned her martial soul's troubles. He had deduced it must be a source injury. Now that the four-leaf ice crystal flower was gone, however, Shuadi still possessed the 10,000-year snow lotus. While the primary effect of the snow lotus was not to replenish the essence, it could certainly heal Shui Binger, whose strength was not particularly overwhelming. Furthermore, the snow lotus contained the pure essence of heaven and earth, which would greatly benefit Shui Binger's future strength. Jiang, I don't need it. Don't do this for me, Shui Binger exclaimed anxiously. Jiang, I cannot allow you to sacrifice for me. Jiang Ling directly interrupted her. It is too late today. We shall discuss this further tomorrow. Xiaobai, please take him a rest. With that, Shuadi turned and returned to the inner hall. Jiang Ling, momentarily bewildered, pondered whether this was an agreement or a refusal. Suididaren, please follow me. Jiang Ling attempted to inquire, but a massive paw, covered in white fur, blocked his path like a wall. In the ice palace, Binger, why are you upset again? Are you unhappy to see me? Jiang Ling observed Shui Binger sitting silently at the foot of the bed, feeling somewhat helpless. The girl's expressions changed multiple times a day. Although Jiang Ling was puzzled by Shuadi's abrupt dismissal of them, he did not feel anxious, as there was little to be gained from fretting. They had been provided with accommodations, indicating that things should not be too dire. Unhappy? Why did you say that? Handing your life over to her. Aren't you the one who despises others controlling your fate? Shui Binger's face contorted with anger, her voice gradually lowering. My martial soul has encountered problems, and if it comes to it, I can simply choose not to be a soul master. I would rather be an ordinary person. I do not want you to be in danger because of me. Jiang Ling sighed softly, moving to Shui Binger's side and enveloping her in his embrace, her cheek resting against his abdomen. You have already vowed to spend your life with me. How can I find peace without healing your wounds? Moreover, my words were merely a strategic delay. Those two individuals wield immense influence. Should they choose to exhibit their capabilities, what would happen if I inadvertently displeased them? Jiang Ling softly consoled. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger believed him to a significant extent, gently pushing Jiang Ling away, her cheeks flushed, lowering her head to retort. Who said anything about spending a lifetime with you? Hey, the words written in bold red on this cloth are quite clear. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Jiang Ling exclaimed, producing the cloth and waving it in front of Shui Binger. Return it to me. Shui Binger blushed deeply, extending her hand to snatch it, only to have Jiang Ling swiftly withdraw it. The bold declarations she had made on that fateful day, believing she would meet her end, now left her feeling bashful and unable to confront the implications inscribed on the cloth. If you can grab it from me, it's yours, Jiang Ling teased, lifting the fabric with a smile. Chapter 190. Xiaobai, I've heard that the Ice Emperor has affections for your mother. I'm ignoring you now. Shui Binger turned her head away in feigned anger. Oh, it was just a joke. Jiang Ling, thinking Shui Binger was genuinely upset, lowered his hands in explanation. However, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled, and she reached for the cloth dangling from Jiang Ling's grasp. Jiang Ling's reflexes, of course, were far quicker, and he promptly concealed the cloth behind him. Seated on the bed, Shui Binger lost her balance and leaned toward Jiang Ling. He, with an unabashed grin, made no effort to assist her, instead choosing to gaze at the ceiling with his hands behind his back. Shui Binger guessed, teeks out of me. Her hands instinctively grasping Jiang Ling's waist in a desperate attempt to regain her balance. Yet, she underestimated her own strength, and her knees buckled, causing her to fall to the ground, her face pressed against it. The intimate posture dissipated the tension that had lingered between them for several days. And Jiang Ling found himself thinking that the Snow Emperor's decision to discuss matters the following day was quite agreeable, as it would provide a much-needed reprieve from their recent exhaustion. Despite the frigid temperature within the ice palace, Jiang Ling simply set the Changhong sword aside, instantly warming the room as if it were spring. He was unconcerned about melting the palace. Given his current capabilities, shattering an ice wall was well within his reach. This chamber, although spacious, contained only a single bed. However, after cohabitating in caves for such an extended period, neither Jiang Ling nor Shui Binger was particularly bothered by this arrangement. Fortunately, the bed was sufficiently large that they could draw a line down the middle to delineate their sleeping space. After days of travel, even in the residence of the Arctic sovereign, with his life resting in another's hands, he still managed to sleep soundly. In the early morning, Jiang Ling awoke to find Shui Binger tightly wrapped around him, recalling how just yesterday she had distanced herself, striving to sleep at the furthest edge of the bed, which made him chuckle softly. Turning to look at Shui Binger, he noticed her slightly disheveled, azure hair clinging to her cheek, her delicate lips pressed tightly together, and he could feel the warmth radiating from her body. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered gently, as if she were on the verge of waking. Jiang Ling made no attempt to evade her gaze, simply observing as she stirred awake. Her watery eyes slowly opened, only to narrow in surprise. "You're awake?" Jiang Ling asked, a smile dancing in his eyes. Shui Binger quickly sat up, clutching the blanket and retreating to the side. "Hey, just so you know, I didn't cross any boundaries. It was someone who intruded," Jiang Ling pointed out, eager to clarify. Shui Binger, glancing at her position, found herself at a loss for words, stammering as her face flushed deeper. "Rest assured, I bear you no ill will," Jiang Ling assured her with utmost sincerity. "Don't think you can take advantage of me and act innocent," Shui Binger retorted angrily, hurling a pillow at him. Bang! Just as Jiang Ling and Shui Binger were playfully tussling, the door swung open. "Mama wants you two to come," Xiaobai announced. Noticing that the Snow Emperor made no move against the two humans, Xiaobai remained courteous, even forgetting Jiang Ling's previous ambush. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced the consequences of their audacity, but for the Ice Bear King, it was best to let it slide. "Hey, I heard that the Titan Snow Demon pursued your mother." The flames of curiosity ignited as Jiang Ling recalled the previous tales and sought confirmation. Shui Binger was taken aback. Jiang Ling dared to gossip about the ruler of the extreme north. "He was foolish enough to challenge my mother and ended up with broken bones, which took him thousands of years to recover," the Ice Bear King replied earnestly, adding, "And my name is Xiao Bai, not Ice Bear King." Clearly, he preferred the name given by his mother over the more imposing title. Jiang Ling was familiar with the name Xiao Bai and was not surprised. Yet Shui Binger found it hard to reconcile the name with the towering figure before her, standing over 15 meters tall with a robust physique. "By the way, do you know if the Ice Emperor has any feelings for the Snow Emperor?" Jiang Ling suddenly recalled the haughty, cold, and fierce little scorpion and asked eagerly. The Ice Emperor, who had been approaching, emitted an icy aura that seemed to snuff out the flames flickering on the Changhong's sword. Jiang Ling felt a rush of warmth in his palms, while Shui Binger gripped him tightly. Jiang Ling was not particularly worried about the Ice Emperor attacking him, given that he still needed her assistance to obtain the water from the ice and fiery Yang. Before long, the two humans and two beasts arrived at the Grand Hall from the previous day. The Snow Emperor's delicate fingers brushed over a bead, exuding an intense chill, sending it floating toward Jiang Ling. "This is the Ice Soul Pearl. After consuming it, you will require my intervention every half-month to stabilize your condition. Otherwise, you will freeze to death," the Snow Emperor explained softly. "I can take it, but only if you, Snow Emperor, fulfill your promised conditions." Jiang Ling responded as he accepted the pearl, which felt cool to the touch but not as frigid as he had anticipated. "Brother Jiang." Shui Binger instinctively pressed her hand against Jiang Ling's arm, worry etched on her face. "Have you forgotten what you promised yesterday?" Jiang Ling countered, squeezing Shui Binger's hand and feigning irritation. "Humph." The Ice Emperor, observing the exchange, let out a cold snort. "This is a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, far more precious than your four-leaf ice crystal flower, capable of healing her martial soul deficiency." With a flick of her hand, a stunningly beautiful white lotus appeared in her grasp. "Wait, I have another request, Snow, and you should go to Tiando for healing until you return to the extreme north." During this time, Shui Binger must stay here. The Ice Emperor interjected, pausing to clarify. She, too, possesses an Ice Phoenix martial soul. Remaining here in the extreme north, especially in this core region, will only benefit her training. Absolutely not. This matter has nothing to do with her. I can assure you that once we leave, she will not speak of it. As for leaving her here as a hostage, that is out of the question. Jiang Ling firmly rejected the latter part of the Ice Emperor's statement, adamant that he would not accept leaving Shui Binger alone in such a perilous place for several months, particularly considering the Ice Emperor's unreliability and potential threat to her. I cannot trust her. If she doesn't wish to stay, let her consume this. Upon Snow's return, I will provide you with the antidote. As the Ice Emperor finished her sentence, a green pearl with black stripes appeared before them. I am the holy son of the Martial Soul Hall. Even if the Snow Emperor is discovered and I am taken hostage, I can ensure her safe return to the extreme north. Please, do not involve any innocent parties. Jiang Ling spoke in a deep tone, his frustration with the little scorpion mounting, vowing that once he was powerful enough, he would roast her. Seeing that Jiang Ling was unyielding, the Ice Emperor was incensed. No diminutive human had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. She was about to take action to teach this audacious boy a lesson when, unexpectedly, the green pearl was snatched by Shui Binger and swallowed whole. Jiang Ling and the Ice Emperor were both left in stunned silence. Chapter 191 Departure Binger. Jiang Ling's heart jolted, and he reached out to press against her back, hoping to compel her to emerge. Unexpectedly, Shui Binger embraced Jiang Ling's hand. Beaming, let me do something for you as well. Ice Emperor, will this suffice? Shui Binger glanced at the Ice Emperor, speaking softly. I keep my word. The Ice Emperor retorted. Snow Emperor, should I take you to the Eye of Ice and Fire, if your injuries remain unhealed? Before Jiang Ling could finish, the Snow Emperor interjected. After visiting the Eye of Ice and Fire, whether my injuries are healed or not, upon returning to the extreme north, I shall retrieve the Ice Soul Pearl and provide you with the antidote for the poison afflicting your companion. Poison? Isn't that the same as the Ice Soul Pearl? Certainly not. That pearl has already fused with her very being upon ingestion. The Ice Emperor coldly laughed. Despicable. Jiang Ling spat in hatred. What did you say? The Ice Emperor's eyes glinted with menace. Brother Jiang. Shui Binger quickly intervened, wishing to prevent Jiang Ling from escalating the conflict. Inuk, Bingya. The Snow Emperor also halted the Ice Emperor's antics and turned to Jiang Ling, saying, let us begin the healing process. I will assist her in dissolving the medicinal properties of the Snow Lotus, and then we will depart. With a wave of her hand, the Snow Lotus floated towards Shui Bing. After a moment's hesitation, and at Jiang Ling's prompting, she cautiously received the Snow Lotus. This is what Brother Jiang fought for on my behalf. The Snow Emperor intended to take action, but was stopped by the Ice Emperor. Allow me. Jiang Ling hesitated, wondering if this little scorpion would seize the opportunity for revenge. If the Ice Emperor were to learn of Jiang Ling's thoughts, he would undoubtedly beat him senseless. Time passed slowly, and with the sound of a phoenix's cry, a smile finally broke on Jiang Ling's face. Brother Jiang. Shui Binger joyfully leaped into Jiang Ling's embrace, her soft lips brushing against his. No one wishes to be deemed worthless, especially not someone as talented as Shui Binger. Recovered? Jiang Ling smiled as well, gently stroking Shui Binger's long hair and speaking softly. Yes, and my soul power has risen to level 47. Shui Binger replied with a rosy complexion and a light smile. Nearby, the Snow Emperor observed the affectionate couple, feeling a mix of confusion and envy. As a naturally born Ice Maiden, she had arrived in this world all alone, never having experienced familial or romantic love. This solitude had rendered her demeanor frigid. All right, let us prepare to depart. The Snow Emperor interrupted the two, issuing a calm directive. Binger, Xiaobai, the extreme north is in your hands. Jiang Ling would not dare contradict this ancient being of 700,000 years, clasping Shui Binger's hand and nodding. Watching the three depart, the Ice Emperor slowly inquired, Xiaobai, do you know where the Titan Snow Demon King is? I'm feeling irritable and in the mood for a fight. Xiaobai replied, with the Snow Emperor leading the way. We need not fear the blizzard nor lose our sense of direction. Once we reach the human world, how shall we address you? We cannot keep calling you Snow Emperor. Jiang Ling asked, struggling to keep pace with the Snow Emperor while embracing Shui Bing. The Snow Emperor turned to Jiang Ling, her sky-blue, ethereal eyes unwavering, remaining silent, as she was unaware of any issue with the title of Snow Emperor. Jiang Ling said, noticing her innocent gaze and feeling somewhat helpless. After a moment, he cautiously suggested, the title of Snow Emperor is quite renowned in the human world. How about we call you Qingxue instead? In Jiang Ling's mind, he held a greater wariness towards the Snow Emperor than the Ice Emperor, for he could not fathom the true nature of the ruler of the extreme north. Casual, the Snow Emperor replied indifferently. A title is merely a title. Qingxue it shall be. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a sense of relief. As long as she was not fixated on her title, everything was negotiable. The Snow Emperor's appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human, save for her strikingly long, pure white hair cascading down to her calves, and her celestial blue eyes. While unusual eye colors were not absent in the human realm, Jiang Ling's orange-red hair, Shui Binger's aquamarine locks, and Du Guyan's azure hair were all examples. The only source of concern for Jiang Ling was the Snow Emperor's ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial being. By the way, Snow Emperor, will the title Douluo detect your soul beast identity? Jiang Ling posed another significant question. After all, Bai Li Bing was a title Douluo. If he discovered a bombshell like this around the Holy Sun, he would undoubtedly report it to the Pope. Unless they take action, a title Douluo cannot discern my identity. The Snow Emperor acknowledged Jiang Ling's concerns without reservation. Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief and hastily remarked, then good, Snow Emperor. In the human world, you should pretend to be an ordinary person without soul power. I shall protect you. The Snow Emperor regarded him with a peculiar gaze. A soul king claiming he would protect her? Wasn't that to prevent her identity from being exposed? With all due respect, few dare to provoke me on the continent. Now, Jiang Ling's confidence stemmed from the intimidation of the Spirit Hall. In the future, the Spirit Halls might would derive from Jiang Ling's prowess. As Jiang Ling conversed amicably with the Snow Emperor, Shui Binger felt a twinge of jealousy, pinching Jiang Ling's waist and teasing. So you think you're impressive? After flying on his sword for the day, Jiang Ling's soul power was nearly depleted, and he suggested a rest, only to be denied by the Snow Emperor, who whisked Jiang Ling and Shui Binger away, continuing towards Hanzhuang City. Jiang Ling felt a mix of exasperation and despair, questioning the Snow Emperor in a moderately stern, yet gentle tone as to why she hadn't mentioned they could fly sooner, causing him to toil so hard on his sword. The Snow Emperor's response was remarkably flat. You didn't ask. Your strength gives you the right. The following morning, the trio arrived at the border between Hanzhuang City and the extreme north. During Jiang Ling's absence of more than half a month, Hanzhuang City had undergone a tremendous transformation. The Liu family had been obliterated, and the Zhao family had allied with the Spirit Hall. The once desolate Spirit Hall was now bustling. However, the Spirit Hall remained closed to visitors, enveloped in silence. Inside the hall, Bai Li Bing sat with a furrowed brow, sipping tea, while Bai Li Chuan appeared equally despondent. Xie Yu sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, absently tapping her fingers against the blue stone slab. Beside her was Qiu Ruoshui from Tianshui Academy, her eyes swollen from crying, clearly having wept for days. 10 days had passed since Jiang Ling's disappearance, and news of it was likely reaching the Spirit City. The Pope must be furious, Xie Yu thought with a bitter smile. 10 days ago, he had sent a message to the Spirit City using the communication methods of the Spirit Hall, detailing the recent events. She could only wonder if the Pope's wrath was bearable. Gazing at the falling frost and snow, her frustration grew. If it weren't for this cursed blizzard, searching would not be a problem, and they would not be left waiting passively for a miracle. As the Snow Emperor entered the streets of Hanzhuang City, she drew the attention of many, not only due to her breathtaking beauty, but also because of her haughty demeanor, reminiscent of the waxy snow and cold plum. Jiang Ling could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, fearing the Snow Emperor might grow irritated and strike down the onlookers. Chapter 192 Return, Shui Bing. Eagerly anticipating reuniting with her mentors and classmates, found herself increasingly excited, her breath quickening. Jiang Ling glanced at Shui Binghu's attire, which still bore bloodstains. The hem of her skirt was tattered, and her aquamarine hair appeared quite disheveled. He looked at himself, his own clothing tattered from his battle with Lu Lei, and he looked like a beggar. Binger, let us find some new clothes this appearance. Jiang Ling turned to inquire. All right, Shui Binger replied. Glancing down at her attire and the slightly damaged shoes that revealed her toes, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had never looked so disheveled in her life. However, her gaze shifted to the Snow Emperor, her meaning unspoken. Snow, cough, Qing Xue, we wish to buy new clothes first. You should join us. For your attire is also rather conspicuous. Jiang Ling lightly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a gentle smile. The Snow Empress glanced at Jiang Ling and then observed the attire of the surrounding crowd, nodding in acknowledgement. Not wishing to waste time, Jiang Ling and his companions entered a nearby shop. When they emerged, they were clad in exquisite fur cloaks. And Jiang Ling had particularly chosen a woolen hat for the two ladies. The Snow Empress's long, pure white hair, now cascading down to her waist, was also adorned with a woolen hat. At that moment, she no longer resembled the celestial goddess, but instead exuded a touch of earthly charm, appearing almost too beautiful, yet no different from an ordinary person. After changing clothes, Jiang Ling did not linger and headed straight back to the Martial Soul Branch Hall. What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after not seeing me for over half a month? Jiang Ling teased as he observed the dazed Xiaoyu in the pavilion. Xiaoyu, lost in thought, was interrupted by Qiu Ruoshui, who rushed out and flung herself into Shui Binger's embrace. Sister, you've finally returned. Sister, woo woo woo. Shui Binger looked at Qiu Ruoshui in her arms, her eyes moistening as she recalled the arduous journey. You idiot! If you were fine, why didn't you come out sooner? Xiaoyu stepped forward, punching Jiang Ling in the chest while her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her concern. Jiang Ling did not conceal his aura, and Bai Li Bing, Yulin Ling, and others felt his presence and hurried over. Binger, teacher. A woman clad in coarse cloth rushed into Jiang Ling's embrace, her ample form palpable. Chuan Jia, I haven't gone back on my word. I will fulfill my promise. Although he felt comfortable, Jiang Ling's gaze instinctively drifted towards Shui Bing, and only when he saw her expression remain unchanged did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Breaking free from Bai Li Chuan's embrace, he produced a bag of gold soul coins and quickly said, Is this enough for food? Chuana, do not be rude. Bai Li Bing reprimanda. Then solemnly bowed to Jiang Ling. My incompetence has caused the Holy Sun to fall into peril. Please allow me to accept punishment. This matter has nothing to do with you. It was my underestimation of Lu Lei's strength. By the way, why haven't we seen you? Jiang Ling shook his head, surveying the surroundings, and noticing someone was missing, he inquired. In the battle against the Lu family, Yu was severely injured and, despite her condition, sought you out in the extreme north. Fortunately, Bai Li Zhang discovered her in time, but her old wounds have recurred and she remains unconscious. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu added, Yu sent word of her disappearance back to the Martial Soul City 10 days ago. She is likely on her way. Elder Bai Li, quickly draft a letter to inform the teacher that I am safe. Jiang Ling sighed helplessly in his heart, not wanting to cause further worry for his teacher. Subsequently, the members of Tianshui Academy expressed their gratitude to Jiang Ling, and the gloom that had shrouded the Martial Soul Hall dissipated significantly with his return. Holy Sun, who is this? Bai Li Bing inquired, looking at the Snow Empress, seeking clarification from Jiang Ling. Here, he held the highest authority, and the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him gave him an inexplicable sense of depth. Oh, her? She's my lifesaver, named Qing Xue. You may address her as Miss Qing Xue, Jiang Ling vaguely explained. The Snow Empress paid no heed to the gazes directed her way, simply standing quietly in place. Bai Li Bing discerned Jiang Ling's reluctance to elaborate, and though puzzled, chose not to pry further. After arranging accommodations for the Snow Empress and checking on Yu Yi's injuries, he finally felt at ease and moved to sit in the pavilion in the courtyard. You must honestly explain your relationship with that white-haired girl and with Shui Binger. Xiaoyu entered the pavilion, her penetrating gaze fixed on Jiang Ling as she questioned him. What relationship could there be? We are merely friends, Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly, maintaining a facade of ease. Really? What do you mean by really? Xiaoyu, you seem a bit strange today. And what about your relationship with Qiu Ruoshui? The two of you share some peculiar glances, Jiang Ling retorted, pointing to the teapot on the stone table, which had begun to boil once more. What relationship could we possibly have? We are just ordinary friends. Really? Jiang Ling handed Xiaoyu a cup of tea. You truly are not one to suffer losses. Xiaoyu took the teacup indignantly. Haha, if you like her, let me teach you a trick. Remember, hitting is affection, scolding is love. How could that be? Pursuing a girl should involve care and tenderness, Xiaoyu countered. Look, aren't you being stubborn? Let me ask you, does my senior sister love me? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded. Didn't my senior sister often bully me when we were younger? Jiang Ling continued to tease. That is true. So that settles it. Jiang Ling clapped his hands together. Is it truly like that? What should I do? Xiaoyu momentarily found herself at a loss. Listen, when you see her, just say her name is weak, and she isn't all that great, and her mind isn't very sharp, Jiang Ling whispered in Xiaoyu's ear, draping his arm over her shoulder. Ha! Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh at his own words. Having navigated a few romantic entanglements, he may lack talent, but he certainly had experience. Teasing a novice like Xiaoyu was a piece of cake. You're playing me. Xiaoyu, stunned for a brief moment, splashed the tea from her cup at Jiang Ling inside the room. The Snow Empress was drawn to the commotion, opening the window to observe the two. Her eyes filled with confusion as she wondered what had brought them such joy. She was also astonished by the significant changes in Jiang Ling. Back in the Ice Palace, he had been a scheming human. Now, he seemed utterly devoid of guile, akin to the little white creature she had raised. Humans are truly complex beings. The Snow Empress slowly uttered, "Don't run." While evading Xiaoyu's attack, Jiang Ling caught sight of the Snow Empress by the window, startled, fearing his ruckus had disturbed the rest of the deity. In a split second, he was knocked to the ground by Xiaoyu's sweeping kick. Jiang Ling quickly flipped himself up with a palm against the ground, swiftly restraining Xiaoyu. Don't move. Not only the Snow Empress, but also the four young women from Tianshui were watching this scene. Chapter 193, A Letter from Lan Xingqian's Sister. What happened between you and Jiang Ling during these past half-months? I refuse to believe that nothing happened. Yu Hairou's curiosity burned brightly. Yes. I want to know too. Qiu Ruoshui chimed in eagerly. Shui Binger's face turned slightly red, but she quickly composed herself, chiding, "We nearly lost our lives. Do you think we were on vacation? Jiang Dagu saved me numerous times. Without him, I might not have returned. I'm sorry, sister. It's all my fault." Qiu Ruoshui said, feeling guilty. It's not your fault. Since you call me sister, I naturally have to protect you. Shui Binger comforted Qiu Ruoshui. By the way, sister, you should keep an eye on by Li Chuan and that silent girl. What do you mean? Shui Binger looked at Yu Hairou in confusion. I suspect they may have feelings for Jiang Ling. Although Bai Li Chuan isn't as beautiful as you, sister, she is quite proactive. As for the silent girl who returned with you, I often see her gazing at Jiang Ling, Yu Hairou whispered. Yes, I've noticed that too. How about you take the initiative to seduce him? With your looks, you'd surely succeed, Qiu Ruoshui eagerly agreed. Hearing her sisters, Shui Binger felt both exasperated and amused. She was irritated that her sisters would suggest she actively pursue Jiang Ling, yet found it amusing that they viewed the Snow Empress as a rival. She rapped their heads playfully, admonishing, "You two should focus on your training instead of gossiping every day. Learn from Shuewu. You shouldn't be so nosy." Shuewu crossed her arms and coolly addressed Qiu Ruoshui and Yu Hairou, stating, "I am not as dull as they are." In the afternoon, Jiang Ling arrived alone at the opera house, opting for the less frequented Zixi Theater, only to find that Lan Xingqian had long since vanished. After standing for a considerable time, just as Jiang Ling prepared to leave, a seemingly frail man, likely a staff member of the theater, approached him and bowed, inquiring, "Are you Jiang Ling, Master Jiang?" "Yes, what is it?" Jiang Ling replied, observing the pale-faced, beardless man whose high-pitched voice evoked thoughts of a eunuch. A gentleman by the surname of Lan asked me to deliver this letter to you, the man said, presenting the letter with a lowly demeanor. Thank you, Jiang Ling responded, extending his hand to receive the letter, but the man suddenly drew it back into his bosom. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Ling managed to grasp the letter. Master Lan mentioned that upon delivering this letter, you would reward me with 10 gold soul coins as commission, the man said, nervously rubbing his hands. Aware of Jiang Ling's formidable prowess, Jiang Ling chose not to trouble him further and tore open the letter, reading, Lure, when you see this letter, I will know that you have not disappointed me. Not even a soul Douluo in the extreme northern life-death zone could hinder you. Due to certain circumstances, I have been unable to wait for you and have left ahead. What I must tell you is that after the high-level Soul Master competition on the continent in 6 months, you will willingly join my side. We shall meet in 6 months. Jiang Ling contemplated burning the letter, but hesitated and ultimately tucked it away, his brow deeply creased. Was Lan Xingchen planning to make a move during the high-level Soul Master competition? In a dilapidated in Hanzhuang City, Tang Yin and the one-armed Liang Shan were tending to their wounds, with remnants of half-eaten meals surrounding them. Your companion is beginning to suspect you. Should we eliminate him? Liang Shan inquired after a prolonged silence. I understand him. He will not betray me. He is merely a support soul master, posing no threat to us. Let him live. Additionally, we will depart tonight, Tang Yin replied, maintaining his meditative state without opening his eyes. You have been defeated again, this time by Jiang Ling, Liang Shan remarked, seemingly indifferent to whether the youth would respond. After a pause, he added, Our master has sent word not to pursue Jiang Ling any further. Why? Our master does not require reasons for his actions. Tang Yin fell silent once more, and Liang Shan recognized that he was not truly listening. Both he and Jiang Ling were prodigies, yet misfortune had befallen them. A short-haired youth clad in gray traversed a worn street, his most distinctive feature being his peach blossom eyes. This was Oscar. On the day of the Liu family's downfall, Tang Yin had escaped and fortuitously encountered Oscar. Out of camaraderie, Oscar rescued Tang Yin and, at Tang Yin's insistence, refrained from informing Ma Hongjun and Flender. However, 3 days after the Liu family's demise, a wanted notice for the Evil Soul Master was posted, featuring the very image of Tang San, the one Oscar had saved. Doubtful, he sought out Tang San, ultimately believing his words. In the days that followed, he remained restless, while Ma Hongjun was engrossed in the brothel. And Flender was diligently searching for herbs that could counteract Ma Hongjun's martial soul deficiencies in the far north, oblivious to Oscar's turmoil. That night, as Jiang Ling prepared to rest, a figure suddenly appeared in his room. Startled, he turned to see someone behind him and exclaimed, Qing Shui, what brings you here? He instinctively wrapped his half-disrobed attire around his exposed chest, recalling the last time he had been stealthily approached from behind. Were we departing for the Sunset Forest? The Snow Empress disregarded Jiang Ling's modesty and spoke directly. I still have a companion whose injuries have not healed. I estimate we must wait another 5 days. Jiang Ling quickly amended, noticing the Snow Empress's displeased expression. Tomorrow, she stated, as if issuing a command, seemingly ignoring Jiang Ling's protest. Isn't tomorrow a bit too hasty? Jiang Ling attempted to argue, but upon seeing the Snow Empress slightly raise her right hand, a gust of cold air enveloped him, instantly encasing his body in frost. Despite his desperate attempts to cultivate the Fei Hong heart method, he found it futile. Suddenly, the Snow Empress withdrew her soul power, and Jiang Ling collapsed onto the bed. Tomorrow, she reiterated. Tomorrow, after I bid farewell to everyone, I will leave, Jiang Ling countered, feeling the cold dissipate as the Fei Hong heart method circulated within him. Realizing that only when the Snow Empress acted did he feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. When she withdrew, the chill was considerably alleviated. The Snow Empress, having acknowledged Jiang Ling's words without further comment, turned and departed. Jiang Ling, observing her retreating figure, couldn't help but smile wryly. Clad in human garments, there was a moment when he genuinely believed she resembled an ordinary girl. Yet, ultimately, she remained the Snow Empress. How would he bid farewell to Shui Binger the following day? After the Snow Empress's unexpected visit, sleep eluded Jiang Ling. He knew that Ling would wait for the snow to cease before venturing into the extreme north to hunt for soul rings for Shui Wu. And Shui Binger would naturally remain behind, unable to accompany him. Contemplating this, Jiang Ling redressed and exited his room. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong and Wang Tianxiang sat nearby, both casually reclining with one leg crossed, one of them holding a cigarette. Wang Tianxiang was the average-built man among them. If this wave of cold truly lasted for days or even months, it would be nothing short of a significant challenge for Andy. Perhaps even a necessary trial for his progress. The tickets for Park Chulung and In Pume were provided by Lin Dong, although not in a private box. They were still premium tickets, often referred to as VIP seats, offering a near-complete view of the entire Burnaby Stadium from that height. Yet, Luli remained unconcerned, shrugging it off. As the sounds echoed, the area where the two intersected descended into chaos, the already dilapidated arena shattering further as stones scattered. A figure sent tumbling down amidst the debris, landing heavily on the ground below. If someone were to play the guitar, I would gladly accompany with a harmonica, Justin remarked casually from beside Lu Li, separated by Finley, as their conversation was not deliberately subdued. The group, originally jesting with Zhao Yan, revealed their true selves upon hearing his words, erupting into laughter. Such speed, not only to defeat an opponent, but even to land a hit, posed a monumental challenge. Merely performing this seemingly simple action allowed the tense muscles to relax, even the taut nerves easing unconsciously. Sukai was a human and could not simply languish like ordinary beasts, possessing a devouring system. He could surpass the limits of biological evolution and rise to the pinnacle of the food chain. The three-film genre was a topic of much discussion in the mainland, later becoming renowned as a type of indescribable Category 3 film. However, it was not solely about explicit content. Excessively crude or violent material was also frowned upon. After the elder director praised Lu Pian and her companions, he left with a beaming smile. Lu Pian and the others quickly departed, returning to their respective dormitories. Mo Xiaolin, a music teacher, possessed an exquisite aura, while Mo Siu inherited most of her mother's striking features. If Mo Siu and Mo Xiaolin stood together, one would hardly believe they were mother and daughter, but rather sisters, as Mo Xiaolin maintained her beauty remarkably well. Awake? Ai Chu sat on the ground, one leg stretched out straight while the other was bent, his left arm lazily resting on a knee of the bent leg. Deep in thought, his expression was grave. His gaze roamed over the fish scale armor, and he quickly calculated its cost. In the living room, Ning Jiang, the bald Qian, Chun Long, and Bao Hui sat quietly on the surrounding sofas, waiting for Jiang Shan to finish reviewing the materials. Asuna had just clearly seen that the other party had emerged directly from Ainkrad's unique teleportation magic circle. Come, let us try again. It's fine if you don't wear insoles. Let us see if it can be stretched. She urged her to try on shoes, while Tzulian squatted on the ground, suppressing her anger. Are you going on a business trip again? Tang Yu observed Meng Siyu's reluctant demeanor, assuming he was about to leave for another trip. Dongfang Hao summoned his spiritual power, drilling into Jing Yuju's waist, penetrating into her soul's eye. Jiang Chengtse felt a jolt in his heart. He knew that the USB drive Jing Kellen had entrusted to He Zai must contain the perfect design plans for the art museum. Under the moonlight, Yiling's breathtaking beauty was truly mesmerizing. Her skin was as delicate as jade, her eyes like autumn waters, and her graceful figure stood by the pool, as fresh and exquisite as snow on flowering trees. Jiang Chengtse sighed, frowning as he gently patted Zhang Mengxi's fragrant shoulder, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Even feeling regret for having tempted and used Zhang Mengxi to ultimately regain custody of Yuner. However, Jiang Chengtse had no other choice but to adopt this desperate measure. Reflecting on it, he felt a sense of understanding. The supreme geniuses were all incredibly proud, and it was not easy to make them submit. It seemed that the title of emperor was not easily obtained. He took her hand and walked out of the room. They had yet to have breakfast. He thought they might as well go to Ban Rua Shui for a meal, casually nurturing their relationship, as both were allies and such bonds were essential. Qi Xianyi. What do you mean? I was speaking with Sister Chun. Who do you think you are? Su Lao suddenly cast a provocative glance at Qi Xianyi. The clash of energies intertwined. Two forces collided, instantly sending everyone flying several dozen feet before stabilizing their bodies. Everyone's blood was boiling. The sword's aura was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly shot up from the water pool, droplets of water splashing around him, transforming into specks of golden light under the moon, creating a magnificent spectacle. Two middle-aged men, one clad in a beige trench coat and the other in black, seemingly wandered aimlessly along the streets of the palace. The chilling wind howled, yet even their scarves appeared unaffected by the gusts. Many were still unaware of what had transpired, hence the question arose. At this moment, Merrick truly lacked the strength to explain anything to the crowd, weakly stating, "No need, just relay it to our people." After speaking, Merrick closed his eyes wearily. The direction of the fingers pointed this way, but his dark, cold eyes were fixed on me, evidently addressing me. Yet, where was the old woman on the scene? We must go. We are determined to reach that place, even if it costs our lives. Mei Lu said excitedly. This place was far from the town. Indeed, a good hiding spot. Most importantly, they needed to find a place to settle down and prepare some soup for the sickly Lu Yi. Sa Wen and Li Sha held hands, slowly swimming towards the sea, while Desades and others gradually faded into the dark depths below. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. Taking leave, something has come up at home. I need to return to my hometown. So updates will be paused for a while. Apologies. Chapter 194 Night. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shui Bing-er was about to sleep, she heard a knock at the door. Who is it? She was puzzled as to who would come at such a late hour. It's me, Jiang Ling Creek. Brother Jiang, it's so late, what brings you here? Shui Bing-er donned an outer garment, her face slightly flushed, as her neighbors were her teacher and classmates. Unlike the carefree times in the cave, after a brief hesitation, Shui Bing-er pulled Jiang Ling into the room, not wanting to face the awkwardness of being seen outside. Upon entering, Jiang Ling's words dispelled Shui Bing-er's shyness. Bing-er, I will be leaving the extreme north tomorrow. So soon? The shyness was replaced by reluctance as Shui Bing-er tightly grasped her dress. The Snow Emperor's request, Jiang Ling said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Shui Bing-er fell silent. The extreme North Emperor's demands were difficult to refuse, especially since both she and Jiang Ling were under his influence. Jiang Ling observed Shui Bing-er, who stood frozen with her head bowed, feeling a profound sense of reluctance. He stepped forward and gently embraced her, pausing before saying, I'll head back now. You should rest early. Jiang Ling released his hold and turned to leave. Wait. Shui Bing-er grasped Jiang Ling's sleeve, her voice soft. Brother Jiang, can you accompany me for a stroll around Hanchuan City tonight? I haven't had a chance to enjoy myself since coming to the extreme north. Will you keep me company? Jiang Ling looked at Shui Bing-er, her eyes shimmering in the light. He reached out to caress her silky, water blue hair, smiling. I would love that. Then wait for me at the door. Shui Bing-er's face flushed from Jiang Ling's affectionate gesture, and she released his sleeve, speaking softly. All right. Jiang Ling didn't linger in the room to watch her change clothes, considering her teacher was next door. Wait a moment. Jiang Ling turned back with a teasing smile. Are you worried I'll freeze outside? I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. Don't worry, I won't peek while you change. You wish. Give me your jade pendant. Shui Bing-er retorted. This. Jiang Ling took off the jade pendant from his waist. What do you want this for? Though puzzled, he handed it over. Don't worry about that. Shui Bing-er blushed as she accepted the pendant and gently pushed Jiang Ling out of the room. Leaning against the door, Shui Bing-er let out a long breath and glanced at the pendant in her hand. She then approached the dressing table, wrote a few words, carefully folded them, took a neatly folded blue garment from her bed, placed it with the note, and stored them together in the jade pendant space. After finishing all this, Shui Bing-er's cheeks grew even rosier. Outside, Jiang Ling stood quietly in the snow, feeling more relaxed than ever since arriving in the extreme north. Even the continuous snowfall that had accompanied him since his arrival felt less bothersome. Half an hour later, Jiang Ling's spiritual power surged. shaking off the 3-foot-thick frost and snow from his body. He glanced back at the tightly closed door, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. Although feeling helpless, he harbored no impatience. Shortly after, the door opened, and Shui Bing Er finally emerged. She wore a short cloud brocade coat, complemented by a pleated blue skirt that perfectly highlighted her exceptional figure, stunningly beautiful. Her delicate face was lightly adorned, and her vibrant, flowing water blue hair cascaded behind her, revealing no disorder, instead emanating a playful charm. Her slender hands rested gracefully in front of her, her exposed skin as white as frost, with a hint of pink. "Have you seen enough? We should set off," Shui Bing Er said, feeling shy under Jiang Ling's unabashed gaze, looking aside as she spoke softly. "Oh, let us go." Jiang Ling came back to his senses, turned to leave, but felt it was inappropriate, stepping in front of Shui Bing Er and taking her delicate hand, saying, "Let's go." Shui Bing Er did not resist and nodded obediently. A woman should not be kept. Yulian Ling, who was meditating next door, sighed softly. She did not believe that the holy son of the Wuhuan temple was a suitable match for her disciple. For some inexplicable reason, the originally heavy snowfall began to lighten considerably. Upon exiting the Wuhuan temple, the broad streets of Hanshuang City, illuminated by the moonlight, did not appear dark. Instead, they radiated a soft glow from the reflection of the snow. The streets were devoid of other individuals, and the two of them walked hand in hand on the snowy ground, the sound of their footsteps resembling a beautiful painting. "Binger, there aren't many people around tonight. Why are you dressed like that? Aren't you cold?" Jiang Ling channeled his soul power through their clasped hands to transmit warmth to Shui Binger. "After all, I'm a member of the Soul Sect. I can endure this bit of cold. Besides, I'm not dressing this way for anyone else." Shui Binger's voice gradually lowered, nearly fading by the end of her sentence. "What?" Jiang Ling inquired. "It's nothing, Brother Jiang. Where are we headed now?" Shui Binger gazed at Jiang Ling, her cheeks aglow with a smile. At the moment they stepped out of the room, Jiang Ling's mesmerized look confirmed that his half-hour effort was not in vain. "Let us go to the center of Hanshuang City. There's an Ice Ling Tower, the tallest structure in the city, where we can see the entire Hanshuang City from above," Jiang Ling suggested, observing the dwindling snowflakes. "Shall I take you there on my sword?" Jiang Ling asked in a tone of inquiry. I would prefer to walk," Shui Binger replied after contemplating their tightly held hands, smiling as she spoke. "That works," Jiang Ling responded with a carefree smile. "Even the longest journey has an end." And the Ice Ling Tower was not far from the Wuhuan Temple. The Ice Ling Tower was closed for the night, and eventually, Jiang Ling arrived at the tower's summit on his sword. The Ice Ling Tower, made entirely of mysterious ice, was a natural sculpture standing over 200 meters tall. "It must be quite cold," Jiang Ling remarked, noticing Shui Binger shivering. He handed her the Changhong sword. "Here, take this." Upon receiving it, Shui Binger felt the chill dissipate swiftly, reminiscent of her time spent in the snowy valley. At the moment they reached the tower's peak, the relentless snowfall that had persisted for months finally ceased. Standing atop the tower, amidst the clouds and wind, it felt as though they had ascended to the highest peak in the world. Looking around, the entire Hanshuang City appeared as a grand city constructed of ice and snow, pure and pristine. "Brother Jiang, this is for you," Shui Binger said, retrieving a jade pendant. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "I placed something inside, but you can only see it tomorrow." "What could it be so mysterious?" Jiang Ling asked, intrigued, as he reached for the pendant. "No." Shui Binger quickly pressed down on his hand, her voice a mix of shyness and annoyance. "If you look now, I will never speak to you again." "Fool, I was just teasing you," Jiang Ling chuckled, gently pinching Shui Binger's nose. "If you say I can look tomorrow, then I shall wait until then." "That is more like it." Shui Binger sighed in relief, grateful that Jiang Ling had not looked at it yet, sparing her from embarrassment. Chapter 195, Fuerma Ruashui. "Look over there," Jiang Ling exclaimed as he pulled Shui Binger to gaze at the sky. A shooting star streaked across the horizon, its elegant arc stretching infinitely, illuminating their eyes. "They say when you see a shooting star, you should make a wish." "Hurry, Binger, make a wish," Jiang Ling urged with a smile. All right," Shui Binger quickly clasped her hands together before her chest, slightly lifting her forehead, closing her eyes with a serene smile on her lips. When she opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Ling, she found him staring intently at her, causing her to feel shy. She softly asked, "Aren't you going to make a wish?" "No." Jiang Ling shook his head, gazing at the slowly descending shooting star, which burned with its final beauty. "I've heard that shooting stars fall because they carry too many wishes. If I don't make a wish, it increases the chances of yours coming true." Shui Binger gazed at Jiang Ling's warm face, momentarily entranced, unconsciously leaning closer to him and wrapping her arms around his waist. Jiang Ling smiled down at her, pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin on her forehead, and softly asked, "What did you wish for? Can you tell me?" "I cannot. If I say it, it won't come true," Shui Binger denied without a second thought, her cheeks now flushed. "That is fair. I won't ask," Jiang Ling replied, leaning closer to her lips. As Shui Binger observed his approaching face, she instinctively tightened her grip, her long eyelashes fluttering. Ultimately, she closed her eyes, awaiting the moment that was about to arrive. The kiss was moist and cool, soft and fragrant. This was not their first kiss, but it was their first kiss driven by emotion. A kiss from the highest building in Hanchuang City. The road may be long, but it eventually reaches its end. The night may be lengthy, but dawn will arrive. Jiang Ling sat atop the Ice Ling Tower, with Shui Binger seated on his lap as they watched the moon, the shooting star, and the sunrise. "We should head back." Jiang Ling gently squeezed Shui Binger's delicate hand. However, she did not respond, merely tugging Jiang Ling's outer coat higher to shield her face. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the usually composed Shui Binger to exhibit such a girlish side. He did not urge her, but simply held her close, knowing she would not truly delay their departure. "Let us go." Shui Binger finally stood up from Jiang Ling's embrace, adjusting her clothing and speaking softly. "Help me up. My legs are numb from sitting with you all night, and my bottom is freezing." Jiang Ling extended his hand to Shui Binger, for he too had been sitting on the mysterious ice all night. Shui Binger felt a bit embarrassed and grasped Jiang Ling's hand. The Changhong sword, which had been stuck in the ground nearby, suddenly trembled and fell in front of them. "Brother Jiang, when can we meet again?" Shui Binger hesitated for a moment before asking. "Once the matter with the Snow Emperor is resolved, I will visit Tianshui Academy if possible. If not, it will be at the latest during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition in 6 months. Will you also participate in the Advanced Soul Master Competition, Brother Jiang?" Shui Binger inquired. "I should, but my chances of being on stage will be limited." Jiang Ling nodded, speaking the truth. Given the strength of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, securing first place should be relatively effortless. "Oh, besides you and Brother Shiyue, are there other outstanding participants from the Wuhuan Temple Academy?" Shui Binger asked curiously. "Of course." Jiang Ling paused, glancing down at Shui Binger with amusement, and playfully smacked her bottom. "Binger, you're not being very obedient. You've learned to use my words." Shui Binger quickly pressed down on Jiang Ling's mischievous hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I just want to understand the strength of the Wuhuan Temple Academy as participants. I know I can't get first place with you there, but I still want to see the difference between us." Jiang Ling felt somewhat helpless against Shui Binger's competitive spirit, vigorously ruffling her azure hair until it was tousled, and he explained, "In 6 months, I should be able to break through to Soul Emperor. Additionally, Shiyue and another member from the Academy should reach level 55 Soul King, while the other team members will at least be above level 48 Soul Master. So strong." Shui Binger was astonished by the strength of the Wuhuan Temple Academy's team, realizing the opportunity Jiang Ling had given her. "You need not be disheartened. Having consumed the 10,000-year snow lotus, you will benefit greatly. I believe you should also reach Soul King within 6 months, and obtaining second place in the Advanced Soul Master Competition should be achievable." Jiang Ling reassured her, knowing he would not suggest let her take first place. Not to mention Shui Binger's willingness. His own mentor would be furious with him for such a decision. As Jiang Ling mentioned the 10,000-year snow lotus, Shui Binger's gaze dimmed. If it weren't for her brother Jiang, there would be no need to suppress her thoughts. Acquiring the Snow Lotus would indeed be a significant gain for them. Noticing Shui Binger's sudden silence, Jiang Ling, fully aware of her thoughts, gently pinched her delicate nose and chided her softly. Shui Binger nodded in response. While the two engaged in light conversation, they arrived at the Wu Hun Temple, where Shui Binger promptly dismounted from the Changhong sword, distancing herself from Jiang Ling. She hastily removed Jiang Ling's outer garment to return it, as she had yet to discuss her relationship with him, with her teacher, and wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Brother Jiang, Sister Jiang, no sister. As they landed, they were unexpectedly confronted by Qiu Ruoshui. Both Shui Binger and Qiu Ruoshui were startled. Qiu Ruoshui's eyes darted between Jiang Ling and Shui Binger, landing on the gentleman's outerwear clutched in Shui Binger's hands, along with her slightly disheveled short coat and somewhat wrinkled pleated skirt, not to mention her hair, which appeared more chaotic than that of someone who had just survived a fierce battle. Her hair was merely tousled, the jacket slightly disarranged from yesterday's kiss, and her skirt wrinkled from sitting in Jiang Ling's embrace all night. Brother Jiang, you must treat my sister well. Shui Binger stuffed the garment back into Jiang Ling's hands, rushed in front of Qiu Ruoshui, and quickly covered her mouth. Brother Jiang, I'm heading back now. With a flushed face, she spoke, and without waiting for Jiang Ling's response, pulled Qiu Ruoshui away, resembling a kitten caught with a secret. In a secluded spot, Shui Binger released Qiu Ruoshui and explained, Ruoshui, things aren't as you think. I know, sister. You wouldn't want to silence me, would you? I promise to keep your secret and one tell Weisstein you anything about you and Brother Jiang, Qiu Ruoshui said, retreating to a corner in fear and hastily assuring her. Ruoshui, what do you mean by that? We haven't done anything. We merely enjoyed the moonlight, Shui Binger exclaimed, startled by Qiu Ruoshui's alarming words. Yesterday, I left your room the latest. You weren't wearing this outfit, nor were you made up. You clearly dressed up for something, Qiu Ruoshui retorted. If it was merely moon-gazing, how could your clothes be so disheveled? How could your makeup be gone? How could your hair be in such a state? Shui Binger found herself speechless, glancing at her slightly tousled attire, wondering how it could be deemed so disordered. Sister, I'm greatly disappointed in you. You could deceive Shui Wu and the others, but to deceive me? Just yesterday, you asserted that you and Brother Jiang were merely friends. And today you're worried about being pregnant? Tomorrow we shall continue. Just get it done, she added, concluding the chapter. What are you saying? Pregnant? Shui Binger was bemused, unable to contain her laughter. Things are truly not as you imagine. Nothing happened between us. Please refrain from spreading rumors. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Shui Binger warned. Shouldn't it be considered that nothing happened? We only shared a kiss, a hug, and nothing more, she thought, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. I understand. I promise not to speak recklessly, Qiu Ruoshui promptly assured, then hesitated before saying, Sister, your face is quite red. Jiang Ling returned his room to wash up and change clothes. While the others were manageable, he needed to have a private discussion with Xiaoyu. He could not allow Xiaoyu to accompany them. What if she inadvertently discovered the identity of the Snow Empress? Even after a sleepless night, Jiang Ling felt invigorated as he knocked on Xiaoyu's door. What is the matter so early in the morning? Xiaoyu, still clad in her undergarments, appeared visibly groggy. Ah, the heavy snow has stopped. She noticed the scene outside and stepped past Jiang Ling. Indeed, it has ceased, Jiang Ling confirmed, taking a few steps outside. I plan to return today. We shall depart shortly. So soon? Yuyi's injury hasn't healed yet, Xiaoyu remarked, puzzled. But if you must return, I can stay here to recover. I'll pack my things. I will leave first. You should wait here until Yuyi recovers. Afterward, you can return to the Wuhan Temple. I have other matters to attend to and may be delayed. Please inform my teacher that I will definitely return before the new year, Jiang Ling said, holding her back as she turned to go. What nonsense! The Pope ordered me to accompany Yuyi and you. Are you trying to abandon us now? I cannot bear the Pope's wrath. This is not negotiable, Xiaoyu retorted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Ling calmly pointed to her attire. You should change before leaving this courtyard. You wouldn't want the girls from Tianshui Academy to think you are indecent, would you? It will be best to return to your room and dress appropriately. With that, He exited gracefully. Seeing Xiaoyu flustered brought a smile to Jiang Ling's face. It is time to depart. A voice suddenly rang from behind, causing Jiang Ling's smile to falter. Please refrain from sneaking up on me like that. You are merely a regular person now, not the Snow Empress. What would happen if someone noticed? Jiang Ling communicated telepathically. No one will discover us. We must set off for the Sunset Forest, the Snow Empress replied. Her voice cold and solitary, continuing without telepathy. Jiang Ling sighed. Those with great power often harbored arrogance. I will take care of things quickly. I need to speak with Li Bing and arrange for 2 ice wolves for travel. No need for mounts, the Snow Empress frowned, perplexed as to why he would require such slow means of transportation. We must maintain a low profile. Once we leave the extreme north, I will use my sword to take you to the Sunset Forest. For now, you must act like an ordinary girl and follow behind me, Jiang Ling stated earnestly. The Snow Empress tilted her head slightly, staring calmly into Jiang Ling's eyes. His expression shifted from serious to somewhat guilty, then to evasive. The Snow Empress remained as indifferent and composed as ever. Finish your business quickly. I will wait for you at the entrance. The Snow Empress moved gracefully past Jiang Ling before stopping a few steps ahead, turning her head slightly, her white hair cascading over half her face. Do not keep me waiting too long. Rest assured, it will be swift. Shuedi nodded slightly, not lingering any longer, and proceeded towards the grand entrance of the Wuhan Temple. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Ling's lips. He finally grasped the sentiment that Xiaoyu must have felt when facing the Pope. 10 minutes later, 2 robust and majestic wolves, entirely snow-white, exited the Wuhan Temple. How boring. The only interesting person has departed. High above, Li Chuan lay sprawled over the railing, watching the 2 leave, yet his expression betrayed no sorrow. Beside him, Li Bing cast a sidelong glance at her disciple and spoke flatly, You seem unfazed. Not all. I am deeply saddened. For this, I shall indulge in a lavish meal, Li Chuan lamented. Do bring me a portion as well. Do not claim you're out of funds. The Holy Sun has bestowed upon you several bags of gold soul coins. I witnessed it. Li Bing interrupted her disciple's excuse with an expressionless countenance. Yes, master. Li Chuan gritted his teeth, uttering in frustration. As Li Chuan wandered off, Li Bing gazed upon the pristine expanse of white and sighed. I wonder how much longer I can remain in this place. Sister, something terrible has happened. Brother-in-law has abandoned you. Xiao Ruo Shui burst into Shui Bing Heir's chamber, shaking her sister's shoulders as she sat by the window, lost in thought. Just moments ago, she had gone to find Xiaoyu as per her daily routine. But upon hearing that Jiang Ling had departed, she hurried over without delay. Ruo Shui, what nonsense are you spouting? Abandonment? Shui Bing Heir reprimanded. She was gazing out at the scenery, contemplating her thoughts, and the words that Ruo Shui had blurted out caused her cheeks to flush. I am not speaking nonsense. Brother-in-law, I mean Jiang Ling, has left Han Shuang City, and he took that vixen named Qing Shui with him. Xiao Ruo Shui exclaimed excitedly. Shui Bing Heir fell silent. And to Xiao Ruo Shui, her silence suggested ignorance, leading her to believe that Jiang Ling had deceived her elder sister. I have long known he is a fickle and lecherous man, who, upon seeing the beautiful Qing Shui, hastily approached her. A person like that is not worthy of your heartache, Xiao Ruo Shui consoled, grasping her sister's hand. Did you not say yesterday that Brother Jiang is a gentleman? Gentle and strong? Shui Bing Heir found her sister's contradictory statements amusing. If he were devoted to you, he would indeed be a gentleman, gentle and strong. But now that he has turned his affections elsewhere, he is nothing but a scoundrel, a lecher, Xiao Ruo Shui asserted matter-of-factly. Shui Bing Heir, witnessing her sister's demeanor, could not help but chuckle while feeling a warmth in her heart. Brother Jiang is not that kind of person. He is someone who values loyalty and righteousness. Being with him is incredibly comforting, and I feel at ease, even in the face of life-threatening peril. As she reminisced about the days spent in the snow cave, her eyes sparkled, and a blissful smile graced her face, accompanied by an undeniable shyness. Xiao Ruo Shui, momentarily stunned, soon realized that she had never seen such a bashful expression on her sister's face, causing her heart to sink. Could it be that last night, truly? She knew of her sister's affection for Jiang Ling, but there was one matter she had jested about, the final barrier between them. She was aware that Shui Bing heir held her first time in high regard and wished to wait until marriage, yet now, her judgment wavered. She felt it necessary to caution her sister, to prevent her from sinking into a quagmire. Clearing her throat, Qiu Ruo Shui interrupted Shui Bing heir's reverie. But he did leave with that Qing Shui. Even Xiaoyu did not accompany him, a lone man with a woman. Qing Shui is our savior. And sending her away from the extreme north was our promise, Shui Bing heir clarified. Then why can't you be the one to send her off? We are both women. It would be much more convenient, Qiu Ruo Shui pressed. Ruo Shui, this matter is not for you to question. Just remember that Brother Jiang is not that kind of person. Besides, he is our savior. He has risked his life for me. Thus we should not speak ill of him. Shui Bing heir's expression turned stern. In the past, she had always carried this demeanor while instructing her disciples, and thus, she could not divulge much about Shui Di. Seeing her sister's resolute demeanor, Qiu Ruo Shui sighed inwardly, realizing that her sister was completely smitten. I understand that Brother Jiang is our great benefactor, but there are many ways to repay kindness, Qiu Ruo Shui murmured. Sister, did you two take any precautions last night? What? Shui Bing heir did not catch her words. I mean, did you two take any safety measures? If you were to become pregnant and he does not marry you, your life would be ruined. Qiu Ruo Shui's voice grew increasingly faint until it was barely above a whisper. However, this time, Shui Bing heir clearly heard her and felt her face flush with anger. Qiu Ruo Shui, what nonsense are you thinking about all day? Shui Bing heir could not help but tap her on the head in irritation. It is true, you can break up while dating, but once a child is born, you cannot just put it back. Do not worry. I will not become pregnant, Shui Bing heir retorted, thoroughly defeated by her sister's words. Oh, as long as precautions were taken, that is all that matters. Qiu Ruo Shui sighed in relief, gently patting her chest. What do you mean by precautions? I and he. Shui Bing heir felt a lump in her throat, unable to finish her sentence, and waved her hand dismissively. Think however you wish. With that, she ceased to engage with Qiu Ruo Shui and lay down on her bed. That night, Shui Bing heir, who had not slept long, quickly fell into a deep slumber. She dreamed of herself and Jiang Ling in a courtyard, with snow cascading from the sky. He appeared as he always did, handsome and beaming. She, too, was as lovely as ever, with the only change being her slightly rounded belly. She dashed to the center of the courtyard, laughing joyfully at the falling snowflakes. Jiang Ling rushed out from the house, calling for her to come inside. Playfully, she stuck out her tongue at him and cheerfully invited, Brother Jiang, let's build a snowman together. She watched as Jiang Ling retrieved a cloak, carefully draping it over her. Even while pregnant, you are still so playful, he chided, though his tone was filled with affection. I am a top-tier ice phoenix martial soul. How could I fear mere snowflakes? She argued, clinging to his arm. Jiang Ling wrapped his arms around her, stroking her belly. My martial soul is the Changhong sword. What if our child inherits my martial soul? Then I would fear nothing. For your sword is so warm, and I would not mind the snow at all, she replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. You indeed, Jiang Ling chuckled, pinching her nose playfully. So let us build a snowman. The child wants to play too, she exclaimed, clutching the snow with glee. Jiang Ling, amused by her childishness, agreed. Before long, a pair of large snowmen emerged. She watched as Jiang Ling squatted nearby, crafting smaller snowmen and placing them beside the larger ones, quickly amassing 8 in total. What are these? She inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. 3 sons and 5 daughters. These are my hopes for you. Bing heir, Jiang Ling proclaimed proudly. 8 children? Do you think I'm a pig? She retorted, her cheeks flushing as she threw a snowball at him. Awakening from the dream, Shui Bing heir sat up abruptly, her cheeks aflame, hands pressed against her face, feeling the heat radiate. How could she have dreamt such a dream? Shui Bing was enveloped in a profound sense of embarrassment, undoubtedly stirred by Ruo Shui's incessant remarks regarding her pregnancy, which had haunted her with nightmares. As her thoughts lingered, Shui Binger lowered her hand, subconsciously brushing against her abdomen, reflecting on the vivid images from her dreams. 8 children. Her heart quivered at the thought, and her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Big sister, a voice called from outside, followed by the door being pushed open. Xiu Ruo Shui, Yuhai Ro, and Shui Wu entered the room. Big sister, are you unwell? Your face is so flushed and hot, Yuhai Ro inquired, noticing something amiss with Shui Binger. I'm fine. Hi Ro, did you come for something? Shui Binger endeavored to calm her tumultuous heart and asked. Not much, really. The vice principal mentioned that the snow has stopped, and tomorrow we will head to the extreme north to hunt for spirit rings. We came to fetch you to buy some necessary items. All right, you all wait for me outside for a moment while I change. Upon hearing it was a task assigned by her teacher, Shui Binger swiftly regained her composure. Why aren't you going outside? Shui Binger looked at the few who stood still in confusion. It's cold outside. We can wait in here. It's not like we haven't seen you change before. Hurry up, big sister, Qiu Ruo Shui said with a smile. I won't change. Let's go. She actually wanted to change her undergarments, but there was no opportunity now. Chapter 198. The country girl enters the city despite the Snow Empress's profound disdain for the speed of the ice-field wolf. This judgment was made from her lofty perspective. In Jiang Ling's eyes, the ice-field wolf was indeed the most adept spirit beast for running in the snow. After just a few days, they had gradually distanced themselves from the extreme north, and the weather had become milder. This was likely the Snow Empress's first departure from the heart of the extreme north, and as she beheld the landscape, no longer shrouded in the familiar white expanse, even her indifferent gaze revealed a hint of curiosity, no longer urging Jiang Ling to quicken his pace. Shui, Qing Shui, we are about to leave the extreme north. The ice-field wolf can only live in frigid regions. Let us release them here. Jiang Ling halted the white wolf and turned to the woman beside him, who resembled a snow spirit. Unlike Jiang Ling, who was seated astride the ice-field wolf, the Snow Empress sat gracefully to the side, gazing ahead. From this angle, Jiang Ling could only see her profile. It was still breathtakingly beautiful. Very well. The Snow Empress nodded slightly, and without requiring any further action from her, the ice-field wolf seemed to possess an understanding, gracefully lowering itself to the ground. The wolf Jiang Ling rode remained proud, standing tall. With a sigh, he leaped down. Chong Hong's sword. A flash of red emanated from Jiang Ling's right hand, and a brilliant crimson long sword hovered in the air, emitting a series of joyous tremors. The longer the Chong Hong sword remained in the presence of Zhu Ling, the innate fire seemed to have reforged the sword, not only enhancing its power, but seemingly granting it sentience. What a peculiar martial soul, the Snow Empress observed quietly, glancing at Jiang Ling's weapon, offering a subdued evaluation. Even one as powerful as she felt a sense of threat emanating from the sword, though it was merely the sword's aura, not Jiang Ling himself, whose strength did not warrant her concern. In response to the Snow Empress's assessment, he merely smiled faintly, leaping onto the sword's blade. This place is devoid of human presence. To avoid sleeping on the streets, we should depart swiftly. The Snow Empress lightly touched the ground, also alighting upon the sword. The space on the Chong Hong sword was limited. While the two stood upon it, they were close enough to sense each other's presence. Jiang Ling caught a faint fragrance wafting from the woman behind him. Strangely, wasn't she a being formed purely from the condensation of ice attribute elemental energy? Could it be that even ice attribute energy possessed a delightful aroma? What are you daydreaming about? We should set off, she remarked, narrowing her brow at Jiang Ling, who had remained motionless for a considerable time. This human was quite peculiar, often lost in thought. Oh, right. Jiang Ling hurriedly performed the necessary gesture and took flight. They journeyed swiftly and finally arrived at a small city by evening. Exhausted from the long flight, Jiang Ling bypassed the city gate and directly soared into the city on his sword. We shall rest here for a night and continue our journey tomorrow, Jiang Ling suggested as he surveyed a reasonably nice inn. The Snow Empress simply nodded and stepped inside. Their check-in was relatively smooth. However, the alluring elegance of the Snow Empress and her incomparable beauty rendered the attendant tongue-tied, leaving Jiang Ling somewhat exasperated as he contemplated whether to buy her a veil. Good night. If anything arises, call for me, I will handle it. Do not take matters into your own hands. Jiang Ling cautioned as they reached the door of their room. The Snow Empress merely cast him a glance before entering. Sighing, Jiang Ling muttered, "Lack of strength means a lack of rights." Observing the Snow Empress's indifference, he shrugged and entered the adjacent room. While Jiang Ling fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed, the Snow Empress approached the window, captivated by the crimson glow of the sunset and the wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. This was a scenery she had never witnessed before, quite different from that of Han Shuang City. Even in Han Shuang City, she had only visited a few times, spending most of her time at the heart of the extreme north. In an instant, she had vanished from the room. Morning arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Qing Shui. It's time to depart. Jiang Ling waited at the door for a moment before it opened. We will first walk out of the city, then fly, Jiang Ling stated, not expecting her to speak. The morning city was bustling once more, the streets thronged with people, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. The Snow Empress observed in astonishment, noting the stark contrast to the previous night. Jiang Ling watched the Snow Empress, whose wide-eyed wonder at everything amused him. The dignified ruler of the extreme north appeared almost like a country girl, albeit a remarkably beautiful one. Buns. Jiang Ling caught a whiff of something delightful, and his eyes brightened as his stomach protested from the lack of food the previous night. Qing Shui, wait here for me. I will fetch some breakfast. Jiang Ling instructed the Snow Empress ahead of him and made his way to a nearby bun stall. The Snow Empress glanced at Jiang Ling when suddenly a vendor carrying a stick of candied hawthorn passed by. Instantly captivated by the vibrant red candied fruit, she reached out to take a skewer. Hey, miss, do you want to buy some candied hawthorn? 2 copper spirit coins, the vendor remarked, observing her unbidden actions. The Snow Empress, engrossed in examining the candied hawthorn in her hand, shook her head at the vendor's inquiry. I do not have copper spirit coins. Then, silver spirit coins will suffice, the vendor insisted. I do not have silver spirit coins either. As for gold spirit coins, I cannot change them. I have no gold spirit coins. Then why are you taking my candied hawthorn if you have no money? You, young lady, are quite beautiful. How can you eat without paying? The vendor exclaimed angrily. Many onlookers had already been secretly observing the Snow Empress, and now the crowd had swelled around her, making it impossible to escape. Thank you, boss. Jiang Ling, having secured 2 bags of buns, handed over the coins before turning back to find that the area where the Snow Empress had stood was now crowded with people. Did something happen while I was buying buns? Jiang Ling quickly stored the buns in his jade pendant and rushed towards the throng, anxious that these ordinary people might provoke her wrath. The Snow Empress surveyed the crowd surrounding her, the cacophony of voices swirling around her, and some gazes unabashedly scrutinizing her, filling her with distaste. Just as she contemplated clearing the area with force, she recalled Jiang Ling's warning, and her clenched hand relaxed once more. You have no money, so do not eat. Get it back, the vendor demanded, reaching to snatch the candied hawthorn from the Snow Empress's grasp. The Snow Empress's gaze turned icy, and everyone present felt a chilling wave wash over them. Who claims that the lack of wealth is insignificant? Is it not merely a matter of candied hawthorns? I shall take them all. Let them scatter. Jiang Ling stood between the Snow Empress and the vendor, effectively separating the two. Here is a gold soul coin. I demand all the candied hawthorns. The vendor, upon receiving the coin, hurriedly offered the candied hawthorns to Jiang Ling, expressing his gratitude profusely. Jiang Ling chose not to respond, turning instead to inquire, Are you unharmed? Had you arrived a moment later, they would have been lifeless. The Snow Empress, relinquishing her soul power, replied coldly. She placed the candied hawthorns back on the stand and began to walk towards the city outskirts, her interest waning due to the commotion caused by these mortals. Jiang Ling, carrying the candied hawthorns, quickly followed, explaining, They're merely small vendors selling items to support their families. They harbor no ill intentions. Noticing the Snow Empress's continued indifference, Jiang Ling seemed to have an epiphany. He took out a pouch of gold soul coins from his jade pendant, saying, Here, take this. In the human realm, one must pay for goods. Carry this money, and buy whatever you desire. If it is insufficient, I have more. The Snow Empress finally halted, eyeing the pouch of coins. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and opened it to inspect, Is this truly a gold soul coin? Do you recognize it? I encountered numerous soul masters' belongings in the extreme north, and among them were these golden items. I observed them devoid of spirit, and concluded they were not precious metals. So I discarded them in the palace. The Snow Empress tucked the pouch away, promising, once I return to the extreme north, I shall repay you. How many of these have you collected? Jiang Ling inquired curiously. Perhaps as many as 2 rooms, but I ceased collecting them as they seemed of little use. Perhaps it was the acceptance of Jiang Ling's coins that prompted the Snow Empress to answer his question. 2 rooms. Jiang Ling knew well the vastness of the Snow Empress's palace chambers. Could you spare some for me? He ventured tentatively, though his appearance was resplendent. It marked the most impoverished period of his life. He had yet to repay the 500,000 he pilfered from his senior sister. Should she awaken and discover this? The Snow Empress paused, contemplating the pouch of coins she had just received, then glancing at the mountain of gold coins accumulated in her palace. She asked, "Are you in dire need of gold soul coins?" "Indeed. Should all go smoothly, you may take as many as you wish from the palace." The Snow Empress nodded, plucking a string of candied hawthorns from Jiang Ling's grasp, holding it in her hand. "These vibrant red treats are quite rare in the extreme north." Jiang Ling interjected, clearing his throat. "This is not merely for admiration. It is meant to be savored." "To eat?" "Yes, indeed. Peel away the transparent wrapping, and then you may indulge." Jiang Ling demonstrated by removing a piece for himself, cautious not to snatch the Snow Empress's portion. Observing her, he felt a twinge of sadness. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, she had never tasted a string of candied hawthorns. The Snow Empress emulated Jiang Ling's actions, delicately biting into a piece of the treat. "It is delightful," she exclaimed, her surprise evident as she turned to Jiang Ling with joy. The sudden smile of the usually aloof and solitary ruler of the extreme north momentarily disoriented Jiang Ling. How could such an icy persona be transformed by the simple pleasure of a candied hawthorn? Realizing her apparent lapse in composure, the Snow Empress quickly suppressed her smile and cleared her throat, suggesting, "Let us proceed swiftly to the sunset forest." Thus she set off ahead. "Very well, by the way. Would you care for a bun?" "Ah, bean. What is that?" "It is a type of food. You shall understand upon tasting." Jiang Ling produced a steaming bun. It is unpalatable, an indescribable sensation. Overly rich, the Snow Empress grimaced as she swallowed the bite, handing back the half-eaten bun to Jiang Ling. "A meat bun?" Jiang Ling, with the morsel still moist from her mouth, bit into it, declaring, "It is not overly rich. It is quite enjoyable." "Unpleasant. I shall stick with the candied hawthorns." "Candied hawthorns cannot serve as a meal. They will damage your teeth." "Do you think such a fate could befall me?" The Snow Empress shot Jiang Ling a sidelong glance, taking another bite of the candied hawthorn. "You are formidable, thus you are justified. By the way, what sustenance do you consume in the extreme north?" "We do not eat. We absorb the elemental forces of the world." Before Jiang Ling could finish his inquiry, he was interrupted by the Snow Empress, who said, "You have left the city. You should take to your sword. The extreme north is pristine and pure, and the Snow Empress, emerging from its snowy embrace, resembles a celestial being. However, the mundane world is a tumultuous realm. Anyone traversing it cannot escape being tainted by its chaos." Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to change imperceptibly. In the prince's manner of Tiando City, "Uncle, did you summon me for something specific?" the young man inquired, observing the grave expression on the face of Prince Xuesheng. "A snowstorm is upon us. According to my recent investigations, it appears your elder brother, the Tiando Crown Prince, has taken an interest in you." The young man's complexion drained of color. "How could this be? I have consistently followed your instructions to conceal my talents, playing the role of a complete wastrel. How could he possibly fixate on me? I am uncertain. In recent years, you have posed no threat to the Crown Prince, nor has he shown any inclination to act against you. However, in the past few months, he has begun to secretly monitor your every move," Prince Xuesheng remarked, furrowing his brow. "Uncle, what should we do? We cannot simply sit idle, can we?" Xuesheng expressed his unease, having witnessed Zwiking's cunning and scheming over the years. "By the way, Uncle, did you not save Douluo? Could you enlist him to protect me?" A sudden thought struck Xuesheng, prompting his urgent inquiry. That is not feasible. Douluo is a man who cherishes freedom, and it is impossible to compel him to serve as your bodyguard. Moreover, remaining stationary for too long invites danger. Rather than waiting passively for demise, we might as well take bold action, Prince Xuesheng resolved. What kind of bold action? Xuebing asked solemnly. We must strike first. You wish for Douluo to assassinate Zuiking? Certainly not. Zuiking is a disciple of Ning Fengji, and Douluo would never risk undertaking such a task for us. Additionally, the assailant cannot be from the Tiando Empire. You mean? Prince Xuesheng nodded, dipping his finger into some tea and writing the characters Xing Luo on the table. But that is treason. Xuebing whispered urgently. This is a matter of necessity. I have an unsettling feeling regarding Zuiking. You may not have been aware, but your elder brother was not always so extraordinarily capable. His cultivation talent was not exceptional, nor was he as wise as your third brother. Yet somehow, he has emerged victorious. There must be some scheming at play. Perhaps Zuiking is no longer the same Zuiking. Prince Xuesheng's expression darkened. Uncle, Xuebing gasped in horror. I am certain that the deaths of your two elder brothers are linked to him, and now he seeks to harm you. He intends to annihilate our Tiando royal family. In these extraordinary times, we must employ extraordinary measures. I have already established connections on the Xing Luo side. A titled Dalu will be lying in ambush outside Tiando City. This time he must perish. After being stifled for so many years, the sensation of being driven to a desperate situation is rather invigorating. Zuiking hardly ventures out of the crown princess palace. How shall we draw him out of the city? Xuebing inquired. Before Prince Xuesheng could respond, a name suddenly flashed in Xuebing's mind, and he blurted out, Xueka, Chapter 199, The Lord of the Extreme North? Merely a shopaholic. As time quietly passed, Jiang Ling and the Snow Empress had long since entered the territory of the Tiando Empire. Ahead lay Haishi City, a significant urban center within the Tiando Empire. Not far from the Sunset Forest, Jiang Ling had no intention of lingering. At their current pace, they would reach the Sunset Forest in 2 days. We shall halt for a day in the upcoming city, the Snow Empress suddenly declared. As the day was still young, Jiang Ling turned back with some confusion and asked, Isn't it a bit too early to seek lodging? We are not here to find a place to stay. This city appears quite prosperous. I intend to purchase some clothing. Have you not noticed how the attire of others differs from ours? Xuedi replied indifferently, adding, Moreover, the garments you wear have been on you for quite some time and emit an unpleasant odor. With that, she even pinched her nose slightly. Surely not. Is there really an odor? Jiang Ling queried as he sniffed at himself and then glanced at Xuedi. However, upon seeing her icy gaze, he swallowed the remainder of his words. I mean, you're right. I will descend immediately. Jiang Ling chuckled awkwardly. The two were still dressed in the attire from the extreme northern lands. Although the Tiando Empire had also entered winter, the temperatures here were still far milder than those in the extreme north, and indeed, their clothing appeared somewhat out of place. Regarding Xuedi's comment about the odor, Jiang Ling had just noticed that there might indeed be a hint of it, as he had not changed his clothes since his senior sister had gifted him some. With 10 zhang still above the ground, Xuedi leaped from her sword, swiftly descending. A fragrant aroma wafted into Jiang Ling's nostrils. Oddly enough, despite having not changed her clothes for several days, why did she still smell so delightful? The Ice Empress remained untouched by the world's filth. Upon landing, Xuedi did not wait for Jiang Ling and leisurely made her way toward Haishi City. Wait, Jiang Ling, unable to summon his martial spirit, called after her helplessly. He retrieved a white veil from his jade pendant and coughed. Haishi City is not like the smaller towns we have encountered before. To avoid unnecessary trouble, you should wear this. Xuedi glanced at the veil, took it from his hand, and obscured her unparalleled beauty. Observing her ethereal eyes and the delicate, jade-like skin that was slightly exposed, Jiang Ling could not help but exclaim, The sheer veil cannot conceal your exquisite visage, ethereal as a ghost orchid. Xuedi cast him a cold look, stating, If you dare utter such words again, I shall turn you into an ice sculpture. What is wrong with that? Is it not permissible to compliment your beauty? Jiang Ling wished to argue, but dared not speak further. Watching the capricious Xuedi's retreating figure, He found himself missing the understanding Shui Binger. All right, Binger left me a gift. I almost forgot. Jiang Ling placed his hand on the jade pendant. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with sword travel and had forgotten about the items Shui Binger had entrusted him with. He discovered a neatly folded set of blue undergarments and a note. The note read, "Though I do not know why Brother Jiang has a penchant for collecting undergarments, please accept them." Jiang Ling was momentarily dumbfounded. Had she misunderstood something? Was it possible that she recalled Shui Binger mentioning she had seen the contents of his jade pendant, which contained a set belonging to Zhu Zhuqing and another from his senior sister? Jiang Ling was speechless. Although he possessed women's intimate garments, he did not harbor such a peculiar inclination. "Hurry up and catch up. Why are you dawdling?" Shui urged, glancing back at him. Startled, Jiang Ling quickly concealed the intimate items, but the note fell to the ground. He hastily retrieved it and clutched it tightly. "All right, let's enter the city," he replied somewhat sheepishly. "Stay a bit further away from me," Shui said, casting a disdainful glance at him. Not only had she seen the items in his hand, but she had also noticed the note, rendering her unable to comprehend Jiang Ling's peculiar inclinations. The two strolled leisurely into the city, encountering no obstructions along the way. However, the guards at the city gate found it difficult to control their gazes, repeatedly scanning Shui's flawless figure, which left Jiang Ling concerned that she might strike them down in anger. Perhaps it was due to the aura of authority that surrounded Shui, which deterred the few soldiers who might have dared to approach and question them. Upon entering the city, Jiang Ling led Shui directly to the largest clothing store within. In the women's section, the shop assistants were taken aback as the young couple entered, especially by the white-haired woman, whose grace was unparalleled. Although her beauty was obscured by a veil, the assistant's experience told her that the woman must be extraordinarily beautiful. As a fellow woman, she found herself captivated by her presence. Even if they did not purchase any clothing, she was eager to assist them. Moreover, despite their peculiar attire, it was evident that both were clad in high-quality fabrics, far from ordinary. "Are you here to buy clothes for your girlfriend? She is truly stunning." The assistant sincerely praised Shui. "Do not speak nonsense. We are merely friends," Jiang Ling replied, feeling a cold sweat break out as he glanced nervously at Shui. Upon seeing that she was not angry, he sighed in relief. "I apologize. May I ask what styles you're looking for?" The assistant asked hastily. "It's all right. You may go about your duties. We will select for ourselves," Jiang Ling replied, noticing that Shui did not seem inclined to speak. "Very well, if you need anything, just call for me. I will be nearby," she said, casting one last lingering glance at Shui before reluctantly departing. Jiang Ling felt somewhat defeated. "You are a woman. Should you not be admiring my handsome visage? What is the matter? Do you not like it?" Shui asked. "This is the largest store. If you do not find what you want here, it will be even more difficult elsewhere." Shui slowly shook her head, pointing to a long, elegant gown ahead, and softly stated, "I want all of these." Jiang Ling, who had just taken a sip of the tea brought by the assistant, choked and sputtered, "Is there a problem?" Upon seeing Jiang Ling's reaction, Shui frowned and inquired, No problem at all. It is just that I have never seen anyone shop in such a manner." Jiang Ling wiped his mouth, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Are you mocking me? How could that be? I am merely praising you," Jiang Ling replied hastily, feeling a chill run down his back. "What I do not understand is how you could wear such a bright red dress." Jiang Ling asked softly, feeling a bit helpless. "What did you say?" Shui inquired. I mean, we cannot just buy dresses. Let me help you choose some trousers and jackets as well." "All right," Shui nodded. Jiang Ling wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, finally understanding that her shopping instincts had awakened. He refrained from further chatter and began to carefully select clothing. Since meeting Shui, she had always worn long skirts, and he had yet to see her legs, so he assumed they must be slender and straight. Thus, he picked out 2 pairs of fitted trousers and 2 loose, plush jackets. "What do you think of these?" Shui nodded, knowing that whether she wore them or not was irrelevant. If she disliked them, she could simply not wear them. "What kind of shoes do you want?" Jiang Ling asked, noticing that Shui was about to raise her hand. "I understand. You want them all, right?" Shui's hand froze midair, and then she nodded. "Jiang Ling, not caring about the financial strain, considered it an investment, as once the matter was settled, her palace's wealth would become his. Sir, have you selected your clothing? The assistant rushed over, and upon seeing the garments in Jiang Ling's hands, she praised, "Your taste is impeccable. These will look stunning on your girlfriend. I will wrap them up for you." "Yes, please do," Jiang Ling replied, handing the clothes to the assistant. "Additionally, I would like 2 sets of shoes for each style of the palace gown." "Are you serious, sir?" "Indeed. Please wrap them up quickly," Jiang Ling affirmed. "Very well." The assistant nodded repeatedly, unable to contain her joy. She felt she was about to strike gold. This couple was undoubtedly in a romantic relationship. Otherwise, how could he be so indulgent? She envied the extraordinarily beautiful white-haired woman even more, as she possessed both grace and wealth in her companion. "Young master, our shop is currently offering a discount, bringing the total to 100,000 Jinhuan. What discount is that?" 90%. Can it not be 30%? "Oh, I was just joking." Jiang Ling handed over the card. When it came time to settle the bill, a pang of sorrow gripped Jiang Ling's heart. Times have changed, and he has fallen from grace. "Why are you paying? You could just use the card," Shweti inquired after they stepped away from the counter. She displayed a remarkable ability to ask questions with genuine curiosity. "The card contains Jinhuan, Jiang Ling explained simply. "Oh, I see. I have many such cards in my palace, with several different designs." "Really? Can you give me one?" Jiang Ling's eyes instantly transformed into the shape of Jinhuan. "It depends on your performance," Shweti replied with a barely perceptible smile. After shopping, her mood was quite pleasant. It was only then that she noticed Jiang Ling had seemingly led her to a shop selling women's intimate apparel. "You've bought dresses and shoes, but are you truly planning to go without lingerie?" Of course, he dared not voice this thought for fear of being struck down by Shweti. "Ahem. I can still choose the dresses, but for this, you must handle it yourself," Jiang Ling stated with a light cough. Shweti recalled how Jiang Ling had held that set of blue garments outside the city and shot him a cold glance, pondering whether he was harboring ulterior motives. Under Shweti's hostile gaze, Jiang Ling appeared bewildered. "What now? I haven't done anything. I'll go in myself. You can wait outside." Jiang Ling found himself speechless. He had no intention of entering anyway. "All right, I understand." Standing alone in front of a shop selling women's intimate apparel drew quite a few curious glances. However, for someone like him who had witnessed grand spectacles before, this trivial scene was of little consequence. He remained composed, awaiting Shweti's return. 10 minutes later, he heard a voice beckoning him to come in and settle the payment. "How much?" Jiang Ling asked as he stepped inside, only to find that Shweti had already gathered her purchases and was inquiring with the shop assistant. "Greetings, young master. The total is 50,000 Jinhuan. Is your lingerie crafted from diamonds?" The shop assistant appeared quite awkward. Although she was unfamiliar with diamonds, the customer's tone suggested dissatisfaction with the price. "Well, your girlfriend chose our finest materials and bought quite a few. Did you take them all?" Jiang Ling asked quietly, glancing at Shweti's profile. "No, hurry up and pay." "I'm tired," she replied. Indeed, she had not taken everything, leaving behind a few particularly revealing items that would make anyone blush upon seeing them. "All right," with Shweti's command. He had no choice but to comply, aware that even if she hadn't taken them all, her collection was likely quite substantial. The shop assistant was taken aback by Jiang Ling's willingness to pay so readily, as the store's lingerie was priced no lower than 50 Jinhuan, a sum most found difficult to bear. She mentally prepared a lengthy explanation for the customers, assuring them that the pricing was entirely normal and that no extra charges had been applied. She envisioned the likely scenario of a man chastising a woman for her extravagant spending, leading to a heated argument where the woman would scream that he no longer loved her, culminating in an unhappy parting where the purchased items would be abandoned. This was a common occurrence she witnessed weekly. However, this time, the woman simply stated a single sentence, and the man obediently paid, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Hey, hurry up. Didn't you hear the queen is tired?" Jiang Ling urged, waving the card at the day's shop assistant. "Oh yes, of course." Upon hearing Jiang Ling refer to her as queen, Shweti shot him an exasperated look. 50,000 Jinhuan for a mere glare. How costly. "Young master, here is your card. Please keep it safe. Total, 50,000 Jin Huan B. Jiang Ling felt a pang of heartache. Let's find a place to stay and set off tomorrow. As they exited the shop, Jiang Ling suggested. No. Shweti slowly shook her head. No? What else do you wish to buy? Jiang Ling asked, a hint of guilt creeping in, fearing that he might have to resort to pawning something. It's not for me. It's for you. Shweti scrutinized Jiang Ling's attire and wrinkled her delicate nose. We will find a place to stay first. I will purchase my own clothes. Jiang Ling proposed. He simply wished to avoid making a purchase here. It was far too expensive in his opinion, as he found garments priced at mere copper coins quite comfortable. No, I will choose your clothes, Shweti replied, her tone firm. What you bought is unsightly. It hurts my eyes. Ultimately, Jiang Ling could not prevail against Shweti, for the arm cannot twist the thigh, and the Soul King cannot rival the titled one. One does not truly understand the value of money until they are in charge. You had better not fall into my hands, or I shall make you suffer. Jiang Ling mused as he watched Shweti stride ahead. You are cursing me in your heart. Shweti suddenly turned around, her tone tinged with danger. Jiang Ling was startled and quickly denied, Do not wrongfully accuse me. I did not. I indeed guessed before, but now I can be certain you are cursing me. Shweti said calmly. How can you be so sure? Jiang Ling regretted the question as soon as it left his lips, as it practically amounted to a confession. The difference in your demeanor when you lie and when you do not is far too stark. Has no one ever mentioned this to you? No need to remind me again. Jiang Ling felt overwhelmed. His teachers, including Zhu Qing and his senior sisters, had all warned him about lying, and now even Shweti, whom he had only recently met, had discerned it. Perhaps there are indeed mysteries in this world that even the fiercest warriors cannot unveil. Observing Jiang Ling's darkened expression, Shweti smiled. However, I am in a good mood today, so I shall not punish you. A beautiful smile brings eternal spring. A beautiful cry brings eternal sorrow. Previously, although the blazing fire had its limitations, Chung Xin's alliance with Qin Ming was tantamount to obtaining the capital necessary to dominate the world. The two set out, finding Hong Tai and Li Ba present. The latter appeared languid, clearly not fully awake, while Hong Tai's face was as red as a tomato, his eyes wide open like bowling balls with bloodshot sclera. As Jiang and Yi had anticipated, Li Lai Gao and others headed to Shirtai and its surroundings to investigate the official fields. Li Lai Gao and Si Chun, having spent much time together, developed a bond that sparked romantic feelings. Observing the flirtation between Li Lai Gao and Si Chun, Pan He and Si Qing were naturally influenced, unwittingly drawing closer. This journey to clear the official fields became sweetened with affection. Just as the rocket struck Fan Xiang, an inferno erupted around him, startling the previously lethargic audience, causing many to instinctively retreat. Du Yuan, with a slight smile, informed them of the numerous refugees encountered along the way. Du Yuan and Chu Zhifeng shared their observations and experiences. Chen Lin, displaying neither arrogance nor timidity, spoke confidently before the 500 people, showing no signs of stage fright. Everyone present considered that his words might not be entirely baseless. Li Sheng headed toward the kite, using flames to counterwood, while Mu Ziyun had not revealed her form, instead engaging in a battle of fire and lightning against Ziyi. Might I trouble one of you to relay a message? Inform Lord Wei that Tian Shou Lu wishes to meet with him. Tian de Run bowed respectfully to the four. His relationship with Jiang and Yi was merely one of righteousness, lacking substantial private interaction, so it was puzzling for Tian Shou Lu to travel specifically to deliver a message. Wei Yucheng, filled with suspicion, opened the letter to read. Unintentionally brushing against the protective talisman on his chest, Jiang Ani resolved that henceforth, each time he departed from the capital, he would first visit Mingpu Temple to consult Master Guangming about his fortune. The divination of Withered would encountering spring had already instilled in him an unwavering belief. No way. Songyi is my dear brother. You cannot lay your hands on him. Although the old pope uttered such words, his mind was rife with concern. Should Songyi be abducted by this beggar, who would thwart the new pope? He was, after all, the earth spirit immortal, Liu Ruan, a disciple of the esteemed Tianzun Aoyue. I parked my car and entered the Phoenix Club. having frequently driven my cousin. The security guards recognized me. Upon reaching the second-floor hall, I discovered my cousin seated there, engaged in a phone conversation. I approached and sat down opposite her, choosing not to disturb her. The demon bat, hanging upside down, approached 2 meters in length. When its wings unfurled, their span would exceed 6 meters. Surpassing even Yang was colossal eagle. The 10 phoenixes cried out, an overwhelming force surging forth. Behind them, a phantom of 10 phoenixes emerged, wielding terrifying power, shattering the blade of divine retribution. At this moment, the soul-eating goo had climbed halfway up the earthen jar, yet it paused due to Lin Tian's movement. Li Qingyun once remarked that an immature, soul-eating goo could not stray too long from its host, lest it perish and lose its alchemical value. It could only remain within the black jar for a time to be preserved. After descending the mountain, I wandered through several towns, all tranquil and uneventful. However, upon arriving at Quanchong, I spotted a purple cloth tied in a cross knot on a bamboo pole near the city gate, its hue unmistakably resembling the purple attire often worn by Chu Minglin. "What are you saying?" Jiang Ling spat out, acquiescing to Songyi's request. Songyi nearly cheered, and thereafter, he began to devise plans to relocate Fushi elsewhere. This saved numerous players traversing the vast Black Rock City from wasting unnecessary time. For us full-time players, aside from basic needs, our time is predominantly consumed by the game. Fighting for this goal, enduring grievances, or relishing some earthly pleasures is, in Guo Jing's view, entirely reasonable. In truth, Long Junling was not genuinely unable to breach the magical shield. Rather, she lacked a full understanding of the gods in this realm. If she rashly engaged and fell victim, it would mean an immediate failure of the task. I certainly believe you'll kill me. Yet should I die and become a ghost, I shall fixate on you until I witness her slay you, Zhang Qifeng shrieked. Most crucially, these spiders differed from those encountered previously. Their attack power was extraordinarily high, and they bore venom. The sheer numbers posed a significant threat, with the slightest misstep leading to dire consequences. Skill. Raging Impact. The Blood Abyss Breaker manifests the shadow of a colossal blood spirit giant, channeling its might to swing the battle axe with all its strength, unleashing a torrent of blood power to crush the enemy, capable of inflicting substantial physical damage. With a damage value of 400 and a cooldown of 10 minutes. A powerful sage discerned the icy constitution, a form of the furnace physique, and sought to forcibly wed Wan Yushan. Sima Sun trembled slightly upon arrival, cunningly observing the 3 directions before realizing that Xiao Yi was using his suspicions to buy time. His mind raced, and suddenly he recalled that Xiao Yi intended to head westward, prompting him to leap and pursue in that direction. A postnatal martial artist was beneath his concern. He had followed the trail of corpse chi from Shijing, which, guided by his ancestors, ultimately led him to Huashan. Gu Wei found himself in a quandary, his gaze wavering. Although he had a low offer in mind, he hesitated to voice it. Food could be foregone. Fruits could be ignored, but rice was indispensable. Spiritual rice was paramount. Chapter 200, Long Time No See. Hulaina gazed ahead at the transformed Qianren Shui and smiled. Indeed, they have met a few times in their childhood. Long time no see. Qianren Shui descended and stood beside Hulaina. Hulaina looked at Qianren Shui, who remained silent. In confusion, "It is nothing much. I simply wish to converse with a familiar face after such a long time. Anything will suffice." Sensing Hulaina's gaze, Qianren Shui spoke. Her tone softened, less indifferent and more serene. "Oh, is that so? No problem. I thought you had completely changed," Hulaina responded, her tone relaxing. "I have changed. My heart has turned to stone, and I prioritize benefits above all," Qianren Shui said, self-deprecatingly, as she settled into a chair beside her. "Please do not take offense at Jiang Ling. A friend of his fell victim to the evil soul masters, and he harbors a fierce disdain for evil, which explains his harsh words. You remain as you were, unable to stray from mentioning your junior brother," Qianren Shui noted, nodding in understanding. "However, your junior brother is not quite like the woman who taught him. Does he possess a hint of mercy?" Qianren Shui observed Hulaina seated beside her. Xiao Ling was always quite opinionated as a child, and the teacher adopted a free-range approach with him. He isn't truly merciful. Rather, he easily empathizes with the innocent, possesses a broad perspective, and is decisive in judgment, fiercely protective of those close to him. Isn't mercy a neutral term? As for embellishing him like a flower, Qianren Shui responded, speechless. Hulaina stammered. By the way, is there truly no solution to the evil soul master issue? There is a solution, but it is unnecessary. While it may not be as severe as previously stated, it offers me no benefits. Qianren Shui leaned back in her chair, speaking lazily. Consider it a favor I ask of you. Suddenly, Hulaina grasped Qianren Shui's arm earnestly. Qianren Shui gazed at Hulaina in surprise, pondering for a moment before replying. All right, but you owe me a favor. Jiang Ling's talent is indeed formidable. Since Hulaina requests it, assisting him once is no trouble. Although Qianren Shui had been away from the Spirit Hall for 13 years, Qiandao Lu still regularly conveyed happenings within the Spirit Hall to her, and she was aware of several gifted individuals there. However, only Hulaina and Jiang Ling caught her eye. Jiang Ling had been waiting outside for quite some time when Hulaina finally emerged. Salas had already departed. After all, as a platinum bishop, his affairs were quite demanding. Shall we go? Hulaina naturally linked her arm with Jiang Ling's. Do you know her? Jiang Ling inquired, perplexed. Yes, we met a few times in our childhood. By the way, she agreed to address the Tianshou nobility's obstruction of the Spear Hall. How will you thank me? Hulaina gazed at Jiang Ling. Her smile as perfect as a crescent moon. Jiang Ling felt a crack forming. Was there such a disparity in social circles among disciples of the same pope? All residing in the Spirit City, others had a dynamic of strong men and weak women. Yet his situation was reversed. Jiang Ling thought, I am oblivious to worldly affairs, solely devoted to the Changhong sword. Hulaina quipped, who in the world does not recognize you? Thank you. Shall I carry you back to the hotel? Jiang Ling begrudgingly acquiesced. Hulaina released Jiang Ling's arm, sprinted a few steps ahead, and teasingly remarked, you may look unappealing, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. Jiang Ling was taken aback, then quickly retorted, I look unappealing? I am a refined talent, a paragon in this chaotic world, and you dare say I am unappealing? Stop. Do not run. Jiang Ling hastened to pursue her. Just as he was about to touch her shoulder, Hulaina deftly evaded, appearing 3 meters away. No trace upon the snow? Catch me if you can, and I'll let you carry me back, Hulaina playfully remarked, twirling her long hair. This is what you said, so don't go back on your word. In a flash, Jiang Ling vanished from sight. On a secluded street in Tiandou City, the sun dipped low, casting its final golden hues across the horizon, bathing the street in a fiery glow. Jiang Ling strolled forward with Hulaina perched upon his back, her arms wrapped around his neck, her eyes gently closed, her body rhythmically swaying with his steps. Jiang Ling supported her exquisitely elastic legs, while Hulaina's steady breaths caressed his neck. In such an intimate posture, Jiang Ling harbored no impure thoughts, only a profound sense of contentment. Was it fear of losing her that drove him to seek ways to amuse himself? She truly was a foolish girl. Qianren Shui had left Wuhuan City at a young age, and although Hulaina was acquainted with her, their bond was not particularly deep. To enlist Qianren Shui's assistance, one could only assume certain conditions had to be met. What merit did Jiang Ling possess to win the heart of such a proud girl? Sister, I inquired with Salas, and the Wuhuan branch has yet to relay any news about my friend's brother. It seems we may have to stay here for a few more days. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to explore Tiandou City, Jiang Ling said, turning to catch a glimpse of Hulaina's adorable, feigned slumber. Sounds good, Hulaina exclaimed, suddenly opening her eyes and sitting up with excitement. As she moved, Jiang Ling felt the sudden absence of her weight on his back. Her entire form pressed down onto his hands, which were supporting her thighs, causing him to react too late as she began to slide down. He hastily adjusted his grip to halt her descent, but his hands inadvertently pressed firmly against Hulaina's curvaceous form. Instantly, he felt a surge of embarrassment and quickly lifted her up. Startled by the unexpected contact, Hulaina's cheeks flushed crimson, and she bent forward, afraid to move. Her face buried in Jiang Ling's orange-red hair. The atmosphere grew quiet once more, leaving only the sound of Jiang Ling's footsteps. At the Wuhuan Palace, after Hu Laina and Jiang Ling departed, Qian Rinxue remained seated for a while before preparing to leave and return to that place she despised. Hu Laina had indeed miscalculated, as Bibi Dong's orders had arrived a day earlier than expected. Young master, a letter from the Pope requires you to address the matter of the evil soul masters, Salas announced as he entered with a sealed letter. Qian Rinxue paused, took the letter, and after reading its contents, she replied, I understand. You may leave now. Once Salas exited, she crushed the letter with a flicker of golden power. Ah, you truly care for your disciple. Knowing full well it is of no benefit to the Wuhuan temple, yet you send your daughter into danger. Do you truly have such a fondness for foundlings? Qian Rinxue gazed at the emblem of the Wuhuan temple, her body trembling slightly, clearly engulfed in rage. She held no animosity towards Hu Laina or Jiang Ling. Her ire was directed solely at Bibi Dong. It took quite some time for her to regain her composure. The next day, sister, I may not be able to accompany you shopping today, Jiang Ling announced as he rushed into Hu Laina's room, where she had just finished bathing and was clad in a robe, preparing to change. What is wrong? Do you have something to attend to? Hu Laina turned, puzzled, her damp hair still dripping water. I just remembered I had slain an evil soul master recently and obtained a blood bead. It is crafted from human blood and soul, filled with resentment, and requires purification before it can be destroyed. The only person I can think of with purification abilities is Qian Rinxue. Jiang Ling gently pressed Hu Laina down onto a chair and took a towel from beside her, meticulously drying her hair. His gaze inadvertently wandered to the loose collar of her robe, revealing a glimpse of pristine white skin. Realizing the situation, Jiang Ling quickly averted his eyes, adjusting his stance slightly. Do you need me to accompany you? Hu Laina slightly closed her eyes, enjoying the tender attention to her hair, blissfully unaware of Jiang Ling's flustered state. No, I plan to disguise myself and visit the palace to find her. Considering we entered the Wuhuan temple so openly yesterday, it would not be prudent if someone were to discover Qian Rinxue's connection with it, Jiang Ling said, striving to keep his gaze averted. I'll find in. You've broken your promise again. I'll remember that and make sure to retrieve it next time. For now, I shall indulge in some sleep. Hu Laina sighed, stretching her limbs, causing her robe to tighten around her figure, accentuating her perfect curves. Jiang Ling desperately wished to declare, do not tempt me. It is truly unbearable. Another year felt interminably long. To see but not to touch. Very well, sister. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply. All right, return early, Hu Laina replied, standing on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek, followed by a playful lick. You are quite the vixen. On the bustling streets leading to the Wuhuan Palace, Jiang Ling strode purposefully. Although he felt Qian Rinxue was likely within the palace, he resolved to first search the Wuhuan temple to avoid a fruitless trip. Half an hour later, a young man of unremarkable appearance approached the palace. Indeed, Qian Rinxue was not in the Wuhuan temple. After donning a disguise and changing his attire, Jiang Ling departed. Though his search proved fruitless, he learned from Salas that the master's orders had arrived the previous night. Upon discovering the contents, a wave of warmth filled Jiang Ling's heart, mingled with a pang of sympathy for Qian Rinxue. This was all a consequence of Qian Xuanji's actions. He was no longer the youthful soul burned with righteous indignation. He understood that Bibi Dong's intentions were ultimately for his benefit. Soon after, Jiang Ling finally reached the palace. This is a restricted area. All unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. Good sirs, I have heard that the Crown Prince of Tiandou is gathering talent and have come here to seek my fortune. I am Jiang Luer, and I kindly request you announce my presence, Jiang Ling said, producing 2 bags of gold soul coins and handing them to the guards. The guards hesitated, contemplating the gold coins in their hands. I can only relay your message to the guards of the Crown Prince's residence, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Just inform them that a soul master named Jiang Luer is here to visit His Highness the Crown Prince, regardless of whether he sees me or not. The coins are yours, Jiang Ling replied with a cheerful smile. Please wait here, young master, the guard said, clasping his hands together before turning to enter the palace. Watching the guard leave, Jiang Ling mused, I hope I can find Qian Rinxue and obtain a token. I can't believe I spent 40 gold soul coins just to enter the palace. Jiang Ling was now rather strapped for cash. The 2 million gold soul coins he had extorted from Davis had all gone to his beloved cat, Zhu Zhuqing. He could not allow his girlfriend to be without funds. The 100,000 gold soul coins who Laina had given him had also dwindled considerably during the past 2 years of training. In the Crown Prince's residence, Your Highness, a guard just reported that a soul master named Jiang Ling wishes to see you, an elderly servant said, bowing his head respectfully. While practicing his calligraphy, Shui Qinghe paused, contemplating the name Jiang Ling. Let him in, Shui Qinghe instructed, resuming his writing. Jiang Ling followed the servant into Shui Qinghe's study, marking his first encounter with Qian Rinxue's disguise as Shui Qinghe. The young man appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, handsome and clad in a clean, fitted robe, exuding a refreshing aura. You may leave now, Shui Qinghe directed the servant. Once the servant had departed, Jiang Ling waved his hands and sealed the study. Removing the disguise, I reverted to my handsome and charming appearance. It is I. I am aware that I have already agreed to your request. What more do you want? Upon seeing Jiang Ling unveil himself, Qian Rinxue spoke with an indifferent expression. There is still one more thing I wish to ask. Jiang Ling felt a tinge of embarrassment. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow. Jiang Ling pretended not to notice her impatience and produced a blood pearl. Once the seal was lifted, a torrent of negative emotions, resentment, hatred, fear, sorrow, flooded the study. What is this? Qian Rinxue's expression changed. This is a wicked object forged by an evil soul master using innocence. The malice is so overwhelming that I cannot destroy it. I know that angels possess purifying abilities, and I seek your assistance. Qian Rinxue took the blood pearl, sensing the countless lives it had harmed, and muttered under her breath, the evil soul master truly deserves divine retribution. Although she prioritized her own interests, she could not remain indifferent in the face of so many unjustly perished souls. The energy of the blood pearl is immense. I can only do my utmost to purify it, but I cannot guarantee success. Qian Rinxue released the blood pearl, allowing it to hover in midair as a rich golden soul power continuously surged into it. At that moment, her appearance transformed back to her original self, the silhouette of her six-winged, angelic martial soul shimmering behind her. Fortunately, this place was sealed, otherwise it would have been a significant problem. Time passed slowly. Qian Rinxue's body began to tremble slightly, her cheeks glistening with sweat, and her clothes clung to her skin. At this moment, 1/3 of the blood pearl remained unpurified. Jiang Ling watched anxiously from the side. Can we pause and rest for a moment? No, if I stop now, I will suffer backlash, Qian Rinxue replied, her tone slightly breathless. Ultimately, my soul power is insufficient. Had I not been undercover, my soul power would not have progressed so slowly. With an innate soul power level of 20, Qian Rinxue, at the age of 22, had only just achieved the 6th ring of Soul Emperor. Jiang Ling was increasingly worried. If Qian Rinxue were to perish because of him, he would not only bear lifelong guilt, but would also be at a loss on how to explain it to his teacher. By the way, my martial soul is of the fire attribute. If I transfer some of my soul power to you, would you be able to utilize it? Jiang Ling seemed to have thought of something and asked anxiously. He recalled that the god of the six-winged angel possessed both holy and fire attributes. So could Qian Rinxue also convert her fire attribute into the holy attribute? Cough, this is something I brought back for you. You surely have not seen it in the extreme north. You can cuddle it while you sleep at night. Isn't it adorable? Jiang Ling's voice grew softer as the chilling aura emanating from the Snow Empress made him feel cold. Do you take me for a little girl? The Snow Empress, expressionless, accepted the plush toy, which gradually became covered in a layer of ice crystals. Crack! A faint sound resonated, akin to a heavy hammer striking Jiang Ling's chest. As the plush toy shattered into countless ice shards that scattered into the air, leaving not even a trace behind. Jiang Ling swallowed hard. Cough, please don't be angry. I must have misjudged. I will buy you another one. Just give me a little more time. Jiang Ling inadvertently took a step back, intending to turn and leave. The sky darkened. I will accompany you, as I wish to see the nighttime of the human metropolis. The melodious voice of the Snow Empress rang out as she stepped out of the house, closing the door behind her. No need, I will be quick. I need to set off early tomorrow. You should rest early, Jiang Ling replied truthfully, not wishing to venture out with her, feeling like he was accompanying an ancestor. I have said that I want to observe how humans live at night. I am not in a hurry regarding the journey to the Sunset Forest. If the city proves interesting, staying for a few more days is not out of the question. With hands tucked into her coat pockets, the Snow Empress exuded a youthful charm, apart from her striking white hair. Very well then, Jiang Ling responded with a hint of resignation. By the way, may I offer a suggestion? Just a suggestion, with no ulterior motives. Speak, and if it is reasonable, I shall agree. The Snow Empress nodded slightly. Could you change your attire? With that, Jiang Ling glanced at her long legs. The reason? You are too beautiful. There are many unsavory individuals at night who could cause trouble. A strand of Jiang Ling's orange-red hair transformed into ice shards, scattering in the air. Beautiful is not a term for teasing. It is a compliment. Jiang Ling glared at the disappearing hair in anger. I did not imply that. Then why freeze my hair? Your eyes are not honest, the Snow Empress replied blandly, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Ling. So, do you agree to my suggestion? Jiang Ling shifted the topic, not wishing to debate further. She always had a reason, even if unreasonable, and her strength rendered her logic acceptable. I do not agree. This answer caught Jiang Ling off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless before he inquired. Why? I rather like this outfit, so I intend to wear it. The Snow Empress stated matter-of-factly. Initially, wearing pants felt uncomfortable, much like how I felt at first with fitted clothing. However, after a couple of days, it became much more comfortable, to the point where not wearing them feels somewhat awkward. It was my fault. I should not have carelessly chosen fitted trousers back then. Jiang Ling lamented inwardly. How about a veil when entering the city? Jiang Ling suggested as a compromise. That is acceptable, the Snow Empress nodded, retrieving the thin veil she had brought earlier to drape over her face. Is there anything else? She inquired, observing the loquacious man before her. None, let us go. Jiang Ling sighed, looking at the veil on the Snow Empress's face, comforting himself that it was better than nothing. Winter nights come swiftly. Fortunately, Blackstone City is a large metropolis. The streets were brightly lit with various shops aglow. As the two exited the hotel, a brisk wind swept through, gently lifting their hair, reminiscent of a couple stepping out of comic. I have felt the evening breeze that you have felt. Does this count as embracing? Jiang Ling suddenly recalled a lyric from his past life and hummed it softly. The Snow Empress paused slightly, falling half a step behind Jiang Ling, casting him a glance. A strand of orange-red hair once again transformed into ice shards, dissipating before Jiang Ling's eyes. Snow. Jiang Ling abruptly turned to the white-haired girl, nearly calling out her name. What now? Do not utter such lewd remarks in my presence. With that, she stepped past Jiang Ling, continuing forward. After a moment, she added, Keep up. Jiang Ling rubbed his forehead, muttering to himself, She is indeed stunning, and I, alas, am destined for baldness. As Jiang Ling had anticipated, the Snow Empress's attire attracted attention. After he had once again thwarted a soul respect who attempted to grope her, he expressed his discontent. Are you satisfied now? I did not ask you to intervene. I can handle these trivial matters myself. Jiang Ling, hearing this, felt even more helpless. Are you planning to make him disappear permanently from his continent? Perhaps it would be wise to remain low-key for now. I am currently concealing my whereabouts and identity. If my teacher discovers me, I will surely be dragged back, and then no one will accompany you to the Sunset Forest. Jiang Ling spoke resignedly from the side. After a lengthy silence without a response, he thought he might have swayed the Snow Empress, feeling a sense of relief. He looked up again, only to find that she had vanished from sight. Qingxue. After a while, using his formidable mental strength, Jiang Ling finally located her in a self-service dessert shop, where an array of sweets adorned her table. Rose cakes, osmanthus cakes, and crispy pastries. She truly has a penchant for sweet treats. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. Sometimes, he truly did not resemble the master of such a northern realm, but rather a sweet-toothed gourmand. The dessert shop was sparsely populated, with only a few couples present, and it seemed that only Xue Di was genuinely indulging in the delicacies. Jiang Ling stepped inside. "Welcome." The blushing shop attendant greeted warmly. "Wow, he's so handsome, though his hair is a bit sparse." Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, placing a few gold soul coins on the counter. "I'm just sitting here waiting for someone." "Sir, we don't charge for waiting," the female attendant shyly replied. "It's fine. I'll cover the cost for that person," Jiang Ling said, subtly indicating the white-haired girl to the attendant. "Oh, I see," the attendant said, glancing at the extraordinarily beautiful girl, a hint of disappointment crossing her face as she curiously inquired, "Is she your girlfriend?" "Not all," Jiang Ling quickly denied, fearing that she might be eavesdropping. "I'm merely her wallet." After pondering for a moment, the attendant murmured, "Wallet? Isn't that akin to being in a relationship?" Meanwhile, Xue Di, engrossed in her dessert, briefly paused before resuming her consumption of various pastries. Jiang Ling sat at the counter, slowly savoring a not overly sweet pastry while engaging in light conversation with the attendant, avoiding any awkwardness with Xue Di. Before long, the remaining couples in the shop began to depart, exhibiting two prevalent expressions. The men appeared reluctant, while the women were visibly annoyed. This was primarily due to the fact that the white-haired lady had removed her veil to eat, causing other men with partners to steal glances at her, their attention diverted from their own girlfriends. Those seated further from Xue Di frequently approached the dessert counter, ostensibly to retrieve sweets, but in reality, they were merely trying to catch a glimpse of her. Despite accumulating a small mountain of desserts on their tables, the women remained frustrated. Xue Di, however, remained oblivious to the commotion around her, her focus solely on the treats before her. Even had she noticed, her personality would likely render her indifferent. "I need to step outside for some fresh air," Jiang Ling said, feeling somewhat uneasy in the overly sweet-scented atmosphere. He glanced at Xue Di, who was still eating, and quietly placed some more gold soul coins on the counter. "Sir, you don't need to give so much," the attendant quickly called after him. "Shoo!" Jiang Ling gestured for silence, relieved that Xue Di seemed unaware of the commotion. No need for change. Seeing Jiang Ling's cautious demeanor, the attendant dared not speak further, merely nodding in agreement, her mind filled with questions. Did she misjudge their relationship? Were they truly not a couple? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ling was oblivious to her thoughts as he stepped out of the dessert shop, welcoming the cold winter breeze. He preferred Xue Di to remain there for the evening rather than wander aimlessly. "Sir, out here alone at such a late hour?" A frail-looking man with a middle part and a mustache asked slyly. Jiang Ling ignored him, continuing to enjoy the wind and moonlight. The man persisted, "Sir, the Chunfengdu recently opened in the DC district, and I hear the main attraction is a cat girl who failed to awaken her martial soul." He handed Jiang Ling a flyer, adding, "My name is Qian Shao Si, and with this flyer, you can enjoy a 10% discount. The night is short, so make the most of it, and don't miss out on the great opening offers." With that, he vanished into the shadows. Jiang Ling was somewhat exasperated. He had gathered that Chunfengdu was an organization linked to the evil Fire Phoenix. However, he was quite curious about the cat girl, considering the already low probability of martial soul mutation, let alone in such a case. His gaze fell upon the flyer, which depicted rather suggestive images. Yet the section for the cat girl appeared as a monochromatic ink wash, subtly revealing cat ears and a tail. "Who was that?" A voice suddenly called from behind, prompting Jiang Ling to instinctively ignite a flame in his palm, reducing the flyer to ashes in an instant. "Nothing, just a beggar asking for money," Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. "And what were you burning?" Xue Di asked with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Haha, just some leaves I was playing with," Jiang Ling chuckled awkwardly. Xue Di glanced around at the bare tree trunks, her expression speaking volumes. "I heard him mention Chunfengdu. What kind of place is that? Is it fun?" she asked, no longer pursuing the matter of what Jiang Ling had burned. Chunfengdu is." A sudden gust of wind brushed against her hair, which had turned to ice flakes, causing a slight chill on her scalp. "Chunfengdu is where soul masters engage in battles. a place for contests among soul respecters and great soul masters. There's nothing particularly captivating. Battles among soul masters? I've never seen one. Let's go there, Shuedi declared, nodding as she looked at Jiang Ling. However, it's merely a display of low-ranking soul masters flailing about. It may not be of interest to you. You've already eaten and drunk. Wouldn't it be better to return to the hotel for some rest? Jiang Ling suggested. Your opinion doesn't hold sway. I must see it for myself. Lead the way. At your command. Hey, sure to Dohun Chong? Shuedi questioned, tilting her head at Jiang Ling with an inquiring expression. Ahem. It's also known as Chun Feng Du, officially named He Sure to Dohun Chong, Jiang Ling replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. His gaze fell upon the crumbs of pastries resting at the corner of Shuedi's mouth, adorning her otherwise aloof and proud countenance with an endearing touch. Jiang Ling was about to point it out when he noticed Shuedi's expression darken, her right hand slowly rising, surrounded by white mist. Jiang Ling hurriedly covered his hair, exclaiming, No, let us just head inside. Next time, if your gaze strays again, it won't just be your hair that freezes, but your eyes as well, Shuedi huffed, stepping inside. How unapproachable. Let those crumbs remain on your face. For I won't be the one embarrassed later, Jiang Ling thought, watching her retreating figure with irritation. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Ling approached the registration desk. Good day. Would you like to register for a duo battle? The desk attendant inquired upon seeing the pair, noting the handsome and confident young man, albeit with slightly thinning hair, and the tall, beautiful girl with an air of aloofness, her face dusted with crumbs resembling breadcrumbs. Naturally, the attendant assumed they were there to register for a duo battle. We're not here for a battle. Please reserve us a viewing box with a good sight line, Jiang Ling stated. Of course. Please proceed with the payment. Not a problem, Jiang Ling replied, handing over his card. Please follow me, the attendant said after they had settled the payment. After they entered the viewing box, they found an array of refreshments available. There were 2 viewing spots, and behind them lay a bed. If guests required, the attendant could remain with them. With Shuedi beside him, Jiang Ling dared not entertain such thoughts. He had noticed earlier that the white-haired woman was in a foul mood and adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble. He did not allow the attendant to enter the room. Shuedi naturally settled into her spectator seat, while Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before deciding to recline on the bed behind her. Noticing that Shuedi was unperturbed, he gradually relaxed, shifting from a seated to a lying position and eventually drifting off to sleep. The Battle of Souls proved to be rather dull, featuring combatants such as Soul Masters and Soul Lords, all of which Jiang Ling perceived as mere flaws. Initially, there was a novelty to it, but after witnessing a couple of matches, he found it somewhat tedious and wished to leave. However, he hesitated to voice his desire, feeling awkward about having just settled down. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Ling, only to find him soundly asleep, prompting a surge of irritation within her. Without much thought, she raised her right hand. Instantly, the bed beneath Jiang Ling transformed into a sculpture of ice, jolting him awake. Chapter 202. Cater to his likes. The icy sensation against his back sent a shock through Jiang Ling's nerves, compelling him to instinctively leap from the bed. The moment he vacated the bed, it shattered into icy fragments. The drowsiness that had enveloped him receded like a tide, and upon surveying the room, he was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, What are you doing? I asked you to accompany me to watch the match, not to come here and sleep. Shuedi paid no heed to Jiang Ling's anger, merely dispersing the chill from her hand and taking a seat beside him. You're unlikely to comprehend the battles of mere soul masters and soul lords. Is there really a need for explanation? Jiang Ling retorted, feeling that Shuedi was being excessively unreasonable. My ability to understand is my concern. Your obligation is to heed my words, Shuedi replied coldly, clearly displeased with Jiang Ling's repeated defiance. Observing her aloof and proud demeanor only fueled Jiang Ling's frustration, though he recognized her superior strength. Fine, if you wish to hear. Then I shall provide commentary, he said with a cold smile as he sat beside her. Shuedi responded with a soft hum. Ignoring her, Jiang Ling began to narrate the unfolding battles below. Shuedi cast a brief glance at the scene before closing her eyes, resting her chin on her left hand and tilting her head slightly toward Jiang Ling. Though the visuals were captivating, Jiang Ling was filled with ire. It was late at night, and rather than sleeping, she had chosen to indulge in leisure. If she wished to play, so be it. He would sleep while she watched. Each to their own. Yet now, she refused to allow him to rest while she feigned slumber. His emotions influenced his actions, and Jiang Ling's commentary gradually ceased. Who told you to stop? Continue, Shuedi commanded, her eyes still shut. Continue? It seems you have no interest in the battle of souls. It will be better to return to the hotel and rest, Jiang Ling replied with irritation. Shuedi raised an eyebrow and opened her eyes to gaze at Jiang Ling. I never claimed I disliked watching. However, since you brought it up, I shall acquiesce to your request, and we will return to the hotel. Oh, Jiang Ling stammered, momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Shuedi had already stood up, he sighed. Yes, indeed, I wish to return. I appreciate your consent. That is more like it, Shuedi stated, satisfied as she turned to exit the room. Upon opening the door, they encountered a girl dressed as a bunny girl standing nearby, who quickly approached upon seeing them. It was evident that Shuedi disdained her attire. Shuedi, possessing unparalleled strength within the continent, and having never interacted with the complexities of human society, was unaware of the struggles faced by those at the lower echelons. Greetings, the bunny girl said with a courteous bow. She could sense that the female guest disapproved of her, preferring to engage with a male guest instead. The bed is broken. You may inspect it, and I will compensate you accordingly, Jiang Ling informed her. The bunny girl appeared momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how a bed could be damaged, especially in a VIP room where all furnishings were of the highest quality. Very well, she replied, nodding with a forced smile as she turned to enter the room. The professional smile froze upon her face. This was not merely broken. It was evidently lost. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ling settled the fee at the counter and finally exited the battle arena. Gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could finally rest. Shuedi, you are quite exhausting, he remarked. Are you unhappy to be out with me? Shuedi inquired, her tone laced with melancholy as she observed Jiang Ling's relaxed demeanor. Not at all. Your beauty is quite enchanting, Jiang Ling instinctively replied, only to feel the chill returning. What about my beauty? And no, it's nothing, I misspoke. What I meant to convey is that it is my honor to accompany you. How could I possibly be unhappy? Jiang Ling scratched his head, feeling sheepish. Insincere. If you are unhappy, then just admit it, Shuedi retorted, striding forward. Even if you are displeased, you must accompany me. The poison within you has yet to be resolved, so let us go. Jiang Ling shrugged helplessly. In all honesty, aside from her tendency to be a bit troublesome, Shuedi was rather agreeable, far easier to manage than some cunning old foxes. Alas, I strongly suspect that hulking brute, Chang Yang, threw the match. How could he lose to a petite girl? I lost quite a sum of money. One of the individuals who had just exited the arena commented. You must be a novice. Match outcomes are not determined by size, but by soul power and the combat abilities of soul rings. I witnessed a match featuring that girl, and her soul ring combination was optimal. The hulking brute's soul ring pairing was inferior to hers, and their soul powers were comparable. Naturally, she emerged victorious, another person analyzed. It's my fault. I was too impatient and should have trusted you, the first individual sighed. All right, today I shall treat you. Let's head to the newly opened Chun Feng, due for some fun. I hear there's a grand finale tonight. The one who had won money jovially patted his companion on the shoulder, wearing a smile that was more understood than articulated. Then I shall respectfully accept the invitation. The other replied with a grin. Let's go. The timing is just right. Their conversation reached Shuedi's ears, and this was the second time she had heard the name Chun Feng do suddenly. She halted, and Jiang Ling, keenly observant, managed to avoid colliding into her. Why did you stop abruptly? Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. I suddenly no longer wish to return, she stated. What now? Jiang Ling felt somewhat drained. I want to visit Chun Feng Do. It must be the real Chun Feng Do. Do not deceive me as you did earlier. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Shuedi warned, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Ahem. Well, you did promise me. Changing your mind now would undermine your dignity, Jiang Ling replied. I never promised you. I merely found your suggestion somewhat reasonable, so I tentatively agreed. Now that I have a better option, I must naturally forego the less suitable suggestion. Shuedi articulated flatly as she turned to face Jiang Ling Qing Shui. What you are doing is somewhat bullying me. Moreover, Chunfengdu is not a suitable place for leisure, especially not for a lady like yourself. Why not? Shuedi inquired, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Let me clarify. I am merely stating facts, and you must not take offense, even if you do feel upset, Jiang Ling cautioned. Very well, Shuedi nodded. Shaifengdu, to put it elegantly, is a venue for enjoying music and dance. To be blunt, it is a brothel engaged in the flesh trade, Jiang Ling whispered. Shuedi did not display the anticipated expression of disdain. Instead, she pondered for a moment and asked, what does the flesh trade entail? Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words, endeavoring to articulate his thoughts in a manner that was not overly blatant. After considerable effort, he finally managed to convey his message, dispelling her intention to visit Chunfengdu. However, the price he paid was a significant reduction in the length of his long hair, which had been elegantly tied up. Did you not say that you wouldn't vent your anger on me? Jiang Ling protested, running his fingers over the still chilly tips of his hair, lamenting the loss of his once waist-length locks. Who told you to describe such sordid matters to me? You deserve this, Shuedi retorted, her lovely face now tinged with frost. Did you not ask about it? I merely inquired about Chunfengdu, he countered. You are utterly unreasonable, she exclaimed, a chill emanating from her as another lock of hair fell victim to her ire. Shuedi withdrew her hand, casting a cold glance his way. If you wish to insult me and risk becoming bald, then continue. Jiang Ling, irritated by Shuedi's haughty demeanor, felt a genuine urge to retaliate. Once you finish your tirade, lead the way. I am weary, she commanded, arms crossed defiantly. Where to? Jiang Ling queried, his discontent palpable. To the hotel, she replied. Understood, he said, flicking his wrist to summon the Chonghong sword. Strolling under the moonlight at midnight was undoubtedly romantic, yet it was contingent upon the company. He had no desire to linger with this woman a moment longer. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Ling's brusqueness elicited only a soft huff from Shuedi, who complied and stepped forward. The speed of the flying sword was astonishing, and in a mere instant, they arrived at the hotel. Reclining on the bed, Jiang Ling summoned a bronze mirror to inspect the uneven strands of his hair, and his frustration only intensified. Revenge must be sought. I cannot let this go unpunished, he exclaimed, slamming the mirror onto the bed. In the adjacent room, Shuedi had taken a seat by the window, resting her head on her arms, exuding an undeniable charm as she gazed outside. The flat and expansive street was illuminated by the moonlight, glimmering in the puddles left by recent rain. It was indeed a stark contrast to the frigid north, where the delicacies were sweeter than the dew of the heavens, and the candied hawthorn was tart yet delightful. The variety of clothing was also quite beautiful. Rising, Shuedi adjusted her attire before approaching the mirror. Knock, knock, knock. Is Qing Shui asleep? Despite the muffled voices outside, Shuedi's keen hearing picked up the conversation. She was puzzled as to why Jiang Ling would come now. Surely, she was the last person he wished to see at this moment. Although her heart was filled with confusion, she opened the door. What do you want? You were crying and making a fuss to return, and now that you're back, why are you here instead of resting? Shuedi stood in the doorway, showing no intention of allowing him entry. Jiang Ling was at a loss for words as she disparaged him openly. Indeed, I was crying and fussing, but that pales in comparison to a woman who, while weeping, clamors to visit a brothel, he retorted. Shuedi's brows furrowed in irritation as she prepared to chastise the insufferable youth. But Jiang Ling preemptively said, feel free to be ice cold. Even without hair, I remain handsome. After uttering those words, he felt a pang of regret. He had not intended to provoke an argument, for if Shuedi were to retaliate, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Cursing himself inwardly, he added, I apologize, I spoke too loudly just now. It was merely a jest. Clearing his throat, he attempted to salvage the situation. Shuedi, initially inclined to reprimand him, scoffed at his sudden admission of guilt and resolved to ignore him, moving to close the door. Oh, please don't close it, Jiang Ling interjected, hastily blocking the door. The sound echoed dully, though he was more concerned about the door itself than any personal injury. "What are you doing?" Shwedi frowned. Just then, a voice from the adjoining room interjected. "Hey, can you two lovebirds resolve your quarrel in your room, instead of making a scene in the hallway?" "Lovebirds?" Shwedi turned to Jiang Ling, perplexed. It just means friends," he hastily replied, preventing her from asking further questions. "I need to discuss something with you. May I come in?" Shwedi scrutinized him for a moment, sensing the deception, but ultimately stepping aside. Confident in her own strength, she doubted he could pull any tricks. After 3 or 4 attempts to knock, he had finally gained entry. It was not that Jiang Ling was particularly eager to enter. Hotels had similar layouts. But after being denied multiple times, it was somewhat amusing. "What is it?" Shwedi inquired, seated in a chair in the sitting room. Though uninvited, Jiang Ling made himself comfortable opposite her, retrieving 2 flasks of liquor from his jade pendant. More accurately, 1.5 flasks, one half filled with wine and the other with water, separated within a flask. "What is this?" Shwedi glanced at the items he produced. "Something to drink. It's quite delightful. Sweet wine, exceptionally sweet," he offered, pushing 1 flask towards her. "I specifically went to buy it." Indeed, he had painstakingly distilled the essence of 30 flasks into one, combining it with his unique sugar, resulting in a concoction that was purely sweet, devoid of any alcoholic taste. A single drop could intoxicate an ordinary person, and he knew it was not suitable for any respectable gathering. "I have reflected on the events of this evening, and I must admit the fault lies with me. I have come to make amends," Jiang Ling stated earnestly. "With 30 flasks in play, even you being Tian Xuan Nu would succumb to intoxication. If not, I shall accept my fate regarding my hair." Shwedi chose to ignore his words, recognizing him as a habitual liar, and took the offered drink. She sniffed it lightly before taking a sip. "Sweet," was her immediate impression, followed by a warmth spreading through her abdomen, which was rather pleasant. "How is it?" "Quite good, isn't it?" Jiang Ling inquired with a smile. "It's acceptable," she nodded, then looked at the other flask in his hand. "Is yours the same?" "This one differs. It has a bit of spice, which you might not appreciate," he explained. "Give it to me." "All right, then you should try it," he said, tapping the flask, which transformed. Shwedi hesitated, sniffing again before grimacing slightly as she took a sip. Her brows knitted tightly, and she grabbed a nearby cup to spit out the unpleasant taste, washing it down with more of the sweet wine until her expression improved. "You enjoy this wretched drink?" she questioned, tossing the flask back to Jiang Ling. "I'm all right with it," he chuckled, discreetly manipulating the flask's mechanism to revert it back to water. If the person opposite him had been a seasoned drinker, they would have easily recognized the trick. Alas, there was no alternative scenario. "I have received the items. You may leave now," Shwedi remarked, her tone indifferent. "Oh, come on. Drinking alone is dreary. I will keep you company," Jiang Ling protested. Shwedi was unwilling to comply, as she had no intention of sharing a drink with him. After all, he had come to seek retribution. "No need. I prefer to drink alone," she stated, preparing to refuse once more. However, Jiang Ling, undeterred, began to unveil an array of delectable dishes, including her favorite pastries, with a nonchalant demeanor, feeling entirely at ease. Meanwhile, the duo known as the Black and White Duo departed with Yi Xiang and Han Feng, while Tsangtian Long chose not to take on any apprentices. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tian Paotong leaped nimbly to the stairway of the dungeon, suffering a deep gash from a blade as he summoned his ancient beast companion and made a hasty escape. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Nian Pingchong and Long Qianin unable to intervene in time. Some individuals exude a melancholy aura without uttering a single word, their essence radiating sadness. Even when they wear a smile, such as the case with Chang Xiao, Ling Di was quietly resting his eyes, feeling quite troubled over the past few days. He never anticipated that thieves would target him right beneath the emperor's feet. Now, upon hearing He Jin's report of capturing the leader of the rebels in the capital, he felt a surge of energy. "Go to sleep. I'm also weary." Lan Ziqian gently supported his slightly heavy head, but could not find Pei Yi. Matters concerning his mother remained unclear, and troubles continued to arise one after another. Meanwhile, Su Qian's morning sickness had become increasingly pronounced. She could not tolerate any fishy food. Xinjiang was both amused and exasperated. Yet Qi Hui had already begun to navigate the complexities of daily governance. The empress no longer needed to rush to the court at dawn to listen to state affairs, and Xiang did not have to hide behind her to offer strategies. Now, Prince Shuo was overseeing the state, and they had even entrusted him with the Jade Seal. In B City, real estate tycoon Chai Ge was being investigated for his alleged connection to the suicide of world-renowned painter Dennis. Xiang Yi had grown accustomed to the ginger tea he delivered punctually every day, so she never inquired further. She simply picked it up and drank obediently. Xingyi Meizi was self-aware, recognizing that her talent was merely average among the elite of Yuanyu. She had succeeded in securing an apprenticeship through her sister's connections at Yunin Lu, relying on a stroke of luck. Otherwise, such an opportunity would never have come her way. This place astonished me, surrounded entirely by metal. I could not help but mutter that it was no wonder they called it the Iron Giant. The dwelling was unlike any other, encased in iron. In ancient times, lead was already known, and since lead often coexists with zinc, the ancients could only refine lead before the Ming dynasty, as zinc would escape during the smelting process. It vanished, and I touched my head, realizing I had failed to uncover any questions. How unfortunate. And Ling Si and I summoned the Fire Dragon and the Golden Dragon, canceling the dragon summoning skill since there were only a few seconds left. As the two launched their full-powered attacks, Jun Xiantian Mo Jun unleashed his domain space and summoned his semi-holy artifact, the Xian Mo I Chi sword, which transformed into an enormous presence in the void, releasing beams of sword light directed at the foe. As time passed, more and more influential figures gathered at the venue, prominent individuals from various industries, including some popular film stars attending the engagement banquet. Their presence seemed to diminish in significance. Meanwhile, those originally overlooked in the Yuan Hanzhong army were indulging in food and merriment, especially with familiar faces from the military reconnecting over feasts. Despite the tense demeanor of Pei Donglai, Qining did not halt her steps but continued toward him. The moment Ming Yu Heart Sutra began to circulate, Luo Ping noticed an increase in the speed of his true energy circulation, and the quantity of true energy produced also exceeded previous levels. Re-experiencing the state of his body filled with true energy, he felt akin to a famished beggar who suddenly enjoyed a hearty meal, filled with satisfaction and comfort. Subsequently, Xiaoyu approached the third layer, where the wind grew fiercer and colder. Upon entering, his clothing was torn by the wind, leaving numerous rips, and red marks appeared on his body. Yet Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, using the gusts to temper his flesh. Although Lin Xiaoye had already guessed the outcome, she still sought to hear it directly from Yi Dongcheng. This was the truth. During moments of boredom, many negative thoughts arise, and only through busyness can one cultivate strength. Fu Lin nodded, dismissing him. Given the circumstances, Fu Lin decided to observe rather than depart, intending to assist the Jiang family should troubles arise. "Madam, your mother has come to call you for dinner," Mei Yi remarked, noting Ling Baolu's unusual state with concern. Zhang Zheng, seeing his serious expression, ceased his actions and quietly awaited his response. Uncle Feng smiled as he handed the peachwood sword and the Maoshan jade pendant to Qin Feng, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. In the center of the grand hall were several crystal stone chairs carved with swirling dragons and a crystal stone table, surrounded by 2 rows of differently colored pearl shells, from which large bubbles slowly emerged. "Gangue, go back and report. On the 6th day, we must surround the entire mountain, ensuring it remains concealed and undetected," Wang Dong instructed a police chief. Luo Zuolan was not a fool. She would never provoke Chang Yanhui, especially after the latter's reputation had spread from the last banquet. "No," Ling Baolu quickly interjected, looking down at the rose in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. The illusory snowflakes seemed aware of the formidable phoenix fire, scattering in alarm to evade her flames. At home, the men and children clamored for her, insisting on tasting Shun Xian's culinary skills. However, the last outdoor provisions from the Shun family had all been given away, leaving them unable to voice their cravings. Chapter 203. Outside Tiando City. Changhong Sword. Senior sister, let us depart, Jiang Ling remarked, grasping Hu Lai Na's delicate hand. All right. Hu Lai Na cast a lingering glance at Tiando City, feeling that her days with Jiang Ling went by swiftly. Rise. Jiang Ling embraced Hu Lai Na's slender waist, standing upon the sword's body, issuing a command. In the palace of the Tiando Empire, Qian Run Shui paused, her gaze seemingly piercing through layers of obstruction, landing on Jiang Ling and Hu Lai Na. Go forth and cultivate. I hope you understand this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, and only the formidable can survive. We must cast aside compassion. One cannot remain secure in a position while harboring pity. Your Highness. A servant bowed respectfully nearby. What is it? The Ning sect master has arrived. Let's go. Qian Ren Shui nodded and turned to walk into the distance. In a cave of unknown origin, Master, recently the Spirit Hall's crackdown on Holy Soul Masters has intensified. Excluding those expendable souls, we have lost the Black Robe Hall Master in Tiando, 2 Hall Masters, and a Guardian in Luo to the Spirit Hall's Soul Dalu. I am concerned that the Holy Soul Masters may be exterminated. A robust man clad in a blood-red robe respectfully reported to the blue-haired youth seated before him. It matters not. These individuals have never accepted me since my father's death. If they perish, so be it. They enjoy causing chaos. So let them create an uproar to divert the Spirit Hall's attention. How goes the preparation for what I requested? The blue-haired youth, still with closed eyes, spoke in a calm tone. Master, we are nearly ready. However, the remaining tasks are quite challenging and may easily attract the Spirit Hall's notice. Take the spring water from the Luo ancient realm. Find some soul masters to ingest it, and let them draw the Spirit Hall's attention. Also, send a portion to the other Hall Masters and Guardians. Yes, Master. The blood-robed man maintained a respectful tone, albeit tinged with a sense of sorrow and regret. He understood the peril of the spring water and felt no sorrow for the expendable soul masters, but he could not help but feel pity for his former colleagues. If they suffered heavy losses, would the Holy Church still exist? Remember, only the higher-level combat power could determine the survival of the Holy Church. If I achieved title Douluo through this method, who in the world could rival me? The Holy Church would no longer have to hide, evading detection. Even the consumption of human blood and the use of martial souls would no longer need to be done in secrecy. The blue-haired youth seemed to sense the blood-robed man's reluctance and opened his eyes to speak. Yes, Master, I shall take my leave. He clasped his fists in salute and withdrew. Follow him, Liang Shan. If he does not comply with my instructions, deal with him. Additionally, has there been any news regarding that wooden tablet? The young boy with azure hair observed the departing figure of the man in blood-stained attire, his tone devoid of emotion, as if taking a life were as effortless as squashing an ant. As you command, my lord. The wooden tablet had yet to yield any news. However, the individual who purchased the tablet had garnered some information about a male and female duo, notorious for hunting our Saint Soul Masters, referred to by some as the Wushuang Xiali. The man bore a resemblance to the one who acquired the wooden tablet, and investigations are currently underway. Liang Shan concealed himself in the shadows of a cave, his features obscured. Ascertain the truth swiftly. If it is indeed him, capture him and bring him here. Understood, my lord. Soon, tranquility enveloped the cave once more. In the Tiando Empire, within the bustling streets of Suatawa City, 2 young girls attracted countless gazes. One girl, with flowing black hair secured by a pale green jade hairpin, wore little jewelry aside from this adornment. She possessed a tall, striking figure and exquisite beauty, yet her demeanor exuded coldness, though traces of youthfulness and innocence remained evident. Despite her attire being somewhat loose, it did little to conceal her ample form. She was none other than the recently departed Zhu Zhuqing. The other girl, in contrast, appeared far more slender and somewhat shorter, though her bosom did not rival Zhu Zhuqing's. She possessed her own unique charm. Cascading blue hair fell down her back, complemented by deep blue irises. Clad in black, her face was veiled by a layer of black silk, adding an aura of mystery. Yet, from her exposed eyes, one could discern a gentle soul, albeit one tinged with profound solitude and melancholy. Ling Ling, are you not supposed to be starting school? Why have you come to Suatawa City? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, glancing at her companion. This semester includes practical combat classes. Teacher Qin from the academy mentioned that we would soon be training here in Suatuwa City. So I deemed it unnecessary to rush back to the academy, replied the girl known as Yi Lingling, her voice melodious like a nightingale. Zhu Qing, once Teacher Qin and my classmates arrive, I shall introduce you, a 12-year-old 36th rank soul ancestor. They will surely be astonished. No need, I shan't stay long. Once you are settled, I will take my leave for other destinations, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head. But where will you go? After all this time, I can see that you have no place in mind, Yi Lingling remarked. Your jade hairpin is quite lovely. Where did you acquire it? Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's momentary distraction, she skillfully redirected the conversation. It was a gift from someone, Zhu Zhuqing said, a subtle smile gracing her lips, a smile that could captivate a nation. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Hey, can you not watch where you're going? You'll have to compensate if you break anything. One smile inadvertently triggered a series of unfortunate events, resulting in collisions with pillars and stalls alike. Observing the once icy beauty now softened with warmth, Yi Lingling realized that love had indeed blossomed. The encounter between Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing was nothing short of dramatic. In brief, Zhu Zhuqing had saved the auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling's life, and accompanied her to Suatuwa City. Ling sang, if you do not return soon, the lilies of our homeland will bloom. In the skies above a certain location in the Fassinuo province, Jiang Ling soared through the air on his sword, accompanied by Hulaina. Given Jiang Ling's current soul power, he could only fly at full speed for half a day with Hulaina in tow. Thus, their travel plan involved flying for half a day, resting at an inn, and continuing their journey the following day. It's not a matter of money. It's just a bit taxing. Ever since the Taintou Empire's Jiang Hotel opened the forbidden doors, they had remained ajar. Jiang Ling insisted on booking only one room, under the pretense of frugality. Senior sister, there is a sizable city below. Let us pause here for a day, Jiang Ling suggested, squeezing Hulaina, who was nestled in his arms. We have only just set off, and you already wish to rest? No breaks. We shall continue our journey. Even if you land, I will not bite, Hulaina retorted, her annoyance evident. It's not like that, senior sister. There is truly a matter requiring attention at the Wuhuan Temple, Jiang Ling hastily clarified, perspiration dotting his brow. Really? Asked Hulaina, her head resting on Jiang Ling's shoulder as she looked up at him. Indeed, I was supposed to handle it in Tiando City, but I got caught up in other matters, he explained, casting a glance at her. Hulaina's cheeks flushed. She understood the implication of his distractions. Hey, don't. Senior sister. I was wrong, Jiang Ling exclaimed, quickly grasping her hand at his waist. As Jiang Ling released his grip, the sword wavered slightly. All right, I will not twist your hand anymore. Focus on controlling the sword, Hulaina said, tightening her embrace around him, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Noticing her efforts, a smile crept onto Jiang Ling's face. Senior sister, hold steady. We are descending, he warned, tightening his grip around her waist as the sword plunged downward. Let's first find a place to stay, Zhu Zhuqing suggested as they walked down the street. Certainly, that Rose Hotel seems quite appealing, Yi Lingling pointed out, gesturing towards a distinctive hotel ahead. Why does the Rose Hotel feel so peculiar? Zhu Zhuqing asked, eyeing the establishment with suspicion. What is strange about the hotel? You are overthinking it, Yi Lingling replied as she pulled Zhu Zhuqing inside. It was not surprising, as Jiang Ling had never taken Zhu Zhuqing to such a hotel, and despite Yi Lingling's numerous admirers, she had also remained untouched by such establishments, unable to discern their true nature from mere appearances. Upon entering the lobby, the decor and colors prompted both girls to frown. It does indeed feel rather odd, Yi Lingling acknowledged. Having come this far, we must inquire before leaving. Hello, could we please book 2 rooms? Zhu Zhuqing requested. The attendant, having been reclining at the counter, promptly sat upright, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of Zhu Zhuqing, followed by a look of astonishment directed towards Yi Lingling. Are you 2 ladies certain you wish to stay here? He inquired. Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Not at all, It's just that we only have one room available, and our hotel caters to couples, the attendant replied, glancing between Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling in a hushed tone. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling exchanged glances, both momentarily caught off guard by the sudden awkwardness. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind them. Could we please have 2 rooms? Turning around, they beheld an unremarkable young man accompanied by a sweet-looking girl. It was Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, dressed simply and perpetually wearing a mild smile, nodded at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling as he approached. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly. She recalled Jiang Ling mentioning that those who always appeared gentle with a smile were often the very essence of deceit, harboring profound thoughts. She had even playfully questioned Jiang Ling then, "What about you? You always wear a smile too. That smile is only for you. And do you not find my smile bright and radiant?" Jiang Ling had responded. Zhu Zhuqing could vividly recall his tone and gestures during that moment, a nostalgic smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Tang San found Zhu Zhuqing's reaction perplexing. She had initially seemed averse to him, but was now smiling, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing Tang San's gaze fixed on her companion, Yi Lingling's expression turned icy as she positioned herself protectively in front of Zhu Zhuqing. "Isn't it rather rude to stare at a girl like that?" she admonished. "Where am I staring? Don't be overly sentimental. She was the one smiling at me." Tang San countered, with Xiao Wu chiming in. "Don't take it too personally. She's just teasing you." Although she was slightly irritated by Tang San's wandering gaze, she defended him against Yi Lingling's remarks. "You are utterly unreasonable," Yi Lingling retorted, pulling Zhu Zhuqing back to the present. "What did you just say?" Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold as she spoke, and the 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple descended. Utilizing Lingbo Weibo, she swiftly appeared behind Xiao Wu. Unconcerned about the gazes of others, Zhu Zhuqing was, however, not one to tolerate disrespectful words. How impressive! A soul master at such a young age, indeed. The world outside is teeming with hidden talents, was Tang San's instantaneous reaction. Faced with her peculiar movement, Xiao Wu's body stiffened, yet she refused to concede. Wanting to retort, but was interrupted by Tang San, who said, "I was in the wrong earlier, please forgive me." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang San, disregarding him as she took Yi Lingling's hand and said, "Lingling, let us depart." She wished to avoid excessive entanglement with these 2 individuals. "All right," Yi Lingling replied, not casting another glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Brother." Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San's hand playfully. "She is a soul master, and it seems she has cultivated other unique skills. We may not be her match, and the girl beside her is likely also a soul master. We do not have the advantage in numbers. It is unwise to provoke them," Tang San explained. "But what if that girl truly attacks me?" Xiao Wu retorted. "I am 70% certain I can take her down with me." The waiter, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, who were about to leave the hall, couldn't help but feel envious. Not only were they beautiful, but their power was also formidable. "Excuse me, are you still staying?" The waiter interrupted Tang San's words in a flat tone. "Now, putting on airs, threatening to bring someone down with you. Why didn't you act earlier? Just try to fool an uninformed girl. We are staying. I believe this room should belong to me." A trio of figures enter the hall, heading towards the counter, just as they passed by Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing halted and turned back to look. The 3 were a man and 2 women. The girls were flamboyantly dressed, revealing their backs, and were tall. However, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze did not linger on the 2 girls, but was instead fixed on the tall young man, Dalu Bai. Disgust flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Accompanied by a hint of relief, she was fortunate to have encountered Jiang Ling. "I apologize, esteemed guests, but that room has been reserved by young Master Dai for an extended period. It is his exclusive room. Allow me to arrange another room for you," the waiter said. "No, we will not allow that." Xiao Wu, still smarting from her earlier embarrassment, refused to back down. As Yi Lingling watched the scene unfold, Zhu Zhuqing reminisced about Jiang Ling while Tang San and Xiao Wu confronted Dalu Bai. Nonetheless, Zhu Zhuqing had no interest in the confrontation. Dalu Bai had become a mere passerby in her life. "Lingling, let us go." "Oh, but won't it be entertaining to see those 2 detestable individuals get their comeuppance?" Zhu Zhuqing insisted. We must prioritize finding a place to stay, she urged, pulling Yi Lingling along. Dai Mubai remained oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, fixated instead on the prospect of teaching those two arrogant individuals a lesson before joining his twin companions. Hu Laina and Jiang Ling visited the Wuhuan Hall, delivering a letter to be given to their teacher, then continued towards Sodawa City, expecting to arrive by nightfall. Jiang Ling had intended to rest for a day, but Hu Laina, understanding his true feelings, firmly rejected the idea. Little Lingzi, what business do you have with the teacher? In the sky, Hu Laina tried not to look down, tightly gripping Jiang Ling as she inquired. The situation became tense as the new Luo grew anxious, judging by the current state. Although the Yalu River and Changbai mountain defense lines were rugged, it was uncertain if they could withstand the onslaught of the Tang army. Outside, shouts erupted, the scent of blood driving everyone into a frenzy, their voices rising in a chaotic uproar. One could nearly curse oneself into a state of exhaustion. The disparity between individuals was quite evident. No way. If it weren't for the kindness of the young master, Lu Shuang would surely repay it in the future. Huh. Why should we be concerned? This girl was discovered by us first. How about we each take turns, and you go first? One lewd-looking man shamelessly suggested. The wandering sage smiled, seeing in these youths a reflection of his own curiosity and eagerness for exploration during his youth. Cough, cough. An Zong shot a glare at Hua Ming, knowing that prolonging the conversation would only lead to frustration. Thus, he directly informed Hua Ming that he needed him to protect the #1 leader during a conference in America. With the pill now at his disposal, he explained it was a miraculous cure-all developed by his mentor, confident that these rural folk would be swayed by its efficacy without suspicion. I do not bully the weak, nor do I have many followers. This matter was your fault. Should you not apologize? Ouyang Feifei's expression was stern, her distaste for self-important, wealthy young masters palpable. What does wealth signify? Who is wealthier than the Ouyang family? She added. Furthermore, she stated, if that trap cannot control the officer, your identity will inevitably be exposed. This statement was made with a tone of certainty, indicating that in Xie Yunming's mind, there was already speculation regarding Yin Muheng's true identity. It was this relatively young leader who had gathered these solitary wanderers, teaching them the value of brotherhood. When she was first imprisoned, Xiao Jingyi had shared her remaining belongings with her younger siblings, hoping to foster goodwill, yet the siblings had not responded favorably. When Xiao Jingyi sought to escape, it was these same siblings who had kept a watchful eye on her. Quan Mo's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Louis Chen, who had been thrust into a vehicle, looking disheveled and despondent, having lost the charm he once possessed. On what grounds do you punish them? How can you be certain they did not try to dissuade me? Xiang Xiaodian stood up, expressing her dissatisfaction, observing the kneeling figures in the courtyard. She felt a weight pressing down on her, a sensation that compelled her to bow her head as well. He was aware that his two sons had never gotten along. The arrival of the third prince brought him some relief, as at least the first prince would not dare to act against him in front of the third prince. With this thought, Xiao Imo suddenly crouched down, fearing detection, remaining utterly still as he awaited the approach of the individuals below. His soul perception spread out like a tide, sweeping across the snowy expanse below, seeking to ascertain the identities of the two figures. However, Enfu's attitude towards her was evidently peculiar, though Lin Jingyi remained unaware of the underlying reasons. Yes, my mentor is correct. All has passed and cannot return, Lu Haotian spoke with great emotion. Over the course of a month, she had become a regular at the internet cafe, often visiting in the dead of night, seeking a solitary corner to sit undisturbed. Even when the village had deliberately increased Lin Jingyi's workload to make things difficult for her, Lin Jingyi still managed to complete her tasks in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing such words from the other party, Lin Jingyi indeed felt an urge to eliminate them on the spot, yet she restrained herself. Mr. Zhang, here is the appraisal provided by the expert evaluation team. Why do they claim this artifact is a forgery? Let us hear their commentary, Wang Gang said gently. Is it that the etiquette between the Hamlin Academy is not well understood? Please have a seat. I would like to have a brief discussion with you, Sun Yuanqi remarked. His curiosity piqued about whether the Hamlin Academy had its own set of rules. At the moment when his left palm collided with that of the man in gray, a myriad of intricate patterns suddenly blossomed from his palm, and a dazzling black radiance surged forth, completely engulfing the man's right hand. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Macy closed his eyes and rubbed the corners of them with one hand, while the other reached out to the table beside him, only to grasp at empty air. Indeed, it was an invitation to surrender. I am the prefect of Fengning, and those who pledge allegiance to me become officers of the Han army. The architecture here appeared quite simple, almost rudimentary, with only one element that could be deemed luxurious, the statue of the divine. Here stands my great-uncle, and there is another great-uncle, with an unknown number of relatives between them. Their grievances from decades past could hardly influence the marriages and funerals of their grandnephews. Limu rose, a smile gracing his lips. Success was within reach, and the building beneath his feet had ceased its trembling. Surely, the time was sufficient for those within to escape before its complete collapse. In that instant, the images in Limu's eyes began to shift, no longer revealing the blood vessels before him, the pitch-black night, or the towering snow-white peaks, but rather a fissure of crimson. Chapter 204. When the heavens display unusual signs. Treasures are bound to be found. Zhu Qing, let us expedite the restoration of our soul power, and then we shall return to investigate further, Jiang Ling declared. All right. Zhu Qing replied obediently, sitting cross-legged to begin recovering her soul power. Jiang Ling also settled down, realizing that his own soul power had only regained 50%. After a while, Jiang Ling and Zhu Qing opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes meeting. You have noticed it too. Here, soul power cannot be restored, Jiang Ling sighed. However, he discovered that his Changhong true energy was recovering at an astonishing rate. Zhu Qing followed Jiang Ling's gaze toward the lake, a blush reappearing on her cheeks. It was one thing to have fainted earlier, but now that she had awakened, how could she face Jiang Ling with honesty? I have a plan. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Ling understood Zhu Qing's apprehensions. He searched around for an exceptionally sturdy tree. With a swift gesture, the Changhong sword appeared in his right hand. A swift cut severed the tree in two. Now, Jiang Ling seized the thicker portion and tossed it into the middle of the lake. This will suffice. You stay inside while I remain outside, he instructed, his tone somewhat hesitant. Although still feeling awkward, there was no other choice. The two shed their garments, sitting back to back with a tree trunk between them. Zhu Qing forced herself into a meditative state. On a crimson, ancient path, two silhouettes advanced in solitude. Come, Zhu Qing, give me your hand. The road ahead is long. Conserve your soul power, and I shall help you counter this heat. Jiang Ling extended his hand before Zhu Qing. But your soul power is depleting, she protested, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Clad only in a black robe, her long hair was tied back. As they progressed, the temperature intensified, necessitating the use of soul power for protection. No worries. My level is higher, and I possess far more soul power than you, Jiang Ling reassured her, shaking his head. Zhu Qing nodded gently, placing her delicate hand in Jiang Ling's. Let's proceed. A gentle force enveloped Zhu Qing, shielding her from the terrifying external heat. To Jiang Ling, such soul power was but a mere trifle, were it not for the peculiarities of this place, which hindered the restoration of soul power. He would have long since taken to the skies with Zhu Qing on his sword. Time passed, though how long he could not say. Zhu Qing, look over there. It is where I discovered you. Jiang Ling pointed ahead. Having arrived here, our goal must be near. Indeed, Zhu Qing recognized the place. She had been forced to leap off a cliff by 3 assailants. During her descent, her clothing was torn, and whenever she felt herself about to faint from the heat, an inexplicable force surged within her. Upon reaching the bottom of the cliff, she managed to walk for some distance before collapsing. If not for Jiang Ge coming to find me, I would have surely become just another pile of bones here, Zhu Qing pondered. Zhu Qing, what are you thinking? Let's go. Jiang Ling waved his hand before her eyes. Oh, Jiang Ge, it is just that the place where I jumped down is still ahead. I vaguely heard a roar from there, Zhu Qing replied, regaining her focus. A roar? That must be the place. Let us hurry, Jiang Ling urged, pulling Zhu Zhuqing forward. Under Zhu Zhuqing's guidance, Jiang Ling soon heard the roar, a sound unlike that of any animal, devoid of life. They followed the sound, standing at the edge of a deep well. The well was not large, merely 2 meters in diameter, and peering down revealed nothing but endless crimson, accompanied by waves of heat and disquieting roars. Roar! It appears this is the place, Jiang Ling remarked, hesitating. This was clearly not a benevolent sight. If he were alone, he might have taken a risk. But with Zhu Zhuqing by his side, should he lose her soul power infused with Changhong true energy, she would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Let us retreat, Jiang Ling stated calmly. Why? Are you concerned for me? Zhu Zhuqing, possessing keen intellect, was well aware of his worry. She remained steadfast, proclaiming with unwavering resolve. Having come this far, I shall accompany you through fire and sword. Very well, Zhuqing, we shall descend. Jiang Ling smiled upon seeing the determination in her eyes, wrapping one arm around her waist and leaping into the well. Inside the well, Jiang Ling unleashed the weight of 1,000 pounds, descending rapidly. In this unknown realm, every action required swiftness to conserve every ounce of soul power. The space within the well was not as small as its opening suggested, stretching infinitely before them, all ablaze in fiery red. In this world of crimson, dark currents swirled, occasionally erupting with fierce flames from all directions. These flames harbored a terrifying heat. Should one become ensnared, even a soul king would meet a grievous fate. Jiang Ling conjured a protective barrier of Changhong true energy to shield against the onslaught of fiery currents. In this realm, they encountered no other creatures, which was hardly surprising given the terrifying environment. Even a soul beast of 10,000 years would struggle to survive here. The depths of the well seemed endless, and as they continued to descend, Jiang Ling, even under the protection of his true energy, could sense the external temperature rising exponentially. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who bit her lip, her cheeks glistening with sweat, droplets trailing down her delicate neck. Jiang Ling's true energy surged once more, thickening the protective barrier. At the increasingly profound depths of the well, any misstep could spell doom for both of them. He wished to speak, but found his throat parched, unable to utter a word. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, Zhuqing, the water is in my jade pendant. Take it out and drink. The lake's spring water was indeed miraculous, neither evaporating nor heating, remaining perpetually cool. The two inspected the lake, but found nothing amiss. Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a water pouch, holding it to Jiang Ling's lips, urging him to drink. Surprised, Jiang Ling accepted without resistance, as one hand maintained the protective barrier while the other embraced Zhu Zhuqing, making it quite inconvenient. After Jiang Ling finished, Zhu Zhuqing took a few sips herself. Time passed, and Jiang Ling felt a sense of numbness enveloping him as he continued to descend, like a leaden weight pulling him deeper into the abyss. His complexion grew increasingly pallid due to the tremendous consumption of his vital energy and spiritual power. Half an hour more. If we have not reached the bottom by then, we shall return. Jiang Ling spoke softly yet firmly to Zhu Zhuqing. He needed to conserve enough strength to ascend with his sword. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ling gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of crimson, a faint twitch in the corner of his eye. Another 10 minutes passed. Huff! Zhuqing, let us head back, he said, frustration boiling within him. Had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's presence, he might have cursed aloud. Wait, big brother Jiang, there seems to be a change below, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Just as her words fell, Jiang Ling peered downward, noticing a dark shape gradually enlarging. Zhuqing, close your eyes, he shouted, almost simultaneously. His pupils flooded with a crimson hue, the eyes of the void breaking. They plunged into darkness, the crimson hue turning to black. Had Jiang Ling not warned her, Zhu Zhuqing might have been blinded in that moment. Jiang Ling released his weighty descent, and soon they landed upon the ground. The earth was no longer sweltering or pitch black. Instead, a gentle moonlight illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that seemed to originate from nowhere. Zhuqing, you may open your eyes, Jiang Ling said, shaking her gently by the waist. As they looked ahead, A colossal stone door loomed before them, inscribed with three ancient characters, Zhen Mo Jing. Zhen Mo Jing? Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Upon hearing her voice, memories stirred in Jiang Ling's mind of the text he had perused in the Wuhuan Hall, ultimately leading him to shake his head in disappointment. Jiang Ling moistened his parched lips, gazing at the imposing stone door. Zhuqing, stay behind me. Let's investigate. After arriving at this location, her soul power and mental energy were no longer suppressed. Jiang Ling remained vigilant, aware that Zhen Mo was not a benign place. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing recognized that this was not the time for bravado, summoning her full concentration as she walked closely behind Jiang Ling. The area was vast and empty, with stones and springs surrounding them, the entire space suffused with a serene chill. Upon reaching the stone door, they discovered it was adorned with numerous murals. "What is this?" Jiang Ling exclaimed, astonished and momentarily rendered speechless. How could such things exist in the Douluo continent? "Big brother Jiang, what is it? Do you recognize these murals?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, noticing Jiang Ling's peculiar expression. "Recognize them? How could I not?" They depict a divine beast known as Zhulong, a creature that, in legends, is known to be immensely powerful, revered by all. When it closes its eyes, the world is plunged into darkness. When it opens them, daylight prevails. It neither consumes food nor sleeps, yet it can summon storms and illuminate the depths of the abyss. Jiang Ling traced the mural of the creature, which bore a human-like face and a serpentine body, its entire form of vivid red, with slitted eyes and flames held in its mouth, speaking in a low voice. "If this indeed suppresses Zhulong, I shall take my leave without hesitation." Divine beast? Zhulong? Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed, having never heard of such a being. Though she was confused, she chose not to interrupt Jiang Ling, who was intently studying the murals. After a while, a smile gradually appeared on Jiang Ling's face. "Ha ha, Zhuqing, we are in luck," he exclaimed, suddenly lifting her into a joyful spin before gently setting her down. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed instantly. She was clad only in a loose black robe, and Jiang Ling's embrace shattered her years of maintaining an icy demeanor. "Did you comprehend the story depicted in the mural?" she asked, adjusting her slightly wrinkled attire, striving to restore her composed countenance. "This mural recounts the tale of an extraordinarily powerful divine beast, Zhulong, who was gravely wounded and vanished after a great battle, losing the innate fire essence it held in its mouth." Jiang Ling took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, guiding her closer to the left side of the mural, illustrating Zhulong in combat, sustaining injuries, losing the innate fire essence, departing and falling into slumber. The innate fire essence is also a divine object. Without Zhulong's suppression, over countless years, it gained sentience and wreaked havoc, leading to chaos and suffering among the populace. Jiang Ling continued to guide Zhu Zhuqing to the right. The rulers of that time dispatched their two daughters, the water goddess of Xiaoxiang, to subdue the innate fire essence and seal it away. The two goddesses created a realm to suppress it within the Zhen Mo Jing, leaving behind a powerful formation to cleanse the innate fire essence of its malevolence and fury, he explained, gesturing towards the mural featuring two extraordinarily beautiful goddesses. Zhu Zhuqing found herself momentarily entranced by the depictions of the women. She had never encountered such breathtaking beauty, not merely in appearance, but also in their indescribable aura. Thus, this Xinghua ancient realm is a small world created by the water goddess of Xiaoxiang. I wonder what caused it to connect with Douluo. It should be akin to the eventual collision and amalgamation of the Sun and Moon continent with Douluo continent. Yet, there must be differences. According to Zhu Zhuqing, it was accessible to soul masters during its initial discovery. However, as time passed, it increasingly rejected more powerful individuals, and soon it may entirely close off. Severing ties with Douluo continent, Jiang Ling pondered. "How do you know the figures depicted above?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, coming back to her senses. "Oh, that? I encountered them in a rare tome at the Wuhuan Hall. This small world should not belong to Douluo continent, but rather, it re-emerges every many years." Jiang Ling scratched his head, smiling as he spoke. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Ah, we have discovered such a divine marvel. Surely, countless treasures await us within. How can you be so calm? Are you not excited? Jiang Ling remarked, draping an arm over her shoulder. I'm excited. Zhu Zhuqing's expression became slightly awkward as she felt the weight on her shoulder. She wished to distance herself from Jiang Ling, but his other hand grasped her arm firmly. Look at you, showing no sign of excitement whatsoever. Come on, laugh like this, huh? Jiang Ling encouraged, pulling her closer. Each time Jiang Ling conversed with Zhu Zhuqing, the atmosphere turned awkward. Today, he was determined to shake her aloof demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing's fair forehead furrowed with slight annoyance. She had never anticipated Jiang Ling, usually so serious, would exhibit such a playful side. She attempted to wriggle free, only to find it futile. Sighing, she remarked, I wonder how long we have been down here. We should hasten to conclude matters and depart. Do you wish to remain here forever? After a moment's thought, Jiang Ling relented and released Zhu Zhuqing. As his presence withdrew, Zhu Zhuqing exhaled softly. Smack! Jiang Ling playfully tapped her shoulder, the sound crisp yet soft. You! Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed in disbelief as she stared incredulously at Jiang Ling. I shall let you off this time, Jiang Ling replied lightly, avoiding her irritated gaze as he set about searching for the mechanism to open the door. Jiang Ling himself was uncertain why he had acted so boldly. His mind had not hesitated, and his hand had simply moved. Zhu Zhuqing was in a state of confusion, recalling that Jiang Ling had not always been so frivolous. He had been respectful despite their misunderstandings. When had he changed? It seemed to have started after that confession by the lake, yet she had rejected him. Did he not understand? Didi, yet this arcane art is rather intricate. Zhao Tianxing is acutely aware of Li Yunfeng's formidable physique. Thus he directly unleashes the divine shield stab, deterring any physical assault from his adversary. Mao Lian, initially oblivious to this tale, was drawn by the esteemed reputation of the ancient prime minister, only to find that his wager was fortuitously placed. With great restraint, he suppresses the turmoil within, reminding himself that it cannot possibly be her. For his grandfather had stated that their fates were unlikely to intertwine in this lifetime. If there is no fruition to be had, then what purpose does it serve? Come forth. Let me witness the source of your so-called confidence. Wang Kai, maintaining an air of indifference, casually surveyed him with a dismissive glance. However, the immense energy contained within his bloodline poses a grave risk. Should one's cultivation be insufficient to absorb it, the consequence would be fatal. Hence, the ancestor had imposed a limit within the formation, permitting only those of the flying tiger lineage who had reached the qi refinement stage to enter. As he perceives the surroundings, the interior has devolved into a murky haze, where one cannot discern even the outstretched hand. Today, Lung ventured forth to recruit chefs, cleaners, and security personnel. Under duress, Wang Yu had no choice but to don the apron himself. What is that character? I have never seen it before, he mused. Although silence enveloped the room, the guards outside were still somewhat boisterous. Helan Yao, distanced from the emperor, lowered her voice to inquire of Long Jinyu. Indeed, Yina knows. Ning Fei's gaze flickered with a hint of sharpness as it swept across the faces of the princess and Malian. No matter how long the staircase, it must eventually end. Leng Yi, cradling Mu Ningyo, finally ceased his descent at the staircase's termination. Kong Moju let out a profound sigh, retrieving a folding fan from his person and presenting it to Enchixia, who promptly unfurled it, sparks igniting from the friction. Do you suggest that someone is manipulating you to intentionally draw us here? Xian Yuan Yujie's eyes narrowed slightly, his deep voice laced with an undercurrent of menace. Yuan Mengdai did not witness this exchange, yet Chu Lianru observed the empress's expression, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room. Feng Qing, with a gentle lift of her hand, her slender fingers carrying a chill, brushed against Chu Lianru's wrist, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The outcome aligned with Ma Jinjian's assumptions. Most chose to accompany him in the quest for the so-called underground palace, while the few hesitant souls felt compelled to follow suit, knowing that remaining behind would likely lead to demise. Although Yun's aspirations may be lofty, he possesses both courage and wisdom, warranting further cultivation. That should suffice. If not for this discussion, how could you provide meals and lodging, and then welcome us back? Wang Yunlong chuckled as he turned to Zhang Long. You gentlemen are utterly clueless. Upon learning that he must traverse home under the scorching sun, Xiao Jin erupted in exasperation. I shall go and see tonight, I declared steadfastly. Ren Xianchang regarded me, hesitating for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ling Tianlai could not help but reflect that her master was indeed formidable, even more so than her. Others were in pain, yet were not permitted to utter a sound. Seeing Li Zongqi salivating, it was evident that the rural fare, consisting of wild vegetables and tofu, had not satisfied their appetites, having been spoiled by the rich delicacies of Nanjing. Su Yang groggily opened his eyes, rubbing his aching head, his voice hoarse. Wei Xinxin was about to chase after him, only to find her cousin hastening away, seemingly preoccupied with some matter. The 7 awoken individuals instinctively gathered at the wooden table, discovering an array of cold weapons laid before them, primarily melee armaments save for a solitary crossbow. Upon arriving at the Ma residence, he announced his presence, only to be met with the vigilant gaze of a house servant at the entrance. The current situation was decidedly favorable for them. If they maintained their momentum, they might succeed in slaying the tiger demon without suffering injuries, thus concluding their mission. Immediately, Lin Duan dialed Zhang Zhengdao's office, informing him of the arrival of Lin, an investor from Huiwang Pharmaceuticals, requesting Zhang to come over. Su Yang communicated to Charles that every employee from the company visiting would receive a 1,000 yuan bonus. Hearing his father's cogent analysis, Yang Jingxing's previously grim expression finally softened. Is it true, by who, that you're indeed named Xiao? How unnecessary it is to feel as though my world has been shattered. Leaving behind the colossal, violent salamander and Jikaluo, Lin Xiao departed from Fanyuan district towards the northeast. Uncle Shan, greetings. What brings you to seek me? Chu Yin entered, offering a polite salutation. The dinner was lavish, with each dish presented in small portions, merely enough for 3 or 4 bites. Yet the variety was abundant, particularly the seafood, which was favored by Ling Baolu, making her mouth water. This sum should suffice to repay Du Yujiao and the others, considering their substantial investment in the company. Initially determined to resist, Mi Shuer found herself momentarily stunned, tears shimmering in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Xiao, inhaling his breath. Chapter 205. If we follow this path, we should reach the heart of this world, Yunxi, where, according to prior records, resources abound, and a teleportation array is marked on the map. I believe Zhu Zhiyun and the others will also be there. Zhu Zhuqing unfurled the map, scrutinizing it closely. Oh, so there is no need to return to Liang Gorge? That is splendid, for that cliff is perilously high, and carrying you up would be quite exhausting, Jiang Ling remarked with delight. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance, questioning, what do you mean? Do you think I am heavy? Of course, such a statement laden with a tone of coquetry was something Zhu Zhuqing would not utter aloud, merely pondering it in her heart. During their journey, they passed by the very lake where they had once stood bare before one another, with the tree trunk Jiang Ling had severed still lying within, albeit now devoid of any water. How could this be? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in disbelief at the desiccated lake. It must be due to the formation. We disrupted it, extracted the essence of water from the Xiangfei bamboo, and thus the lake has reverted to ordinary water and evaporated. Jiang Ling gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Let's proceed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly, knowing that this lake and the life within the demon suppression would be etched in her memory forever. With the bizarre weather absent, both Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing were able to discern the passage of time. After 2 full days, they finally arrived at their destination, Yunxi. Indeed, we are adversaries fated to cross paths. What brings you out of hiding after 20 days? A robust, golden-haired man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Were it not for the harshness of his words, one might mistake him for a friend. This was none other than Davis, flanked by Zhu Zhiyun and 8 others, 3 of whom were the very individuals Jiang Ling had rescued from the ice frost 3-headed serpent, their eyes filled with astonishment. The appearance of Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling in this locale, while the 3 pursuers remained conspicuously absent, implied that Jiang Ling had vanquished them. Yet those 3 were members of the Soul Sect. Upon meeting Jiang Ling's gaze, the three simultaneously lowered their heads, too intimidated to look up, let alone converse with him in Davis's presence. Jiang Ling cast a disinterested glance, recognizing that nobles were adept at self-preservation, and he had little desire to engage with them. Turning to Davis with a languid demeanor, he remarked, "I do not perceive this as a case of adversaries crossing paths, for your strength is insufficient. You are but a mere clown. As for hiding, that is a ludicrous notion. Boldly, do you know who this is?" Davis interrupted the conversation behind him with a wave, turning to Jiang Ling and saying, "You, with your lowly status, dare to insult me by calling me a buffoon? Do you understand the cost of your reckless words?" Davis, who had been mocking Zhu Zhuqing, had always regarded Jiang Ling as merely a bodyguard. Seeing a mere guard daring to insult him, his expression darkened instantaneously, and he threatened with displeasure. "Cost? I care not for any cost. I only pursue what I desire. And at this moment, I wish to teach you a lesson." Jiang Ling raised his hand, and the Changhong sword appeared in an instant, unleashing a crimson sword energy that sliced through the air. "How audacious! You dare to strike at the Crown Prince." The speaker was the Soul Master who had just spoken, clearly eager to impress Davis. "As you wish," Jiang Ling responded, sending forth a crescent-shaped sword energy that met the Soul Master's armored defense, just as it was conjured. The armored shield shattered, and the flames entwined with the sword energy ignited on the Soul Master's right arm. My hand! Your Highness, save me!" The young Soul Master hurriedly attempted to extinguish the flames on his arm, but the more he struggled, the fiercer the fire blazed. Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the side, was somewhat astonished, for she recognized that the flames belonged to Linger. Davis's eyelids twitched, and he summoned a blade of soul energy, directly severing the Soul Master's right arm. "Your methods are truly ruthless, aiming to take a life with such swiftness." Watching the severed arm turn to ashes, Davis's fury ignited. "Do not speak thus. It was your hand that struck him down, not I." Jiang Ling leaned his sword against the ground, calmly asserting, "Very well, then let me experience your skills." Davis, angered to the point of laughter, unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's fiery light wave. A powerful golden beam surged towards Jiang Ling. A mere trifling technique. 7 Child Divine Powers, Golden Bell Shield. The golden light halted just 3 feet from Jiang Ling, unable to advance further. Davis's gaze sharpened, fiery light cutting line. "Oh, a self-created soul skill? Its power is commendable. It indeed possesses some merit," Jiang Ling remarked, observing the now dimmed Golden Bell Shield, playfully deriding. "I shall allow you 2 moves. Now it is my turn." The Changhong sword surged with energy, piercing towards Davis. White Tiger's protective barrier. The sword tip halted just a foot from Davis's neck, not because his soul skill had blocked Jiang Ling's sword, but rather because Jiang Ling hesitated, contemplating whether to strike. Davis, second soul skill, Netherworld's 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuyun, witnessing Davis in peril, quickly intervened. Jiang Ling took the opportunity to retreat. He thought to himself, it would be troublesome to kill the crown prince of the prosperous Xinglua Empire. A lesson will suffice. Observing Zhu Zhuyun and Davis standing side by side, Jiang Ling mocked. "While I favor fair duels, I am not afraid of taking on many opponents. And should you find yourself unable to contend, calling for aid is quite befitting for one as weak as you." Davis clenched his fists in fury. Although Davis was enraged, he was not foolish. He could perceive that the individual before him was significantly more powerful and had yet to unleash his soul skills. "Zhu Zhuyun, your opponent is me." Zhu Zhuqing stepped beside Jiang Ling, coldly stating. Having failed to prevent Zhu Zhuyun's ambush on Jiang Ling earlier, she felt both guilt and anger. Zhu Zhuyun glanced at the others behind her, signaling them, then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Very well, let us engage first." Zhu Zhuyun stepped aside, challengingly lifting her chin towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Jiang Ling, who was observing her, and nodded. "Trust me, be cautious. The beast here lacks soul rings." After leaving this place, absorbing the third soul ring before battling Zhu Zhuyun would be the most prudent course. Without one soul skill, even with her body and soul power having undergone transformation, defeating the 37th level Zhu Zhuyun would be exceedingly difficult. Facing her now seemed unwise. However, Jiang Ling would not dissuade her, knowing that Zhu Qing had awaited this day for an exceedingly long time. Zhu Zhuyun, for the harm you have inflicted upon me, as well as on second and third sister, I shall repay you in full today. Ha, my dear sister, that is far too much for you to bear. Zhu Zhuyun retorted with a sultry smile, mocking her. Zhu Zhuqing ceased her banter, her soul ring glowing as she unleashed her full power. This soul power fluctuation, level 30. How can this be? Zhu Zhuyun's complexion shifted. Your second soul ring was absorbed not long ago. How could you possibly reach level 30? Zhu Zhuyun's expression darkened as she sensed the impending danger. Moreover, she perceived a hint of a lethal aura emanating from Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyun found her sudden thoughts absurd. What did level 30 matter? She had yet to absorb a soul ring. How could she be her match? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Zhu Zhuyun's eyes as she resolved that Zhu Zhuqing must die here today. The dead posed no threat. Zhu Zhuyun cast a glance at the two support soul masters in her team. This small gesture did not escape Jiang Ling's keen observation. He raised his sword, its radiance intensifying, and declared, "Everyone, do not act recklessly. I shall make my warning clear. If anyone interferes in their duel, you shall all perish. Take heed. If even one person acts, all shall die." This warning was directed at Davis, to prevent him from making a desperate move. "You, do not be so arrogant. We are many. Do you truly believe we fear you?" A level 46 soul master behind Davis retorted angrily. "Very well then, strike," Jiang Ling replied, pointing his sword at the vocal soul master, his tone calm. The soul master glared at Jiang Ling's provocation, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Yet he ultimately refrained from action, fully aware that he would indeed meet his demise. Having witnessed Davis lose an arm, and now facing the sword poised at his neck, the others could only swallow their anger, recognizing that this seemingly ordinary man had yet to unleash his full power. "We shall not act. This is a family matter of the Netherworld Spirit Cat clan. I trust you will not intervene, will you?" Davis spoke, thus agreeing to Jiang Ling's terms, and the rest remained silent. Jiang Ling was somewhat surprised. Davis held considerable sway among this group, not merely due to his royal status. After all, though they seemed like mere chickens and dogs to Jiang Ling, they were regarded as talents elsewhere. In response to Davis's words, Jiang Ling offered a scornful smile, disregarding him entirely. The strong set the rules, the weak abide by them. Jiang Ling was the strongest here. What he chose to do was not for others to interfere with. If Zhu Zhuqing truly could not contend with Zhu Zhuyun, he would certainly intervene. Observing Jiang Ling's disdain towards their master, the group simmered with indignation. "No matter, do not act impulsively." Although Davis's expression was not pleasant, he still restrained his subordinates. Jiang Ling nodded at Zhu Zhuqing, signaling her to have faith. Zhu Zhuqing reciprocated with a nod. "Huh, you have indeed chosen a fine companion. Usually, she presents a frigid and sanctimonious facade, keeping everyone at arm's length. Yet her allure in enticing men is not lacking," Zhu Zhuyun remarked. Observing the group intimidated by Jiang Ling words are futile. "Let us battle, Zhu Zhuyun." As her voice fell, Zhu Zhuqing advanced, stepping lightly with a grace akin to gliding on water. Despite having practiced the Ling Bo Wei Bu for a short time, her rapid progress was due to Jiang Ling's personal guidance. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's strange movements, Zhu Zhuyun adopted a defensive stance, prepared to counter. Zhu Zhuqing's figure fluttered like willow catkins in the eyes of the onlookers, leaving everyone uncertain of her next appearance. Although Zhu Zhuyun possessed formidable soul power, under the elusive offensive, her arms bore scratches after just a few exchanges. Seizing an opportunity, Zhu Zhuyun distanced herself to inspect her injured arm. "Oomph. You must be cautious from here on." Zhu Zhuqing ignored her and swiftly approached Zhu Zhuyun, ready to continue her assault. The third soul skill, Yuming Xuanlu, illuminated Zhu Zhuyun's third soul ring. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze grew unfocused. "My heart feels so weary." A charming smile graced Zhu Zhuyun's lips, which, unbeknownst to her, was a smile of death. The counterattack began. With her mind in disarray, Zhu Zhuqing struggled against the counteroffensive, sustaining multiple injuries in a short span of time. Is this an illusion? Zhuqing, please wake up. Jiang Ling felt a surge of anxiety. The first soul skill, Yuming Tusi, activated Zhu Zhiyun's first soul ring, and her claws extended abruptly, doubling in speed as they lunged toward Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Ling tightened his grip on his sword. In the past, Zhu Zhuqing would have been unable to evade such an attack, but having consumed the essence of water, she had undergone a transformation. Despite being affected by the illusion, her body instinctively dodged the fatal blow, only sustaining scratches on her shoulder. Phew! Seeing Zhu Zhuqing escape danger, Jiang Ling released a sigh of relief. He wished to refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. How could it be that after being struck by my Yuming Qianlu, she still evaded my Yuming Tusi? Again, the second soul skill, Yuming Bai Zhao, was a technique Jiang Ling was familiar with, understanding that in Zhu Zhuqing's current state, she would be unable to evade it. Just as he was about to act, a purple bell-shaped shield materialized, formed from Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. This is... Jiang Ling looked into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, where there was no longer any sign of daze or confusion. A self-created soul skill? Davis exclaimed in astonishment. She actually broke free from my Yuming Qianlu. Then she must perish. Zhu Zhiyun, with her arrows drawn, had no choice but to unleash her attack. Yuming Bai Zhao slashed at the protective barrier surrounding Zhu Zhuqing. The disparity in their soul power was too great. Zhu Zhuqing's golden bell shield could not fully withstand the assault. Fortunately, she only suffered minor injuries. Zhu Zhiyun, having exhausted much of her soul power, began to wobble unsteadily. How could you break free from my third soul skill? You're only at level 30. Zhu Zhiyun found it hard to accept the reality of her defeat. Indeed, she had lost, her soul power depleted, leaving her without the strength to continue fighting. The strength of your third soul skill's illusion is related to your own soul power, correct? You continuously attacked me, depleting your own energy, and after consecutively using your first and second soul skills, you no longer have enough power to restrain me. Had you not been so hasty, you might have succeeded in defeating me. Zhu Zhuqing spoke weakly. She bore far more external injuries than Zhu Zhiyun and had only a meager amount of soul power remaining. Each time she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, a force surged within her, coursing through her limbs, gradually healing her body and restoring her soul power. What about you? How much soul power do you have left? Can you still kill me? Zhu Zhiyun shouted, fear creeping into her voice. That will suffice. Zhu Zhuqing's claws manifested as she reached for Zhu Zhiyun's neck. Faced with the impending claws, Zhu Zhiyun tightly shut her eyes. For the first time, she felt death was so near. Zhu Yun. Seeing this, Davis moved to intervene. Halt, or you'll die. In an instant, the Changhong sword was poised at Davis's neck. Zhu Zhuqing's claws came to a halt just before Zhu Zhiyun's throat. Observing this, Jiang Ling chuckled softly to himself. Indeed, this is you, Zhuqing. Strong on the outside, tender on the inside. DD at present. The forging sect, when including its financial merchants, boasts no less than 14 golden core cultivators, whereas among the entire Wuji realm as 48 second-tier sects, the Danding sect, with the highest number of golden core members, has only 8. Other so-called powerful second-tier sects have only 5 or 6 golden core cultivators. Muscles harder than steel, bones as tough as iron, skin like that of an infant, and flesh akin to hard stone. In this state, is it not akin to the legendary post-heaven tier realm? When Jian was unaware of how long he had been wandering in a daze, he had excavated several caves blocked by snow, but found only rubble within. Shangguan Hai glanced back, sweating profusely, realizing that the ominous figure behind him bore ill intent and left him no escape. You are correct. I am an unnamed individual, and I go by the name Wuming. The wind cone would never reveal its true name. After all, its real name is Douluo Wuming, which can be considered a truthful statement. Most of those inspectors are at the quasi-emperor level, serving under former achievers, tasked with guarding the forbidden zones and monitoring cosmic changes. Upon hearing this, Li Gu approached the He Sure Bai, but as he drew nearer, he felt his inner true energy beginning to stir violently. Fengyan Wujin was also astute, and like Su Ruowu, he had guessed Li Ji's intentions. as the fireworks exploded into the sky, illuminating the earth. Shunshi briefly surveyed the number of reinforcements and felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even the esteemed commander of the Longqing Guards, Li Pin, dared not place all his bets on him. In reality, the court was also acting on Emperor Hongzhi Zhu Yozhang's orders to bolster Shunshi's reputation. Rui Mengmeng remained atop the city walls, among the many soldiers stationed there, preparing to open the Ether Gate and bombard the giants drawn by humanity. Li Yi was also a renowned general in Jiangdong, rivaling Xie Jing, celebrated for his unmatched bravery. During the Battle of Yiling, he had fought Zhang Bao to a standstill over 20 rounds. Xie Qian felt a surge of anger and contemplated teaching Shunshi a lesson. Had Zhu Hozhao been present, he would have scolded the emperor alongside him. According to the information provided by Lin Feng, Li Feifei's super gene had yet to activate, likely due to psychological trauma. If this were not resolved, she might never become a super soldier. Albert felt the arm holding the gun become numb, swelling tremendously and increasing in size. Yu Shintian originally wore a look of disdain, but when Su Ming's overwhelming gunfire descended, his expression changed abruptly. Damn it! Who dares intrude into my territory of the Annihilation Insect clan? Arianuris's face darkened, rising with a 7th-level aura that radiated unrestrained hostility. The Lithuanian team's perimeter players shouted warnings to Olgauskas, but it was too late. Long Jingong's daring ambush took him by surprise. Just as Olgauskas raised the ball to pass, it was snatched away by Long Jinggang. However, Wuxin gathered spiritual energy not for cultivation. His current level had reached a bottleneck. Absorbing spiritual energy was merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, the natural spiritual energy coalesced, gathering between Wuxin's hands to form a colossal orb of light, which then began to rotate slowly. Lin Dong observed the despair and a hint of resentment concealed in Lin Pingji's eyes, shaking his head. He took a sip of tea and gently patted Lin Pingji's shoulder, reminding him that during these days, Lin Pingji had been diligently attending to him, and Lin Dong was not entirely indifferent. "Commander, Chief Buck, let us first investigate that location. There may yet be survivors." Su Hao proposed. Qin Yu assisted Sheng Jiai into a wheelchair after considerable effort. Yet, Sheng Jiai stared at her intently, her gaze entirely unlike that of someone who had just undergone surgery and had not yet awakened from anesthesia. Yi Tongmu sat in the car, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel. He clearly heard the words spoken by Luo Qima. Recently, Zhong Liu had been somewhat troubled. First it was Su Zijian and Li Mayan, then Lu Ji and Qin Wan. Consequently, she had not returned to Li Mayan's villa in several days, preferring to remain at school, where she engaged in leisurely activities with Yao Yao in the publicity department, apart from attending classes. The true energy within him began to circulate, condensing in his hands, which were soon enveloped in a golden glow. At that moment, his hands transcended human form, transforming into true golden hands. However, Uchiha Tianjima was also acutely aware that it was unrealistic for the Uchiha clan to annihilate the Senju clan at this juncture. Although the Senju clan had yet to devise a countermeasure against the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the higher echelons were at a disadvantage. Yin Luer, who had received the injection, exhibited no further reactions, remaining obediently asleep. Zhang Yi was still unable to achieve his objectives and could only intensify his training across various skills, physical, mental, and psychological, continuously educating his soldiers. Zhang Yi's troops seized control of the northern gate of the county town, where they eliminated 23 enemy soldiers, 16 puppet troops, and several innocent civilians who were mistakenly killed under duress. The losses incurred by Zhang Yi's forces included 2 infantrymen who sacrificed their lives and 1 who was injured. After waiting for approximately the duration of a tea break, Yi Haoshuan returned, beaming with joy, seemingly quite elated. Speaking of which, compared to the Berlin Film Festival in early February, the American Oscars at the end of February, and the Cannes Film Festival in mid-May, the Venice Film Festival held in this month was the most delightful. After unloading, the entire area was cluttered with ammunition boxes, canned goods, artillery shells, gas masks, and various other items, much to the delight of the guerrilla fighters and villagers who jumped with joy. The second shadowy figure struggled briefly beneath Lin Hao before succumbing to defeat. At that moment, Gan Jing's performance in the courtyard may not have been masterful, but it was certainly commendable, more than adequate to hold the stage. Witnessing the incompetence of this group, Yi Haoshuan truly contemplated issuing a direct order for the nine-tailed fox to eliminate them, but after a moment of reflection, he ultimately refrained. Chapter 206. The turmoil in Tiandou in the dead of night, in Zhu Zhuqing's room. She sealed the letter and stared blankly for a long while before placing it on the table. Upon opening the door, she stepped outside. In the empty streets of the small town, Zhu Zhuqing paused to gaze up at the night sky, where a bright moon shone overhead, with only a few stars twinkling in the firmament. She recalled the night she stole a kiss with Jiang Ling while stargazing in the Xingluo ancient realm. Lying in his embrace, without lingering, she took her leave. The next day, Jiang Ling awoke to find Hu Laiina's presence absent. Senior sister? Senior sister? Jiang Ling called out several times, but received no response. Hastily donning his clothes, he hurried downstairs and caught the attention of the innkeeper, inquiring, "Have you seen the girl who was with me yesterday?" The innkeeper replied, "I saw her leave to buy something. She told me that if you awoke, you should eat first and not wait for her." "What about the other girl who accompanied me? The one who seemed cold yet beautiful? I haven't seen her come down. Is there anything else you wish to ask, sir?" "She hasn't come down?" Jiang Ling muttered to himself. "Oh, never mind. You may go about your duties." "Thank you, innkeeper." Jiang Ling ascended the stairs and knocked on Zhu Zhuqing's door. "Zhuqing? Zhuqing?" Creaking open the door, he discovered it was unlocked. Upon entering, his eyes fell upon the letter on the table, and he hastily opened it. "Dear Jiang Ge, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed. I apologize for my impulsiveness. Remember when I was reluctant to leave with you? I thought it was because I feared you would struggle to face your fiancé. But it was only yesterday that I realized I was the one afraid to confront Sister Hu. I once believed I was the girl who loved you most in the world, at least not inferior to Sister Hu, but only yesterday did I recognize my error. The dragon should hide in the clouds, and you should remain in my heart. Sister Hu has concealed you in her heart. Yet the eyes are the windows to the soul. When I gaze into Sister Hu's eyes, I saw you. Her love for you is pure, without a trace of impurity. The nearly 2 years I spent with you were the happiest of my life. It is time for me to leave. Having occupied your heart for 2 years, it is time for me to return you to Sister Hu. Jiang Ge, let us grant each other some time to gather the courage to face Sister Hu. During this time, I will cherish our past moments. Jiang Ge, I love you, and thus I hope you are surrounded by admiration, that the path you walk is adorned with blooming flowers and filled with joyous sounds. Do not frown upon my departure. Leaving was my own choice. I will not accompany you on the way to Tiandou." Zhuqing departed. "Zhuqing, did you leave because of my concealment yesterday?" Jiang Ling sat despondently on a stool. As the sun rose high, Hu Laiina gradually returned. "I bought you many clothes. The ones I prepared for you last time are nearly worn out, aren't they?" Hu Laiina pulled out a pile of items from her jade pendant, including clothes and shoes. Observing Hu Laiina's bustling activity, Jiang Ling was overwhelmed with guilt. Approaching her and wrapping his arms around her from behind. After a moment, he softly said, "I'm sorry." Hu Laiina was momentarily taken aback, her small hands resting on the arms that encircled her waist, yet she did not speak. In truth, she had long since realized. If one were to trace back to when this began, it was likely when Jiang Ling introduced Zhu Zhuqing. Having loved Jiang Ling since childhood, Hu Laiina was intimately acquainted with his habits. It was precisely for this reason that she requested to share a room with Jiang Ling, even sharing a bed. She was unsure whether she was asserting her claim over him or acting out of fear. Up until this point, Hu Laiina had merely harbored suspicions. Consequently, when Jiang Ling, in his foolishness, used the excuse of having a friend to test her, he shattered the last vestige of her hope. In that instant, it felt as if her heart had shattered. She was at a loss for how to proceed. Given the circumstances, Hu Laiina believed she should be angry, slap Jiang Ling, berate him as a scoundrel, and break up with him. Yet, she found herself unable to act, unable to voice her feelings, and unwilling to let go. Indeed, the one who falls in love first is the loser. Jiang Ling turned Hu Laiina's body towards him and kissed her directly. This kiss left Hulaina momentarily bewildered. You scoundrel, I haven't even forgiven you yet, and you're already taking advantage. Hulaina struggled fiercely, but was firmly held in Jiang Ling's embrace. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she bit down hard. Her piercing scream echoed throughout the entire tavern. The azure sky drifted with a few white clouds. Upon closer inspection, two figures could be seen weaving through them. Wet season, Zanyo, Etion. We have arrived at Tiando Poison City, Jiang Ling slurred, looking down at Hulaina in his arms. Hulaina's bite had been quite severe. 3 days later, Jiang Ling's mouth had yet to heal. Seeing Jiang Ling in this state, Hulaina could not help but laugh. Smack! What are you laughing at? Jiang Ling playfully slapped Hulaina's pert backside, angered by embarrassment. You! After being struck, Hulaina's face flushed crimson. If it weren't in the sky, would you dare to be so brazen? Smack! Well, in the sky, one can do as one pleases. Jiang Ling playfully slapped her again, grinning. I'll bite. Unable to endure any longer, Hulaina sank her teeth into Jiang Ling's arm. Hey no, senior sister, let go or I'll fall. In the sky, a flying sword swayed unsteadily. What has transpired in the Pope's palace of Wuhuan City, Your Holiness? Yue Guan inquired, noticing the troubled expression on Bibidong's face. Linger has sent a message stating that the Tiando Empire is obstructing the Wuhuan Temple's efforts to eradicate the evil soul masters, and that's Saruth. The Platinum Bishop of the Tiando Wuhuan Temple has taken no action regarding this matter. The message also included a vial of medicine obtained from the evil soul masters, which significantly enhances soul power at the risk of potential mental disarray. Linger suggests we investigate this potion. After speaking, Bibi Dong raised her hand, and the letter fell before Yue Guan. After a moment, Yue Guan remarked, based on the letter's description, Saruth's actions seem intended to undermine the royal family's support among the populace. The aristocratic influence in the Tiando Empire is already strong. If there are further impediments to the Wuhuan Temple's campaign against the evil soul masters, while the empire may not descend into chaos, the royal family's reputation will undoubtedly suffer further decline. Bibi Dong pondered for a while before stating, issue an order for Saruth to resolve this matter promptly. The eradication of the evil soul masters is of utmost priority. However, Your Holiness, Yue Guan hesitated, wishing to offer further counsel. Dispatch the orders. Yes, Your Holiness. Seeing Bibidong's resolute demeanor, Yue Guan could only acquiesce. In the Tiando Empire, where one is born dictates one's status. Even a wastrel from a noble lineage can gain entry to the Tiando Royal Academy, while a commoner, regardless of innate talent, cannot. The Tiando Empire is essentially a domain ruled by aristocrats, where major sects operate independently and smaller factions unite for support. For the grassroots to rise above, it is exceedingly challenging. Senior sister, that must be the Tiando Royal Academy. It appears far more splendid than ours, Jiang Ling remarked, gazing down at a grand mountain. As dusk approached, the sunset's afterglow enveloped the mountain housing the Tiando Royal Academy, the lake, and the surrounding forest, as if adorned with a golden veil of twilight. The academy may be impressive, yet regrettably, it is filled with self-important, arrogant individuals and few students of merit, Hulaina commented, following Jiang Ling's gaze with a scoff. Have you been here before? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. Not long after you departed, I set out for my own trials. When I left, the teacher mentioned you had gone to the Xinglua Empire. I thought the teacher was deceiving me and headed in the opposite direction, arriving at Tiando first, Hulaina replied, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. The teacher likely anticipated your thoughts, Jiang Ling chuckled. We are nearing the city gate. Let us descend, he said as he guided the Changhong, sword slowly downward. Upon entering Tiando City, Jiang Ling immediately sensed a vastly different atmosphere compared to Xinglua. Although both cities were equally prosperous, Tiando exuded an air of lavishness. What shall we do next? Shall we head directly to the Wuhuan Temple, or wait for the teacher's letter? According to the timeline, the teacher's command should arrive at the Wuhuan Temple the day after tomorrow, Hulaina inquired softly, glancing at Jiang Ling. It is too late today. Let us find a hotel to stay in and visit the Wuhuan Temple tomorrow, Jiang Ling decided after a moment's contemplation. Agreed. Standing for so long has made my legs weary. Hulaina stretched, revealing her perfect figure. Shall we book a room? Jiang Ling felt a twinge of temptation. You flatter me. 2 rooms. Hulaina shot him a glare and briskly walked ahead. Tiando City was bustling, with hotels flourishing everywhere, especially couples hotels. They passed at least 8 or 10 along the way. Senior sister, if the next one is also a couple's hotel, we might as well go in. We can always book 2 rooms, Jiang Ling expressed, finding the walking akin to a tiresome shopping spree. Fine, Hulaina responded, somewhat exasperated. I don't recall seeing so many of these hotels when I visited last year. Before long, Jiang Ling and Hulaina stood before a hotel named Kikyo, which, compared to the previous ones, appeared much more modest. Yet it was unmistakably a couple's hotel, given that the flower language of Kikyo signifies eternal, unregretful love. After you, senior sister. Jiang Ling smiled and gestured for her to enter. What lies behind that smile? I will enter, Hulaina declared, determined to follow through. Upon entering, they encountered a couple exiting, appearing affectionate and content. Upon seeing Hulaina, their eyes lit up, and upon noticing Jiang Ling, their expression shifted to envy. As they passed by, they remarked, "Brother, you are truly fortunate. Enjoy it well." Jiang Ling was taken aback, as both he and Hulaina were soul masters. And hearing such words incited Hulaina's ire, causing her to turn and prepare to kick the person. "Enjoy what, you fool?" Jiang Ling quickly intervened, knowing a kick from her could easily incapacitate an ordinary person. "We will take 2 rooms," Hulaina angrily stated as she approached the front desk and tapped lightly on the service staff's desk. "Certainly." The staff looked up and was momentarily entranced by Hulaina's beauty. Hulaina frowned slightly, prompting Jiang Ling to clear his throat and say, "Please be quick." "Ah yes, of course." The staff snapped back to reality and replied hastily, "Are you certain you want 2 rooms and not 1? The staff looked up at the striking pair with a puzzled expression. With a smile, Jiang Ling regarded Hulaina. "What nonsense! It is indeed 2 rooms," Hulaina said, feeling a bit flustered under his gaze. "Very well. Please provide your names for registration." Jiang Ling, Hulaina. "Thank you. Please proceed to the 3rd floor." The staff handed Jiang Ling the room key card. "Let us go, senior sister." Jiang Ling naturally took Hulaina's hand as they walked toward the staircase. "Please book a room." Just a short distance away, Jiang Ling heard a man's voice. "Name? Yu Xiaojiang." Jiang Ling halted, the smile fading from his face as he turned to look. A middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a blue robe, exuded an air of despondency. "What is it?" Hulaina followed Jiang Ling's gaze and saw nothing particularly special. "It's nothing. Let us head upstairs," Jiang Ling replied, turning back with a smile. After dining in Hulaina's room and lingering until the midnight hour, Jiang Ling did not return to rest, but instead followed the spiritual mark he had left on Yu Xiaojiang during the dusk. His gaze turned icy, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Jiang Ling's disdain for Yu Xiaojiang was evident. In his view, Yu Xiaojiang was a coward, unwilling to accept his own ordinariness and weakness. A coward holds no value. If Yu Xiaojiang seeks to rise above mediocrity, he must achieve results that earn others' recognition rather than basking in the glow of borrowed wisdom and self-satisfaction. When faced with skepticism, he adopts a disingenuous, self-deceiving demeanor of superiority. With the extensive history of Dalu, the understanding of martial souls and the selection of soul rings has matured significantly. Any family with a bit of heritage knows the intricacies of soul ring selection. Moreover, the notion that plant-type soul masters can absorb animal soul rings, and that beast martial souls can absorb plant soul rings is nothing new. Jiang Ling scoffed at this. The realm of soul masters is rife with fanatics, and many have already experimented with Yu Xiaojiang's theories. The records in the Wuhuan Temple's library detail thousands of instances of beast martial souls absorbing plant soul rings. Often, the majority of soul masters lack the strength to select their soul rings. They exert every ounce of their energy merely to acquire a single soul ring, rendering the nature of the ring, be it from a beast or a plant, of little consequence. It seems universally acknowledged on the continent that the innate soul power directly correlates with the potency of one's martial spirit. In summary, The theories posited by Yu Shaojiang, or perhaps more aptly, the theories he has transcribed, are dismissed by powerful soul masters and deemed unnecessary by commoners. Only novices like Tang San would seek him as a mentor. Had it not been for Tang San's remarkable protagonist aura, he would have long been rendered obsolete by Yu Shaojiang. Despite numerous fortuitous encounters, the later stages of Lan Yin Chao proved to be exceedingly lackluster. In battles of equal strength, one must rely on brute force. Had it not been for the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, he would have been exposed directly. This only serves to highlight Yu Shaojiang's lack of integrity. Jiang Ling would merely scoff at him and would not spare a glance at such a person if encountered on the road. What truly ignited Jiang Ling's murderous intent were the events that transpired 2 years later during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Didi and Zhang Kuang were filled with regret, having not anticipated that, at the last moment, their adversaries would breach their defenses. Very well, let us take refuge here for now. If that old man harbors any ulterior motives, it will not be too late to expel him. The myriad demons and beasts on the ghostly Master's platform emitted a symphony of varying, melodious howls, momentarily halting the fervent discussions within the arena. Qin Yang felt a jolt of pain. He had not anticipated that his destructive path would capture the attention of the heavens. Especially after their unexpected encounter in Luoyang City. The atmosphere had transformed entirely. Though they stood in proximity, an inexplicable barrier prevented them from returning to their former selves. As for her capricious emotions, Yixian had long since become indifferent. The trio had arrived before the towering edifice. Upon seeing Yixian, Song Rue Bo was utterly perplexed. Yixian, recognizing a familiar face, hurriedly recounted the events, exasperating Song Rue Bo to the point of laughter and tears. After awakening the guard, who confirmed Yixian's account, he proceeded to deliver a severe reprimand before lifting the alert. After Ma Lu Dan and Yang Bian took turns apologizing, they insisted that the remaining bandits do the same until Yang Bian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Wei trailed closely behind Li Chui Hai, whose imposing stature nearly enveloped him in shadow. The renowned mountain ceased to speak, for the ethereal manner was undoubtedly far more powerful. Its master was a cultivator at the later stages of the Golden Core, rendering him no match. Hong Zhuang shyly shot a glance at him, turning her head in embarrassment to say, "Then I shall forgive you." Her bashful demeanor, reminiscent of a lotus flower trembling in the cool breeze, stirred one's heart. Having rushed to the scene, the banners trailing behind, it was fortunate that they arrived in time to assist the general in storming the city. Otherwise, I would have missed my military merit, ha. Ma Chao laughed heartily. He approached a massive stone in the courtyard, steadied his breath, and then strained to lift the boulder. I truly have a wife. She treats me well. To save me, she left alone, and I must find her, Li Fei asserted. He saw several figures in black surrounding Zhang Yunzhe, who was besieged and suffering greatly, blood streaming down half his face, his brow fractured. Yet, the black-clad assailants were not faring much better, with 2 having been knocked to the ground, struggling to rise. So moving, baby, I love you to death. Yulin made an adorable expression before promptly stuffing the scroll into her own bag. Cheng Yinzhong did not conceal his intentions. He sought to make William comprehend his thoughts. For this was a significant opportunity, one that William would not let slip away, awaiting only the right conditions. The Japanese, both furious and agitated, remained silent, the few formidable figures among them suppressing their anger. Luo Wuxing? Yi Qingjue's retort lacked its previous pretense, genuinely astonished, for he only knew her as Hua Wuliu, who sang a melody every day at the Mingyue Tianya Song Festival. Beyond that, he had failed to uncover any leads. Oh, no, I refuse. I want to return to my own body. Long Fei was adamant, having nearly met his demise during these recent traversals. Just as the shockwave reached the city, it was effortlessly deflected by the protective shield that suddenly appeared at the city's edge. For reasons unknown, he felt exceedingly drowsy. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a refreshing pill manufactured by Changbai, which could instantly revitalize even the most fatigued individuals. Upon placing it in his mouth and chewing, a chill surged through his head, and the spiciness made his eyes water, numbing his tongue. Just as he pondered, Scarface seized him and ran, which was quite frustrating. Scarface glanced back intermittently, and so did he, seeing nothing in the low visibility, which extended only 100 meters. June Mo Lee found it amusing, thinking she would never guess how he knew about the red mole on her chest. Inemo furrowed her brows, sensing impending trouble. Suddenly, that person's eyes snapped open, filled with piercing green energy, instilling a sense of dread. Could I truly contend with this white skeleton, which casually pushed and threw me into the earth? Lu Yi was acutely aware of the disparity. Xueting was perplexed, and Li Shuai remarked to him, "There will be opportunities, but do not fall in love with her. Otherwise, you shall find yourself without a grave." This was not a threat. It was a jest. Who would dare to vie for a person with the celestial star? The 5 elements sword spirit returned to the sword, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent. As boundless sword energy erupted from the 5 spirit swords, surging toward He Yunjian like a tidal wave. Yu Qin smiled, supporting Yulan. Yet her thoughts were consumed with concern for Chu Xiao. Although she lacked martial skill, she could discern that Chu Rant's every strike was vicious and lethal, while Chu Xiao was retreating and evading. One was aggressive, the other defensive. If this continued, Chu Xiao would surely be in peril. Apologies. This chapter has me breaking out in a cold sweat. I belatedly realized the issue and immediately switched the content. Gu Xianyin was the first to step into the black light, which swirled around her like a living entity. Zhao Ruoji and Lu Shuai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They even clasped hands as they stepped into the black light together. Qi Longhan and Shanzhong Tian followed Zhao Ruoji into the black light, with the members of the Guxian clan bringing up the rear. However, the black silk living corpses had lost their self-awareness. The 2 guarding them would not explain the situation nor identify any intruders. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. The 3 felt fortunate that the black silk living corpses lacked consciousness and could not speak. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Chapter 207. You look truly splendid today. Is that outfit new? It doesn't resemble the one I previously gifted you, but it is far more attractive than the ones I bought. Yes, this was purchased by my 3rd sister. Your choices are also lovely, and I adore them. Oh, really? And your makeup today is quite fitting as well. Yes, it was also done by my 3rd sister. Then I shall learn from her and do your makeup in the future. All right, on the roof. Nuzhan perked up his ears, intently watching the 2 in the courtyard, feeling anxious and restless. Having understood Jiang Ling's character, Nuzhan relaxed. My young master, your conversation could make me feel embarrassed enough to excavate a 3-bedroom apartment. The young master appears sharp-witted, yet when it comes to courting a girlfriend, he is less adept than this rough fellow. At this moment, what more was there to say? It was evident that Miss Zhu Qing harbored feelings for him. All he needed to do was embrace her and kiss her. Nuzhan muttered to himself in frustration. No, I must lend the young master a hand. Gradually, he gathered a sphere of soul power in his right hand. Just as he was about to throw it toward Jiang Ling, his hand hesitated, realizing, no, the young master is too vigilant. My aim may not reach him. I shall target Miss Zhu Qing instead. Xiaozhu, please forgive my intrusion. I only do this for your lifelong happiness, murmured Nuzhan to himself. The soul force energy cluster was suddenly cast forth, scattering dramatically as it neared Zhu Zhuqing. With her head bowed, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a tremendous force from behind, propelling her toward Jiang Ling. Ah, she whispered softly. Zhuqing, Jiang Ling exclaimed as he swiftly embraced her slender waist, his gaze instantly capturing the sight of the still exposed Nuzhan. Uncle knew. Jiang Ling understood Nuzhan's intentions, yet felt somewhat speechless, realizing that Nuzhan had been eavesdropping all along. Although somewhat helpless, he knew he would not squander the opportunity that Nuzhan had created. Are you all right, Zhuqing? Jiang Ling inquired, his left arm encircling her waist while his right hand supported her shoulder. I'm fine, really, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice delicate. Just feeling a bit weak. Feeling weak? Jiang Ling instantly deduced that Nuzhan was behind it. Then let us rest for a moment. Zhuqing. All right. She acquiesced as Jiang Ling prepared to help her sit down. A glance revealed Nuzhan peeking again. Still trying to sneak a look, you scoundrel, Jiang Ling thought. Zhu Qing, there's a breeze outside. Let us return to the room. With a princess carry, he lifted the feeble Zhu Qing into his arms. A breeze? But the sun is shining brightly today. Zhu Qing pondered silently, yet did not voice her objections. Nu Zhan glared at Jiang Ling as he carried Zhu Qing away, fuming. I created this opportunity for you, and now you've turned your back on me without even a glance? As a master, you should not behave this way. Back in the room, Jiang Ling helped Zhu Qing sit on the bed, placing his palm against her back, a surge of energy flowing into her. Feeling better? He asked. Zhu Qing flexed her hands, the strength returning. She nodded gently. Jiang Ling felt reassured and settled onto the bed, reclining backward, yet his hand did not withdraw. It slid from her waist down to her thigh. What happened just now? Why did I suddenly feel so weak? Zhu Qing contemplated removing Jiang Ling's hand, but found herself unable to act. Well, it might be a side effect of the essence of water, Jiang Ling asserted confidently. But isn't that a divine object? Could it have side effects? Zhu Qing questioned, puzzled. Indeed, it is a divine object with immense energy. Your body couldn't fully endure it, hence the occasional fatigue. However, it will pass once your body adjusts, Jiang Ling fabricated. Oh, I see. By the way, Zhu Qing, I plan to leave Xinglua City. Would you come with me? Zhu Qing's heart tightened. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. I want to be joining you. I intend to stay and cultivate diligently within my family to bring about change. When you have time, please remember to visit me, she said, gripping her skirt tightly. Silence enveloping them for a long moment before she forced a smile. In Xinglua, she could always be with Jiang Ling, but what about after leaving? She would inevitably encounter Jiang Ling as fiancé, and rather than face an awkward situation, it seemed better to remain here. Why? Jiang Ling paused before inquiring, sensing he had already gleaned part of the answer. Have you considered how you will introduce me to your fiancé? Jiang Ling could hardly believe Zhu Qing would say that Hulai Na would not mind. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Zhu Qing seemed to anticipate something, and at that moment, she would believe whatever Jiang Ling said. Perhaps even if he were to silence her with a kiss, she might not resist. Yet Jiang Ling remained silent, perhaps a reflection of his affection for her, proving that he was not merely enamored by her beauty. But this was not what Zhu Qing desired at this moment. She gently removed Jiang Ling's hand from her thigh and stood, saying, Brother Jiang, I'll be heading back now. With a creak, the door closed, and silence returned to the room. Jiang Ling remained motionless on the bed. As Zhu Qing exited, she unexpectedly encountered Nu Zhan in the courtyard. Miss Zhu Qing, have you finished your conversation with our young master? Would you care to stay for a meal? I've already made arrangements, Nu Zhan said warmly. No, I'll head back now. Zhu Qing replied flatly, though her eyes were already reddening. Nu Zhan watched her hastily depart and wondered aloud. What is wrong with her? Did Miss Zhu Qing just cry? Did the young master force himself upon her? Young master, that is not how one pursues a girl. Leaving the courtyard, Zhu Qing quickened her pace toward her family, a single tear rolling down her cheek. If I had met you first, would we not be in this situation? That night, Jiang Ling, clutching a jug of wine, poured it into his mouth with fervor, wielding a sword in his other hand. It was his first experience with alcohol. Young master, that is not how one drinks, Nu Zhan interjected. Uncle Nu, just let me be today, Jiang Ling retorted, gulping down another large mouthful of wine, the sword pointing defiantly ahead. Life is but a dream in the dream. Swift in revenge. After drinking, he sang loudly while wielding the sword, completing a series of sword moves until the iron blade shattered, and the wine jug was empty. Jiang Ling fell backward, and Nu Zhan quickly caught him, observing the inebriated young master. Fear not, young master. It's not just Zhu Qing who is beautiful and well-endowed. Rest assured, I'll find you 10 or 8 more. The next day at dawn, Nu Zhan left the small courtyard quietly and made his way to the Wuhuan Sacred Hall. Inside, he was met by Mao Qin, who sat at the helm. Nu Zhan, why are you not with the young master? What brings you here? You must know that the young master's injury was reported to the Pope, and if anything goes awry, we shall both face consequences. The young master's injury is not serious. Why report it? Nuzhan replied with a distressed expression. There's nothing to be done. The Pope commanded that all matters concerning the young master must be reported, and those who dare conceal the truth will face dire repercussions. However, you need not worry too much. I've already clarified the situation, and the Pope likely will not hold it against you. Now, tell me why you are here. Malchine consoled. Well, it's like this, Bishop Ma. The young master has experienced heartbreak and is in a low mood. I wish for you to arrange for 10 or 8 beautiful women to help him recover swiftly from this emotional blow, preferably beautiful, voluptuous, slender-waisted, and fair-skinned, Nuzhan quickly stated, not forgetting the important matter. Is that what the young master desires? Yes. Are you sure this isn't what you want? Nonsense. I, Nuzhan, am devoted to my wife. I would never stray, Nuzhan replied, his face flushing with indignation. Very well, I understand. You may return now and ensure the young master's safety. Malchine waved his hand. Yes. Watching Nuzhan depart, Malchine stroked his short beard, pondering how to explain this matter to the Pope. Early morning, shortly after Nuzhan returned to the courtyard, 8 women were delivered, perfectly matching his request. Even Nuzhan had to marvel at the speed and quality of the arrangement, all meeting his specifications and clearly not from a brothel. Follow me. The young master is inside and still asleep, so be careful not to disturb him. Once he awakens, do as he asks. Nuzhan instructed as he approached Jiang Ling's door. Understood, sir. The leading lady responded, revealing that they were well aware of their fates as the servants of the wealthy. To put it bluntly, mere playthings. Their only hope was that their master would not be too unattractive and would possess a temperament that was not overly irritable. However, it was somewhat peculiar that a person would require the service of 8 individuals. The group of women entered the room, gliding softly to the bedside of Jiang Ling. How handsome! At that moment, Jiang Ling was not wearing a disguise. His prominent nose and delicate lips gave him a fresh and refined appearance. He felt a throbbing headache, and without utilizing his soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol, he found the sensation of a hangover excruciating. In a daze, he sensed someone had entered his chamber. Perhaps it was Uncle Nu, but why did it smell so delightful? Never mind. Let me sleep a little longer. As the sun rose high in the sky, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a blinding expanse of white. Turning his head, he beheld a stunning visage. He felt his arm enveloped in something soft, accompanied by a weight pressing against his abdomen. Stunned for a moment, he exclaimed, "What the?" Jiang Ling abruptly rolled out of bed and leapt to the door. "Who are you?" He saw several beautiful women lounging on the bed, all in disarray, their alluring figures exposed. As the embrace around him disappeared, the ladies began to awaken. Among them, a slightly older woman rose and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Young master, we are the servants sent by Lord Nuzhan to attend to you." The woman's state of undress was quite revealing as she bowed before Jiang Ling, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. "Nuzhan?" Jiang Ling burst through the door and called out, "Nuzhan, come out here." The women in the room were bewildered, wondering if they had done something wrong. "Young master, I am here. You came out so quickly. Damn it. I ask you, what is going on in my room? Did you arrange this?" Jiang Ling glared at the jovial Nuzhan, his anger palpable. Jiang Ling rarely lost his temper. "Young master, did not Miss Zhu Qing reject you yesterday? I noticed you were gloomy and drinking to drown your sorrows, so I devised this plan out of concern for you. Rest assured, they are all innocent and chosen according to Miss Zhu Qing's standards, equally matched." Nuzhan hurriedly explained upon seeing Jiang Ling's displeasure. "This is absurd. My relationship with Zhu Qing is about love. Do you understand what love is? Young master, I'm already married." Jiang Ling felt exhausted and was disinclined to argue with Nuzhan. "Do you truly wish to send them away? Those ladies are extraordinary, not inferior to Miss Zhu Qing." Nuzhan persisted, unwilling to relent. "Nuzhan, this matter is not to be mentioned again. Zhu Qing is Zhu Qing, one of a kind. Do you understand?" Jiang Ling spoke coldly. Nuzhan felt a chill run down his spine. The young master was genuinely angry. "Yes, young master, I will attend to it immediately." Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the small courtyard. Thus, 5 more days passed, during which Jiang Ling remained in the courtyard, drinking and practicing swordplay. Meanwhile, after returning from Jiang Ling's residence, Zhu Qing spent an entire night curled up on her bed and dedicated the following days to rigorous training, successfully absorbing her third soul ring. At the Wuhuan temple, Bai Dong perused the letter in her hand, her beautiful brows knitting together. A heartbreak? 8 maidservants? How could Linger experience heartbreak? During this period, Linger had been unable to contact Nana, and there were no conflicts to speak of. Could it be that after Jiang Ling's injury a few days ago, though Bai Dong felt pained, she did not voice her concerns? After all, trials often come with injuries. However, this Markin had audaciously accused Jiang Ling of infidelity and misconduct. Bai Dong fumed. She had raised Jiang Ling herself and was well aware of his character. Yuguan, Your Holiness. Yuguan stepped forward and slightly bowed. Go to Xing Luo and verify this matter. Bai Dong instructed as she handed the letter to Yuguan. After reading the letter, Yuguan paused for a moment before replying, understood. As he exited the hall, he couldn't help but think, Jiang Ling, you are on the verge of marriage, with your wife being your childhood companion and your senior sister. Do you not realize how much the Pope dotes on your senior sister? How could you engage in such reckless behavior during your training period, with 8 maidens no less? Unexpectedly, little Jiang Ling, who appeared so chaste in Wuhuan City, was indulging in such wild escapades outside. Alas, while I, titled may jest, I must fulfill my duties. In Xing Luo City, Jiang Ling felt that he could no longer continue in this manner. Evasion would not solve the problem, and persisting would only lead to self-destruction. He resolved to seek Zhu Qing that evening. Regardless of the outcome, he intended to leave the next day. The following day, Zhu Qing and Jiang Ling had little to concern themselves with in Xing Luo City. They packed only a few simple belongings and, before dawn, took to the skies on their swords. Zhu Qing left a letter for her third sister, imagining her sister's expression upon reading it. After all, the previous night, Zhu Qing had been in a state of tender affection, yet by daybreak, she had eloped with her young lover. Jiang Ling also penned a letter for Nu Zhan. Despite the trouble he had caused, the intention stemmed from a place of concern, and he felt reluctant for Nu Zhan to face punishment on his account. Additionally, he took the opportunity to visit Inbu Kuei's residence, leaving a portion of gold soul coins for his blind sister, which motivated him to work diligently for her sake. Outside Xing Luo City, as Jiang Ling and Zhu Qing soared through the skies, unaware that their sudden departure disrupted certain individuals' plans. Zhu Qing's astonishing leap of 10 levels caught the attention of her father, who understood that he could not directly inquire with his daughter. He was well aware of her temperament. Instead, he approached Zhu Zhuyun to gather information that could be related to Jiang Luo. Just as he prepared to investigate, he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhu Qing and Jiang Ling had already slipped away. Zhu Qing's father was concerned about the secret behind her extraordinary leap, while another individual, a blue-haired youth who bore a grudge against Jiang Ling, opted to remain in Xing Luo City for the sake of the wooden plaque held by Jiang Ling. For the time being, everything in Xing Luo was irrelevant to Jiang Ling. He was now traversing the continent with his beloved, fearing that Nu Zhan and his companions might pursue them. Jiang Ling decided to fly a considerable distance away from Xing Luo before switching to walking. With his left arm wrapped around Zhu Qing's waist and his right hand guiding the sword, Zhu Qing nestled against Jiang Ling, her head resting lightly on his chest as she gazed dreamily at the scenery flashing by beneath them. Where shall we go next? Jiang Ling inquired, looking down at Zhu Qing. I do not know where to go. You decide. I have never left Xing Luo City in my life. Anywhere is fine, Zhu Qing replied, shaking her head. Very well. I shall take you to explore every corner of the continent, and we shall enjoy our lives together until old age. Jiang Ling smiled, adding silently in his heart that he would compensate for her unfortunate childhood. Zhu Qing responded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Onward. Jiang Ling executed a sword technique, increasing their speed dramatically. A startled Zhu Qing clung tightly to Jiang Ling. Haha. On the third day after Jiang Ling and Zhu Qing's departure, Douluo Yuguan quietly entered Xing Luo Imperial City, only to leave again the following morning. In the Pope's Hall at Wuhuan City, a melodious yet authoritative female voice resonated within the vast chamber, imparting a unique sense of elegance and gravity. Have the matters been clarified? Your Holiness, we have ascertained that the young master's acquisition of 8 maidservants was not by his own volition, but rather a misunderstanding, Yu Guan replied respectfully. Oh, that is good to hear, Bai Dong responded, her demeanor softening considerably. Merely, what do you mean? Bai Dong gazed at the hesitant Yu Guan, a slight frown adorning her brow. Speak. Your Holiness, according to my investigations, the young master has indeed developed feelings for a girl in Xingluo. She is the 4th young lady of the Yu Mingling Mao family, Zhu Zhuqing, and by the time I arrived, the young master had already left the Xingluo Empire with her several days prior. Yu Guan bowed slightly and spoke swiftly. Nonsense. Bai Dong's staff trembled, unleashing an overwhelming aura that intimidated Yu Guan below. A chill ran through his heart as he thought. The Pope's power has grown ever more formidable. Your Holiness, shall I retrieve the young master? No need. We'll discuss it upon his return from training. You may leave now. Bai Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Understood. Nah, Ling Er, you have truly disappointed me. Bai Dong returned to the Pope's chair, resting a hand on her forehead as she sighed. Achio. On a bustling street, Jiang Ling held several skewers of candied hawthorn, rubbing his nose. How strange. Who is thinking of me? What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing set down the ornament she was selecting and hurried over to inquire. Alas, my beauty, have you decided against it after such a long selection? It's nothing. Just a bit of fluff tickle my nose. Here, candied hawthorn. Jiang Ling brought the treat close to Zhu Zhuqing's lips. She turned her face away, tugging at Jiang Ling's sleeve and whispered, Let us leave first. Just take a bite. Jiang Ling leaned forward again. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling helpless, thought, how could someone older than me be so adorable? She took a small bite. Is that enough? Let us hurry. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Jiang Ling away from the lively street, having had her fill of the curious gazes directed at them. Nearby, an elderly vendor watched the departing pair with a kind smile, remarking to a companion, Seeing these young people reminds me of my youth with my spouse. Alas, those days cannot be reclaimed. Enough of that. You should take a look at your spouse's appearance, and then compare it to the grace and temperament of their girlfriend. Yours is a match of a wolf and a leopard. Hey, who would still talk to you? Their conversation fell distinctly into Zhu Zhuqing's ears, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Zhu Zhuqing was already exceedingly beautiful, her figure captivating, and she had grown accustomed to the lecherous gazes, often ignoring them. However, standing beside Jiang Ling, who was unmasked, the way others looked at them transformed, their gazes filled with warmth and a sense of compatibility, growing ever more tender with age, often leaving Zhu Zhuqing blushing furiously. Watching Jiang Ling's amused expression, she playfully scolded, You're still laughing, put on your disguise. I want tea, it's too ugly. Then give it to me, I'll wear it. No way. I want to see your lovely face. You're infuriating. Zhu Zhuqing snatched the candied hawthorn from Jiang Ling's hand and bit into it. 1 year later. During this year, Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling not only savored every delicacy of the lands they traversed, but also beheld countless sights, and for the first time encountered the evil soul masters. They dismantled several of the evil soul masters' hideouts, saving many, including the granddaughter of Long Gong and Shipa, Meng Yiran. The tale of the unparalleled couple, Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling, began to circulate across Douluo continent. When Jiang Ling first encountered an evil soul master, he was utterly astonished. Evil soul masters? Perhaps they could not even be deemed human. Furthermore, the gathering places of evil soul masters lay within the two great empires. In a flash, half of the 3 years of training had passed, and Jiang Ling contemplated venturing to the Sunset Forest to procure celestial herbs. Within the territory of Tiando Empire, the sky was overcast with a light drizzle falling. 2 figures strolled through the rain, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that the rain evaporated within a foot of them due to an invisible force. Let us seek shelter here for the night and depart tomorrow, a man with orange-red hair remarked as he observed a few homes ahead with lights still aglow. All right, the black-haired beauty beside him nodded, her voice ethereal and tranquil, tinged with a hint of a lowly tone. The two were none other than Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been traveling across the continent. Having undergone a year of training, particularly in their life and death struggles against evil soul masters. Both had grown considerably more composed. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Ling gently rapped on the wooden door. Do you need something? A small girl cautiously opened the door a crack, her eyes filled with wariness. Little sister, where are your elders? It's late, and we have nowhere else to go. May we stay the night? Jiang Ling knelt, smiling gently. My brother has gone out. I'm home alone. Are you soul masters? The little girl inquired, her eyes darting. We are soul masters. How did you know? Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged surprised glances. Because it's raining outside, yet you are not wet at all. Only soul masters can do that. My brother is one. When it rained, my clothes wouldn't get wet beside him. The little girl seemed to admire her brother greatly. Your name is Yiya? Can you let us stay for the night? Jiang Ling smiled warmly, gently patting Yiya's head. He felt a pang of longing for Ling air, still lost in slumber. Oh, of course. Soul masters are all good people. Yiya is not afraid. She hastily opened the door. Have you met many soul masters? Zhu Zhuqing could not help but ask. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. In the future, I want to be as beautiful as her. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently, stroking Yiya's small face. You will be even more beautiful than your sister one day. But you still haven't answer my question. Yiya has only seen two soul masters. One is my brother, and the other is Grandpa Zhongwan. Grandpa Zhongwan looks fierce, but he is actually very kind and is responsible for the awakening of martial souls in the surrounding villages. My brother's martial soul was awakened by Grandpa Zhongwan. Next year, Yiya will also awaken her martial soul, and when I become a soul master and receive my subsidy, I will buy lots of things for my brother and Grandpa Zhongwan. The little girl danced with excitement. Then you must work hard. Jiang Ling smiled. By the way, big brother and big sister, you can sleep in Yiya's room. I will sleep in my brother's room. That night was quiet, with only the sound of raindrops pattering against the ground. Jiang Ling's hand slowly crept upwards, only to be halted by two small, slightly cold hands. Don't make noise, you'll wake little Yiya. Jiang Ling, feeling helpless, wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, the sun rose slowly, dispelling the gloom accumulated from the previous night's rain. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the still sleeping Yiya and took out some gold soul coins, intending to place them beside her bed. Seeing this, Jiang Ling stopped her, shaking his head. After a moment's thought, he took out some candied hawthorn and snacks from his jade pendant and placed them on the bedside. Let's depart. Jiang Ling softly urged Zhu Zhuqing. Not long after Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing left the village, three strange figures approached. Jiang Ling halted abruptly, glancing back at the departing village, only to see it engulfed in flames. That is Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted as she exclaimed in a trembling voice. Changhong sword. Jiang Ling scooped Zhu Zhuqing into his arms and soared toward the village. Alas, the blood of ordinary people is drawn too slowly. I say we should directly find those low-level soul masters. Those from the academies would do nicely, young, vibrant, and with little combat capability. A middle-aged man with blood-red hair, appearing extremely frail, licked his lips and smiled pervertedly. If you wish to die, then go ahead. Don't drag us into it. A tall, scarred man coldly snorted. I'm just joking. The slender man coughed softly, displaying a hint of trepidation. All right, let's wrap it up quickly and move on to the next location. Be swift. We mustn't be caught by the Wuhuan temple. A raspy voice from another cloaked figure instructed. Yes, master, the two others replied respectfully. Be careful. The cloaked man suddenly struck, sending the two flying before he swiftly withdrew. Three crescent-shaped sword energies shot towards them, which then transformed into 9, catching the slender man off guard and resulting in his immediate demise, while the tall man lost an arm. 1 move, 3 forms, 9 transformations. The cloaked man's expression darkened. The attack had initially been directed at those two. Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing descended slowly, surveying the scene with a countenance as grim as a stormy sky. A thin veil of blood mist permeated the air, gradually flowing into the cloaked man's orb, which was 2/3 red and 1/3 white. Jiang Ling's Changhong sword ignited with fierce flames as he unleashed the 10th form of the Changhong sword technique, Buddha's Radiance, instantly dispelling the blood mist. The unmatched heroic couple? The cloaked man chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe that by slaying a few insignificant foes and receiving some praise, you have become invincible? Today, I shall demonstrate the true power of my blood orb using you too. He activated the orb, causing crimson mist to rise again, denser than before, as a thick stench of blood spread. Ugh! Zhu Zhuqing grimaced, covering her mouth and nose, feeling slightly nauseous. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Ling invoked Buddha's radiance once more. But the effect was not as potent as before. The dissipated blood mist swiftly reassembled. Haha, futile! Allow me to show you its true might. The blood orb's glow intensified. Master, please don't. I'm still here. The tall man, now missing an arm, frantically attempted to flee. Zhu Zhuqing pursued him through the air. Jiang Ling sensed something amiss and charged towards the cloaked figure with his sword. Almost instantaneously upon his attack, Jiang Ling felt his own blood boiling uncontrollably, as if it sought to escape his body, threatening to explode forth. He summoned his soul power to suppress the agitated blood, while the tall man exploded into a shower of flesh. Zhuqing, are you all right? Jiang Ling swiftly moved to Zhu Zhuqing's side. I'm fine. What about him? She replied, recalling how she had narrowly avoided being splattered with blood. Are you truly unhurt? Do you feel anything unusual? Jiang Ling asked with concern. No, that's good. Zhuqing, please check on the villagers. Leave this scum to me. Relieved by Zhu Zhuqing's safety, Jiang Ling spoke confidently. Be careful. Zhu Zhuqing's fleeting worry was evident. After more than a year of companionship, they had developed a profound understanding of one another. Impossible, impossible. How can you both be unharmed? In my realm of blood, it is inconceivable that you have not perished. The cloaked man raved at the sight of the unharmed duo. Realm? You dare speak of such things? Jiang Ling retorted as the blood mist dissipated, revealing sunlight poised to shine upon the cloaked man's corpse. With his left hand, Jiang Ling's sword glided along the blade, flames once again enveloping it. I shall slay you. The cloaked figure, adorned with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, prepared for battle. Naturally, such individuals are the most prone to betrayal. If you can be bought with silver, so too can others, rendering them unfit for trust and only suitable as spies. In the dish of 3 delicacies shark fin soup you crafted, I detected a total of 13 ingredients, which contrasts with your claim of 11, Zhao Zilong remarked, taking a deep breath before speaking. Humph, those matters are of his own making. He should resolve them himself. Not involve me, Luo Shang stated as she donned her attire and rose. Contemplating this, a look of helplessness crossed her face. Indeed, although she was reluctant to admit it, the current situation was glaringly apparent. I see. Chun Fei instantly grasped the situation, silently resolving to delve deeply into the bureaucratic structure of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, he would remain ignorant of the ranks and roles, leading to future embarrassment. As Lu Dong's immense power surged through Yun Hao's body, Shunbai and Zhou also felt the weight of this force pressing down upon them. Since the night of the Beast Arena, He Zhenju had sequestered herself in Duanqing residence, seeking to clear her mind and reflect on her actions. At that time, she believed the world was unified. The north subdued and stable, the south centered around Shosha, achieving peace, bolstered further by the presence of Kunlun Mountain and the Great Qin army, leaving no cause for concern. If you believe yourself to be innocent, then I trust you are not afraid of being brought before a military tribunal, Qing Lian stated before departing without delay. It seemed that these rural folk indeed had a few spare coins. Come autumn harvest, they could raise the rent by 1/10. Clad in fine silk, the grain merchant toyed with the jade ring on his thumb. Su Jinchuan lifted his right foot and stomped down onto the ocean floor, causing the entire ground to tremble. It's fine. After all, no other instructors are eager to teach you either, Su Jinchuan shrugged nonchalantly. 2 mighty spirit masters of the beast martial spirit soared through the air. The magic bear swelling in size, reminiscent of an ancient deity re-emerging in the universe, its phantom solidifying as its true form manifested in an instant. Although they had previously dispelled all superstitions, everyone still believed. The white lotus was buried beneath the ancient locust tree. That night, she awoke from a terrifying dream. Though upon waking, she could not recall any details of it. This place was devoid of human presence, even though part of the lakeside had been developed. The primary facilities remained on the island. Reflecting on this, the shaman burst into hearty laughter, as did the 4 hunting team leaders, their faces alight with joy. Only a being capable of creating a universe could be considered on par with Hongmeng. While Lin Meng was present, Hongmeng was exceedingly pleased, and at that moment, the white-clad youth before them remained uncertain if he could create a universe. Yet his formidable strength drew even Hongmeng's attention. In his peak cultivation days, he traversed the cosmos, encountering countless planets more alluring than Earth. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him as he roared towards the heavens, his aura resonating with intensity. An ethereal yellow energy filled the air, enveloping him in the Xingtian battle armor, and the supreme figure of the ancient war god materialized with fierce intent. At this moment, Jiang Wei observed, feeling gratitude for those who had sustained injuries, filled with remorse for how he had treated Jiang Wei previously. The liming bird giggled as it dashed forward, while the Mo Xian paused momentarily, but said nothing, slipping away to entangle the other 2 experts, preventing them from assisting Zhang Jun. Logically, as his grandson purchased a house, he should feel joy. However, Ling Aofing could not muster any happiness. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyan's face broke into a smile, confident that Yang Xian would keep his word, and he felt pleased by Yang Xian's address as father-in-law. No one drank, except for Old Wei, who had a glass. This meal was entirely different from the last. My relationship with Chang Xiaoming was now public, leaving Xue Kai unable to offer any flattery. His understanding of the background of this martial art was shallow, if not entirely absent. The only thing he knew was the method of cultivation. Leaving a few words behind, Yang Xian did not linger, following Zhou Manshan, along with Wu Lingyan and Xia Yufeng, to the top floor of Tianwai Tower. The grand vessel has majestically arrived at the borders of the Yan dynasty, where the local customs and culture have undergone numerous transformations. The people of the Yan dynasty have an affinity for red peonies. Thus, as the ship glides past the shores, one can frequently behold the vibrant and fiery red blossoms. Upon entering the building, everyone ascended to the 3rd floor, where they encountered a considerable pile of steel bars at the edge of the floor, which, due to exposure to the elements, had sprouted a fair number of weeds. In the instant when these bloodthirsty curses were annihilated, the destructive force of Feng Hui did not dissipate, but rather resonated with a thunderous sound, embedding itself within the ground. Hearing this, Xiao Xian could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for the ancient ancestor of the demon clan, whom he had never met. The 3rd elder, his face paling in pain, hurriedly called out to the leader, seemingly fearful that Wang Lang would strike again. The first domino fell, triggering a chain reaction that jolted the nerves of all those imprisoned. 90% believed that no one could possibly escape from this place alive. Weapons were shattered, and the 5th elder let out a desperate cry, only to be instantly engulfed by the glint of blades. It was truly akin to a contagion, spreading from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, ultimately leading to hundreds of thousands becoming hosts. The 1 million troops were indeed not mere exaggerations. Chapter 209. After dinner, Hulai Na and Jiang Ling walked side by side. They both spoke simultaneously, urging the other to go first. Jiang Ling chuckled, reaching out to gently touch Hulai Na's cheek, saying, "This time, you must diligently cultivate." Hulai Na's face flushed as she softly replied, "I'm already at level 42. Breaking through to Soul King in 3 years is certainly within reach. Rather, you should strive harder. If you do not reach level 55 in 3 years, then what?" Jiang Ling, amused by Hulai Na's adorable demeanor, could not resist teasing her. "You." Hulai Na glared at Jiang Ling, her expression a mix of laughter and frustration, her right hand swiftly grasping the soft flesh at his waist in a dramatic maneuver. "If you're not at level 55 in 3 years, I will eventually beat you to a pulp." Jiang Ling winced at the sudden pain and quickly assured her, "Senior sister, do not worry. Reaching level 55 in 3 years is completely within my capabilities. I might even break through to Soul Emperor." "That's more like it," Hulai Na said, releasing her grip and folding her arms, smiling at the pained Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling could not help but think that this was indeed a skill women possessed without any formal training, transcending all regions and even galaxies. Let us go back. Hulai Na took the initiative to grasp Jiang Ling's hand. Is this consolation? Of course. Can I refuse? Absolutely not. The next day, in the Pope's hall. Teacher, what brings you to summon me at this time? The departure date had been set. They would leave in 3 days to acquire the fourth soul ring, accompanied by Douluo. Thus, Jiang Ling spent the remaining time in the company of Hulai Na. Linger, I have something to entrust to you. With a wave of her staff, Bibi Dong revealed a shimmering blue head soul bone before Jiang Ling. Teacher, is this for me? Given the immense value of soul bones, especially a head soul bone, Jiang Ling, despite being a prodigy and a leading figure among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, understood that such decisions were not made lightly, as there were elders to consider. Indeed, this is the spirit condensing wisdom skull bone, sourced from a nearly 60,000-year-old holy illusion demon ape. It is immensely beneficial for enhancing mental strength and developing wisdom, Bibi Dong explained. The spirit condensing wisdom skull bone? ISNT that the championship prize for the high-ranking Soul Master competition in 4 years. I did not expect to receive it now, Jiang Ling thought to himself. Teacher, perhaps this should be given to senior sister. My mental strength is already considerable, and she specializes in charm, which requires high mental prowess. Jiang Ling pondered aloud. I have my plans for Nana. The illusion-type skull bone is more suitable for her. This one should be absorbed by you, Bibi Dong replied gently, feeling pleased by Jiang Ling's care for Nana. Though your mental strength is not weak, encountering soul masters skilled in illusions may pose challenges for you. Can you withstand Hulai Na's charm now? Jiang Ling fell silent. Bibi Dong's words rang true. In his childhood, with the mental strength from 2 lifetimes, he could easily resist the newly awakened Hulai Na, but after breaking through level 30, he found himself struggling against her allure. After Hulai Na ascended to Soul Scholar, Jiang Ling could only wield the Changhong sword, merging with it and focusing entirely to exert his strength. It seemed that mental strength was indeed my current weakness. I must also contend with Tang San in the future. His mental prowess is formidable as well. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Jiang Ling said, accepting the soul bone. Bibi Dong smiled and said, go to the back hall and absorb it. I will guard you. Understood, teacher. Jiang Ling followed closely behind Bibi Dong, keeping his gaze fixed on the ground, suppressing the urge to look up. In Bibi Dong's office, he noticed only a table and chairs, with the rest being a smooth floor. It was his first visit to the back hall, and he was surprised by its simplicity. Jiang Ling smirked and prepared to sit cross-legged on the floor. What are you doing? Bibi Dong turned to see Jiang Ling sitting on the floor and asked. I'm going to absorb the soul bone, Jiang Ling replied. Bibi Dong paused for a moment, then smiled, her lips curving into a beautiful arc. Not here. Go over there. She pointed toward the partition. Bibi Dong's voice snapped Jiang Ling back to reality. All right. He quickly scrambled up and walked over, discovering a bed behind the partition. This bed was crafted from special materials, effective for condensing spirit and alleviating stress. When her teacher was weary from work, she would usually rest there for a while. It was the perfect place for him to absorb the soul bone, aiding in his complete absorption. Get on, Bibi Dong urged, seeing Jiang Ling lost in thought. Okay. Jiang Ling sat on the bed, his limbs slightly stiff as a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He focused intently, not daring to think of anything else. Teacher, I will begin the absorption now, Jiang Ling announced, feeling restless and eager to enter his training mode. All right, I'll guard you, Bibi Dong replied. Although the risks of absorbing a soul bone were minimal, she remained vigilant regarding her disciple. The blue skull bone gradually sank into Jiang Ling's head, simultaneously unleashing a powerful mental force. Bibi Dong raised her hand, and the mental energy vanished instantly. Linger, use your own will to control and master it. Bibi Dong's voice resonated within Jiang Ling's mind. Control? Jiang Ling silently operated the Feihong heart method. The soul bone flickered in and out of visibility, its color gradually shifting from deep blue to crimson red. This absorption took 3 days, during which Hulai Na also came to guard him. The head soul bone transformed entirely into a deep crimson hue, slowly merging into Jiang Ling's head. He gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting red glow shimmering within. To his astonishment, he discovered that his Changhong true qi could alter the quality and attributes of the soul bone, making it more compatible with him. Changhong true qi was indeed a miraculous boon. As Jiang Ling opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Bibi Dong and Hulai Na. Unbeknownst to them, Hulai Na had arrived and was now seated on the right side of Jiang Ling, having fallen asleep against the bedpost. On the left sat Bai Dong, who preferred the comfort of sitting over standing. As Jiang Ling awoke, Bai Dong, possessing the keen senses of a titled Douluo, immediately noticed. "Let's step outside," she murmured, casting a glance at the still sleeping Hulai Na. "Certainly, master," Jiang Ling replied, gently lifting Hulai Na and placing her back onto the bed, tucking her in before following Bai Dong outside. As they moved to the other side of the partition, Bai Dong had shed her papal robes, donning a resplendent white palace gown that evoked the image of an ethereal fairy, gentle and serene. "How significant has the soul bone enhanced your abilities? What is its soul skill?" Bai Dong inquired as she settled down to face Jiang Ling. "In response, master, absorbing this soul bone has amplified my mental prowess over 100-fold. The soul skill it grants is a form of ocular technique. This technique can pierce through illusions and delusions, projecting a divine light that can inflict harm upon both the spirit and body of adversaries. I have named it the Eye of Illusion Shattering. Ah, it possesses physical attack capabilities as well? That is rather unexpected," Bai Dong remarked with intrigue. "Utilize your soul skill to launch a full-force attack upon me. I wish to gauge its power," she urged, observing Jiang Ling as momentary perplexity. "Very well. The Eye of Illusion Shattering." Jiang Ling's eyes suddenly turned crimson as twin beams of red light shot forth towards Bai Dong. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, the red light faltering as she closed her eyes to sense its essence. After a moment, her fingers curled, shattering the red beams effortlessly. "Both the spiritual and physical assaults are formidable. It should withstand the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul beast," Bai Dong remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Master, how did you know I intended to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring?" Jiang Ling asked, somewhat embarrassed. You recklessly absorbed a 900-year spirit ring for your first, followed by 1,000-year rings for the second and third. It would be unthinkable for you to settle for anything less for your fourth," Bai Dong expressed her concerns, her tone revealing her disapproval of Jiang Ling's audacious choices. "The 10,000-year spirit ring poses a significantly more intense soul shock during absorption. However, fret not. With your drastically enhanced mental strength, absorbing it now should be more perilous than perilous." Bai Dong's tone softened, revealing her internal conflict as a mentor, yearning for her disciples to grow stronger while simultaneously wishing to shield them from danger. "By the way, this skull is reputed to be a wisdom skull. Have you experienced any other changes in your body?" she suddenly queried. "Indeed, my cognitive agility has improved remarkably. The contradictions and confusions I once grappled with during training now seem utterly clear upon reflection," Jiang Ling replied. "Well done," Bai Dong nodded approvingly. "Now, you may return. My dear Ling, I am weary, and tomorrow, Yuguan will escort you to obtain your spirit ring. I shall not see you off." Gazing at the tranquil Bai Dong, Jiang Ling discerned a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Master, until we meet again in 3 years," he said, stepping forward to embrace her, his affection devoid of any romantic undertones. Bai Dong's body stiffened momentarily before she relaxed, murmuring, "Ling, you are my disciple." She gently patted Jiang Ling's back. "Exercise caution during your travels. Do not place your trust in everything blindly." "Yes, master. I shall remember, though I will miss you all," Jiang Ling whispered, resting his cheek on Bai Dong's shoulder. After a lengthy pause, they parted ways. "Then I shall take my senior sister back," he stated. "Go on," Bai Dong replied, lightly patting Jiang Ling's arm. It seemed his senior sister had been watching over him for quite some time. Jiang Ling carried Hulai Na home from the papal hall, where she remained asleep. After placing her gently on the bed and observing her for a moment, he suddenly thought that she would surely be hungry upon waking. It was not until 8 in the evening that Hulaina finally stirred. Huh? Where am I? She wondered, glancing around her familiar surroundings in confusion. Senior sister, you're awake. Come and eat. The meal is just ready. Jiang Ling's voice interrupted her thoughts. Ling, have you completed the absorption? Are you all right? Hulaina exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Jiang Ling's arm anxiously. Of course, but witnessing your concern brings me great joy. Jiang Ling teased, feigning sorrow. Not a scratch. You, Hulaina exclaimed, stepping on Jiang Ling's foot in response. Ouch. I apologize, senior sister. Jiang Ling cried out. Oof. Do not be angry. Look at the meal I prepared for you. You must be hungry, so come and taste it, Jiang Ling coaxed, leading Hulaina to the dining table. After his previous culinary endeavors, Jiang Ling had taken to honing his cooking skills. Gurgle. Hulaina's stomach audibly protested, causing her cheeks to flush as she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Jiang Ling, meanwhile, delightedly served her dishes, appreciating her adorable demeanor. Indeed, a girl's appetite was modest. Even with her stomach grumbling, she ate little. Senior sister, I shall embark for the Stardow Forest tomorrow, Jiang Ling announced. Hulaina paused mid-bite, falling into silence. The pair, usually so chatty, found themselves at a loss for words at the prospect of parting. Jiang Ling observed Hulaina, intently focused on each grain of rice, and was reminded of a saying from his past life. When couples fall into silence or conflict, do not speak, simply kiss. Determined to put this notion into practice, Jiang Ling suddenly placed his hands on Hulaina's shoulders. What are you doing? She gasped, startled by his sudden movement, her bowl clattering onto the table like a frightened rabbit. Jiang Ling offered no reply, his lips and hands working in tandem, gradually sapping Hulaina's strength as he guided her gently towards the edge of the bed. Lost in the moment, Hulaina began to respond to Jiang Ling's advances. He undid the bothersome black attire she wore, but then, abruptly, she pushed him away. This is your fault, Jiang Ling lamented, smacking his right hand in frustration. Inside the room, Hulaina buried herself beneath the covers, her hands covering her flushed cheeks. What have I just done? The following day, Bai Dong did not come to see him off, yet Jiang Ling was certain that his master was watching him from afar. Indeed, this was the case. No one relishes the scene of parting, not even the esteemed Pope. However, Hulaina's absence filled Jiang Ling with concern. She isn't angry, is she? Ling, it is time to depart. Elder Yuan, please wait a moment. After a while, Jiang Ling sighed. Alas, Elder, let's be on our way. It seems senior sister will not be coming. Ling, wait just a moment. As Jiang Ling took a few steps, a clear and melodious voice rang out behind him. Senior sister. Jiang Ling turned back to run towards Hulaina. A mutual journey holds meaning. Only through cherishing one another can it endure. Glancing at Hulaina in his arms, Jiang Ling smiled. I thought you were upset and wouldn't come to see me off. I was indeed angry. You were too much yesterday, Hulaina retorted, her brows knitting in annoyance, though her slightly flushed cheeks added an intriguing charm to her demeanor. Summary: the affairs of the world revolve around the sword. Wield the strongest sword, slay the mightiest foes, and protect those closest to you. Amidst a grand offensive from the divine realm, Jiang Ling, wielding the long rainbow sword, saved the boy behind him, saying, "Live on with a smile at my back."